On the first day of university military training, you single-handedly subdued all the instructors on the field, shocking the entire military leadership. Even Bai Ningbing, the military beauty, took a liking to you, all because you were bound to the super tycoon system. Not only did elite families in the capital compete to marry their daughters to you, but you also founded the world-shaking Shield Security Company. At the entrance of the School of Finance and Economics, the number of beautiful girls handling freshman registration had multiplied several times compared to usual, all hoping to snag a wealthy husband before graduation. Even Li Xia, whose looks rivaled the campus belle, joined the crowd. Just then, a Lamborghini Aventador worth millions appeared before everyone. The sight of the luxury car made the girls' eyes light up. The door opened, and a decent-looking young man stepped out, slowly approaching the registration desk and asking, "Hello, senior, is this the registration area for the School of Finance and Economics?" Before the girl could respond, another woman pushed her aside and eagerly said, "Yes, junior." The woman leaned forward with practiced ease, smiling warmly as she struck up a conversation, revealing a glimpse of snowy white cleavage. Those who missed the opportunity groaned in regret. One girl muttered, "Look at Lu Hong, thinking she's got something special. She's so shameless. Senior, why don't you step in and teach her a lesson for us?" Hearing this, Li Xia glanced at the young man and felt a stir of interest. Just as she was about to approach, a deafening roar echoed from the sky. Yes, you guessed it, it was time for your grand entrance. A helicopter hovered above the School of Finance and Economics, and under the stunned gazes of the crowd, you leaped down from a height of 5 meters, suitcase in hand. The wind from the helicopter's rotors sent girls' skirts flying, prompting shrieks as they frantically pressed them down. Before they could recover, you landed effortlessly from the helicopter, sparking another wave of screams at the registration area. 5 meters, everyone thought you were insane. Surely, you'd be injured from such a height? But to their astonishment, you landed gracefully, unharmed. With a relaxed smile, the crowd gasped in disbelief. Was this even human? Li Xia, the campus belle at the registration desk, stared at you in shock, her eyes flickering with intrigue. She thought, forget the fact that he arrived by helicopter, just his physical prowess alone would give him top priority in the dating pool. And someone who can afford a helicopter must have impressive credentials. Ignoring the stunned onlookers, you smiled and asked a nearby senior, "Hello, senior, is this the registration area for the School of Finance and Economics?" The girl at the desk quickly nodded and said, "Yes, junior, I'm Li Xia, the head of freshman registration this year. Feel free to ask me anything." You studied her with a smile, inwardly marveling at her long, slender legs wrapped in black stockings and her irresistible allure. You replied, "Hello, senior, I'm Gu Linfeng, a freshman this year." Li Xia said, "Nice to meet you, junior. Let me take you to register first, then I'll show you around the campus and dorm." "Sounds good, senior." You pulled your luggage and followed her toward the distant registration office. As you walked side by side into the campus, the crowd behind you erupted in chaos. Someone shouted, "Xia actually escorted a freshman herself? Oh no! All those rich second-gens chasing her are going to lose their minds." Later, under Li Xia's guidance, you completed the freshman registration, and then she led you into the school. Li Xia asked curiously, "With your grades, you could have chosen several 211 universities, right? Why did you pick our school?" You replied, "I heard that graduates from this school are all social elites, and there are great opportunities to work in foreign companies. By the way, senior, where are you from?" Li Xia said, "I'm from Hangzhou. I'll graduate and start my internship in a year." Time flies so fast. Soon, I'll experience the hardships of society. You smiled and said, "With your qualifications and abilities, even after entering society, you might not necessarily go through those hardships." Li Xia responded, "Well, I'll take your kind words as a blessing." Soon, you arrived in front of the freshman dormitory. Li Xia said, "All right, junior, this is the boys' dormitory. It's not convenient for me to go up, so I'll leave you here. If you need anything at school in the future, you can come to me." You said, "Thank you for your help, senior." "Oh, I just remembered, I haven't gotten my ID card and campus card yet." Li Xia replied, "I'll help you with that. Stand still, and I'll take a photo." With that, she took out her phone and snapped a picture of you. After thanking her and exchanging contact information, you dragged your luggage into room 301 and found you were the first one to arrive. Just then, a voice rang in your mind, "Dormitory check-in successful. Reward, Bugatti La Voiture Noire." Hearing the system's voice, you were slightly surprised and immediately searched for information about the Bugatti La Voiture Noire on your phone. After reading about the car, you were deeply shocked. You never expected such an incredible reward for your first check-in. At that moment, your phone rang. You took out your foldable phone and answered. "Hello, is this Mr. Gu Linfeng?" "Yes, this is Gu Linfeng. Who is this?" "Mr. Gu, Hello, I'm the general manager of Bugatti Asia. I just received word that you ordered a limited edition model from our company. The car has already arrived in Shanghai, and our staff will deliver it to you shortly. Please be ready to receive it. Alright, got it. As soon as you hung up, you heard footsteps at the door. Looking over, you saw a well-dressed man walk in. Though not as handsome as you, he was still good-looking. He froze for a moment upon seeing you and exclaimed, "Wow, dude, you're ridiculously good-looking." His way of speaking caught you off guard. It didn't quite match his appearance and demeanor. You rubbed your nose and said, "Just born this way." The man carried his luggage into the dorm and, with an easygoing manner, extended his hand and said, "Hi, I'm Gao Yuan. We'll be roommates from now on, let's get along." You shook his hand in return. Just after you and Gao Yuan finished introducing yourselves, the other two roommates arrived. One was Ding Xiela, wearing thick glasses and appearing quite introverted. The other was Sun Hao, standing over 1.9 meters tall with a very burly build. Among the four of you, you were the oldest, followed by Zhang Long, Gao Yuan, and Ding Xiela. After the introductions, you all started unpacking. Then you suggested, "It's the first day of school, and there's nothing else to do. How about we go out for dinner tonight?" The others eagerly agreed, saying, "Absolutely. This meal is a must. It's a celebration of us coming together from all corners of the country." While everyone was discussing where to go for dinner, you received a call from the Bugatti staff. "Mr. Gu, hello, I'm Zhang Ling, the manager of Shanghai Brilliance 4S store. The Bugatti La Voiture Noire you ordered has arrived. Would now be a convenient time for the handover?" "Sure, I'll come over now." "Great, Mr. Gu. I'm currently at the entrance of the Finance University." After hanging up, you left the dorm and headed straight for the school gate. At that moment, new student registration at the school gate was still ongoing, and everyone's attention was drawn to a sleek black sports car being transported on a flatbed truck. As you approached, a middle-aged man in a suit stepped out, followed by 4 security personnel dressed in black suits. Onlookers exclaimed, "Who is this? Such an impressive display." The earlier commotion caused by your arrival via helicopter hadn't yet died down, and many who had witnessed it were still present. Seeing you walk over, the crowd turned their gaze toward you. You remained calm, striding purposefully toward the Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Before arriving, Zhang Ling had reviewed your information and could easily recognize you. Seeing the approaching Lin Feng, Zhang Ling hurriedly greeted him with his briefcase. "Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Zhang Ling, the manager of the splendid 4S store. I've already sent your car to you. This is the vehicle's paperwork. Take a look. If there are no problems then you can sign." Lin Feng nodded slightly, took the vehicle procedure documents and looked at them before signing his name directly. After seeing the signatures, Zhang Ling respectfully said, "Mr. Lin, our brilliant 4S store is the agent of Bugatti Company. In the future, if you have any problems with your car, you can contact our 4S store, and we will repair and maintain it for you for free throughout. Given that you are a VIP customer of the Bugatti Company and have purchased the only limited edition sports car of the company, you are entitled to free maintenance for life. This is your VIP membership card. Mr. Lin, in the future you can take this membership card and enjoy VIP level treatment in Bugatti stores all over the world." Lin Feng nodded his head after putting everything into his briefcase. "Okay, thanks Manager Zhang." "Mr. Lin, you're welcome. This is my business card. In the future Mr. Lin, you can call me if you have any car buying needs. I'm at your service 24 hours a day." After finishing everything, Zhang Ling directly drove away with his people. At this point those who were watching finally ran through what had happened. This awesome sports car was actually Lin Feng's. This freshman is also too powerful. Just on the first day of school, made such a big commotion. Definitely can enter the financial university win list. Soon, the good people posted what Lin Feng did today on the forums on campus. Lin Feng's deeds had just been posted up, and it was instantly topped, and it even jumped straight to number 1 on the Finance and Economics University's Wind and Cloud list. If you just came by helicopter to report, you might not be able to achieve this kind of effect. You might make it into the Wind and Clouds list, but you definitely won't be able to reach number 1. But this luxury car worth $120 million could definitely push him to the number 1 position in the Wind and Cloud ranking. You know, it's not just anyone who can afford a sports car worth over $100 million. It's not enough to have money. You also need to have enough status and background. The last thing the world needs is rich people. Maybe $100 million is a lot of cash flow that the average rich person can't get, but there are plenty of people who can afford to take it out. Though those who can afford to take out that kind of money don't necessarily qualify for this kind of car. This kind of car purchase procedures are very cumbersome, and moreover, it is still a limited number of one in the world. I do not know how many bigwigs are eyeing. To be able to kill your way out of those bigwigs and buy this car will surely be terrifying in its own right. Who the hell is this Lin Feng? It can't be the imperial capital's 3rd generation of bulls, can it? Who knows? But let's not discuss it before we start a fire. This kind of bigot is not for us to discuss. Coming to the car, Lin Feng directly sat in it. Ding! Successful check-in in the Bugatti Blackout. Rewarding top driving skills. As the system's voice fell, Lin Feng instantly felt as if he had comprehended a lot of driving techniques. With some skillful maneuvering, the Bugatti Dark Voice drove into the campus with its engine roaring. There were special parking spaces on campus, and Lin Feng drove all the way to the parking lot according to the security guard's guidance. At this time, the parking lot is full of luxury cars. Magic City University of Finance and Economics, such as 211 top schools. Rich people are extremely many. That's why all the people who come here drive cars that aren't bad. But no matter how luxurious those luxury cars were, they all paled in comparison to Lin Feng's hundreds of millions of luxury cars. Many people who hadn't left the parking lot yet couldn't help but cast envious glances after seeing Lin Feng's dazzling sports car. At this time, a girl who stepped down from the Primera, after seeing Lin Feng's car, couldn't help but look surprised, and hurriedly picked up her cell phone to secretly take a picture and sent it to the chat box of the Note Sister. No more than a few seconds passed before word came back from there. "Where did you see that?" The girl returned. "It's in the parking lot of our school." "Sis, isn't this the Bugatti Blackout you've been begging for?" The person on the opposite side said. Yes, this car is the car I've been trying to get my hands on. You now immediately, go and get me the owner's contact information. Our club now desperately needs this kind of car to hold up the scene." "Sis, is this okay? Didn't you say that girls should be reserved? It seems like I'm going against what you've taught me if I'm so proactive in picking up a boy," the girl said with embarrassment. Off. "Cut the crap and get your ass over there to me for contact info." "Okay." Seeing that her old sister was really mad, the girl hurriedly closed her cell phone and walked towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who had just stepped out of the car, casually pressed the car key and locked the car before heading back to the dormitory. Just as he turned around, he saw a beautiful woman with white shoes and white socks, wearing a small white dress standing in front of him. Seeing this girl, Lin Feng couldn't help but be viciously shaken in his heart. This girl, simply full of white moonlight vestiges. Maybe this is the kind of white moon heroine often described in novels? The girl looked at Lin Feng and smiled lightly. Two cute dimples appeared on her face. Then she stretched out her greenish jade hand and said, "Hello handsome, my name is Gu Baiyue, can I get to know you?" Chapter 6, Top Luxury Residence in Magic City. There are naturally other people here in the parking lot at this time. When they saw the girl walking towards Lin Feng, they all froze there as if they were struck by lightning. Lin Feng might not know who this girl was, but they did. This is the moonlight goddess Gu Baiyue, one of the 4 school flowers of the University of Finance and Economics. Gu Baiyue was born with a white moonlight-like face. Those who see it will take it as their white moonlight at the first glance and fall deep into it, thus turning into Gu Baijue's loyal licking dog. But Gu Baiyue wasn't a vase. Instead, she was still a little witch. The family is the young princess of the Gu family, one of the 4 most powerful families in the Magic City. The family's assets are in the hundreds of billions of dollars, and it is said to be on the verge of exceeding $1 trillion. A proper top white rich woman. Even though many people were mesmerized by Gu Baiyue, no one dared to do anything excessive, because that's no different than looking for death. As one of the 4 great families of the Magic City, a family that has been passed down for 100 years, not only are they financially strong, but their methods are also very ruthless. The Gu family was a proper and legitimate businessman on the surface, but behind the scenes, they were notoriously connected to both black and white. There was once an ungrateful person who tried to use dishonorable means against Gu Baiyue, but just after walking out of the campus, his legs were broken. Along with the family behind that person, they were also made bankrupt by the Gu family, and the family was directly reduced to begging on the streets for a living. Ever since that incident, no one dared to mess with Gu Baiyue. They could start a pursuit, but they couldn't make any small moves. Looking at Gu Baiyue, who reached over, Lin Feng smiled and extended his hand to shake it. "Hello, my name is Lin Feng." After getting to know each other, Gu Baiyue gazed at the Bugatti Black Knight sound beside Lin Feng. "Is this your car?" Lin Feng nodded. "If it's not my car, who else's could it be? This car is the Bugatti Blackout, right? The one that's been hyped up to $120 million online?" Gu Baiyue continued to ask again. "I suppose so," Lin Feng said with a faint smile. "Then I can add you a contact information? My sister got a luxury car club. The recent Magic Car Club seems to have activities. Need each club out of the luxury car exhibition. My sister, this person is more good face, don't want to lose to others, so want to borrow your car to punch a face." Gu Baiyue didn't hide her purpose, but said it outright. "So, that's fine. Just what's in it for me? Want favors?" Gu Baiyue froze for a moment. She had never thought that someone would make a deal with her, and in the past, anyone who saw her would agree without hesitation. No one would ever make a deal with themselves. Ding! The parking lot of the University of Finance and Economics signed in successfully, rewarding the Sandalwood Palace No. 1 villa, worth $1 billion. Lin Feng, who was talking to Gu Baiwe, suddenly remembered the system's beep in his head. This time, the reward was even more exciting to him than when he won the Bugatti Blackout. He had naturally heard of what Sandalwood Palace was. It was the top mansion in Magic City. What Townsend won, Gubei won. All cannot be compared with the Tang Palace. Although the Sandalwood Palace's building is not new, but can live in Sandalwood Palace are absolutely all big people. It doesn't matter if your environment is better than Tang Palace, or if your house price is higher than Tang Palace, but as long as the bigwigs living inside say something, your house price can immediately drop. That's how much gold Sandalwood Palace carries in the Magic City. Yeah, why would I bother if you don't give me the benefit of the doubt? Your sister's club isn't mine, so what am I wasting my time attending? Gu Baiwe thought for a moment. Okay, let's do it this way. Let's leave a contact first, and when I go back and study it with my sister, let's see what we can give you before we say anything. Sure. Lin Feng and Gu Baiwe added WeChat friends to each other, and then the two of them left separately. After leaving, Gu Baiwe looked at Lin Feng's back and a thoughtful look emerged. It was the first time she had seen someone like Lin Feng who didn't eat his own face. If it were anyone else, and he or she took the initiative to ask for contact information, I'm afraid that person would be thrilled to death. But Lin Feng was an exception. Kind of. After murmuring a sentence, Gu Baiwe directly turned around and left. On the other hand, Lin Feng had just returned inside the dormitory when he saw the three Gao Yuan people staring fixedly at him. Lin Feng subconsciously wiped his face to make sure he didn't have anything on his face before asking suspiciously, "What are you guys doing? Why are you staring at me like that?" Gao Yuan jumped up from his chair with a prancing motion and circled around Lin Feng. "Boss, do you know that you've become the #1 ranked person in our Finance and Economics University's Wind and Cloud ranking? TSK, reporting for duty in a helicopter and purchasing a $120 million luxury car. Awesome, big deal." After hearing Gao Yuan's words, Lin Feng finally realized why these three roommates were staring at him with such eyes. Lin Feng came to the chair and sat down, wondering, what wind and cloud ranking? Gao Yuan took his cell phone and hurriedly came to Lin Feng and opened the internal forum of the University of Finance and Economics. "See for yourself, boss." At this time, within a post on the top, there was a photo of him and Zhang Ling going through the handover procedures for the Bugatti Voice of the Night. There are already thousands of comments below. Part of it is a comment of on-site weirdness. Part of it is a comment of suspicion and jealousy. Then Gao Yuan opened the post that recorded the windy list of the University of Finance and Economics. Recorded here are the movers and shakers of the University of Finance and Economics, and the one who ranked first was Lin Feng. In second place was a man named Liu He. This Liu He is the student body president of the University of Finance and Economics, and drives a Lamborghini Poison worth over $40 million. The family is said to be from the LV family, a powerful family in Magic City. The girlfriend is Xiao Weiwei, who is on par with Zhang Yan, and both of them are the #1 under the 4 school flowers. But Xiao Weiwei and Zhang Yan are two styles. Zhang Yan is the kind of woman who charms to the bone, and Xavier is the innocence ceiling. Liu He was top-notch, whether it was his family background or his girlfriend, and that was why he was able to be ranked at the top of the list of popular people in the University of Finance and Economics. But after Lin Feng arrived, he was squeezed into the second position. Just as the four in the dormitory were looking at the posts, a new thread appeared on the forum. Shocked, the 4 schoolgirls Gu Baiwe took the initiative to show her love for Lin Feng? When this post came out, it was no less than dropping a bomb on the forum. The number of comments was over 1,000 in an instant, and the number of comments is still growing by leaps and bounds. And at the same time, Lin Feng's cell phone kept ringing with message beeps. When I opened it, the first entry was from Zhang Yan. "Gu Baiwe really showed you love?" The second one was from Gu Baiwe. "Lin Feng, what happened to the post on the forum? It couldn't have been posted by you, could it? I'm telling you, Lin Feng, if you did this, immediately delete the post for me, or you can't bear the consequences of what happened." Chapter 7, The Shaking of the Sandalwood Palace. Gu Baiwei and Zhang Yan have very interesting WeChat names. Ginger Yan's WeChat name is the prettiest woman in Bikini Bottom, and Gu Baiwei's WeChat name is Disney Princess at Large. After reading the messages sent by Zhang Yan and Gu Baiwei, Lin Feng first sent a message back to Zhang Yan. "No matter, Gu Baiwei and I didn't even know each other before." Zhang Yan replied, "Well, it's good that it's not true. I've finished your documents. I'll send them to you in a while, so go downstairs and pick them up." After he finished talking to Zhang Yan, Lin Feng looked at the message from Gu Baiwei again, and when he replied, he wasn't as polite as when he spoke to Zhang Yan. First of all, that post certainly wouldn't have been from me. Don't say that this matter isn't true, even if it is. I won't do that kind of boring thing. Maybe other people treat you as a goddess and will try to pursue you, but I don't have any feelings for you. After replying to Gu Baiwei, a woman who thought highly of herself, Lin Feng wasn't bothering with her. After closing his cell phone, Lin Feng stood up from his chair and said to the three Gao Yuan, "I'm going out. We'll go for dinner in the evening." After saying his words, Lin Feng left the dormitory. Arriving at the downstairs of the dormitory, Jiang Yan was already waiting there. Although Jiang Yan had always been suppressed by the four school beauties, in Lin Feng's opinion, Jiang Yan's beauty was definitely not weaker than the four school beauties. Although he hadn't met all of the four school beauties, he had met Gu Baiwei, one of the four school beauties. In terms of face comparison, Ginger Face is not bad at all. Only Jiang Yan stood there playfully, holding two documents in her hands. One is Lin Feng's student ID card and the other is a one-card pass. Seeing Lin Feng who walked out, Jiang Yan handed him the two documents with a smile on her face. "Lin Feng, here are your papers." After receiving the documents, Lin Feng spoke, "Thank you, senior sister. No need to be so polite. It's my job to help the new students." Thinking that since he enrolled in school, Jiang Yan had been busy and hadn't helped himself much, Lin Feng slowly said, "Senior sister, do you have time in the evening? Why don't we have a meal together, as a way to thank you for helping me?" Hearing Lin Feng's invitation, Jiang Yan didn't hesitate in the slightest and nodded her head. "Fine, okay, sister, it's settled then. I'll contact you later." "Okay, then I'll wait for news from you, schoolmate." After saying their words, the two turned to leave. As the vice president of the student council and also the person in charge of the reception of new students, Jiang Yan was still very busy today, so he didn't say anything more to Lin Feng either. After separating from Jiang Yan, Lin Feng went directly to the parking lot. Since he had just signed in to Villa 1 in Honolulu, he needed to go to Honolulu to receive it. After arriving on the parking lot, he started the car directly and went to the Tang Palace. On the other hand, inside the girls' dormitory, Gu Baiwei looked at the message sent by Lin Feng on her cell phone and couldn't help but be infuriated. She didn't expect Lin Feng to dare to talk to her like that. You know, ever since she was a child, she had been surrounded by stars. How had anyone ever dared to talk about herself like that? Then Gu Baiyu gritted her teeth and said, "Good you Lin Feng, you wait for me. I'm not done with you in this matter. I'll let you know my power sooner or later." Lin Feng on the other side didn't even know that Gu Baiwei had already held a grudge against him. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. His character was like this: if others were nice to him, he would be nice to them, but if they dared to mess with him, then he wouldn't be spoiled. What's more, now that he was carrying a system, he even less needed to care about what others thought. "If you respect me a foot, I respect you a foot. If you get an inch, I'll whip you." At this time in the Sandalwood Palace Villa Property Company, a beautiful woman in an OL suit is holding a meeting. The large conference room was filled with managers from Tang Palace Properties. I only saw that beautiful woman say, "I called everyone here today, but I actually have one thing to command. I just got word that our Sandalwood Palace Villa 1 is sold." The entire conference room was shocked at those words. You know, since the opening, one villa in Sandalwood Palace has not been sold. Not that there is no one to buy it, but no one has that strength to buy a Sandalwood villa. The capital inspection is just the first step. The fact that you have enough financial resources does not mean that it will be sold to you. The main thing also has to be that your background is able to match the Sandalwood Palace villa. The minimum capitalization is $10 billion. After all, the villas in Sandalwood Palace started at more than $500 million each, especially Villa 1, the king of villas, was sold for as much as $1 billion. Even if one is worth tens of billions of dollars and wants to take out $1 billion at a time to buy it, it will probably be very difficult. Just because you have tens of billions of dollars doesn't mean you can get $1 billion in cash. And now that Villa 1 has been sold, according to the conditions for purchasing the Sandalwood Palace Villa, that owner must not be simple. Definitely a big shot. Okay, all be quiet. I didn't call you all over here to be shocked, but to do a bit of hospitality. I'll contact that owner later and ask when that owner is coming over so we can do the reception in advance. After the meeting was adjourned, a host of property company personnel got busy. By the way, the most precious gifts were also prepared according to Chen Xingya's instructions. Every homeowner who moves into Sandalwood Palace Villas is given a gift prepared by the property company. Sitting in the office, Chen Xingya picked up her cell phone and called Lin Feng's phone number recorded on it according to the information sent by Tang Palace Real Estate Company. The phone didn't ring for long before it was picked up. While driving his car, Lin Feng answered the unfamiliar call coming from his cell phone. "Hello, that one?" After picking up the phone, Lin Feng opened his mouth and asked, "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Feng Lin?" Chen Xingya's nice voice came out from the middle of the phone. "Yes, I'm Lin Feng. Which one are you?" Lin Feng replied, "Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Chen Xingya, the general manager of Sandalwood Palace Property Company. Just now I received the news that you, Mr. Lin, have purchased our Sandalwood Palace's Villa No. 1, and I'm calling because I want to ask, when are you coming over, Mr. Lin? Lin Feng slowly said, I'm on my way to Tang Palace right now. I should still have about half an hour. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of the Tang Palace district. The two hung up after they finished talking. Half an hour later, Lin Feng drove his car to the front gate of the Tang Palace neighborhood. At this time, Chen Xingya was already waiting there with a group of property company managers. After seeing Lin Feng's car, a group of people from the property company puffed up their chests and put their best spirits on display. Chapter 8S. HIELD. Security Company. The vehicle had just stopped when Chen Xingya stepped forward. Looking at the young Lin Feng sitting in the cab, Chen Xingya couldn't help but be surprised in her heart. She didn't realize that the owner of this Villa 1 was so young. Looks like a freshman in college, right? Just went to college and can have the strength to buy the number 1 villa in Sandalwood Palace. I'm afraid this background must be big to the sky. With that, Chen Xingya acted more and more respectful. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Chen Xingya, the general manager of the property company, who just spoke with you on the phone. Looking at Chen Xingya in front of him, Lin Feng couldn't help but nod slightly. This Chen Xingya is still very good looking and definitely has a 90% face value. The body exudes a mature and charming atmosphere, especially when paired with this OL professional suit, which will show the royal sister's breadth to the fullest. Lin Feng nodded. Hello, Mr. Chen. Mr. Lin, I'll take you in now. Please follow me. After saying her words, Chen Xingya turned around and sat inside an Alpha business car, driving towards the interior of the Tang Palace. After Lin Feng's car followed him into the neighborhood, the group of property company managers who stood at the entrance to greet him said in unison, Welcome homeowners. It was only after they finished speaking that they each got into their cars to follow Lin Feng's vehicle. Soon, under Chen Xingya's leadership, the crowd arrived in front of Villa No. 1, which had the best location in the entire Tang Palace. Villa Sandalwood Palace can no longer really be called a villa. It should be called an estate, with a total area of 3,000 square feet. The grounds of the villa are very large. Green lawns have it all. There are man-made wigwams, ponds and open-air pools and more. There are also gazebos for enjoying the scenery and drinking tea. It's safe to say that those who live here will definitely be in a very relaxed mood. After introducing everything in the villa to Lin Feng, Chen Xingya clapped her hands. Soon a couple of property owners came by with their stuff. First, there were 10 gold lobsters worth a total of $2 million. The market price of each gold dragonfish is $200,000. No more, no less, exactly 10. After getting Lin Feng's permission, the two property owners placed the golden dragonfish inside the pond. Mr. Lin, if you don't have the time to feed these fish, you can let our property people know, and we'll send professionals to take care of them for you then. Lin Feng nodded. Alright, I'll let you know when the time comes. I thought that these fish were all the gifts from the property company, but I didn't realize that Chen Xingya had once again asked someone to send a new gift. It was a huge potted plant. According to Chen Xingya's introduction, this potted plant was carefully cultivated by a master and has a market price of $3 million. After delivering this gift, Chen Xingya also personally placed Lin Feng in the best position according to the feng shui pattern that the master had seen. Last but not least is a beautiful keychain worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is nothing compared to the first two gifts. But this was only for Lin Feng. If he put it on an ordinary person's body, this keychain worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. It was also definitely a big gift. After delivering these 3 gifts, Chen Xingya handed out her business card. Mr. Lin, this is my business card. In the future, if you have anything, you can call my phone. The purpose of our property company is to serve the owners well. My cell phone is on 24 hours a day. If there is something, Mr. Lin can call me on this phone at any time. Okay, then thank you, Mr. Chen. Lin Feng said with a smile after receiving the business card. Mr. Lin is polite. This is our property company's share of work. Mr. Lin, you should rest first. We won't bother you. After sending Chen Xingya and the others away, Lin Feng began to view his mansion, the outside of the villa. He had pretty much understood, and then he stepped into the inside of the villa. Just after entering inside the villa, he was shocked by the luxurious decoration inside. Each of the 18 villas at Sandalwood Palace has its own style. The 10-meter-high living room features a variety of decorative materials from the world's top brands. The sofas and beds and a host of other furniture are even customized by top brands. For example, a Hermes sofa worth tens of millions of dollars, a multi-million-dollar Bulgari bed, not to mention the furniture. This decoration must cost at least $200 to $300 million. The villa is 3 floors above ground and 2 below. There is a comprehensive range of recreational facilities inside. There are private home theaters, private KTVs, gyms and more. The entire main building of the villa was almost over 1,000 square feet, and living here was similar to living in a palace. Just as Lin Feng was admiring this mansion of his, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! Honolulu Villa signed in successfully. This reward is for SHIELD security. SHIELD security? Lin Feng was taken aback. This Divine Shield security company wasn't simple as soon as he heard the name, especially the word security. It was as if he had guessed something. With that, he took out his cell phone and searched up information on SHIELD security. After reading the information, Lin Feng also verified his guess. This SHIELD security company is the largest security company in Asia, and the security personnel within it are all well-trained elites. It's a high fee, but those security are really worth the price. In China there was a SHIELD security branch, and the security of many large receptions was underwritten by SHIELD security companies. SHIELD security isn't publicly traded, though, so it's hard to say what the exact market capitalization is, but it's normal that SHIELD security isn't listed. After all, SHIELD security company is not like other companies, the need to finance and so on. SHIELD security company's annual revenue is completely enough for personnel expenses and other issues, and even a great deal of profit can be earned, and do not need to be those who come in the capital to point fingers. No matter what the business is, once there is capital in it, the nature may have to change. After learning about the Divine Shield security company, Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to it. Anyway, he knew that the Divine Shield security company would be his own in the future. Subsequently, after strolling around the villa again, he found that there was nothing in terms of household goods, so he left the villa and started the car in preparation for buying some household goods. Just after arriving at the entrance of the villa, he saw Chen Xingya, who walked out from the property company, and Chen Xingya also saw Lin Feng, who drove up. What a coincidence, Mr. Lin, are you going out for something here? Lin Feng nodded. Well, go out and buy some necessities. Hearing that Lin Feng was going to buy household goods, Chen Xingya thought for a moment and said, Mr. Lin, I'll go with you, just so I can recommend something for you as well. Alright, then I'll trouble Mr. Chen. Chen Xingya smiled faintly. Mr. Chen is polite. It was now noon, right at the end of the day, or the two couldn't have met so coincidentally. Chen Xingya left the company and was actually going home. However, after hearing that Lin Feng was going to go shopping, with the idea of striking up a good relationship with Lin Feng, he simply cancelled his break. Chapter 9 City Supermarket. Mr. Lin would like to purchase any household items. Let me help you with recommendations. After sitting in the car, Chen Xingya spoke. Recommendations are not necessary. Just take me to the best supermarket in Magic City. Lin Feng said while driving. The best supermarket? That would be City Supermarket. Chen Xingya thought for a moment and slowly spoke. Okay, then go there. Setting up the navigation in his car, Lin Feng drove straight over. Sitting on the co-pilot, Chen Xingya did not introduce too much City Supermarket. This supermarket, although buy things expensive, no annual salary of millions of people will not go to spend. However, she knew that with Lin Feng's strength, she was afraid that it would be no problem to empty the City Supermarket. So it's not like they're going to talk much about these things. It was even possible that if she spoke too much, she might cause Lin Feng's displeasure. Thought Lin Feng couldn't afford to spend money. Chen Xingya then began to observe this car of Lin Feng's again. Earlier she hadn't paid much attention to this car, but now that she had carefully observed it, she couldn't help but have a touch of shock rise in her heart. Mr. Lin, this car wouldn't be the legendary Bugatti Blackout, would it? Hearing Chen Xingya's inquiry, Lin Feng nodded his head with a calm expression. Well, it's the Bugatti Black Knight sound. Seeing Lin Feng's calm reply, Chen Xingya became even more shocked at Lin Feng's strength. It's the only one of its kind in the world, selling for a whopping $120 million. Thinking about this, Chen Xingya became even more satisfied with her decision to strike a good relationship with Lin Feng. This kind of limited edition luxury car that was the only one in the world could be taken. Lin Feng's strength was already imaginable. Soon, amidst Chen Xingya's shock, the two of them drove to the outside of City Supermarket. After parking the car, the two linked arms and walked inside the supermarket. Although City Supermarket is claimed to be the most expensive supermarket in Magic City, a place where ordinary people dare not come to spend money. The traffic inside is not small. After all, the last thing a place like Magic City lacked was rich people. After the two of them went inside the supermarket, they ran straight to the living area. Casually glancing at the goods on the shelves, Lin Feng couldn't help but nod his head slightly. It was worthy of being the most expensive supermarket in Magic City. There's just not a single cheap item on the shelves. Even a bottle of vinegar has a price tag of $4,000. The average person really can't afford to spend money here. But money was nothing to Lin Feng anymore. It was just a number. Although he only had less than $1 billion in his bank card right now, being in the system, it was easy for him to make money. Maybe it won't be long before he's the richest man in the world, nor does he look at the price. As long as it's something he needs, he'll just throw it in his cart. After coming to the liquor area, Lin Feng directly called the stockist and asked him to bring a bottle of every kind of wine. Upon hearing this, the barber was taken aback. Every bottle of wine in this liquor section is not cheap, with the cheapest wines in the 5-figure range. These hundreds of wines, all purchased, would cost at least $10 million to start with. Sir, do you really want to purchase a bottle of each wine? Fearing that she had heard wrong, the barber asked again incredulously. Lin Feng nodded. Yes. After receiving Lin Feng's affirmative reply, the stockist said in a hurry, "Yes, sir, I'll prepare the goods for you now." After the words were said and done, the stock boy ran off uneasily to tell the manager what had happened. When the manager heard that the supermarket had a big customer, he didn't dare to slow down and started to find someone to prepare it. After purchasing what he needed, Lin Feng pushed the shopping cart and brought Chen Xingya to the cashier. By now the manager was waiting here at the register. After seeing Lin Feng, the barista who had received him earlier hurriedly said, "Manager, it's this gentleman who purchased the wine from us." The manager straightened his attire and hurriedly greeted him with a quick step. "Hello, sir. I am the manager of City Supermarket. Just now I heard that you bought our wine. I have prepared all the wine for you. Do you want to take it away by yourself, or we will send someone to deliver it to you?" Lin Feng said. "Have someone send it to me? My car can't hold so many things." "Yes, sir. Just let me know the delivery address and I'll send someone to you in a few minutes." After telling the manager the address of his Sandalwood Palace No. 1 villa, the manager immediately dispelled all suspicions. He was really afraid that Lin Feng was a scammer. After all, nowadays, this society was full of scams, making people unable to defend themselves. But now that he had heard that Lin Feng was the owner of the Sandalwood Palace No. 1 villa, the manager was not at all skeptical anymore. Sandalwood Palace No. 1 villa is what it is. As long as it is a little bit of strength in the Magic City, all know the gold content. A big shot of this caliber is not going to be a liar. Granted, he's paying up front and delivering here, and it's impossible for a scammer to rip him off. But he was afraid the man was here to launder money. Don't let the police freeze it after you've paid the bill here. Then he'll be in tears. These wines are worth tens of millions of dollars, and he can't afford it if something goes wrong. Soon, Lin Feng settled the bill. It cost a total of $13,250,000. After leaving the supermarket, Lin Feng put his things inside the front trunk. Luckily there wasn't a lot of stuff, or the front trunk of my own sports car wouldn't have fit. The front trunk of the sports car is so small that even a larger suitcase won't fit in it. After sitting in the car, Lin Feng asked, "Mr. Chen, where are you going now? Troubled you for a noon. Why don't I treat you to a meal?" Chen Xingya thought for a moment and said, "Well then, thank you, Mr. Lin. My lunch break is coming up and I have to go to work in the afternoon, so let's just have a bite." If it were someone else, Chen Xingya naturally wouldn't give him this face, and being a woman's reserve, she wouldn't have agreed so painfully. But Lin Feng was different. She wanted to build a good relationship with Lin Feng. Lin Feng had even taken the initiative to invite her to dinner. How could she miss this opportunity to improve her relationship? It wasn't easy for her to get to where she is today. She didn't come from a very good background, and although she has made it to the position of general manager of Tang Palace Property Company, she doesn't want to stop there. She'd want to move up if she had the chance. People go up, water goes down. What's more, a strong woman like Chen Xingya, who was so young, how could she rest on her laurels? Although he could be the general manager of the property company of Tang Palace, he was already considered an upper-class person in the entire Magic City. But guarding the Sandalwood Palace, this kind of high-quality resources, if not make good use of it, then she will not come to this point today. Then Chen Xingya thought for a moment and said, "Let's put it this way, Mr. Lin, going out to eat isn't necessarily healthy. Why don't I show you my cooking skills?" "You can cook?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. Chen Xingya nodded. "I know some. When I first came to the Magic City to make a name for myself some years ago, I cooked and ate by myself." "Okay, that's a good feeling. I still prefer to eat at home." Chapter 10, The Virtuous Chen Xingya. Soon, the two drove back inside the villa. Just after returning to the villa, Chen Xingya took off her jacket and put on her apron to go to the kitchen. First, he carefully cleaned his hands, and then he began to prepare the food. Standing at the door of the kitchen, Lin Feng looked at Chen Xingya's knife work and couldn't help but secretly nod his head. It seems that this woman really knows how to cook, just with this knife work. It's not something that ordinary people can compare. But what made Lin Feng pay the most attention was Chen Xingya's perfect figure. Oval-sheath dress with stockings over long straight legs. The white shirt on top was held up high by the greatness of his chest. After looking at it for a while, Lin Feng turned away in a hurry. He was afraid that if he looked on, he would make an impulse to lose his mind. Chen Xingya definitely counted as an excellent woman. Whether it was her face value or her body, she was impeccable. Although they might not be as strong as Zhang Yan and Gu Baiwei in terms of face value, the mature charm emanating from their bodies was not something that could be compared to those two little girls. It didn't take long for the appetizing aroma of food to come from the kitchen. In less than an hour, the table was set with 8 dishes. Seeing the sumptuous meal, Lin Feng said, "Mr. Chen's craftsmanship is really good. Just looking at it makes people very appetizing. How nice it would be to have this every day." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Chen Xingya smiled slightly. "If Mr. Lin wants to, I can come over every day after work to cook for Mr. Lin." "How embarrassing then. It's too much trouble for Mr. Chen," Lin Feng said with some embarrassment. "There's nothing to it. Every day I also go home and cook and eat by myself. And by cooking for Mr. Lin, I'm able to save some of my living expenses," Chen Xingya said as she untied her apron. "If Mr. Chen says so, then I won't be polite. If I want to taste Mr. Chen's handiwork in the future, I'll be the one to call you," Lin Feng said half-jokingly. "Any time," Chen Xingya also said with a guffaw. "All right, Mr. Chen, let's stop watching and eat. Want a drink?" After the two of them were seated, Lin Feng couldn't help but open his mouth and inquire. Chen Xingya nodded. "I'm fine. I'm just going to the office in the afternoon. I don't need to go out." "Mr. Lin, are you also fine in the afternoon? If something's wrong, drinking can mean you can't drive out the door." "It's fine. I can't just not drive if something's wrong." The two of them then opened a bottle of mutai, poured a glass each and began to eat their meal. During this time Lin Feng chatted with Chen Xingya. It was also considered to have some understanding of Chen Xingya. Chen Xingya's family is very ordinary and has a younger brother who is in college. The family is from a rural area in the Gan province. The family is more patriarchal. When she went to school, Chen Xingya's study is very good, but because of the family conditions are not good, plus also for her brother to go to school, Chen Xingya early dropout, alone to the magic city to break into the world. Chen Xingya is, how can I put it, a very tactful person. It started out as a sales pitch for booze, with the advantage of talent, hard drinking out of a conga line. It didn't take more than a year to become the top seller in the liquor company. After making her first bucket of money, she quit the company and took the money she made and started a business. First, he worked as a liquor agent, and then as his business grew, he touched some people's interests. After all, a highly profitable business like liquor was not something she could do without any background. After being warned by those big shots who monopolized the liquor market, Chen Xingya transferred the agency. Then it went into the property company as a clerk. After gradually getting to know the property company, he dove headfirst into it, first contracting small property companies, and then taking one step at a time to become the general manager of Tang Palace Property Company. Chen Xingya's exploits can be considered legendary. A woman, with no support, has come to the height she is at today by her own efforts. At least many men can't match that. Of course, Chen Xingya's road to success is not without its benefactors, and her biggest honoree is the current owner of Sandalwood Palace Properties. The owner of the Tang Palace Property Company is said to control 70% of the properties in Magic City. Many properties in upscale neighborhoods are contracted by Chen Xingya's boss. It's really impressive. I'm quite impressed. After listening to Chen Xingya's account of his past, Lin Feng expressed his admiration. Chen Xingya shook her head. "My humble achievements cannot be compared to you, Mr. Lin. None of my current achievements are even a tenth of what this house of yours is, Mr. Lin. Ha ha, Mr. Chen, don't be presumptuous. I can obtain this house not by myself. If I were to exchange my position with Mr. Chen's, I'm sure I wouldn't be able to reach Mr. Chen's height today." Lin Feng let out a laugh and shook his head. Chen Xingya became more certain of Lin Feng's guesses at this time. This Lin Feng's identity background is definitely not simple. He himself admitted that he didn't rely on his own ability to buy the Sandalwood Palace one villa. Then it means that he was able to buy this villa as a favor from his family. We should know that the other owners are all worth hundreds of billions of dollars or are in high positions of power, and they are not young, basically middle-aged or above. But Lin Feng was only 18. He had just started college and his family had bought him this mansion. And the bottom line definitely exceeded those other homeowners. Hundreds of billions or more. Or the pinnacle of power? These 2 points Chen Xingya was not good at determining. Anyway, Lin Feng's family was definitely a top existence. Thinking about this, she felt even wiser about her decision to befriend Lin Feng. If he could get Lin Feng's help in the future, perhaps his status could be raised a notch. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. The two of them didn't know how much they had drunk. Anyway, Chen Xingya, who could not get drunk from 1,000 cups, was already a bit drunk, and even her speech was a bit slurred. On the contrary, Lin Feng was no different. It wasn't so much how much he could drink, but his enhanced body that gave him the ability to do so. If it had been before, it might not have taken more than 2 bottles of wine for him to be lowered by the table, but now with a strengthened body, drinking was similar to drinking cold water. The ability to digest alcohol has reached inhuman levels. Let's put it this way, even if he keeps drinking until he dies now, it may not make him drink too much. That's the benefit of physical enhancement. Not only did it give him a boost in strength and perception, even his resistance increased by an unknown amount. He sometimes even wanted to try drinking a bottle of poison to see if he could poison himself. Of course, the idea was only for his own amusement, and he wouldn't drink it if he really had to. The old lifer still has to die from drinking arsenic, and he doesn't feel like he's living a long life. Now that he had the system, he still wanted to enjoy it. That, Mr. Lin, I seem to have had some too much to drink. With the last vestiges of lucidity, Chen Xingya uttered a sentence with difficulty. After saying her words, Chen Xingya directly fell unconscious on the table. Chapter 11, Chen Xingya's family's phone calls. Mr. Chen, are you alright? Seeing Chen Xingya, who was suddenly lying on the table without moving, Lin Feng was afraid that he would drink Chen Xingya badly and hurriedly inquired, reaching out her hand to gently push. Chen Xingya subconsciously shook her head and let out a slurred voice. Well, seeing that Chen Xingya still had a reaction, Lin Feng was relieved. If he drank Chen Xingya out of his wits, he was really a bit overjoyed. With that, he stood up and directly picked Chen Xingya up in a horizontal princess carry before heading towards the bedroom. He wasn't trying to do anything, but he wanted Chen Xingya to get some rest. As for going to work in the afternoon or something, forget it. What's the point of going to work when you're all drunk like this? After placing Chen Xingya on the bed, Lin Feng turned around and left, closing the door to the room for her in the process. When he came inside the living room, he had just sat down on the couch when he heard his cell phone ring. Taking out his own cell phone, he looked at it, and after realizing it wasn't his, he followed the sound again. It was discovered that it was Chen Xingya's cell phone that was placed on the dining table that rang. Seeing the caller ID, labeled father, Lin Feng was afraid that something was wrong at Chen Xingya's home, so he casually picked it up. Hello. The phone had just been connected. Lin Feng's voice came out, and the person on the other side visibly froze. Ah, hello, did I get the wrong number? Isn't this Seiya's cell phone? A middle-aged man's voice came from the middle of the phone. Lin Feng said, there's no mistake, this is MS. Chen's phone. MS. Chen was drunk. I was afraid that she had something important to do, so I answered the phone for her. Oh, you are? The middle-aged man on the other side of the phone asked again. I'm Mr. Chen's owner. Uncle, if you have anything, just tell me, I'll pass it on to Mr. Chen when he wakes up later, Lin Feng said as he held his cell phone. Oh, there's nothing, it's just that her brother didn't start school today. The tuition fee of the family is not enough. Let's see if there's any money in Xingya's hand to give her brother that bit of tuition fee. It's a matter of, urgency? Lin Feng asked casually. It's a bit urgent. We have to pay the tuition fee today. If it's a bit late, I'm afraid of delaying her brother's schooling, the middle-aged man said with some embarrassment. Okay, here's the deal. How much tuition are you short? 50,000. $50,000. Okay, I'll transfer it to you in a moment, uncle. You send the card number over, Lin Feng said. After the phone hung up, Chen's father directly sent over the card number. Fortunately, Chen Xingya's message display did not have a privacy setting, otherwise he would not have been able to unlock it, and he would not have been able to see the card number. Picking up his own cell phone, according to the card number sent by Chen Xingya's father, he directly transferred 50,000 over. On the other hand, being inside a building in a small county in Gan province, a middle-aged man who was over 50 years old could not help but look happy when he saw the $50,000 he received in his bank card. Honey, here's the money. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the woman sitting beside him was pleasantly surprised. How come Chen Xingya is so painstaking this time? It used to be quite a struggle for us to get money from her, but this time it was quite quick. The middle-aged man sniffed and couldn't help but say, this money isn't necessarily transferred by Chen Xingya. Just now when I called, it was answered by a man who said he was Chen Xingya's owner. He said that Chen Xingya drank too much. Then I told him about the literature fee. The card number was just sent over, and it was transferred over there. It's very likely that the owner transferred it to us. Wife, I doubt that our daughter has fallen in love with a big money. Think about it, in a place like Mordor, our daughter is still working as a property manager in a high-grade neighborhood, and the owner she comes into contact with must be either rich or noble. Do you think if our daughter finds a rich man, will we be able to have a good life too? Hearing Father Chen's words, Mother Chen's eyes lit up. Honey, you're right, it does seem likely. This dead girl, she even found a rich man. When the time comes to get married, if she doesn't give us $500,000 for the dowry, I will definitely not agree. Chen's father sighed at his words. He was also really fed up with this wife of his. When Chen Xingye dropped out of school, it was because of his own patriarchal wife. For so many years, whenever the family needed money for anything, they would approach themselves to ask their daughter for money, but he had to do it to keep the family together. Well, let's talk about all those things later. It's not easy for our daughter to find a boyfriend. Let them get along and see for themselves. We won't follow and worry about it. What's the worry? What do I care about those things? Anyway, if she wants to get married, she has to give us enough for the bride price. The other side. After Lin Feng transferred the money to Chen Xingye's father, he sat there and played with his cell phone. For the $50,000 transferred to Chen Xingye's father, it was nothing to him at all. Think of it as a reward for thanking Chen Xingye for cooking this meal for him. Just after playing with his cell phone for a while, Lin Feng received a call again. The caller still came from Chen Xingye's cell phone. The top of the phone shows the owner's note. Lin Feng didn't care who it was. He directly picked it up casually. Before Lin Feng could speak, a cold woman's voice came from over there. Are all the receptions for the owners of Villa Sandalwood 1 done? The person on the other side of the line spoke just as the call was connected. Hearing this, Lin Feng casually said, "Reception is ready." The person on the other side of the phone, hearing Lin Feng's voice, obviously froze for a moment, and then the clear and cold woman's voice sounded again. "Who are you? Where's Chen Xingye? I'm the Sandalwood Palace No. 1 villa owner you were talking about. You're Mr. Chen's boss, aren't you? I'm very satisfied with your company's reception. As for Mr. Chen, she's drunk and is resting." The opposite party didn't say anything for a long time after hearing Lin Feng's words, and only after a while did the woman's voice come out. "Alright, then I'll trouble Mr. Lin to take care of General Manager Chen for me, and when she wakes up, you ask her to give me a call back." After that, the phone hung up. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Lin Feng casually threw the phone aside. This afternoon, Lin Feng didn't know how many phone calls he had answered for Chen Xingye. Basically, they were all calls from the property company, looking for Chen Xingye to report on work matters. Soon, the time came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Feng glanced at the time and stood up to Chen Xingye's bedroom. Just walking in gave him a scene that made him want to spurt a nosebleed, only to see that Chen Xingye didn't know when she had already unbuttoned all the buttons of her shirt, revealing the underwear inside. The whole group was also in a very indecent sleeping position, forcibly resisting the impulse in his heart. Lin Feng placed his cell phone on the nightstand next to Chen Xingye's bed, then ruthlessly looked at it 2 more times before reluctantly leaving the bedroom. He'd made plans with Jiang Yan and his dormitory roommate to have dinner in the evening, and now it was time to rush to the school. Chapter 12, The Shock of the Roommates. After leaving the gate of the villa, Lin Feng's mind was still floating with the fragrant scene he had seen earlier. Am I an animal? How about going back and doing something about it? Otherwise word will get out how disgraced I'd have to be. The thought was of course just a thought. He wouldn't actually go back and do anything yet. Although Chen Xingye was beautiful, he wouldn't be that beastly. Outside the estate, in front of the gates, there were already people from the property company waiting there in their cars. Before leaving the villa, Lin Feng had the property company send someone to take him to school. The car prepared by the property company for Lin Feng was a Toyota Alpha business car, which was also known as the Land First Class, and was most suitable for reception. "Hello, Mr. Lin." Now Lin Feng has hung out with the property company. There was no one up and down the entire Sandalwood Palace property company who didn't recognize Lin Feng, the owner of Sandalwood Palace Villa 1. And the property company didn't dare to not remember. The electric car door slowly opened and Lin Feng sat in the car. After Lin Feng said the location, the property officer drove over. At the main entrance of the school, Yao Yuan and the others were already waiting there. Of course, there was no shortage of Jiang Yan, a great beauty. Seeing that there was still Jiang Yan attending the evening meal, the 3 Gao Yuan people couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The boss is awesome. This side has just made a scandal with Gu Baiwei, and then hang on to Jiang Yan, beautiful school sister. My admiration for the boss is really like a torrent of continuous water. Gao Yuan stood there, envious beyond measure. Ding Xiaolei pushed the huge eyeglass frames on the bridge of his nose without saying anything. Instead, Sun Hao heroically nodded in agreement. Third brother is right. The boss's ability to pick up girls is really strong. Just came to the school with 2 big beauties in an incestuous relationship. Let me and other people of the same path admire. Seeing that the big and burly Sun Hao could also kiss ass, Ding Xiaolei rubbed his forehead to express his speechlessness, and even moved a little to the side, not wanting to show that they knew each other. Just as the 3 Gao Yuan people were chatting, a Toyota Alpha sedan stopped in front of the crowd. The car door opened and Lin Feng's figure appeared in front of the 4. "It's been a long time. Get in the car. We're going to the hotel now." Seeing Lin Feng sitting in the Toyota Alpha, the 4 Gaoyuan people hurriedly sat up. Of course, the 3 of them were very understanding and gave up their second-row seats to Jiang Yan. Sun Ho volunteered to sit on the passenger side. Ding Xiaola and Gao Yuan sat in the last row. "Boss, is this the family car?" Takato, who was sitting in the car, asked curiously. Lin Feng shook his head. "No, it's the property's car. I drank some wine today and couldn't drive, so I let the property drive me here. But it's just as well. My car can't hold as many of us as it should, and this business car is just right." "The car on the property?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, Gao Yuan was shocked for a moment. His family is also in good condition, and the place where he lives is also a high-grade neighborhood, but he has not heard that the property also has the service of sending out people in cars to escort the owners. "Boss, what neighborhood do you live in? What neighborhood property still has this kind of service?" Gao Yuan asked the doubts in the hearts of the crowd. Before Lin Feng could reply, he saw the property officer driving the car speak. "Mr. Lin is the owner of our Sandalwood Palace Villa No. 1, and we at Sandalwood Palace definitely want to provide the most high-class service for him." "What? The owner of Villa 1 Honolulu?" That property officer's words directly shocked Gao Yuan and the others into freezing on the spot. They naturally knew what the Tang Palace was. Even if you haven't been there, you've more or less learned about it online. This was a place that the developer of the so-called Tang Palace himself was not qualified to move into, with 18 villas inside, each representing a layer of status. The higher the ranking of the villa, the more honorable the status of the owner living inside. If Lin Feng could live in Villa 1 of the Sandalwood Palace, didn't that mean that Lin Feng's status had reached the top? They just knew that Lin Feng was rich. After all, they could all drive cars worth a small target. But he hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so luxurious. Living in the Sandalwood Palace No. 1 villa, that top mansion that symbolized money and status. For Gao Yuan and the others to know his identity, Lin Feng didn't mind at all. He hadn't thought about keeping a low profile since he had acquired the system. All the rest can be exposed except for the system which he will not expose out. Life must be happy. What is the point of hiding? Have become a god ho? Have to pretend to be low profile? Why? Just as Lin Feng and his group rushed to the hotel. On the other hand, in the Magic City Divine Shield security branch, inside the general manager's office, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and slender eyes was looking at the new boss's profile sent from headquarters. After reading the information, the middle-aged man couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, especially the age of Lin Feng that was labeled on the information. It left the man not knowing what to say. Only 18 years old, and he'd just bought SHIELD security outright in full. As he received the news, he also received orders from headquarters. The orders from headquarters were simple. He was told to send someone to protect this new boss. The middle-aged man's name was Zhang Jianjun, and he was considered a top figure in the entire Magic City. As the general manager of the Magic City Divine Shield security branch, he didn't know how many rich people he had dealt with. Coupled with the name of the Divine Shield Security Company, as the general manager of the branch, many rich people would be very facetious when they encountered him. Only Zhang Jian picked up the internal landline and directly called his assistant. "General Manager, you asked for me." The assistant walked in and said respectfully, "You call the 5 Elements squad over to me immediately." Zhang Jian opened his mouth and ordered, "Okay, GM." The assistant didn't dare to hesitate for a moment, and after answering the question he rushed out to carry out the order. Soon, a group of 5 people arrived inside the office. The 5 people were dressed differently, 4 men and 1 woman. The man at the head of the group was the captain of this security squad, named Jinbian. He is a retired king of soldiers from a special force in China. Since he had been living in the army and had no other means of earning a living, he joined SHIELD security. The vice captain was a woman named Shui Ro. He is a master of intelligence, whether it is in terms of computers or means of detection. All of them are top-notch existences. Of the remaining 3, one was called Woody, a somewhat hangdog young man with dyed yellow hair, earrings, and a somewhat feminine look. It's the best knife player in the squad. The other man, named Fireflame, was said to have worked as a mercenary in a foreign country, and was extremely capable as an individual. The last person, named Tushar, was a muscular strong man who practiced the ancient martial art of Baji Quan, and his fighting ability was the strongest existence among the 5. After the 5 came in, General Manager Zhang Jian directly gave them a bank card. "This card is your funding, a total of $5 million. Your mission is to protect the boss of our company. Remember, there can't be the slightest mistake. If the boss has the slightest lapse, I'm going to take you all to task. Your salary is $1 million a year. If you use the money you can advance it to me in advance. And if nothing happens, the salary will be credited to your cards at the end of the year when you open your paychecks. After speaking, Zhang Jian looked at the 5 Jinbian people. Now do you have anything you want to ask? If not, you can go about your business. Chapter 13 Ownership of the Peace Hotel. With such a generous offer, the Phnom Penh 5 naturally had no problem. It would take a sick mind not to want to take this assignment. With good pay, good treatment, and so much funding, and if you perform well, you might even be appreciated by your boss. This mission is simply full of benefits. Jinbian spoke. Mr. Zhang, we have no more questions. Zhang Jian nodded. Alright, let's get started. If there are no more problems, I will send the boss's information to your cell phones. At that time, you can arrange for the boss's protection yourselves. After the 5 of them left Zhang Jian's office, Lin Feng's information had been transmitted on his cell phone. After reading Lin Feng's information, Woody, who had the most jumpy personality among the 5, said, "Wow, the boss is only 18 years old. At this age, TSK, to become the boss of the Divine Shield Security Company, this identity and background must not be simple, right?" The 4 Jinbian people also nodded approvingly. At such an age to be the owner of the world's top-ranked security company, their status was definitely not simple. Alright, it's not for us to discuss what kind of person the boss is. Let's just do our job first. Since we've taken on the mission, we have to protect the boss's safety. With that, the 5 of them simply set up a security plan and left the company to go to Lin Feng. On the other hand, Lin Feng brought Jiang Yan and a few others to the Peace Hotel. The Peace Hotel is naturally as famous as it is. After all, once under the name of Peace Hotel, there was also a movie made for the Peace Hotel. Before there was that movie, the only people who knew about the Peace Hotel were some upper-class people, and most of them were locals in Magic City. But in the Peace Hotel this movie appeared. No, the Peace Hotel people have not only the Magic City people. The whole of China no more people also know the Peace Hotel is how upscale place. The Peace Hotel spends more than 5 figures per person, and according to those who have visited, a bowl of noodles in the Peace Hotel costs several $100s. The most upscale package is even $880,000. No one who comes here to eat has a check that is less than 5 figures. The people who got off the bus, after seeing the Peace Hotel, could not help but all be shocked for a moment. "Boss, isn't it a bit too wasteful for us to eat here? Let's just find a random place to take a bite," Lin Feng said with a faint smile. "Eating should naturally be the best. Let's go. I'll take you guys to a big meal." Seeing Lin Feng's indifferent attitude, Gao Yuan and the others also knew that with Lin Feng's wealth, he definitely wasn't bad with this amount of money. So they stopped worrying about useless things and directly followed him and walked in. Several people had just walked into the Peace Hotel, when a beautiful girl with a good face and body greeted them. "Hello ladies and gentlemen, do you have a reservation?" Lin Feng nodded. "There's a reservation, VIP 8888. Hearing Lin Feng say that he had booked the VIP 8888 room, the beautiful welcoming guest's face became even more respectful. "Yes sir, please follow me." On the way to the private room, a system beep sounded in Lin Feng's head. Ding! Peace Hotel signed in successfully. Gained ownership of Peace Hotel. Hearing the system's beep, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth curved slightly. This system was so awesome that it would send him a surprise every now and then. What is the Peace Hotel? It is a place that combines fame and power. Even some high officials visiting from abroad will be arranged to eat here. The Peace Hotel has been around for almost a century, and the location is also on the best stretch of the Bund. So I don't know how much this house on the Bund alone is worth. Of course, this is not the main thing. The main Peace Hotel recorded too much history. Historical value is very high. There are many historical celebrities who have come to the Peace Hotel, and there is no need to recount the identities and names of those people. In short, every celebrity who has come here has left a strong mark in history. The beautiful welcome guest brought several people to the elevator, and after calling for the elevator, she smiled and respectfully said, "Sir and madam, the VIP private room is on the 8th floor, and there will be a special service staff to receive you when you go up." After walking into the elevator, Lin Feng and the others rode the elevator all the way to the 8th floor. The elevator doors had just opened and there was a waitress in a professional suit waiting there. "Sir, ma'am, you are the guests of VIP room 8888, right?" Lin Feng nodded. "Right, yes ma'am sir. This way please." After walking through the opulent long corridor, the crowd came to the door of a private room. The service staff opened the door of the private room for them, and they saw a bright and spacious box with very luxurious decoration appear in front of them. "Sir, ma'am, come in." After a few people walked in, the waiter first asked the crowd about their tastes. If there are no special requests, the food will be served normally. After making sure that the crowd had no special flavor requests, the waitstaff turned and left. Soon, bottles of mutai were served. The women were all wearing open-front cheongsams, giving them a sense of the old Magic City. There is not only Mautai, but also a variety of brand-name wines, even world brands such as Lafite and Romani. Each bottle of wine is worth 5 figures or more. The total value of these drinks alone must be over 6 figures. Seeing the wine neatly placed on the table, Yao Yuan and the others all rolled their throats a bit. Boss, can we finish this much wine? Lin Feng said with a light smile. Drink as much as you can. The main thing today is to drink to your heart's content. Those who can't drink can go to the kids' table. Ha ha. Lin Feng's words made the crowd all laugh. Okay, then today I can give up my life to accompany the boss. I don't want to go to the kids' table. In the future that won't become the shame of our dormitory. At Lin Feng's gesture, the waiter opened a bottle of Maotai for Lin Feng and the others. Jiang Yan opened a bottle of Lafite Rouge because she couldn't drink white wine. The crowd each poured a glass. And of course, Ginger Yen, because it was red wine, poured a small half glass in the sober. After picking up the wine cups, Yao Yuan took the initiative to stand up and say some scene-stealing words, and the crowd directly drank the wine in their cups. Chapter 14, the $88 million deluxe package. A cup of wine down. All the people, all counted familiarized, began to chat up the south and north. Soon, the meal worth 880,000 set meals were brought up by the waiter. Those meals set a full table, and 5 caviar. This caviar one is the kind known to the public. Each serving is worth a fortune, comparable to the price of gold. This caviar is made from sturgeon, which takes 20 years to spawn. The sale is also sold by the spoonful. If they were sold bowl by bowl like in the movie of Lu Tianwang, it is estimated that many rich people may not be able to afford to eat them. Caviar on its own might not have any special flavor, but the magical thing about caviar is that eating it with a dish elevates the flavor of the dish to the max. Is this the hundreds of thousands of dollars a kilo of caviar that rich people always talk about? Seeing the small portion of caviar that had been placed in front of them by the waiter, Gao Yuan couldn't help but say in surprise, "This must be real. How can a place like the Peace Hotel fool us with a fake?" Sun Hao said in a jarred voice. So he picked up his chopsticks and clipped out a bit, smearing it on the dishes within his dinner plate before bringing it to his mouth. After the caviar was applied, the texture of the dish was very different from before when you ate it again. At least in terms of taste, it's twice as good as it was earlier. The crowd didn't have time for idle chit-chat and began to work out how to eat the caviar. This $880,000 set meal could be said to be a very enjoyable meal for the crowd, because she didn't want to waste this kind of luxurious meal. Even Jiang Yan, who had always kept her figure in shape, couldn't help but eat until she was bursting at the seams, and there was a lot of wine on the table, and the crowd drank a lot of it. Gao Yuan and Ding Xiaola were all a little tongue-tied from drinking. Although Sun Hao's physical fitness was better, he was also somewhat incapable of drinking. The only one in the scene who didn't have much of a reaction was Lin Feng. Jiang Yan also drank with a blush rising on her face, and her already beautiful and incomparable face was even more beautiful against this blush. The three of them, Gao Yuan, didn't dare to look at Jiang Yan much longer after taking a glance at him. This Jiang Yan is presumably already the boss's internalized woman. They can't have any nonsense. Seeing too much of it will only make it harder for them, and they might as well not see it at all. It was not until after 11 o'clock at night that the crowd finished the meal. Sun Hao was still a bit conscious, and with his tall figure, he directly helped Gao Yuan and Ding Xiaola out of the private room with one hand. As for Jiang Yan, she was naturally supported by Lin Feng. In the process of assisting Jiang Yan, the body fragrance of Jiang Yan's body kept running towards Lin Feng's nose, making Lin Feng couldn't help but rise up with hormonal agitation. The crowd rode the elevator to the downstairs. Lin Feng told Sun Hao and the others to wait for him in the lounge area while he went to settle the bill. Although the Peace Hotel is already his own, but he has to pay the bill. Anyway, this money is also the left hand to pour the right hand. Otherwise you still have to show your identity. Call the manager to sign the bill. That is also troublesome not. While Lin Feng was paying the bill at the front desk, another group of people walked out from the middle of the elevator. Those people were both male and female, and none of them were very old. All of them were wearing brand name clothes, and they looked to be the second generation of rich people with good family conditions. The man who was the first to step out of the elevator had a handsome face, aged 23 or 14. Looking at the way the crowd stood, it was clear that this man was the highest ranking among these people. At this time, among the young men and women who stepped out of the elevator, one young man swept his gaze down and could not help but let out a surprised cry after seeing Jiang Yan in the rest area. Wu Hui, what's wrong? The friend beside him, noticing Wu Hui's abnormality, couldn't help but ask in confusion. Zhang Yu, take a look. Is that Jiang Yan from our school? Hearing Wu Hui's words, Zhang Yu couldn't help but look over in the direction he pointed. After looking carefully for a while he nodded his head and said, Wu Hui, you are not wrong. It is indeed Jiang Yan. Interesting, Jiang Yan, a woman who thinks highly of herself, actually came here to eat. This Jiang Yan shouldn't have the strength to come to the Peace Hotel for dinner. It seems that she came with someone else. This woman, Old Me, has been pursuing her for 3 years, and surprisingly, she hasn't treated me with the slightest bit of kindness. Last time I approached her, she even said my money stinks. Damn it, today I finally met her outside. I have to give her a good beating. Wu Hui, don't go too far. It's not good to settle things when they get out of hand. Hearing Wu Hui's words, Zhang Yu could not help but open his mouth to remind him. It's okay, what's there to be afraid of? This Jiang Yan, I've long investigated her. Her family doesn't have any strength. It's just an ordinary person, and it's not local to our magic city. Even if something happens, spending some money can also be easily smoothed out. Seeing that Wu Hui's mind was made up, Zhang Yu also stopped dissuading him, and there was some truth in what Wu Hui said. Although they weren't considered to be the top rich second generation in Magic City, it was still easy to deal with someone like Jiang Yan who didn't have much of a background. Think it and do it. After Wu Hui finished speaking, he directly took a step towards Jiang Yan's direction. Gu, isn't it the great beauty Jiang Yan? What's the matter? Is this on the list of big spenders? Coming here for dinner with others? I'll take a look and see what the big money man who can ask out our Jiang Yan big beauty really looks like. Jiang Yan, who was somewhat drunk, heard Wu Hui's words in a daze and couldn't help but raise her head to look over. After seeing Wu Hui, some of the drunkenness immediately went down for the most part. Wu Hui, why are you here? Ginger Yan said with a frown. This Wu Hui she still recognized. Wu Hui had been courting himself ever since he came to school his freshman year. At first, Wu Hui behaved quite courteously, coupled with the family's superior conditions, but also caused a lot of good feelings of Jiang Yan. But then, after a chance encounter, Jiang Yan inadvertently discovered some of Wu Hui's nasty deeds in private. She directly passed Wu Hui off, but Wu Hui didn't let her go, and even though she made it clear that she wouldn't say yes to him, Wu Hui still stalked her, and also secretly make small moves. Fortunately, Jiang Yan is smarter. All avoided. I didn't expect to meet Wu Hui here today. Thinking about Wu Hui's character, Jiang Yan knew that Wu Hui would definitely not be so easy to get rid of. Ha ha, why am I here? Jiang Yan, are you looking down on me? What's the matter? You can come to the Peace Hotel and I, just Wu Hui, am not qualified to come? You're drunk. That's a good feeling. I'm a person who likes drunken chicken the most. It just so happens that I'm out with my friends today. Why don't you come with me? Don't worry, I'm going to make you very happy tonight. After saying his words, Wu Hui couldn't even help but laugh out loud. At this time, Sun Hao, who was still quite sober, violently stood up from the sofa and angrily said, "What are you going to do, kid?" Seeing Sun Hao, who was tall and more than 20 centimeters taller than himself, Wu Hui was directly startled by his powerful aura, but thinking that Mordor was his own territory, he instantly regained his vigor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who the are you yelling at? You count a what thing? Believe it or not, I can let someone get you killed? Chapter 15, The Arrogant Rich Kid. Jiang Yan knew Wu Hui's asshole character. This kind of person really did what he said he would do. Don't let Sun Hao get dragged into this because of what happened to him just now during dinner. She had also learned about Sun Hao's family conditions. Although it was considered well off, it definitely wasn't the kind of family that had a strong and powerful background. Only to see Jiang Yan said loudly, "Wu Hui, you don't bite anyone you see here like a mad dog. What's between us? Don't involve others." Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Wu Hui became even more complacent. Even the corners of his mouth curled up. That smug look was no different than a villain's. Then he glanced disdainfully at Sun Hao, the look of contempt in those eyes showing, and only after the demonstration did he retract his gaze to look at Jiang Yan. "Fine, it's fine if I don't trouble him, as long as you agree to my conditions just now. Go out with me and keep my friend's company on the way, and forget about him offending me today." Jiang Yan was infuriated and her face turned blue. She still didn't know Wu Hui's little mind. If you go out with him yourself, will it still be good? This Wu Hui is not a good person. In the school, there is news out. He got a girl's belly, and finally irresponsible abandonment of the girl, and even the girl made a fuss to the school authorities there, but also by Wu Hui used the relationship of the family. The matter will be suppressed. The girl was forced to withdraw from school instead. Mordor University of Finance and Economics is what it is. That is 211 top institutions. That girl is not easy to get to this school. After dropping out of the whole life is ruined. Just as Wu Hui was talking to Jiang Yan, those friends who came out of the elevator with Wu Hui came over. "Wu Hui, what's going on? Are you still going to the royal garden?" Among the people walking over, Zhang Yu, who had the best relationship with Wu Hui, opened his mouth and urged. When Wu Hui saw the crowd coming over, especially the man walking at the front of the crowd, he hurriedly said, "Young Master Qin, my side will be ready right away. I won't delay your time." The young Qin in Wu Hui's mouth was the highest status among this group of rich second generation. Qin Daoshao's original name was Qin Shaojie, and he was a member of the four most powerful families in Magic City. The Qin family, on par with Gu Baiyue's Gu family. It was just that Qin Shaojie's position in the family was inferior to Gu Baiyue's. The Gu family's generation was not that prosperous, with only Gu Baiyue and her sister. That was why Gu Baiyue's status in the family was higher than Qin Shaojie's. There are quite a few males in this generation of the Qin family, and Qin Shaojie is not yet not ranked in the top 5 among the family, but even so, Qin Xiaojie was an existence that many people needed to flatter outside. Wu Hui didn't even know how long he had been excited to be able to flatter Qin Xiaojie. If he could make a good relationship with Qin Xiaojie, then in the future, through Qin Xiaojie, he would be able to hook up with the Qin family, which would have endless benefits for his family. The 4 great mansions of the Magic City, each one of them is in existence with family assets of over $100 billion. There were industries in all walks of life, and as long as they could cooperate with the Qin family, then they would definitely be able to earn. Qin Xiaojie's face was calm, but after coming closer and seeing Jiang Yan, a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. This woman was really pretty. At the very least, among the women he had seen, Jiang Yan could rank in the top 10. But those women who looked similar to Jiang Yan all had a not-so-small background, so even if one had thoughts, one wouldn't dare to do anything. But this woman, even Wu Hui dared to find trouble with her, so she must have a bad background. It would feel so good to get this woman into bed and then treat her like one of those women you begged for when the time came. And this woman was so beautiful, at the very least enough to play with herself for a long time. Wu Hui, what's going on? Is this your friend? No introduction? Hearing Qin Xiaojie's words, Wu Hui's heart couldn't help but sink for a moment. He knew that this Qin Xiaojie was looking at Jiang Yan, and it seemed that he had no chance. Although there was some reluctance, he thought that if he could help Qin Xiaojie get Jiang Yan into his hands, he might even be able to gain Qin Xiaojie's favor. Then in the future, there would be a great chance of using this favor to make his family cooperate with the Qin family. Although he had lost Jiang Yan, a great beauty, he had gained Qin Xiaojie's favor, which was considered very cost-effective. When his family was even richer, would he still worry about finding a beautiful woman like Jiang Yan? Young Qin, this is Jiang Yan, the vice president of our school's student council. After introducing Jiang Yan to Qin Xiaojie, Wu Hui then said to Jiang Yan, this is Qin Xiaojie, why don't you greet him? Hearing Wu Hui's commanding tone, Jiang Yan became even more disgusted. What is this Wu Hui thinking? Taking himself as his woman? I'll say hello when you say so? Jiang Yan glared at Wu Hui, not even looking at Qin Xiaojie. Seeing that Jiang Yan was so disrespectful, Wu Hui's entire body was about to explode with anger. Talking to you, didn't you hear me? I told you to say hello to Qin Xiao. Only Wu Hui said viciously. The color of danger in his eyes was very strong. When Qin Xiaojie saw the characterful Jiang Yan, he was not amused but waved his hand and said, Wu Xiao, don't be so graceless in the face of a beautiful woman. After saying his words, Qin Xiaojie came to Jiang Yan's front, with a smile on his face and acting very gentlemanly. He extended his hand and said, Hello Jiang Yan, my name is Qin Xiaojie. I'm a member of the 4 great mansions of the Magic City, the Qin family, and I'm very pleased to be able to get to know you. Can we make friends? Jiang Yan looked at Qin Xiaojie's outstretched hand and didn't make a move, but said in a deep voice, Sorry, I don't want to get acquainted with you. If you guys are still pestering me here, then I'll have to call the police. Ha ha, call the police? At that moment, Wu Hui arrogantly laughed again. Do you know what Mr. Qin's sister does for a living? That's the head of our Mordor's criminal police team. You call the police. Believe it or not, the ones who answer the phone will have to become our Qin Xiao. Jiang Yan, I'm telling you, don't you dare to do this. Qin Xiao wants to get to know you. It's your honor. I don't know how many women who want to get to know Qin Xiao don't have this qualification. That's right, ordinary people like you probably don't even know what kind of existence the 4 great mansions of Magic City are. That's an existence that doesn't use any relationship power, and just uses money to smash you to death. I advise you to obediently listen to young Master Qin. It's good for you. Women, if you live a more transparent life, you can definitely live a very good life. If you serve Mr. Qin well, what luxury cars and mansions are not a problem. All those luxury brands that you women like are not enough for young Qin's pocket money for a day. Think about it yourself. Jiang Yan, when Qin Xiaojie heard Wu Hui's bragging, although he was very comfortable in his heart, he still acted like a gentleman on his face. Wu Xiao, what are you talking about? I just want to make an ordinary friend with Miss Jiang Yan, not what I want to do. As for the mansion and luxury car you said, if Miss Jiang Yan likes it, I can give it to Miss Jiang Yan as a meet and greet gift. Chapter 16, The 4 Great Families of Magic City. Jiang Yan was not a fledgling, uninitiated young girl. Wouldn't be naive to think that Qin Xiaojie would be so atmospheric as to send himself a mansion and a luxury car just after getting to know each other. There is definitely a price to pay for wanting these things, and for this young Qin to be friends with someone like Wu Hui, he must not be of good character either. If he himself followed him, he probably wouldn't end up well. I'm sorry, I'm a person who doesn't like to make friends. You guys should find someone else. Jiang Yan directly refused without hesitation. Seeing this scene, the mildness on Qin Xiaojie's face directly disappeared and his eyes narrowed slightly. This Jiang Yan was too disrespectful. In front of so many people, he even made himself lose face. This woman had to be cleaned up a bit herself. And the 3 of them, Sun Hao, who had been witnessing the whole thing, also smelled danger, especially Gao Yuan, who had just been woken up by Sun Hao, and after realizing Qin Shaojie's identity, he couldn't help but worry for Jiang Yan in his heart. Although his family was in Hangzhou, he had some knowledge of the 4 great mansions of the Magic City. The 4 great mansions of the Magic City, each of them had been inherited for hundreds of years. The 4 big families were the Du family, the Qin family, the Gu family, and the Wang family. The first of the 4 great mansions was the Du family, the same family that had been handed down from that big shot in Magic City. The Du family moved to Hong Kong Island in the first place because of that big shot. Later, after the liberation, the Du family moved back to the mainland from Hong Kong Island, just in time to catch the east wind of the country's vigorous development. Directly let the Du family earn a lot of money. The other 3 big giants, too, made their fortunes together at that time. Only the Du family had the residual care of that great man in their ancestry, and although the man was gone, the relationship that once existed had not been broken. Some of the dignitaries that they had befriended in the beginning, some of them went on to become the leadership of Mordor. The Du family had many good projects contracted to them due to this relationship. The remaining 3 big families were also ranked in order, but the gap was not very big. The Gu family came in second, the third of the Qin family, the fourth of the King's family. The assets ostensibly announced out by the 4 great giants were all above $100 billion, but in reality, their assets have definitely reached the $1 trillion level. It's just that some of the assets are involved in gray and black territory and can't be shown to outsiders. These families that made their fortunes at the beginning of the country are certainly not that clean. After all, how can a legitimate business make money as fast as an illegal one? After 100 years of development, the 4 great mansions not only had high achievements in business, but even trained people to work in the government offices as well. For example, in the Qin family, Qin Shaojie's sister became the captain of the Magic City's criminal police force. At a young age, relying on the Qin family as a wealthy backer, he directly sat as the captain of the criminal police force. The other Du, Wang, and Gu families naturally had people in high positions in the government offices. Ding Xiala, who was the most observant, noticed the grave look on Gao Yuan's face and couldn't help but sneakily pull on the corner of his coat, whispering, "Third brother, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so ugly?" Gao Yuan sighed and whispered, "This time Jiang Yan is going to be in trouble. This Qin Shaojie is a member of the Qin family. It's obvious that Qin Shaojie is looking at him." The 4 great mansions of the Magic City. That kind of mansion is not a good man or woman, especially if it's a woman like Jiang Yan who doesn't have too strong a background. Once they set their sights on her, I'm afraid that she's going to be in big trouble. That awful? When Ding Xiala heard Gao Yuan's words, he couldn't help but be taken aback, and then he seemed to think of something. "I think it's fine. If it was before, maybe Sister Jiang Yan would be in trouble. But don't we have our boss now? We all know about senior Sister Jiang Yan's relationship with the boss. The boss shouldn't just sit back and do nothing, and the boss isn't an ordinary person. So maybe he's not afraid of this Qin Shaojie." Gao Yuan shook his head and let out a bitter smile. "I think it's hard enough, although the boss has good strength. But if he wants to fight with the 4 great mansions in Magic City, it's not necessarily possible. After all, a strong dragon is not yet a snake. When it comes to this kind of thing, we are not capable of taking care of it. Let's wait for the boss to come back and see what's going on. Ms. Jiang, I advise you to think clearly before rejecting me. I am very fond of you, and if you say yes, there will be countless benefits. If you turn me down, not only will the benefits be gone, but you'll probably be in big trouble too." Wu Xiao is right. It's nothing for a woman to live a little bit more transparently. With me as a friend, the detours of your whole life may be gone, and you'll directly reach the peak of your life. Hearing Qin Shaojie's threats and enticements, Jiang Yan was just about to open her mouth to continue refusing when she heard a voice coming from her. "The pinnacle of life? Kind of interesting. I'd like to see how peaked you can make my woman." The person who said this was none other than Lin Feng. When he came back after settling the bill just now, he saw that the place where Jiang Yan and the others were was surrounded by a group of people. Although the lobby of the Peace Hotel was a bit noisy, his enhanced sense of hearing wasn't for show. All of Qin Shaojie's words threatening Jiang Yan were heard in his ears. That's why he said it after he came over, only to see Lin Feng, who had come striding from afar, directly reach out his hand to peel aside Wu Hui and the others who were blocking the way after arriving close by. Wu Hui and the others naturally didn't mean to move out of the way. Instead, they still wanted to give Lin Feng a little bit of color and used all their strength to block his way. Just now, Lin Feng had claimed to be Jiang Yan's man, so if they blocked Lin Feng from the outside, so that he didn't even have a chance to get inside, they could definitely make him lose face. But Lin Feng's power was somehow so great, with just a slight wave of the hand, they were nearly pushed to the ground. After pushing Wu Hui and the others out of the way, Lin Feng came to Jiang Yan's side with a smile on his face, his gaze smilingly glancing at Qin Shaojie. Although there was no contempt or disdain showing in those eyes, it was this kind of eyes with a smile that made Qin Shaojie seem to feel a great insult and contempt. Who are you? Qin Shaojie said with a frown. Qin Shaojie wasn't a brainless dude, and would calmly inquire about Lin Feng before clashing with him. If Lin Feng's background wasn't simple, he would have been able to swallow this breath. If Lin Feng didn't have any background, then he wouldn't be spoiled. And he would even let Lin Feng know what it meant to live a life worse than death, and know what would happen if he offended himself. Me? Ha? You don't need to know who I am. You just need to tell me how you can get my woman to the top. Wife, tell me what kind of pinnacle of life you want, and let's see if young Qin can fulfill your dream. Being called by such an ambiguous name by Lin Feng, Jiang Yan couldn't help a blush appearing on her face. Jiang Yan, who was already incredibly beautiful, became even more beautiful after the blush on her face surfaced. This beautiful scene almost made Qin Shaojie and the others look straight in the eyes. It also made Qin Shaojie's desire to obtain Jiang Yan even stronger. Chapter 17. What I said. What's the problem? As Lin Feng's words fell, Jiang Yan actually really pondered. That expression was very much like trying to think of what you want the pinnacle of your life to look like. Jiang Yan was a very smart woman. Lin Feng was obviously teasing this Qin Shaojie. He couldn't make Lin Feng lose face if he wanted to cooperate with him. One must say something that Qin Shaojie could not fulfill. Otherwise, if Qin Shaojie really got it for her, it would really be a joke. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yan did not know what condition she should name that Qin Shaojie could not fulfill. But after sweeping his eyes over the floor of the Peace Hotel, an idea came to him. Me, I want this Peace Hotel. After I came here today for a meal, I fell in love with it and want to be able to eat here every day and live here every day from now on. If someone can fulfill this wish of mine, then I will definitely marry him without hesitation. And even if he treats me any way, I will follow him with my heart. After saying her words, Jiang Yan's gaze looked at Qin Shaojie with a cold smile. Young Qin, this is the pinnacle of my ideal life. I wonder if you can buy this place and give it to me. If you can, how about I go with you? Jiang Yan appeared to be giving Qin Shaojie a chance, but she was actually teasing him. Not only did Qin Shaojie see it, everyone here did. Are you kidding me? Buy the Peace Hotel. You don't just have to have money to buy the Peace Hotel. Even if the Qin family could come up with the money to buy the Peace Hotel, they would have to have the qualifications to make that purchase. As a century-old restaurant, the Peace Hotel not only has a long history, but the status that the hotel represents is not something that can be achieved by ordinary people. Although the Qin family was certainly one of the four most powerful families and had a respected position in the Magic City, they did not dare to easily mess with the owner of the Peace Hotel. Peace Hotel, to make friends with the dignitaries, has not been limited to the Magic City. All over the world have a network of relations. Even the network of relationships has grown to the imperial capital. The four giants are just as strong in the Magic City, and their biggest influence is the Yangtze River Delta at best. If they left the Yangtze River Delta, there might not be anyone who could give face to the four great gentry. Don't look at the four great mansions controlling Magic City, the economic powerhouse of China, but in fact, outside the Yangtze River Delta, those bigwigs are also a very terrifying strength. Pearl River Delta, Chaos Han Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce organizations in each province were not something that the four great gentry could easily mess with. There are also some hidden big brothers, but they are really big brothers. Even the four big families of Magic City may not be comparable. The once stormy and corrupt $900 billion bigwig. Just think how deep the water in this world must be. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Qin Shaojie's entire face was gloomy. Oh, what kind of a thing are you to open your mouth and ask me for this Peace Hotel? I can kind of see that you guys are making fun of me. Know what happens when you offend me? If I don't make you all kneel down and kowtow to me and apologize today, my surname isn't Qin. Qin Shaojie, who had finished speaking, was overflowing with anger, only to see him turn his head and say, "Go get Manager Chen for me." The Manager Chen that Qin Shaojie was talking about was the lobby manager of the Peace Hotel. Although the four great gentry did not dare to easily offend the Peace Hotel, they were able to strike a good relationship with the Peace Hotel. After all, both sides were people whose status and position were not too far apart, so they naturally had a relationship. Qin Shaojie was also familiar with the lobby manager here. Hearing Qin Shaojie's words, Wu Hui and the others all looked shocked, and there was a sneer in their eyes as they looked at Lin Feng and the others. It seems that young Master Qin is really angry, and this pair of dogs and girls are considered miserable. After messing with young Master Qin in Magic City, if he didn't have the help of his fellow four great mansions, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to survive in Magic City. Lin Feng and Jiang Yan were students at the University of Finance and Economics, and now it was estimated that the only way out was to drop out and go home. Once they drop out, then their life is considered half ruined. Just thinking about it made Wu Hui feel very relieved. If you Jiang Yan hadn't chosen to follow me, would I be here today? When Jiang Yan saw that Qin Shaojie actually knew the manager here, she could not help but have a touch of panic in her heart. But before she could show it, she felt her hand being held in a strong palm. A feeling of peace arose from the bottom of her heart, causing her panic to instantly dissipate. Turning her head sideways, seeing Lin Feng's confident eyes, Jiang Yan was surprisingly very relieved. Boss, is everything okay? At this time, the three Gao Yuan people walked up and asked with concern. Lin Feng shook his head and said with a smile, "It's fine. What can happen? Do they still dare to kill people?" Hearing Lin Feng's half-joking, half-serious words, Gao Yuan and the others followed suit and were relieved. Thinking that the boss was so fearless despite knowing Qin Shaojie's identity background, he must have a very strong bottom line. Otherwise, when facing someone like Qin Shaojie, even if he wanted to forcefully pretend to be calm, he wouldn't be able to do so, knowing that if he continued to pretend, sooner or later, Qin Shaojie would also tear him apart. Then still pretending a hare would have found a way to escape. Soon, the rich kid that Qin Shaojie had ordered to go call someone rushed back. There was also a middle-aged man in a suit behind that rich young man. "Young Qin, what's going on here? Why did you call me over in such a hurry?" Seeing the middle-aged man, Qin Shaojie politely said, "Manager Chen, nothing much, it's just that someone is making a big deal with me about wanting to buy your Peace Hotel. I want to call Manager Chen for you to come over and take a look." "Buy our Peace Hotel?" That Manager Chen first froze for a moment, and then he looked over towards Lin Feng and the others with an unkind gaze. "Which one of you said anything about buying our Peace Hotel?" Facing Manager Chen's gaze, Jiang Yan and the others were all a bit weak. She had just been so focused on getting high that she didn't realize that Qin Shaojie had given them such a hand. Although it is just a joke, but let the people of the Peace Hotel know. If people on the line, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Lin Feng, however, said with a faint smile, "What I said, what's the problem?" Manager Chen's gaze carefully looked at Lin Feng and said disdainfully, "Where did the brat come from? Didn't your adult at home tell you to talk less and be careful of trouble coming out of your mouth? Purchasing my Peace Hotel, not to mention you. There are not many people in the whole of China who can do it. Although I know that you're just mouthing off, it will have an impact on my Peace Hotel's reputation if it gets out. And as a punishment for you, you need to compensate us for the damage to the Peace Hotel's reputation. You pay your money and don't ever come to my Peace Hotel again." Under normal circumstances, Manager Chen would not take it seriously even if he heard that someone was going to buy the Peace Hotel. But he is a smart man, can be the lobby manager of the Peace Hotel. Naturally, he is a person with a clear mind and 8 sides. Qin Shaojie called him over and made a point of talking about it. It was obvious that he wanted to help him clean up Lin Feng and the others. The person that Qin Shaojie wasn't afraid of must have a lesser identity and background than him. Then one doesn't need to be scrupulous. It would be good to send Qin Shaojie a favor in the meantime. Chapter 18, I'll give you a chance to make amends. Hearing that lobby manager's words and that condescending look, Lin Feng smiled lightly. "Fine, how much do I need to pay?" The moment Lin Feng's words left his mouth, it made Qin Shaojie and the others all laugh. "Ha ha, is this kid admitting defeat? There isn't much he can do. I thought he was so powerful. Or is young Master Qin powerful? Just call in a random person and he can easily get rid of them." Wu Hui and the others didn't see that Lin Feng was teasing them. Instead, they thought that Lin Feng had conceded. That lobby manager glanced lightly at Lin Feng and said slowly, "Just pay $10 million. It's considered compensation for the loss of our Peace Hotel's reputation. I'm telling you kid, don't think about not paying. If you don't pay, don't blame me for not being polite at the Peace Hotel when the time comes." As the lobby manager became more and more arrogant, the smile on Lin Feng's face finally faded away. Instead a layer of coldness permeated it. "Ha, the Peace Hotel is so famous. Is this how your general manager manages the Peace Hotel? And how he educates your subordinates? It seems that this Peace Hotel is really blinded by 100 years of history and thinks it can just bully people. As the lobby manager of the Peace Hotel, you come up here and don't ask what's right or wrong. You only think about helping the people you think are right. You're really competent as a manager." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Qin Shaojie and the others all couldn't help but laugh once again. "Kid, you still can't see the situation until now, and I don't know how you've lived this long. Don't you realize that not all people are equal in this world? Is young Qin's status something you can compare to? Today, I'll let you learn a good lesson, so that in the future, your eyes can be brightened up, and don't dare to offend anyone. Also, if you obediently give Jiang Yan to Qin Shao, this 10 million today Qin Shao might even be able to put in a good word for you and let the Peace Hotel spare you punishment." The crowd of rich second generation began to mock Lin Feng with their mouths full. At this moment, they felt an incomparable sense of relief, and that feeling of being above the rest and trampling on other people's dignity it will gave them great satisfaction. Lin Feng swept his eyes over the crowd of rich kids, and finally his eyes fell on that lobby manager of the Peace Hotel and slowly said, "You're sure you have to do this, aren't you?" That lobby manager glanced faintly at Lin Feng. Although he didn't show anything, the color of disdain under his eyes was still detected by Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. "Fine, since that's the case, then you guys brought all this on yourselves as well." After saying the words, he directly took out his cell phone from his pocket and found a phone number to call. The owner of the phone he dialed was none other than the general manager of the Peace Hotel. After obtaining the rewards from the system, the contact number of the person in charge of each reward had been automatically implanted into his cell phone, so whoever he wants, he can find directly in his address book. The phone just rang and was picked up on the other side. At this time in the top floor office area of the Peace Hotel in an office with a general manager's sign, a middle-aged man with a country face couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw the caller's number on his cell phone. The number was not unfamiliar to him, it was the phone number of his new boss. With that, he hastily picked up his cell phone and answered it. "Hello, boss," only to see Lin Feng's ice-cold voice coming from the phone. "I'll give you 3 minutes. If you don't make it to the first floor lobby, you don't have to come to work anymore." The phone was hung up just as the words left his mouth. Listening to the busy tone coming from the phone, the middle-aged man was scared out of his wits and broke out into a cold sweat. Then he rushed out of the office without daring to delay for a moment, and took the elevator to quickly rush towards the first floor lobby. On the other hand, inside the lobby of the Peace Hotel, Qin Xiaojie and the others all sneered disdainfully when they saw Lin Feng finish his phone call. "Yoo-hoo, this is looking for someone. Okay, let's see what you can find, and then I'll make you completely despair." That scene must be very interesting, Wu Hui teased. Yao Yuan and Jiang Yan and the others were also very worried in their hearts. Lin Feng's opponents weren't ordinary people. One of them was from the 4 most powerful families in Magic City, the Qin family, and one was from the Peace Hotel. These 2 forces, any one of them was the top existence in the Magic City, and it wasn't known if the person Lin Feng had found would be able to calm down the scene. But thinking that Lin Feng can drive a $100 million luxury car, his background can't be that simple, so he might be able to find people who aren't afraid of the Qin family and the Peace Hotel. Not much time passed before the sound of the elevator doors opening rang out. The general manager of the Peace Hotel walked out of the elevator while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. His eyes scanned the circle, and after seeing Lin Feng in the distance, he didn't dare to hesitate at all and jogged over. At this time, the general manager of the Peace Hotel, the crowd also all saw the figure. Even because of Lin Feng's side of things, many people who were attracted to watch the fun. After seeing the general manager of the Peace Hotel, they all spoke out to greet him. But the general manager of the Peace Hotel didn't have time to pay them any attention at all. But after coming in front of the crowd, he said respectfully to Lin Feng, "Boss, I've kept you waiting." The general manager's words instantly caused the entire field to fall silent. "Boss, this Lin Feng is the owner of the Peace Hotel?" Everyone's head seemed to explode. How could they not have thought that Lin Feng was the owner of the Peace Hotel? This news is also too powerful for the average person to bear. Who would have thought that this young man, Lin Feng, would be the legendary owner of the Peace Hotel? Peace Hotel that is the heritage of 100 years old. The history is considered to be a long time. Before the founding of the country it was a gathering place for bigwigs from home and abroad. How can it be a young man's industry nowadays? Looking at the age of this young man, he was only about 20 years old. So how could this be possible? Everyone was in a bit of disbelief. Looking at the general manager who was standing respectfully in front of him, Lin Feng said indifferently, "You're the general manager here?" The general manager hurriedly said, "Back to the boss. I am indeed the general manager here. My name is Li Feng. Boss, why didn't you notify me in advance when you came, so I can greet you?" Lin Feng sneered, "Luckily I didn't inform you. If I had, how could I have known that the Peace Hotel would be managed like this? I'm giving you a chance to make amends now. Give me a satisfactory answer to what happened here. If you can't satisfy me, you don't have to come to work tomorrow. Roll me out of here. Is that clear?" Lin Feng's strong aura of superiority made the general manager of the Peace Hotel's legs go a little soft. Chapter 19, You're going to pack up and get the hell out of here. Boss, I've heard you clearly. I promise to give you a satisfactory answer. If I can't satisfy you, I don't need you to give the word. Boss, I'll leave myself, Li Feng said with a trembling voice. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Alright, then I'll wait for your news. Today my friends and I all drank a lot of wine and I'm a bit tired. So have someone open a few rooms for us. We won't be going back tonight. Meet me upstairs when you're done with your business later. Okay boss, I'll set you up now. After saying his words, Li Feng hurriedly called a waiter to arrange all the affairs of Lin Feng and the others. After Lin Feng left, Li Feng's color of caution instantly disappeared without a trace, and then he turned cold. Can someone tell me what's going on here? Li Feng's gaze looked straight at that lobby manager. and the eyes that seemed like they wanted to kill had been undisguised. That lobby manager's entire body was dumbfounded. How could he not expect that today? Just wanting to send a favor. He did not expect to provoke his own boss. If he had messed with someone else, even if it was someone from the Four Great Mansions, he wouldn't be so afraid. After all, there were people above them who were backing them up, and it was unlikely that the Peace Hotel would help outsiders bully them. And even if they were in the wrong, they would still stand up for themselves to the end. But now the person he's offended is his own boss. He knew that even if he talked a good game, he probably wouldn't be able to escape this one. On the other hand, Qin Xiaojie and the others on the side had already beaten a retreat. Lin Feng was the owner of the Peace Hotel, and his status had reached a level where he could be on par with the head of their Qin family. It was definitely not something he could provoke, and it would certainly be best if he could sneak away now. But Qin Xiaojie and the others just made a move. They saw more than 10 security guards walking in the distance, all staring at Qin Xiaojie and the others with bad looks, not giving them a chance to leave. Li Feng glanced at Qin Xiaojie and the others. When I'm done cleaning him up, I'll settle the score with you guys. After saying his words, Li Feng's palm was violently raised and he slapped the lobby manager with a hard slap. The sound of a crisp slap resounded throughout the lobby of the Peace Hotel. Say, what the hell is going on? Li Feng was the general manager of the Peace Hotel on the surface, but in reality, he was secretly a once famous social big brother in Mordor. Only later, after clearing his name, he made it to the position of general manager of the Peace Hotel on his own. This position is 1. He does have the ability, and 2. He has followed a good big brother. Because of his daring character, he was appreciated by the former owner of the Peace Hotel, who finally fished him out before the country's fight against gangs and evils. Now that Big Brother has sold the Peace Hotel, and the Peace Hotel can change ownership, not with money at all. That Lin Feng was obviously one of those bull third-generation statuses, the legendary top male son who could get whatever he wanted for him from his family. How could he possibly afford to offend such a person? He's cleaned up his identity now, but he's only been helped to keep it down. If the people at the top wanted to investigate him, I guess he could write out a stack of all those crimes. He didn't want to lose everything that was hard-won today. He had to give Lin Feng a satisfactory answer to save himself. At this moment, he had the heart to kill. How did these people mess with Lin Feng so ungratefully? And still in the Peace Hotel. If it was anywhere else, Lin Feng definitely wouldn't have blamed it on his own head. But now that he was being looked for trouble in his own property, it was impossible for him to tolerate it if he were in his place. The lobby manager who covered his face came back to his senses, and facing Li Feng's eyes that wanted to kill, he couldn't help but let his legs go limp and plop down on the ground. Mr. Li, I am sorry, I really don't know that he is the boss. If I know, even if I give me 100 guts I don't dare. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You want to blame the boss for your own eyes not shining? Li Feng was really exasperated, and he even cursed without any regard for his image. Is the owner going to write off the fact that he's the owner of the Peace Hotel? Who's to blame if you don't keep your eyes open? You must pack up your things and get out of here. And I will also notify all of the Magic City hotel industry that no one is allowed to hire you. So if you want to live, leave Magic City, or you won't be able to survive in Mordor in the future. This is my advice to you. Considering that you've been with me for quite a few years as well, it's for your own good to get you out of Mordor. I don't want to see you in the Huangpu River again in the future. What Li Feng said was very euphemistic, but the meaning was also very clear. Not wanting to see him in the Huangpu River meant that continuing to stay in Mordor was likely to put his life in danger. That lobby manager knew that what Li Feng said was not a threat, but the truth. With Lin Feng's status as the owner of the Peace Hotel, it would be easy to clean him up if he wanted to. Brother Peak, thank you for taking care of me all these years. If there's a chance in the future, I still want to follow you. After saying his words, the lobby manager knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Li Feng, then stood up and left in a hurry. In fact, throughout the Peace Hotel, there were many people who were Li Feng's former henchmen. The security manager, for example, was the #1 hitman under Li Feng, and later, after he was cleared, he took him to his proper job. This lobby manager, who used to be one of his more capable henchmen. It's just that this person is a bit eager to get ahead of himself, and after becoming a lobby manager, he thought of climbing upwards. When he met Qin Xiaojie today, he thought that he could gain the Qin family's favor and use it to pave the way for himself later. I just didn't expect to kick the can down the road, causing most of my life's efforts to go up in smoke. This time, dragging the family out of the Magic City, not only to deal with the real estate in hand, but also to live in an unfamiliar city. It's not going to be great, either in terms of mood or habits. After dealing with that lobby manager, Li Feng's gaze looked at Qin Xiaojie and the others again, and this time his expression became even colder. You go back and tell your family that everyone in your family has been blackballed by the Peace Hotel, and no one in your family will be allowed to step foot in my Peace Hotel in the future. Li Feng's words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky that exploded in the minds of Qin Xiaojie and the others. This is a big deal. it doesn't really matter if you come here to eat or not, but the Peace Hotel is the leading restaurant in the Magic City. They could have stayed away, but how humiliating it must have been to have friends invite them to dinner at the Peace Hotel and they couldn't get in. It would even put their status in tatters, and in the knowledge that they had offended the Peace Hotel, there was a good chance that those who had been friends would alienate them. After all, of all people, no one could afford to offend the Peace Hotel except for the Chin family. By then, both friends and business partners will drift away from them after realizing that they have offended the Peace Hotel. This kind of loss is not a matter of eating or not eating, but is likely to cause them to not even have food in the future. Chapter 20, The Active Beauty Sister. Mr. Lee, don't. We really know we're wrong. Please don't pull the plug on us, okay? We're willing to go and apologize to your boss in person, and we're even willing to come up with compensation. We just hope you won't pull the plug on us. Listening to the crowd's pleas for forgiveness, Li Feng sneered. What did you do earlier? You had to wait for the boss to clean you guys up honestly before you obediently admit your faults, whether the boss wants your apologies or not. I don't know, but I can help you guys talk to the boss. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Thank you, Mr. Lee. It's better to have hope than no hope at all, and although it's not a great hope, there's still a chance of redemption, isn't there? Li Feng picked up his cell phone and walked aside to call Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng was already sitting on the sofa of the presidential suite. Seeing the call from Li Feng, Lin Feng casually picked it up. Hello, boss, I've taken care of everything. That lobby manager has been fired by me, and it's impossible for you to see him in Magic in the future. Those rich kids, too, all recognized their mistakes and said they wanted to apologize to you in person and gain your forgiveness. Hearing Li Feng's words, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth, who was sitting on the sofa, curved slightly. This Li Feng handled it quite well to his satisfaction. Okay, things were handled okay. As for their apology, forget about it and tell them to get lost. Okay, boss. After Li Feng got Lin Feng's order, taking the cell phone back to the crowd, the boss doesn't want to see you guys, so you can get out. And as for pulling the plug on you, our hotel can spare you for now. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Thank you, Mr. Lee. We'll roll now. A bunch of little rich kids have been scared out of their wits. They never thought they'd get into so much trouble. If they couldn't undo the mistake today, then they would surely have to be beaten to death by their family back home. A group of rich second generation as if amnestied. How arrogant just now. Now how lousy. One by one to escape as if out of the Peace Hotel. After leaving the Peace Hotel, the crowd was still reeling. Looking at the door of the Peace Hotel behind them was like looking into a huge mouth of an abyss that wanted to devour them mercilessly. The shock was enough to slow them down for a long time. With that, the crowd had no thoughts of continuing to play elsewhere, and after saying a quick hello to each of them, they went home. Lin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa of the presidential suite, glanced at the time. It was already more than 11 o'clock in the evening, and also came to be sleepy, so he was ready to stand up and go to rest. But at that moment, a message came on his cell phone. He opened his phone and glanced at it. It was from Ginger Yen. Lin Feng, are you asleep? Lin Feng casually replied, not yet. I'm having a bit of trouble sleeping too. Can I come over and talk to you now for a while? I seem to be losing sleep. Lin Feng said, then come over here. Soon there was a knock on the door from outside. Lin Feng opened the door to his room and saw the incomparably beautiful Jiang Yan standing in the doorway. Come in, school teacher. Lin Feng had opened a total of 5 presidential suites. There was no arrangement for Gao Yuan and the others to be in other rooms. The cost of these 5 presidential suites for one night would be up to several $100,000. Each presidential suite costs $88,000. If it was anyone else, they definitely didn't have the strength to spend so much, but it was nothing for Lin Feng. After closing the door to his room, Lin Feng took out 2 bottles of water from the refrigerator and handed 1 bottle of water to Jiang Yan. Is there something on your mind, senior sister? Why are you still losing sleep? Jiang Yan, who was sitting there with mineral water in her hand, said with a bitter smile, I've always had insomnia, and if there was nothing going on, I might be able to fall asleep, but with so many things happening today, it's a little hard to sleep. Lin Feng nodded. It's fine. If senior sister has something to say to me, I'll enlighten you. Maybe I can help ease your mind. Jiang Yan nodded. Well, that's what I thought. By the way, do you have any red wine here? I'd like to have a glass. Lin Feng said, of course there is, but can you still drink it, senior sister? You already drank so much earlier. Don't drink your body to death. Jiang Yan shook her head. It's fine. I didn't drink much just now. My body is my own. I know my physical condition. Okay. After speaking, Lin Feng stood up and brought 2 wine glasses and a bottle of red wine, pouring a small glass for himself and Jiang Yan. The 2 of them made small talk as they sipped their wine. I don't know how long had passed, but after the bottle of red wine was finished, Jiang Yan had actually gotten a little drunk. Even his form on the couch was a little unsteady. Sister, are you okay? Lin Feng asked with concern. I'm fine. I can still drink. Lin Feng, let's have another bottle. Looking at Jiang Yan, Lin Feng shook his head. Alright, senior sister, let me send you back to rest. You drank too much today. With those words, Lin Feng stood up and came to Jiang Yan's face and gently helped him up. But Jiang Yan was drunk. No matter what Lin Feng said, she just kept insisting on drinking. In the end, Lin Feng had no choice but to agree to her request. After another bottle of red wine was finished, Jiang Yan was completely unconscious. Lin Feng breathlessly picked him up and walked towards the bedroom. Jiang Yan was definitely unable to go back in this condition, so it was good that the presidential suite had more than one room, enough for the two of them to sleep. Just after placing Jiang Yan on the bed, she wrapped around as if she were an octopus. I don't want to sleep by myself. I'm afraid of the dark. Don't leave me, okay? Ginger Yan murmured in a daze. When a beautiful woman like Jiang Yan made this kind of request, how many men could stand this kind of temptation? What's more, Lin Feng had long since stopped being his old self after obtaining the system. Not to mention Jiang Yan, even if it was a woman from one of the 4 great mansions like Gubaiyue, if she dared to tempt herself like that, he wouldn't be spoiled. The night was silent, and the next morning, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Seeing that Jiang Yan was no longer here, she didn't think much of it, but walked out of bed to the outside of the room, only to see Jiang Yan standing in front of the window in her pajamas. She was looking out at the Huangpu River in the distance. Even when Lin Feng came behind her, she didn't even notice. She didn't know what she was thinking about. Lin Feng reached out and held Jiang Yan in his arms from behind. Thinking about what? Feeling Lin Feng's embrace, Jiang Yan's body first trembled for a moment before relaxing after realizing that it was Lin Feng. Ginger Yan said slowly, "Will you always love me in the future?" Lin Feng said with a faint smile, "Of course, not only will I love you all the time, I'll also make you the happiest woman in the world. It just so happens that I have a gift for you, as compensation for what I did to you last night." Hearing Lin Feng mention last night's incident, Jiang Yan couldn't help but have a blush appear on her face. Chapter 21, Giving Jiang Yan a Big Gift. Just as Lin Feng was talking to Jiang Yan about love, there was a knock on the door from outside the room. "Be a good boy and get the door," Lin Feng said with a smile as he gently patted Jiang Yan's arse. After saying the words, he turned and went into the bedroom to get dressed. Jiang Yan came to the door of the room and opened it, and saw that yesterday's general manager of the Peace Hotel, Li Feng, was standing outside. Seeing that Jiang Yan had appeared in his boss Lin Feng's room and was still wearing pajamas, he had understood what was going on. "Hello, miss. This is something the boss asked me to deliver. Please give it to the boss for me." Jiang Yan took a gift box and nodded. "Okay, Mr. Li, then Ms. Jiang, you and the boss will be busy first, so I won't bother you." After saying his words, Li Feng turned around and left. After closing the door to his room, Lin Feng walked out of the room wearing a set of pajamas. "Is it Li Feng who's here?" Lin Feng, who walked out of the bedroom, asked with a smile. Jiang Yan nodded and walked over with the gift box and said, "It's Mr. Li, he asked me to give this to you." Lin Feng smiled as he sat on the sofa and gestured towards the gift box in Jiang Yan's hand. "What's in here is my gift to you, so open it up and take a look." "Is this a gift for me?" Jiang Yan curiously opened the gift box, and when she saw what was in the gift box, her entire body was shocked and unable to close her mouth. Lin Feng, is this really for me?" Looking at the sapphire necklace and bank card inside the gift box, he looked excited. "Yeah, now that you're my woman, there's always some kind of reward." The things inside the gift box were nothing else but a limited edition sapphire necklace worth $50 million and a bank card of $100 million crafted by Bulgari. Seeing these two things, Jiang Yan was moved to instantly redden her eyes, and her strong love couldn't help but gush out. "Lin Feng, you're so nice." Jiang Yan was touched with the gift box. Although she was now in a relationship with Lin Feng, she had never thought that she would make Lin Feng care so much. These two things, even if she could not earn them in her lifetime. Lin Feng smiled and beckoned, and Jiang Yan came to sit beside him knowingly, only to see Lin Feng said in a warm voice, "Since it's for you, you can accept it. It's also a piece of my heart for you. From now on you'll be my woman. I'm a person who never treats his woman badly. If you don't take it, then you don't want to be my woman. Don't you want to be my woman?" When Jiang Yan sniffed, she hurriedly said, No, I want to." Speaking later, Jiang Yan's voice had gotten a bit lower. If it wasn't for Lin Feng's good hearing, he wouldn't have been able to hear what Jiang Yan said in her last sentence. Seeing the bad smile that pervaded Lin Feng's face, Jiang Yan couldn't help but blush and pouted. "You're really bad. You're doing it on purpose, aren't you?" Even though it was early in the morning and there had been a big battle with Jiang Yan last night, but looking at the beautiful and charming Jiang Yan, Lin Feng still couldn't hold back that impulse and lowered his head and directly kissed her. It was nearly 2 hours later that Lin Feng and Jiang Yan walked out of the room fully dressed. At this time, Jiang Yan became even more beautiful and attractive, and the spring feeling on her face that had not yet returned directly doubled her charm. If the previous Jiang Yan was at the level of a goddess, then now she was at the level of a scourge. Definitely reached the same level level of existence as the 4 school flowers of the University of Finance and Economics. Outside the room, there had already been a professional attendant waiting for the duo. Seeing the duo who walked out of the room, the waiter respectfully said, "Boss, Mr. Lee has already prepared a meal for you both. Please follow me." Lin Feng brought Jiang Yan to a private room. The sumptuous meal was brought up one after another by the waiters. Although it was just a simple lunch, it was sumptuous and definitely reached the level of a big meal. However, the two didn't eat much because they had to go to school in a little while, and they left the Peace Restaurant after casually eating a couple of bites. As for the Gao Yuan trio, they went back to school in the morning. Today is the official start of school and they need to go back and prepare for the official school day. There were already vehicles outside that the Peace Hotel had prepared for them. The two got right into a Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan and the driver drove the two back to school. Just as Lin Feng and Jiang Yan were riding back to school, the two Mercedes S450 sedans parked in the distance hurriedly started their cars and followed them. The people inside those two Mercedes sedans were none other than the 5 people from Phnom Penh. After the 5 of them received the mission to protect Lin Feng yesterday, they came to wait outside the Peace Hotel. When he saw Lin Feng come out today, he didn't dare to delay at all and followed him. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the University of Finance and Economics. The driver got out of the car and pulled open the door for Lin Feng and Jiang Yan personally. After Lin Feng and Jiang Yan got out of the car, the driver respectfully said, "Boss, you take your time." Lin Feng led Jiang Yan straight towards the inside of the school gates. Since the two had missed the school day by coming to school, there weren't many people in front of the school, only the guards watching the door. Lin Feng, "Then I'll go to class first. See you later," Jiang Yan said with some reluctance. Lin Feng nodded. "Alright, you go to class first. I'm going to the dormitory too." All the way inside his dormitory, he saw the 3 Gao Yuan people in the dormitory having a heated discussion. After Lin Feng pushed open the door and walked in, the voices in the dormitory instantly disappeared. "Holy, boss, you're back. You're going to be in trouble if you don't come back." Hearing Gao Yuan's words, Lin Feng said suspiciously, "What's wrong, boss? You can't be unaware that today is the official start of school. Just now we went to the guide to report to the guide. The guide roll call just short of your own. We said you have something temporary. Immediately come over." The guide did not pursue. "I'm afraid you're going to fail your first day if I don't help you find an excuse, boss." After hearing Gao Yuan's words, Lin Feng was a bit embarrassed. "That's really thanks. I forgot that today is the official start of the school year." Gao Yuan smiled wistfully. "Boss, I don't think you've forgotten, but you can't get up in the land of tenderness. Tell us, did you sleep with Jiang Yan last night? Boss is awesome. Sister Jiang Yan is the #1 beauty under the 4 school flowers of our Finance and Economics University, and boss just took it down so easily. Just in time to pass on our experience and teach us how to pick up a beauty of sister-in-law's caliber." Lin Feng nodded seriously. "Experience? It's very simple. If you're as jaded, tall and handsome as your boss me, and have a lot of money, you can also easily chase after a beauty of Jiang Yan's level. No, you shouldn't even have to chase them. They'd probably have to come forward into your arms." Put, Ding Xiaola and Sun Hao, who were on the side, all couldn't help but laugh out loud when they heard Lin Feng's words, especially when he saw Gao Yuan's drawn face. He couldn't stop laughing. Chapter 22, The First Day of Military Training. "Boss, you don't strike people like that. There can be a few people of your strength in the whole of China. Boss, you're not just purely undermining my confidence. Looks like I'd better find some ordinary beauties. There's no hope for me to find a beauty of the sister-in-law's level," Takato said in a deflated voice. After the crowd had joked around for a while, Lin Feng saw the camouflage uniforms laid out on the table and couldn't help but wonder, are these military training clothes? Hearing Lin Feng's inquiry, Ding Xiaola nodded. "Boss, this is what we've claimed for you. Try it on and see if it fits. If it doesn't, we can still go change it." Lin Feng picked up the clothes and compared them to his body, nodded and said, "It shouldn't be a problem." "When is the military training?" Takato said. "It should start this afternoon." Thinking of the month-long military training, Yao Yuan and Ding Xiaola all felt that bitter days were coming. However, Lin Feng and Sun Hao, who were in good physical condition, didn't feel that there was anything difficult about military training. Lin Feng had a systematic reinforcement. The little bit of intensity on the military training was nothing to him, and Sun Hao has endured all kinds of intense training from his family since he was a child, so naturally he is not afraid of this little military training. Only Gao Yuan, who was accustomed to pampering himself, and Ding Xiaola, who was thin and weak, were a little afraid of military training. After finishing the business, Yao Yuan seemed to remember something and suddenly said mysteriously, "Right, boss, there's something you don't know yet, right?" Looking at Gao Yuan's appearance, Lin Feng asked suspiciously, "Don't sell yourself short. Something to say?" Only to see Gao Yuan's eyes glowing as he said, "Boss, our guide is a big beautiful woman. Oh, it's a top-notch beauty that's definitely not inferior to my sister-in-law's face. I made a point of asking around after we checked in with our guide. Boss, guess what? seeing Lin Feng's gradually erected eyebrows. Gao Yuan didn't dare to sell the story, and hurriedly said, "That guide of ours is our school's famous iceberg goddess, and is the prettiest amongst all the female teachers, and the guide used to be one of the graduating sisters from our school, and was one of the school beauties when she was there." After hearing Gao Yuan's words, Lin Feng blinked and said with a calm expression, and then nothing." Gao Yuan froze for a moment and said, he didn't expect that Lin Feng wouldn't react at all. "That's a beautiful guide. Don't know how many other classes students envy the existence. How this boss of his own did not react at all. Boring." Lin Feng couldn't help but skim his lips when he heard that it was just a beautiful guide. "Boss, do you want to be like this? Can you give me some emotional value? I've been performing so hard. You have to let me find some sense of existence." Inside the 301 dormitory, Takato's mournful voice rang out. Soon the time came to afternoon. As 1 o'clock approached, the crowd headed for the playground in full dress. On the playground, many freshmen had already gathered, waiting for the instructors to arrive. A large portion of those freshmen, had a look of resistance to the month ahead on their faces. Nowadays, people, basically, are not in very good physical condition. After all, living conditions are better. Are not much exercise people. A month of military training may not be something they can hold on to even if it's not too intense. The instructor of Lin Feng and the others was a man with dark skin and a stout figure. After the instructor arrived, he swept his sharp gaze over the crowd and said in a loud voice, "All of you stand in accordance with the numbers under your feet." Not daring to delay, the crowd hastened to stand on top of the figures at their feet. Soon the crowd was aligned and standing in the playground in the heat of the sun. "My name is Shin Tong. I'm your instructor, and I'll be training you all for the next month. I hope we can get along as well as friends, and don't blame me if someone breaks the rules." Did you hear everything? The crowd, faced with this instructor's severity, didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation in shouting in unison that they heard. "Okay, starting now. Everyone turn to the left and take a 2-kilometer run around the playground first." The crowd had turned their bodies to the left and ran up the steps after the man in front of them. After Lin Feng and the others started running, that instructor was just about to follow the group when he was called out. "Instructor Shin, wait a moment." Shin Tong turned around and saw that it was the director of instruction of the finance and economics school. Shin Tong couldn't help but say suspiciously, "Hello Director Wang, what can I do for you?" Director of Instruction Wang Xiao said, "Instructor Shin, it's like this. Someone asked me to find you a small favor. Finance and Economics University is a top 211 institution. The president of the university is not to say what level of characters can be here, as the director of instruction is not ordinary people." Although Shan Tong was from the military, he also knew the ways of the world. This director of instruction personally asked for his help. He would never refuse. Being able to make friends with the dean of instruction of a top 211 institution might be of use in the future. Shin Tong nodded his head and said, "Director Wang, please tell me, if I can help, I definitely won't refuse." Wang Xiao smiled as he said, "Instructor Shin, looking for you to do this favor. It's not a big deal. I just want you to help me put a little bit of intensity on one of my students. It's just a show of hands for Instructor Shin." Hearing Wang Xiao's words, Shin Tong's expression moved and had guessed something. "Director Wang, I know what you mean. Tell me, which student is it?" "Lin Feng." Wang Xiao calmly uttered a name. Shin Tong nodded. "Okay, I know Director Wang, but I'll make it clear in advance. I can only help you, Director Wang, to give that student a little bit of bitterness to eat. I can't do anything too much. If anything happens, we'll all be in a lot of trouble." Wang Xiao smiled as he said, "Don't worry Instructor Shin, I won't give you any trouble. You just need to give that student a little bit of suffering. It's not like I have to make him do anything." After Shin Tong agreed, he did not say anything else but turned to leave. After Shin Tong left, Wang Xiao looked in the direction of Lin Feng's class, which was running around the playground in the distance, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Wang Xiao then turned away and rejoined a young man under a tree in the distance. He only saw that young man with sword brows and starry eyes, and although he wasn't as handsome as Lin Feng in terms of looks, he wasn't far behind. "Young Wang, I've already conveyed your meaning. I believe that this month-long military training, that Lin Feng shouldn't feel very good." The person whom Wang Xiao called Wang Xiao nodded slightly. This Lin Feng is a bit confused about himself. Doesn't he know that Gu Baiwei has always been the one I've been pursuing? He even dares to be unclear with Gu Baiwei. This time it's just a small lesson for him. If he still doesn't know any better, the next time won't be so simple. Chapter 23. Are you deliberately targeting me? When Wang Xiao heard Wang Xiao's words, he had a look of awe on his face. This Mr. Wang is not simple. Wang Xiao is not from the Magic City, but from the imperial city. The imperial capital Wang family, although not a top-tier family, was still a top-tier existence. The eldest member of the family is a full ministerial leader, and it also so happens that the Wang family's forces are all working in the education sector, with a lot of real power. Otherwise, Wang Xiao couldn't have been so intimidated. Since Wang Haiyang had arrived at the University of Finance and Economics, he had instantly recognized Gu Baiyue. There were not a few pursuits of Gu Baiyue. It was just a pity that Gu Baiyue had never agreed. Although this incident made Wang Haiyang very annoyed, the Gu family was not an ordinary family, and he could only use normal means to pursue Gu Baiyue. But he didn't expect that he wasn't at school yesterday, and after he came back, he actually saw the gossip about Lin Feng and Gu Baiyue on the campus forum. Later, the investigation found that Lin Feng really didn't have much of a relationship with Gu Baiyue, but that wasn't something he could tolerate. However, any man who had the slightest contact with Gu Baiyue, he needed to give a little warning so that he would know to whom Gu Baiyue belonged. On the other hand, Shintong began to target Lin Feng intentionally or unintentionally after Wang Zhao's reminder. That student, your running form is incorrect. Add another kilometer. The others rest in place. After Shintong saw the crowd finish their 2-kilometer run, he couldn't help but shout towards Lin Feng in the crowd. When he heard Shintong name himself to run 1 kilometer at a time, he could not help but frown. Although running another kilometer wasn't a big deal for his physical fitness, Lin Feng felt that this instructor was targeting himself a bit. Mind you, his running form, while a bit removed from the military, was definitely very formal amongst all the freshmen. After all, his physical quality had already reached the limit of human beings, and even if he hadn't undergone formal training, his body's coordination was not comparable to that of an ordinary person. But this Shintong even said that his running posture was incorrect. It was hard to tell if he was deliberately targeting himself. However, Lin Feng didn't say anything. Adding an extra kilometer was nothing to him, so he didn't care and continued to run his steps. Just as Lin Feng was running around the playground, Jiang Yan, who had returned from class, took a bottle of water to the side of the playground. Looking at the entire playground with only Lin Feng running, he couldn't help but have a touch of heartache appear on his face. What's going on? Everyone else is resting. Why is Lin Feng the only one training? Although she had some doubts in her heart, Jiang Yan still stood at the edge of the playground and waited for Lin Feng to finish his run in a very understanding manner. Right after the end of the 1-kilometer run, Shintong suddenly shouted loudly, "No, your running posture is still not right. Give me a new run. Run another kilometer." At this moment, everyone realized that something was wrong. This instructor was definitely deliberately targeting Lin Feng. Everyone was secretly guessing what grudge Lin Feng had against this instructor and why he was being targeted so much by this instructor. Lin Feng also finally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Instead of continuing to run, he came to Shintong's front and said with an icy expression, "What do you mean? Are you deliberately targeting me?" In the past, Lin Feng's temper wasn't very good, and now he wouldn't spoil anyone even more after having the system in his body. Seeing Lin Feng who looked unkind, Shintong however said with a sneer, "This student, please pay attention to your attitude when talking to the instructor. You are now undergoing militarized management, and by contradicting your instructor in public, you are disobeying orders in the army, which is subject to punishment." Lin Feng coldly stared at Shintong. "Yes? Then I want to see what your military punishment is like today. Who are you to order me around? Since you want to play by the army's rules, we'll play by the army's rules. Isn't the army by virtue of its ability? You show me what you can do. Kid, do you know what you're talking about? I advise you that you'd better obediently follow my orders, or else don't blame me for any consequences." Shintong naturally just wanted to slightly make Lin Feng suffer a bit at first, but then he found out that Lin Feng was not even a bit of trouble after running down 3 kilometers, so he knew that this Lin Feng's physical quality must be far beyond that of ordinary people. He had promised Wang Xiao that he would make things difficult for Lin Feng, so naturally he couldn't make it so easy for him. "Since you're in good shape, I'll let you run more laps until you can't take it anymore." But he didn't expect that Lin Feng would start to rebel against himself after just running for a kilometer. He definitely couldn't be spoiled. It was just as well that he could take this opportunity to clean up Lin Feng and give Wang Xiao a satisfactory answer. In the meantime, he could also set up an authority for himself, show these pampered students, show his majesty, so that there would not be people like Lin Feng coming out to contradict him in the future. Only Lin Feng's eyes looked at Shintong with contempt. Shintong's height was at a little over 1.70 meters. Coupled with the burly figure from years of training, he still stood there with a very imposing presence. However, Lin Feng's height was more than 10 centimeters taller than Shintong, and although his body wasn't as strong as Shintong's, his body was the most perfect body after the system had strengthened it. The muscles on his body, full of explosive power. Did not know how many times stronger than Shintong's power? How could he be afraid of this Shintong? Not to mention Shintong, an ordinary sergeant in the army. Even if the Special Forces king of the army was here, if the two of them fought unarmed, Lin Feng could easily crush him. He might not know any fighting skills, but whether it was his reflexes or strength, it was more than 10 times that of an ordinary person. That is, the movements of a cat were slow motion in his eyes, let alone a human being. Blame you? Oh, I won't blame you. I'm afraid you'll blame me later. Kid, you seek death. When Shintong saw that Lin Feng was so disdainful of himself, Shintong's entire face became a little untenable. Unable to help but grit his teeth, he said in a harsh voice, I think you're the one who really wants to get killed. Lin Feng's pair of eyes were icy cold, and he looked at Shintong with an unknown amount of disdain. Well, kid, this is what you asked for? If I don't let you suffer a little bit properly today, I won't be surnamed Shin. As the words fell, Shintong violently swung his fist at Lin Feng's face. Seeing Shintong, who had suddenly made a move, the crowd of scholars exclaimed. The entire playground was an instant mess. Wang Xiao and Wang Haiyang, who had been paying attention to Lin Feng's side, as well as Jiang Yan, all looked different when they saw the sudden clash between Lin Feng and Shintong. Wang Haiyang and Wang Xiao were gloating. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, was incredibly nervous, with a heart in her throat. However, although Shintong's strikes were fast, they were no different from slow motion in Lin Feng's eyes. Bang! The crowd didn't even get a good look before they saw that Shintong, who had taken the lead, was directly sent flying out by Lin Feng's powerful kick. Chapter 24, It's just a couple of losers. Shintong, who weighed 150-60 pounds, was directly kicked out by Lin Feng more than 10 meters away. This kick could be said to have caused Shintong to almost lose half of his life. Shintong, who fell on the ground, only felt his stomach turning over like a river, almost vomiting out all the rice he ate last night. This was followed by a sharp pain in his internal organs, causing him to only feel a gust of dizziness coming from before his eyes. Some of the army instructors who had noticed this place long ago, originally those people were waiting to see a good show, but they didn't expect things to happen not at all what they expected. Although Shintong hadn't reached the level of a special forces soldier, he was considered one of the best among ordinary soldiers. Fighting ability is not bad. 3 or 5 ordinary people are not his opponent, but that was it. Even a single move didn't go through Lin Feng's hands, and he was directly kicked to the ground and couldn't get up. Those instructors were afraid that Shintong would suffer from Lin Feng again. Hurriedly and quickly, he ran over. One of the instructors even shouted at Lin Feng, "What are you doing? Which class are you from? How dare you assault an instructor? Do you know you're in big trouble?" Lin Feng smiled disdainfully. How would I know that this instructor is such a waste? Just now it was him who took the initiative to say to me that he wanted to spar. I didn't think that he wouldn't even be able to catch one of my kicks. That's too wasteful. Hearing such insulting words from Lin Feng, the group of instructors all felt a little uncomfortable in their hearts. The instructor who had berated Lin Feng was even angrier. "Kid, are you insulting us soldiers?" Lin Feng said indifferently. "Don't you dare put a blind hat on me. I didn't say anything about the military from the beginning. I just said that this instructor is nothing. I have a lot of respect for the military. After all, he's the patron saint who protects our country for us. But there are assholes in sacred places, like this instructor. You guys ask him nicely why he's targeting me on purpose. I don't believe he's simply looking at me the wrong way." That instructor naturally couldn't possibly let the fault of this matter lie with them. After all, they were all the same group of instructors who came here for military training. A squad, one glory for all, one loss for all. If one of them makes a mistake, their overall honor suffers. With that instructor said, "Don't talk nonsense. How could we intentionally target a student like you? I think it's still your disobedience to management that caused Shintong to target you, and now that you're the one who injured Shintong, we're definitely going to hold you accountable." Facing that instructor's strong words, Lin Feng said disdainfully, "Whatever you guys want. Anyway, my anger is out, so do what you guys want to do. But I can tell you guys, when the truth of this matter is finally found out, it's you guys who will be the ones who will lose face. Don't listen to this kid's nonsense for now. Arrest him now and wait for the chief to come over to deal with him." The group of officers was now a little weak. If you don't want another department to take over, it's best to just have someone from the military come in and handle it. Even if the fault lies with them, they can make things right the first time. Hearing that instructor's words, the rest of the instructors all knew what he meant, and they had all heard Lin Feng's insults to Shintong earlier, and had long since looked at Lin Feng with disdain. With those words, several instructors surrounded towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng wasn't afraid at all, but smiled and warned, I advise you guys to better give up this idea, or the consequences might be the same as him. Oh, kid, you're too crazy. As he said that, the instructor who had spoken to Lin Feng earlier was the first to rush up. Up comes a tackle in the army. Lin Feng didn't even look at him, he directly punched out. Before that instructor's hand touched Lin Feng's body, he was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. 2 incisors flew out of his mouth in passing while the man was in the air. Seeing Lin Feng use such simple and violent means directly made the crowd look dumbfounded. What kind of power does it have to be to knock someone's front teeth out with one punch? Although the other few instructors were also shocked at how powerful Lin Feng was, they had no retreat to speak of right now, and have given up on staying in the game. But no matter how powerful they were, none of them could last a single move under Lin Feng. A few breaths of time passed for the 9 instructors, and all of them fell to the ground with miserable screams. For a moment, the entire playground was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. Is this even human? 1 to beat 9. Maybe someone can do it. But a soldier who fights 9 trained soldiers, they haven't heard of. After collecting those 9 instructors, Lin Feng shrugged his shoulders and looked into the distance, waving his hand towards Jiang Yan, whose entire body was still in shock. Did you come to bring me water? It just so happens that I'm a little thirsty, so bring it here. It wasn't until Lin Feng spoke that Jiang Yan came back to her senses. He then hurriedly ran over and handed the water in his hand to Lin Feng, then asked with concern, Lin Feng, are you alright? Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. It's just a few losers, what can I do against them? After saying the words, he unscrewed the cap of the bottle and gulped down half of the water. After half a bottle of water went down, Lin Feng only felt a wave of relief come over him. Lin Feng, is this going to be alright? You beat up so many soldiers, will you be in trouble? Ginger Yan asked worriedly. Lin Feng touched Jiang Yan's head and smiled confidently. It's fine. This matter itself is not in their favor, and it's not like you don't know what kind of person I am. Even if the army intervenes, they can't do anything to me. The big deal is that we'll just file a lawsuit against them, and they'll be the only ones who end up apologizing. Lin Feng really wasn't worried at all about what the army would do to him. If it was an ordinary person, they might be taken at random when it comes to this kind of thing. After all, how can ordinary people fight against the officials? But he's no ordinary man. Those industrial rewards given by the system. As long as all those relationships are mobilized, the military has to play by the rules too, and it's impossible to use their power to oppress people. Not much time had passed before a captain's officer arrived on the playground with a group of men. This captain officer is the chief person in charge of military training in this financial university. Just as he arrived at the playground, the captain saw all 9 of his men on the ground groaning in pain. What's going on? The captain asked with a hard look on his face. A school official, who had witnessed the whole thing, rushed forward to tell what had happened. Good, that's really good. Your school is really worthy of being a top school. It's really full of talents. Surprisingly, there are even people who dare to beat up the instructor in public. I will definitely report this matter today and see how your school authority handles it. Chapter 25, whose ministry is this freshman? Seeing that lieutenant's furious look, the entire school all felt that their school might be in trouble this time. Although the principal of the top 211 academy is also a big brother level figure that ordinary people don't dare to mess with, the principal will also be under a lot of pressure if the military's top management wants to find trouble. In the end, it was very likely that Lin Feng would be pushed out to take the blame, and in the end, the matter would be trivialized and the two sides would be pacified. The crowd figured this out, and there was some regret in their gazes towards Lin Feng. Actually, Lin Feng had been noticed by everyone after he became the man of the hour at school. Even many girls, after seeing Lin Feng's handsome face, had been mesmerized by it, and a lot of them even wanted to confess their love to Lin Feng. How could they not love a little brother with wealth and face? But today's incident would probably kill Lin Feng's future, and some of the girls who wanted to confess their love all backed off. Although they were enamored by Lin Feng's face, they still had some sense. Even if Lin Feng was handsome, if he didn't have the ability to make money in the future, they wouldn't be able to follow what the crowd was thinking. Lin Feng naturally couldn't guess, because he didn't care about what other people were thinking either. If it was before, he probably wouldn't have dared to cause such a big deal, but nowadays, he is naturally fearless. People are not frivolous. This Shintong is obviously deliberately targeting himself. If he is not reacting at all, then he is living too much of a loser. Even the system might look down on itself by then. At this time, Wang Xiao, who had been standing in the distance with Wang Xiao to watch the fun until things had pretty much festered, couldn't help but cough and say, Wang Xiao, it's almost time, I should go over as well. Wang Haiyang nodded slightly, with a faint smile on his face. Then I'll trouble Director Wang, when this time is over, I'll definitely talk to my family and give Director Wang a chance to work hard. Hearing Wang Haiyang's words, Director Wang looked excited and said repeatedly, then thanks to young Wang for his promotion. In the future, if young Wang has something to do, I will definitely bow and die. After saying his words, Wang Xiao straightened his clothes and took a step towards the field. After coming to the field, Wang Xiao said with a serious face, Sir, calm down. It's our school's faulty teaching. I didn't expect to have such a student. Our school will definitely give you military an explanation. That lieutenant also knew Wang Xiao. After all, Wang Xiao was the person in charge of the school's military training, and the two sides had dealt with each other. So it's Director Wang. Then since Director Wang said it, I'll believe you for once. This student assaulted our instructor. The matter is extremely bad. It must be severely punished. If your school can't give us a satisfactory explanation by then, we definitely won't just let it go. This time Lin Feng was alone to single-handedly challenge the 9 instructors, and even still won completely, crushing them unilaterally. The damage to the face of the military is very serious. If he cannot save this face, he will also be severely penalized. After Wang Xiao finished speaking with that lieutenant, he turned his gaze and looked at Lin Feng with a stern look in his eyes. This student, what's wrong with you? Do you know what this place is? Is it a place where you can just run wild? This military training is specially prepared by our school in order to give the scholars a good workout, and now you're blatantly breaking the school's rules. You're really daring. I'll be sure to report this to the principal so that he can expel you from school and notify all universities that you will never be hired again. When she heard Wang Zhao's words, Jiang Yan, who was standing beside Lin Feng, was instantly scared pale. Although she knew that Lin Feng had a strong family background, it didn't matter if he went to school or not. It was enough to lie flat for the rest of his life. But if he was expelled from school, it would also have some impact on Lin Feng's future, especially Lin Feng, this kind of big family children. It is a very shameful thing, maybe even have a great impact on the future to take over the family's industry. But Lin Feng didn't care when he heard Wang Zhao's words. For one thing, he really didn't care about the schooling, and it didn't matter if he didn't go to school. The second was that he wasn't worried about getting kicked out of school, and he was bound and determined to fight these guys to the end. Only Lin Feng said with a cold smile, if you want to expel me from school, it depends on whether you have that ability. Actually, I'm very curious, who is secretly targeting me in this matter today? Don't let me investigate it, otherwise I'll definitely let him know my Lin Feng's methods. After saying his words, Lin Feng directly grabbed Jiang Yan's hand and left in style, not even bothering to say another word to Wang Xiao. Hearing Lin Feng's words, coupled with Lin Feng's disdainful back as he turned away, Wang Zhao's face instantly became gloomy. This Lin Feng surprisingly did not have the intention of begging for mercy at all. He had thought that after he said the words of expelling Lin Feng from school, Lin Feng would be scared and his legs would be weak, begging for mercy towards himself. When the time came, he would take the opportunity to ruthlessly humiliate Lin Feng a bit and make a good show in front of Wang Haiyang. You can even successfully embrace the thighs of the Wang family, which is the top power in the education sector, and its voice in the education sector can even change many of the education sector's strategic guidelines. This kind of education sector's top dignitary, once he hugged its thigh, his career in the future is absolutely smooth sailing, green clouds. But Lin Feng unexpectedly didn't give him a chance at all, and even gave himself a verbal threat before leaving. Wang Xiao now only had resentment towards Lin Feng for not begging him for forgiveness, and hadn't worried at all about the threatening words Lin Feng had told him on his way out. Soon, Lin Feng's story of picking off 9 instructors on the playground spread throughout the school. All the people who heard this news were all feeling shocked by Lin Feng's power. Freshman, on the first day of military training, one person picked over 9 instructors? The freshman brushed 9 military trainers without injury. This one eye-catching headline directly dominates the entire list on the school's forum network. Just open the school's forum website and you'll see this one eye-catching headline. Asterisk 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 asterisk, whose ministry is this freshman really in? To be so brave. This little brother is so dominant. I like it so much. If nothing happens to my little brother this time, I'll definitely confess my love to him. Within one post, there were many students in a heated discussion. Oh, this freshman is considered wasted. Hitting the military training instructor sent by the military. Expulsion from school is light. The heavier are likely to be sentenced. There are those who are jealous and deliberately show their wise side. There weren't a handful of such people, and many of them were admiring Lin Feng, but more people are gloating. Chapter 26. What's all this talk about tigers and wolves? Lin Feng, what's going to happen now? Things have gotten so big. The military and the school will definitely not let you off the hook. I know you have a big background, but you can't afford to mess with the military. Don't let anything happen to you. I'm about to die of worry. Jiang Yan, who was following Lin Feng, had a worried look on her face. Seeing Jiang Yan's worried look, Lin Feng kneaded Jiang Yan's small hand and said with a confident face, "Senior sister, you're so adorable. I'm in love with you. Come give me a kiss." Aya. What time is it? You are still so unorthodox. People are about to worry you to death. If you can be fine this time, I will let you kiss me enough later. Jiang Yan stomped her feet anxiously. She was really speechless. What a time it was. Lin Feng was still thinking about this kind of thing. When Lin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but say with a bad smile, "Senior sister, this is what you said. Don't go back on your word when the time comes. You said you'd let me kiss you enough, so when the time comes, you can't refuse to kiss me wherever I want." Aha! Jiang Yan subconsciously agreed, but then as if she remembered something, a blush could not help but appear on her face. Lin Feng, you're going to die. What's all this talk about tigers and wolves? I don't want it. How embarrassing would that be? The reason why Lin Feng was so nice to Jiang Yan was because he had discovered that Jiang Yan was still a perfect body after having a spring night with her last night. In today's society, women like Jiang Yan, who could only be seen in kindergartens, could already be said to be very rare. That was why Lin Feng was so fond of Jiang Yan, even gave her shares in the Peace Hotel, is really looking at it as his woman. It was hard to say whether the two of them would be able to get married in the future, but the one thing he was sure of was that Jiang Yan would definitely be able to enjoy glory and wealth for the rest of her life by her side. After joking, Lin Feng said with a straight face, "It's fine. Don't worry, since I dare to do this, I definitely have my own strength. Right now my main thing is to find out who is targeting me behind the scenes. This kind of person who makes small moves behind the scenes is too dangerous. If I can't find out earlier, I might even get me into some kind of trouble in the future." Lin Feng, are you really so sure that someone is behind this? Speaking of business, Jiang Yan also looked serious and couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. Lin Feng nodded. I'm pretty sure that there must be someone behind the scenes who is making Shintong deliberately find trouble with me. It's my first day of military training today, and it's the first time I've met with Shintong, and I haven't had a single grudge against the military in the past. I don't believe that nothing is wrong in Shintong. A military instructor will come up and find trouble with me right away, so I'm going to find out who's behind this and clean it up completely to eliminate any future problems. Well, with my ability I can't help you much, so be careful yourself. If there's something you need me for, just let me know. I may not be able to help with the big favors, but I may be able to help with some of the small ones, Jiang Yan said with a firm look. Lin Feng smiled as he reached out and patted Jiang Yan's head. Well, don't worry. I'm fine. You go back first. After I'm done with all this, I'll go back to you. After the two of them separated, Lin Feng walked towards the dormitory, but just as he returned to the dormitory floor, he saw two police officers from the police station waiting there. After seeing Lin Feng, the two of them couldn't help but stride over. You're Lin Feng, right? One of the policemen spoke up and asked. The two officers, one regular and one auxiliary, were also in their normal police deployment. The person who opened his mouth to ask the question was the same established police officer. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, I'm Lin Feng. Okay, then come with us. We just received a report that you were involved in a fight with someone at school, and now we're taking you back to investigate. That police officer looked at Lin Feng and said indifferently. In fact, before coming, the two policemen had learned what had happened. He also knew who the person fighting with Lin Feng was. The two of them were also very impressed with Lin Feng's guts, and of course, they knew that Lin Feng's hands were very good. However, they weren't at all afraid that Lin Feng would make a move against them, because once Lin Feng made a move on them, it would be an arrest plus assault on the police. These two charges alone were enough for Lin Feng to drink a pot of water. Of course, if Lin Feng didn't resist, then he wouldn't have any benefits. This time Lin Feng offended the military. Once into the police station, everything has a maneuverable space. In want to come out easily is unlikely. What can you do if you're good with your hands? If the officials want to clean you up, it's not just a matter of words. So the two weren't afraid of Lin Feng at all. There was no hint of fear as he spoke. Lin Feng, however, smiled lightly. He had already seen through the minds of the two policemen, so naturally he wouldn't do something that would put him in danger. Then he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go back with you guys to cooperate with the investigation." Seeing Lin Feng agreeing so quickly, the two police officers all froze for a moment. This Lin Feng really just obediently gave in? However, the two didn't think much about it. As long as they brought the person back, they would be considered to have accomplished their mission. Soon, Lin Feng followed the two officers into the police car and left, and this scene was seen by many. There was also a renewed fervor of discussion on the school forum online about Lin Feng being taken away in a police car. The 5 people from Phnom Penh who had been protecting Lin Feng also saw the scene of Lin Feng being taken away by the police car. The 5 didn't dare to hesitate, and Jin Bian quickly took out his cell phone and called General Manager Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun, who was in the office of the general manager of the Magic City security branch of SHIELD, was in the office. After receiving the phone call from Phnom Penh, the entire group looked grave. After hanging up, not daring to hesitate for a moment, he hastily picked up his cell phone and called again. On an island in Southeast Asia, the location of this island was so secretive that ordinary people could not find it, and even many small countries in Southeast Asia could not be detected by technological means. This island is the headquarters of SHIELD, security, and a secret base for training SHIELD security personnel. At this moment, inside a room in a training camp on the island, a middle-aged man with sharp eyes and a powerful aura emanating from his body received a call from Zhang Jianjun. "Hello, Chief Instructor. I'm Zhang Jianjun, the general manager of Huaxia's Magic City branch." Hearing Zhang Jianjun's voice, the man with sharp eyes faintly said, "What is it?" Zhang Jianjun said cautiously, "Back to Chief Instructor. Just now the men sent word that the boss was arrested by the police." "Because of what?" The man with sharp eyes, although there was no great change in his complexion when he heard Zhang Jianjun's words, his sharp eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously, the news that Lin Feng had been captured was also causing some unrest in his heart. According to the report from the people under the hand, it says that the boss beat up the military instructor during the military training. Now that the military and the university are doubly pressurized and have sought out the officials to step in, the boss is probably going to be in quite a bit of trouble this time. Chapter 27, Imperial Capital Yi Family. Humph, dare to find trouble with the boss. I'd like to see who dares. Do you really think that we, SHIELD, security, are soft persimmons that can be pinched by anyone who wants to? Leave this matter to me. You keep an eye on the movements on the boss's side, and by the way, use the contacts in your hands as well. Let the boss live comfortably inside first. I'll contact those people above Huaxia now. After hanging up the phone, a coldness flashed in the eyes of the sharp-eyed man. In his mind, he even recalled the way he had looked when he had left in a mess from Huaxia. He used to be the soldier king of the strongest special forces in China. In the whole of China, except for the man known as the Dragon God, there was no one in the military who was his opponent. At that time, he was young, spirited, and even at his peak, according to his own speculation, it wouldn't take long for him to even challenge the Dragon God and truly become the #1 person in the Chinese military. But during a mission, unknown to the squad he led, the plan was leaked by whoever, and encountered an ambush by a foreign military. With a squad of 5, he was the only one who ended up escaping back, and at the time, he still disobeyed many orders to bring back the bodies of his teammates. By the time he returned home, he was convicted of many crimes. Because of his defiance, he ended up pissing off the military bigwigs. If he wasn't powerful, plus having the secret help of the Yi family, it would have been impossible for him to escape from Huaxia alive. To this day, he hated his teeth when he thought about that once again incident. That mission of his own must have been a trap set specifically for him, and the person who set this trap was the same person he had been protecting. Later, after escaping from China, he was displaced and finally taken in by a nobleman, who also spent a huge amount of money to create this SHIELD security company for him, so that he could have a place to live. As for this new boss, he had secretly inquired about the news, and the nobleman who had once helped him in a difficult way, definitely had a very deep relationship, and might even be the nobleman's junior. So he has to repay this favor by supporting this new boss with all his heart and soul, and now that the new boss is in trouble, he has to help with all his might. At the thought, the man with the sharp eyes opened a drawer that had been dusty for a long time and contained only a very old cell phone. There is only one phone number inside the cell phone directory, with the phone number being dialed by him, far away in a huge mansion in the imperial capital of China. A white-haired, hale and hearty old man answered the phone with an agitated look. "Hey, you boys finally bothered to call me." This old man was the top pillar of the imperial capital's overwhelmingly powerful Yi family. Yi Jinhua is now the only remaining player in China who opened a service to create an account. The Yi family was also the top most powerful family in the imperial capital, with no existence that could compare to it. The imperial capital's powerful families were divided into one absolute top, 4 tops, 10 first class, and many second and third class families. The Yi family can be said to be the first among the families in the whole of China, and deservedly so. There wouldn't be a stronger family than the Yi family in China. The Yi family's people are spread throughout all the powerful departments in the whole of China, all of them sitting in high positions of power. Hearing Yi Jinghua's words, the man with sharp eyes choked. "Elder Yi, I'm sorry that I haven't been able to take the initiative to contact you for so many years. Isamuwa, how old are you? And now you're still doing the whole melodramatic thing. Back then, you were a man of iron bones, and you didn't shed a single tear even in the face of a four-sided war." "Elder Yi, thank you. If you hadn't been secretly helping me back then, I believe that there would not have been any possibility for me to escape. Qi Zhiyong said gratefully. Xiao Yong, I have watched you grow up. Can I still not trust you? And your father was considered my old subordinate in the beginning. He was sacrificed on the battlefield to save me. I have never forgotten this favor. How can I sit back and do nothing when something happens to you? It's just a pity that although I can force myself to protect you, I will also make enemies with those people. And with the Yi family behind me, I have to think about the big picture as well, and I have to choose to be silent and secretly help you a little. It's a good thing it turned out well and nothing happened to you, or I wouldn't know how to face your father when I go down there later. Alright, Yi old man, all these things are in the past, and I don't have anything to do. This time when I call you, Yi old man, I actually want you to do me a favor. Qi Zhiyong said seriously. Hearing Qi Zhiyong's tone, Yi Zhenghua slowly said, Say it Xiao Yong, you are looking for me as an old man nowadays. I definitely won't sit back and do nothing. I couldn't do anything about that matter of yours in the beginning, but I can solve anything for you now. Yi old man, it's not a big deal. It's just that my boss, something happened in Mordor, offended the military, and now he's been arrested by the police. Help me save my boss, right? Qi Zhiyong spoke up. Your boss? Hearing this, Yi Zhenghua raised an eyebrow. That owner of the Divine Shield Security Company? Yes, that's him, Elder Yi. I haven't begged you for anything for so many years. This time I hope you can help me. This boss has a deep relationship with the nobleman who saved me in the first place, and I can't not repay this favor. Okay, I know. I'll have someone look into it now and see what's going on. Don't worry, even if that boss of yours makes a big mistake, I won't let anything happen to him. The two spoke for a while longer before hanging up. Yi Zhenghua directly called his personal guard and asked him to inquire about Lin Feng of the Magic City University of Finance and Economics. He didn't know how much time had passed, but inside Yi Zhenghua's study, the computer screen was playing a video of Lin Feng when he fought with the 9 military instructors. The guard standing beside Yi Zhenghua couldn't help but look very grave after watching the video that finished playing on the computer screen. Ah Chang, what do you think of this young man Lin Feng? The guard known as Ah Chang said with a gloomy expression. Old chief, this young man is not simple. From the video, this young man defeated that 9 instructors. Ken didn't even use 1/10 of his strength. I'm afraid I'm not even a match for its true strength. You're not even a match? Yi Zhenghua looked startled. This guard beside him, unarmed combat is a top 10 existence in China. Surprisingly, even he said that he was no match for that young man. What level of strength does that young man have to have? Are you sure you're no match for him either? Yi Zhenghua asked again in disbelief. Old chief, I'm pretty sure that I'm no match for this young man, and even this young man couldn't use many moves to defeat me. Chapter 28, Yi Family's Movements. After hearing that the guard by his side could give Lin Feng such a high evaluation, Yi Zhenghua was also very shocked. In itself he was very curious about this young man who could be Qi Zhiyong's boss, and now after hearing his own guard's comments, his curiosity about Lin Feng rose even more. Just then, a footstep appeared outside the study. Then there was a knock on the door. Come in. Yi Zhenghua opened his mouth. As the voice fell, the door to the study room opened, and an extremely beautiful-looking woman wearing a military uniform appeared in the doorway. Grandpa, is there something you want to call me back in such a hurry? Only the woman's red lips lightly opened and asked. Seeing the woman, a look of love appeared on Yi Zhenghua's face. This woman was the granddaughter of Yi Zhenghua, and the only woman of the Yi family in this generation. Yi Zhenghua had 7 sons, and of the 7 sons, only 1 granddaughter was born to him, and this only granddaughter was none other than Michelle Yi. But despite being a daughter, Yi Xian's accomplishments were in no way lower than the rest of the Yi family. Yi Xian had enlisted in the army at the age of 18, and now that 7 years had passed, relying on her own strength, she had unexpectedly become the captain of the Blood Red Special Operations Squad, with the rank of major. If there were no accidents, it wouldn't take 2 years, and with the operation of the Yi family, he might soon become the youngest general in the history of China. However, there wasn't anyone who would be dissatisfied with Yi Xian having the status she had today. It was only because everything that Yi Xian had gained now was what she deserved. Yi Xian enlisted in the army for 7 years. I do not know how many merits for the country, its own strength, but also the entire Chinese army are not a few people can be compared with it. That's why no one ever raised an objection to receiving the rank of major at 25. But it's not easy to cross the major and become a general. Even if Yi Xian had the huge background of the Yi family, it wasn't something that could be done so easily. If Yi Xian had been a bit older, it might have been easier. But at her current age, despite her numerous military achievements, there would have to be a lot of resistance to be crowned a general. Xianer is back, just in time for you to come over. Grandpa will show you something. Hearing Yi Zhenghua's greeting, Yi Xian walked over with a puzzled expression. Yi Zhenghua replayed the video of Lin Feng single-handedly challenging 9 instructors on the playground by himself. Yi Xian stood there with a serious expression as she watched the entire video through, her face already filled with shock. Grandpa, Where did you get this video to make sure this is really happening? It's not a movie that was made? Yi Jinghua shook his head. Of course it's true. I called you back from the army this time to let you handle this matter. In your eyes, Xianer, how strong is this young man? Yi Xian carefully watched the video of Lin Feng single-handedly challenging 9 military instructors again and slowly said, strong, very strong. If this video is true, this person's strength should be above mine. Although Song Xian was haughty, she was not the kind of person who was blindly haughty, but only haughty towards people who were not as strong as herself. But when it comes to people better than herself, she still respects them. For example, when he saw Lin Feng from within the video, Song Xian showed his respect. Hearing his granddaughter's evaluation of Lin Feng, Yi Jinghua smiled in satisfaction. It seemed that his education had been successful, and hadn't left the people in the family with nothing but blind arrogance. Well, now that the video is finished, you should make a trip to Mordor. This young man had a run-in with those instructors, and I've been informed of what happened. The fault for what happened is not on this young man's shoulders, and now the military and the university are looking for trouble from this young man, and you helped this young man out. And by the way, give him 2 things for me. After Yi Jinghua finished speaking, the guard beside him, Chang, brought out a box and placed it in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian curiously opened the box and couldn't help but look surprised when she saw what was inside. Grandpa, do we really have to give him this thing? The box contained nothing else but the credentials of the General Directorate of State Security. The documented power of this National Security Directorate is so great that it can even temporarily take over local command when necessary. Whether it's the first or second in command of the Provincial Party Committee, they all need to obey unconditionally when the documents are brought out. This document has only been possessed by one person in China so far. That was the man who was called the Dragon God by all the powerful people in China. How could Yi Xian not have thought that this young man in the video was qualified for this supreme honor? Grandpa, why? Yi Xian didn't understand why her grandfather was so taken with this young man and couldn't help but ask about the doubts in her heart. Yi Jinghua didn't hide it from Yi Xian, but revealed Lin Feng's identity. He's the man behind SHIELD security. What? He's behind SHIELD security? Upon hearing this news, Yi Xian's complexion shook tremendously. Although the Divine Shield Security Company was only a security company, its strength was terrifying. Other people didn't know that SHIELD security was truly his strength, but she knew it deeply. If SHIELD security mobilized all of its forces, it could definitely easily overthrow the regime of any small country, even at full strength. It is a powerful country like Huaxia that can make a considerable impact. The reason why SHIELD security had not been able to be controlled by those powerful countries was because SHIELD security had a strength that made them afraid. SHIELD security has security personnel at the side of every national political bigwig. If the SHIELD security company wanted to, all it took was one order to send out, and those security personnel could carry out assassinations on those national political bigwigs, and if they were successful, it could cause the entire country on the blue planet to shake. This is the strength of SHIELD security in the shadows. Too terrifying to imagine. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Grandpa, I know. I'll go to Magic City now. After speaking, Yi Xian took out her cell phone and made a call out before changing into her regular clothes and leaving the Yi family mansion. Inside a secret military base, Yi Xian piloted a helicopter alone from the imperial capital to the magic capital. On the other hand, Lin Feng had just entered inside the police station when the police station chief's phone rang one after another. First, someone greeted him and told him to interrogate Lin Feng properly, potentially meaning that he should clean up Lin Feng. The phone calls behind him, however, changed the direction of the wind. All of them were people with dignities greeting him, telling him to take good care of Lin Feng and not to let him have a little bit of trouble. If something happened to Lin Feng, he would take him to task. So many calls came through that it directly caused a cold sweat to cover that director's forehead. Now he doesn't know what to do. There were people who wanted to fix Lin Feng, and there were people who wanted to protect Lin Feng, and one simply didn't know who one should listen to. He couldn't afford to offend the person who wanted to clean up Lin Feng, and he couldn't afford to offend the person who wanted to protect Lin Feng even more. Chapter 29, This young man can't be messed with. Just when that director was in a dilemma, a phone call came through and straight away he slumped in his chair in fear. The call came from the military district in the imperial capital. The person who made the call was one of the head guards of the imperial capital military region, and this guard was naturally Chang beside Yi Jinghua. Chang didn't say much on the phone. He just said, "If anything happens to Lin Feng, I'll kill you." The words were very revealing, not at all subtle. simple and clear, yet the words were full of killing intent. How could he, a small precinct police station chief, withstand the pressure brought to him by someone of this caliber? Immediately that director couldn't sit still. He hurriedly came out of his office and ran towards the detention room where Lin Feng was being held. At this moment, Lin Feng was sitting calmly on a chair in the detention room. The small police officer guarding Lin Feng, seeing the director come, quickly stood up and respectfully said, "Director, you're here." The chief didn't have time to dawdle with the junior constable, but spoke directly, "Open the door for me." Seeing the director's face of urgency, the junior police officer didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation and hurriedly opened the door of the detention room. After the director quickly walked into the detention room, stretched out his hand toward Lin Feng and said, "I, little brother, let you suffer. I'm also in accordance with the rules. If there is any offense, please don't be offended." Looking at the director's attitude, Lin Feng had already guessed something. Then he said with a smile, "The director is joking. As long as you can act impartially, my side will definitely not say anything." Seeing Lin Feng's breezy look, the director was even more sure of what he had in mind. This young man's identity was definitely in existence that he could not afford to offend. It was normal to think that if ordinary people, how could they have so much guts to beat up military instructors in public, and still beat up 9 of them by themselves? Not to mention this strength, even if those 9 instructors stood there and let others beat them up, not many people would have the guts to make a move. Thinking of that phone call from the Imperial Military Region, this director still felt a cold sweat running down his back even now. No matter if it was someone who wanted to find trouble with Lin Feng or someone who wanted to protect Lin Feng, all of them were ants in front of that big brother of the imperial capital. If those people knew that behind Lin Feng stood that big brother of the imperial capital, I'm afraid those people would have to be scared out of their wits. "Little brother, you can go to the conference room for a while, and you can leave when I've finished everything on my side. It shouldn't take you too long." Lin Feng nodded. Okay. Lin Feng didn't make things too difficult for this little director. This director had indeed followed the process in everything from sending people to arrest himself until now. Someone reports a crime. He goes out to the police. This is all normal process. This side hadn't even waited for that director to finish the formalities for Lin Feng. On the other hand, Yi Xian had already arrived in Magic City in a military helicopter. Inside the Magic City garrison camp, several military leaders all stood in front of the airplane ramp with serious expressions. As the helicopter from the imperial capital landed, several people had a look of respect in their eyes. After parking the plane, Yi Xian's silhouette stepped off the plane. Seeing the several leaders of the Magic City garrison who had come to pick up the plane, Yi Xian came in front of the several people and said calmly, "I'm just here to do a bit of personal business. I'm not here with a mission. You don't have to be so serious. You're also my uncles and uncle's generation, and I can't afford that kind of treatment." Several leaders of the Magic Capital garrison. Respect was not directed at Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian was sitting on the seat of a major at a young age and had a bright future ahead of her, sooner or later she would be higher than them. It was impossible for them to make such a fuss. What they truly feared was the Yi family, the family power behind Yi Xian. The Yi family has always been firmly in control of the military. Even that current state lord, after trying a few times, was unable to snatch a bit of military power from the Yi family's hands, which shows to what extent the Yi family's control over the military has reached. As military men, they were bound to show enough respect to the Yi family, and if they offended the Yi family, they wouldn't be able to mix in the military in the future. "Hello, Colonel Yi, welcome to Mordor. I don't know what instructions I have." A lieutenant colonel spoke up and inquired. Yi Xian slowly said, "I heard that a college student clashed with a military instructor during military training. It's something my grandfather noticed and looked into what happened. I just want to know how your Mordor military is trained. Why would anyone under their command dare to be so lawless, bullying others for the sake of a small favor?" Hearing Yi Xian's words, several of the Magic City's military leaders all changed their complexion. The lieutenant colonel who spoke earlier frowned and said, "Major Yi, is there some kind of misunderstanding in the middle? The information we got is that the college student provoked first, disobeying the instructor's command. Then the two had a verbal argument, which eventually led to the conflict." Yi Xian sneered, "Oh, that means you guys heard it from someone else and haven't even carefully investigated what happened. There were so many people in the schoolyard at that time, but any of you who want to investigate with all your heart can easily know what happened at that time. But you guys look like you don't want to investigate this matter at all. Is it only feel that that college student hit the face of your Magic City military? And then also don't care about right and wrong. Only think of this face back. As for that college student is dead or alive, it is not important to you guys anymore, right?" Yi Xian's words fell. instantly causing the faces of those few military leaders to turn ugly. The reason why their faces turned ugly was not because of Yi Xian's counting, but because Yi Xian had spoken the truth. Yi Xian sneered. This matter has already alarmed Grandpa. If it's that young man's fault, this matter will naturally be left to you. But no one is going to frame that young man if it's not his fault. The result of my grandfather's investigation is that instructor Shintong intentionally targeted that college student. If you guys investigate a different result, you can always find me to confront me. After saying his words, Yi Xian didn't say any more nonsense and directly took a key of a military vehicle from a soldier's hand, then drove off in his car and rushed towards the police station where Lin Feng was being held. After Yi Xian left, those few Mordor military leaders glanced at each other, all seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. They hadn't expected that just an ordinary incident of a conflict between a college student and an instructor would draw the attention of the Yi family. That young man seems to have a great relationship with the Yi family. Since that young man had such a deep relationship with the Yi family, all of their previous plans could be cancelled, and it would be better to honestly follow the real situation. The power they relied on did nothing for that young man. Even the power in that young man's hands could easily clean up all of them if they continued to hold out. Chapter 30. You're not going to treat me to spicy hot pot, are you? On the other hand, after Yi Xian had warned those few Mordor military leaders, she drove to the police station where Lin Feng was being held. The military vehicle had just pulled into the courtyard of the police station and attracted the attention of many people. Although those junior police officers didn't know Yi Xian's identity, when they saw the military vehicle that Yi Xian drove, they knew that it was a lord that they couldn't afford to mess with. A small police officer cautiously stepped forward and asked, "Hello, may I ask what's the matter with you?" The junior constable had just finished speaking when an officer's license appeared before his eyes. Looking at the rank and Yi Xian's information on that officer's license, that junior police officer was frightened and his legs went limp. It's a division presence. Not bad. Yi Xian's officer's license not only had the rank of major, but also had the title of a division commander. This kind of even flat transfer to the local, are the level of a city mayor? How can he a small police officer to provoke up? Good day, sir. The junior constable hastened to raise his hand in salute. Yi Xian waved her hand. Call out your director. I came over today to claim someone. The junior police officer didn't dare to slack off and rushed inside the police station after answering the question. It wasn't long before that director who had spoken to Lin Feng earlier walked over with quick steps. Seeing Yi Xian standing at the entrance of the police station, he first froze for a moment, and after being shocked by his young face for a split second, he quickly came closer. Just now, he received a report from the junior police officer that a leader with the rank of major and division commander had come, so he hurriedly walked out from his office. It just didn't occur to me that this divisional leader who came was so young. Hello, I'm Zhang Hua, the chief of this police station. I don't know who you are, sir, Yi Xian faintly said. Yi Xian, Major, Division Commander of the 5th Division of the Central Military Region of the Imperial Capital. This time I'm here with you because I'm here to claim my friend Lin Feng. I've already investigated the matter clearly. I can guarantee in my name that Lin Feng is absolutely not at fault. So hurry up and release him at your police station. Hearing Yi Xian's words, that police station chief was secretly staggered. This Yi Xian's series of positions were about to scare him to death. Division commanders aren't scary. What's scary is that they're division commanders in the Central Military Region. The 5 major military regions of China are mainly dominated by this Central Military Region. The other 4 major military regions need to follow the command of the Central Military Region. Even if the two sides were on the same level of rank, the officers of the Imperial Capital were half a rank higher than the officers of the other 4 military regions. The military has more real power than the local one. The mayor of Mordor has to give a few points of face when he sees this one, not to mention his own little police station chief. Although he knew that it was a bit unorthodox to release Lin Feng now, he could not afford to offend this one even more. Sir, wait a moment. I'll check in for Lin Feng again right now. It shouldn't take long for that Lin Feng to come out. Seeing that this director was so uptight, Yi Xian didn't say anything more, but turned around and returned to the car to wait up quietly. While waiting, Yi Xian swept her gaze across the street opposite the police station, where 2 Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedans were parked. With her intuition, she knew that the person sitting in the car should be very uncomplicated, or at least very strong. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian took out her satellite cell phone and dialed out a direct call. Inside a special training base in the Imperial Capital, a Special Forces soldier took out his computer and directly linked to the satellite, locking straight onto the area of the police station where Yi Xian was located, and soon found the 2 Mercedes S-Class sedans that Yi Xian had asked him to investigate. The information on the 5 Phnom Penh men in the car appeared on the computer at the same time. After pulling up the information information on the 5 people from Phnom Penh. The Special Forces soldier passed the information to Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the profiles of the 5 people on the golden edge on her cell phone and knew the identities of the 5 people. These 5 people should be the bodyguards sent by the Divine Shield Security Company to protect Lin Feng. After knowing the identities of the 5 people, Yi Xian was not bothering much, as long as they were not dangerous people. Shui Ro, the vice captain sitting in the car, frowned slightly. Captain, that female officer seems to have discovered us. Jin Bian nodded with a grave expression. Well, I saw it. This female officer should have an uncomplicated identity. Just now I saw that the police station chief was very respectful to her. Her rank should not be low. Suru, can you investigate this female officer's information? Shueiro nodded. I'll try. Soon, Shueiro was operating on the computer she carried with her. But after Yi Xian's identity information was finally displayed on the computer screen, it startled the 5 people. Captain, this Yi Xian is a member of the Yi family of the imperial capital, and is also a 25-year-old major who is currently the division commander of a division in the central military region of the imperial capital. As for in details, I can't investigate. The identity is encrypted and I don't have enough access. And try. ING to crack this Yi Xian's encrypted information might alert the Chinese intelligence system. I'm not sure I can keep it from being traced. Jin Bian nodded. Well, this information is already enough. The people from the Yi family in the imperial capital have unexpectedly come, and I don't know if they are here to help our boss or to target our boss. Shui Ro thought for a moment. I don't feel like this Yi family's people are here to target the boss. With the strength of the Yi family, if they wanted to target the boss, they wouldn't have to go through so much trouble at all. All they need to do is make a phone call, and I'm afraid that the mayor of Mordor would have to come down personally. And now looking at this Yi Xian, I'm guessing that she's here to help the boss. When the 4 Jinbian people heard that their own boss was so close to the Yi family in the imperial capital, they all had some small excitement in their hearts. The imperial capital Yi family, as long as anyone who knows anything about the Yi family knows, the Yi family is the #1 big family in China. With this kind of big family as a backing, in the whole of China, there are not many people who can mess with their boss. Soon, Lin Feng's figure walked out of the police station and was still personally sent out by that director. Director Wu, you don't need to see me off. I can just walk by myself. Lin Feng stood in front of the police station with Director Wu and said with a smile. Director Wu quickly said, Okay, little brother, you can call me for anything in the future. As long as it's within my purview, I definitely won't refuse. Lin Feng nodded, waved his hand and said goodbye to Director Wu and stepped away. Just after passing by the military vehicle, Yi Xian spoke up. Is Mr. Lin just going to leave? Not going to thank the people who helped you? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Feng gave Yi Xian a surprised look and then said without surprise, I didn't realize that the person who did me a big favor was a beautiful woman, so of course I have to thank her. After saying his words, Lin Feng didn't hesitate to pull open the passenger door and sit on it. As a thank you for your help, I'll buy you a meal. Beautiful. Looking at Lin Feng's invincible face, even Yi Xian couldn't help but thump her heart a little. You're not going to treat me to spicy hot pot, are you? If that's true, then you'd better go back. I can't accept this kind of thanks. Yi Xian's humor couldn't help but make Lin Feng laugh out loud. Don't worry, I've never been that cheap, and since it's a thank you, the treat is of course a big meal. Chapter 31A Commercial Street. When she heard Lin Feng's words, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth couldn't help but curve slightly. This time her grandfather had asked her to come and personally deal with Lin Feng's matter, and she had already guessed some of the hidden deeper meanings. Lin Feng was the owner of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Security Company. If Lin Feng had publicized his identity as the boss behind the Divine Shield Security Company, he didn't know how many dignitaries would have rushed to visit him. And since they, the Yi family, had taken this head start, they naturally had to capitalize on it. And Lin Feng himself was very powerful. If she could befriend this kind of person, it would be of great benefit to her Yi family. The Yi family appeared to be brilliant and the #1 family in China, but there were not a few enemies who coveted their family's position. Being able to have one more powerful friend was a way to build up some more depth. If the Yi family had difficulties in the future, with the favor Lin Feng owed him this time, he would also step in to help their Yi family. Just as the vehicle left the police station, it was passing the car of the 5 Phnom Penh men. Lin Feng had Yi Xian stop beside their car and waved his hand to signal Jin Bian and the others in the car to drop the windows. The 5 Phnom Penh men in the car looked at each other, then slowly lowered their windows, only to see Lin Feng, who was sitting in the passenger side of the military vehicle, said with a smile, It's hard for you guys to follow me so day and night. In the future you don't have to follow secretly all the time except for the school. Just follow directly and openly. It just so happens that Miss Yi and I are going out for dinner. You guys should come with me too. I had the manager of the restaurant arrange a place for you. Hearing Lin Feng's words, all 5 of the Jinbian people were a little embarrassed, not realizing that their plan to secretly protect Lin Feng had been discovered long ago. After finishing his words, Lin Feng nodded his head towards Yi Xian. The military vehicle started slowly, and the 5 men from Phnom Penh hurriedly drove after it. Soon, the group arrived at the Peace Hotel on Nanjing Road. After arriving here, Yi Xian could not help but raise her eyebrows slightly. She had naturally heard of the great name of this Peace Hotel. A group of 7 people had just gotten off the bus when they saw Li Feng, who had been standing at the door waiting, and then they rushed to welcome him. After arriving in front of Lin Feng, Li Feng carefully said, "Boss, you're here." Lin Feng nodded slightly. "Well, is it all arranged?" Li Feng hurriedly said, "Boss, according to your orders, it's all been arranged. It's still the same supreme package." Lin Feng nodded. "All right, then take us there." Soon, under the leadership of Li Feng, the general manager of the Peace Hotel, the crowd rode the exclusive elevator to the floor where the supreme private room was located. Even though he had already been here once last time, Lin Feng still couldn't help but feel a little shocked at the sight of this luxurious to the extreme private room. And the 5 people of Jinbian is the first time to come to this kind of high-grade place. The 5 people look at everything inside the room. All have a shock color that cannot be hidden. "Boss, you guys sit down for a while. The food will come up for you soon." Li Feng, who was standing at the side, said respectfully. Lin Feng smiled slightly and spoke directly. "Let's go, Miss Yi. Is this arrangement satisfactory?" Yi Xian nodded. "Well, not bad." Among the crowd, only Yi Xian was someone who had seen the world. As the first daughter of the one family in China, the Yi family, Yi Xian had been to too many high-class places. While the Peace Hotel is one of the top places in the industry, there are many that can be compared to it in a place like the Imperial City. For example, she has been to the Dao Yutai Hotel, which hosts state guests, no less than 5 times. The Dao Yutai Hotel is a notch above the Peace Hotel. The 5 Phnom Penh men have been in a state of restraint since the crowd was seated. Lin Feng saw it in his eyes and didn't say anything more. When he stayed by his side for a long time in the future, he would naturally be able to get used to it. Soon, the supreme set meal, worth $880,000, was delivered under Li Feng's command. Looking at those exquisite dishes in front of them that could only be seen on television, all 5 of the Phnom Penh people subconsciously rolled their throats. Lin Feng said with a smile, "All right, everyone eat. There are no outsiders here today." Then Lin Feng and Yi Xian and the others picked up their chopsticks and started eating. "Ms. Yi, I wonder how long you can stay in Magic City this time." Yi Xian returned. "It's only a day or 2. I have a lot of things to do, and being able to have these 2 days of vacation is considered precious." Lin Feng nodded. "Okay, then these 2 I have to do my best as a landlord. After dinner in a while, I'll take Ms. Yi for a good stroll around Magic City." Although Lin Feng wasn't a native of Mordor and couldn't be considered a real landowner, he could barely be considered half of Mordor, as his industries were all in Mordor and would probably settle in Mordor in the future as well. Ding! Peace Hotel signed in successfully. This reward is Magic City Nanjing Commercial Street. New Jersey Commercial Street? The system's reward took Lin Feng by surprise. What is Nanjing Commercial Street? It is a place where even the bund is included. Its value is simply incalculable, and the GDP created by Nanjing's commercial streets each year accounts for at least 1/5 of that of the Magic City. This time, the system's reward was really powerful. According to the system so rewarded, in the future, the whole magic must be his. Just thinking about it couldn't help but make Lin Feng burst with excitement. Noticing Lin Feng's abnormality, Yi Xian, who was sitting on the side, frowned and asked suspiciously, "Mr. Lin, what's wrong with you?" Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Feng, who had come back to his senses, shook his head. "It's nothing, I just thought of something and got a little carried away." Yi Xian didn't ask anything more after hearing Lin Feng's explanation. She had always been a woman who didn't like to talk much, not to mention that her friendship with Lin Feng hadn't reached that point, so it was even more unlikely that she would ask more questions. The crowd did not drink. Although the meal was sumptuous, the crowd still didn't drink a drop of wine. Technically speaking, the 5 Jinbian people were considered subordinates of Lin Feng, and since Lin Feng and Yi Xian had just met and were still men and women, it was impossible to drink at high noon. After the meal, Lin Feng's Bugatti Black Knight sound had been picked up by Li Feng's people. Originally, the entrance to the Peace Hotel is a no parking area. Even if the famous and prestigious bigwigs of the Magic City come, they would not dare to park their cars here. But Lin Feng's car was an exception, just parked there so nonchalantly. Instead, the Peace Hotel had no complaints at all. Some of the people passing by all looked shocked after seeing Lin Feng's luxury car. First of all, not to collect how much the value of the car, just to say that this dare to park in front of the Peace Hotel, and still cannot be driven away by the Peace Hotel strength. It is not ordinary people can do. Lin Feng never bothered to get the license plate after acquiring this car. Lin Feng, who walked out of the hotel, saw that there was no license plate on the car and couldn't help but think that he would have to go on one when he had time. Chapter 32, Yi Family's Collective Mobilization. Lin Feng turned his head towards Yi Xian and said, Miss Yi, don't drive that car of yours for now, just leave it here. I'll take you on a nice tour of the Magic City this afternoon. Miss Yi, just take my car. Yi Xian nodded and didn't refuse, and when she looked at Lin Feng's sports car, she couldn't help but let her eyes flash with a flash of light. Although she didn't know anything about cars, she could tell that Lin Feng's car was definitely not expensive. Taking his cell phone, he casually snapped a picture and sent it to the family group. The photos were just sent out and there was a reaction from the family group. First, a cartoon avatar spoke up. Asterisk 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 sis, where did you take the picture of this car? That's an awesome big car. Ergo, tell me in detail how this car is awesome. Another man with his own picture as an avatar said, Oh, Lao San ah. You want to know how powerful this car is, right? Then today second brother will give you a good science. It's called the Bugatti Blackout, and it's a limited edition Bugatti. The man with the cartoonish avatar began to tell the story of the vehicle's origins. Shay, I thought how powerful it is. It's not just a limited edition sports car. I remember that you don't know how many limited edition sports cars you have in your garage. What's so surprising about that? That Yi Family's young generation senior said with some disdain. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can you listen to your second brother me finish my sentence? What's the point of interrupting me all the time? I'm most annoyed with people like you who always like to interrupt me. The second oldest of the younger generation of the Yi family said in the group with dissatisfaction. Okay, go ahead, second brother. I'll see if this car is as awesome as you say it is or not. Lao San stopped talking after typing a line. This car is a limited edition model, but it's not like other limited edition sports cars. Other cars are limited, but they can have a few units. And what's awesome about this one is that there's only one. There's only one of these in the world. And do you know what the market price of this car is? $120 million. It's really so awesome. One car for $120 million. Second brother, I finally understand what you meant when you said this car is awesome. One limited edition model worldwide for $120 million is indeed awesome. Immediately after that, the Yi family's oldest three seemed to have thought of something. By the way, I heard that my oldest sister took leave today to come back from the army to go to the Magic City. You guys, old sister wouldn't have gone to Magic City for a blind date, right? Could the owner of this car be the one old sister is seeing? Is our oldest sister finally getting married? After finishing his sentence, Lao San even added a tearful emoticon to the end of that sentence. The entire family group instantly quieted down after oldest three said those words. While being in the office of a certain unit in the imperial capital, a young man holding a cell phone, after sending out that sentence in the group but suddenly felt that his body could not help but feel cold. Cold sweat instantly invaded his brain as he thought about the last words he had uttered earlier in the group. It's over. This is a disaster. I forgot that this is a family group. My oldest sister will definitely be able to see this. Won't I be in deep when she comes back? Sure enough, after he finished that sentence, a reply from Yi Xian came from the group. Yi Lao-san, I think your skin is itching again. When I go back I will definitely find you to have a good chat. Instantly, a bunch of gloating cries came out of the group. Spare me, old sister. I didn't mean it. Yi Lao-san still wants to save it, and Yi Lao-er didn't give him a chance. Third brother, if you didn't do it on purpose, then you did it on purpose. Old sister, you absolutely can't let him off the hook. You have to give him an unforgettable lesson. Why are you still on fire? Second brother, you don't care at all when your dear third brother is about to get his ass kicked. What do I care? Can I afford to offend big sister? Clean up your right. Save all day your mouth has not a door. Big sister, to clean up your honesty we are happy. Just as the Yi family clan group was buzzing, another person spoke up. The person who spoke was the boss of the Yi family and the leader of the Yi family's current generation. Well, cut the crap and let me ask one thing. As he spoke, the Yi family's boss Yi Xian, Maisie, is it true what second brother and third brother said, that you really went to Magic City for a blind date? Really want to marry out? Put. The serious look of the Yi family boss directly caused the Yi family's second and third all to stifle their laughter. The two held their cell phones and laughed in front of their screens. Don't look at the seriousness of their big brother's words, but in reality they all understood what he meant. It's a serious one, but it's actually gossiping. It was also presumably because they wanted to hurry up and marry off this female Rakshasa of the Yi family and scourge others to go and stop the scourge on them. Although Michelle Yi was an iceberg goddess in front of outsiders, she was definitely a female devil at home. It wasn't too late to train his men in the army, and when he came home to party for the holidays, he would call them, the brothers, to cut their teeth. Cutting is just cutting, and you call it something that promotes sibling friendship. They were born into the Yi family though, a military family. All of them had also learned some fighting techniques since they were young, but how could they possibly compare to Yi Xian? Since she became an adult, Michelle Yi has been living in the military, where every day is nothing but training and missions. Fighting skills don't know how many streets away from them. Even if the brothers put together, they were no match for Yi Xian. Every time they were beaten up enough by Yi Xian. If someone could really marry Yi Xian, it would simply be their savior. Yi Xian couldn't help but resume an angry expression as she looked at the message her big brother had sent out in the group. For a while, the Yi clan's family group was filled with laughter. That's when an elder finally stepped forward to speak. Great niece, tell second uncle, what exactly did you go to Magic City for? Yi Xian said, you'd better ask Grandpa about this matter. I also came to Magic City according to Grandpa's orders. As for what's going on, it's too troublesome to talk about it. The crowd was all piqued with curiosity, and some of them drove back to find the Yi family's old man to ask him face to face. Some were picking up their cell phones to call the Yi family's old man to satisfy their curiosity. At this moment in the Yi family, other than Yi Jinghua and Yi Xian, the only one who knew the specifics was the boss of the second generation of the Yi family. That is, Yi Xian's father. Michelle Yi's father is the leader of the second generation of the Yi family, now the then commander-in-chief of the Central China Theater of Operations. He is also considered to be carrying this banner of the Yi family. When the Yi family's old man was 100 years old, it was estimated that it would be the second-generation leader of the Yi family who would be in charge of the Yi family. Several juniors, all burning with gossip fire from their respective units, rushed back home. And Yi Jinghua also knew that these juniors would definitely not give up their curiosity, and had long been sitting in the living room waiting up, seeing the juniors who rushed back and gathered together. There were also some second-generation characters from the Yi family's direct lineage. A happy smile appeared on Yi Jinghua's face. Chapter 33. What do you think of this young man? Normally, it would take a New Year's holiday for all these people to come together in such a complete group, but I didn't expect to get together today. Driven by curiosity, looking at these sons and grandsons of his, Yi Jinghua couldn't help but openly laugh. Dad, don't be like that. You may be doing damage to your body by laughing so much. If anything happens to your old man, it will be our sin. Yi Jinghua's second son, Yi Yuan too, said worriedly. Right, Grandpa? Second uncle is right. You're damaging your health like that. The third oldest of the younger generation of the Yi family said in agreement. Yi Jinghua waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. Then he calmed his mind and said slowly, I know what you mean about coming back. There's nothing to hide in this matter. I let that girl Yi Xian go to Magic City. In fact, it's similar to what you guys guessed. Even though it's not a blind date, it's also because I want to set her up with that Lin Feng for a bit. What the crowd said in the group was actually a joke, but they just didn't realize that the joke was true. When the crowd heard this, curiosity rose on all of their faces. Don't look at them talking about being in a hurry to marry Yi Xian off. But the Yi family is not a feudal family that has to engage in some kind of marriage. In the whole of China, there were a few families that were qualified to allow the Yi family to marry. That's why people in the Yi family are free to fall in love. No matter what the status of the love object is, as long as the two people are genuinely in love, the family won't stop them. They did want Yi Xian to marry off earlier, but it didn't mean they wanted to push Yi Xian into the fire pit. If the man was a bad character, they, the brothers and elders, would not have agreed. Yi Jinghua knew what the group of juniors meant. Then he slowly said, Don't worry guys, how could an old man possibly pit his own granddaughter? And Xianer is still the pearl of my heart, so it's even more unlikely that I'd go and do such a thing. It's a long story, so I'll show you a video and then I'll tell you a little bit about the man, and I'm sure you'll get the picture. Only Yi Jinghua's personal guard, Chang, brought out the computer in the study and played the video of Lin Feng single-handedly challenging 9 military instructors at the school. After the crowd watched the video intently, they couldn't help but all suck in a breath of cool air. Grandpa, is this true? I'm afraid even those soldier kings in the army can't do it with this dude's skill, right? Those 9 instructors aren't great characters, but they are systematically trained. It's no problem for these 9 people to beat up at least 20 to 30 street punks, but that dude even effortlessly beat them up without even resisting. At the very least, I've never seen anyone this good. The second oldest of the younger generation of the Yi family said in a shocked voice. The head of the younger generation of the Yi family, who had always been relatively calm, also looked grave after watching the video. He was the successor to the family head that the Yi family had carefully trained, top-notch in both ability and heart. But after seeing Lin Feng single-handedly challenge 9 military instructors, he couldn't help but feel waves within his heart. Yi Jinghua smiled slightly. Everyone has seen the video, right? I'll just ask, how do you feel about this young man? The crowd of Yi family members nodded their heads without hesitation and said, Strong, very strong. just too powerful. Yi Jinghua nodded slightly. This person's name is Lin Feng. On the surface he's an ordinary college student, but secretly he's the boss behind the Divine Shield Security Company. Hiss. When the Yi family members heard Lin Feng's identity, they couldn't help but all be taken aback. Divine Shield Security Company? Of course they had heard of it and knew the strength of Divine Shield Security Company. This was an international force, and the Yi family was only high status and strong in China. But on an international level, the Yi family is not considered top-notch, but S-H-I-E-L-D. Security is definitely at the top of the heap internationally. S-H-I-E-L-D. Security company is a security company on the surface, but secretly it has its own mercenaries and other armed organizations. Normally, it was only responsible for security, but if anyone dared to offend Sacred Shield Security was able to turn defense into offense. Every single one of those S-H-I-E-L-D security employees was very capable of single combat. Before joining S-H-I-E-L-D security, it was a trained presence. Later on, after the specialized training of S-H-I-E-L-D security, once you pick up a hot weapon, you're a killing god on the battlefield. And S-H-I-E-L-D security has a strong intelligence capability. Many countries wanted to send agents to blend in and secretly investigate S-H-I-E-L-D security, and they would be easily uncovered. If there were no countries too hostile, those agents could get back safely. If the country that is evil-minded and plotting to take things too far, those agents will simply be thrown into the ocean and fed to the sharks. The biggest sensation back then was when 3 agents of the beautiful country had their heads cut off by the men of S-H-I-E-L-D and left directly in front of the gates of the White House. The incident created a major international sensation. It was also because of this incident that S-H-I-E-L-D security made the world aware of his terror. Grandpa, is this really true? This dude is so young that he would be the boss behind the Divine Shield Security Company. This background is indeed too big. The oldest member of the Yi family staggered. Yi Jinghua nodded. Of course it's true. If this young man didn't have this identity, there's no way I would have taken it so seriously. I'll send Xian'er over, firstly, to pull some strings, and if I can pull some strings, I don't mind placing him in the military, so that he can do his part in defending the country. If the pulling together doesn't work, we still have to make a good relationship, and this Lin Feng is a very good match for Xian'er no matter which way he goes. If the two can develop something, it'll be like adding wings to my Yi family. Hearing Yi Jinghua's words, the crowd of Yi family members all nodded in agreement. This Lin Feng was indeed perfect for Yi Xian. A woman like Yi Xian, only someone like Lin Feng could subdue her. Alright, there's one more thing I'll tell you. The former owner of this Divine Shield Security Company is actually Lin Chanha. Lin Chanha? When the crowd heard the name, they all fell into a state of reminiscence. What was Lin Chanha? That was definitely a legend. Even more powerful than Yi Jinghua in terms of his ability to lead troops in fight. Back then, Lin Chanha was known as the military god in the military. Such titles are not for the faint of heart. Only after beating back a strong enemy, Lin Chanha lost the political game. It couldn't be said that it was a defeat. It was just that Lin Chanha had been too merciful to his own people, and only then was he exploited by someone with a heart of gold, leading to the defeat. If Lin Chanha didn't lose the game of politics, at least the Lin family would definitely be in existence that could equal the Yi family now. Chapter 34, Taking Yi Xian Shopping. Grandpa, are you telling the truth? The Divine Shield Security Company was really created by Lin Chanha? After hearing that name uttered by Yi Jinghua, all the people in the Yi family all looked shocked, and the second of the younger generation of the Yi family was even filled with horror. Yi Jinghua nodded with a grave expression. 1,000 times true. This news is still the year Qi Zhiyong incident. I secretly investigated. It's just that I don't know how to get in touch with this Lin Chanha, so I haven't made any moves. And now that a descendant of the Lin family has appeared, I believe it's not a coincidence. So I'm going to make plans ahead of time, and try to have a good relationship with the Lin family as much as possible. With the appearance of the Lin family this time, I'm sure someone will have trouble sleeping. After Yi Jinghua finished speaking, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hearing Yi Jinghua's words, the Yi family's crowd also all had gloating colors on their faces. The person Yi Jinghua was talking about was naturally the Lu family. As the Lu family was the first of the 4 top families in the imperial capital, its strength was only a shade weaker than the Yi family. But in reality, as these years passed, the Lu family's power had gradually caught up with the Yi family, and the rapid development of the Lu family had caused the Yi family to feel a crisis. Now that the Lin family had appeared, it was very likely that they were trying to settle the grudge between the two families back then, and there was definitely something hilarious to watch. thinking of Yi Zhengguo's calculations. The crowd of Yi family members all nodded in agreement. Although the Lin family had been out of sight for many years, but the power of Lin Changhua back then was vivid in his mind. Disappearing for so many years and then suddenly appearing, it definitely wouldn't be that simple. You can never go wrong with friendship. Father, I support your decision. Not to mention what kind of Lin family was in the past, just by virtue of the Divine Shield security company that the Lin family is in control of now. It's also qualified enough to join hands with my Yi family. Since everyone has no objections, then this matter is settled. Let them young people get along on their own. We're just creating an opportunity for them. It's up to them whether they can accomplish it or not. Just as the Yi family members were deliberating, on the other side, on the Nanjing pedestrian street in the Magic City, Lin Feng drove Yi Xian here, and after parking in the parking space, the two of them walked inside the pedestrian street. Looking at the bustle within the pedestrian street, Yi Xian felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Since coming of age, she had gone into the military and lived a military life, either training or on a mission every day. While there was occasional relaxation time, she had no idea what she was supposed to be doing. Even when she went to some receptions, she attended them in the name of the Yi family. All of them were scenes, and she simply couldn't do as she pleased. But after coming here with Lin Feng today, she felt inexplicably relaxed. Come on, let's go and take you shopping. What are you waiting here for? Seeing the somewhat disoriented Yi Xian, Lin Feng greeted. Yi Xian, who had returned to her senses, didn't say anything, but followed Lin Feng forward in silence. Nanjing Commercial Street in Magic City is the busiest commercial street in Magic City. All the world's brands are stationed here, and the whole street is lined with stores, so whatever you want, you can find it here. The two first went inside a Hermes boutique. Being the top brand in the world, the Hermes boutique is still very luxuriously decorated, and the service was excellent. There will be no dog-eyed plot at all. It was only after Lin Feng and Yi Xian walked inside the store. The beautiful girl standing at the door to welcome the guests could not help but smile sweetly. Welcome to the Hermes boutique. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Take us around. The pretty welcoming girl said. Yes sir. This way please. As he spoke, the beautiful welcome guest also secretly sneaked two more glances at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's current face value could definitely be said to be the best of the Oriental men. There was not a single one that could be compared to him in terms of male face value. Since entering the pedestrian street, along the way, I don't know how many women were looking at Lin Feng with straightened gazes. Of course, Yi Xian, who was a top beauty, wasn't treated any better than Lin Feng. Naturally, they get a lot of stares from men, and many of them even get whacked by their girlfriends beside them for being so focused. But the gazes of those people didn't make Lin Feng and the two of them care. The two of them together is a match made in heaven, and both of them have long been accustomed to it, and will not feel uncomfortable at all. Led by the beautiful welcome guest, Yi Xian looked at the wide array of goods on the surrounding shelves with a curious look in her eyes. Although Michelle Yi comes from the top powerful Yi family, she seldom goes to shopping malls, and has even less knowledge about famous brands. She took off her uniform, and all the clothes she usually wore were all customized in bulk by the Yi family. As for how much they cost, she didn't know. This time, when she came out shopping with Lin Feng, she didn't recognize these so-called famous brands at all. Lin Feng led Yi Xian to a counter selling bags and stood in front of it. Sir, are you looking to buy a bag? The beautiful welcome guest saw Lin Feng stop and couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Well, you take down those top two bags for me and look at them. Hearing that Lin Feng wanted the top two bags, the beauty strain's eyes lit up. The top two bags are the latest limited edition and the two most expensive bags in this Hermes store. Yes sir, I'll take it down for you now. After saying the words, the beautiful saleswoman showed her perfect figure and stood on her tiptoes to remove the top two bags from the counter. During the process of the beautiful welcoming guest picking up the bag, Lin Feng and Yi Xian all saw the price tag. These two bags, one is a shoulder carry bag, slightly larger, cost $998,000. The other is a handbag, which is more petite, but not cheap at all, with a price tag of $1,230,000. Seeing the prices of these two bags, Yi Xian could not help but be slightly surprised. She didn't realize that it was just two unassuming ladies' bags that cost millions. Is this luxury? Although Yi Xian didn't recognize the brands of luxury goods, she had heard of the name of luxury goods. After taking down the two bags, the beautiful welcome guest carefully placed them on the counter and introduced them with a smile. Lin Feng didn't listen to much of the beautiful greeter's nonsense, but instead turned his head sideways towards Yi Xian and said, "Do you like these two bags?" Yi Xian frowned. "I don't really like this kind of thing. It doesn't feel like it's very useful to me." Lin Feng knew Yi Xian's situation. This woman lived in the army for years and rarely went to other places, so this kind of designer bag, which was regarded as a treasure by women, didn't have much appeal to Yi Xian. However, Lin Feng wasn't prepared to just let it go. Yi Xian didn't want it, but she had to buy it herself, then slowly said, "I know what you mean. It's not that you don't like this bag, but I feel that buying it won't be very useful to you, but sooner or later there will be a time to use it, so take it back and put it on display, and if you use it when you need it, it will save you from buying it again." After saying his words, Lin Feng turned his head towards the beautiful saleswoman and said, "Pack these 2 bags up." Chapter 35, Shadow Music Media Company. Seeing Lin Feng so painfully, the beautiful saleswoman's eyes lit up. She knew that she had met a big customer today. These 2 bags are the most expensive bags in the Hermes boutique, with the 2 bags together exceeding $2 million. That's definitely a lot of performance for her. With Lin Feng's certainty, the beautiful welcome guest didn't hesitate for a second and quickly packed the 2 bags. The 2 of them then went around for a while, and after buying a few sets of clothes for Yi Xian, the 2 of them walked out of the Hermes boutique. In the Hermes boutique alone, Lin Feng had spent over $3 million for Yi Xian. Although both of them weren't bad with money, but seeing Lin Feng spending money like water like this, Yi Xian felt a bit overwhelmed. After seeing the round residence of a Patek Philippe watch boutique, Yi Xian said, "Let's go over there and take a stroll." Without even waiting for Lin Feng to agree, Yi Xian walked over with her long legs. Seeing Yi Xian's appearance, Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. This woman has a lot of character. However, when he thought of Yi Xian's identity, he was relieved. As a member of the Yi family, the top family in the imperial capital, it was normal to have this kind of character. Inside the Patek Philippe boutique, there were not as many customers as in the Hermes store. The world's top watch brands, people who can come here, basically have the purchasing power, and those who don't won't come in to shop. In the empty living room, all 3 sides are neatly arranged with a wide range of Patek Philippe watches. In the distance, on a couch in the lounge area, sat a beautifully poised woman. Although that woman's face value was slightly weaker than Yi Xian's, the noble aura on her body was very appealing to people's attention. After Lin Feng and Yi Xian walked in, the first thing they saw was the woman sitting there. The 2 of them did not pay much attention to the woman's face value, but instead, it was the aura of the woman that made the 2 of them unable to resist looking at her a couple more times. Ding! Nanking walk signing in successfully. This signing in rewards 70% of the equity of the Shadow Music Media Company. Shadow Music Media Corporation? The system's sudden beat pulled back Lin Feng's attention as he looked at the noble temperament woman. Doing the math, it had been a long time since I had received a reward from the system. I didn't think I'd be able to sign in here today. With regards to the Shadow Music Media Company, Lin Feng had still heard of some of them. Shadow Music Media Company is one of the top 3 media companies in China. The main development is the showbiz side of the business. There are many big names signed within the company, as well as internet celebrities with over 10 million followers and more. As long as the entertainment side of the business is concerned, Shadow Music Media, Inc. will be involved. Shadow Music Media Corporation is definitely one of the biggest capitals in the entertainment industry. Shadow Music Media Corporation had successfully gone public a year ago, and in just over a year's time, its market capitalization had already exceeded $100 billion, sort of a giant among media companies. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought because of the system rewards he received, a female teller who saw the duo greeted him. The teller woman was perhaps not as good in face value as the beautiful greeter the 2 had encountered earlier in the Hermes boutique, but in terms of temperament, it was much higher than that pretty welcome. As one of the world's top watch brands, Patek Philippe is very strict when it comes to the training of its staff. For staff training, the first thing is temperament. Combined with the exclusive Patek Philippe OL uniforms, it provides an alternative aesthetic. Would you like to see the watch, ma'am? Yi Xian sniffed and nodded. Well, look at the watch. After speaking, Yi Xian swept her gaze around and slowly said, "Are these the only watches you have at Patek Philippe?" The female teller smiled back. "This is basically all the watches we sell at Patek Philippe, but if you are not satisfied with these watches, we also have collector's items, all of which are limited edition models that are not available in the world, but the price may be a bit expensive." Yi Xian slowly said, "Money is not a problem. You take out those collectibles and I'll take a look. If it satisfies me, any amount will do." Hearing Yi Xian's words, the female teller hurriedly said, "Yes ma'am, I'll go apply for you now." As Yi Xian spoke, she had an extremely strong aura of superiority about her. If someone else had said this to this female teller, perhaps that female teller would not have acted so respectfully. To be able to work in a Patek Philippe boutique, the female counter clerk didn't know how many rich people she had met. But even though Yi Xian was young, the aura of superiority in her body was the strongest among all the rich people she had ever seen. Female tellers are not cuties. How can you work in a place like this and not have insight? To have such a powerful superior aura at such a young age was obviously very uncomplicated. The family background is estimated to be very deep. This kind of person she can't afford to offend a small counter clerk, and they weren't here to rob. They said money wasn't a problem, so she naturally had to serve them well. Soon, the female teller walked out with a middle-aged man in a suit. The middle-aged man wearing a work badge on his chest was the manager of this Patek Philippe boutique. That manager came to Lin Feng and Yi Xian, respectfully said, "Mr. MS, you two wait a moment. We Patek Philippe today have a business to talk about. May want to delay you two some time, but time will not be very long. Wait until we store that business to talk about." Immediately after the hospitality of the two Hao, seeing that manager speak so politely, Lin Feng and Yi Xian didn't say much. The two of them went to the couch in the lounge area and sat down under the arrangement of that manager. That manager then walked towards the woman with the noble temperament. After coming closer, the manager said, "MS, Lin Yael, your agent has already talked to us. Now you can just go in and sign the contract with us." Lin Yara nodded slightly and stood up to follow the manager to the office inside. Lin Yael? Lin Feng felt a bit familiar when he heard this name. After searching his memory carefully in his mind, he finally remembered who this Lin Yara was. Wasn't this Lin Yara the same actress who had just made her debut and was a red-hot star? Lin Yara has been on the scene for a year and her work has dominated the movie and TV charts. It is said that it is still a newcomer who has just graduated from Beijing for 1 year, with a very high face value, plus superb acting skills. It can be said that it was born for acting. Lin Yara's face value is more suitable for many novels and the heroine, so the TV series made is very memorable. This is also the reason why Lin Yara, who just debuted a year ago, would be so popular. But such a popular Lin Yara should have constant resources. It's a busy time now. Why did she suddenly come to Patek Philippe? Is she here to buy a watch too? But the conversation between that manager and Lin Yara just now seemed like it wasn't. Then Lin Feng thought of a possibility. This Lin Yara might be here to sign an endorsement partnership. This Lin Yara is quite impressive. Just becoming famous and being able to take the endorsement partnership with Patek Philippe. That endorsement fee alone would probably make her a fortune, right? Chapter 36, The Arrogant Rich Kid. Just as Lin Feng was sitting there guessing what it was that Lin Yara appeared at Patek Philippe, a young man, with 3 bodyguards, walked in. "Are you guys sure that Lin Yael is here?" That young man had an untamed look on his face. Although his looks were a little bit handsome, but under that untamed look, it made people feel very uncomfortable. A bodyguard behind him nodded and said, "Young master, Miss Lin Yael is indeed here." After hearing the bodyguard's clear reply, the young man scanned up with a cocky gaze towards the surroundings. After seeing the duo of Lin Feng and Yi Xian in the rest area, that young man's gaze stopped on Yi Xian. Then he subconsciously said, "What a beautiful woman." As he said that, the color of salivation even showed in his eyes. But thinking that he was here to find Lin Yael today, he didn't make a fuss. But such a beautiful woman. If you miss it is also a strange pity. A moment to deal with Lin Yael's business. Have to find an opportunity to ask for contact information with this woman. As for Lin Feng, he was directly ignored by the young man, especially after seeing Lin Feng's face, which was even more handsome than his. There was jealousy rising in his heart. But the young man didn't have time to pay attention to Lin Feng right now. Although he was upset, he still led the bodyguards behind him towards the counter. The counter clerk saw the young man walking over and opened her mouth to ask respectfully, "Hello sir, may I ask if you were looking to purchase a watch?" The young man frowned and waved his hand. "I'm asking you, is Lin Yael here with you?" The young man's tone was very bad, and the lady teller could see that the young man was coming from a bad place. "Sir, may I ask what you're looking for Miss Lin Yael?" Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Answer whatever I ask you." "What nonsense! I'm asking you if Lin Yael is here with you." The young man barked impatiently at the female teller. As the young man spoke, the 3 bodyguards behind him were even staring at the female teller with fierce eyes. The lady teller was professionally trained by Patek Philippe, but that was only in service. Now this was a situation that was simply out of service, and one that she had not encountered before where it was obvious that she was just coming to pick a fight. I only saw the female counter clerk nod her head a little bit in shock. "Miss Lin Yael is here." Hearing the female teller's reply, the young man's face finally looked a little better. Then he snorted coldly, "How good this is. You answer whatever I ask you, and you have to talk to this great young man about those things that are not there. Okay, tell me, where is Lin Yael? Is she in there?" The young man also saw the office area behind the counter at this time, and couldn't help but stretch out his finger to point inside, and opened his mouth to ask. The female teller nodded subconsciously, but after nodding her head, the female counter clerk also reacted that she shouldn't have done that, and then she hurriedly opened her mouth. Sir, you wait a moment. If you're here to find Lin Yor, I'll go in now and give you a notice. Today Miss Lin Yor came to our store to talk about the endorsement contract, and is signing the contract with our manager inside. You can't be disturbed right now. Oh, a mere endorsement contract. I thought, what a big deal. If Lin Yor wants it, this big young man can just get him 100 or 80 endorsements. A small endorsement. What's the big deal? After saying his words, the young man led the 3 bodyguards towards the inner room. You can't go in there, sir. With those words, the female teller was about to step forward to block the way, but was pushed away by the young man. Little girl, you'd better stand aside. If you dare to stop me before, don't blame me for being impolite. After saying his words, the young man took a big step inside. The entirety of what the young man did was witnessed by Lin Feng and Yi Xian. Seeing this scene, the two didn't say anything. After all, like this young man's style, there are all over China, relying on the family a little strength of the rich second generation. Outside the rampage abound. It's just that ordinary people don't have access to it, which is why they see so little of it. Those who can afford it can easily see scenes you haven't seen before once they step into the upper circles. The young man brought 3 bodyguards all the way to that manager's office door, and without knocking, he just pushed the door open and walked in. At this time, there were 2 women and 1 man sitting inside the office. That man was none other than the manager of the Patek Philippe store who had just spoken to Lin Feng. One of the 2 women was Lin Yor, and the other woman was Lin Yor's agent. The 3 were studying the details of the endorsement contract when they saw the door of the office being pushed open, and they couldn't help but raise their heads in confusion and look over. But after seeing the young man who walked in, Lin Yor and her manager all changed their complexion. The 2 naturally recognized the young man. The young man's name was Lu Qi, the son of the owner of one of the 2 major entertainment companies in China. The 2 major entertainment companies in China are Chinese Entertainment and Shadow Music Media. This Lu Qi, they met at a cocktail party. That reception was hosted by Chinese American, and as the only son of the owner of Chinese American Entertainment, Lu Qi naturally went to it. Lu Qi had actually not had a very good reputation within the entertainment industry for so many years. Many actresses have suffered from Lu Qi's subterfuge. Some actresses disagree and are blocked and snowed in, while others have to suffer in silence for the sake of their future. And naturally, Lin Yor didn't escape Lu Qi's harassment. Lin Yor naturally wouldn't give in, so she never promised Lu Qi. But this Lu Qi is just like a ghost. At the reception, Lu Qi couldn't do too much because of the large number of people, but after the reception dispersed, Lu Qi even brought people to Lin Yor's house to block her. If it hadn't been for her agent coming to her rescue at the end, she might have had to appear unthinkable herself. It's unfortunate that Lin Yael hasn't signed with Wahoo yet. If you sign with the Chinese, you'll really be a fish in Lu Qi's boat, and you'll be at the mercy of others. If he didn't agree, he would welcome Lu Qi's blocking, and if he agreed, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to turn back in his life. Once this precedent was set with Lu Qi, it was expected that he would be bought and sold like goods in the future. The darkness of the entertainment industry. Although Lin Yor was young, she knew about it. She just wanted to film in peace and fulfill her dreams, and never wanted to be like that. Lu Qi, what brings you here? Seeing Lu Qi, Lin Yor asked with an ugly expression. The manager of Patek Philippe was very upset at being let in without knocking. Who are you? Why are you so rude? Don't you know how to knock before you come in? The female counter clerk who walked in with Lu Qi hurriedly explained to the manager. Manager, I said that you and Ms. Lin Yor are inside talking about work. He had to barge in. I couldn't stop him. Chapter 37, break his legs for me. The manager nodded his head when he heard the female teller's words. Okay, I know. I'll take care of things here. You go out first. The female teller was relieved to hear that the manager didn't blame her, and then turned to leave. After the counter girl left, the Patek Philippe manager frowned and stood up. This gentleman, who are you? Don't you know where this is? Is it a place you can just barge in? To be the manager of a Patek Philippe boutique is naturally no ordinary person. Patek Philippe has only 2 source residences in China, one in Mordor and one in Deep City. As one of the top watch brands in the world, Patek Philippe is naturally strong. This manager knew that someone so arrogant must not have a simple background, but he wasn't afraid either. And the fault of this matter still lies on Lu Qi's side. Even if it becomes a big deal, the headquarters will still stand up for him. Lu Qi narrowed his eyes and scanned the manager up and down, a cold smile appearing on his face. Oh, of course this young man knows where this is, but I advise you to mind your own business. The business you want to talk about can go on. I'll talk to Lin Yor about us when you're done. Hearing Lu Qi's words, the manager's face became even more ugly. This gentleman, the matter we are talking about is about business secrets. There can't be outsiders here. If you are looking for Miss Lin for something, please go wait outside. If you insist on staying here and not listening, I may have to call someone. Patek Philippe opened here in Nanjing Pedestrian Street, and when something happens, naturally Nanjing Pedestrian Street has to step in. What was Nanjing Pedestrian Street? It was definitely not a place where Lu Qi could casually spread his wings. Even if Chinese Descent is one of the biggest entertainment companies in China, it wouldn't dare to call the shots with Nanjing Pedestrian Street. Hearing the manager's words, Lu Qi smiled disdainfully and did not put the manager's words on his mind at all. Che, don't you just want to take the person in charge of this Nanjing Pedestrian Street to press me? Okay, I'll give the person in charge here a face. You guys hurry up and talk about it. And after talking about it, I still have things to do to look for this Lin Yar. After saying his words, Lu Qi glanced at Lin Yar and then turned around to leave with a shake of his head. Seeing Lu Qi leave, Lin Yar couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that this Lu Qi would continue to make trouble. This endorsement contract is very important to her today. If she can get the endorsement contract of Patek Philippe, it will be of great benefit to her future development. You know, to be able to endorse Patek Philippe, that first of all raises her curiosity a whole lot. In this day and age, what celebrities need most is traffic. With the publicity of being the face of Patek Philippe, it can boost her fame a lot. There will be more resources then too. Lu Qi looked very bad after leaving the manager's office. In fact, he appeared to be giving face, but in fact, he had indicated that he was afraid of Patek Philippe's manager's threat and had lost a great deal of face. But although he was bratty, he was not stupid and knew that a place like Nanjing Pedestrian Street was not for him to be wild. After coming outside, after seeing the two Lin Fongs who were still sitting in the rest area, Lu Qi couldn't help but raise an idea. Earlier, he hadn't paid much attention to Lin Feng and Yi Xian because he was looking for Lin Yar. Now that Lin Yar couldn't finish for a while, it was fine for him to take this time to get to know Yi Xian. As soon as he thought of it, Lu Qi took a step and came directly in front of both Lin Feng and Yi Xian. Lin Feng and Yi Xian had all seen everything Lu Qi had done earlier. Now that they saw Lu Qi walking straight to the two of them, Lin Feng and Yi Xian all knew what this Lu Qi meant. The two men looked at each other and could see the smirk in the other's eyes. He only saw Lu Qi sitting on the chair with a big grin after he came near. Lu Qi, after sitting down, didn't look at Lin Feng more than once, but instead gazed straight at Yi Xian. Hello beautiful, my name is Lu Qi. Interested in getting to know each other? Hearing Lu Qi's words, Yi Xian glanced at him faintly, then her gaze looked at Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, do you think I should get to know him? Lin Feng knew that Yi Xian was teasing Lu Qi, and he went along with the act. Miss Yi, what kind of cats and dogs can know you? Isn't this pulling down your value? Lin Feng and Yi Xian's 1-2 punch, in a few simple words, directly reduced Lu Qi to the level of a little yakuza. Pust. Even though Yi Xian was an unsmiling and very serious person, she couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing Lin Feng's words. Lu Qi wasn't a cutie either. Naturally heard that Lin Feng was scolding him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Kid, you don't want to live. Know who I am. How dare you talk to me like that? Lin Feng lightly glanced at Lu Qi and shook his head. I don't know, but I'm not interested in knowing. Is a little person worthy of letting me know? The disdain in Lin Feng's words was very obvious, and the contempt was in full force. Even a little cutie couldn't take the insult, only to see Lu Qi violently sitting up from his chair, and because the movement was so large, he actually overturned the chair behind him. Kid, I think you've lived long enough. Believe it or not, I can have someone throw you into the Huangpu River to feed the fish? Lu Qi, who spoke, narrowed his eyes slightly as a murderous intent spread out from the bottom of his eyes. In response to Lu Qi's threat, Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged and he shook his head lightly. Don't believe it, because you don't have the strength. Chinese entertainment's predecessor was not very honorable, and it was built by dishonorable means. But this is normal. There are not many big shots in the entertainment industry who are clean. Seeing that Lin Feng wasn't even the least bit afraid of his threats, Lu Qi was directly exasperated and laughed. Good, kid, I'll see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Come on, break his legs first. I'll see if he can still be that tough. Lu Qi laughed hideously and directly commanded the 3 bodyguards behind him to move against Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian, who was just about to make a move, held back. In his mind, he thought back to the video of Lin Feng and those 9 military instructors that he had seen in his grandfather's study. She knew that even if she didn't make a move, with Lin Feng's skill, it would be more than enough to clean up these 3 bodyguards of Lu Qi. But Lin Feng didn't even bother to make a move. As Lu Qi's 3 bodyguards were about to make a move, the 5 Phnom Penh men had then come in from outside. Without saying a word, he moved against Lu Qi's 3 bodyguards, only to see the 5 men from the gold side holding throwing sticks, ferociously greeting Lu Qi's 3 bodyguards fiercely. The battle didn't last long, only a few short minutes, but after the 5 men from Phnom Penh stopped their hands, the throwing sticks in their hands had all bent down, and all 3 of Lu Qi's bodyguards fell to the ground with pained faces. This scene directly scared Lu Qi silly. How could he not have thought that his 3 bodyguards with great skills would be casually taken like little children? Lin Feng, who was sitting there, had a disdainful look on his face. I thought you said you were going to break my legs? Then let's give you a taste of that first. Can Abe break his legs for me? Chapter 38. Yi Xian is so rich. Seeing that Lin Feng was going to get real and was indeed going to break his legs, Lu Qi was scared. But although he was afraid, he had no intention of giving in. Instead, he opened his mouth and threatened, "Kid, how dare you? Do you know who I am? Try touching me. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, my father won't even let you go." Hearing Lu Qi's threat, but Lin Feng smiled disdainfully. If this Lu Qi directly kneeled down and begged for forgiveness, perhaps Lin Feng might still let him go. But now this Lu Qi even a little bit did not give in to the meaning of soft, and even threatened himself verbally. If he did not give it a little bit of color to see, then it is not obvious that he is too temperamentless. Jinbian saw Lin Feng nodding his head. Then without the slightest hesitation, he took a step in front of Lu Qi, and before Lu Qi could react, he kicked out. Crunch! Only Lu Qi's left calf was instantly kicked off. The screams resounded throughout the Patek Philippe boutique in an instant. Some of the people who were passing by the doorway couldn't help but stop and look inside curiously when they heard the screams. The lady teller, who was all purpose of the incident, stood behind the counter and couldn't help but cover her mouth. It happened in such a way that she didn't react at all. She knew it, and after Lu Qi walked out of the manager's office, he sat across from the handsome couple. He didn't know that the two sides had a verbal altercation for some reason, and then Lu Qi commanded the 3 bodyguards behind him to find trouble with Lin Feng. When he thought that Lin Feng would suffer, 5 more men people came in from outside, and without saying a word, they knocked down 3 of Lu Qi's bodyguards, and in the end, Lu Qi's calf was even directly broken. After reacting, the female teller only felt a great pain in her heart when she saw Lu Qi's miserable state. This Lu Qi had been arrogant and domineering since he arrived here, and now that he had ended up like this, it was really a great relief. And just as Lu Qi's leg was broken by the golden edge kick, Lin Yao, who happened to have finished negotiating the contract, and the manager walked out of the office. The two also saw the scene where Lu Qi's leg was broken. Seeing this scene, Lin Yao was shocked and covered her mouth, her watery eyes widening. She hadn't expected Lu Qi to have his legs broken. While others didn't know Lu Qi's identity, she knew it very well. This Lu Qi is the young proprietor of 2 of the largest entertainment companies in China. Now that the leg is broken, things are definitely going to get very big. The 3 of them quickly stepped inside the hall. The manager saw the scene in front of him and couldn't help but frown towards the female teller and ask about what happened. The female teller didn't dare to hide, and told all the causes and consequences of the matter. After hearing what happened, the manager also looked at both Lin Feng and Yi Xian with a surprised expression. Lin Yao was even more worried for Lin Feng. Although from the scene, Lin Feng's identity wasn't simple either. But even if the background was too strong, could it still be as strong as the background of the Chinese entertainment company? Chinese entertainment company controls half of the entertainment industry in China, and its resources and connections are even more powerful. Can Lin Feng stand up to Chinese entertainment? At this moment, although Lin Yao looked at the miserable Lu Qi to relieve her anger, she couldn't help but worry about Lin Feng. Just as everyone was worried, Lin Feng and Yi Xian didn't care in the slightest. Only Yi Xian slowly spoke after seeing the Patek Philippe manager who walked out. "You guys are done. It's our turn now, right?" The manager, who came back to his senses, after hearing Yi Xian's words, hurriedly nodded his head and said, "Hello ma'am, it's your turn." Yi Xian nodded slightly and turned her head towards Lin Feng. "Let's go." Lin Feng also nodded and followed Yi Xian towards the front. From the beginning to the end, neither Lin Feng nor Yi Xian were looking at Lu Qi more than once. The 2 of them directly ignored Lu Qi, as if in their eyes, Lu Qi was a transparent person. Seeing Lin Feng and Yi Xian who were about to leave, Lu Qi forced himself to endure the pain that was drilling through his legs and shouted angrily, "You guys wait for me, I won't let you go." At this moment, Lu Qi could be said to be extremely angry in his heart, and had secretly vowed to make Lin Feng and Yi Xian look good. Even in his heart, he had already thought about how to get back at Lin Feng and the 2 of them. He was going to break all of Lin Feng's limbs and throw them into the dog pen to feed the dogs. As for Yi Xian, if he didn't torture her in bed for 3 days and 3 nights, he wouldn't even be called Lu. Lin Feng and Yi Xian didn't care at all about what Lu Qi had in mind. No matter what Lu Qi was or what status he had, he was a small person in their eyes. It was fine if Lu Qi was honest. If he dared to come after them again, the next lesson would not be so light. The manager brought Lin Feng and Yi Xian all the way to the office. After realizing Yi Xian's intention, without the slightest hesitation, he directly took out a watch box from the safe under his desk. Although we haven't seen the watch inside the watch box yet, this watch box that holds the watch is worth a lot of money. I am afraid the cost of construction will reach hundreds of thousands of dollars. This watch box is made of aged Manhwa wood, showing the noble atmosphere. The manager carefully placed the watch box on the coffee table, then unlocked and opened the lid of the box. Only 5 watches were placed inside the watch box. Each watch is distinguished and extraordinary. It looks very upscale. Seeing the 5 watches, Yi Xian casually picked up one and looked at it carefully. She didn't know much about watches either, but she knew the brand Patek Philippe. It wasn't that she'd specifically inquired about it, but there was a family reunion where the youngest member of the family had bought a watch of this brand. After showing off to them, Yi Xian realized what Patek Philippe was. After looking at them one by one, Yi Xian put the 5 watches back into the watch box. Before the manager could open his mouth to ask which one Yi Xian had her eye on, he saw Yi Xian say, "I like all 5 of these watches. You make the list." Yi Xian's bold words directly froze the manager in fear. This is the king of their Patek Philippe watches here. The cheapest watch costs tens of millions of dollars. Even one of the Tourbillon King, which is more than $97 million. The watch had been with him for almost 2 years, and although many people had seen the watch, they all gave up after hearing the price. But Yi Xian didn't even ask for the price and directly wanted to buy all 5 watches. The manager was afraid that Yi Xian didn't know the prices of these watches, but opened his mouth and reminded, "Ma'am, would you like to listen to my introduction of the prices of these watches first before you decide to buy?" Yi Xian glanced at the time on her cell phone and shook her head. "I'm in a hurry. I don't have much time to delay. I might have to go back to the imperial capital before the evening. So don't talk nonsense, just make a direct order. How much will I transfer to you without a single cent?" When the manager heard Yi Xian's words, he didn't talk much more, but directly quoted the price. "Ma'am, these 5 watches are worth a total of $240 million. Would you like to transfer the money or swipe your card?" Chapter 39, Satisfaction of Future Mother-in-Law. Yi Xian nodded and said, "Transfer the money. Give me your card number. I'll have someone transfer it to you now." After speaking, Yi Xian directly took out her cell phone and took a picture before sending it to her family group. $240 million for 5 watches. In a moment I'll send my bank card number to the group. Whoever of you has the money to pay my bill. As Yi Xian finished speaking in the group, the entire Yi family's clan group instantly exploded, only to see the Yi family's second oldest said, "Holy, old sister, you're crazy. Buying a watch even cost more than $200 million. Our yearly pocket money is only a few million. You're spending more than $200 million this time. Who can pay up for you?" Yi Xian looked at what the Yi family's penis said in the group and typed, "Those who can't afford it shut up. Those who can afford it come out and talk." After finishing her words, Yi Xian even directly ate a female avatar in the group. "Mom, transfer me." Yi Xian's mother was at the helm of the Yi family's business empire. The Yi Group is a giant company with a market capitalization of trillions of dollars. Yi Group's industries are even spread throughout the entire land of China. As a top family in China, the Yi family naturally had its own industries. Although the Yi family was not that prosperous, clothing, food, housing and transportation all needed financial support. Since you don't want to make mistakes, you naturally have to have business support. Michelle Ye's mother is no simple figure either, but a member of a large family in the Chaos Han Chamber of Commerce. After Michelle Ye's mother married into the Yi family, the Chaos Han Chamber of Commerce also gave its full support. The Chaos Han Chamber of Commerce had industries all over the world and was very powerful, and the marriage with the Yi family could be said to be a strong alliance. And what the Chaos Han Chamber of Commerce knows best is to make money. With the full support of the Chaos Han Chamber of Commerce, Michelle Ye's mother is doing very well in the business world. Imperial Capital. Inside the Yi Group's headquarters building, in the chairman's office, a noblewoman who was dealing with documents with her head bowed, heard the vibration on her cell phone and couldn't help but casually pick it up to check it. After seeing what Yi Xian said in the group, the noblewoman couldn't help but have a flash of surprise appear on her face. Another look at the group's history of chats followed, and a slight frown creased his brow. Recovered in the group, Yi Xian said wait a moment, then found Yi Jingguo's phone number and called it. After a minute, the noblewoman slowly put down her cell phone, and a strange look appeared on her face. A beautiful secretary, holding the documents, walked inside the office, and seeing the strange look on the chairman's face, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Chairman, what's wrong?" The noblewoman shook her head. "Nothing much, just heard that my daughter is in love and it feels a bit interesting." "Mrs. in love?" The beautiful secretary naturally knew what the daughter of the noblewoman was. It was the pearl of the Yi family, the top family in the imperial capital. Even Yi Xian's situation was very well known to her. According to Yi Xian's character, she couldn't figure out what kind of person would be able to get into the eyes of the young lady, and she also didn't know what kind of person would be able to subdue the pearl of the Yi family. Seeing the Patek Philippe company account that Yi Xian had sent to the group, the noblewoman slowly said, "Xiao Yun, play $240 million into this account." "Okay, Chairman, I'll inform the finance now." After the beautiful secretary named Xiao Yun left, the noblewoman stood up and came to the floor-to-ceiling window, condescendingly overlooking the prosperity of the entire imperial capital, and eventually murmured, "Lin Feng, very interesting young man. It seems that I need to go and meet this future aunt of mine sometime." On the other side, Lin Feng saw that the manager hadn't received the big payment and was afraid of Yi Xian's embarrassment, so he couldn't help but say, "I'll pay for it." With those words, Lin Feng was about to take out his cell phone to transfer money to the company account provided by the Patek Philippe manager. But just then, the Patek Philippe manager's cell phone beeped with the bank's arrival. "Sir, the transfer came through. You don't need to pay." After the money arrived in the account, Patek Philippe's manager breathed a sigh of relief. This time it was not easy to meet this kind of big customer. He was really afraid of any mistakes, knowing that he would be able to gain a considerable amount of benefits by selling these 5 King of Watches at once. By the time he waits for next year's performance visit from headquarters, he could also receive a company commendation, and his position as manager could be more secure. "Well, now that the money's in, we're off," Yi Xian said as she stood up. The manager of Patek Philippe hurriedly stood up and politely said, "Take care, sir and madam." With that said, the Patek Philippe manager walked the duo all the way to the front of the store. At this time outside, Lu Qi had long been sent to the hospital by 3 bodyguards, and Lin Yael and her manager left. After leaving the Patek Philippe boutique, Yi Xian handed the watch box in her hand to Lin Feng. "Well, this is a gift for you. Take it. I'm going back to the imperial capital in a while, so we'll get together again when we have time next time." Lin Feng knew Yi Xian's identity, and also knew that she had a busy day of business, so he didn't force her to stay. Instead he spoke, "Add a contact, so that if anything happens in the future, we can inform each other." Yi Xian felt very good about Lin Feng, so she didn't refuse to add each other's contact information. "How do you guys get around? Are you flying or driving?" After adding his contact information, Lin Feng opened his mouth and asked. Yi Xian slowly said, "You can send me to the Magic City garrison. I came here by airplane, and if I want to hurry back quickly, I still have to fly back. By the way, this is what my grandfather asked me to give you. This document should all but guarantee you nothing in China as long as you don't sell out your country." Receiving the document box handed over by Yi Xian, Lin Feng curiously opened it and took a look. When he saw the large national security words on the cover of the document, he couldn't help but be shaken in his heart. Then he carefully looked at the contents of the documents again, and after seeing that his rank was directly at the hall level, Lin Feng's breathing was ragged for an instant. This document has a lot of power. Even though it's only at the hall level, the average ministry leader needs to follow your instructions. But this document can only command a ministerial leader in times of necessity, and in normal times it can only be used as a hall. But the state security, a department that can put you half a rank above the local officials you face, also has a lot of power. After listening to what Yi Xian said, Lin Feng nodded his head and put the documents away. The two then went to the parking lot and drove all the way to the Mordor garrison. Before entering the garrison, Yi Xian looked at Lin Feng with some reluctance in her gaze. After entering inside the garrison office, he didn't forget to turn around and wave goodbye to Lin Feng. For a superb woman like Yi Xian, how could Lin Feng not be moved? However, Yi Xian was not an ordinary woman like Zhang Yan, so even if he had thoughts in his heart, he didn't dare to do too much. "I can only wait until I have the opportunity later and fulfill my dream after the water has run out." Chapter 40, You Can't Spoil the Unqualified. After dropping off Yi Xian, Lin Feng had just sat back in his car when he saw an unfamiliar caller on his cell phone. Puzzled, he connected, and a cool woman's voice with a respectful tone came from the other side of the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Feng Lin? Listening to this voice, Lin Feng always felt somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was for a moment. "Yes, I'm Lin Feng. Which one are you?" After determining that she hadn't found the wrong person, the woman on the other side of the phone, her voice surfaced with a touch of respect. "Hello Chairman, I am Yang Mi, the General Manager of Shadow Music Media Company. Do you have time, Chairman? If it's okay you can come to the company and handle the handover of formalities." Hearing the woman on the other side of the phone introduce herself, Lin Feng finally remembered who this woman was. "Isn't this Boss Yang, who's been popular all over China? I didn't realize that Boss Yang was the general manager of Shadow Music Media Company." Thinking about Boss Yang's charm, Lin Feng couldn't help but have a touch of fire rise in his heart. Boss Yang is actually quite lethal to teenage boys. Not many young boys could stand up to that kind of imperial temperament. Then Lin Feng returned. "There's nothing going on right now. I'll go over there in a while." The two men hung up after they agreed. Inside the general manager's office on the top floor of the Magic City Shadow Music Media Company building, after Boss Yang had finished talking to Lin Feng on the phone, he quietly came to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the bustling streets of Magic City below. A female secretary stood quietly behind her. "Mr. Yang, I heard that this new chairman is very young. I wonder if it will affect the company's operation after taking over." Yang Mi shook her head. I don't know, but I should be able to find out after he comes over in a while and we meet. Our Shadow Music Media Company has too much capital in the company, making the company a bit of a mess, and now there is an urgent need for someone who can set things right and get the company back on track, so I hope this new chairman won't let me down. If this new chairman is like those directors, then there's nothing I can do. Just as Yang Mi was quietly waiting for Lin Feng's arrival at the company, Lin Feng drove his Bugatti Dark Voice to the downstairs of the Shadow Music Media Company. After parking his car, Lin Feng walked inside the company. A sweet-looking receptionist, after seeing Lin Feng walking in, politely opened her mouth and asked, "Hello sir, may I ask who you are?" Lin Feng said with a smile, "I'm looking for Mr. Young. Do you have an appointment, sir?" the sweet receptionist asked. Lin Feng nodded. "I just finished my appointment with Mr. Young." "Yes sir, I'll call and make sure." After saying her words, the sweet receptionist picked up the internal phone and called out. On the other side of the phone it was answered by Yang Mi's secretary. After hearing that Lin Feng had arrived, he hurriedly asked the receptionist to release him. After hanging up the phone, the sweet receptionist respectfully said, "Sir, you can go up now. General Manager Yang is waiting for you in his office on the top floor." Lin Feng nodded his head and took a step towards the distant elevator. By now there were many people waiting in front of the elevator. All came to work. Now that the lunch break has just passed, it's time to go to work. Shadow Music Media Company, being one of the two major entertainment companies in China, had a very large staff. These staff members are both male and female. The men wore suits and the women wore OL suits, all dressed very neatly. Even some of the female employees have a face value online, worthy of being a media company, just the face value of the employees. There is no fall of the reputation of the Shadow Music Media Company. Soon, the elevator came to the first floor, and after the people in the elevator stepped out, the crowd headed inside. Lin Feng didn't rush into the elevator. Instead, he waited for the crowd to all walk in before he took a step towards the elevator. Just as Lin Feng was about to enter the elevator, a figure rushed out diagonally, directly squeezing inside the elevator one step ahead of him. Seeing that person who suddenly squeezed in, all the people in the elevator had a flash of disgust on their faces. The man who squeezed into the elevator was named Yang Xiaoshu, the nephew of one of the directors of the Shadow Music Media Company. Yang Xiaoshu has just started at Shadow Music Media for 6 months, but in the middle of these 6 months, Yang Xiaoshu can be said to be very arrogant and domineering in the company, harassing female employees or some female celebrities from time to time. Relying on his uncle's status as a director, many people who could not see eye to eye dared to speak out. Even when Yang Mi stepped in, Yang Xiaoshu didn't give the slightest bit of face. On the contrary, his uncle who was a director was also the spokesperson of Storm Capital, and Yang Mi couldn't do anything to them. Storm Capital is a top 20 venture capital firm in China, with very strong financial strength. Storm Capital was the first capital to raise money and after Shadow Media Inc. went public. At Shadow Media, Storm Capital belongs to the patriarchal school. Storm Capital even holds 15% of the shares of Shadow Music Media Inc. in its hands. It is ranked among the top of a group of directors. Relying on this layer of identity, Yang Xiaoshu dared to be so reckless in the company, and no one has ever dared to do anything to him. After Yang Xiaoshu squeezed inside the elevator, there were no more empty seats inside the elevator and it was at full capacity. If Lin Feng had to go in, it might cause the elevator to become overloaded and thus not function. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Even though Lin Feng had shown his dissatisfaction, Yang Xiaoshu, who had seen everything in his eyes, didn't care at all, even stood in the elevator and floated a scoff. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Yang Xiaoshu even searched the elevator for a target to flirt with. If there's someone who passes on face value, he might have to squeeze past to take advantage. Anyway, with his uncle around, no one could do anything to him. And in a place like the Shadow Music Media Company where beautiful women were gathered, wasn't it just his backyard garden for hunting? But just as the elevator door was about to close, a palm poked in to stop the door that was about to close. Ding! The elevator doors reopened, and the eyes of the crowd turned toward the outside, only to see the calm-faced Lin Feng. The moment the elevator doors opened, he stepped forward and directly picked up Yang Xiaoshu's collar, and dragged him out of the elevator. With a slight force, he threw Yang Xiaoshu outside the elevator. After Yang Xiaoshu left the elevator, Lin Feng stepped into the empty seat where he had just been. Yang Xiaoshu, who froze for a moment before coming to his senses, only felt that his face was not shining, and then he cursed at Lin Feng. "Are you sick? How dare you drag me?" When he heard Yang Xiaoshu swearing out profanities, Lin Feng's expression turned cold and he faintly spoke to the people in the elevator. "You guys wait for me." After saying his words, Lin Feng stepped out of the elevator, and without saying anything, he directly kicked out at Yang Xiaoshu. However, Lin Feng didn't use too much power. With his current physical fitness, if he used all his power, This kick might even have to kill Yang Jiaxu. Even though his power was light, it wasn't something Yang Jiaxu could handle. With a poof, Yang Jiaxu's entire body slid out 3 or 4 meters away from the ground. In the end, he even directly hit the far wall before his figure stopped. Yang Jiaxu, on the other hand, instantly turned pale, and his stomach felt like it was turning over, and he couldn't help but vomit. Chapter 41. I hope Mr. Yang won't let me down. After a kick, Lin Feng didn't even look at Yang Jiaxu for a second and directly turned around to go back inside the elevator. Standing in the elevator, facing the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lin Feng didn't have the slightest change in his expression, and he also very calmly straightened his clothes. As the elevator doors closed, the elevator slowly rose. At this time the elevator was packed with people, but there was no sound at all except for some breathing. The crowd still hadn't recovered from the kick that Lin Feng had kicked Yang Jiaxu with earlier. Even some of the female employees, when they looked at Lin Feng, appeared to adore him, and little stars appeared in their eyes. Lin Feng's looks were naturally impeccable, not to mention Lin Feng's heroic performance today. Even on the street, they would be mesmerized by the sight of Lin Feng. What's more, Lin Feng's earlier heroic performance had added many more points in their hearts. But after coming back to their senses, the crowd couldn't help but worry about Lin Feng. Yang Jiaxu but has a board of directors uncle. I heard that his uncle of that board of directors is also very powerful. Lin Feng hit Yang Jiaxu today. It is very likely that he will suffer the revenge of Yang Jiaxu. However, the crowd didn't know how to remind Lin Feng, fearing that they would let Yang Jiaxu know and come after them. Lin Feng, on the other hand, didn't care at all about Yang Jiaxu's retaliation, although he didn't know what kind of person Yang Jiaxu was. But if Yang Jiaxu could be so rampant in Shadow Music Media Company, he must be someone from Shadow Music Media Company. He holds 70% of the shares of Shadow Music Media Company, as the first major shareholder, and is also the chairman of the board of directors, will not be afraid of a small Yang Jiaxu. Can Yang Jiaxu have any more status than he has? And even if Yang Jiaxu has power outside, he can easily take it with his strength. The people in the elevator all went down quickly. Lin Feng was the only one left on the entire elevator to the top floor. The elevator came to a slow stop on the top floor, and just as the elevator door opened, he saw that beautiful secretary of Yang Mi standing there respectfully. After seeing Lin Feng, that beautiful secretary couldn't help but have her eyes light up. It was the first time she had seen such a handsome man since she grew up. This handsome face value, even those traffic fresh meat in the company couldn't match it. This new chairman of the board, his face is surprisingly more handsome than in the photo. Hello chairman, I'm Mr. Yang Secretary Mu Ziaho, welcome to Shadow Music Media Company. Lin Feng nodded slightly and stepped out of the elevator. Where's Mr. Yang? Mu Ziaho hurriedly said. Mr. Yang is waiting for you in the office. The documents for the handover of formalities are all ready for you. Chairman, okay, take me there. Soon, Mu Ziaho brought Lin Feng outside Yang Mi's office. After knocking on the door, Mu Ziaho led Lin Feng inside. Just as he walked into the office, he saw a tall, good-looking woman in her 30s stand up from behind the office and greet Lin Feng. Hello chairman, I'm Yang Mi. Welcome to the company to inspect the work. Seeing Yang Mi's delicate hand reaching out, Lin Feng smiled and extended his hand to shake it. Hello Mr. Yang, I didn't expect that the general manager of Shadow Music Media Company would be you. Mr. Yang, I'm still very sure of Mr. Yang's ability, and with Mr. Yang, I believe that Shadow Music Media Company will be able to develop very well. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yang Mi was very happy in her heart. This new chairman also seemed to be more approachable. At least it wasn't what she had imagined. Someone who was young and only put on airs. The chairman is too kind. I also just want to do my own share of work. Since I'm sitting in this position, I have to show the ability that matches this position. After the two of them exchanged pleasantries, Yang Mi reached out and invited Lin Feng to come and sit on the sofa. Yang Mi then brought over the organized handover. Chairman, these are the handover formalities. Take a look. If there are no problems, after signing the formalities, the handover is complete. Lin Feng picked up the formalities and casually looked at them for a couple of moments before not looking at them anymore, directly writing down his big name in a sprawling manner in the place of his signature. After signing, the formalities were directly thrown aside casually by Lin Feng without even the intention of looking at them twice more. Yang Mi, who had been secretly observing Lin Feng, couldn't help but feel shock in her heart after seeing Lin Feng's doings. This new chairman of the board was, as one would expect, no ordinary person. This formalities document is 70% of the shares of Shadow Music Media Corporation, which has a market value of more than $500 billion. Lin Feng's 70% stake was more than $350 billion. How could an ordinary person dare to be so casual? If anything goes wrong with the contract, there's a good chance that those riches are going to go to someone else. Lin Feng's kind of behavior was either purely and simply brainless, or he had absolute confidence. so confident that no one could take his things. Youngmi was very confident that it was the second one. If Lin Feng was really the kind of person he thought he was, with a deep and terrifying background, if others dared to count on him, they would definitely end up in a very miserable situation. Having been in the entertainment industry for years, Yang didn't know how much darkness she had seen. Don't look at the stars in front of ordinary people bright and shiny. In fact, in the dark, is nothing more than a tool for capital to make money. There is a value on the use, no value directly thrown to the side. Some of the loss of value of the female stars are even worse. After having no more use for them, they directly turned into triad girls, at best making a little more than those at the bottom, but in terms of encounters much more miserable than ordinary triad girls, become the plaything of those rich people and live a miserable life. Even some big-name actresses, who still have many resources, have secretly become the playthings of some big shots. Yang Mi has been through those before, and it's a good thing she's still in the curry and has a little bit of resistance. Now, after becoming the general manager of Shadow Music Media Company, he is considered to be temporarily free from the darkness of the entertainment industry, but it would only be temporary, and if a real big shot took a liking to her someday, she didn't have the confidence to fight back. Well, with all the paperwork and stuff signed, tell me about the company. Yang Mi thought about it for a while and gritted her teeth, ready to tell Lin Feng all her thoughts. Chairman, right now the company's earnings are okay, growing every year, but it's only temporary, and if the company can't make reforms, it might be in danger of declining as well. Hearing Yang Mi's words, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, "How so?" Chairman, I won't hide it from you. Although our company is one of the two major entertainment companies in China, the company is seriously corrupted internally. Those capitals only think about earning money and don't care about the company's death. If we continue to kill the chickens and take the eggs, when those capitals will have made enough money, it is estimated that the company will be in danger of bankruptcy. And as you, Chairman, are the first person responsible for the company, you may also be in some trouble if the company goes bankrupt. After hearing Yang Mi's words, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. Whatever, Mr. Yang wants to do, just go ahead and do it. I can support you unconditionally. As for the resistance in the company, I can remove it all for you, but I want results. If Mr. Yang lets me down, then don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 42 Lucky Lin Yor. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Boss Yang couldn't help but nod his head with a serious look. Don't worry, Chairman, as long as you can support me unconditionally, I'll make sure that Shadow Music develops better and better. Seeing Yang Mi's decisive answer, Lin Feng's tone changed, and his originally serious expression instantly changed into a smile as he nodded. Alright, I'm relieved to have this word from you, Mr. Yang. Just as the two of them were talking, the secretary Mu Ziyaho walked in. Mr. Yang, Miss Lin Yao, who agreed to sign with us yesterday, is here. Lin Yao is here? A flash of light surfaced in Yang Mi's eyes. This Lin Yao was definitely a huge potential. From the moment she noticed this Lin Yao, she saw herself in Lin Yao back then. As long as this Lin Yao didn't make any major mistakes, her future achievements would definitely not be lower than her own. Even in terms of looks, Lin Yao had an advantage over herself. Lin Yao was born with the face of a fictional heroine, as long as the theater path was a little wider. With more resources, and with someone vigorously supporting her from behind, Lin Yao definitely had the potential to become an international superstar. Hearing Mu Ziyaho's words, Lin Feng also couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect Lin Yao to sign up for his company. He thought Lin Yao had already signed with another company. After listening to the secretary's report, Yang Mi turned towards Lin Feng and said, Chairman, there's an artist with very high potential who wants to sign with our company. I need to go over there and take a look. Your office is also on this floor. I'll ask Ziyaho to take you there. Lin Feng shook his head. No need. I'll go when I come next time. This contracted artist you just mentioned, I know her as well, so it's a good idea to make a trip there together. You know Lin Yao too, Chairman? Hearing that Lin Feng and Lin Yao also knew each other, Yang Mi couldn't help but feel happy in her heart. It seemed that this Lin Yao was much luckier than her own self back then. Surprisingly, he was able to get acquainted with a big shot in the entertainment industry like Lin Feng. If Lin Yao could strike a good relationship with Lin Feng, then Lin Yao would definitely be able to develop more smoothly in the entertainment industry in the future. Looking at the flash of surprise on Yang Mi's face, Lin Feng smiled and said, the relationship isn't too familiar. There was a meeting in the Patek Philippe boutique earlier. This Lin Yao is quite good. A person who can be cultivated and has signed a spokesperson partnership with Patek Philippe. When the advertisement goes out, Lin Yao's hotness should be able to be even higher. It's considered a very wise decision for us to sign Lin Yao now. Lin Yao alone can make us Shadow Music a lot of money within a period of time in the future. The evaluation Lin Feng had given Lin Yao Yang Mi was very much in favor of it. This evaluation was very pertinent. Lin Yar did have this ability, especially since she didn't even know about the spokesperson contract Lin Yar had signed with Patek Philippe beforehand. And now that Lin Feng had said it, she felt it was even more appropriate to sign Lin Yor. Okay, chairman, let's go over there together then. After saying their words, Lin Feng and Yang Mi stood up one after another and walked towards the outside of the office. The two had just stepped out of the office when they saw a young man with a somewhat pale face, who was following a middle-aged man's side, aggressively walking towards this place. The two groups happened to bump into each other, and at the same time that Lin Feng saw Yang Xiaoshu also saw Lin Feng. Haters meet. This is the real portrayal of Yang Xiaoshu at this moment. Uncle, it's this kid who beat me up. You absolutely can't let him go today. Yang Xiaoshu, who was speaking, stretched out his hand and pointed in Lin Feng's direction while saying to the middle-aged man beside him. Seeing that Yang Xiaoshu actually wanted to find trouble with Lin Feng, a flash of surprise first flashed across Yang Mi's face, followed by a look at a little cutie's gaze. This Yang Xiaoshu, of course she knew him. After all, this Yang Xiaoshu is the person who was known as the company's #1 tumor, blessed with an uncle who was a director. He does whatever he wants in the company, from popular actresses to some 10 million female netizens, but there is no woman in the company who is good-looking who has not suffered from his assault. Even this Yang Xiaoshu had the audacity to come and harass himself. Because of this matter she also reflected to the board of directors, but in the end they were all suppressed by Yang Xiaoshu's uncle, Yang Wenba. It can't be helped that Storm Capital is still very powerful in the country, wealthy and reportedly with a very strong background. The owner of Storm Capital, moreover, had once been called the #1 cash king in the Magic City. The boss behind Storm Capital has an extremely strong network of relationships in both the black and white worlds, and ordinary businesses simply can't afford to mess with it. Some lucrative business, Storm Capital will be involved in a little. If the people who do those businesses agree, okay. If not, directly by the boss of the Storm Capital with a variety of means to force its hand. There was once a $10 billion enterprise in Mordor, just because it refused the entry of Storm Capital, and in the end, it was screwed into bankruptcy by the owner of Storm Capital by means of tactics. This shows how terrifying the power of that owner behind Storm Capital is. Hearing Yang Xiaoshu's words, Yang Wenba's eyes narrowed and a pair of unkind gazes looked at Lin Feng. Yang Wenba was much more composed than Yang Xiaoshu, and didn't rush to find trouble with Lin Feng, but first looked Lin Feng up and down for a while, and in the end didn't see anything special, so he put his heart down. Although this Lin Feng was walking side by side with Yang Mi, it was estimated that he was just slightly powerful. He had been mixing in Magic City for many years, and he had some understanding of some of the people from the big families, and Lin Feng was not one of them. Kid, you don't have any explanation at all for hitting someone, you're too unruly. Oh, and what do you want to be accounted for? Lin Feng asked with a smirk. Simple, kneel down and kowtow to Xiaoshu and apologize. Then after letting my people break your leg that kicked Xiaoshu, how about this matter is over? Yang Wenba said faintly. Lin Feng sniffed and couldn't help but shake his head. Sorry, if you guys kowtow and apologize to me, maybe I can just let it go. As for kowtowing and apologizing to you guys, I think it's better to forget about it. I'm afraid that you guys won't be able to afford it. Yang Wenba frowned, a dangerous color permeating his eyes. Kid, do you know what I am? Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. I don't know, but I don't need to know what you are. No matter what you are, it's nothing in my eyes. Just now I heard General Manager Yang say, this nephew of yours did not do a lot of bad things in the company. I feel that he is not suitable to continue to stay in the company. As for you as an uncle, not only do not multiple discipline, but even harbored to take sides. Even if you as a member of the board of directors, you cannot undermine the interests of the entire company, so you also withdraw from the board of directors, to give the capable people poor place. Chapter 43, Unlucky Uncles and Nephews. What did you say? When Yang Wenba heard Lin Feng's words, his entire body couldn't help but laugh. Yang Xiaoshu beside him even seemed to have heard a big joke, looking at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a little cutie. Like a little cutie. Only Yang Xiaoshu looked at Lin Feng disdainfully and slowly said, Kid, did I hear you right? How dare you say such borderline words after knowing that my uncle is the director of this shadow music? I have reason to suspect that you're a cutie. Ask Mr. Yang beside you, who has that qualification to ask my uncle to quit the board of directors. What a toad yawning. What a big mouth. Right after Yang Xiaoshu finished speaking, Yang Mi, who was beside Lin Feng, slowly said, who said Mr. Lin doesn't have that qualification? I have a feeling that Mr. Lin is qualified to get your uncle off the board. The uncle and nephew who were in the middle of laughing, after hearing Yang Mi's words, the two of them could not help but froze for a moment. Yang Xiaoshu even pointed at Yang Mi and said, Mr. Yang, you won't be infected by him too, right? Why are you still doing stupid things with him? My uncle is Storm Capital's representative at Shadow Music. Are you the ones who can fire him when you say you can? Well, the jokes stop here. I don't have the leisure to talk nonsense with you guys here. I'm afraid that if I spend too much time with you guys, it'll infect me into a cutie pie too. Uncle, don't bull ***** with him. Hurry up and break his legs and throw him out of the company. Yang Wenba, who was standing on the side, nodded slightly. Well, let's get down to business then. I only saw Yang Wenba turn his head toward the two bodyguards behind him and said, "What are you still standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and do it? Are you waiting for me to do it myself?" The two bodyguards heard Yang Wenba's words and slowly stepped forward. The two of them pinched their fingers and resounded with a sound of bones rubbing together. Seeing this scene, Yang Mi frowned and snapped, "Yang Wenba, you dare. You know that Mr. Lin is." Lin Feng beside him waved his hand to interrupt the words Yang Mi was about to finish, then slowly said, "It's fine." After saying his words, he only saw Lin Feng violently punching out. A bodyguard who was the first to rush up was directly hit by his ferocious punch on his incisors, accompanied by a miserable scream. That bodyguard's entire bodyguard flew out upside down, and along with it, there were also two incisors that flew out of his mouth. Lin Feng being so fierce directly startled everyone in the arena. How powerful must a punch be to knock out two of a person's front teeth? But Lin Feng didn't give the crowd a chance to react at all, and immediately turned around with a back kick, and the other bodyguard also flew backwards without the slightest resistance. The power of this kick was much greater than the power of the previous punch. The bodyguard didn't even have time to scream, and fainted directly after hitting the ground. In the blink of an eye, Yang Wenba's two bodyguards were all taken care of, and this scene directly made the crowd look dumbfounded. The clash between Lin Feng and Yang Wenba's uncle and nephew had long been noticed by someone. Many of the executives of Shadow Music who worked on this floor came out of their offices to watch the fun after hearing the news. The group of executives had thought that Lin Feng would be at a disadvantage when he faced Yang Wenba's uncle and nephew, but they hadn't expected that Lin Feng would be so tough and brave that the two well-trained, tall and strong bodyguards would be taken care of in the blink of an eye. Seeing Lin Feng, who had such horrible hands, Yang Wenba's uncle and nephew all panicked a little. Yang Wenba even uttered threatening words when he saw Lin Feng step towards him. "Kid, what are you doing? If you dare to touch me, do you believe that there is no place for you in all of magic? The owner of my storm capital is a member of the Du family." Hearing Yang Wenba raise the storm capital behind him, Yang Mi was a bit worried for Lin Feng, especially when Yang Wenba said that the boss behind Storm Capital was a member of the Du family. This made Yang Mi's heart feel a little unsettled. The four great giants of the Magic City are very high in gold. Each of the four giants has a century-old legacy. Among them, the Du family, which was the first of the four great gentry families, was a dominating presence. The Du family could be said to have deep roots in Magic City. Money opened the way in the earlier years, giving him huge contacts in both black and white. Now the Du family had even arranged many people in the family into the government offices, and in the Magic City, the Du family was definitely the strongest representative force at the local level. Many of the big leaders of the government offices who came by parachute were courteous to the Du family, although she also knew that Lin Feng's background wasn't simple. But if Lin Feng was any stronger, could he still be stronger than the Du family? Who was the head of the land? Just when Yang Mi was worried about whether Lin Feng would be able to fight against the Du family, Lin Feng didn't have the slightest hesitation, and after arriving in front of Yang Wenba's uncle and nephew, without saying a word, he directly slapped them out. The loud slapping sound resonated throughout the office area. After the slap, a cold color appeared on Lin Feng's calm face. "Do you really think that no one will dare to touch you just because you have Storm Capital on your back? Du family? It's simply ridiculous. Why don't you call the Du family here and try to see if I, Lin Feng, give them face? I'm telling you, from now on, no one in the entire Shadow Music Company will be allowed to do anything to jeopardize the company's interests. I'll break the legs of anyone who dares to sabotage the company and make it lose money. And now it's just the right time for you uncle and nephew to set an example." As the words fell, Lin Feng directly kicked out a leg at the calf of Yang Jiaxu, who was looking dumbfounded. This kick can be said to be very vicious. The trick of kicking the calf, even in the fight, belongs to the forbidden art, because once this move was made, that person's leg was basically ruined, and without the possibility of a cure, he would be left with a disability for the rest of his life. Yang Jiaxu only felt a heartbreaking pain coming from his calf, and then his whole body fell to the ground with a miserable scream. Yang Jiaxu's calf was seen to be irregularly bent, and the leg bone was even stabbed out from the back, making the scene very cruel and scary. Yang Mi, who saw this scene, couldn't even help but cover her mouth, and a color of horror filled her eyes. How could she not expect that this new chairman, who appeared to be easygoing on the surface, was so ruthless in his methods? This foot down, Yang Jiaxu life basically wasted. Even if the leg can be healed, it is estimated that the rest of his life is also a cripple. "Uncle, my leg, my leg." Yang Jiaxu wailed in shock at the sight of his broken leg. Yang Wenba, who had just regained his senses from being slapped, couldn't think of anything else after seeing young Jiaxu's miserable condition and rushed over to check the situation. After looking at young Jiaxu's injury, Yang Wenba's entire face turned blue. Then he violently turned his head to stare viciously at Lin Feng. "Kid, you're so ruthless. I won't let this matter go just like that. I'm definitely going to make you pay." Hearing Yang Wenba's threat, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "Looks like you don't want your legs anymore either, right?" Yang Wenba's face was scared, and he didn't dare to say more, and hurriedly greeted people to find something to carry Yang Jiaxu away. While carrying Yang Jiaxu downstairs, Yang Wenba also called for an ambulance. Chapter 44, Even if the Du family is in your face, what can you do? A group of executives of Shadow Music, after seeing Yang Wenba's uncle and nephew fleeing in a sorry state, all of them felt relieved. Yang Wenba uncle and nephew have not been less powerful in the company. This uncle and nephew are all the same. The young ones can't move when they see a woman, and the old ones are even more old and horny. I don't know how many company artists and beautiful netizens have been dived by this uncle and nephew. Even this uncle and nephew duo engaged in subterfuge is not satisfied, but even do the business of pimping, will be the company's attractive artists and netizens to some of the rich people introduced. Some were brought down with money by uncle and nephew, while others were coerced and intimidated into submission by uncle and nephew. Of course, some of the company's money tree, Flow actress or 10 million net read their uncle and nephews do not dare to do too much. In the other party does not agree. They can only give up. After all, if it is to provoke the public's anger, their uncle and nephews are afraid of having trouble. However, some second and third-rate actresses and small netizens could hardly escape their poisonous hands, unless they really did not want to hang out in the entertainment industry and the internet before they dared to reject them. Now, this uncle and nephew finally kicked the iron plate, and even Yang Jiaxu was even beaten and broke his leg, which made the crowd heart cannot help but be very painful. Chairman, this Yang Wenba is the beloved of the owner of Storm Capital. You won't be in trouble if you humiliate them like this, will you? Looking at the back of Yang Wenba's uncle and nephew's departure, Yang Mi asked worriedly. Lin Feng smiled lightly. It's fine, not to mention Storm Capital. Even if it's someone from the Du family in person, I might not be able to put them in my eyes. Your responsibility is to manage the company well for me, and if anyone dares to sabotage the company, just call me and I'll help you clean up all the resistance. Hearing Lin Feng's confident words, Yang Mi let go of the worries in her heart. Alright, let's go find Lin Yael. Lin Feng, who had finished speaking, continued. Yang Mi nodded. Okay boss. At this moment, in a conference room, Lin Yaer and her manager were sitting quietly. Sister Wang, we only have this one chance for Shadow Music now. If I can't successfully sign with Shadow Music, I'm afraid I'll have to bid farewell to the entertainment industry in the future. Lin Yaer, who was sitting there, said with a bitter smile. The person known as Sister Wang was Lin Yaer's manager. Sister Wang couldn't help but rise a touch of heartache after hearing Lin Yaer's words. She had been following Lin Yaer since her debut. Although Lin Yaer's debut wasn't that long ago, the journey has been full of hardships. Outsiders see our Lin Yaer debut is the peak, but who does not know, in this bright and beautiful behind, Lin Yaer and how much to pay. That line about a minute on the stage and 10 years off the stage is not just talk. For the sake of today, Lin Yaer didn't know how much she had paid. Lin Yaer didn't come from a very good background. When she was a child, her father was sick and her mother was the only one who earned money to support the family. Not only do they have to pay for Lin Yaer's schooling, but they also have to maintain the family's livelihood. Lin Yaer understands things earlier than children of her age. When she went to school, she was very hardworking, and after she was admitted to the North Film Academy, she didn't dare to slack off. In terms of looks, she did have some advantages, but not to the extent of crushing those of her contemporaries. It just so happened that her looks reached the casting for the female lead in that show. Even if she was chosen as the female lead, she didn't slack off. After shooting the movie, she would read the script when she had time to spare, analyzing the plot and the characters' dialogues and so on, word by word, for the sake of not wanting this hard-won opportunity to be lost. If she can't excel in this drama, there's a good chance she'll never have this chance to be a female lead again in the future. Well, her hard work paid off, making her an overnight sensation and landing her a contract as the face of Patek Philippe. But just when she thought she could make a lot of money later and change her family's living conditions, favored by Lu Qi. Lu Qi is the crown prince of the Chinese entertainment company. In the midst of pursuing Lin Yaer, Lu Qi had told her, if you agree, I can forcefully promote you in the future. If you don't agree, then I'll block you. Originally, Lin Yaer wanted to sign with Chinese entertainment. After all, Chinese entertainment, which exclusively occupies half of the entertainment industry, is rich in resources and has great benefits for artists. But after the Lu Qi thing came up, she was not at all afraid to sign up for the Wahini. She was a smart person, and she naturally knew very well what kind of person Lu Qi was. Even if she is from Lu Qi, it is estimated that she will not be taken seriously for much longer. When Lu Qi has played enough, maybe let her throw. The Chinese may also go to hold the next newcomer, or Lu Qi's new favorite. So Lin Yao didn't want to just walk her own path to death, and wanted to come to shadow music to try it out. And being able to be on par with Chinese descent, I believe that shadow music definitely has the strength to hold its own as well. Although Lin Yao came from a bad background, she was very confident in herself. She's very good, both in terms of her face and her ability. As long as she could meet the bohol that belonged to her, she was sure that she would never let that bohol down. Sister Wang couldn't help but sigh when she saw the bitterness on Lin Yao's face. Y'all, you're a good entertainer. I'm sure God will favor you and won't let you just cut your dreams short. Just as the two of them were talking, the door to the conference room was pushed open, and the figures of both Lin Feng and Yang Mi appeared in the doorway. Behind the two were the staff members who were in charge of this signing matter with Lin Yao. The first time they saw Yang Mi, Lin Yao and Sister Wang hurriedly stood up. For Yang Mi, an old-timer in the entertainment industry, Lin Yao was very respectful. She has also always idolized Honey Yang. No matter how many people outside hacked this Boss Yang, she always admired him in her heart. Those who hacked Boss Yang were jealous. In fact, Boss Yang's spirit of perseverance is very worthy of learning. A woman wanted to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry, and Lin Yao, who was also a woman, knew how difficult it was. After all, how dark the entertainment industry is the people in this circle, more or less can know some. Some women without innate advantages want to mix out, all have to work day and night, shooting during the day, and at night to cooperate with those big shots. If you do not accompany those big shots, where can you get resources? Hello, Mr. Yang. Lin Yao hurriedly walked forward and extended her hand politely. Despite her current accomplishments, she was still very respectful when dealing with Yang Mi. Yang Mi stretched out her hand to shake Lin Yao's, and said with a smile, Lin Yao, right, I think highly of you, and when I heard that you took the initiative to contact us at Shadow Music and wanted to sign a contract with us, I came over here to take a look. I've seen your dramas and I'm very satisfied with your acting skills, and if we can successfully sign a contract today, I'm sure your future can develop even more. Chapter 45, We're waiting for your return as king, boss. Hearing Yang Mi's praise, Lin Yao couldn't help but get excited. To get Yang Mi's affirmation, that means she really didn't come this far by luck. Yang Mi is known in the entertainment industry as a woman who dares to speak the truth and has a straight nature. Since she says she's a good actress, that means she's really good. Thank you for your compliments, Mr. Yang. With your words, I can feel much more at ease. Seeing Lin Yao's excitement, Yang Mi smiled faintly, in not saying anything more. Once upon a time, when she was Lin Yao's age, there was a time when she was happy for half a day at a single compliment from her seniors. Unexpectedly the years passed by, she also came to the day when she became a senior. Looking at Lin Yao who was full of vigor, Yang Mi seemed to see her own shadow, and at the same time, she also rose up the heart of love for talent, wanting to cultivate Lin Yao properly. Alright, let's get down to business first. Xiaoho, you give a copy of the contract to MS. Lin Yao, let MS. Lin Yao take a look at it. If there's no problem, we can proceed with the signing. The secretary, Mu Xiaoho, heard Yang Mi's words and walked forward to hand the contract in her hand to Lin Yao. Lin Yao took the contract and read it with her agent, Sister Wang. While reading the contract, Lin Yao would still steal a glance at Lin Feng from time to time. Of course she knew Lin Feng. After all, he had left a deep impression on her earlier in the Patek Philippe boutique, and there was gratitude in her heart. Although Lin Feng wasn't deliberately helping himself by packing up Lu Qi, he was still indirectly helping her. If it wasn't for Lin Feng beating Lu Qi away, she would probably still be pestered by Lu Qi right now. And even with Lu Qi's character, it was very likely that he would use force on himself, and she might even miss out on signing a contract with Shadow Music today. Yang Mi saw all of Lin Yao's small movements in her eyes and couldn't help but open her mouth to ask, Miss Lin Yao, do you know our chairman? Hearing Yang Mi's words, Lin Yao first froze for a moment, then said with a surprised look, General Manager Yang, this gentleman is the chairman of your company? Yang Mi nodded. Right, you still don't know Mr. Lin's identity? Mr. Lin is the new chairman of our Shadow Music Media Company, and from now on you'll be considered someone who works for the chairman. Lin Yao hurriedly said in a formal manner. Hello Lin Dong. I didn't expect you to be the chairman of the Shadow Music Media Company. I really thank you for today's noon. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that I might not even have the chance to come and sign the contract today. Lin Feng knew the meaning of Lin Yao's words, so he couldn't help but smile and say, no need to be polite. I did that thing for you too. It's just that person was too arrogant and I couldn't look at him. I see that Mr. Yang recommended you so much. from the moment I came in Mr. Yang was always praising you. In the future you have to perform well. Don't let Mr. Yang down. It was only after Lin Feng finished speaking that Lin Yer finally came to a realization. Yang Mi's compliments to her could be said not only to her, but more to this chairman. After all, such a large shadow music media company had many artists under its umbrella, and it would be very difficult for him or her to kill amongst a bunch of veteran artists. Now Yang Mi was explicitly praising herself, but secretly recommending herself, wanting to make Lin Feng pay attention to himself so that he could gain more resources in the company in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Yer couldn't help but cast a grateful look towards Yang Mi, chairman of the board of directors. You can rest assured that I enter the entertainment industry can not only all to make money, but also as a profession to look at. I very much like this profession, but also love this profession. I will not let you in Mr. Yang disappointed. Lin Feng nodded his head with a smile on his face. Okay, then it depends on your performance. As long as you can bring benefits to the company's resources will definitely not be less for you. But I'll say this up front, if you can't create benefits for the company won't support you all the time. Don't worry, Chairman, I'll work hard. While he was talking, the cell phone in Lin Feng's pocket rang, and when he saw that it was Gao Yuan calling, Lin Feng nodded his head towards Yang Mi and Lin Yer and walked out of the conference room with his cell phone. The phone had just been connected and Gao Yuan's concerned voice came through. Boss, are you okay? Where are you now? When Lin Feng heard the genuine concern in Gao Yuan's words, he couldn't help but smile and say, it's all right, it's all settled. Holy, boss is awesome. We were worried about what would happen to you. After all, boss, you beat up the military. By the way, boss, I called you over today not only to ask how you're doing, but I also have something to tell you. Gao Yuan's nature is very jumpy, sometimes obviously talking about business. Suddenly Gao Yuan will be strange voice yelling up. Although the 4 people in the dormitory do not get along with much time, but all of them understand each other's character a little. Lin Feng wasn't surprised by Takato's sudden corner. What is it? Say it, boss. It was after your accident that old 4, and I went back and studied it, and there must have been someone secretly messing with you, or else that instructor called Shinton couldn't have targeted you for no reason. Guess who's secretly ting on you, boss? After our investigation, when Lin Feng heard that there really was someone behind the curtain who was counting on him, he couldn't help but flash a flash of coldness in his eyes and opened his mouth and said, all right, don't sell the story. Say it, who is it? Gao Yuan also did not continue to sell, slowly said, it is Wang Haiyang that. Wang Yang? Lin Feng looked puzzled, and after carefully recalling it in his mind, he couldn't think of a time when he had feuded with someone called Wang Haiyang. Boss, the 3 of us brothers have looked into things for you. This Wang Haiyang is one of the 7 males of our school. His family seems to be developing in the imperial capital, and I heard that he is quite powerful. As for why Wang Haiyang wants to trouble you, boss, this matter should have something to do with Gu Baiyue. After hearing Gao Yuan's words, Lin Feng frowned and said, why is it related to Gu Baiyue again? Redheads. Isn't there a scandalous post about you and Gu Baiyue, boss, on our school's forum? That Wang Haiyang has been pursuing Gu Baiyue, and even used to put out the word in school that no one else is allowed to think of Gu Baiyue except himself. And if anyone dares to think of it, he'll look for trouble with that person. Wang Haiyang's identity is public in the school. They all know that he's not to be messed with. And his family is a big family in the imperial capital, so no one dares to pursue Gu Baiyue. But after you came here, boss, you were rumored to be in a scandal with Gu Baiyue, so I guess it made Wang Haiyang lose face. That's why he let people find trouble with you. After listening to Gao Yuan, Lin Feng coldly snorted, let this Wang Haiyang wait for me. I definitely have to settle this matter with him. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm still a little bit strong, if I were to change someone else, I guess my whole life would have to be ruined by him. If I don't pack him up hard, I guess I won't be honest. Ha ha, I knew that with your temperament. Boss, you definitely won't just let it go. Boss, when are you coming back? The 3 of us have been waiting to wave the flag for you for a long time, Takato said with a big smile. Lin Feng slowly said, I still have some things on my side. When I'm done I'll go back. Then the 4 of us will have a good drink. Alright, then we'll wait for your kingly return, boss. Chapter 46, Lin Yor's Little Scheme. After speaking with Gao Yuan for a while, Lin Feng hung up his cell phone and turned towards the conference room. After knowing that it was this person Wang Haiyang who was secretly causing trouble, Lin Feng didn't have the slightest idea of letting him go. His character is like this. I don't offend if people don't offend me. If people offend me, he will surely pay back twice as much. What this Wang Haiyang did was actually more infuriating than people like Lu Qi and Yang Xiaoshu. He had the strength to fix things. If he were an ordinary person, letting Wang Haiyang so messed up, the whole person's life would basically be considered ruined. Not only will you lose your education, but you may even risk a criminal record or even jail time. It wasn't that Lin Feng was thinking too much, but this matter was too likely to happen. With Wang Haiyang's viper's heart, he would definitely step on anyone who fell into his hands to death. After all, if you're going to ruin someone's life because of a scandal, this kind of person's heart is definitely not in the right place. Since this was the case, there was nothing for him to be merciful about. He had to make this Wang Haiyang pay some price after he finished his business and went back to school. Just as Lin Feng went out to answer the phone, Yang Mi and Lin Yao also chatted idly. However, it appeared to be a casual conversation, but in reality, Yang Mi had been hinting to Lin Yao not to miss out on the opportunity to maintain a friendly relationship with Lin Feng, and if possible, it wasn't impossible to keep the relationship a little bit more intimate. Lin Yao was just involved in the world. It didn't mean she was a cutie. Yang Mi simply made a few nods, and Lin Yao understood what she meant. Can step into the showbiz this big die stuff? No one can be alone. Always clean and keep the heart. When the water is clear, there are no fish, and it's simply impossible to stay clear when you're living in a murky pool of water. But with Lin Yao's condition, even if she wanted to be contaminated, she had to be a good choice. Lin Feng, this person gave Lin Yao a pretty good feeling. At least it wasn't Lu Qi's kind of psychopathic, start-and-stop rich second generation. If she could really take her relationship with Lin Feng a step further and gain Lin Feng's strong support, at least her peak period could be greatly extended, and she wouldn't have to eat a few years of youthful rice and then run out of movies to shoot. I understand what you mean, Mr. Yang, I know what to do. Seeing that Lin Yao was a smart person, Yang Mi became more favorable towards her. This kind of intelligent talent is good to cultivate. If the nature of the person who is stubborn, on the contrary, is not suitable for the entertainment industry to mix. While the two were talking, Lin Feng pushed open the door of the conference room and walked in. Seeing that Yang Mi and Lin Yao were chatting, he couldn't help but smile and said, "It seems that you guys are quite compatible. Then in the future, Miss Lin Yao will be handed over to you, Mr. Yang, and I'm also very optimistic about Miss Lin Yao, who might be able to become our shadow music's pillar in the future." Lin Feng's words were very subtle, and the other meaning of typo was the person who made the most money from shadow music. Lin Yao and Yang Mi both understood the underlying meaning of Lin Feng's words, but Lin Yao didn't have any resentment. It's a pretty equal trade. Shadowlark vigorously cultivated her, getting resources for him and making money for Shadowlark herself, sort of getting what she wanted. If Lin Feng didn't have a mind to make money, that would be the only thing that would make Lin Yao uneasy. After all, if an owner doesn't think about making money, then the business won't grow in the long run. Don't worry, Chairman, I won't let you down, Lin Yao hurriedly spoke. Soon after, the signing of the two parties was concluded. As the general manager of Shadow Music, Yang Mi has a lot of things to deal with every day. He left after signing the contract with Lin Yao. "Dong Lin, let me treat you to dinner, just to thank you for your earlier help." Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I said, that incident was nothing. You don't have to be so polite. That won't do, no matter if you helped me on purpose or not. Lin Dong, you have solved my difficulties for me. I have to return this favor anyhow," Lin Yao said firmly. Lin Feng saw Lin Yao's firm eyes, and knew that to continue to push back was a bit pretentious, and that he would be very happy to have such a beautiful woman as Lin Yao to accompany him to dinner. Once the two agreed, they linked arms and headed outside the conference room. "Sister Wang, you go back first. I'm going to have dinner with Dong Lin. I'll go back myself after dinner." Lin Yao turned her head towards her manager, Sister Wang, who was behind her. Broker Sister Wang nodded. "Okay, then I'll go back first. Call when you get home." After the three of them stepped out of the elevator, the agent, Sister Wang, left quickly, not bothering Lin Feng and Lin Yao at all. Arriving outside the company, Lin Yao remembered that she hadn't driven here, and couldn't help but say awkwardly, "Lin Dong, I didn't drive here today, so I might have to take your car." Lin Feng said with a smile, "What's wrong with that? Let's go." With that said, the two headed for the parking lot. After Lin Feng's $100 million+ supercar appeared in front of her in the parking lot, Lin Yao's entire body was shocked. "What kind of car is this? It's so nice." Lin Feng didn't say much. He simply said a few words, "Bugatti Blackout." Once the two were in the car, they slowly left the parking lot as the engine roared to life. "What do you want to eat?" The vehicle was traveling on the road. Lin Feng held the steering wheel with one hand and asked in a warm voice, "Lin Dong, you say it, I don't know what to eat. You see what you like to eat? We will go and eat." Hearing Lin Yao's words, Lin Feng spoke, "You don't have to be so polite with me in private in the future. It's always you. You, 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 you. I don't have so many rules as a person. Okay, Lin Dong." Seeing that Lin Feng was so close to people by the billions, Lin Yao felt even more favorable towards Lin Feng. It was really rare for someone as young and talented as Lin Feng to have a character like Lin Feng. Usually when you become famous at a young age, you will have your own arrogance. But Lin Feng couldn't see a bit of it in him. On the contrary, the kind of gentle temperament emanating from Lin Feng's body made people involuntarily feel better. You find it, there's nothing I want to eat. Seeing that Lin Feng really didn't have anything he wanted to eat, Lin Yao thought for a moment and then spoke. Lin Dong, let's go eat seafood then. I've heard the seafood at the Marriott is really good. We could try it. Okay, then we'll eat at the Marriott. The Marriott Hotel is located in the Luji Azui Bund neighborhood. Lin Feng drove Lin Yao directly to the parking lot of the Marriott Hotel. After parking the car, the two headed towards the hotel. Lin Yao took her mask out of her bag and put it on her face when she was on her way. While she's not as recognizable to fans as she is now, it's something to keep in mind just in case someone did recognize her. There would be no shortage of trouble then, especially in such a public place. Chapter 47 The Charming Road Home. By the time Lin Feng and Lin Yao arrived at the Marriott Hotel, the sky had also come to night. As the sky darkens, the lights of Magic City begin to rise, and people's nightlife slowly begins. The two had just walked into the lobby when they were greeted by a good-looking female greeter. Hello sir, ma'am, how many dining? Lin Feng spoke, 2 of you. Yes sir, please follow me. After the female welcome guest finished speaking, she led Lin Feng and Lin Yao to the elevator and pressed the restaurant's floor number for the two of them. Sir, ma'am, please, when we get to the restaurant, you will be greeted by a professional waiter. The Marriott Hotel is a 5-star hotel. Whether it is in terms of service or decoration, all of them are the existence of the top of the Magic City. The two stepped into the elevator and were soon in front of the restaurant located on the 19th floor. The elevator had just opened and a waiter was seen waiting there. Good day, sir, ma'am, this way. The waiter arranged Lin Feng and Lin Yao into one of the best dining spots. Not only is the setting elegant and quiet, but it also offers views of the Huangpu River and the Bund through huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Once the two were seated, the waiter handed the two men menus. What would you like to eat? Sir, ma'am? Lin Feng pushed the menu to Lin Yao. Ms. Lin, you order. Lin Yao said. Lin Dong, let's order together. As she spoke, Lin Yao slowly removed her mask, and her pouring face was exposed to the air. The waiter who was ordering food for the two of them couldn't help but freeze in place after seeing Lin Yao's stunning face. It was the first time since he grew up that he had seen such a beautiful woman. Although the Marriott Hotel was a 5-star restaurant, and the guests who could come here were all either rich or noble, and were surrounded by mostly good-looking female companions, none of those women could be compared to Lin Yao. Lin Yao was born with a heroine's face that can bring the feeling of falling in love at the first sight. Lin Yao glanced at the menu and directly ordered a few kinds of seafood, then handed the menu to Lin Feng. Lin Dong, I've ordered almost everything, come on. Lin Feng was no longer polite, and ordered some dishes that looked, well, faceted, and returned the menu to the waiter. Just order these for now. Seeing the delayed response to the menu he had handed over, he looked up in confusion. When he saw the waiter who froze there, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Feng didn't get angry at the waiter's reaction like this. He could also understand the waiter's reaction, and it was normal for people who saw Lin Yao to appear disoriented. Lin Yao also noticed the waiter's state of affairs and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly. The waiter, who was brought back to reality by the laughter, had a touch of embarrassment appear on his face and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I was a bit lost in thought just now. Please don't be offended, sir and ma'am. Lin Feng shook his head. It's fine. Did you write down all the dishes we both ordered just now? The waiter hurriedly said. My husband will place the order for the two of you. With those words, the waiter re-asked the names of the dishes ordered by Lin Feng and the two of them. Then he turned around and left in a hurry. Marriott Hotel serving speed is still very fast. The two did not wait long. A table of sumptuous seafood dinner was served up. By the way, also brought a bottle of Lafite Rothschild red wine. The bottle of Lafite Rothschild was not the legendary 82, but it was in the tens of thousands of dollars. Red wine was poured into a sobering vessel, and the waiter stood at a distance after pouring a small glass for each of the two of them. Lin Feng, Lin Dong, you can drink, right? Before drinking, Lin Yao asked tentatively. Lin Feng smiled and nodded his head. I can drink a little. It's a relief to be able to drink then. After saying her words, Lin Yao picked up her wine cup and said, Lin Dong, I'll toast you. Please take care of me in the future. Lin Feng also raised his wine glass and gently touched it with Lin Yao. Taking care of can't be talked about. I'm a person who emphasizes on profit. As long as you're capable and can make money for me, it's only right to take care of you. After speaking, the two took a sip of red wine directly. The two then made small talk as they ate their meal. During the chat, Lin Feng also learned something about Lin Yao's general situation. Lin Yao came from an ordinary background, and even though she was a big hit because of a drama, she didn't make much money. After all, she's just starting out and doesn't get paid very much for her appearances. It was said that the earlier show that was a huge hit only paid her $20,000 an episode to appear in. Lin Yao's smash hit drama was going to make hundreds of millions of dollars, to say the least, but she was only paid a few $100,000 in total. That's nothing for a star who spends a lot of money. Nonetheless, Lin Yao took out half of the money she earned and transferred it to her family. After hearing about Lin Yao's life, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of heartache rise. Lin Yao is like this. Herself carries a temperament that makes people pity her, coupled with a poor background. Even Lin Feng would be moved to compassion. I don't know if Lin Yao is really a good drinker or if she's just forcing it. All in all, the two drank nearly 3 bottles of red wine before the meal was over. In the process of leaving the hotel, Lin Yao had been on her feet, and the whole person was drunk. Lin Feng assisted Lin Yao's arm, and while walking, he asked with concern, "Miss Lin Yao, are you alright?" Lin Yao, who was in a drunken stupor, shook her head down in a daze. "It's fine, I can still drink." Looking at Lin Yao's appearance, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. It seemed like this was really drunk. "Ms. Lin Yao, where do you live? Let me send you back." Because he had been drinking, Lin Feng was also unable to drive, so he had to call a chauffeur. However, the sports car only had 2 seats, so it couldn't fit 3 people at all. So Lin Feng had to let Lin Yao squeeze in with himself in the passenger seat. Lin Feng had a body of over 1.80 meters. Not that kind of lanky body, but still very robust. After sitting in the passenger's chair, he could only will to let Lin Yao sit on his lap. After placing Lin Yao on his lap, Lin Feng's entire body looked strange. This Lin Yao's figure was really good. Even though the two of them were separated by a layer of clothes, it still made him feel that irresistible temptation. Luckily, the valet came quickly and didn't make Lin Feng suffer for too long. He was really afraid that the valet would come a little late and he wouldn't be able to resist doing something, but the chauffeur came here again, and after seeing Lin Feng's car, he beat a retreat. Anyone who can ride in a valet knows more or less about cars. Although he didn't recognize what model of Bugatti Lin Feng's car was, he could see that the car was definitely expensive. "Sir, this car is too expensive. I may not be able to drive it," Lin Feng said in a calm voice. "I'll triple your chauffeur fee. You don't have to take responsibility if you drive badly." He also did not want to change someone else, his arms, but also sitting in a special thing. More delay. He was really afraid that he could not help but act like a beast. Chapter 48. Willow's favor is not for everyone. Luckily, it was Lin Feng who gave more, and the valet finally agreed to take his order. But even with Lin Feng's assurance, the chauffeur was still careful on the way to drive the duo home. Through chatting, the valet also finally knew the value of Lin Feng's car. The moment he heard the price, the valet's entire body almost died of shock. It's amazing that one car is worth $120 million. This is a huge amount of money that he may not be able to earn even in 10 lifetimes. The world of the rich is really beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Usually when you see a multi-million-dollar Rolls-Royce on the street, the average person feels like it's the ceiling in the car. He had never thought that he could one day see a car worth more than $100 million, and today he not only saw it, but even drove it. Because Lin Yao was too drunk to ask for his home address, Lin Feng had to bring him back to the villa in Tang Palace, because the license plate is registered. You can get inside the Tang Palace even if you're driving with a chauffeur. It was only when he arrived all the way to Lin Feng's number 1 villa that the valet slowly stopped the car. After Lin Feng paid for the order, he gave the valet some extra money before the valet left happily. Carrying Lin Yao in his arms in a princess embrace, Lin Feng walked all the way inside the villa. The villa hadn't changed much from before he left 2 days ago, except that the house was too big and slightly colder. As for the restaurant where he last dined with Chen Xingya, it had long been cleaned up very well. It should have been cleaned up by Chen Xingya, who woke up. Carrying Lin Yao all the way up to the 2nd floor, he placed her on a bed in one of the bedrooms. Although Lin Yao was very seductive after being drunk, Lin Feng didn't have any unattractive thoughts. While he was about to stand up and leave, Lin Yao, who had just been placed on the bed, violently rolled her throat and a stream of vomit came out of her mouth. Lin Feng couldn't dodge and was directly spat on. Seeing that he and Lin Yao were all covered in dirty vomit, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. However, he didn't say anything. Today's Lin Yao did drink a bit too much, more than 2 bottles of red wine. Even though he drank most of it, Lin Yao also drank a small amount of it. Red wine is a great aftertaste, even if you can drink a bottle of red wine more than 1 bottle down the belly is not expected to be able to resist a few. After standing up, he casually took off the $1 million customized clothes on his body, exposing his toned body to the air. Lin Feng then picked Lin Yao up again and walked directly to the bathroom. He needed to take care of the vomit on both of them. After picking up Lin Yao again, Lin Feng also lifted the soiled bed sheet to the floor in passing. After coming to the bathroom, Lin Feng took out a paper towel and dipped it in water to wipe away the vomit on Lin Yuer's clothes a little bit, and then went back to the room to change a new sheet and bedding before putting Lin Yuer on the bed again. Only after doing everything did Lin Feng turn around and go to the bathroom to clean himself. As the shower switch was flipped on, a gush of water came out of the bathroom. Not even a few minutes into the shower, he saw a figure outside the bathroom coming in a daze, coming in and running straight for the toilet, only to see Lin Yuer's entire body hugging the toilet, once again frantically vomiting. While standing in the bathroom, the naked Lin Feng, his entire body was dumbfounded, because there was only one drunk Lin Yuer in the entire villa. The bathing Lin Feng didn't close the bathroom door, but how could he not expect that Lin Yuer would barge in? The distance between the toilet and the bathroom was not far, and since this bathroom was just an attached bathroom to the second bedroom of Lin Yuer, the space was very small, only to see Lin Feng just standing there naked and dumbfounded, not daring to move a muscle. Lin Yuer, who was hugging the toilet, didn't even notice Lin Feng's presence, and only focused on vomiting and venting the discomfort in her stomach. Water flowed down Lin Feng's angular muscles. An ambiguous odor permeated the entire bathroom. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Yuer finally finished releasing the discomfort in her stomach, but surprisingly, she fell asleep while hugging the toilet. Although the process from when Lin Yuer came in to the end wasn't very long, Lin Feng was unusually tormented. He was a big young man who was full of blood. How could he be indifferent in the face of a great beauty on earth such as Lin Yuer? Sigh. Stepping out of the bathroom, after looking around without a bath towel, Lin Feng didn't bother going out to get one, directly bending down to pick Lin Yuer back up towards the bed outside. This time the skin-to-skin contact between the two was more real, and Lin Feng suffered a greater challenge. The moment he put Lin Yuer back on the bed, Lin Feng didn't bother to suppress the thoughts in his heart. There was no talk all night. The next morning, when Lin Feng opened his eyes, Lin Yuer beside him was still asleep. Grabbing his cell phone and glancing at the time, it was past 8 in the morning. Nothing today, and it's time to go to school. Turning his head to look at the person beside him, Lin Feng smiled slightly and directly stood up and walked off the bed. The moment Lin Feng left the bedroom, Lin Yuer, who had been in a deep sleep, suddenly opened her eyes. In fact, she had woken up a long time ago. It was just that she didn't know how to face Lin Feng. That's why she had been pretending to be asleep. Taking up the cell phone on her bed, seeing that there were dozens of missed calls on it, Lin Yael hurriedly called back. Those missed calls were all from the agent, Sister Wang. Sister Wang called so many times. It must be something important. As soon as the phone was connected, Sister Wang's urgent voice rang out from the phone. Xiao Ya, where have you been? Why haven't you answered your phone all night? Last night I received a call from director Jean saying that he wanted you to audition for the female lead of a new drama. Now it's past the time you agreed with director Jean. You can't do this. Just a little bit of fame and start missing appointments. It's easy to be eliminated from the industry. Hearing Sister Wang's words, Lin Yuer also became a bit anxious. Sister Wang, I'm sorry. I drank too much last night and didn't get your call. Please tell director Jean that I didn't mean to be late. I'll go over now. Sister Wang sighed. Okay, I'll try. I hope director Jean won't be angry. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuer hurriedly walked out of bed and started looking for her clothes. Looking at the clothes scattered all over the place, as well as the torn skirt she wore yesterday, Lin Yuer, who was standing there, wanted to cry. The dress was no longer wearable, and this wasn't her home. There were no clothes she could change into, so how was she supposed to get out? Unable to do anything else, Lin Yuer could only find a bath towel in the cupboard and wrap it around her, then walked out of the room with a blushing face. Now that Lin Feng was the only one in the entire villa, she could only look for Lin Feng for help. Let's see if Lin Feng can think of a way to find her a set of clothes to deal with so that she can wear it out of the house. Chapter 49. It's good to have a backer. Walking out of the room, Lin Yuer became a little confused throughout, not for any other reason than the villa is too big. She stood in the hallway outside her room, the immensity of the space making her momentarily unsure of which direction she should take. In the end, helplessly, Lin Yuer came to the railing and looked toward the living room on the first floor. In the huge living room with a height of 10 meters, Lin Yael didn't see a single person. Lin Dong, are you there? She remembered that Lin Feng had just gone out and shouldn't have left yet, so she had no choice but to shout loudly with some shyness. Lin Feng, who was in the master bedroom, was picking out his clothes in the check room, and when he heard Lin Yuer's shout, Lin Feng put on the suit pants he had just found and then walked out of the check room to go outside. When he came outside, he saw Lin Yuer on the second floor wrapped in a bath towel and was standing there with a slightly blushing face, only to see Lin Feng smiling like a spring breeze. You're awake. Lin Yuer saw Lin Feng. The blush on her face increased, but still forced her shyness and said, Well, just woke up. That Lin Dong, you can't find me a set of clothes. My clothes. Lin Yar was a bit hard to say. She was too embarrassed to say that her clothes had been torn by Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng understood what she meant and said with a smile, "Okay, wait a moment." Lin Feng then went back to the check room and looked for a set of his own clothes to take to Lin Yar. "You can wear this outfit for now, and I'll take you shopping for some clothes as compensation." Hearing the word compensation, Lin Yar became even more shy. In fact, last night she became aware of it, and the thought of the craziness of the two of them made her want to find a crack in the ground. Although what happened last night was the first time in her life, she had no regrets. She'd figured out what to do when Yang Mi pointed her in the right direction. The entertainment industry is a big dike, and if you want to carry out your acting career with all your heart and soul and without any distractions, you need to have someone like Lin Feng to back you up. At the very least, you can make sure that you're not harassed by people with an agenda, and you're able to act wholeheartedly. Thinking that he still had to go to the audition later, now he was already late. If he didn't go over there, I was afraid that he would really be in trouble. Lin Yar shook her head down. "Lin Dong will do it next time. I have to audition for a new drama today, and now I'm already late. If I don't go over there, maybe the director will have a problem with it." Hearing that Lin Yar had a new drama so soon, Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly surprised. "You got a new show so soon? That's a real congratulations. But it's fine. It's not convenient for you to go to the theater in this outfit, so how can you dress appropriately? Buying some clothes won't delay much. Never mind. I'll say hello for you. If I don't think you'll be able to let it go." After speaking, Lin Feng directly picked up his cell phone and called Yang Mi. "Hey, Lin Dong." The phone had just been connected, and Yang Mi on the other side picked it up. "Mr. Yang, I heard that Lin Yar has a new drama?" Lin Feng opened his mouth and asked. Yang Mi, who was in the building of the Shadow Music Company, said without the slightest hesitation, "Well, it was finalized last night. Director Jean is a big director in our company. Every drama he makes is very good, so I recommended Lin Yar to him." Hearing Yang Mi's words, Lin Feng slowly said, "Okay, I know. You tell that Director Jean that Lin Yar's side is a bit of a problem, and she might have to be a bit late if she wants to audition for the movie, so that he doesn't make things difficult for Lin Yar." Yang Mi was a very smart person. Although Lin Feng didn't explain too much, she guessed what had happened between the two. "Okay, Dong Lin, I'll talk to Director Jean now." On the other hand, inside a theater group on the Bund in Magic City, Lin Yar's agent, Sister Wang, was smiling alongside a middle-aged man. "Director Jean, our Yar was delayed by something today. Please don't be angry. She'll be right over." Director Jean frowned. "This is just a little bit of fame, and then start to miss appointments. This is what time it is, almost 9 o'clock. In the delay for a while will be 10 o'clock. A morning's time is so wasted. Are we going to make our whole crew wait for her all morning because she's alone?" The agent, Sister Wang, looked embarrassed and didn't dare to speak even after being reprimanded by Director Jean. This golden director is a well-known director of the Shadow Music Company and has made many artists famous. A large portion of those artists he made famous are now top-tier stars in the entertainment industry. If she really made Director Kim angry, then it was very likely that all of Lin Yar's dramas would be cancelled. "Don't worry, Director Jean. Yara will definitely come over soon and won't delay you and everyone else too much." Director Jean snorted coldly. "Alright, I think it's better to replace this drama. A person who doesn't even have a sense of time. And how much can one expect her to produce a good work?" Director Jean, "I'm really sorry. I promise y'all that this time is the last time and it will never happen again." The agent, Sister Wang, was anxious. She didn't want Lin Yar to lose this opportunity. As her manager, the better Lin Yar developed and the more money she made, the more benefits it would bring to her as a manager. Seeing that Lin Yar was about to lose this rare opportunity, how could she be willing? But Director Kim is not an ordinary person. Since she decided to replace Lin Yar, she has no good way to do anything but keep apologizing, hoping that Director Kim will be compassionate and forgive them. Just then, Director Jin's cell phone rang, and seeing the caller ID, he hastily picked it up. "Mr. Young." Director Kim took her cell phone and stepped aside to talk to Yang Mi on the phone. On the phone, Yang Mi's cool voice slowly came out. "Lin Yar is with the chairman of the board. There's a bit of a delay. She might be able to go to the theater later. You guys shoot some other episodes first, and wait for Lin Yar to go over there to shoot her drama." Hearing that Lin Yar was with the chairman of Shadow Music, Director Jean instantly lost his temper. The chairman of the Shadow Music Company, that can be absolutely Big Brother level characters. Want money, want people, although he is a well-known director, but also dare not offend this kind of characters, and still give their own food boss. Director Jean hurriedly said, "Okay, General Manager Yang, I'll go make arrangements now." After hanging up the phone, Director Jean, who had walked back, looked a little better, looked at Sister Wang and said, "Alright, if Lin Yar is late, so be it. Let's shoot the other dramas first, and then shoot Lin Yar's when she arrives." Seeing Director Jin's sudden 180-degree turnaround, Sister Wang, who was a human savant, also guessed something. After thanking Director Jean, Sister Wang took her cell phone and sent a message over to Lin Yor. Where are you now? Lin Yor's side quickly returned the message. I'm with Lin Dong Ah. What's wrong, Sister Wang? Seeing that Lin Yor was truly as she had guessed, Sister Wang couldn't help but have a smile appear on her face. It's fine. You stay with Lin Dong. I've finished communicating with the crew side. Director Jean is in no hurry to let you come over. Just come over when you're done. Chapter 50, Rebate for Signing Up and Spending. After finishing her conversation with Sister Wang, Lin Yar had also changed all her clothes. Although Lin Feng's clothes were a bit big and he needed to pull them up a bit to wear them by himself, Lin Yar's tilted face had a surprisingly otherworldly beauty after wearing Lin Feng's wide clothes. After taking a look in the mirror, Lin Yael was also very satisfied with her appearance, and then walked towards the outside of the villa. At this time outside the villa, Lin Feng was already waiting in the car. Just as he was waiting, the system in his head suddenly rang. Ding! Sandalwood Palace Villa Manor parking lot check-in successful. Check-in reward for permanent consumption 10 times cashback. What? Lin Feng, who was quietly waiting for Lin Yor, almost didn't jump up from the car in shock after hearing the system's signing reward. This system is also too powerful, even if the reward in kind, but also rewarded himself 10 times consumption cashback. He now owns those industries. The money earned is already their own lifetime cannot spend, and now give their consumption 10 times rebate. This is really want to let yourself quickly become a ball long ah. While Lin Feng was in shock, Lin Yor's figure walked out from the villa, calming his mind. Lin Feng couldn't help but light up when he saw Lin Yor walking out of the villa. The current Lin Yor had changed a lot from yesterday. Her face value might still be the same, but the flavor of her body had become a bit different. This change, Lin Feng knew what the reason was. Before yesterday Lin Yor was still a budding flower, but yesterday's one night's experience had changed her from an innocent jade girl to a mature, charming, young woman. Flavorful. This change took Lin Yael's beauty to the next level. Seeing Lin Feng, who was sitting in the car smiling and looking at himself, the two of them met each other's eyes and Lin Yor couldn't help but lower her head with a blush appearing on her face. Even when she was sitting in the car, Lin Yor still looked up a little embarrassed. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng smiled faintly and said in a warm voice, "Let's go." Lin Yar's face was shy, and she said the word him in a thin, mosquito-like voice. With the roar of the sports car's engine, the Bugatti Blackout slowly made its way outside the villa. The two had agreed to go shopping earlier, and now that they had been rewarded with a permanent tenfold cashback, Lin Feng was even more anxious about spending money. He had already figured out where to go before Lin Yor came out. Without the slightest hesitation, he drove directly towards the IFC. After arriving at the parking lot of the IFC, Lin Feng parked his car and then took Lin Yor inside the mall. Being the largest luxury spending venue in the Magic City, the IFC really didn't disappoint. Just walking into the mall, that breeze of luxury in the air hits you. Gilded decor and luxury brand boutiques abound, one by one. It was also the first time for Lin Yor to come to a place like the IFC. Although she was now a minor celebrity in the entertainment industry, she still couldn't compare to those old names in terms of financial resources. The show that made her a hit didn't make her much money, and she'll just have to wait for this new show to start filming, which might make her a little more. As for places like the IFC, she couldn't afford to spend money in her current situation. Is this the IFC center? Lin Yor couldn't help but murmur as she looked at the imposing scene in front of her. Lin Feng smiled faintly and directly pulled up Lin Yor's small hand and walked towards the front. Feeling her palm being grabbed by Lin Feng, a touch of sweetness rose in Lin Yor's heart. It was the first time she felt in love and pampered since childhood. Because of her family situation, she has been studying hard, and there was no time for love. Although there were many boys chasing after her during the school year, she had no thoughts of it, and was full of ideas about getting ahead and improving her family's life. Now that she has the ability to change her family's living conditions, she meets a man like Lu Qi, which completely extinguishes the little idea that rises in her and closes her heart. But after meeting Lin Feng, after feeling his gentleness, she finally opened her heart. For Lin Feng, she is 10,000 satisfied. Not only handsome and rich, there is also a strong strength. With Lin Feng's protection, he can not only rest assured that love, but also devote themselves to the cause. Do not have to worry about will suffer those who have ulterior motives of difficult. Just as Lin Yor was thinking about things, Lin Feng had already brought her to the Hermes boutique. As a top international luxury brand, Hermes stores simply don't have to go to stalls like Givenchy and Saint Laurent, the kind of light luxury brands, but have their own boutique stores. Just as he walked inside the Hermes boutique, he was greeted by a female counter clerk dressed in an exclusive Hermes professional suit. After the two of them came in, the female counter clerk even pulled the isolation tape behind the two of them, so as not to let other people disturb their guests. This is the service of top international luxury, where everything is done to make the guest feel comfortable. Sir, ma'am, welcome to the IFC Hermes boutique. May I ask what you would like to purchase? Lin Feng swept his gaze around, then said with a faint smile, take a look at them all. Yes sir, I am your exclusive teller, number 003. If you need anything just tell me and I will do the product introduction for you now. Soon, the female counter clerk introduced Lin Feng and Lin Yor to all the products in the store. Lin Feng directly pointed to the most expensive ladies' bag on the shelf and said, I'll take both of these limited edition models. You take them down and show them to my girlfriend. Lin Yor hadn't said a word since she arrived here, showing as much good behavior as she could. Lin Yor didn't pretend on purpose, but rather her character was already like this. Her character was very gentle, and after she had established a relationship with Lin Feng, that watery tenderness was even more emanating from her nature. If it were her own, she would act tough, but in front of her dependents, she would turn very gentle. These two Hermes limited edition bags, one worth $2,800,000 and one worth $2,100,000. This kind of price is considered very expensive among luxury goods, but for Lin Feng, this amount of money is nothing at all, not to mention that he now has 10 times the cashback. Even if it was before, he wouldn't bat an eyelash if he spent this amount of money. Try it on your back. Receiving the two bags brought by the female teller, Lin Feng turned his head towards Lin Yor with a smile. Lin Yor, seeing such an expensive thing for the first time, was slightly restrained, but under Lin Feng's encouraging gaze, she still took it in her hand and carried it on her shoulder to try it out in the mirror. Seeing Lin Yor, who was standing in front of the mirror with her bag on her back, Lin Feng nodded slightly. Not bad, it's very pretty, so buy them all. Chapter 51, Lin Feng's big spending. Stunned passers-by, directly spending $9 million. Lin Feng's earthy behavior made the female teller's eyes light up as she watched. Lin Feng's face value was definitely at the top of the male scale, and even belonged to the disconnected type of existence. Those showbiz fresh meat, compared to Lin Feng, were simply a level behind. However, what makes people a bit regrettable is that the girlfriend of this handsome man, always wearing a mask, cannot see its real face. I do not know whether it can be matched with this handsome man. If this handsome guy was her boyfriend, she would be willing to live even if she had to live 10 years less. Lin Feng's face value had definitely reached the pinnacle of humanity, and the charm that radiated from his body was such that women had a feeling that the more they looked at him, the more they wanted to get on. Until after Lin Feng and Lin Yor left, the female counter clerk who received the two was still in a state of disorientation. Seeing that Lin Feng had spent almost $5 million for himself without blinking, Lin Yor's love for Lin Feng grew even stronger. She never thought that she would find an extremely good boyfriend like Lin Feng in the future. Handsome, rich, and so gentle with himself, it was perfect to the core. For a while, Lin Yor's entire body was immersed in happiness. She even had thoughts of giving up everything and staying with Lin Feng for a long time, but the thought was squashed just as soon as it rose in her mind. Such an excellent Lin Feng, she naturally can't go to be a vase that is only for his viewing. She also has to have her own career. No matter how big or small her career is, whether she can compare it with Lin Feng or not, she has to work hard to do it. Although she has no experience in love, but is a smart woman, Lin Feng this kind of man, she absolutely cannot stalk her. To try to show in its eyes again in the charm and ability, so as not to let Lin Feng feel tired. Soon, Lin Feng took Lin Yor to many more luxury stores, what with Louis Vuitton, Bulgari, Cartier and so on, cosmetics, jewelry, backpacks, clothes. Lin Feng purchased a lot for Lin Yor. This walk-around cost tens of millions of dollars straight off the bat. The final stop for the two was even at the Vacheron Constantin watch brand store. When he came to the Vacheron Constantin watch brand store, Lin Feng didn't wait for the teller to finish his words and said directly, "Take out the best ladies' watch you have here and take a look at it." It was the first time the female counter clerk had seen such a dry customer, so she hurriedly nodded her head and said a good word, and went to the counter to introduce Lin Feng to the best ladies' watches in the store. Watches just aren't the same as those branded luxury items. The price cap can be very high. Ordinary watches cost tens of thousands of dollars or more, and the top-of-the-line watches are in the tens of millions of dollars range. A total of 3 ladies' watches with a total value of over $70 million. Lin Feng didn't hesitate to take them all. Okay, just the 3 watches. Go ahead and make the list. After saying his words, Lin Feng picked up one of the exquisite, dialed watches with diamonds and put it on for Lin Yor. You are now also regarded as a star. May participate in quite a few activities in the future. Under the public wearing 2 shabby words, will also let people look down on. Usually do not be too on their own too stingy. I bought these things for you usually wear. Here? Lin Yor sniffed and nodded her head. Okay Lin Dong. Still calling me Lin Dong? Lin Feng said with a bad smile. Lin Yao instantly made a big red face. Ringo? Lin Feng shook his head, indicating that he wasn't satisfied yet. Lin Feng? Lin Yao thought of another name. Lin Feng came to Lin Yao's ear and whispered 2 words. Ha! When she heard Lin Feng say those 2 words, Lin Yao only felt that it was difficult to speak, but she still forced herself to endure her shyness and said the 2 words. Honey. Only then was Lin Feng satisfied down, and then he directly paid $74 million. Ding! Consumption cashback arrived at $740 million. Seeing the bank card transfer information on his cell phone, Lin Feng smiled and closed his cell phone. Walking out of Vacheron Constantine, Lin Feng thought for a moment that a top shopping mall like the IFC should also have that kind of customized tailor store. With that, Lin Feng called the mall staff and asked for information about the customized tailor store. The staff member said respectfully, "Sir, we do have this kind of tailor store you are talking about in the IFC. It seems to be on the 3rd floor. After you go to the 3rd floor, you can look for the staff there." Lin Feng nodded slightly and led Lin Yao to the 3rd floor. After arriving on the 3rd floor, Lin Feng found a staff member and asked about the tailor store. The staff member led the duo to the front of a store that looked upscale. "Sir, this is our best high-end handmade custom tailor store in the IFC." Lin Feng nodded and led Lin Yao inside. There weren't a lot of customers in this tailor store. Only 3 customers. The 3 guests, 2 men and 1 woman, all exuded an air of nobility, and they were all rich or noble at a glance. After Lin Feng walked in, a store employee walked up and said, "Hello sir, may I ask if you want to customize your clothes?" Lin Feng nodded slightly. "I might have to customize my clothes in your store for a long time, so tell me about the prices of handmade customization in your store. Did you customize it yourself, sir?" The employee continued politely again. Lin Feng shook his head. "It's not just me, it's me and my girlfriend." "Yes sir, we have handmade customized clothes in our store that are priced in 3 grades. One is a low-end custom starting at $100, 000, and a mid-range custom starting at $500, 000, and finally a high-end custom starting at $1 million. Which gear do you see you want to select, sir?" The employee patiently introduced Lin Feng to the 3 customization stalls in the store. Lin Feng said without hesitation, "Just the highest gear. I need at least 10 sets of customized clothes a month for me and my girlfriend. You guys should be able to make them, right? 10 sets a month?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, that employee was taken aback, and what Lin Feng said to the employee was not very whispered, and with the store being empty and less crowded, others could easily hear the talking. The 3 guests, who had also clearly heard what Lin Feng had said, couldn't help but look over with surprised expressions. Earlier, Lin Feng's comment about wanting the most high-end customization had already made the 3 of them take notice. But if 3 people can customize their clothes here, they are naturally rich. Wearing a $1 million suit is nothing, but now Lin Feng directly asked for 10 sets of starting high-end customization a month, and it was still 2 people, which meant that he wanted at least 20 sets of high-end customized clothes a month, and all of them are high-grade millions of customized. That is to say, the 2 of them will spend $20 million a month on wearing money. The 3 guests all sucked in a breath of cool air at the thought. You have to spend $20 million for nothing in a month. What kind of a fortune does one have to be able to afford it? I'm afraid that even if one has billions of dollars, one wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. One would have to be at least $10 billion to start with to be able to afford this kind of lavish spending. Chapter 52 Wang Luoyun of the Wang family. Lin Feng's extravagance didn't just scare the 3 guests and the tailor store employees. Even Lin Yao was shocked and covered her mouth, looking at Lin Feng with a shocked expression. Facing the crowd's strange and shocked gazes, Lin Feng didn't care at all, but instead gazed at the employee. "Yes, my girlfriend and I each have 10 sets a month. May I ask if there's a problem?" The employee, who came back to his senses, hurriedly shook his head and said, No problem sir, please wait a moment, I will go to inform the boss." After saying the words, the employee hurriedly ran towards the inner room. At this moment, in a reception room inside the tailor store, a middle-aged woman with a measuring tape around her neck and a diary in her hand was measuring the circumference of a pretty-looking woman. The middle-aged woman with a measuring tape around her neck was the owner of this tailor store, and the top tailor master in Magic City. 70% of the high-end customization in the entire Magic City comes from her, and the woman whose figure he measured was the eldest miss of the Wang family, one of the 4 most powerful families in Magic City. Of the 4 great families, this Wang family is the only one with a woman in power. Wang Luoyun is the successor of the Wang family cultivated in this generation, and now has taken over 70% of the Wang family's industry, although it has not really taken charge of the Wang family, but in the eyes of outsiders, Wang Luoyun has taken over the Wang family has been on the nail. Wang Luoyun is 25 years old. Not only is she pretty, but she is also a very talented woman. She studied abroad for 3 years, got a double master's degree, and received many financial awards abroad, and the financial thesis she wrote was recognized by many foreign financial professors. Although the Wang family was the lowest ranked of the 4 great mansions of the Magic City, the other 3 great mansions didn't dare to easily mess with them. Don't look at the Wang family as a woman in power, but every generation of the Wang family in power of the woman are very powerful means of generation, not to say that necessarily can make the family business flourish, but the ability to guard the city is very strong. Since the establishment of the 4 great mansions, although the Wang family hadn't developed much, the position of the 4 great mansions was sitting very firmly. Miss Wang, your figure is really great. I will make sure you are satisfied with your customized gown this time. Hearing the master tailor's words, Wang Luoyun nodded slightly. Then thank you, Sister Luo. This year's financial reception is very important to me. My Wang family has been up and down for so many years. It's not a solution to always be like this. In other people's eyes, my Wang family is very prosperous. In reality, the shopping mall is like a battlefield. I don't know how many people are coveting my Wang family's wealth and status. If my Wang family has been adopting the mode of defending the city, sooner or later, there will be a day when it will be swallowed up by other people. That's why I'm going to use this financial reception as an opportunity for my Wang family to find something that can grow. Wang Luoyun and Sister Luo were not only the relationship between boss and client, but privately the two were still relatively good friends. That's why Wang Luoyun told her what was in her heart with it. Sister Luo, the owner of the tailor store, nodded. Luoyun, I believe in your ability. Amongst all the female clients I've come into contact with, you're definitely at the top of the list in terms of ability. I believe that the Wang family will definitely be able to go to the next level with your leadership in this generation. With your kind words, Sister Luo, I will definitely be able to grow the family even more. Wang Luoyun has a high and cold imperial lady face, and her body is also mature and charming, with a cold and arrogant temperament, so that the first time a man sees it, he can't help but rise up with a desire to conquer. Not only that, Wang Luoyun was also wearing a pair of rimless glasses, and that sense of contrast could simply make a man's most primitive impulses rise. Just as the two were talking, the employee came outside the room. The door of the room was knocked. Sister Luo said with a slight frown, "What is it? Didn't I say, don't disturb me when I'm working? Let a customer go to another store if he's in a hurry. I can only arrange numbers in order here." The employee outside the room knew the boss's rules, but this time Lin Feng had given too much and he didn't know what to do, so he could only risk being reprimanded by coming to report. "Boss, a big customer is here, saying that he wants to customize $20 million worth of clothes every month at our place." After the employee finished saying this, Sister Luo and Wang Luoyun inside the room couldn't help but have a flash of shock appear on their faces. Customize $20 million of clothes every month. This handwriting is indeed too big. Even if Sister Luo has seen many of the rich bigwigs in Magic City, but she has never seen such a generous hand. The Wang Luoyun in front of her, as a person from the great mansion of Magic City, with family assets in the trillions, hadn't been so extravagant. Crunch! The door to the room was opened and Sister Luo's figure appeared in front of it. "Where is that client?" The employee hurriedly said. "Boss, that customer is outside in the rest area." "Okay, bring him to the VIP room." Sister Luo opened her mouth. "Okay, boss." The employee responded respectfully and turned to leave. Soon, Lin Feng and Lin Yer, who were waiting outside, were called in by that employee. The 3 guests waiting outside together were not displeased to see this scene. This tailor store had VIP treatment, and they knew this. Lin Feng customized $20 million of clothes a month, and was eligible for VIP treatment, and could cut in early. Blame it on the fact that they are not strong enough to qualify for VIP treatment. Soon, Lin Feng and Lin Yar followed that employee to the inner room. "Sir, ma'am, you guys wait here, the boss will be right over." On the other hand, while the employees were settling the 2 Lin Fengs, Sister Luo was talking to Wang Luoyun. "Luoyun, I'll take care of your gown. I've memorized the basic information. Just have someone come pick it up when the time comes. I'll go receive that big client." Wang Luoyun slowly said, "I don't have anything to do today, and I'm also quite curious about what kind of person has such financial power that they want to customize $20 million worth of clothes every month. So it's a good idea to go over there with you, Sister Luo, and get to know each other." Sister Luo didn't object, not to mention Wang Luoyun's friendship, just Wang Luoyun's identity. She had no reason to refuse. Moreover, Wang Luoyun wasn't someone who didn't know how to be polite, so nothing would happen if she went over with herself. Soon, the 2 arrived at the VIP room. The door to the room had just opened when Sister Luo and Wang Luoyun saw Lin Feng and Lin Yar sitting on the sofa. Lin Yar was wearing a mask so the 2 of them couldn't see her real face, but they could tell that it was a beautiful woman just from the exposed eyes and the contours of her face. In the end, the gazes of the 2 of them landed on Lin Feng's body, and the moment they saw what Lin Feng looked like, Sister Luo and Wang Luoyun all had their hearts beating hard. This man was really handsome, even though Sister Luo, who was already in her 40s, couldn't help but be a little moved after the first sight of Lin Feng, and although Wang Luoyun had good determination, after seeing Lin Feng, she couldn't help but rise for a split second. If it wasn't for the determination that her family had developed in her since she was young, I'm afraid that she might have lost her temper when she saw Lin Feng this time. Chapter 53, Revenge from the Lu Family. This man is so handsome. Wang Luoyun came back to her senses and couldn't help but murmur in her heart. While commenting on Lin Feng, Wang Luoyun also started searching in her mind, trying to find some information related to Lin Feng. Someone like Lin Feng who could take out $20 million a month to customize his clothes. His background definitely couldn't be that simple. It was just that even though she had pondered all over her mind, she hadn't thought of any clues related to Lin Feng. While Wang Luoyun was speculating about Lin Feng's identity, Sister Luo couldn't help but smile as she stepped forward and said, "Sir, ma'am, may I ask who are the two of you who want customized clothes?" Lin Feng looked at the charming Sister Luo, and glanced at the spectacled girl Wang Luoyun behind her, and pointed at himself and Lin Yoer with a faint smile. "My friends and I customize, and I wanted to ask if you could do it when my friends and I each customize at least 10 outfits a month?" Sister Luo smiled faintly. "Don't worry, sir, we don't just have a master tailor in the store. If it was just me, it would definitely be too busy. If there are more orders, all those master tailors of mine will work together to make them. So don't worry, sir, we will compensate tenfold for any slight quality problem with the customized clothes." Hearing Sister Luo's words, Lin Feng nodded slightly. "Okay, as long as your reputation here is guaranteed, I'm relieved. If your products are as good as you say, I'll customize more clothes from you in the future. Money is not a problem, as long as you can keep me satisfied. My client alone is enough for you to earn." Sister Luo sniffed and couldn't help but smile brightly. "Yes, sir, you can rest assured that since you chose my store, I won't let you down. Sir, can I take your body measurements now? Only by getting specific figure data can I customize the most flattering clothes for you." Lin Feng nodded. Of course. After getting Lin Feng's permission, Sister Luo walked up with a measuring tape and started to measure Lin Feng and Lin Yoer's figures. Both Lin Feng and Lin Yoer had the most perfect bodies among their respective genders. Lin Feng, in particular, couldn't help but be very shocked when Sister Luo measured his circumference. From the outside, Lin Feng's figure could only be described as standard and not visible. But when you wait to get on the measurements, it's amazing how perfectly the height matches the body. Every inch of his body was very well proportioned, with broad shoulders and narrow waist inverted triangles. It was perfect to the core. "That's quite a workout, sir. I've never seen a man who could have a body like sirs." While measuring Lin Feng's circumference, Sister Luo couldn't help but say in praise. Lin Feng smiled slightly. "It's just a casual workout. I don't know how I got this body." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Sister Luo couldn't help but smile. "That mister is really gifted. Just a little bit of exercise and you have this perfect body. It's really enviable." It didn't take long for Sister Luo to finish measuring Lin Feng and Lin Yael's circumference. During this time, Wang Luoyun pretended to be Sister Luo's assistant and followed her feet forward and backward for a while. "Sir, why don't you leave your contact information, and I'll even send someone to deliver the dress to you when it's customized. Or maybe you can send someone to pick it up." Lin Feng nodded slightly. "You can just send my clothes to Villa Tang Palace No. 1 on a regular basis. As for my friend's clothes, just ask her." Villa 1 Honolulu? Sister Luo, who was holding a diary to record information, couldn't help but freeze for a moment after hearing the delivery address that Lin Feng had spoken. As for Wang Luoyun, who was standing on the side, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and her face appeared surprised after hearing Lin Feng's home address. The two of them were both well informed and naturally knew the gold content of Villa 1 of the Sandalwood Palace. What's more, Lin Feng was still living in Villa No. 1 of the Sandalwood Palace, and that wasn't a place where ordinary people could live. The people who could live in Sandalwood Palace were all big shots, and to be able to live in Villa 1, if you didn't have the strength to overpower the other big shots, Sandalwood Palace wouldn't even sell Villa 1 to you. What's wrong? Seeing the difference between Sister Luo and Wang Luoyun, Lin Feng asked suspiciously. Returning to her senses, Sister Luo hurriedly shook her head and said, "It's fine. It's just that Mr. living in the Sandalwood Palace Villa surprised me a bit." "Alright, sir, I've recorded all of your information, and will send someone to deliver the clothes to you once they're customized." Lin Feng nodded. "Alright, there's nothing else then, I'll leave first." Seeing that everything was done, Lin Feng wasn't going to stay any longer and took Lin Yoer towards the outside of the store. Just as Lin Feng and Lin Yoer were browsing the mall at the IFC, instead, a police car arrived at the IFC. The arrival of this police car drew the attention of many at the IFC. After all, a police car with its lights blaring must be here to arrest someone. Just how can there be criminals in a place like the IFC? What's with the police coming here to arrest people? The police car stopped and a total of 4 officers, 2 regular and 2 auxiliary, came down. Usually those who go out on a mission are 1 positive and 1 negative, but this time there are 2 positive and 2 negative. So it is obvious that this arrest mission is very important. The target arrest figure of these 4 police officers was none other than Lin Feng. The reason they came here to arrest Lin Feng was that Lu Qi and Yang Xiaoxiu, who had their legs broken by Lin Feng, had called the police. After the 2 men were broken by Lin Feng, they were all hospitalized, and the hospital issued a diagnosis that all of them had comminuted fractures, and even if they got better, they would still have serious after effects. The 2 men's hatred surged wildly at the thought of becoming crippled in the future. Yang Xiaoxiu's uncle, Yang Wenba, and Lu Qi's father, Lu Yong, directly called the police, and even privately used their connections, ready to wait for Lin Feng to be arrested to let him live in jail for a few more years. Inside the Magic City Hospital, Lu Qi on the hospital bed was lying there with a gloomy face, and he didn't even look at his father and mother who rushed over to visit. Lu Qi's mother, with a fierce face, saw her son become like this, and couldn't help but shout to her husband Lu Yong beside her, "Look, our son has been beaten like this. What are you still sitting here for? Don't you hurry to find someone to go and avenge our son. I'm going to make the person who beat our son pay a terrible price, and I'm not just going to make the person who beat my son pay. I'm going to make sure that all of his family members don't have a good death as well." Hearing his wife shouting, Lu Yong was disgruntled but didn't dare to say anything more. Although Lu Yong's status was now very high, he was very afraid of this wife of his. He wasn't born with everything he has today. He was a man who started with nothing. It was only after meeting this wife that he began to make his fortune. At first Lu Yong was just a laborer carrying bricks in a construction site, and then he beat up his boss in a fit of rage because he owed him wages. However, the bosses of the construction sites more or less have some background, and after being beaten by Lu Yong, they looked for someone to take revenge on him. Lu Yong is also a ruthless man. That night on the street alone, a knife and 7 site bosses to find the beaters fought. Surprisingly, the lone Lu Yong won in the end, but Lu Yong was also badly injured, and was unconscious when he was sent to the hospital again by a passerby. It was also because of this incident that he met this wife of his by chance. Chapter 54, This family is a mess. Wife, don't worry, I've already made a good deal with someone. As soon as that Lin Feng is apprehended and put in place, someone will immediately notify me. When that Lin Feng goes in, it's not up to us to decide how to clean him up then. Lu Yong, who was on the side, spoke out in a comforting voice. "Humph, do a good job on the line. I cannot let my son suffer this sin in vain. Xiaoqi since childhood. When has he ever suffered this kind of sin? I myself cannot even spare to hit a little, but even let others beat like this. The doctor told me that our son's legs in the future may be left behind. If his skin is peeled off, how can I solve the hatred of my heart?" While the Lu family was gnashing their teeth in hatred towards Lin Feng, in another ward of the city hospital, Yang Xiaoxiu was also lying on the bed. Yang Xiaoxiu's parents also rushed over after hearing the news. Yang Xiaoxiu's father is an honest middle-aged man. After coming into the hospital room, he hurriedly came forward to care, and following the back walked in a charming middle-aged woman, is Yang Xiaoxiu's mother. However, Yang Xiaoxiu's mother didn't look at Yang Xiaoxiu the first time after she came in. Instead, she raised her eyebrows with Yang Wenba, who was sitting there. Feeling Yang Xiaoxiu's mother's gaze, the color of lust also surfaced in Yang Wenba's eyes. If someone here could see the duo's gaze, they might be able to guess something. Yang Xiaoxiu's father has no ability, but he married a beautiful wife, and the family has been able to live so well for so many years, all because of Yang Wenba's support. For this younger brother of his, Yang Wenqing was very grateful, and every time Yang Wenba came to the house as a guest to visit, he would be very warmly entertained. After Yang Wenba and Yang Wenqing's wife made eye contact for a while, Yang's mother stepped in front of Yang Xiaoxiu and spoke. "Son, are you okay?" Before Yang's mother spoke, Yang Wenqing had already spoken to Yang Xiaoxiu for half a day, but Yang Xiaoxiu was so unimpressed with his incompetent father that he could only answer back when Yang Wenqing said 3 words. But after hearing his mother's question, Yang Xiaoxiu returned very quickly, squeezing out a smile on his face and said, "Mom, I'm fine. It's just that my leg is broken, and the doctor said that if I take good care of it in the future, I can still recover very well." Hearing her son's words, a look of heartache appeared on Yang mother's face. Then she said to Yang Wenqing, "What are you still sitting here for? Our son has become like this, and you as a father only know how to sit here." Yang Wenqing hurriedly said, "Wife, let's call the police and arrest the murderer who beat up our son. Beating our son like this, I believe the law will not let him go." At this time, Yang Wenba spoke up and said, "Big brother, I've already finished reporting to the police, and at the first moment of the incident, I also notified my boss, Who said that he wouldn't ignore this matter? When that murderer who hit Wook is caught, someone inside will take care of him. Hearing Yang Wenba say that he had already finished reporting to the police and had even found someone, Yang Jiaxiu's mother's expression only eased a bit, and then she said to Yang Wenqing in dissatisfaction, "Look at Wenbo, and look at you, you're so useless. If it wasn't for Wenbo, I don't even know what you could have done to help our son after he was beaten." Wimp, being scolded by his own wife. Yang Wenqing, however, did not dare to say anything, but could only sit there in silence. For a while, within the entire ward, Yang Wenqing was like an outsider. Instead, the three Yang Wenba were a family. Well, don't complain about Big Brother either. Big Brother is just an ordinary person. He can't do much when it comes to this kind of thing. Right, just now the doctor said to me that there are some things to be accounted for. I haven't gone over there yet, and it just so happens that you guys are coming over here. So Xiuwen, you can take a trip over there with me. Yang Jiaxiu's mother's name was Su Qianwen, and when she heard Yang Wenba's words, she couldn't help but nod her head and say, "Alright, then let's make a trip over there." After speaking, Su Qianwen turned toward Yang Wenqing and said, "You take care of your son here. I'll make a trip to the doctor's place with my second uncle." Yang Wenqing nodded and said, "Okay, you guys go over there. I'll take care of my son here." After Yang Wenqing finished speaking, Su Qianwen and Yang Wenba walked out of the hospital room one after the other. Just coming outside the ward, Yang Wenba couldn't hold back the fire in his heart, and his big hand directly covered Su Qianwen's ass. Su Qianwen was touched by Yang Wenba with a spring in her step and couldn't help but give him a blank look. "Look at you in such a rush. You don't even look at what this place is. When I came here I saw a hotel next to the hospital. Let's go there." Yang Wenba had long been in a hurry, directly pulling up Su Qianwen's hand and walking towards the outside of the hospital. After walking out of the hospital, the two quickly made their way inside the hotel and got a room. After a few minutes had passed, the two of them lay on the bed in an embrace. "Wenbo, we must have not seen each other for 3 days. You didn't know to look for me. If it wasn't for our son's accident, I don't think I would have seen you." Su Qianwen, who was hiding in Yang Wenba's arms, said in a sly voice. Yang Wenba rubbed his palm against Su Qianwen's shoulder and slowly said, "How can I not want you, baby? You have to put up with my big brother, that loser, all day long while serving our son. It's really bitter for you for so many years. Humph, you still know? You don't even know. I really don't want to look at that punk Yang Wenqing more than once now, which is not as fun as being with you. Wenba, by the way Wenbo, I've got my eye on a Hermes bag. It's only over $100,000. When are you going to buy me one?" Su Qianwen said in a petulant manner. Yang Wenba smiled as he said, "You want it? Then buy it. I'll transfer money to you now." After saying his words, Yang Wenba picked up the cell phone on the bedside table and directly transferred $200,000 to Su Qianwen. "Is this enough money?" Seeing the transfer message, Su Qianwen instantly smiled and even kissed Yang Wenba on the cheek. "Honey, I really love you." In fact, when Su Qianwen was dating Yang Wenqing, the two of them got together. At that time, Su Qianwen expressed her desire to break up with Yang Wenqing and be with Yang Wenba, but she was rejected by Yang Wenba. Yang Wenba said he liked the feeling before Su Qianwen agreed to marry Yang Wenqing. Yang Jiaxiu is also in his 20s now, and the two have been secretly together for more than 2 decades without breaking their bond. Even Su Qianwen was secretly pregnant with Yang Wenba's child, but fortunately, Yang Wenqing and Yang Wenba are blood brothers, and Yang Jiaxiu's looks were not too much of a deviation, so he did not arouse Yang Wenqing's suspicion. Even when it came to the paternity test, Yang Wenba would arrange it in advance, without letting Yang Wenqing have any suspicions. Chapter 55, The Terrified Little Cop. Just as the Lu and Yang families were thinking about how to clean up Lin Feng, inside the National Gold Center, Lin Feng had just walked out of the reception room with Lin Youer when he saw 4 police officers walk in the tailor store. The appearance of the 4 policemen made all the people in the tailor's store look a little surprised, wondering what these uniformed uncles were up to. As Sister Luo and Wang Luoyun escorted Lin Feng and the two of them to the hall, they also saw the 4 policemen. Only one of the police officers swept his gaze around and finally fixed it on Lin Feng's body. "Excuse me, are you Lin Feng?" Hearing the police officer's inquiry, Lin Feng nodded slightly. "Yes, I'm Lin Feng. What can I do for you guys?" The policeman continued. "A report has been made that you are suspected of causing grievous bodily harm to another person, and you are now to be taken back for investigation. Come back with us." Seeing that Lin Feng was going to be taken away by the police, Lin Yair couldn't help but look anxious. "Lin Dong." Lin Feng smiled slightly and gave her a reassuring look. After calming Lin Youer down, Lin Feng turned his head and said, "I still have things left to do, so I'll go over to you guys when I have time." Lin Feng's words directly caused the crowd to react a bit. When the police come to arrest you, you can still make the police wait until you have time to go over there? Are the police so humanized now? You have to make an appointment to arrest a suspect? The police officers were also stunned by Lin Feng's words. One of them was the first to react. His voice sternly scolded. Do you know what you're saying? What do you mean you still have things to do? Come back to us when you have time. Are we joking with you? You've committed a crime. You don't obediently cooperate with the investigation, and you even dare to humiliate our police officers. I think you're guilty as charged. Facing that policeman's chiding, Lin Feng didn't care at all. I didn't humiliate you guys. You do have to wait for me to have time before you can go over. After saying that, Lin Feng simply pulled out the ID that Yi Xian had given him from his pocket, then directly opened it to dislike the 4 policemen's faces. Is there a problem when I say I'll come over to you guys when I have time? The 4 policemen all widened their eyes after seeing Lin Feng's documents. The 2 auxiliary police officers may not know the gold content of this document, but the 2 regular police officers recognize it. Only one of the official police officers' throats rolled, and cold sweat even surfaced on his forehead. This document is not an ordinary NSA document, is the document of the State Security Bureau, and is also a hall-level leader. Not to mention them, even the top big boss of their public security system would have to treat them politely after seeing this document. The NSA is no joke. It's the department that deals with things that have to do with the country. The people in there basically see the 3rd degree of officialdom. After seeing that the 4 policemen saw their own documents, Lin Feng directly took them back, then glanced at the 4 policemen and said lightly, "May I ask if you still want me to go with you to cooperate with the investigation work now?" 2 official police forehead cold sweat. 2 official police hastily said, "I'm sorry, leadership. Maybe someone reported false police. We now go back to re-investigate. We'll certainly report false police people severely punished. Leadership, you first busy. We go first." Lin Feng nodded. "Alright, since it's a misunderstanding then forget it. I won't bother with you guys." Hearing that Lin Feng didn't want to pursue them, the 4 of them were like amnesties and quickly turned around and left. Lin Feng's series of maneuvers, on the other hand, made the crowd look dumbfounded. What exactly is the identity of this young man? And what is that document he took out? How could he scare the 4 policemen into this state? It was the first time they had ever seen a policeman in such a sorry state. That look is not a misunderstanding at all. It's clearly a shock, especially the red document that Lin Feng took out. They guessed that it was likely to be the document of some secret department of the country that had a lot of real power. Otherwise it couldn't have scared the police like this. The crowd's guess wasn't wrong. Lin Feng's National Security Bureau credentials were definitely the top department of the public security system. The State Security Bureau is a vertical department in China, although it also belongs to the public security system and is not subject to local control. And it can even investigate anyone, including leaders in office. Discipline Inspection Commission to do an internal investigation may also need evidence, but the National Security Bureau, if you want to investigate anyone directly, is a sentence of the matter. As long as you say that you have the suspicion of collaborating with the enemy and selling out the country, that directly can be taken away. As for whether there is no problem, but also all the people of the National Security Bureau to say. That's why no one in the NSA dares to offend. If these 4 police officers didn't know the gold content of this document of Lin Feng's today and insisted on taking Lin Feng back, then their top bosses would have to come over in person when they learned of the news and respectfully take Lin Feng out. After taking care of the 4 police officers, Lin Feng smiled and said to Lin Youer, "Let's go. I'll take to buy something else." At this moment, Lin Youer hadn't recovered from the shock, and when she heard that Lin Feng was going to take her to continue shopping, she didn't say anything, so she followed its steps and left. It wasn't until Lin Feng and his duo had left for a long time that the people in the tailor store came back to their senses. "Luo Yun, you're very knowledgeable. Can you tell what the documents that Lin Feng took out just now are?" Sister Luo whispered to Wang Luoyun. Wang Luoyun shook her head. "I can't see it. Just now he had his back to me. I know it's an ID. As for what kind of ID it is, I don't know, but I didn't see it. But I can guess that that ID is definitely not simple. I'm afraid that even the public security system can't afford to mess with it, or else it's an ID from a general department. And there's no way that those 4 police officers would be so honest." What Wang Luoyun said is not wrong. The public security system is an independent department, to be much more powerful than other administrative organizations. However, Lin Feng's document was able to scare the people of the public security system away, and it was also conceivable that that document of Lin Feng's was definitely going to have more power than the public security system. After finishing her words, a flash of light surfaced in the bottom of Wang Luoyun's eyes. Meeting Lin Feng this time gave her an idea. Previously, Lin Feng's wealth and generosity had only given her a little idea that she could still remain calm and make a decision after this investigation of Lin Feng. But the scene just now had made her determined to fight Lin Feng to the time if she had the chance. She's not one to settle for the status quo. she's a very ambitious woman. If it were anyone else, and her family had reached the level of the 4 most powerful families in Magic City, she might have only thought about how to hold on to her family's properties, but she wanted to make her family even stronger. And when you reach the level of her family, you can't just rely on your ability to go further. You are in a position of power. Once you have offended certain bigwigs, they may be able to knock you back with a single word. So she needs to find a big backer who can stand up for her when it matters and carry all the pressure. Chapter 56: Splendid Motors. What Wang Luoyun was thinking, Lin Feng didn't know. At this time he had already left the IFC with Lin Yor. It wasn't until she got into the car that Lin Yael finally came back to her senses. Born in the ordinary, Lin Yor has never seen this kind of scene. In her consciousness, the police come to the door. You obediently cooperate on the line. Do not cooperate with the words belong to disobedience to the law, disobedience to the state. There are not a few people dare to be like Lin Feng. Directly do not put the police in the eyes. But today's Lin Feng had broken her perception. From her perspective, those 4 police officers who came to look for Lin Feng must have already had sufficient evidence. Otherwise they couldn't have come directly to him. But Lin Feng casually and surprisingly dispatched those 4 policemen, and even looked as if they were a bit flustered when they left. This Lin Feng gave her too much of a shock today. Not only was he young and golden, but he seemed to have a very high status. Thinking of this, Lin Yair couldn't help but feel a small excitement in her heart. Wasn't that the perfect boyfriend? Never thought she'd be lucky enough to meet one. Lin Dong, where are we going? After figuring it out, Lin Yair couldn't help but turn her head and gaze at Lin Feng in the driver's seat and ask. Hearing Lin Yair's words, Lin Feng, who was starting the car, actually saw an even more intense love from within Lin Yair's eyes. This discovery couldn't help but make the corners of Lin Feng's mouth curl. He had already guessed why Lin Yair had changed so much. You can drive, can't you? Lin Yair nodded. Will do. Lin Feng said, let's go. Take you to buy a car. It'll be easier for you to travel in the future. Okay. Hearing that Lin Feng was going to buy himself a car, Lin Yair felt instantly filled with happiness. With such a powerful boyfriend, she felt like she was favored by the heavens. She never thought that she could find a boyfriend like Lin Feng in the future. Maybe she would marry one of those older rich guys for money. It's also possible that they'll marry a philandering rich kid, or marry some male entertainer, or become some big shot's captive canary. But I didn't expect that all those imaginary things didn't happen. But instead I found such a perfect man as Lin Feng. Driving the car, Lin Feng took out his cell phone and found the last time he sent himself a Bugatti Black Knight sound. The manager of Splendid Auto Row, Zhang Ling's phone number, and dialed it. The call had just been answered, and the other side was picked up quickly. The speed of answering the phone, for a time, made Lin Feng think that the other party had been waiting in front of the phone in general. The phone had just been connected when Zhang Ling's respectful voice came through. Hello, how are you? Is this Mr. Lin? The last time he had delivered a car to Lin Feng, Zhang Ling had saved his cell phone number. Actually storing Lin Feng's cell phone number, Zhang Ling was just making a fantasizing about one day crossing paths with a big shot like Lin Feng. Lin Feng was definitely a big shot if he could afford a luxury car like the Bugatti Black Knight sound, which was worth more than $100 million. Everyone doesn't just want to settle for the status quo, they have a heart that wants to strive upwards, especially for a character like Zhang Ling, who could be the manager of the biggest car dealership in Magic City. The desire to climb up the ladder was even stronger than that of an ordinary person, because he had seen the lives of too many big shots, and that kind of life was very enviable to him. Although his current status is not low, and his annual salary has reached millions, compared with those big shots, it is a world of difference. Big shots casually participate in a drinking game. Consumption can reach dozens of millions. A meal is their own income for a year. How can this not let him envy? So Zhang Ling secretly vowed in his heart that he would move up the ladder when he had the chance. This kind of thought was not actually Zhang Ling imagining things, but he really might encounter this kind of opportunity. He was the manager of the largest car dealership in Magic City, and 70% of the cars sold in the store were luxury cars that were over $1 million. Naturally, all the clients he comes into contact with are rich, so maybe one day he'll meet someone who will give him the opportunity to move up the ladder. And this Lin Feng was the one that Zhang Ling wanted to flatter the most. It's just that last time the two of them had contact in addition to the delivery of the car. Usually there is no interaction in life. He simply did not have the opportunity to set up a friendship with Lin Feng. When he thought that he was about to lose his touch with a character like Lin Feng, he didn't expect Lin Feng to call. At the first moment he saw the caller ID, Zhang Ling did not even think about it and directly picked up the phone. Zhang Ling, Manager Zhang, right? After the call was connected, Lin Feng held the steering wheel with one hand while holding the cell phone and said, "Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Zhang Ling." Zhang Ling hurriedly replied respectfully. Listening to Zhang Ling's polite voice on the phone, Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'm going to take my friend to look at the car in a while. Does Manager Zhang have time?" "Yes Mr. Lin, what kind of car do you want to see? I'll arrange it for you right away from my side." you'll be able to see the car the first time you come. Lin Feng slowly said. What kind of car you want to buy is still undecided. Wait until my friend and I arrive. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'm waiting for you. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Ling couldn't help but look excited and clench his fists. Finally, I can have another chance to contact this Mr. Lin. This time, I must behave better. Maybe I can get this Mr. Lin's appreciation, and I can get his promotion in the future. After the thought in his mind, Zhang Ling hurriedly walked out of the office and went forward to make arrangements. First, he found a few female sales that all had very good face value, and then he made a list of all the luxury cars in the store, so that it would be convenient to introduce them to Lin Feng when the time came. In this car line he has been working for 7 or 8 years. What cars in the store can get, what cars cannot get he knows very well. As long as Lin Feng wants to buy a car, the store can get it, he must hand it over to Lin Feng in the shortest possible time. Afterwards, Zhang Ling thought about some more details after Lin Feng came. He needed to make the reception as much as possible, as perfect as possible, and couldn't let Lin Feng have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Soon, Lin Feng drove his car and brought Lin Yar outside of the splendid auto row, and Zhang Ling, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, after seeing Lin Feng's car arrive, hurriedly led his men to welcome him. Even Zhang Ling personally went to the parking lot to direct the parking for Lin Feng. Even the parking location was the best place to park, without the slightest worry of being cut into Lin Feng's luxury car. After the car was parked, Zhang Ling hurriedly walked up and personally opened the door for Lin Feng. On the other side, there was also a female salesperson that Zhang Ling had prepared long ago, running over to open the door for Lin Yor. Mr. Lin, you're here. After Lin Feng stepped out of the car, Zhang Ling respectfully stood aside with a smile and said. Lin Feng said with a light smile, I don't have anything to do today, so I just happened to bring my friend over to look at cars, and if there's a suitable one, I'll buy one. Chapter 57, Internal Struggles at the Dealership. Okay, Mr. Lin, we are the biggest car dealership in Magic City here. It's considered the place that has the most models in Magic City. If we still don't have Mr. Lin's preferred model here, then it's estimated that the whole of Magic City won't necessarily have it. Zhang Ling said respectfully. Lin Feng nodded slightly. I've heard about it. Come on, let's go in and take a look. With that, Lin Feng took Lin Yar and took a step towards the inside of the splendid automobile company. Zhang Ling hurriedly followed behind with the saleswoman, and Zhang Ling was even very knowledgeable and lagged behind by one position to show his respect. Can become the Magic City's largest car line? That is naturally very grand. Huge showroom, enough to accommodate hundreds of cars to display together. Each brand of car has its own exhibition area. The sales staff is up to dozens of people, enough to be used to receive guests, not too busy because of the guests too much. Cold guests who come. Lin Feng just walked into the showroom, and saw 2 rows of female sales standing at the main entrance of the showroom, all wearing white blouses, black skirts, black silk feet, and all of them have some looks. Welcome Mr. Lin to Splendid Motors. After Lin Feng and Lin Yar walked in, those saleswomen said in unison. This huge row drew many sideways glances. Customers looking at the car in the showroom, all looked at the door with a surprised expression, not knowing what kind of big shot has come. Who is this? The leader of your company? A customer asked curiously to the saleswoman beside him. The saleswoman shook her head. I'm not too sure, sir, but for our manager to receive it so grandly, it should be a big shot. Just as the crowd was secretly speculating about Lin Feng's identity, Lin Feng had already brought Lin Yor to the exhibition hall. Zhang Ling personally followed Lin Feng with 3 female salesmen to serve him. More than half an hour later, after strolling around the entire exhibition area and looking at all the luxury brands, Lin Feng brought Lin Yor to the VIP rest area and sat down. Mr. Lin, do you have a preferred car? I can introduce it to you. Lin Feng nodded. You have a list of models here. Right, bring it to me. When Zhang Ling heard Lin Feng's words, he hurriedly took out the list of models he had long ago organized, and couldn't help but feel satisfied with his approach of saving for a rainy day. If he didn't prepare and think ahead, now that Lin Feng had asked him to get the list, he would probably have to go back and prepare, leaving Lin Feng to wait here. Want to climb up? Naturally also have the ability. If they do not have the ability, just have an ambition. Even if there is really an opportunity is not likely to catch. Just as Zhang Ling was receiving Lin Feng, in a deputy general manager's office in the office area, a middle-aged man was listening to the reports of his men. You're saying Zhang Ling is engaging in privilege? That subordinate nodded and said, Yes, Mr. Huang. Just now I witnessed Zhang Ling calling many people to receive that customer, making it very grand. Mr. Huang, haven't you always been on the bad side of this Zhang Ling? This is definitely an opportunity. Hearing the words of his men, Mr. Huang's eyes narrowed slightly. He was a deputy general manager of this automobile firm, half a rank higher than Zhang Ling in terms of position. Don't look at him as a higher position than Zhang Ling, but Zhang Ling was a very big threat to him. In this recent year, Zhang Ling's performance has been so outstanding that he has entered the eyes of the owner of the car dealership. If the performance appraisal at the end of the year, his performance is not as good as this Zhang Ling, it is very likely that his position will not be guaranteed, and he will be replaced by Zhang Ling. So he had been thinking of ways how to find Zhang Ling's handle. If he could drive him out of the company naturally, it would be the best result. Not only could he eliminate Zhang Ling's threat, but he could also not have to see this eyesore. However, Zhang Ling is the oldest employee of the car company, but also step by step from the bottom to climb up. The ability to all have witnessed. Want to kick it out of the company is not an easy thing. The leaders above were not little cuties. It is impossible to drive him away just by his own words. After all, Zhang Ling can bring a lot of performance for the company every year. This kind of person who can make money, as long as the smart boss will not do. Zhang Ling has a lot of customer resources in his hands, and many rich people who want to change or buy a car will contact Zhang Ling, which is also Zhang Ling's bottom card to be able to stand firmly in the car dealership. But now that Zhang Ling was specializing and was taking up the company's resources, it was indeed a good excuse. The last thing a leader wants to see is an employee specializing, which will make the leader feel that the employee is not listening. Thinking of this, Huang Chang couldn't help but slightly curl the corner of his mouth, and after dismissing that henchman, he stood up and rushed to the general manager's office. It was said that this general manager was the lover of the owner of the car dealership, and that her favorite thing was to straighten out the company, and whenever anyone made a mistake, she would deal with them seriously. Huang Chang knows the character of this general manager, and he is 9 out of 10 to step on Zhang Ling this time. Arriving in front of the general manager's office, Huang Chang carefully knocked on the door, and a cool woman's voice came from inside. "Come in." The office room door pushed open and Huang Chang stepped in. Sitting in the office was a woman in her 40s. Although her age had reached more than 40 years old, she was very well maintained, and her looks were not bad, with a face value of more than 80 points, which was considered to be relatively good-looking among women, and the mature and flirtatious aura emanating from her body was truly alluring. Seeing this scene, Huang Chang knew why the boss, such a powerful man, was so enamored with this woman. This woman did have a flavor, and he didn't know how many days and nights, lying in bed, he had fantasized about this woman. Even sometimes, to fulfill their fantasies, they have specifically sought out women similar to this woman to satisfy themselves. Seeing Huang Chang who walked in, Wu Pei faintly asked, "What is it?" Only to see Wu Pei put down the documents in her hands. Her body leaned back, relying on the backrest of the seat, a long black silk leg directly cocked up. The charming charm almost didn't let Huang Chang's nosebleed flow down. "Mr. Wu, just now I received news that Zhang Ling is making special arrangements and taking up the company's resources. I feel that this Zhang Ling has somewhat broken the rules and is not taking the rules set by you, Mr. Wu." Seriously, hearing Huang Chang's report, Wu Pei couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Thereupon, Huang Chang said what Zhang Ling had done, during which he also added a bit of jealousy, saying between the lines that Zhang Ling didn't take Wu Pei seriously. "I can't believe there's still this. Didn't I say that the company doesn't allow specials? So many people going to receive a client for him. It's outrageous. If everyone was like him, then wouldn't everyone in the company have to follow suit in the future, making it as chaotic as a food market every day? Where is Zhang Ling now?" Huang Chang hurriedly told the news that Zhang Ling and Lin Feng were in the VIP lounge. "Let's go. Follow me to see what kind of big client Zhang Ling is receiving. How dare he go and break the rules like that?" Chapter 58. Young man, don't talk too much. Just as Wu Pei and Huang Chang rushed to the rest area of the showroom on the first floor, Lin Feng was researching with Lin Yar about which car to buy. "What's wrong? Difficulty choosing?" Lin Feng looked at Lin Yar who couldn't decide and said with a smile. Lin Yar's face flushed. Lin Feng had guessed what she was thinking. She did have a bit of a choice problem. When she used to go to school, she was very envious when she watched those classmates driving luxury cars. There have also been fantasies that one day you will be able to drive a luxury car and be the envy of others. See, when that day comes, she won't know which model to choose again. Each of these models Lin Feng showed her. She liked them very much, but couldn't decide which one to buy. Looking at Lin Yar's cute appearance, Lin Feng smiled slightly. "Since we like them all, we'll buy them all." All bought? Upon hearing this, everyone in the lounge was shocked. Zhang Ling, who was standing there, looked at Lin Feng with a shocked expression, and in his heart, he also simultaneously rose. Is this the rich man's bravado? And Lin Yar froze and looked at Lin Feng, and when she came back to her senses, the love in her eyes almost incinerated Lin Feng right in place. "Yeah, buy them all. You'll have nothing to do but switch them around. you'll need to be in and out of public a lot anyway, and having more cars will give you more options, but the company gives allotment of cars. I can't even drive it if I buy so many cars, and such a waste of money. Although Lin Yar was very touched, she still wanted to save some money for Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng is very rich, but also cannot be so built his money is not a gust of wind, and then rich is not so spend law. Lin Feng lovingly touched Lin Yar's head. It's okay, your husband I'm poor and have only money left, not to mention these cars, I'll buy this car dealership. Just as the words fell, a sneer came from outside the lounge. Oh, is this Zhang Ling's client? The mouth is really not small No wonder you can Zhang Ling coaxed around. Come to buy a car with the leaders traveling like, but also have to line up accordingly. Now look, I am of Zhang Ling, I guess I have to serve well. Fine, then you will buy this car dealership of mine and see, if you really have that ability to buy it, I will shine your shoes. Only to see Wu Pei leading Huang Chang, walking in with a sneer on his face. Seeing the duo of Wu Pei who walked in, Zhang Ling's complexion changed as he stood there and respectfully called out to Mr. Wu. For the duo of Wu Pei and Huang Chang, Zhang Ling knew them very well. This Huang Chang and he has always been very uncomfortable. In the past, openly and secretly not less to find their own trouble, only because of their own outstanding performance, only did not help their own. As for Wu Pei this woman, purely by nepotism on the throne, the ability is a little bit of a pattern. Ever since she became the general manager of this dealership, she has engaged in one-liners, and she has set rules that others must follow. And because of these rules, many sales have resulted in lost customers. Originally, Splendid Automobile Firm was the largest car dealership in Magic City, earning a lot in the automobile field. But after Wu Pei came to the top, it made Splendid Automobile Firm's performance decline every year. Although the car dealership has been like this, but the boss still has no intention of replacing Wu Pei. Really do not know Wu Pei this woman gave the boss to fill what drug, even can give its charm into this. Seeing the way Wu Pei came here today, it was obvious that she was coming from a bad place. Then it occurred to him that it might be that he had made too much of a fuss when he received Lin Feng, and that this woman knew about it and deliberately came over to pick a fight. Wu Pei glanced at Zhang Ling lightly. You stand aside right now and wait for me to finish dealing with this place before I deal with you. Humph, looks like you've forgotten all the rules I've laid down, thinking that just because you're the manager, no one can control you, right, Mr. Wu? Zhang Ling still wanted to explain something, but he was interrupted by Wu Pei waving her hand directly. Then her gaze looked at Lin Feng with a cold smile. This gentleman, when I came in just now I heard you were going to buy my dealership. Do you know how much my dealership is worth? I'm afraid to scare you to death even saying it. Go out more often at a young age. Don't think that just because you have a bit of money you dare to say anything. I haven't heard of anyone in all of Mordor who can afford this car dealership of mine. As she spoke, Wu Pei came to sit down on the sofa opposite Lin Feng, and her forced elegance really made Lin Feng look at her eyes a little bit. The woman was a little bit of a looker, but only a little bit, not even comparable to the women around him. Not to mention this Wu Pei, who was in her 40s, even when she was young, she couldn't compare to the women around him. Jiang Yan, Lin Yar, Yi Xian, Chen Xingya, any one of these women could dump this Wu Pei by 3 streets, especially that sympathetic look doesn't bring up any interest. You own this car dealership? Lin Feng didn't get angry because of Wu Pei's mockery. Instead, he asked with a smile on his lips. Wu Pei faintly said, it's not mine, but I can do some mastery. Lin Feng nodded. Oh, that's right, then can you do the buying and selling rights of the main car dealership? Wu Pei's eyes narrowed. Do you really think you can afford this car dealership? If you can really come up with the money to purchase this dealership, I'll just be the host for once. Wu Pei, who was speaking, had a cold smile on her lips, and Huang Chang, who was standing behind her, also had a disdainful expression on his face, and his eyes also swept aside Zhang Ling from time to time, with a color of gloating. When Zhang Ling saw that Lin Feng and Wu Pei had gotten to this level, he couldn't help but want to voice out Lin Feng's identity. Mr. Wu, this Lin, shut the up. Are you allowed to talk here? I'm telling you Zhang Ling, you don't have to work for me as a manager. I'll let the HR department issue you a certificate of dismissal in a while, and in the future you'll no longer be a member of our car dealership. Hearing Wu Pei's words, Zhang Ling's entire face instantly paled. This car dealership he did 7 or 8 years, and struggled hard to get to the position of manager. This Wu Pei even said open him open. A bit of old feelings are not red. Huang Chang smiled immensely in his heart when he saw that Zhang Ling had finally been dismissed, but he put on a sympathetic look on his face. Old Zhang, look at you this mess. I usually told you, do not always engage in those formalism at work. Buy a car on the good buy a car. Have to make it so. I guess Wu is always in the heat. You will give Wu a good apology. Maybe this matter will be over. Seeing Huang Chang's hand on his shoulder, Zhang Ling directly shook it off. Huang Chang, you are less of a good person here. Today this matter to say that there is no obstruction from you. I am 10,000 not believe it. Normally you look at me with disdain, without much ability, relying on bending and kneeling all day long. Isn't it because you're afraid that I'll threaten your position? Now that I've been sacked, you can finally relax, can't you? Chapter 59, The Terrified Wu Pei Pei. Seeing that Zhang Ling had directly punctured his mind, Huang Chang's face was a bit unsettled. Zhang Ling, you really don't know what's good for you. I have a piece of good intentions that you treat as a donkey's liver and lungs, since you really don't want to do it. Forget it. After saying his words, Huang Chang directly turned his head and did not bother with Zhang Ling anymore. Lin Feng, who had been sitting there watching the whole process of the matter, at this time faintly said, Manager Zhang, it's gold that shines wherever it goes. It doesn't matter if this person has bad eyes. There will always be someone who appreciates you. I don't have a lot of industries, but I should be able to arrange an employment position for Manager Zhang. As long as you have the ability, Manager Zhang, your future achievements will only be high. Why don't you come and try under me? Seeing the olive branch thrown out by Lin Feng, Zhang Ling's expression was flushed with excitement. Is this a blessing in disguise for him? He had been thinking that he could draw some friendship with Lin Feng, wanting to try to hug Lin Feng's thigh and climb up the ladder a bit to see if he could further his career. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. Then Zhang Ling hurriedly said, Mr. Lin, thank you. If Mr. Lin can look at me, I will definitely bow and die for Mr. Lin in the future. Lin Feng waved his hand. I don't like to listen to these false things. I like people who do practical things. As long as you can do a good job. I'm never stingy. Money is just a number to me. If you do a good job, the mansion and luxury cars are not a problem. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I won't let you down. After saying his words, Zhang Ling was very knowledgeable and came to stand directly beside Lin Feng. His gaze didn't even look at Wu Pei Pei and Huang Chang. Seeing that Zhang Ling, who had just been swept away, had found his next home, this made Huang Chang very upset, and he then spoke out in mockery. Zhang Ling, nowadays this society is filled with crooks, so be careful and don't let anyone cheat you. Zhang Ling said indifferently, that's not for you to bother about. Would someone who can buy a Bugatti Black Knight voice at full price spend such a cost to cheat me? A small person? What? Zhang Ling's words directly startled Wu Pei Pei and Huang Chang. What did you say? You're saying he's the customer who bought the Bugatti Blackout the other day? Wu Pei Pei said in a shocked voice. Zhang Ling said indifferently, when did I say that, Mr. Lin was not the one who purchased the voice of the night? Mr. Lin was able to pay full price for the Bugatti Blackout. I'm afraid you guys don't know what that means. Do you? Bugatti Black Knight voice is limited to only one worldwide. The purchase of Bugatti Black Knight voice not only requires capital inspection, but also need to come up with enough strength. Your strength is not enough. Even if you can come up with the money to purchase, the car will not be sold to you. After hearing Zhang Ling's words, Wu Pei Pei's entire body was somewhat unable to sit still, because one thing that came back to her mind was that the owner of the car dealership had mentioned it to her when she was in bed with him 2 days ago. He said that the dealership had received a big customer, and that if they could make a good relationship with this big customer, their dealership might be able to grow even more. And this big customer was Lin Feng, who had purchased Sound of Darkness. Are you Mr. Lin Feng Lin? Wu Pei Pei asked as she opened her mouth in shock. Lin Feng said indifferently, that's right, my name is Lin Feng. After seeing Lin Feng's acknowledgement, Wu Pei Pei can't sit still, instantly stood up, with a flustered face and said, Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry, I'm not able to recognize you. For today's collision, I'm willing to apologize. Please don't be angry with Mr. Lin, your consumption here today. I'm all to give you a 50% discount. I don't know if Mr. Lin can be satisfied? I don't know if Mr. Lin is satisfied? Lin Feng looked at Wu Pei Pei with a smirk. Mr. Wu, I said I don't lack money. I can't even look at this little favor of yours. I'm a person who never says what he means and does what he says. I'm going to buy this car dealership of yours, but don't think that I can come up with the current market value of your car dealership to buy it. I'll only bid $1 million, and the time, let's limit it to 1 hour. I don't care if you make the call, or if you find someone who can, in an hour's time. If you haven't agreed to my demands, then I'll have your car dealership shut down, and if you do, bring me the contract. 1 million? Wu Pei Pei looked at Lin Feng with disbelief. This was simply a joke. She's the biggest car dealership in Mordor. The plot of land for the showroom alone is worth an unknown amount in this inch of land in Magic City. $1 million to buy her car dealership. This is crazy. Knowing that there was no use in continuing to apologize, Wu Pei Pei couldn't help but say, I can't make the decision, but I can also tell you that you're daydreaming if you want to buy my family for $1 million. Lin Feng didn't care in the slightest in the face of Wu Pei Pei's unkind tone. Nodding slightly, he said, my advice to you is don't waste time. Hurry up and call the person who can make the call, or else if something goes wrong when an hour passes, you might not be able to afford it at that time. Facing Lin Feng's arrogance, Wu Peipei couldn't help but hold back the anger in her heart and nodded her head through clenched teeth. Alright, you wait for me. I'll see if you have that strength or not. After speaking, Wu Peipei directly took out her cell phone and walked out of the lounge. Huang Chang, who was left standing there alone, only felt a little breathless from Lin Feng's aura, and hurriedly followed after Wu Peipei left. After only Lin Feng and Lin Yao and Zhang Ling were left in the lounge, Zhang Ling couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, Mr. Lin, isn't your decision a bit impulsive this time? This car dealership can be the biggest in Magic City. The strength must be there, and the automobile industry is very profitable. I do not know how many bigwigs are involved in it. The boss of this car line is estimated to be just a person in charge who was launched to put it in the open. In fact, most of the profits of the car line have gone into the pockets of those shadowy bigwigs. What Zhang Ling said wasn't wrong. Anyone who could run a car dealership had some background. The automotive industry is a big cake, and there's no telling how many big players are eyeing it. Anyone who wants to get into the business and get a piece of the action has to more or less say hello to them and share some of the profits with them in the process. Don't even think about being in the automotive industry if you don't share the benefits with them. The power those bigwigs wield in their hands can toss you to your death just by saying the word and leave you with no money in your pocket. Lin Feng naturally knows the depths of the automotive industry. If it was before, he may not have this strength. Wu Peipei apologized even so. But who is he afraid of now? Not to mention his relationship with the Yi family in the imperial capital, but his own strength. He doesn't have to be afraid of anyone in the Magic City, even if there was a difficult bone to chew on. If he said hello to the Yi family would probably help him without hesitation. After knowing about the existence of the Yi family, he had inquired with Qi Zhiyong, the chief instructor of the Divine Shield, about the Yi family. The Yi family is the most powerful family in China, and the Yi family's old man is one of the only remaining original shares. The Yi family is not only powerful, but also has its own family industry, and this family estate was what Lin Feng was going to use to give the Yi family favors. He might not be able to help the Yi family much in terms of power, but in terms of money, he could make the Yi family rich. Chapter 60, rewarded with a set of properties. Just as Lin Feng was quietly waiting for a response from Splendid Auto Row in the lounge, Wu Peipei, who had left the lounge, hurriedly took out her cell phone and called. The phone was quickly connected, and a middle-aged man's voice came from over there, with a hint of majesty in his tone. Hey, Mr. Wu, what can I do for you? As soon as she heard this tone of voice of the man talking, Wu Peipei knew that the man on the other side of the phone must have been with the yellow face of his own family. Otherwise, when the two of them were talking in private, the man's tone of voice would have been very gentle. The first words out of your mouth are sure to be, "Did you miss me, baby?" and so on, only to see Wu Peipei also said with a serious voice, "Boss, there is a troublemaker in the car dealership, saying that he wants to buy our car dealership for $1 million, and if he doesn't give him a reply within an hour, he is going to close our car dealership down for good." Lin Feng's identity. Wu Peipei didn't say anything. She knew that if she said Lin Feng's identity, she would definitely not be spared from some chastisement. She didn't want Lin Feng to have the strength that could make her car dealership close down at all. While others didn't know the strength of the car dealership, she knew it deeply because she hadn't met many big shots before when she followed her boss around. One of the most powerful big shots is still at the level of the director of Magic City. To be the director of a department in a place like Mordor, you can tell what kind of strength it is, definitely comparable to local provincial executives. This was the biggest person Wu Peipei had ever seen after her boss, and she also knew that the big money master behind the car dealership was the Gu family, one of the 4 big families in Magic City. Thinking about all the background of the car dealership, Wu Peipei became more and more confident, and even the fear she had just felt towards Lin Feng gradually dissipated. Even though the strength that Lin Feng possessed to be able to afford a Bugatti Black Knight sound worth more than $100 million and limited to only one in the world might not be simple, she didn't think that Lin Feng would be able to do anything to the car dealership. Just the Gu family, one of the 4 great mansions, and that big leader at the level of a director were not something Lin Feng could easily mess with. The man on the other side of the phone, after hearing Wu Peipei's words, couldn't help but be silent for a while at first, then coldly said, "Okay, I know. Since it's a disturbance, I'll let Ahu handle it. I won't go over there to deal with this kind of person. I still have things on my side. Have Tiger come over and take care of it?" When Wu Peipei heard this name, she couldn't help but look happy. This Tiger is a famous big brother on the Magic City Road. It is said that they are still the boss of the district where the car dealership is located, under the command of hundreds of minions, is definitely a big brother level characters. Tiger was also a good brother to this boss of his, and the two were so close that many dirty jobs were taken care of for him by this Tiger. As the biggest car dealership in Magic City in the open boss, if there is no black and white means, how can open such a big car dealership? After hanging up the phone, Wu Peipei had a smug look on her face, and her mind was fantasizing about how she would clean up that Lin Feng in a while after Tiger brought someone. And Lin Feng, who who was sitting in the lounge, had already set his watch for the time, just waiting for the time to come to see if the car dealership knew what it was doing. As for the car dealership does not agree. How he cleaned up the car dealership. It is too simple. With this document in his hands, just make a phone call. Business and tax and fire joint inspection. Can let the car dealership drink a pot? At least within 6 months do not want to open. No business can withstand an investigation, and as long as they want to investigate you, there will always be problems. He didn't know how the background of the car dealership was, but he knew that even if the background of the car dealership was big, it wasn't as big as the power he held in his hands. He could have smashed this dealership down with his money, but he didn't want to do that. Letting the dealership take advantage of him, wouldn't that be a huge turn-off? At this time, the 5 people from Phnom Penh who had gotten the news had walked in from outside and came directly to the lounge to stand quietly behind Lin Feng. The arrival of the 5 people from Phnom Penh caused Zhang Ling to breathe a sigh of relief. If it was just Lin Feng himself who was here, he was really a bit heartless. Since Lin Feng had a bodyguard to protect him, he could feel a bit more at ease. Having been at this dealership for so many years, he knew a few things about the dealership. The owner of the car dealership not only has connections in the white world, but also has many connections in the underworld, and is not afraid of the owner of the car dealership looking for connections in the white world. After all, that way both sides are just spelling out their backgrounds. If the owner of the dealership uses mob connections, it's a contest of who's ruthless on both sides. Glancing at the time, it was already afternoon. Lin Feng said to Lin Yoer, "Yaer, go to the theater group. I'll look for you when you're done." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Yaer couldn't help but feel a little worried. "Lin Dong, you'll be okay here, right?" Lin Feng smiled faintly and gave Lin Yaer a reassuring expression. "It's okay, you can't help much here. If anything happens you'll be implicated in this capacity. Be good, be obedient, go to the theater." Lin Yaer knew that Lin Feng was telling the truth. She had just become famous now and belonged to the public figures. If she got involved in Lin Feng's affairs, it would only cause her to fall into the vortex of public opinion, which would have a great impact on her reputation. In fact, she really wanted to go out of her way to face anything with Lin Feng, because her heart is now all Lin Feng. If Lin Feng is willing, she would like not to be a star, just follow Lin Feng's side all the time. Willing to be her canary. What dreams, what future, she cannot care. Lin Feng guessed Lin Yaer's thoughts and couldn't help but grab her hand and gently shake it. "Go on, do as you're told." Lin Yaer nodded. "Well, then I'm going to the theater. If there's anything you need to tell me, don't make me worry." Lin Feng nodded, then turned his head toward Shui Ro. "Shui Ro, send Monsieur to the crew. You'll follow Monsieur around for the next 2 days. You'll come back after I've finished arranging for other protection on my side." Shui Ro nodded. "Okay, boss." After saying their words, Shui Ro and Lin Yaer left the car dealership. Right after Lin Yaer and Shui Ro left, the system in Lin Feng's head once again sounded a beep. Ding! Splendid car dealership signed in successfully. This sign-in reward is Green City Huangpu Bay property. Greentown Huangpu Bay Development? Hearing the system's beep, Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised in his heart. Greentown Huangpu Bay is the top luxury residential in Magic City. What Gubei 1 and Thompson Epine have to be ranked behind it? The starting price is more than $100 million. Absolutely is the top mansion in Magic City. The view is also very broad. Can look directly at the whole Lujiazui and the Bund. There is also a capital inspection at the time of sale, and the push is very high. Although it wasn't as good as his own Tang Palace, the people who could live in it were definitely not simple characters. This is a good neighborhood, and it will be a great feeling to have all the women around you here in the future. Chapter 61. So it's a brat. As the system rewarded the completion of the check-in, time was quietly ticking away, and soon it was an hour. Seeing that the car dealership didn't reply to him, Lin Feng picked up his cell phone and called. This call he made directly to the office of the Municipal Party Committee of Mordor. "Hello, this is the City Council office. May I ask who you are?" On the other side of the phone, the Chief of Staff of the City Council picked up the phone and opened his mouth to ask. "My name is Lin Feng. Give me the phone to your mayor." Lin Feng? The director of the municipal office had not heard of this name, but looking at the other party's tone, it seemed like he was not an ordinary person, so he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "I'm sorry, sir. I haven't heard of this name. Tell me about your position and department, so that I can better understand the situation as well." This director of the Municipal Party Committee office knew a lot about official discourse. He asked Lin Feng about his department and position, and although the words he said were very euphemistic and appeared to be on official business, in fact, he was also testing Lin Feng's strength. If it was just an ordinary person, or a small civil servant in an ordinary department, he would basically stop hitting on them. If it was someone with power, he wouldn't be offended by it. I'm with the National Security Agency, badge number. I've uncovered a bit of a national security issue here that may require the cooperation of your local government authorities to investigate. NSA? The head of the municipal office with the phone in his hand couldn't help but shiver. This is an absolute powerhouse. First of all, no matter what level Lin Feng was in this department, even if he was an ordinary department employee, he was still not a small person. Yes, I'll transfer you to the mayor's office now. After speaking, the municipal office director did not connect Lin Feng to the mayor's office the first time, but cut to line 2, allowing the investigation department to first verify Lin Feng's identity before determining whether or not to connect to the mayor's office. Soon, the investigation department investigated Lin Feng's information. After realizing that Lin Feng was the leader of the Imperial Capital State Security Directorate, this made the head of the municipal office pale in fear. This big leader is an existence that can be equal to their mayor in terms of authority. He did not dare to hesitate for a moment and directly transferred the call to the mayor's office. Soon the mayor's secretary picked up the phone. After listening to the city office and the director, that mayor's secretary rushed to the mayor's office with the phone. Mayor, a call from the head of the National Security Directorate, the NSA? The mayor didn't dare to slack off, and quickly picked up the phone. Hello, how are you? I'm Kong Lead-1, the mayor of Magic City. Hello Mayor Kong. I'm Lin Feng from the State Security Bureau. Now I've found a little problem on my side. I need you to mobilize people from the relevant departments to cooperate with my investigation. Okay, Director Lin, which department do I need to investigate to cooperate with your investigation? Without the slightest hesitation, Kong Lead-1 spoke directly. Joint Enforcement by Industry and Commerce, Taxation and Fire Protection. This enterprise not only has serious violations of the law, but may also involve national security issues. Hearing Lin Feng say that the company he was investigating was the biggest automobile firm in Magic City, Kong Lead-1's eyes narrowed. He had already guessed something. Couldn't help but mentally mourn for Splendid Auto Row. Who do you think you're messing with but someone from this kind of department? This time, the Splendid Automobile Company is definitely finished. I'm guessing the owner of the car dealership will have to be peeled back a layer of skin. This is not an ordinary investigation. In the end, the boss of the car company will certainly be taken away by the State Security Bureau. Into the Security Bureau, even an Iron Man have to be pinched and sent out. Alright Director Lin, I'll notify those departments now. People from those departments should be here soon. Alright, then thank you Mayor Kong for your cooperation. Director Lin is polite. Cooperating with the comrades of the State Security Bureau is my job as a Chinese. What Kong Lead-1 said was very beautiful and directly showed his firm patriotic heart. Just as Lin Feng called and prepared to pack up Splendid Auto Row, 3 cars came from outside the car dealership, 2 of them business sedans and a Range Rover. A large man with a menacing aura came down from the Range Rover, followed by a host of minions. Tiger had just gotten out of the car when Wu Pei Pei, who had been waiting in front of the car dealership, greeted him. Tiger, you're finally here. Seeing Wu Pei Pei, a smirk appeared on Ah Hu's ferocious face. His eyes swept over Wu Pei Pei's voluptuous figure, and he couldn't help but develop a flash of nameless fire. The woman had given him the urge to press himself into bed the last time he'd seen her. However, he wasn't in a hurry. This woman should have a relationship with Sun Yan, and he couldn't say it directly, but he should be able to get his hands on this woman after this matter was done. After all, this time when Sun Yan sought his help, he must have owed himself a favor, and when the time came, he would also be able to make conditions. As for whether Sun Yan promised or not, that was not his choice. If Sun Yan dared not to promise, then he also had ways to find Sun Yan's trouble, and no one else would say anything. Where are the troublemakers? Tiger asked as he opened his mouth. Wu Pei Pei hurriedly told Ah Hu where Lin Feng was. A ferocious look flickered on Ah Hu's face. Waving his hand and greeting his men's minions, he walked towards the inside of the car dealership. Seeing this scene, Wu Pei Pei was overjoyed in her heart and had even fantasized about Lin Feng's misery. As Tiger led the men into the dealership, some of the guests looking at the cars in the showroom all had a premonition that something was about to happen. After all, Ah Hu and the people under his hand are not good people at a glance. So many people come here is certainly not to buy a car. Otherwise who buy a car to bring so many minions over? Ah, Tiger didn't stop at the showroom, but headed straight for the lounge. After finding the lounge where Lin Feng was, he directly pushed the door and walked in. Who's Lin Feng? Walking into the lounge, Ah Hu directly shouted loudly, and the little brothers who followed in behind him also lit up their guys. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression didn't change as he sat there only raising his eyes and glancing at Ah Hu. I'm Lin Feng, what do you want? Asterisk 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 asterisk. A brat? I thought it was something big. This Sun Yan is really fuss. So a small child makes so much fanfare. Tiger, I also seek to be able to do a good job of moving my muscles today. Alright, since you're Lin Feng, let's get down to business. Hurry up and deal with you so Tiger I can go and have a good time. Go on. break his legs first and throw him out of the dealership. Who simply did not put Lin Feng in the eyes. Lin Feng, this kind of person, is also a bit of money in the rich second generation. Do not know the sky high and thick. Heart dissatisfaction on the trouble. A little bit of lesson is estimated to be able to pee his pants. Who simply cannot mention any interest. Chapter 62, your salary will be increased to $5 million a year. Who had finished speaking, after not looking at Lin Feng more than once, turned his head to look at Wu Peipei behind him. Mr. Wu, I don't know if you have time in the evening to enjoy a meal? Wu Peipei naturally guessed what Tiger was thinking. She was not very good at managing an industry, but as a woman, she had a very strong ability to take a man's mind. Although she does not like this kind of person to Ahu, but also do not dare to evil Ahu. Can only accompany the smile said, Tiger invited to eat that I certainly want to go, and Tiger also helped my boss so big favor. By the time my boss will also surely go over in person to thank you properly Tiger. Hearing Wu Peipei's words, Ahu's face had a slightly unhappy look. It's Peggy Wu he wants. What's the point of having the owner of this car dealership come over and be a light bulb? Although there is some dissatisfaction, but Ahu did not say anything more. Anyway, even if the boss of the car dealership came, tonight he had to take down this Wu Peipei. Who dares to delay his business? He will let whoever does not feel pain. Just as Ahu and Wu Peipei were talking, a miserable scream came from behind them, only to see a short knife appearing in Woody's hand at some point. A person rushed into the many minions without fear. The knife light flashed, and all those juniors fell to the ground with miserable screams. Upon closer inspection, the hamstrings of the minions who had fallen to the ground had actually been picked off. This hand of swordplay, even Lin Feng couldn't help but light up when he saw it. Inside the large lounge, there was blood splattered everywhere, and Zhang Ling's entire body was dumbfounded by the sight of it. He had never seen such a scene in all his life. What kind of society is it now? This is the 21st century. This kind of group beating and bloody scene, only the movie dares to act like this. But now, it was really happening in front of his eyes. Nearly 20 minions did not last long at all, and after a few minutes had passed, none of those minions brought by Ahu could stand. Tiger, who had turned around upon hearing the screams, had also witnessed the whole process, and now he was frozen in place with fear. Wu Peipei even covered her mouth, her eyes suffused with fear and disbelief. Is this still human? One man toppled nearly 20 people. Is this a movie? These guys don't have bare hands, they have weapons in their hands. Even if you are a good fighter, you'll be punched to death if you face 20 people, right? But the current situation was not at all what she had imagined. Instead, 20 of her juniors were easily solved by someone else. What happened in the lounge was naturally seen by those outside. When they saw this bloody and violent scene, they all did not dare to stay long and left in fear. Obviously, this matter had become a big deal, and if they continue to stay here, they would most likely be caught in the crossfire. Seeing Woody's performance, Lin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but applaud. These hands are indeed impressive. How much does Zhang Jianjun pay you guys? Lin Feng, who had finished clapping, couldn't help but ask. Jin Bian, who was standing behind him, spoke back to the boss. Mr. Zhang gave us a salary of 1 million per year. Lin Feng shook his head. It's less. I'm giving you guys a salary increase to 5 million per year today. $5 million a year? The moment Lin Feng's words left his mouth, all four of the Jinbian people looked excited. They came to the security company as bodyguards because they didn't have any life skills and only had some hands that they thought were good. So they chose to work as bodyguards to earn some hard money. Being a bodyguard is kind of a dangerous profession, and with some employers you have no idea what kind of circles he's in or who he's offended, so you wouldn't know what kind of enemies you would encounter while protecting this employer. One slip up and you might even put your own little life on the line. So while being a bodyguard earns a lot of money, the accompanying dangers are not small. They can make millions of dollars a year, which is not really much. After all, it is sort of like tying your head to the waistband of your pants, and something bad might happen to you at some point. But now, Lin Feng had directly offered them an annual salary of $5 million. How could this not make them happy and excited? Their family conditions are not very good, so they think of earning more money to let their family have some good life. Now with a $5 million a year salary, the good times are finally here. In fact, there are not many bodyguards like the Phnom Penh 5 who earn millions of dollars a year within the industry. Most of them make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, and even a large number of them make $100, $000 to $200, $000 a year. Everyone has different abilities and will not be paid the same. A master like Wood, who fought 20 men by himself, was rare in the bodyguard industry. After finishing off the minions, Woody flipped the short blade in his hand and tucked it away in his sleeve after drying the blood on the clothes of one of the minions. Wood's short blade wasn't very long, not much bigger than a scalpel, but it was razor sharp, only to see Woody, who had finished his business, turn around and return dashingly behind Lin Feng. Boss, it's a pleasure. Wood, who was standing still, said to Lin Feng, Lin Feng nodded slightly. Good performance. What reward do you want? Reward? Is there a reward for being good? Woody didn't think he'd be rewarded for just doing his part. Then Woody said with some embarrassment, Boss, this is what I should do. The reward is not necessary. Lin Feng shook his head. I appreciate you. This reward isn't just for your outburst this time. There's also an appreciation for you. Thanks, boss. Then, Woody said respectfully, okay, after we settle things here. After finishing talking to Woody, Lin Feng's gaze looked at Ahu with a faint smile. Were you the one who said you were going to break my legs? But the way things are going, it seems like you don't have that chance. Ahu's face was gloomy, and he said in a cold voice, Kid, don't think you can't clean up after yourself just because you have powerful bodyguards. Do you know who I am? Stop. Lin Feng directly waved his hand to call a halt. I don't want to know who you are, and I don't need to know who you are, because it doesn't even matter to me who you are. Maybe you're important, but in my eyes, there's no difference from an ordinary person. I'm actually a very merciful person, and I only teach some people a slight lesson. But I see that people like you shouldn't have done much bullying, so I'm kind of doing the people a favor today. Woody, go and pick his arms and legs off. Yes, boss. Woody could be said to be obedient to Lin Feng at this time, and after receiving Lin Feng's order, without the slightest hesitation, he directly took out his short sword from his sleeve and walked towards Ahu. How dare you? If you dare to make a move, I'll let your whole family die. Ahu's threat had no effect on the wood, only to see the wood out of the knife extremely fast. 4 knives fell. Ahu's hands and feet tendons had been all picked off. Chapter 63, The Car Dealer Panics. Tiger, who had his arms and legs tendons picked off, screamed miserably and collapsed in a pool of blood, directly causing Wu Pei Pei to scream in shock. Glancing faintly at Wu Pei Pei, Lin Feng sneered disdainfully. This stupid woman. I guess she didn't realize her regret until now, but it doesn't matter. It might be the last regret in her life. With that, he lifted his arm and glanced at the time on his wristwatch, figuring that those from the department should be arriving soon as well. Just as Lin Feng was waiting for the people from the Joint Law Enforcement Department to come, the first person to come was surprisingly the precinct police station that received the alarm call. Hearing that there was a triad brawl here, the precinct police station didn't dare to be careless, and the chief personally led the team, bringing all the police officers on duty from all the police stations. There were 2 police cars in total, with more than a dozen police officers. Just as he arrived inside the dealership, an employee of the dealership rushed toward the restroom with the police. Comrade policeman, there's been a murder. Go check it out. The car dealership employee who led the way was shaking as he spoke. He wasn't there when it first happened, but he waited until the guests had all left in a panic before he carefully ran over to take a look. After seeing a bunch of minions lying all over the lounge, the entire group was shocked. It was only now that he saw the police arrive that he felt a sense of relief in his heart. When a group of police officers came to the restroom, after seeing the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. It was also the first time many of them had seen such a scene. It's not the 90s, there's simply too little of this kind of gore. Right at this moment, the chief of that precinct police station couldn't help but change his expression when he saw Tiger collapsed on the ground at the entrance. A guy like Tiger is definitely hung up at the police station. As a triad boss in a district, the people who deal with Tiger the most are the precinct police station and the district's precinct. Only the director who walked in frowned. What's going on? Call an ambulance right away. And all the people involved in this incident are all being taken away. When Wu Pei Pei saw the police coming, it was as if she had seen a savior, and she told everything she had seen. After that director heard that, he couldn't help but gaze at Lin Feng, who had been sitting calmly on the sofa, and then followed the direction of Wu Pei Pei's finger and glanced at the wood standing there. Did you injure the man? The director asked. Frowning, Lin Feng said lightly, the people were indeed beaten by me, but I should be considered to be ridding the people of evil. These people are all triads. Probably many of these people have committed crimes. Comrade police officer, you can investigate this. Cut the crap. Are you instructing us in police work? The ones who hurt people are your men, right? Then you should be the point man. Now go back with me and cooperate with the investigation. Lin Feng stood up and straightened his clothes. I'm sorry, I'm busy with my business. If you want someone to cooperate with the investigation, go find someone else. Isn't this woman an eyewitness? It's just as well that you just take her back. I'm not going. Lin Feng's words directly caused the group of police officers who came to be all a bit confused. This one's a cutie. No, you've made such a big mess. You say you won't be arrested? You run the police station. Ha, Or is the country yours? That director was furious with Lin Feng's face. If it wasn't for the fact that he as a police officer couldn't do too much in public, he really wanted to go up and slap Lin Feng twice now. Kid, do you know what you're talking about? You're suspected of serious criminal activity now. Is that something you say you won't go back with us? The director said through gritted teeth. Lin Feng smiled faintly and stepped to the director's side, showing him the documents in his hand. This comrade policeman, you're not in league with these people, are you? I'm dealing with people who could potentially jeopardize the country. Are you helping them? You don't investigate these people. You investigate me, a good citizen, instead, and I have reason to suspect that you are in cahoots with them. As Lin Feng's words fell, that director's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. Leader, I really didn't realize you were on a mission. I'll take them back right now for a proper investigation. Lin Feng faintly shook his head and patted that director's shoulder. You're on your own. I hope you're innocent and can withstand the investigation by your comrades in the Discipline Inspection Commission. After Lin Feng's palm left his shoulder, that director's entire face obscured. He did have the intention of trying to help Tiger out. How could Tiger not have a relationship with these precinct police officers if he could get to this level? Otherwise, with Tiger's style, in broad daylight, he dared to bring a large number of minions to blatantly cut people, without someone to give him backing behind. How could he dare? Just as Lin Feng walked out of the restroom, a group of people from the Joint Law Enforcement Department came outside the car dealership. The men came in without saying a word and began to investigate in their own way, especially the fire department people, but also took a ruler to the safe passage inch by inch measurement up, but where the safe passage with their rules a millimeter difference, are absolutely a big problem. In fact, with joint law enforcement at this level, the Splendor car dealership is basically open for business. Even if Brilliant Auto does the best job possible, it's still something you can find fault with. It's just that in a place like the Splendid car dealership, all the departments must have been arranged so that no one would come after him. Nowadays, various departments are directly ordered by the top to strictly investigate. No one can protect the Brilliant car dealership. Seeing this scene, Wu Pei had been completely terrified. She hadn't thought that Lin Feng really had so much energy. Not only will the Triad boss clean up the obedience, but also can mobilize so many departments to investigate the car dealership. Look at those who came to the department of a public attitude. She, even if she is stupid, can guess the results of the latter. And Zhang Ling, who was following Lin Feng, had been completely intimidated by Lin Feng's great strength. Who wouldn't want to follow a boss like that? With this horrible background, I'm afraid that no one would dare to control it if they walk sideways in the Magic City. This government has dared to go up to Lin Feng's house to open it, saying that they should investigate whoever they want. And with this kind of tactic alone, with just a word, there are countless people who will rush to send money. On the other hand, Wu Pei didn't dare to think about it any further and hurriedly called the car dealership owner. Boss, big deal. I'm afraid our car dealership is finished. With that, Wu Pei said everything she saw, and the entire owner of the car dealership on the other side of the phone almost didn't stand still. What did you say? You messed with someone I couldn't afford to mess with? Do you have any idea what the consequences of offending someone like that are? I'm telling you, if this matter is not handled well, you and I will have to not be able to mix in Mordor, and if it's serious, we may have to be thrown into the river to feed the fish. How many times have I told you that there are too many people in a place like Magic City that you can't afford to offend? Just wait, I'll be there now. After saying that, the owner of the dealership hung up the phone and then made 2 more calls out in quick succession. One was the director he knew and wanted to get that director to maneuver in the middle for him to see if there was any room for détente. One was the Gu family, the biggest gold master behind him, who wanted the Gu family to communicate with Lin Feng to smooth this matter over. Chapter 64, Sun Yan's End of the Road. After hanging up the phone with Wu Pei, Sun Yan, the owner of the car dealership, hurriedly called up the phone book to look up the phone number. The first call he made was to the director of the Market Surveillance Authority. The phone didn't ring for more than a few moments before it was picked up. A majestic middle-aged man's voice came from the other side of the phone. This man is Sun Yan's biggest backer in the White Way. Much of the money made at the dealership over the years went to this one, and this one didn't help him solve the trouble. There are many times when the car dealership and the customer have commercial disputes. It is this one to help himself to press down. The phone was just connected, and Sun Yan quickly said, Bureau Zhao, my side. Before Sun Yan could finish his sentence, Bureau Zhao on the other side of the phone interrupted him. Sun Yan, I know the intention of your call, but I can tell you very clearly, I can't help you in this matter. Not only can't help you, you may also involve me because of this matter. You should know how serious it is with all the stuff we've done over the years, and I'm not the only one involved in the car dealership, so you should know what to do, right? we can't protect you, but you have to protect us, and if something goes wrong with us, it's not just you, it's your whole family. Do you understand what I mean when I say that? Dang it. Sun Yen, who was holding the cell phone, slipped the phone directly to the ground. Sun Yen understands the meaning of this Zhao director. It is nothing more than to let himself carry everything down, and want to carry this thing down, naturally, is not to bite the bullet when being recorded statements, but to let him go directly to death before being arrested. Sun Yen was a smart man, and he understood the ultimate meaning of Director Zhao's words with just one sentence. All investigations will only stop when he's dead, and the threat from Director Cho was already obvious. If he doesn't carry everything himself, it won't end well for his family. Returning to his senses, Sun Yen hurriedly picked up the cell phone. Zhao Bureau, you listen to me, we still have a chance. When we created this car dealership, I was not the only one who invested in this car dealership. There was also the Gu family's eldest Miss Gu Shiran. I believe Gu Shiran won't just stand by and watch something happen to the car dealership. She will definitely step in and help us. After all, she invested quite a bit of money in the first place, and it won't do her any good if something happens to the car dealership. Hearing Sun Yan's words, Director Zhao, who was in the director's office, let out a cold laugh. Sun Yan, it's come to such a time, you even still can't figure it out. I'll tell you plainly, the person who investigated your car dealership this time is a big shot, and that big shot even called the mayor's office. The order also came from the mayor himself. Do you think the Gu family has the strength to keep you? Well, I reckon the investigation on you will be until the night at most. By then there will definitely be people from the law enforcement department looking for you. Get ready. Once you are caught, there will be no reprieve in this matter, whether you die alone or your family dies with you. It depends on your choice. After saying his words, Director Zhao directly hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Director Zhao felt that it was still a bit unsafe, and then took out another cell phone from the drawer and found a phone in the address book and dialed it. The phone had just been connected, and a grim male voice came from there. Hello, Sun Yen of Brilliant Auto Row. After a brief sentence, Director Zhao hung up the phone, then drew off the calling card and folded it to throw it away. Xiao Dong, Director Zhao shouted at the door. Soon a young male secretary in his 20s walked in. Chief, you wanted to see me? Director Zhao faintly said. Tidy up the office. I'm a bit sick today. I need to go back and take a rest. Okay, Chief. Director Zhao stood up and left after he finished speaking, and the secretary named Xiao Dong hurriedly cleaned up the office. After leaving the office, Director Zhao didn't go home, but made several phone calls one after another. The callers were all senior government leaders. Those people received a call from Director Zhao, and after hearing that something had happened to Sun Yen, they all panicked a bit. Bureau Zhao, are you telling the truth? Sun Yen has no chance of turning over this time? On the other side of the phone, a man asked worriedly. Director Zhao sat in the Audi S6L car and said in a deep voice, it's true. The person that Sun Yen offended this time is an existence that we can't afford to mess with. This person directly called the mayor's office, and it was the mayor who personally gave the order. Hiss, the sound of cold air being sucked backward came from the other side of the phone. Bureau Zhao, you must handle this matter well. If you don't handle it well, we'll all be finished. With all the things Sun Yen has sent up over the years, Sun Yen will definitely keep evidence, and we won't be able to escape once something happens to him. Don't worry, Bureau Li, this Sun Yen is bound to die. I'll definitely take care of him before he gets caught. You call out Old Chen and the others, and we'll meet at the Gathering of Virtues. After hanging up the phone, Bureau Zhao directly asked his driver to drive him to Gathering Villa. The Juxianzhuang is one of the top clubs in the Magic City. People who can come here are either rich or noble, and being worth $10 million is only the threshold for entering the club. Only those who are worth hundreds of millions of dollars are qualified to go up to the second floor. There were 7 floors in the Gathering of Sages, and each floor required a certain status to go up. The higher the floor, the more honorable the status of the person going up. People with the status of Bureau Zhao and others could only go up to the 6th floor of the Gathering of Virtues, and they were not qualified to go up to the 7th floor at the top. As for what kind of person could go up to the 7th floor, Bureau Zhao and the others weren't very clear. The owner of Juxianzhuang is the son of the former secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of Mordor. The former secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of Mordor had moved into the center of power, but his son had been managing the Juxianzhuang. Although that former municipal party secretary was no longer in Mordor, the power was still there, and anyone who came to this clubhouse would need to be courteous. The fact that Bureau Zhao and the others could go to the Gathering House to party there was due to the fact that the Gathering House had a strong background and good privacy. Of course, they used to be in the faction of the former municipal party secretary, and they went to the Juxianzhuang because they didn't want to break their relationship with that old leader. Although that old leader is no longer in Mordor, but his son is still there, cannot continue to flatter that old leader, but can flatter his son. On the other side, Sun Yen, who hung up the phone with Bureau Zhao. His entire body was paralyzed with powerlessness. Looking at the family photos placed on the coffee table, Sun Yan's entire face darkened. The family photo shows him with his wife and 2 sons. The oldest son is 16 and the youngest is 7. His eyes closed in pain as he recalled what Bureau Zhao had told him in his mind. By the time he opened his eyes again, a look of determination had appeared on Sun Yan's face. The Gu family was his last chance, and if the Gu family couldn't save him either, then he'd have to fight those people to the death. He didn't want to die, and his family couldn't die, and since those heartless people wanted to let themselves die, he had no choice but to drag them along with him. Chapter 65 Gu Shiran of the Gu family. After firming up his thoughts, Sun Yan once again picked up his cell phone and called out. It's being held in a lavishly decorated limousine club. A woman with a hot body and a royal air was sitting in her office checking out the club's luxury car information. The more she looked on, the tighter the woman's frown became. These cars are nice, but they simply don't work. I can't lose this bet with Du Jianxian no matter what. If I lose, not only will the club be given to Du Jianxian, I'll have to export myself. Du Jianxian was the head of the younger generation of the Du family, and the Du family had already gone to the Gu family several times to propose marriage. As the Du family was the head of the 4 great families of Magic City, its strength was naturally much greater than the Gu family, and no matter what field it was in, it was able to steadily suppress the other 3 great families. In particular, the mob strength that controls half of the Magic City's underground is even more scary to the other 3 great families. The Du family not only controls half of the country in Magic City, but also has considerable power in the Yangtze River Delta. Although the other 3 great families also had some mob tactics, they simply couldn't be compared to the Du family. Du Jianxian has been to the Gu family 3 times to propose marriage. The Gu family understands very well that things don't come in threes. The next time the Du family was proposing marriage, if the Gu family didn't agree, I'm sure the Du family wouldn't be so polite. There may be a double whammy of commercial and underhanded suppression. With the strength of the Du family, the Gu family would definitely not be able to resist. The Gu family naturally also has a bottom card, but once the bottom card is used, it is no longer a bottom card, and then the Gu family will completely become transparent among the 4 great mansions. Gu Shiran knew this, so he directly made a bet with Du Jianxian. The 2 are going to split a win at a limousine club race. The rules of the competition were simple, with 3 events. The first is the value of the limousine, and whoever has the expensive club limousine wins. The second is a club member body count competition. Whoever has the most club members with the most money wins. The third one is the luxury car race, which goes straight to the track, and the person who finishes first wins. Right now Gu Shiran's biggest headaches were the first 2, and she was very confident about the third item, because she has a top racer in her club. When the time comes, she can just put that top sweeper on the track, and winning the race won't be a problem. But this time the bet between the 2 was a 2 out of 3 rounds system. Her winning the last game alone wouldn't have decided it at all. Still need another foolproof win, and it's going to take a lot of work on the first 2 items to win another round. The second member's body count competition program, she had little confidence in. The Du family was the top of the Magic City's powerful families, and there were countless people who flattered them, and the number of members who joined Du Jianxian's luxury car club was definitely more than their own side. Then it's on the first item if you want to win the bet. Good thing the opportunity was still there. When school started she remembered her sister Gu Baiwa saying that she had met a man who drove a Bugatti Black Knight Sound at school. Winning the first program should be a sure thing as long as he pulls that person inside the club. Thinking about this, Gu Shiran was a bit dissatisfied with his unreliable sister. This dead girl. I don't know how the things that I asked her to do have been done. Her old sister, my happiness can all be pressed on her. If I can't pull that Bugatti voice of the night owner into the club, I don't have the slightest chance of winning. Just as Gu Shiran wanted to pick up his cell phone to call Gu Baiwa, Sun Yan's phone call came through. Seeing Sun Yan's caller ID, Gu Shiran frowned and picked it up. Although the splendid auto dealership had her shares, she was usually not involved in the management of the dealership. After all, there wasn't a lot of money invested in the car dealership, just under $500 million. Whether the car dealership was losing or making money didn't bother her that much. Why did Sun Yan even call in today? She and Sun Yan relationship is not too deep, just a chance to meet with Sun Yan. Sun Yan has the idea to open a car dealership, and Sun Yan also showed her personal ability. So under the boredom of investment to play, casually picking up the phone, Gu Shiran faintly said, "Hello, MS, Gu." On the other side of the phone, Sun Yan's polite voice came, Boss Sun, is something wrong?" Gu Shiran, who was sitting there, had a pair of long legs gently cocked up, and her short dress showed endless temptation. It's just a temptation that no one can enjoy anymore. Gu Shiran and Gu Baiwa were 2 extremes. One is a top-notch royalty and the other is a white moonlight ceiling. The contrast between a day-old charming bone and a day-old innocence is full of contrasts. MS, Gu, something has happened to the car dealership. Only you can save it this time. Hearing Sun Yan's words, Gu Shiran frowned. Sun Yan said with a bitter smile. Miss Gu, that stupid woman Wu Pei has offended someone, and now that person has asked the government departments to jointly enforce the law to investigate the car dealership. So if we can't get that person off their backs, it's estimated that the car dealership won't be able to open. Oh, that's right, then the car dealership is closed. It's not much money anyway. I've got something else on my side, so hang up if there's nothing else, Gu Shiran said indifferently. Ha! Sun Yan on the other side of the phone couldn't help but be dumbfounded as a whole when he heard Gu Shiran being so wealthy. He had thought that taking out the bankruptcy of the car dealership would make Gu Shiran sit up and take notice, but to his surprise, Gu Shiran didn't care at all. Gu, don't hang up yet. Listen to me, you must save me this time. In fact, to open this car dealership I used many illegal means, otherwise it cannot be so profitable. The car dealership bankruptcy is fine, but the investigation of those joint law enforcement agencies, I cannot afford at all. Once the problem is detected, I am going to be a big problem. Gu, you are very prestigious in Magic City. I would like to ask you to intervene and make peace for me, so that person will calm down and not make things difficult for a small person like me. If that one can take the heat off, I'll do whatever I'm asked to do, even if it means kneeling down and apologizing for being a cow. After listening to Sun Yan's words, Gu Shiran said in a cold voice, Boss Sun, when I invested in the car dealership, it seems that I didn't let you do this kind of illegal thing, right? Now that you have problems, how can I help you? Besides, a person who can mobilize the entire government's law enforcement department may not be able to offend even my Gu family, let alone this amount of money I've invested. Even if I invested billions of dollars, there's no way I'd offend someone like that for you. Boss Sun, you'd better think of something on your own. I don't have time for your mess right now. After saying the words, Gu Shiran hung up the phone without the slightest hesitation. With that, he found his address book and directly pressed Gu Baiyue's phone number. Gu Baiyue, who had just gotten out of class, saw the call from her big sister and casually picked it up. Hey big sis, what's up? Why are you calling me? Are you missing your cute sister? I'll have to think about what to eat for dinner then. I haven't had much good food in the last 2 days and I'm craving it. Chapter 66, The Big Guy Drives a Bugatti. Voice of the night. Eat. You just know to eat. You don't know your old sister. I am now become a hot pot of ants. If this luxury car club competition can't win that Du Jianxiang, I am going to marry him. You can't bear to see your old sister my lifelong happiness just like this ruined. Gu Shiran said without a trace of anger. There was really nothing more she could do with her out-of-tune sister. This sister of hers had a well-behaved and understanding face, but in reality, she was a little devil character. Only after hearing Gu Shiran's words did Gu Baiyue remember that there was such a thing, and then said, Older sister, I remember. There is such a thing, but I might have to disappoint you. That Lin Feng seems to be in big trouble now. It's a toss-up whether or not he'll be able to come to school in this life. What's going on? Gu Shiran looked puzzled. This Lin Feng, isn't he a freshman? Why didn't he come to school all of a sudden? If this didn't come to school, then where was she going to find this Lin Feng? How was she going to get him to join her club and help her win matches? What else could it be? It's still not that guy Wang Haiyang who messed up. Didn't I meet with that Lin Feng on the parking last time, when you asked me to add his contact information, wanting to rope him into joining your luxury car club? It could be that we behaved a little bit more intimately, and then it was seen and posted on the school's forum by someone who was interested in the matter, and the matter was known to Wang Haiyang. Wang Haiyang has been pursuing me, and this person is so small-minded that he thought I had something going on with that Lin Feng, and then he intentionally messed with that Lin Feng at the military training. That Lin Feng didn't know which tendon was wrong. He didn't hold back and clashed with the military training instructors and injured 9 of them in one breath. And after this incident came to a head, the military intervened and took that Lin Feng away. Now Lin Feng hasn't gone back to school yet. He's probably in a bad way. If he's sentenced, he shouldn't have a chance to go back to school. Even if he comes out of it, the school won't be recruiting him. There's even such a thing? Gu Shiran had a surprised look on her face. She didn't think that just after 2 days of school, Lin Feng would be so unlucky to be targeted by Wang Haiyang. Wang Haiyang's identity she and Gu Baiyue both know, is the imperial capital of the rich family. The family has a ministerial-level old master, absolute power and noble family. Lin Feng had offended Wang Haiyang, and it was impossible to turn around in this life. Then Gu Shiran couldn't help but say regretfully, alas, it might be my destiny to do so. Never mind, since there's no chance on Lin Feng's side, I'll just be thinking of something else. By the way sis, I've had enough of this car, so ask the car dealership side to send me another car and I'll get a different one to drive. Gu Baiyue couldn't help but continue speaking after talking about Lin Feng. Gu Shiran said slowly, the car dealership went bankrupt, so go buy it yourself at another car dealership. Bankrupt? Old sister, you can't be kidding me? Isn't your car dealership the biggest car dealership in Magic City now? How come it suddenly went bankrupt? You wouldn't want to give me a new car. You wouldn't be deliberately giving me an excuse, right? Gu Baiyu said in disbelief. Just went bankrupt. The car dealership offended people who could not afford to offend, and now is being jointly enforced by the government departments. I guess this time want-to and reopening is impossible. That bad? On the other side, Gu Baiyu, who was holding the phone, couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaim in shock. A pair of large eyes suffused with shock. It's very serious. You're not unaware of the car dealership's network of connections. That's how it can be jointly enforced by the government departments. You should be able to imagine the existence of the people who are offended. It's a good thing I'm just putting up the money and not involved in the management and development of the dealership, or I'd be in a bit of trouble this time. Gu Shiran said thankfully. Gu Baiyu frowned and asked, then sister, do you know what kind of person the car dealership has offended? Such a powerful person can actually get to know. Anyway, the car dealership this time does not have much to do with you. Why not take this opportunity to get to know that big brother? More friends, more roads. Maybe in the future our family can use people. After listening to Gu Baiyu's words, Gu Shiran also felt that there was some truth to it. She just thought about how to get rid of her marriage with Du Jianxiang, and did not think about this aspect for a while. Now after Gu Baiyu's reminder, she felt that she should also get acquainted with it. Reaching her kind of status, there are really not many chances to meet a big shot worthy of letting her befriend. Okay, then I'll call Sun Yen over to ask and see if I can ask out that person to talk to him. Okay, old sister, I'll wait for your news. If that big shot can get an appointment, don't forget about old sister me. I'll go and dabble in a meal. After saying their words, the two sisters hung up and Gu Shiran recalled Sun Yen. On the other side, Sun Yen didn't get Gu Shiran's help, and was already at 6s and 7s and didn't know what to do, when he suddenly saw the phone call from Gu Shiran, and Sun Yen hastily picked it up. Hey, MS, Gu, Sun Yen, you now tell me the information about that big shot that the car dealership offended. I'll see what kind of person it is that can have so much energy, and see if I can help you mediate. Gu Shiran said faintly. Seeing that Gu Shiran was going to help herself out, Sun Yen looked as if she had found a lifesaver and said with an excited expression, okay Miss Gu. Then Sun Yen told Gu Shiran about Lin Feng's situation. Wait a minute, you're saying that the big shot you're talking to is the guy who used to order the Bugatti Blackout from the dealership? After listening to Sun Yen, Gu Shiran suddenly asked aloud. Sun Yen didn't know why Gu Shiran suddenly reacted so strongly, but still said carefully, yes MS, Gu, this big shot did buy a Bugatti Voice of Darkness from our car dealership. Is his name Lin Feng? Gu Shiran stood up directly in his chair and asked anxiously. It seems to be called Lin Feng. MS, do you know this big shot? Sun Yen also seemed to have seen hope and hurriedly asked after him. If there isn't a second Bugatti Blackout in the world, it should be recognizable. And okay, whether or not you'll be able to settle your affairs will have to wait until I've made contact with that person. After saying that, Gu Shiran hung up the phone and then called Gu Baiyu's side. What's the deal? Sis, is it possible I can rub it in? As soon as Gu Baiyu picked up the phone, she hurriedly inquired about dinner. You just know how to eat. Now you send me Lin Feng's contact information. Old sister, why do you want Lin Feng's contact information? Right now Lin Feng should be inside. He can't even get in touch if he wants to. When you go inside, the cell phones are all surrendered. It's impossible to turn them on. Old sister, don't be sick and desperate. It's unlikely that Lin Feng wants to come out of it this time. Having offended the Wang family and the military, even if he has a big background, it's unlikely that he'll be able to solve it so quickly. Chapter 67, Power is a good thing. What's the point of wasting words? Hurry up and send me Lin Feng's contact information. Thinking that Lin Feng was able to walk out of there intact from the targeting of the Wang family and the military, and now he was able to get the government to jointly enforce the seizure of the car dealership with a single word. This terrifying energy couldn't help but make Gu Shiran feel shocked. If it was really that Lin Feng that Gu Baiyu had spoken of, then he must get to know this Lin Feng whatever he said. Not only could this Lin Feng help himself out of his immediate predicament, but in the future, the Gu family might also embrace Lin Feng as their thigh. Gu Baiyu was unsure, but seeing her old sister's strong request, she still pushed Lin Feng's WeChat to Gu Shiran. You only have WeChat, no phone? Gu Shiran asked with a frown when she saw the message alert on her cell phone. There's no phone, but I can get a phone. The roommate who shares a dorm room with Lin Feng should have his number. Okay, now go get me the phone number and I'll wait to hear from you. It wasn't too easy for Gu Baiyu to ask for Lin Feng's contact information from Gao Lu and the others. With her status as one of the 4 school beauties, Gao Lu and the others had directly sold Lin Feng out in order to perform in front of Gu Baiyu. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't know Lin Feng very well yet, they probably would have told Gu Baiyu in their heads even what color Lin Feng's underwear was. Soon Gu Baiyu sent Lin Feng's cell phone number to Gu Shiran. Seeing Lin Feng's phone number, Gu Shiran directly dialed it. The other side, splendid car dealership door. Some leaders of the Joint Law Enforcement Department also followed. After all, it is the mayor of that big leader personally under the order. They gang always have to perform well. seeing Lin Feng walk out of the car dealership. Those leaders of the joint law enforcement departments hurriedly walked up and warmly greeted Lin Feng. There was no impermeable wall in the world. Although Lin Feng had directly called the mayor's office, this group of officials had investigated Lin Feng from many sources. He had memorized Lin Feng's looks deep in his heart before he came. Hello, Director Lin. I'm Xia Changhai from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. It's a pleasure to meet you, Director Lin. I'm Captain Wang Kan of the Fire Department. It's a pleasure to meet you, Director Lin. Wang Kan gave a direct military salute. Lin Feng shook hands with those department heads one by one with a smile on his face. Troubled comrades, there are serious problems with this car dealership. I hope you can investigate strictly and not let any lawbreakers escape the law. Lin Feng, this sentence, although it seems to be official courtesy, but the implied meaning is also very obvious. That is, you must give me a strict investigation. No one can give him a small action. Not allowed to appear to harbor the situation. What level was Lin Feng in the eyes of a group of leaders? That was an existence that could jack them from the top to the bottom with a single word. Those leaders all heard the meaning of Lin Feng's words, and hastily all patted their chests and said that they would definitely investigate to the end. All right, that's hard work, comrades. Seeing the assurance of the group of leaders, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Well, comrades, go ahead. I have other things to do. A host of department heads have been sent off respectfully. Zhang Ling, who was following Lin Feng, saw the scene in front of him and his entire body was shocked beyond words. How could he not have thought that this new boss of his was so terrifyingly strong? Those big shots who used to be so high up in the sky and unattainable in his eyes would be so polite in the face of this boss of his. This attitude was as good as a company subordinate meeting the boss scene. Coming to the front of the car, Lin Feng turned his head towards Zhang Ling and said, Zhang Ling, keep an eye on the situation of the car dealership at all times. If the officials want to dispose of the car dealership's property, you'll let me know. I'll fund the sale down at that time. I'll see that you've got a lot of experience in the management of the car dealership, so the car dealership will be handed over to you at that time. Hearing Lin Feng's words, a flash of excitement appeared on Zhang Ling's face. Lin Feng was actually going to give him the entire car dealership to manage. He was really being taken care of by the goddess of fortune. Okay, boss, I'll be sure to keep an eye on this. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, that's all I'm going to give you. Now that the car dealership isn't done with, just go home and take a good rest. And when the car dealership reopens, you can just come back to work. When the government seizes an industry like a car dealership, it is surely going to do something about it. After all, it could also bring in some revenue for the government. And when the time came, he could turn the car dealership into his own property when he bought it out. It's true that power is always a good thing. No amount of money you have is necessarily useful, but you have the power and all it takes is a word to want something. I was just sitting at the car dealership when I saw an unfamiliar caller on my cell phone. Lin Feng started the car while picking up the phone. Hello? Gu Shiran's voice came from the other side of the phone. Hello, how are you? Is this Mr. Lin Feng Lin? Lin Feng said indifferently. Yes, I'm Lin Feng. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Gu Shiran. I'm also an investor in Brilliant Car Dealership, and I'm also Gu Baiyue's sister. I heard that Sun Yan offended you, so I'm calling over to try to make amends with you. Mr. Lin. Hearing that it was Gu Baiyue's sister, the eldest miss of the Gu family, Lin Feng couldn't help but rise a hint of surprise. He didn't expect Gu Shiran to be the big boss behind the splendid car dealership. Then he said with the corner of his mouth curved, Miss Gu, if you call me over today, you don't want me to let the matter of the car dealership with you go, right? Gu Shiran hurriedly said, Mr. Lin, you've misunderstood. Not to mention that a small industry like a car dealership is nothing. Even if it's very important to me, I won't let Mr. Lin do this. Mr. Lin is what kind of person? Can't let Mr. Lin you to get rid of anger. I dare not say this kind of words. I just want to get acquainted with Mr. Lin. I just want to get acquainted with Mr. Lin. The car dealership, I'm just an investor. Have not been involved in the management of the car dealership. Any problems? Are not too much to do with me. I don't know if Mr. Lin has the time. I would like to invite Mr. Lin to have a meal, and get acquainted with him in the meantime. After listening to Gu Shiran's words, Lin Feng had some interest in Gu Shiran as a woman. This Gu Shiran was very good at what he did, and what he said was very comforting. Okay, I shouldn't have anything to do today. You can set the location. Just let me know when you get there. Then go to the Peace Hotel? I don't know if Mr. Lin feels my sincerity is okay. The Peace Hotel. Okay, let's go there then. Lin Feng said in agreement. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll see you at the Peace Hotel then. Gu Shiran over there had just finished talking to Lin Feng on the phone when Gu Baiyue's call came over. older sister. Did Lin Feng's phone call get through? It was always busy when I called you just now. You can't really be on the phone with Lin Feng, can you? Gu Baiyue's curiosity was so great that when Gu Shiran was on the phone with Lin Feng, she called more than 10 times in a row just to find out if Gu Shiran had gotten in touch with Lin Feng. Gu Shiran rolled her eyes and said without any goodwill, "Can you put your curiosity away for a while? You called me more than 10 times in the time it took me to make a phone call." Old sis. I'm not too curious, wanting to know what's going on over at Lin Feng's side, whether he's gotten past the Wang family and the military or not, Gu Baiyue said in a petulant manner. Gu Shiran also lazy more nonsense, said faintly, contacted Lin Feng outside well, and engaged in the car dealership of that big brother is Lin Feng. This time you wait to see a good show. And so Lin Feng back to school estimates will not let go of Wang Haiyang. Holy, old sister, you're not lying to me, right? So Lin Feng is really out there? Gu Baiyue exclaimed in shock. What are you fussing about? My ears are almost deafened by you. Can you talk properly? Gu Shiran was startled by Gu Baiyue's sudden scream and hurriedly took the phone away from his ear. Chapter 68. If you have something to say, just say it. Sis, I wasn't too excited. I accidentally spoke a little louder, Gu Baiyue said aggressively on the phone. If she didn't know what kind of character Gu Baiyue was, she would have definitely been deceived by this pitiful look of hers. Gu Shiran, who was holding the phone, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Since she was a child, Gu Baiyue had always been like this, and she had long been immune to it. Well, what do you want to ask? You ask yourself when you see him. I set the place of appointment at the Peace Hotel. Don't mess up for me at night. This time Lin Feng is my savior. Whether or not I can win my bet with Du Jianxiang, it all depends on him. On the other side of the Gu Baiyue hastily put away the color of jokes. A serious face. Sister, you can rest assured. How can I joke about your lifelong matters? I went to the light to eat and not talk, okay? Okay, it's best if you can be a mute. Leaving from the car dealership, Lin Feng drove directly to the Peace Hotel. Originally he was thinking of going to the Huangpubei sales office, but now since Gu Shiran was looking for him, he would go to meet this Gu family's eldest daughter first. Soon, Lin Feng drove his car to the Peace Hotel. His car had just parked in the parking lot when he saw General Manager Li Feng running all the way to meet him. You're here, boss. Coming closer, General Manager Li Feng said respectfully. Lin Feng looked at Li Feng with some surprise. Manager Li, how did you know I was coming? He remembered very clearly that he definitely hadn't informed Li Feng before he came. So how come Li Feng came to greet him just after he arrived here? Li Feng hurriedly said, Boss, after you came last time, I let the people below me memorize your looks and the car you drove. As long as you come, boss, the people below me will notify me at the first time. Hearing Li Feng's reply, Lin Feng nodded slightly. Have a heart. After praising Li Feng, Lin Feng took a step towards the inside of the hotel. How's business at the hotel these days? Lin Feng, who was walking in front, faintly asked. Back to the boss. It's been a peak time for traveling lately, and the income is going to be higher than ever. Li Feng, who was following behind, hurriedly returned. Lin Feng said with a smile, Good job. If you can keep managing the hotel so well, I'll give you a raise at the end of the year. Hearing the word pay raise, Li Feng couldn't help but have his eyes light up. He wasn't bad for money now, but who could be bad with money? And wasn't he doing this because he wanted to make more money? There was no way he was going to pass up an opportunity to make more money. Don't worry, boss. I will definitely take care of the hotel and will not fail you. The two talked their way into the hotel. Lin Feng faintly asked, How many rooms did Gu Shiran book? That big lady from the Gu family? Hearing Lin Feng's inquiry, Li Feng hurriedly replied, Boss, the room Gu Shiran booked is in the Supreme 7 box. Okay, take me there. Hearing that it was the Supreme box, Lin Feng couldn't help but nod slightly. It seemed that this Gu Shiran was still sincere. The Supreme box is the top private room of the Peace Hotel. Dining in the Supreme box, the minimum consumption has to be in the 6 figures. No matter how much you eat, your consumption will have to reach 6 figures, otherwise it will not be received. This is also the reason why the Peace Hotel is afraid that some people will deliberately occupy the Supreme private room and affect the income of the Peace Hotel. The Peace Hotel, while still a top-notch hotel, is now thoroughly profit-oriented, and its primary mission is to make a profit. After coming to the Supreme private room again, Lin Feng directly sat down in the private room and waited. Though usually the guest being feasted on arrives last, that way it looks rehearsed. But Lin Feng never cared about those petty things. It didn't matter if he made a row or not, just follow his mood. Come early if you're in a good mood, come late if you're not, or don't even come at all. Anyway, no one dares to say anything about him. He does not come to the appointment. Looking for his people do not dare to complain. Of course, this kind of pigeonholing thing he will not easily do. After all, show too much character. Generally he does not want to see people on the spot will be rejected, will not give each other the opportunity to set up a banquet to wait for him. She didn't have to wait long in the private room before she heard a sound of high heels clashing with the ground from outside the door. With that, the door to the private room was pushed open. A waiter stood respectfully by the door, and a beautiful woman stepped out from behind it. Seeing Gu Shiran, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This woman was very pretty, and she exuded the kind of imperial lady temperament that made people see it and couldn't help but rise a desire to conquer. Among the women he had seen, the one with the strongest imperial temperament belonged to this Miss Gu family. Of course, Michelle Yi is not to be compared. Michelle Yi does not belong to the ranks of imperial ladies, and facing Michelle Yi will only make people feel its nobility and strength. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Feng had a system in place and had enough backbone to face Yi Xian, if it was anyone else, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even have the courage to speak beside Yi Xian. This was the kind of dominance and nobility that could not be practiced by ordinary people when they were cultivated by top powerful families. Although Gu Shiran's aura couldn't be compared to that of Yi Xian's, it was definitely much stronger than women like Lin Youer, Jiang Yan, and Chen Qingya. After all, Gu Shiran was the golden young lady of the Gu family, one of the four most powerful families in the Magic City, living in a luxurious family since childhood. Without having to deliberately cultivate it, the noble aura she carried was enough to support her aura. Gu Shiran, who walked in, also saw Lin Feng, and at the first sight of Lin Feng, her entire body froze for a split second. Lin Feng's looks, that was naturally impeccable, had definitely reached the peak of Oriental men. Coupled with the confidence and calmness in his body, no woman could remain calm after seeing Lin Feng. This man, Gu Shiran thought silently in his heart. Although she was stunned by Lin Feng's handsomeness, Gu Shiran recovered very quickly, and after coming back to her senses, she even greeted her with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Gu Shiran, nice to meet you." As she spoke, Gu Shiran put her jade hand over. Lin Feng also stood up with a smile on his face and extended his hand to gently shake Gu Shiran. "I have heard of Miss Gu's great name." Lin Feng spoke politely with his mouth. After both parties retrieved their hands, Gu Shiran reached out and said invitingly, "Please sit down, Mr. Lin. It's really my honor to be able to ask Mr. Lin out in my busy schedule today. But, Mr. Lin, don't worry, I'm looking for Mr. Lin to come today, and the car dealership does not have the slightest relationship. Sun Yen is what happens all because he is to blame. I'm looking for Mr. Lin, just simply want to get acquainted." Hearing Gu Shiran's words, the corners of Lin Feng's mouth curved slightly, his smile carrying a meaningful color. "Is it really as simple as wanting to get acquainted that Miss Gu sought me out? Let's just say what we have to say, and don't get all bent out of shape about that." Seeing Lin Feng being so direct, Gu Shiran coughed awkwardly. "Mr. Lin's character is really quick, so I won't hide anything then. Actually, this time, I asked Mr. Lin to come here because I want to invite Mr. Lin to join my luxury car club." Chapter 69. What a deep sisterly love. Hearing Gu Shiran's words, Lin Feng faintly raised his eyebrows. "Oh, Ms. Gu, it's not that I'm a person with a lot of ideas, but I'd like to know if you're going to all this trouble to ask me out just for such a small thing? I know about the limousine club. Isn't it just a place where some limousines meet? Although I drive a nice car, there's no need for Ms. Gu to get so worked up about it, right?" Gu Shiran knew that Lin Feng wasn't that gullible. He couldn't help but say with a smile, "Mr. Lin, there's no problem for you to think a little more. In fact, I'm inviting you to join my limousine club. As I said when I came in a while ago, I genuinely want to make a friend with Mr. Lin." Lin Feng lightly glanced at Gu Shiran and slightly shook his head. "Miss Gu, you're very dishonest. I don't like you as a friend, so I think it's better to forget about this matter." After saying his words, Lin Feng directly stood up and walked towards the outside, not giving Gu Shiran the slightest chance to speak at all. This Gu Shiran made such a big deal of asking herself out, but only to make a friend. He didn't believe this woman's bull asterisk. Since this woman didn't say anything, then he didn't bother to waste time here. It just so happened that the time was still early to go to Huangpu Bay to take a look at this newly acquired property of his. After all, in the future, this would be the place he would arrange for his woman. And being the top mansion in Magic City, he wanted to see it. Just as Lin Feng arrived at the door and Gu Shiran stood up anxiously to call out to Lin Feng, a silhouette also appeared outside the door. White hair tie, white dress, white flat shoes. Although the makeup is only light, but the innocent face, I do not know how stunning. The owner of this silhouette was none other than Gu Shiran's younger sister, and one of the four major school beauties of the University of Finance and Economics, known as the Moonlight Goddess, Gu Baiwei. Ouch! Gu Baiwei didn't expect someone to walk out of the private room and directly collided with Lin Feng. With Lin Feng's physical qualities, Gu Baiwei was naturally knocked directly backwards. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng shot out like lightning and directly pulled him back. By means of inertia, Gu Baiwei only felt as if her whole body was a roller coaster. First tipping backwards, then lunging forward and slamming back into Lin Feng's arms. Warm fragrance and soft jade. This was the first feeling of holding Gu Baiwei in her arms. Gu Baiwei and Gu Shiran are two extremes, an imperial sister mature and charming, a pure icy pity. See, the first glance gives a person a feeling of wanting to fall in love, only to see Gu Baiwei, who was lying in Lin Feng's arms. Her face reddened, as if she was as beautiful as a young girl in spring. Gu Baiwei's kind of white moonlight face was really not something an average man could resist, and coupled with the shyness of a young girl, it actually caused Lin Feng to rise up with an urge to press her on the bed and humiliate her severely. "Are you okay?" Looking at Gu Baiwei in his arms, Lin Feng asked with a low smile. Only after hearing Lin Feng's words did Gu Baiwei react from her disorientation. "Well, it's fine, thanks to you, Lin Feng. Otherwise I would have had to fall for good today." As she spoke, Gu Baiwei was a little reluctant to leave from Lin Feng's secure arms. When she was lying in Lin Feng's arms just now, that feeling of being filled with security made her a bit mesmerized. It was the first time she had ever been on her back in the arms of a man other than her father, but the feeling was too comforting for her. After replying, Gu Baiwei seemed to have just remembered something, and her watery eyes stared tightly at Lin Feng, filled with a desire to know. "Right, Lin Feng, are you all right?" Lin Feng said suspiciously. "It's nothing, what can I do?" "Why did you suddenly ask such a question?" Gu Baiwei couldn't help but say. "Weren't you arrested by the police? And the whole school has been spreading the word about you being so heroic on the playground. So that's why I'm asking if you're alright." Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. "It's okay, the police uncles have investigated clearly. The fault is not in me. I belong to self-defense. After recording the statement, they let me out." Justifiable defense? Can it still operate like that? Gu Baiwei didn't believe Lin Feng's words at all. It's teasing the little cutie. Playing? Not to mention Wang Haiyang, who was behind it. But even those military instructors, who had such a scandal, wouldn't just let it go, without a strong background. Even if the police station determines that you were acting in self-defense, when you walk out of the police station you will be taken away by the military to clean up the mess. So how could you be released so gently? And Wang Yang, that villain, will not let Lin Feng so good. The police want to release Lin Feng. Wang Yang will not agree. Secretly will certainly find people to stare at this matter, which would be as easy as Lin Feng said. She didn't believe what Lin Feng said at all. Looking at Gu Baiyu's suspicious eyes, Lin Feng with a light smile on his face didn't say much and directly stepped towards the outside. Seeing Lin Feng's appearance as if he was going to leave, Gu Baiwei could not help but gaze toward the private room inside the past. There is also the intention of inquiry in his eyes, wanting to ask Gu Shiran what's going on, which just came to Lin Feng how to go. Gu Shiran, who was standing there, had thought that Gu Baiwei had come, and relying on their one-sided relationship in school, Lin Feng would put away the idea of leaving. Even Gu Shiran thought that if he could use Gu Baiwei to seduce Lin Feng to his hand, it would be worth it. But he didn't expect that Gu Baiwei's face didn't even play a role, and Lin Feng's firm idea of leaving didn't even weaken at all. The sisters, so to speak, have a very weak sisterly bond, one that doesn't care about his sister's death and only thinks about watching the fun. Gu Baiwei naturally knew about Du Jianxiang and Gu Shiran's affair, but she didn't have the slightest idea of wanting to help. Instead, she had the attitude of a melon eater who wanted to see her sister's jokes. Instead, Gu Shiran was thinking of selling his sister's beauty and letting Gu Baiwei seduce Lin Feng to help him through his difficulties. Seeing her sister's powerless expression, Gu Baiwei couldn't help but glare at her with hatred, then turned around and took Lin Feng's hand in hers. "Lin Feng, you don't want to go. I just came, you have to go. Is not deliberately avoiding me. At least they are also the school flower. How much do you give face? So, if you stay for dinner today, I will promise you a request." How? Hearing Gu Baiwei's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but turn around in surprise. How was this Gu Baiwei a thing? Seeing Lin Feng's surprised gaze, a blush once again appeared on Gu Baiwei's face. The shyness of a young girl is always so hard to resist. Big schoolgirl Gu, you're not kidding me. You'll agree to anything I ask? Lin Feng looked at Gu Baiwei with an odd expression. Gu Baiwei stood there pitifully. Well, I promise you everything." At the end of her words, Gu Baiwei's voice was already as thin as a mosquito, so if it wasn't for Lin Feng's good ear, he wouldn't have been able to hear what she was saying at all. Chapter 70, I want half of the Gu family's shares in your hands. Looking at Gu Baiwei's look of I feel sorry for her, Lin Feng really couldn't stand it a bit. He really wanted to press Gu Baiwei there and ravage her hard right now. Feeling Lin Feng's burning gaze, Gu Baiwei's head lowered even more, and that shy look was such that even a man with an iron heart could be melted. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curved slightly. "Fine, if Big School Flower Gu said so, it would be too uninteresting if I still refused. You promise?" Gu Baiwei raised her head in joy and excitement. Watching Gu Baiwei's performance, Gu Shiran couldn't help but tug at the corners of his mouth. This sister of his definitely has a talent for acting. This could be an Oscar winner, right? I knew you were the best. Lin Feng, let's go in. As she spoke, Gu Baiwei even went up and took Lin Feng's arm, looking at Gu Shiran with a smug look on her face, as if she was a proud little princess. Gu Shiran looked at her faintly, and although he didn't show anything on his face, he admired her in his heart. While she was usually a little irritated with her sister's impish personality, today she had to give a thumbs up. Lin Feng, who was being held by Gu Baiwei's arm, had actually seen through that Gu Baiwei was putting on a show, only he had been pretending not to see it. Since there was a beautiful woman who wanted to throw her arms around him, or a school beauty like Gu Baiwei, of course he came to the rescue. After re-entering the private room, Lin Feng sat down on a chair and slowly said, Miss Gu, tell me, what exactly is the reason you're so insistent on me joining your luxury car club? Gu Shiran knew that she couldn't hide it any longer. It was better to be honest in the face of someone like Lin Feng, because she didn't have any capital at all in front of Lin Feng. There is no advantage in either background or wealth. Gu Shiran then directly told the true situation all. After listening to Gu Shiran's narration, Lin Feng slowly said, so that's how it is, but what does it have to do with me? If I help you win the competition, won't I indirectly offend the Du family? I have no grudges with the Du family. Because of what happened to you, let me make a grudge against the Du family for no reason. How can I see it isn't a very cost-effective Sitting aside, Gu Baiwei, looking a little anxious, not waiting for Gu Shiran to speak, directly said, Aya's sister, you hurry up to say what you can take out of the benefits of the bar. Grinding. People. Lin Feng said there is no mistake. You do not have a little benefit. What makes people help you? Gu Shiran naturally knew what Lin Feng meant, just that she didn't want to pay at all, and held on to the idea that she could do nothing good and let Lin Feng help her. Now that Gu Baiwei had made her words clear, she also knew that she could no longer remain indifferent. Mr. Lin, let's put it this way, I'm willing to take out $100 million in payment. What do you think? Lin Feng shook his head. What is the situation of the Du family? You should know better than me. To offend the Du family just for the sake of this 100 million of yours, it's really a little bit more than worth it. I see that Ms. Gu still doesn't have any sincerity, so let's forget about this matter. With those words, Lin Feng stood up once again to leave. This will be a side. Gu Baiwei, anxious, angry, directly said, Sister, why don't you marry Lin Feng? You're so abrasive, really make me speechless. The moment Gu Baiwei's words came out, Lin Feng and Gu Shiran all froze. The gazes of the two then couldn't help but look at Gu Baiwei, as if inquiring, you can't be joking, right? The atmosphere, which was originally somewhat unpleasant, instantly turned ambiguous after Gu Baiwei finished her sentence. Gu Baiwei, what are you babbling about? Gu Shiran, who had reacted, couldn't help but gnash her teeth. What is this all about? How confused they are going to marry Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng is very handsome and is the first man to make his heart flutter, he can't just marry him. How can I say that he has to cultivate his feelings first? Blah blah blah. What kind of nonsense is one thinking about? Gu Shiran couldn't help but curse herself in her heart for being shameless, not having any reserve at all. What do you mean by cultivating feelings first, but that she can't marry Lin Feng at all? Gu Baiwei saw the atmosphere easing down, and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly. Okay, I'm just joking. See how nervous you two are. I'm not looking at the scene as too tense, and want to ease the atmosphere. Well, everyone don't rush to make a decision first. No matter what it is, there is something to talk about. Well, let's sit down and have a good talk. Lin Feng is not satisfied with my sister's request. That can be in the study. After Gu Baiwei made such a fuss, it eased the atmosphere. Soon the meal had been served. The three of them then chatted as they ate in the private room. Gu Baiwei said, Lin Feng, just tell me what you want. As long as my sister can agree to something, there's definitely no problem. Du Jianxiang is a person you don't know. If my sister marries him, she's definitely going into the fire pit. Du Jianxiang is the eldest son of the Du family, has some character flaws as a person, and I've heard that he has violent tendencies. I don't know how much my sister would have suffered if she had married there. Moreover, the Du family has been having ambitions to annex our three great families over the years, and although my sister is not the first heir of the Gu family, she has shares of the Gu family in her hands, so if we allow the Du family to extend their hands into our Gu family's industries, then there will definitely be big trouble in the future. If I let my sister choose to marry someone, it would really be better to marry you, Lin Feng. At the very least, if you marry my sister, you don't have to worry about thinking about my Gu family's industry like the Du family. After speaking, Gu Baiwei didn't give Lin Feng and Gu Shiran a chance to speak and turned her head to look at Gu Shiran again. Sis, you too. You say you're not sincere. Lin Feng helped you so much. You just that 100 million as a reward. Lin Feng is worse than you that 100 million. You'd better show some sincerity. If you don't show some sincerity, I don't care about you. When Lin Feng is gone, let's see who can still help you. Under Gu Baiyu's mediation, Gu Shiran thought for a moment and slowly said, Lin Feng, just say it, what do you want? As long as I can agree it's not a problem. Lin Feng tapped his fingers on the table, looked at Gu Shiran and said with a faint smile, my request is simple. I want half of the shares of the Gu family in your hands. What? That's impossible. I have 10% of the Gu family's shares in my hands. If I give you half of it, wouldn't that mean you have 5% of my Gu family's shares? That's impossible. I don't agree. Gu Baiyue couldn't help but look surprised when she heard the request made by Lin Feng. How could she not expect that Lin Feng would be so lionized? What does 5% of the Gu family's shares represent? It represents tens of billions of dollars in assets. Chapter 71 Huangpu Bay Sales Office. Seeing that Gu Shiran didn't agree, Lin Feng spread his hands a bit. Then since you don't agree, then I can only say sorry. There's nothing I can do about this matter. MS. Gu, go back and think about it. If you figure it out you can always come to me. MS. Gu should know that this request of mine is actually not excessive at all. If you give me 5% of the Gu family's shares, it's still better than having the entire Gu family snatched away by the Du family. After standing up, Lin Feng said something before walking directly outside. Just as he came outside, he saw Li Feng, the general manager who had been waiting at the door ready to serve. Boss. Seeing Lin Feng, Li Feng hurriedly said respectfully. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Alright, I'm done here. You go and get busy too. Okay, boss. Li Feng respectfully sent Lin Feng all the way outside the hotel and watched him drive away before he turned around and returned to the hotel. After Lin Feng left, only the Gu sisters remained in the private room. Sister, I don't think Lin Feng's request is excessive. Compared to the Du family, I feel that Lin Feng is much stronger than the Du family, and there's no one else in the entire Magic City who can help you in this matter besides Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng's demands are a bit high, but it's still within the acceptable range. Gu Shiran frowned slightly. Xiao Yu, do you know, the reason why I've been holding this 10% in my hands is because you should know what it means. Our elder brother, that's simply an unsupportable bucket. I'm afraid that the Gu family will be finished if we put the Gu family's family business in his hands. That's why I want to fight for it with this 10% of shares in my hand, to see if I can take control of the management of the Gu family. But now Lin Feng wants to take half of my shares, and if I don't agree to it, there's no one who can help me fight against the Du family. And if I agree to it, I might have to lose the fight for control of the Gu family. Thinking of her own indisputable big brother, Gu Baiyue couldn't help but frown a little as well. Ever since she was a little girl, she had been very unimpressed with her big brother. She has no ability and is good for nothing except for losing her family. But in this generation, the Gu family has only one male member, her elder brother. The Gu family's future estate was definitely going to be handed over to his big brother. With her big brother's wasteful personality, the Gu family was definitely doomed. Thinking about it made one's head hurt, and then Gu Baiyue stopped thinking about it. Sis, I feel like you'd better think about Lin Feng's request. I think it's much better to say yes to Lin Feng than to marry Du Jianxiang. Moreover, Lin Feng has 5% of our Gu family's shares, so in the future, when we fight for the control of our family, we might still be able to get Lin Feng's help. It's not a loss to use 5% of our shares in exchange for Lin Feng's help, and it's not like you're being asked to go sleep with Lin Feng, so what could you possibly be obsessing about? After the last sentence finished speaking, it gave Gu Shiran the idea of beating Gu Baiyue to death. You dead girl, what goes through your head all day? With this demeanor of yours, how did you become a moon goddess in school? If those people know you look like this, I guess this goddess image of yours will be ruined. Gu Baiyue, however, had a disinterested look on her face. I, Gu Baiyue, have acted in my life. Why do I need others to say so? As far as those people are concerned, they're nothing more than a bunch of lickspittles. It doesn't matter if I'm their goddess or not. It's not like I'm going to have anything to do with them. Then what if Lin Feng finds out? Seeing Gu Baiyue's arrogant look, Gu Shiran couldn't help but want to strike him a blow. Sis, how about you keep your mouth shut? I'm going to kill someone if you keep this up. When she heard that Gu Shiran was going to tell Lin Feng, Gu Baiyue got a little nervous. She couldn't say whether she liked or disliked her feelings towards Lin Feng. In short, she was a little flustered when Gu Shiran said that she wanted to tell Lin Feng about her unglamorous image. After the two sisters joked for a while, Gu Shiran's mood was also a bit better, and then said, Xiao Yu, what you said is not wrong, the lesser of two evils. Instead of letting the wolfish Du family persecute them, it's better to agree to Lin Feng's request. But I also need to investigate Lin Feng's strength properly. If he can win this bet with Du Jianxiang from helping me, and by the way, he can hold off the pressure from the Du family, then there's no harm in agreeing to his request. Alright, old sister, you finally figured it out. So let's give Lin Feng a call now and tell him earlier to avoid a long night. Gu Baiyue said slowly. Gu Shiran nodded and directly took out her cell phone to call Lin Feng. On the other hand, Lin Feng had already driven his car to the Huangpu Bay sales office. Just after getting off the bus, he saw the phone call from Gu Shiran. and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curve. And while following the phone call, he walked into the sales office. Just after arriving in the sales office, a good-looking female salesperson greeted him. "Welcome to the Hwangpu-bae sales office. May I ask, sir, are you looking to buy a house?" Lin Feng smiled and signaled the phone in his hand. The saleswoman nodded her head knowingly. "Yes, sir. This way, please. You take a break first." Coming to the rest area, Lin Feng directly sat on the sofa. "Hey, MS. Gu, have you figured it out by calling this number?" On the other side of the phone, Gu Shiran spoke. "Mr. Lin, I've figured it out. I'll agree to your request, but I need you to help me win the bet with Du Jianxiang first, and if you can win against Du Jianxiang, I can give the shares of the Gu family in my hands with both hands." Lin Feng said indifferently. "It seems that Miss Gu still doesn't believe in me a bit too much. I for one never force myself on others. If Miss Gu is sincere, we'll just sign the contract. If Miss Gu isn't sincere, then forget it. I'm a person who never likes to let others question me. As long as you give me the shares, I'll help you with all the bets you can make with Du Jianxiang, not to mention whether or not I can win your bet with Du Jianxiang 100%. Even if I don't, I still have the means to keep the Du family honest." So confident? Gu Shiran couldn't help but be surprised when she heard Lin Feng's words. How can a man have no self-confidence? Lin Feng said with a smile. "Good, then I'll trust you this time, Mr. Lin. I'll have someone draw up a contract now, get someone to notarize it, and sign a share transfer contract with Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, you're busy first, I'll contact you later." Gu Shiran also made up her mind and chose to take a gamble. "Good, then I'll wait for MS. Gu's good news." From the time Lin Feng came in to make the call until the call was hung up, the saleswoman who had received him had been standing by the side quietly waiting. Noticing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but be very satisfied. Hwangpu-bae deserves to be the top luxury residence in the Magic City. Not to mention what the neighborhood looks like, the quality of the staff at this sales office is very good. Just as Lin Feng was expressing his satisfaction with that saleswoman, inside the sales office manager's office, a woman with an alluring figure and beautiful looks walked out. Behind that woman, there was also a somewhat wealthy middle-aged man. Chapter 72 Top Scum Xiaomin. Lin Feng, who was sitting in the rest area, didn't even notice the two people coming out of the office. After making the call, Lin Feng was ready to ask the saleswoman to call the manager over. Before he could speak, he saw a flash of surprise appear on the face of the woman who walked out of the office. Lin Feng? After determining that she was not mistaken, a cold smile appeared on the woman's face. Then he saw the woman stepping on her high heels and taking steps towards Lin Feng here. "Oh, who is this? Am I not mistaken?" The woman who came over, after seeing Lin Feng, spoke in a conspiratorial manner. It was only when he heard the voice that Lin Feng noticed the woman, and when he saw the woman clearly, a wonderful color appeared on his face as well. This woman was no other than his first love in high school. The two had been friends for 3 years in high school, and it was thanks to this woman that he was able to activate the system. In the beginning, he didn't know much about relationship matters, and only thought that if he was good to his girlfriend, he would be able to exchange the other party's sincere treatment. Until the two high school graduation day, he inadvertently saw this Xiaokoko in a BMW car after leaving, only to realize that his 3 years of meticulous care of Xiaokoko, not at all in exchange for the so-called true heart. From that moment onwards, Lin Feng realized that what is sincere are all floating clouds. What a woman to follow you sincerely. In addition to the money is money. During the 3 years of high school, not only did he take good care of this Xiaomin, but he also didn't spend a lot of money. His family is quite wealthy. The family opened a building materials store, and the net profit is several $100,000 a year. He spent over $100,000 a year for the 3 years he was with Sharwin, but despite this, none of them ended up leaving Sharwin behind, and she ended up running off with a rich young man. The last time he knew anything about Sharman was when a deadbeat from high school told him. It says that Ha-min went to Hangzhou to attend college, and then there's no news. I didn't expect that the two of them would meet in Mordor today, or that they would see each other in a place like the Hwangpu-bae sales office, a top mansion. The saleswoman, who was about to receive Lin Feng, saw Xiaomin who came over, plus heard his eccentric words, and couldn't help but put back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. This Xiaowin she knew, a new employee who came over a month ago, but Sharwin is not well liked within the sales office. I've heard that I had to ask for favors to get into the sales office. When she first came to the sales office, Xiaokoko was condescending and had a very bad time with them, her co-workers, because all Zaven did was look down on them. Of course, not everyone has a good temper. One of the saleswomen couldn't look away and argued with Sharman, but before much time had passed, the saleswoman was fired. After hearing about this incident, although the group of female sales could not look at Xiamin, no one dared to offend her anymore. Instead, it made Charmin even more arrogant. They are all ordinary sales, but Xiamin is like a leader every day. Every day to them to call and shout. The current Huangpu Bay sales office was in a mess by Kokoha, and the saleswoman could see that this Xiamin should be related to this good-looking little brother. Looking up and seeing Xiamin, Lin Feng said with a smile, "You're not wrong. It's just such a coincidence. I didn't expect us to meet here." Looking at Lin Feng's handsome face, Xiamin's heart became even more disturbed. "Lin Feng, what are you doing here? Do you know what this place is? This is the top mansion sales office in Magic City. Buying a house here requires a capital inspection. If you don't want to make a fool of yourself, hurry up and leave. Don't disgrace yourself here," Sharwin said with a frown. Lin Feng wasn't uncomfortable with what Xiamin said. He wasn't the person he once was. When he first saw Xia Coco leaving in a BMW, he was almost infuriated. But now he can say that he has an inner peace towards Xia Coco, and even this woman, in his own memory, is just a passerby. Only to see Lin Feng nodding. "In that case, if you don't say it, I don't even know that this is the top mansion in Magic City. To see a house even needs a capital inspection. That's really me being a loner. Oh, it's not too late to know. People like you can't afford a house here in your lifetime. I know what you come here means, nothing more than want to pretend, but you think too simple. A moment when waiting for the inspection of capital, you cannot take out that is called a real shame," Sharwin said with contempt. While Xiamin was talking, Lin Feng's cell phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Lin Feng casually picked it up. "Hey Lin Feng, I heard Gao Lo and the others say you're fine?" The person who called was Zhang Yan. He had been very worried about Lin Feng ever since his accident at the military training. But she was just an ordinary person. She didn't have the strength for Lin Feng's matter even if she had the heart. One could only silently pray that Lin Feng was alright. Now that she heard that Lin Feng was fine, her entire body was relieved. And then she hurriedly called Lin Feng. "Well, it's okay, it's just a little thing. Just go inside and take a statement and you'll be out." Lin Feng didn't want Zhang Yan to know too much, like what he was doing with the Wang family and the military. It was useless for Zhang Yan to know too much. It would only make her worry more. Zhang Yan counted as her second woman. As for the Xia Min in front of her, she could barely be considered the first woman. Talking to Zhang Yan, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyes and glance at Xia Min. Although he didn't turn out so well with Coco Summer, he didn't lose out too much, and at best, he took a ride. After all, Xia Min was still a virgin when she was with herself, and it wasn't as if he'd found joy in Coco Summer over the course of those 3 years. He was so upset and uncomfortable when he broke up, but in retrospect, he actually earned it, and it wasn't a loss at all. Seeing Lin Feng staring at himself, Xia Min frowned. "Lin Feng, I know what you're thinking. I'm telling you, it's simply not possible for us anymore. You'd better give up your idea. You're simply not worthy of me right now. Do you know who my current boyfriend is? His wealth is countless times greater than yours, and you will never make a tenth of his total assets in your lifetime. Well, are you feeling particularly uncomfortable and regretful right now? It doesn't matter. Even if you regret it anymore, you can't be having me." Xia Min stood there cracking up, but Lin Feng didn't listen to half a word because he was now talking to Zhang Yan. "Do you have time now?" Lin Feng took his cell phone and asked Zhang Yan. "There are no more classes." Ginger Yan replied, "Okay, you can come over to me when you don't have class. I'm at the Green City Huangpu Bay sales office. You can come over and talk about it later." Chapter 73, Xia Min's feeling of superiority. Only after hanging up the phone did Lin Feng raise his head and say, "By the way, what did you just say?" "I was just on the phone with my friend. I didn't hear what you said." Lin Feng's words directly caused the female sales standing beside him to snort out a laugh. Xiamin was furious and even gave the saleswoman a fierce glare. The saleswoman knew that she might have offended Sharwin with this outburst, but she didn't care. She only had one thought right now, and that was to relieve her anger. At the same time, he also heard about the relationship between Lin Feng and Xiamin. The two were originally a couple and then broke up as to what happened in between. According to her understanding of Ha Min, it must be that Ha Min had a new love and then dumped this little brother. She could only feel sorry for her little brother for 3 seconds now. And yet, it also felt like Sharwin was a little too unaware of the situation. This little brother is so handsome, and looking at its dress, he doesn't look like someone who doesn't have money. Which one of her tendons is wrong? This Ha Min, to have dumped her little brother. A man like little brother, she just couldn't find him even if she wanted to. And she also noticed that before Lin Feng came in, he seemed to have driven over in a sports car. That sports car had a Bugatti badge, and while she didn't know what model it was, she knew that every Bugatti car was worth a lot of money. "Lin Feng, you're less likely to find your so-called sense of existence in front of me. I know you're saying this on purpose. It's just to find some self-respect. I'm telling you, you'll never have self-respect in front of me." As for your so-called weak existence, I think it's better to forget about it. In a while my boyfriend is going to come to pick me up from work, and then I'll show you what a real rich man is. Just as Xiaomin was talking to Lin Feng, outside the sales office, a multi-million-dollar Lamborghini Bull slowly stopped. The car had just come to a stop when the man in it pushed open the door and stepped out. And coincidentally, the location where that big bull was parked was right next to Lin Feng's car. The rich kid who stepped out of the car couldn't help but let out a scream after seeing Lin Feng's Bugatti Voice of Darkness. Holy, that's the ING Bugatti Blackout, isn't it? This car is so awesome. If I could drive this car, I would dare to walk sideways in Mordor. That rich second generation circled around Lin Feng's car, and after seeing that it was still a new car without a license plate, he couldn't help but become even more envious. The guy driving the car must be very powerful. Although he drives a multi-million-dollar Lamborghini Bull and has surpassed 99.9% of the people in China, the person who can drive a Bugatti Blackout is the 0.1% of the people he has not surpassed. The difference in assets between a $10 million car and a $100 million plus car is definitely not as simple as a tenfold difference. It is very likely that people are tens or even hundreds of times more wealthy than they are. Because in China, there will be many Lamborghini Grand Bulls, while there is only one Bugatti Blackout. How nice it would be for me to get acquainted with such big men high, and perhaps all my family could be better off. After envying for a while, that rich second generation left with some fondness. He also took a picture on his cell phone on the way out and sent it directly to the luxury car club group he had joined. And that luxury car club he joined was created by none other than Gu Shiran. The man's photo was just posted to the group and the group instantly exploded. That's an awesome car. It's a Bugatti Blackout, right? Where did Mr. Chen see this? When did someone in our Magic City buy a Bugatti Black Knight Voice? Yeah, isn't the Bugatti Blackout in the hands of the Bugatti president? Who has so much energy to forcefully purchase the car directly from the hands of Bugatti's president? Ha ha, Young Li, the word forced you added is very spiritual. This car is indeed similar to what you said. You do need to use force if you want to take it down. Bugatti president people do not lack of money. You give more money will not be sold to you. The only can buy the car from his hands is absolutely must have a strong strength. I'm guessing the owner of this car bought it from one of our domestic bulls, some cockney in the tower. If it wasn't for one of those third-generation young masters, there's no one else with that kind of power, is there? For a while, there was a lot of discussion in the group of luxury car clubs. The two sisters, Gu Shiran, who were in the group, naturally saw the talk in the group. Sis, this is Lin Feng's car, right? Gu Baiwei sat on the sofa in Gu Shiran's office and asked with her cell phone. Gu Shiran, who was dealing with the documents, couldn't help but pick up his cell phone and look at it when he heard Gu Baiwei's words. After seeing the message in the group, he couldn't help but nod his head and say, "It's Lin Feng's car." Magic City and even the whole of Huaxia, Lin Feng's car is also the only one. What did this Lin Feng go to the Green City Huangpu Bay sales office for? Gu Baiwei began to show her intelligence. Old sister, I think Lin Feng went to buy a house. He doesn't have a house in Magic City yet, right? Why don't I give him a call and I'll give him my house for a while? Gu Shiran raised his eyebrows and glanced at Gu Baiwei. He lives in your house. Where do you live? Gu Baiwei said, I also live in my own house. My house has many rooms. I can reluctantly let him stay for a while. Gu Shiran saw through the thoughts in Gu Baiwei's heart with a single glance. Gu Baiyu, I think you're really going to be lawless, aren't you? You're the Gu family's golden girl. What do you mean by letting a man live in your house? Do you still want your face? Looking at her sister's iron face, Gu Baiwei felt very good. Sis, you've got it all wrong. I let Lin Feng stay at my house. Wasn't I seeking to pull in a bit of a relationship, so that in the future, we can have a bit of a better relationship with Lin Feng as well? Gu Shiran said in a cold voice. Don't you dare to force your words here. There's no way I'll let you go through with this. I have a set of house in Thompson Epine that's vacant. It should be worthy of Lin Feng's status. Let him live there. This matter is settled. Don't you dare to talk nonsense to me. Ha! Gu Baiyu's entire body was dumbfounded, and then her eyes suspiciously looked at Gu Shiran. Sis, are you telling the truth? I remember that house you usually go over and stay there when you're not doing anything, right? What kind of eyes are you looking at? Would your sister be as nasty as you? I can be much more reserved than you. Just as the two sisters were in the office discussing which of them to let Lin Feng live with, the rich kid in the big Lamborghini Bull also walked into the sales office. Just after walking into the sales office, the first thing that rich second generation saw was Xiaomin standing in front of Lin Feng, and as if she had felt something, Xiaomin's eyes looked towards the entrance of the sales office. Honey, you're here. Chapter 74, You're not qualified to know me. Hearing Xiaomin's shout, Chen Kai walked over with a smile on his face. Honey, what are you doing here? At this time, the middle-aged man who had previously walked out of the office with Xiaomin could not help but greet Chen Kai after seeing him. Young Chen is here. Facing the middle-aged man's greeting, Chen Kai nodded and said, Manager Su isn't busy today, hasn't Mr. Wang come over? The Wang Xiao that Chen Kai said was the son of the director of the Huajia company that developed the Greentown Huangpu Bay property. Because Wang Xiao's family was also a rich merchant from Hangzhou. Chen Kai, a rich second generation from Hangzhou, and Wang Xiao also knew each other. It just so happens that Xiaowen and Chen Kai have a date. Chen Kai will find Wang Xiao to arrange for the Green City Huangpu Bay work. Because of the relationship with Wang Xiao, Xiaomin can be said to be very high profile after arriving at the sales office. An ordinary sales but treats himself as a leader. In the whole Huangpu Bay sales office can be said to be very bad, but Xiaomin didn't care at all. She had people above her anyway, so what was she afraid of? That middle-aged man was the manager of the Huangpu Bay sales office. Hearing Chen Kai's words, he slowly said, "There aren't many customers looking at the house today. It's not too busy. Young Chen is here to pick up your girlfriend?" Chen Kai nodded. "Well, it's also about to the point of getting off work. It just so happens that Wang Xiao had a small gathering with his friends today and called out to me. So I was looking to bring Xiaomin over with me. Young Wang invites you to dinner." Ha! When Xia Coco heard that she could participate in young Wang's drinking game, her eyes couldn't help but float brightly. Wang Xiao's circle can be the upper class circle. If he can mix into that circle, he will be considered the upper class in the future. Thinking of this, Xiaomin couldn't help but turn her head and look at Lin Feng with contempt. It was fortunate that he didn't continue to be with Lin Feng at first. If he had been with Lin Feng, how could he have this opportunity? The color of contempt in Xiaomin's eyes was also seen by Chen Kai, so he couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Wife, who is this person? Do you guys know each other?" Xiaomin said lightly, "A high school classmate. Just happened to meet today and said a few words." "Oh, high school buddies." Chen Kai walked forward and condescendingly extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Chen Kai." Lin Feng looked at Chen Kai's outstretched hand and didn't make a move. Instead he looked at Chen Kai with a light smile and said, "You're Xia Coco's boyfriend?" Chen Kai couldn't help but look a little ugly when he saw that Lin Feng had actually ignored him. "Yes, I'm Xia Min's boyfriend." "What do you mean by that?" "I'm giving you face." "It looks like you're not giving me face." Chen Kai had been used to being high and mighty. Although the clothes Lin Feng was wearing couldn't be seen as a brand, he thought it wasn't a high-class item. After all, he knew something about all those famous brands. If Lin Feng was wearing a famous brand of clothes, he would definitely be able to recognize it at first sight. So when he faced Lin Feng, he naturally rose with a sense of superiority and spoke a bit nonchalantly. Lin Feng shook his head. "It's not that I don't give you face, but you don't have that qualification to make me give you face. You want to get acquainted with me. Status is not enough." Ha! When Chen Kai heard Lin Feng's words, he felt as if he had heard a huge joke. "Kid, you're not kidding me. Am I not qualified to know you? What are you? Do you really think you can open a dye house by giving you 3 colors?" Seeing that Lin Feng was giving Chen Kai so little face, Xiaomin followed and accused, "Lin Feng, what do you mean by this? Isn't it just that when I dumped you in the first place, you didn't feel good in your heart and you want to embarrass me today? You're such a downer, man. I made the right decision to leave you when I did. If I had stayed with a small-minded person like you, I never would have gotten where I am today in my life. Do you know what kind of places he took me to after I got together with Chen Kai? How much everything he bought me cost? Do you know how much this one bag of mine costs? This one bag is more than what your family earns in 2 years. You hurry up and apologize to Chen Xiao, or else you'll have a good time today." Xiaomin was like a mother hen protecting her calf, standing in front of Chen Kai and chiding Lin Feng. Lin Feng lightly glanced at Xiaomin. "I really don't know how much this bag of yours costs, because I've never had a concept of things like money. Also, you're mixed up like this now. I'm really kind of sad for you. I thought you were mixed up so well, but it turns out that it's just from ordinary people to a bigger circle, and those who don't know think you're mixed up so well. I actually stopped feeling anything for you a long time ago, and if you hadn't appeared in front of me today, I wouldn't have been able to remember who you were. As for deliberately seeking trouble with you, how idle am I to do that? People of 2 worlds, it would be a waste of breath for me to say one more word to you. Since you had to bring your face over for me to hit, I'll have to oblige you." "Ha ha, that's hilarious. What kind of thing are you? With you, do you have that qualification to hit us in the face? Poor. I casually take out some pocket money. Can let people break your legs. Kid, it's not too late if you apologize to me now, or I can't guarantee what the consequences will be." Chen Kai said with a sneer as he stood there with his arms wrapped around his chest. Lin Feng nodded. "Fine. I'll wait here for you to break my legs. Let's see if you have the strength." "Kid, I see that you really don't see the coffin. Okay, just wait." After saying his words, Chen Kai directly took out his phone and called out, "Hey, second brother, bring the brothers over here. I'm in a bit of trouble here. Help me out." On the other side of the phone, a middle-aged man with a sinister face said, "Chen Kai, what's wrong? This is something." "Alright, second brother, I'll take the men there now. Just wait for me for a while." "Okay, second brother. I'll wait for you at the Green City Huangpu Bay sales office." After hanging up the phone, Chen Kai had a teasing look on his face. "Kid, If you have the guts to wait here for me, you'll see how I'll clean you up today. You poor, really think you are something? Do you know that some people are not you can mess with? Don't blame me if anything happens today. Lin Feng didn't even bother with these people anymore. It was a waste of words to say any more to them. Just as Lin Feng and the others were confronting each other there, a silhouette walked in from outside the sales office. Jiang Yan, who walked in, first looked around for a moment, and after seeing Lin Feng in the rest area, he walked over with an excited look on his face. Lin Feng, are you alright? Jiang Yan was still worried about what happened earlier during the school's military training, and the first thing she said after seeing Lin Feng was to ask if she was alright. Chapter 75, Terrified Chen Kai. Seeing Jiang Yan, a smile reared up on Lin Feng's face. There you are. Jiang Yan walked over and directly ignored everyone, sitting intimately beside Lin Feng with a worried look on her face. Are you sure you're okay? It was quite a big deal about you last time, and the school talked about how there was no chance of you coming back to school. Why didn't you tell me when you came out? I was worried sick. Seeing that Jiang Yan's concern didn't seem to be faking, Lin Feng couldn't help but secretly nod in his heart. There was a little more trust in Jiang Yan. He was with Jiang Yan, but in fact, he was only looking at her beauty. As for any feelings, he never had any. But after this incident, he had some feelings for Jiang Yan. Don't worry, it's fine. I'm just a little too busy to tell you. From the moment Jiang Yan came in, everyone's eyes had been on her. It wasn't that Jiang Yan was so peculiar, it was that Jiang Yan was so beautiful to look at. Xia Men was barely a pretty girl, and could reach 85 points when dressed up, but Ginger Yan could easily reach 90 without dressing up. And coming here today, well-groomed, it's definitely more than a 90. Don't look at the fact that Xiaomin and Jiang Yan are only less than 10 points apart in terms of value, but the two are just worlds apart. Women who can reach above 90 points are basically goddesses. 85 points is at best a beauty, and it's still a far cry from a goddess-level beauty. Seeing Jiang Yan, Xiaomin, who was a woman, also rose with jealousy. Oh, this is where to cheat the little girl is not pretending to be a rich second generation to cheat I still don't know what's going on in your family. I don't know how much effort it took for this kind of woman to be tricked. Beauty, I'm telling you, you'd better stay away from him. He's not exactly a rich man. Don't end up with nothing. Hearing Xia Min's words, Jiang Yan couldn't help but frown. Who are you? When did my business need to be your business? I know much better than you what kind of person Lin Feng is. You call him a liar. You lie to me and see that Bugatti Blackout out there? That car is worth $120 million. You can look it up on the internet if you don't recognize it. You tell me how someone who can drive a multi-billion-dollar luxury car can be a liar. It's just that you can't rent a car like this even if you're rich. Right, you have $100 million and you're going to rent it out? Jiang Yan was gentle when she was with Lin Feng, but for others, she's not gentle. If she didn't have a bit of character, how could she be the vice president of the student council? Chen Kai, who was standing there with a sneer on his face, instantly turned ugly after hearing Jiang Yan's words. At the same time there was a hint of foreboding in his heart. Wait a minute, you're saying that Bugatti Blackout out there is his car? Chen Kai suddenly opened his mouth and asked towards Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan faintly said, if it's not Lin Feng's car, could it be your car? No way, that's impossible. How can he afford to drive a Bugatti Blackout? It's the only car in the world. Chen Kai murmured as if he was mentally deranged. Honey, what's wrong with you? What kind of car is the Sound of Darkness? Is this car awesome? Charmin didn't know anything about cars. She only knew the brand of the woman. She didn't know anything about cars, so she didn't know what the Bugatti Blackout stood for. Chen Kai looked at Lin Feng with a shocked expression. We may be screwed. I just got word today that the owner of our club says he's going to have a Supreme member join him in a Bugatti Blackout. If there isn't a second Bugatti Blackout in the world, then this Supreme member is it. This is a Supreme member. Our club is one of the 2 top luxury car clubs in Magic City, and anyone who can become a member is either rich or noble. Even if I drove a big Lamborghini Bull, I'd still only be a diamond member in the club, with gold, diamond and Supreme members above me. A gold diamond member doesn't just have to have a limousine, he also needs to have enough background. As for the Supreme member, he's the only one in the entire club. A Supreme member is higher than our boss's status. Do you know who the owner of our club is? That's the first lady of the Gu family, one of the 4 most powerful families in Magic City. It's even higher than the Gu family's status. I just can't even imagine. When he said this, Chen Kai didn't hesitate for a second and hurriedly apologized up to Lin Feng. I'm sorry, I really didn't know that you are the Supreme member of our club. Please be kind enough to spare me this time, okay? Seeing Chen Kai, who had instantly gone soft, Lin Feng couldn't help but rise a touch of surprise. He had thought that a rich second generation like Chen Kai would not easily admit his mistakes, and even if he knew he was wrong, he would stick to his guns. I didn't expect Chen Kai to be so painfully honest. Lin Feng said indifferently, it seems like it's a little late for you to realize you're wrong now, right? Your men are already here. Just as Lin Feng was talking, the second brother who was called by Chen Kai had already walked into the sales office with 7 or 8 of his little brothers. Seeing his second brother walking in, Chen Kai hurriedly greeted him. Second brother, it's all a misunderstanding. I'm really sorry to trouble you to make this trip. It's fine now. You go back first. How much money I'll call you? Asterisk 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 asterisk, are you ting me here? I come now, you tell me it's okay. The man who was called second brother could not help but burst out a foul mouth, and then said in a cold voice, okay, if you say so, I will save some effort. A total of $500,000. You call me the money. If it's 1 point off, watch out for all of you. Okay, second brother. Don't worry. I wouldn't dare to shortchange you even if I shortchanged anyone's money. Only after hearing Chen Kai's words did second brother turn around and leave with his men. After dispatching Ergo, walking back, Chen Kai was as humble as he needed to be. He is a bit of a dude, but not a cutie. He couldn't afford to offend someone like Lin Feng. If he did, not to mention him, even his family would have to suffer. This kind of character, in the Magic City, was just stomping his foot. The whole Magic City would have to shake a little. Don't look at the fact that his family has some strength. It's not even comparable to Lin Feng. Seeing such a humble Chen Kai, Xia Min didn't even understand what was going on. Not that she didn't understand what was going on, but she simply didn't want to believe it. She naturally understands Lin Feng. ISNT Lin Feng's family opening a small building materials store. A year's income is only a few $100,000. In the local is considered a bit of money, but with Chen Kai simply cannot compare. Chen Kai's family has billions of dollars of industry and several $100 million of liquidity. Today, after hearing what kind of car Lin Feng drove, he was actually scared like this. If Chen Kai bites the bullet, Lin Feng can afford that car, right? As for being scared like this, Chapter 76, Xia Min's little mind. Honey, what are you begging him for? What's so scary about him? Even if he has money now, he's just a thug. How much more powerful can he be? Xia Min simply couldn't believe that in less than a year, Lin Feng would become like this. It must have been faked. I don't know where I borrowed that car. Hearing Xia Min's words, Chen Kai's face turned an iron blue, and without hesitation, he turned around and gave it a slap. Damn it, shut up. If you talk any more nonsense, watch out, I'll rip your mouth off. You, how dare you hit me? Xia Coco covered half of her face that had been reddened by Chen Kai's whip, a look of disbelief on her face, a pair of eyes filled with tears, an expression that was as aggrieved as it could be. Chen Kai didn't have the slightest bit of compassion at all, but instead gave her a vicious look until Xia Min didn't dare to meet his eyes before slowly withdrawing his gaze. Chen Kai, who had turned his head, no longer had ferocity on his face, but instead, a color of caution reappeared. Mr. Lin, a woman doesn't know what she's doing. I've already educated her. Please don't take this matter to heart. Looking at Chen Kai, Lin Feng said indifferently, actually, you still know what you're doing. You just found a woman who doesn't know what she's doing. A word of advice, it's best to stay away from her, so that you don't let her drag you down in the future. Okay, I'm still in a good mood today, so get lost. By the way, this woman should never show up here again, or don't blame me for being rude. Okay, Mr. Lin, we'll go now. After saying his words, Chen Kai hurriedly pulled Xia Min to quickly leave while thanking him. It was only after walking out of the sales office that Chen Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned his head to look at Xia Min and said in a cold voice, why don't you hurry up and get in the car with me? What are you standing there for? After saying his words, Chen Kai walked directly towards his Lamborghini Bull. After Xia Min was slapped by Chen Kai, she was also a bit scared and didn't dare to have any hesitation. She hurriedly followed Chen Kai to sit inside the car. Just after sitting in the car, Chen Kai's cell phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Chen Kai quickly connected. Hey, Kai, what are you doing? Brother Chin is going to arrive in a while. If you don't come, you don't have to come. The person who called Chen Kai was none other than Wang Xiao. Young Wang, I'm sorry, I've had an accident here. I'll be right there. Accident? What accident? Wang Xiao asked suspiciously. Chen Kai recounted what had happened in the sales office earlier. After hearing this, Wang Xiao said, you said that person's name is Lin Feng? Chen Kai started the car while saying, yes, Xiao Wang. My girlfriend Xiaowen was classmates with that person. She said that person's name is Lin Feng. Wang Xiao said in a deep voice, that's really lucky for you, kid. Do you know what that Lin Feng is? I forgot to tell you. I just received news today that the Green City Huangpu Bay property developed by our company has been bought in full by him. What? The Huangpu Bay property was bought by him at full price? Hearing this news, Chen Kai, who was driving the car, slammed on the brakes in shock. This news from Wang Xiao almost didn't scare him to death. Green City Huangpu Bay is what it is. That is a set of houses casually worth hundreds of millions of dollars of top luxury housing. It is even above Thompson's one among the rankings of luxury properties in the Magic City. If you want to take over the entire Huangpu Bay property, you can't do it without tens of billions of dollars. At this moment, Chen Kai's back was already wet with cold sweat, and at the same time, he was also secretly happy in his heart. Fortunately, he recognized his mistake early. If he was a little late, he was afraid that he would be in big trouble. Okay, this kind of person is not you and I cannot provoke the rise. Suffered a little aggrieved nothing, if the offense of the deep, it is not the aggrieved this small matter. Maybe the time even your family have to be screwed to bankruptcy. Chen Kai deeply shared what Wang Xiao said. Indeed, he should be glad that he hadn't offended Lin Feng too deeply. Otherwise, with this strength that could take down the entire Huangpu Bay property, he could just get himself killed. Alright, young Wang, I know that Lin Feng didn't give me a hard time. He shouldn't be looking for trouble from now on. Alright, then hurry over, just in time for me to introduce you to Brother Qin. Doesn't your family want to come to Magic City to develop? Brother Qin's family is not as good as the 4 great mansions, but it's still the first-class existence under the 4 great mansions. If you can get on good terms with Brother Qin, there will definitely be no problem with your family coming to Magic City to develop. Okay, thank you, young Wang, Chen Kai said gratefully. What's the point of being so polite with me? We grew up together. It's only natural that we'll help you if we can. After Wang Xiao finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Chen Kai also restarted the car and rushed towards the restaurant. At this time, Xia Min, who had been sitting in the co-pilot's silence, was in a state of disorientation. How could she not have thought that after only being separated from Lin Feng for less than a year, Lin Feng would have changed so much? She didn't believe that Lin Feng had developed this way after he had separated from her. He must have been hiding his identity all along, and when he was with himself, his family had that kind of power. Sharwin was secretly annoyed. Lin Feng, hello cruel heart, your family is so rich, but still have to pretend to be poor in front of yourself. If you told me earlier, how could I break up with you? Then her heart began to calculate. There was no way she could just let Lin Feng go, even if the two of them broke up. She still had to get something on Lin Feng. Her family was in the same place as Lin Feng's family, so when there was nothing else to do, she would talk to her family on the phone and ask them to go to Lin Feng's house to make a mess. She didn't believe that Lin Feng's family could stand up to her family's antics, and when the time came, in order to settle the matter, she would definitely make compensation. Thinking about this, Sharwin began to figure out how much money would be appropriate. Listening to Chen Kai's call with Wang Xiao just now, Lin Feng actually had the ability to take over a $10 billion property like Greentown Huangpu Bay. It's not too much to ask for $1 billion or $800 million by then, is it? What are you thinking? Didn't you hear me talking to you? Chen Kai, who was driving the car, couldn't help but ask with a frown when he saw that no one responded to what he said. Xia Min, who came back to her senses, hurriedly said, "What did you say, husband? I didn't hear it just now." Chen Kai's face appeared unhappy. "I said when we arrive at the restaurant in a while. Don't talk nonsense. Today Wang Xiao is inviting important people. It also concerns whether my family can come to Magic City to develop. Don't mess it up for me." Hearing Chen Kai's words, Xia Min was dissatisfied in her heart. She still held a grudge about Chen Kai slapping her in the face when she was at the sales office earlier. However, right now she wasn't ready to tear her face off with Chen Kai, so she forced herself to hold back the dissatisfaction in her heart and nodded her head. "Okay, hubby, I won't speak out of turn." After saying her words, Xia Min secretly thought in her heart that after she got the money from Lin Feng, she would definitely dump this man directly. Chapter 77. This is a top-class mansion. On the other hand, after Xia Coco and Chen Kai left, Lin Feng faintly said to that sales office manager, "You can quit now and get your stuff and get out of here right now." When that sales office manager, the middle-aged man who had greeted Chen Kai earlier, heard Lin Feng's words, his entire body was scared and his legs went weak. "Boss, I was wrong. Give me another chance. I will never do it again," the middle-aged man said pleadingly. Lin Feng shook his head lightly. "You don't have a chance. If you still don't leave, I'll have someone send you away." Seeing that Lin Feng's mind was made up, the middle-aged man didn't dare to say anything more and returned to the office to finish packing up his personal belongings before leaving the sales office in a sorry state. At this moment, the group of staff at the sales office all looked at Lin Feng with shocked expressions. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng was the owner of Green City Huangpu Bay. Immediately afterward, the gazes of the crowd all had a look of awe in them. Lin Feng turned his head and pointed at the saleswoman who had received him earlier. "You'll be the manager of the sales office from now on. I see you're doing well." The saleswoman who had been following Lin Feng since he came in, when she heard that Lin Feng had made her the manager of the sales office, her entire body froze. How could she not have imagined that the pie in the sky would fall on her head? The sales office manager of Greentown's Huangpu Bay is paid $1 million a year. After coming back to her senses, the saleswoman looked excited and said, "Boss, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely do a good job and not let you down." Lin Feng nodded. "Well, depending on your performance. As long as you manage the sales office well for me, I'll even give you a pay rise. Lin Feng wasn't like other company owners. Other company owners try to squeeze labor out of their employees and then don't want to pay that much. But Lin Feng didn't care how much he was paid, as long as he could make money for himself. Paying more wasn't a problem. The ability to make money is not in the salary of the employee, but in the ability of the employee. As long as the employees are competent, they make far more money than you pay them. That's what he's always been about. And he doesn't care how anyone else goes about it. He just does what he wants. After taking care of everything, Lin Feng brought Jiang Yan to the building model. Smiling, he said towards Jiang Yan, "Take a look. Senior sister, if there's a spot you like, I'll give it to you." "Ha, for me?" Jiang Yan didn't expect Lin Feng to give her a house in Green City Huangpu Bay. Although she wasn't from Mordor, she had heard of the reputation of Green City's Huangpu Bay mansions. The houses here, each one cost hundreds of millions of dollars, and Lin Feng was actually directly going to give himself a set. At this moment, Jiang Yan was inwardly moved beyond measure. How much good she had done in her previous life to be able to meet a man like Lin Feng in this life. Lin Feng nodded his head with a smile and said, "Yeah, it's for you, as my woman. Of course you should wear good clothes and live well. When I have time I'll be matching you with a car, and in the future you won't have to live at school. You'll just move over here and drive back and forth to school and after school." It didn't really matter what Jiang Yan was, he had plenty of money anyway. As long as Jiang Yan followed him single-mindedly, he wouldn't begrudge this amount of money. Fishing for women or green tea. Anyway, do not do something wrong, no matter what she is a woman. He will be equipped with a car and a room. He didn't care that women liked their money. How nice to be pure so he could save himself some heartache. Jiang Yan had gone to great lengths to climb into Lin Feng's bed, but she was actually running for money. This she could not deny. There's no shame in that. She also dared to pack her bags and say that 90% of the women in the world love money. As for those women who claim that they only want love and don't like money, it's just because they haven't met a rich man or they don't have enough face value to find a rich man. It's only then that they say they don't like money. When a woman encounters a rich man and a poor man pursuing her at the same time, she can say with certainty that the one that woman chooses is definitely the rich man. Jiang Yan didn't make any pretense because she knew that her pretentious words would only make Lin Feng resentful. Soon, Jiang Yan chose a house in a relatively good location. Lin Feng also very dryly asked the sale to bring over the keys to the house. The two left the sales office directly and went to the Green City Huangpu Bay neighborhood. Houses in Huangpu Bay are basically one-story houses. Privacy is very good, and because of this privacy, many celebrities and presidents all choose this place. The two drove the car after coming to the entrance of the neighborhood. Lin Feng showed proof of the information of the owners of the neighborhood. The security guard of the neighborhood hurriedly opened the access control, and by the way, he also helped Lin Feng register the license plate number. Lin Feng had not only gotten a house for Jiang Yan, but also 2 parking spaces. The purchase of parking spaces for such top luxury homes are limited, mostly 1 space per house. However, Lin Feng is the owner of Huangpu Bay, and how many parking spaces he wants to buy all depends on his mood. 2 parking spaces for Jiang Yan should be enough, so he didn't ask for too many. After parking the car, the two of them got in the elevator and headed upstairs. After coming upstairs, the elevator doors opened to a huge elevator room. Then there is the grand entry door, can be called the top mansion. But not only the house is high, the decoration is also all top. This entry door alone must be worth millions. As the entry door opens, there is a tastefully decorated foyer with a check room and storage on either side of the foyer. The check room and storage room are in no way less spacious than the bedroom. Inside the check room there are lockers for clothes and shelves for luxury items. An entire wall has been made into a luxury locker, and it would cost tens of millions of dollars, at least, to fill this locker. This is the world of the rich. Rich people live a life you can't even imagine. Putting up tens of millions of dollars in luxury goods is just plain rich. According to Lin Feng's handiwork, if he were to fill up this locker for Jiang Yan, those luxury items would definitely not be just $8 or $10 million. We'll decide what to buy when we take Ginger Yen shopping later for these things. Hermes those limited edition, worth more than $1 million ladies bag or something. He is definitely to buy for Jiang Yan. After stepping out of the foyer, there is the bright and spacious living room. The living room furniture is all world-famous brands. Bulgari sofa, Hermes co-branded coffee table on sale. There's also Samsung's $1 million TV set on sale, the same model that was once used by that Principal Wang. On either side of the living room is the dining room and bedrooms. The tables and chairs in the dining room are all customized by Armani. Individual tables and chairs taken out are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. After Lin Feng and Jiang Yan had wandered through the entire house, Jiang Yan was completely shocked. The world of the rich is really something you don't even think about getting to. Chapter 78, Driving a Sports Car and Eating at a Stall. Looking at the mansion in front of her, how could Jiang Yan have never thought that she would have a day to live in this kind of mansion? At the same time, she knew how lucky she was to have met Lin Feng. The current Jiang Yan had long since loved Lin Feng so much that she couldn't help herself. Perhaps if Lin Feng told her to die, she wouldn't have any hesitation. Lin Feng, I love you. After admiring the mansion, Jiang Yan turned around violently, her eyes deep in love towards Lin Feng. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curved and he directly picked up Jiang Yan by the waist. How do you want to love me? Lying in Lin Feng's arms, a blush appeared on Jiang Yan's face. More than an hour later, Lin Feng, who had a perfect body, stood quietly in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the river view outside. The scenery on both sides of the Huangpu River is the most beautiful place in Magic City at night. Just a river away is the bustling, wealthy Lujiazui. Even though he had seen the bustle of the Huangpu River countless times online, the moment he actually saw it in reality, he was still incredibly shocked. But for him now, it was just a shock, and as for any ambitions, he didn't need them anymore, for he stood on the spire of Mordor now, and the ambitions of ordinary men had long been within reach for him. The sound of footsteps came from behind her, and Jiang Yan, who had slowed down, walked out of bed and hugged Lin Feng from behind. At this moment, Jiang Yan was in the midst of incomparable happiness. Hungry? Lin Feng said in a warm voice. I don't feel hungry anymore after being with you, Ginger Yan said as she narrowed her eyes in enjoyment. Lin Feng smiled slightly. You have to eat regularly, otherwise how can your body get better? It's only been a little while and you can't stand it. How can you stay with me in the future? Hearing these words, Jiang Yan's face was instantly filled with blush. You're bad. What's all this talk about tigers and wolves? Well, let's go eat. It's just as well to call Gaol and the others and get out and get together. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he turned around and picked up the cell phone above his bed and called Gao Lu. The phone had just been connected when Takara's voice came through. Boss, you finally remembered me, Lin Feng said with a faint smile. Don't be poor, come out to eat. Good Lu boss, we have 2 days of military training. The mouth is about to fade out of a bird. Boss, you say what to eat? We immediately too, Gao said quickly. I remember that there is a snack street behind our school. Let's go there to eat. Always go to high-grade restaurants to eat a little sense of atmosphere. Lin Feng thought for a moment. He remembered that when he first came to school, he heard that there was a snack street behind the school. Usually, after the school evening study hall, the school children would go to the snack street to eat. Okay, boss, we'll wait for you there. After the two hung up, Lin Feng and Jiang Yan drove to the snack street after getting dressed. The School of Finance and Economics is not independent. There are many other schools next to it. That's why this snack street is also very hot, and many students from schools come here to eat. It was now evening and the snack bar was at its peak. The stalls on both sides of the snack street had long been filled with many people. The three Gao Lu, who came here first, finally found a place at a barbecue restaurant. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to drive over with Jiang Yan. With the arrival of the Bugatti Blackout, there's no telling how many sideways glances were drawn. Holy, that's the ING Bugatti Blackout, isn't it? Someone recognized Lin Feng's car and exclaimed in shock. Awesome, this is the big man. This car is quoted online at over $100 million. To be able to drive this kind of car is definitely a big man without a doubt. I seem to recognize the owner of this one. It's Lin Feng, a freshman from our Finance and Economics University. Lin Feng? There were students from other schools who didn't recognize Lin Feng and looked puzzled when they heard what that student from the University of Finance and Economics said. That student from the University of Finance and Economics felt very proud that he knew Lin Feng. Then he began to introduce Lin Feng's deeds. First day of school in a helicopter and still jumping straight down from 5 meters in the air. Just this one powerful piece of news alone shocked an unknown number of people out of their minds. This was followed by the reception of the luxury car, worth over $100 million, at the school gate, and then the scandal with Gu Baiwei, the moonlight goddess, one of the 4 school beauties. Lastly, there was the beating of 9 instructors during military training. As that student from the Finance and Economics College finished talking about Lin Feng's deeds, everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Holy, this is too powerful. Beating up 9 instructors without anything happening. How strong must this background be? This is just where it's at. Even though Lin Feng has only just come to school, I'm guessing that in the future Lin Feng will be our school's top man of the hour. And there's already a discussion on our school forum right now about whether or not Linfeng is the school's grass. The number of votes for Linfeng to become the school grass is dozens of times more than the number of votes against, so I guess it's a foregone conclusion that he'll become the school grass of our school. Doesn't your school have a schoolmaster? I heard that the school's favorite is your school's student council president, Lu He, right? What's going to happen to LV He when this Linfeng becomes the school grass? Are we going to take LV He's name of school grass off? Some students from other schools had heard something about the finance school and couldn't help but ask the question. That finance and economics college student shook his head. I shouldn't be able to, but I reckon it should be rated 2 schoolboys. Someone suggested that the school herbs are divided into one black and one white, with the white school herbs being Lu He and the black school herbs being Linfeng. Ha, that name is too low, isn't it? It's white and black. It feels a bit gangster-like. Someone felt that the title was not very nice and said with a frown, it's actually quite apt now. Senior Lu He is gentle and elegant. He's also a model of learning in our school. Every time the school exam competition, Senior Lu He can get the first prize. He's simply a school bully. And Linfeng is known as black. I think it's because he's too violent. I heard that Linfeng doesn't have a very good temper and is also very high-strung. I feel like those 2 designations fit them. Just as the crowd was talking, Linfeng walked down from the car with Jiang Yan. Everywhere he went, there were eyes looking over. Linfeng's handsomeness had already reached the limit for Oriental men, and Jiang Yan's beauty, although not at the top, was at the goddess level. When the two come together, they are a match made in heaven. The combination of handsome men and women is a sight to behold wherever you go. This little brother is so handsome. If I could have a boyfriend like this, even if I had to give him my ribs to make soup. Yes, I have someone, but I don't mind one more at all. And if my little brother is willing, it's fine for this woman to not keep it. Chapter 79. This is a snack street, not an ovulation street. Put. The words of a bunch of women's tigers and wolves directly caused the men around them to almost spit out what they had in their mouths. Hey, I say beauties, can you be a little more reserved? This is a snack street, not an ovulation street. Can't you let people eat properly? Facing the glares of Ran around him, Linfeng didn't care at all and brought Jiang Yan all the way to the location he had agreed with Gao Lu and the others. Boss, here. Seeing Linfeng and Jiang Yan who were walking over, Gao Lu hurriedly stood up and waved and shouted. Seeing Gao Lu, Linfeng and Jiang Yan took a step over. Seeing Linfeng and Jiang Yan who had come together, the 3 Gao Lu roommates showed ambiguous colors on their faces. Boss, Sister Jiang, you guys are making an official announcement? Linfeng said with a faint smile. You know too much. You'll be easily silenced. Ha ha. Linfeng's words made the crowd burst out laughing. With that, Gao yelled out for the waiter. Soon, a beautiful waitress in overalls with an apron tied around her waist came over. That beautiful waitress was very pretty, and was even surprisingly no worse than Jiang Yan in terms of face value. Seeing this woman, Jiang Yan couldn't help but let out a surprised cry. A strange color also appeared on the faces of the 3 Gao Lu people. Seeing this scene, Linfeng asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with you guys? What's with this expression?" Gao Lu, the most talkative of the crowd, opened his mouth to explain. Boss, you haven't been in school lately, so you don't know much about our school yet. Boss, do you know who this waitress is? Linfeng shook his head. Don't sell out. Hurry up and say it. She's Xiao Weiwei. Gao Lu opened his mouth. Xavier? Who is Xavier? Linfeng looked puzzled. It's the girlfriend of the student council president, the school bully, Louis Hop Senpai. Gao said. So it's her. If Gao Lu didn't say anything, he really didn't recognize Xiao Weiwei. He had heard of Lu He's name. After all, there was Takara, the bagman, in the dormitory. On his first day at the school, Gao Lu had done some research on some of the school's movers and shakers. He also told him about Lu He's deeds. It's the same former windbag who used to drive a Lamborghini Poison to school. Of course, the current man of the hour had long since changed, and that person was naturally Linfeng. Soon, Xiao Weiwei, who was in the middle of her busy schedule, came over with the menu and order book. Hello, what would you like to eat, please? Xiao Weiwei asked as she very politely handed the menu to Linfeng and the others, ordering book and grease pencil in hand. Xiao Weiwei also saw Jiang Yan, and her face couldn't help but flash a flash of surprise. Hello, Vivi. The two were beauties under the 4 school beauties, so naturally they knew each other. The current Jiang Yan was long gone from before. The clothes worn on the body are all brand name, a gown with hundreds of thousands of dollars. It was naturally given to her by Linfeng, although the clothes weren't given by Linfeng. The money to buy the clothes was given by Linfeng. Last time at the Peace Hotel, Linfeng had given Jiang Yan a total of $50 million in gemstone necklaces and $100 million in cash. This outfit was what Jiang Yan had purchased with the 100 million pocket money Linfeng had given her. Hello Yan. Xiao Weiwei also politely said hello. Jiang Yan said suspiciously, Wei, why are you working here? Aren't you dating Lu He? He shouldn't let you come out to work, right? Xiao Weiwei shook her head said, I don't like to rely on others, and coming out to work for a living can make life more meaningful, so I got a job. I usually come here to work as a bellhop after school nights. Waiter, waiter. Just as Xia Weiwei and Zhang Yan were talking, another waiter was called up in the distance. Xia Weiwei hurriedly responded, then placed the ordering book and pen on the table. Excuse me, order for yourselves. I'm going to entertain the others and come over later. Seeing Xia Weiwei's busy feet, Lin Feng and the others didn't care, but were kind enough to let her go about her business. After Xia Weiwei left, Cao Le nodded his head and said, "This Xia Weiwei is really a good girl, self-reliant and self-reliant. I don't know what Lu He was thinking. With such a good girlfriend, he even let her come out to work." Zhang Yan shook her head. "Do you think Lu He is any good?" Hearing Zhang Yan's words, Gao Lu instantly rose to gossip and guessed that there must be an inside story inside that he didn't know about. Come to think of it, Zhang Yan was the vice president of the student council and Lu He was the president of the student council. The two must have had a lot of work interactions in their day, and must have known more than they did. "Sister, tell me, is there any gossip about this Lu He?" Zhang Yan nodded her head and said, "This Lu He, just from what I know, I don't know how many women he's had relationships with behind his back, but it just hasn't been blown out of proportion. In the club, Lu He secretly had flings with many girls, and I didn't bother to talk to him, so I didn't say anything." Hearing this, Gao Le couldn't help but say, "This Lu He really isn't a thing. He doesn't know how to be satisfied even after having such a beautiful girlfriend like school sister Wei Wei. He still screws other women. He's really a big scumbag. If I had a girlfriend as beautiful as Vivi Senpai, I wouldn't even look at anyone else for the rest of my life." Sun Hao, who was sitting on the side, didn't spoil Gao Lu at all. "Don't blow it off. That's because you didn't get it. If you did, I guess the length of time would be the same as Lu He." Just as Lin Feng and the others were chatting idly, a commotion suddenly came from the distance. Only Xia Weiwei shouted loudly, "What are you doing? I'm going to call the police if you move your hands." Only a few very social young men were seen sitting at a table in the distance. The men all had tattoos on their bodies. One of the young men with a thin figure, estimated to be only 100 and some pounds, had only half of the over-the-shoulder dragon tattooed on his shoulder, a stumpy dragon, and presumably it was too painful to continue the tattoo. The skinny young man was wearing a pair of leggings and a pair of beanies. Of all the people, he was the most capable. I only saw the skinny young man standing up with the strength of the wine and said, asterisk 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 asterisk, what is pretending to be noble? My boss looks at you. Letting you sit down and have a drink with you is your honor. Do you know who my boss is? Ask around on the north and south streets of this part of the school. Who doesn't know my boss? If you accompany my boss to finish this drink, you can say whatever you want. If not, don't blame me for not being polite. At this time, the barbecue store owner who heard the commotion walked out and directly stopped in the middle of the two, saying kind words, "Little brother, don't be angry. How about counting this meal as my treat? Asterisk 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 asterisk, what are you? What do you think we can't afford to eat? Get out of my way." With those words, the skinny young man reached out his hand and pushed the barbecue store owner, his mouth still talking arrogantly while doing so. Chapter 80, The Bloodiness of the Students. Seeing this punk being so arrogant instantly drew the ire of the surrounding students who were watching. This snack street is basically considered a gathering place for students from various colleges. A group of students, although young, but also has a sense of territory. After all, it is the place where they have been active for a long time, and has long been treated as their own territory. Seeing the foreign punks so arrogant, cannot help but have stood up face appeared angry. There were even some students who came directly to the boss in big strides, a pair of angry eyes staring at the punk. There are those who lead, and naturally there are those who follow. Soon, dozens of students all left their seats and surrounded the few punks in the center. What are you doing? Do you know who my boss is? Just you kids. Believe it or not, I'll kill you? That arrogant punk couldn't help but feel a little scared in his heart when he saw this kind of scene, but he still hardened his heart and paid the threat. At that moment, the punk boss, who had been sitting there, finally spoke. "Kung, sit down." Hearing the boss's words, the punk still wanted to show off, but seeing the boss's serious face, he ended up obediently sitting on the chair. Then the little punk old man said, "It's my brother who doesn't know what he's doing, letting all of you laugh. Well, I'll apologize for my brother. All of you little brothers, what do you think?" A bunch of students also do not want to make a big deal out of it. The other party has softened. Face is also there, of course, do not want to continue to argue. With that, a group of students went back to their seats after a cut. As those students dispersed, the punk boss sitting there, with a pair of grim eyes sweeping over every face he could see, directly picked up the wine glass in front of him and drank the wine in the glass down in one gulp. Seeing that the incident had subsided, Takara and the others turned their heads with intent. Other people didn't pay attention, but Lin Feng noticed the look on that boss's face. He knew that this boss wouldn't just let it go, but he didn't bother. He hadn't provoked himself anyway. Soon, Xia Weiwei, who had a palpitating look on her face, walked back, with a forced smile on her face. "Sister Yen, have you finished ordering? Looking at Xiao Weiwei, Jiang Yan said with concern, Weiwei, in the future, you'd better come to this kind of place less often. There are all kinds of people in this kind of place, and you, a girl, will easily suffer. Xiao Weiwei reluctantly smiled. Sister Yan, it's fine. I'll take care of myself. Thanks for your concern. I just want to work part-time to earn some money when I'm in school when I'm not doing anything, so that I can also reduce the pressure on my family a little bit. Hearing Xiao Weiwei's words, the crowd couldn't say anything else. Xiao Weiwei's family is not in good condition, and she is with Lu He not because of Lu He's money, but was changed by Lu He's flowery words plus appearance. When Lu He pursued Xiao Weiwei, it could be said to have touched the entire school. A full semester of pursuits, rain or shine, even when it was raining heavily outside, Lu He would brave the rain and come downstairs to Xiao Weiwei to bring her food. That's why Lu He was able to pursue Xiao Weiwei. It's just that after the two of them have been together for a year, Lu He is not as enthusiastic as he used to be. I used to be able to make the occasional trip to deliver meals and be okay with booing and caring, and so now Lu He cared less about Xiao Weiwei, and would even occasionally go 3 to 5 days without contacting her once. Xiao Weiwei was no cutie pie, even though her family wasn't very well off. Instead, one has to have a much higher IQ than the average person to get into a top 211 institution like the University of Finance and Economics. Xiao Weiwei had already guessed what Lu He meant, and then she was also sobering up. She had always held the bottom line and did not let Lu He take advantage of her. Even if she broke up, she did not have too much to lose. At most, she had wasted 2 or 3 years of her feelings, and she herself is also a very strong girl. Since Lu He's attitude has changed, then she will not go begging, but to be self-reliant, after school nothing to come out to do odd jobs to earn some pocket money, and in the meantime can reduce the pressure of the family a little. Okay, here's the menu. Go ahead and walk the food. Lin Feng smiled as he picked up the order book and handed it to Xiao Weiwei and said. Seeing Lin Feng, Xiao Weiwei had a momentary freeze. Earlier, she hadn't paid much attention to it because she was too busy, but now after looking at Lin Feng carefully, she didn't expect Lin Feng to be so handsome. Is this Lin Feng, the man of the hour among the freshmen today? That's too good-looking. Xiao Weiwei wasn't a nymphomaniac, but Lin Feng's handsome face still shocked her a bit, knowing that Lin Feng was sitting with Jiang Yan, and that the two of them must have an uncomplicated relationship. Xiao Weiwei didn't dare to look at her more for fear of making people misunderstand her, and after receiving the ordering book handed over by Lin Feng, she hurriedly turned around and left. Soon, the kebabs ordered by the crowd were brought up one by one, and by the way, the waiter also brought several cases of beer. The crowd went straight for a big jerk-off and a foot in the beer crate. It was a little after 7 p.m. when the crowd ate, and by the time the meal was over, it was 12 p.m. At this moment in the scene, only Lin Feng didn't have anything to do. Gao Lu and the others all drank a little too much. It's a good thing the school is now during freshman military training and there are no official classes. The school closes at 2 o'clock. At 12 o'clock the crowd was still able to get back into the school. The crowd staggered towards the school, with Lin Feng assisting Jiang Yan. After walking into the campus, Lin Feng sent Jiang Yan to her dorm room. Get some rest when you get back. You've suffered so much today and you've been drinking. You've been sleepy for a long time, haven't you? Jiang Yan, who was snuggled up on Lin Feng's shoulder, her face was flushed with wine and she exhaled. I'm not tired. I'll always be in high spirits when I'm with you. Looking at Jiang Yan, Lin Feng smiled slightly. Alright, don't hold on. Go back and have a good sleep. We'll see you tomorrow. Well, I know. You also have an early rest. Oh, see you tomorrow. Arriving at the downstairs of the girls' dormitory, Lin Feng watched Jiang Yan walk into the dormitory building before turning to leave. He hadn't gotten to know this school properly since it started. There was no rush to go back to the dormitory, but he wandered around the campus. The University of Finance and Economics occupies a very large area, the first half of which consists of academic buildings and office buildings, cafeterias and so on. The back half of the building is where the dormitories and the library and the gardens and other places are. The dormitory and the library. Lin Feng came to the garden after strolling around. This garden was created by the school especially for the students. The main purpose is to try to give students a place to potter around and release stress. The garden is a quiet environment. Some students who feel the pressure of study, nothing will come here to sit for a while, able to let them empty their minds and relieve stress. Walking on the quiet path, Lin Feng's heart also had a rare rise of peace. Ever since he graduated from high school and he acquired the system, he felt a change of heart. There is mania and vapidity in that change. It's probably the mentality of an ordinary person who suddenly gets rich. Chapter 81, The Insidious Villain Lu He. Just as Lin Feng was sitting on the forest path, his ears suddenly twitched and his eyes looked over to see several sneaky people hiding in the distance. Lin Feng didn't go over, but found a place to sit down. Since it was after 12 p.m., it was already dark, and although there were some dim streetlights here, Lin Feng's position happened to be in the shade of the streetlights, coupled with the fact that his eyesight and hearing were more than 10 times that of an ordinary person. Those people couldn't detect him at all when he did. Lin Feng, who was standing there, looked carefully for a while and determined that these people were the punks who had earlier looked for trouble with Xiao Weiwei in the snack street. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. How did these punks get inside the school? There were security guards on duty at the entrance of the school, and it was impossible for students who were not from the school to enter the campus. If it was daytime, during the school rush hour, these punks might still be able to take advantage of the crowds to blend in, but it's so late now, and they don't have student IDs, so there's no way they can blend in. Thinking about this, Lin Feng felt that these few punks who were looking for trouble with Xiao Weiwei, I'm afraid it wasn't that coincidental. It wasn't long before footsteps came again in the distance. Lin Feng, who was standing in the shadows, fixed his eyes and looked, but it was Xiao Weiwei. Ha! Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but have a flash of surprise on his face. The eyes glanced back toward where the punks were hiding. Things can't really be that coincidental, can they? In the evening, these punks had just found trouble with Xiao Weiwei. At first, they all thought that these punks were drinking and seeing Xiao Weiwei's good looks. They were using the strength of alcohol to play hooligans, but now it seems that these punks are simply rushing towards Xiao Weiwei. What's more interesting is, how come Xiao Weiwei came to this kind of place alone so late? Even if the school is safe, there shouldn't be no sense of danger at all, right? Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry either, but stood there quietly watching things unfold. Xiao Weiwei, who had walked over, didn't know that there were those punks hiding in the dark, but took out her cell phone and found Louie's phone number and dialed it. Hey, Vivi, Lua's voice came over the phone. Xiao Weiwei frowned and said, Louie, where are you? I've arrived at the appointed place. It's just as well that let's make everything clear today. Vivi, can't you just give me another chance? Do you know how much I love you? I'll give you anything you want as long as you can forgive me this time, okay? Lua's bitter, pleading voice came over the phone. Xiao Weiwei said in a cold voice, you die this heart. Do you really think that I don't know about the things you did? The last time we had dinner together, a woman called you, and when you got a call from that woman, you rushed to say you had to go to the bathroom. Wasn't that because you were afraid I'd find out something? And your cell phone. Someone is always messaging you when we're together. You always say it's the student council group. Do you really think I don't know it's another woman messaging you? I'll tell you, Lu He. I didn't mention breaking up with you for so long. I just wanted to give you decency, and now since you don't want decency anymore, I have no choice but to fulfill you. You come out here, we'll get it out of the way and get it over with. Fine, fine. Xiao Weiwei, since you're so heartless, then don't blame me for not being polite. You wait. After saying the words, Lu He hung up the phone. Listening to Lu He's angry voice on the phone, Xiao Weiwei also felt a little impulsive to come out so late to meet Lu He alone. If Lu He did something on impulse, how could a woman like her possibly resist? Thinking of this, even though Xiao Weiwei, who had a strong character, also beat a retreat, she still understands the principle that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. After putting away his cell phone, he turned around and was about to leave. Just then, several punks who had been hiding in the shadows, as if they had received some news, rushed out from the woods. Yo, where's the pretty girl going? It was still the skinny punk who was the first to speak, re-raising the gangster boss behind him and a bunch of other punks. All of them had unintentional smiles on their faces. It's you guys? Seeing the crowd, Xiao Weiwei's complexion changed. Ha ha, I'll tell you the truth. It's Big Junior Lu who approached us. You little girl is too unorthodox. Big Junior Lu has been with you for 3 years, and you don't even know any of the rules. Do you know what Mr. LV is? That's the young proprietor of the LV Group, with a family fortune of tens of billions of dollars. How much glory and wealth do you think you'd have to enjoy if you were to follow young Master LV? Listening to the punk's words, Xiao Weiwei frowned. Shut up, you guys. I know much better than you what kind of person Louis is. How did I get blind enough to look at him in the first place with this kind of person? You guys get out of my way or I'm going to yell for someone. Ha ha, today Lu Xiao can call you out. There is no intention to let you go back. You'd better be honest. If you dare to mess around, you don't blame us brothers for not being polite. Don't worry, we won't do anything to you for the time being. Big Junior Lu spent so much money to let our brothers arrest you. How can we say that we have to wait until Big Junior Lu is done with his business? The leader of that punk said with a sneer. Hearing the punk boss's words, a flash of pallor flashed across Xiao Weiwei's face. How could she have never imagined that Lu He, who looked gentle and elegant on the surface, was secretly this kind of despicable and shameless villain? Seeing that there was no way to escape, Xiao Weiwei was just about to cry out for help when a punk covered her mouth. Feeling that charming body fragrance on Xiao Weiwei's body, the The punk who made the move directly had the intention to pay tribute. Woo woo. Xia Weiwei, who had her mouth covered, was scared pale, and her eyes floated with panic. Although she is a strong character, but also after all is a woman, really encountered this situation. Even in the strong character will be angry and afraid. It smells so good. The punk who did it looked intoxicated, and even couldn't help but stretch out his salty hand. Even if he couldn't do anything, he could still get over his hand not. Noticing the intentions of the punk, the fear in the controlled Xia Weiwei's eyes became even more intense. Even for a moment, she had a death wish. If she was touched by this dirty hand, she would have to live in a nightmare for the rest of her life. Just then, a miserable scream rang out, and at some point, Lin Feng, who couldn't look away, had stepped out from the shadows. Directly grasping the punk's salty pig hand in his hand, he slightly exerted force, and a pig-killing squeal rose from the empty forest. Crunch! The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Before the punk's screams fell, the other hand that was controlling Xia Weiwei was also crushed by Lin Feng. The two successive pains directly caused the punk to pass out from the pain. Chapter 82, Becoming Famous Again. The sudden turn of events startled the crowd. After the crowd got a good look at Lin Feng's face, they all looked puzzled and didn't know who this person was. And Xia Weiwei's entire body sighed in relief after she saw Lin Feng clearly. She naturally knew Lin Feng. After all, they had met at the dinner in the evening, only to see Lin Feng ask with a smile on his face, "Are you alright?" Xia Weiwei's pretty face was a little pale, and only after seeing Lin Feng appear did her heart settle down a little. It's a good thing you're here, or something might have really happened. But when she thought that there were 6 or 7 people on the opposite side and Lin Feng was only one person, Xia Weiwei couldn't help but worry again. But she was a woman after all. Despite her strong character, she was still very scared when faced with this situation. Even though Lin Feng was only one person, she still put all her hopes on Lin Feng. The figure quietly hid behind Lin Feng, treating him as the only saving grace. Probably because she was too scared, Xia Weiwei even subconsciously stretched out her hand and grabbed Lin Feng's arm, and because of her nervousness, she grabbed Lin Feng's hand very hard, as if she was afraid that Lin Feng would leave her behind. Lin Feng said in a warm voice, "Don't worry, since I'm here I won't leave you behind." After saying his words, Lin Feng gazed at the group of punks in front of him. "I don't care who you are, better hurry up and get the hell out of here. This is a school, not a place you can come to. If you don't leave before then the consequences will only be on you." A few punks had been startled by Lin Feng's ruthlessness earlier, but now they had slowed down a bit. After determining that Lin Feng was just by himself, they all sighed in relief. At this time of the day, and with this place, they didn't need to worry about any more surprises. Immediately that punk boss's expression turned cold, coupled with the thought of the earlier scene on the snack street where he was intimidated by the gang of students. He was directly enraged from the bottom of his heart, and his evil was born from the bottom of his heart. He only saw the punk boss take out a dagger from his pocket and waved it in front of Lin Feng. "Kid, I advise you to better be sensible and mind your own business, or you'll be the one to suffer." Lin Feng had a playful face and looked at the punk boss with a smile on his face. "Yeah, I'm a nosy person. I'd like to see what you can do. Asterisk 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 I think you are looking for death." The punk boss couldn't keep his face, and after being provoked by Lin Feng, he burst out a foul language and stabbed directly towards Lin Feng with a dagger in his hand. Seeing this scene, Xia Weiwei, who was hiding behind her, let out a cry of shock, and her entire body was once again scared pale. The minions behind the punk boss, however, all had cruel smiles floating on their faces. But what the crowd expected didn't happen, and the punk boss's knife didn't penetrate into Lin Feng's body, only to see Lin Feng violently probing out a hand, as if it was a vice firmly grabbing the punk boss's hand holding the dagger. No matter how hard the punk boss exerted, it was difficult to break free in the slightest. Lin Feng exerted a little bit of force, and when the punk boss was in pain, his dagger fell to the ground with a bang. Lin Feng then kicked the punk boss out with a square stump, and even the few juniors behind him were knocked out with him. Miserable screams rose and fell. The power of Lin Feng's kick wasn't small. Although he didn't use his full strength, he still used half of it. How strong was Lin Feng's power? If he used his full strength, it wasn't something that people could withstand at all. I'm afraid that one kick could kill a person. So Lin Feng had collected some force. These punks were a bit scummy, but they weren't guilty to death. Even though it was only half the strength, that punk boss was kicked straight into unconsciousness. The juniors who were knocked out were still able to get up, but it was a matter of 3 strokes for Lin Feng. After cleaning up a few punks, Lin Feng took out his cell phone and directly called the police. Soon there were sirens blaring through the school. While Lin Feng was cleaning up those punks, Lu He also came, only he happened to see the scene of Lin Feng cleaning up those punks. He didn't even dare to come over. he directly turned his head and ran away. It happened in the middle of the night, but what happened here was quickly spread to the forums on campus. The school bully Lin Feng heroically saves a beauty, and one person bravely fights 7 social figures. Tap inside the title, and below that is a detailed account of what happened, portrayed in great detail by the person who posted it, as if they had seen it with their own eyes. The next morning, Lin Feng hadn't even woken up from his sleep when he was woken up by the sound of Gao Lu and the others' heated discussion. "What are you guys doing in the morning?" Lin Feng, who had been woken up, couldn't help but rely on the head of the bed and asked with a frown. ********. Boss, you're awesome. Oh. Now on our campus networks forum, the posts sent out are all yours. Boss, you don't know. This morning, Lu He was taken away by the police for investigation. It seems like those punks who were taken away last night exposed the fact that Lu He hired them to kidnap Xiao Weiwei. Lu He will have to shed his skin even if he doesn't die this time. Even though it's an attempted kidnapping, he'll have to bear the legal responsibility. Lu He was taken? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. He couldn't help but say with a faint smile, "Isn't this good? This kind of person should be taught a lesson. If they don't teach them a lesson, they might endanger many more people in the future." Gao Li's 3 people didn't continue the topic of Lu He being captured. Instead, they all looked at Lin Feng with ambiguous expressions. Gao was even more meaningful. "How does it feel to be a hero? Boss, you're so handsome and have money. Do you think Xiao Weiwei will give her body to you?" Lin Feng glared at him without a good mood. "You think it's ancient times, but also in return, and I don't want to return. When I encountered it, I can manage. I can still watch a girl being bullied." At this time, Sun Hao asked Gao Lu suspiciously, "Gao Lu, why does Xiao Weiwei have to give her body in return? Isn't there something about repaying as an ox in the next life?" Gao Lu rolled her eyes. "You're stupid, don't you know? Generally handsome, good condition, the female was saved will say that the little girl is not to be rewarded when the body in return. If the person who saves her is not to her liking, they will say that they will repay her in the next life as an ox or a horse. How did you go to school if you don't understand the meaning of this?" Gao Li's words caused Sun Hao to stare. Was there such a thing? He kind of got it now. At this time, the WeChat on Lin Feng's cell phone rang. The first to send a message was Ginger Yen. "Are you okay? Did you get hurt fighting those punks last night?" Lin Feng typed in a reply. "It's fine. It's just a few punks. They'll all be honest after a little scare." "Okay, it's good that it's okay. I'll go to class and wait until after school." Just after finishing talking to Jiang Yen, Gu Baiyue's message followed. "Hey, big hero, up yet? My sister agreed to your terms. When are you going over to sign the contract?" When Lin Feng saw this message, he couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth. "Any time." Chapter 83, Xiao Weiwei's Past. The third message is an add a friend message. The person who added him as a friend was a woman with the nickname Evening Star. Puzzled, he added his friend to the list, and the first message from across the room introduced himself. "Lin Feng, I'm Xiao Weiwei, thank you for saving me yesterday." Seeing that it was Xiao Weiwei, Lin Feng typed in a reply. "Don't be polite. No one else would not have cared last night. You don't have to feel indebted. This little thing is not on my mind. You don't put it in your mind, I have to remember. This has been counted as a life-saving favor. In this life I will remember this favor of yours, and in the future I will definitely return this favor to you." Seeing that Xiao Weiwei had said so, Lin Feng didn't insist. Although he hadn't had much contact with Xiao Weiwei, he knew that this woman was a character who had to be strong. "Now that I've said it, I'm sure I won't change it easily." "Fine, you can pay it back if you want." At this time, inside the dormitory, the Gao Lu trio had already changed into their military training uniforms. "Boss, do you know how much we envy you? You can get out of going to military training and we still have to stick around. It's so human." Lin Feng was directly pardoned from the military training process after what happened last time. "Wait directly until the end of military training and then you can officially attend classes. By the way, boss, our school has a welcome party. When the military training is over I guess it will be held." Then a view of the school sisters. "Okay, I got it." Lin Feng didn't care at all about any orientation party and casually responded. Soon, Gao Lu 3 days left the dormitory for the military training drill ground, leaving Lin Feng alone in the entire dormitory. At this time, Xiao Weiwei sent a message again. "Have you eaten yet?" Lin Feng returned. "I just got up and haven't eaten yet." "I'll buy you breakfast then. It's bad for your health if you don't eat in the morning," Xavier said in a message. Lin Feng thought for a moment. It just so happened that he was also going to sign a contract with Gu Shiran in a while, so there would be no delay in having some breakfast on the way. "Okay, let's go get breakfast then. Where am I going to wait for you?" Xiao Weiwei replied. "Wait for me downstairs in your dormitory. I'll be right there." After the two ended their chat, Lin Feng sat up and found a new set of clothes to wear. As for the one he wore yesterday, it went straight to the trash. His clothes, all customized from the last time he was at the IFC. The first 3 sets were delivered. Each set is worth millions. He didn't bother to wash it. he just threw it in the trash and wore new clothes. Luckily, no one knew the value of Lin Feng's clothes. If they did, they would probably be pissed off when they saw Lin Feng being so wasteful. That's not how you spend your money, is it? What other people thought. Of course Lin Feng didn't care. He just needed to do things according to his own mind. $1 million might be a huge sum of money in the eyes of others, but in his eyes, it was no different from $1. It's more than enough to say $1. Or to be more specific, a dime. The amount of revenue that these industries of his can bring him in a day is at least in the billions. This measly million is nothing. After arriving at the dormitory downstairs, it didn't take long for Xiao Weiwei, who was wearing a pair of jean shorts, white shoes and white socks, and a casual t-shirt, to walk over. Xiao Weiwei's clothes were all ordinary clothes, and her whole body was only $100 or $200, but it was such an ordinary dress that looked beautiful on her. Those long, white, straight legs actually seemed to be shimmering with a halo of light. Xiao Weiwei's figure wasn't very good and could only be considered moderate. The bosom's twin peaks were not so magnificent. It could only be said that they were full, with Lin Feng's palm to make a comparison. One hand could easily grasp it, and there was even a lot of room to spare. A high ponytail was tied on her head, showing her innocence and brightness. Lin Feng, I've kept you waiting. Seeing the incomparably handsome Lin Feng standing there, Xiao Weiwei, who had walked over, couldn't help but have a flash of redness on her face. It was probably too late yesterday, and she hadn't observed Lin Feng very closely, but when he took a look during the day today, Lin Feng's handsome face value had to go up a level in his own impression. If a girl were to give a boy a score as well, 100 points would be full. Then Lin Feng's face value would definitely have 99 points. With Lin Feng's face value, not to mention whether or not there was any knowledge about him, just this face value alone could make a woman have the desire to throw herself at him. After admiring Xiao Weiwei, Lin Feng couldn't help but nod in his heart. This Xiao Weiwei was indeed a superb product, with an aura of innocence that was much stronger than Gu Baiyue. It seemed that it was because no one in the school knew Gu Baiyu very well that she was given the title of Moonlight Goddess. If she had known that Gu Baiyue was a typical little devil character, the title of Moonlight Goddess would definitely not have been given to her. According to Lin Feng's assessment, Xiao Weiwei was actually the most suitable for the title of Moonlight Goddess. It was just a pity that Xiao Weiwei's looks were indeed one step weaker than Gu Baiyue's, and the title of Moonlight Goddess could only be unattached to her. Let's go to the cafeteria. Xiao Weiwei put away her heart as if it were a deer colliding, tilted her head and said with a bright smile. Lin Feng nodded. Well, let's go. As the two walked side by side on their way to the cafeteria, some of the passing students all couldn't help but look sideways. Lin Feng was tall and handsome, and Xiao Weiwei was pure and beautiful. It was a match made in heaven. Some people recognized the identity of the duo and couldn't help but rise to gossip. I wonder if the duo will have something to do with it as well. It hadn't been long since Lin Feng had been in school, but he'd already had scandals with 3 of the school's beauties. The first one was Moonlight Goddess Gu Baiyue, one of the 4 school beauties. The second one is Jiang Yan, the vice president of the student council. The third one is Xavier. These 3 are all beauties among beauties. Thinking of this, a group of people all secretly called Lin Feng really do not want to leave them any supa. Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei didn't care about the strange gazes of the people around them. The two are, in a way, still somewhat similar in character. All are the kind of people who don't care what others think and do whatever they want. Coming inside the cafeteria, Xiao Weiwei typed in 2 breakfasts and found a seat with Lin Feng. Xiao Weiwei's speech and behavior were very elegant, and when she ate, she chewed and swallowed slowly, and every movement could be seen to be professionally trained. There was nothing at all to tell that it came from an ordinary family. Lin Feng asked curiously, "Senior sister, why do I feel like you don't come from an ordinary family? You're not a hidden rich girl, are you?" Xiao Weiwei froze for a moment at her words, then said, "It used to be sort of, but now it's really an ordinary person." "What do you mean?" Lin Feng looked puzzled. "My family did have a bit of money in the past, but then my father did not run the business well and the family fell apart. Even my father got all sick in a hurry because of the bankruptcy. My family is probably not even a normal family right now. Not only do they not have much money, they have a lot of debt." Chapter 84. Wang Haiyan, who sent himself to the door. After chatting with Xiao Weiwei for a while, Lin Feng had gotten to know her a little bit. It turns out that Xavier was indeed born into a relatively wealthy family. Since she was a child, she lived a life of luxury, but the year she started high school, her family suddenly had a change of heart, causing the wealthy family to fall into ruin and eventually into debt. The reason why it turned out like this was because her father's investment failed, causing the company's capital chain to break and eventually go bankrupt. In fact, Xiao Weiwei's father is a very capable person, and his strategic vision in business is also very good. Only his grasp of the human heart is poor, and he mistakenly believed in the villain, which caused such a downfall. The Xia family only had one child, Xiao Weiwei, and because there was no one credible in the company, they had been grooming their nephew, Xiao Weiwei's cousin. In the company, many important things were given to Xiao Weiwei's cousin to take care of. Xiao Weiwei's father himself is in the real industry. After 18 years of economic decline in the real industry, whether it is a large company or small companies, it is very difficult. Xavier's father then decided to change careers and prepare to enter the technology industry. At that time, AI was considered a new industry, but Xiao Weiwei's father saw the potential of AI in the future, and immediately invested billions of liquidity in AI research and development. The money was invested, and naturally there were some gains, with the development of an intelligent AI system that could be used as a search engine. But right after the successful research and development, Xiao Weiwei's cousin unexpectedly ran away with the results of the research and development. The R&D results were sold directly into the hands of a giant in the tech industry, Hangshan Technology Corporation, for tens of billions of dollars in profit. Xiao Weiwei's father not only lost his R&D results, but also failed to recover the capital he invested in it. The company is running without funds, which leads directly to bankruptcy. Xavier's father had also sued her cousin for locating theft of trade secrets, but in the middle of a lawsuit, it was lost. The reason why she lost the case was because the previous Xiao Weiwei's father trusted her cousin too much and sued for theft of trade secrets, which was not successful, simply because when this AI program was being developed, Xiao Weiwei's cousin was all over it, but instead, Xiao Weiwei's father was being counted out, and it ended up with a lack of evidence. After listening to Xiao Weiwei, Lin Feng also felt sorry for the Xiao family. It does kinda suck. Being betrayed by the people closest to you is like having someone stab you in the back, and that's a really bad feeling. Now the Xiao family was defeated, but Xiao Weiwei's cousin had left to become a newcomer in the business world. With the cooperation with Hangshan Technology, he opened his own company and followed the soup of Hangshan Technology, but he also mixed well. For Hangshan Technology, Lin Feng also has some understanding. In the whole of China's technology companies, Hangshan Technology can definitely rank to the top 3, counting on the giant company. Many of life's AI programs have the shadow of Yokoso technology. Even the terminal engines of some games are provided by Hangshan Technology. Those game developers rent engines from Hangshan Technology and then develop various new games, and the income from the games is shared with Hangshan Technology as 30% of the rent of the rented engines. In recent years, China's economic takeoff. Although the people do not have a lot of savings in hand, but each family can get by in life. This, coupled with the idea of young people marrying late and not marrying at all, has caused many young people of today to squander all the money they earn. And playing the game doesn't care in the slightest how much you recharge. It makes the game makers a lot of money. And indirectly, it also accomplished the trillion-dollar market capitalization of Hangshan Technology. If there was no backstabbing by Xiao Weiwei's cousin, the Xiao family might have risen. Not to say that it became a giant company like Hangshan Technology, but it also had to have a market value of 100 billion. It's just a shame that the move was a bad one and I didn't look at the right people, resulting in a full house in the end. Now the Xiao family still has several $100 million of external debt, but the Xiao family is now simply unable to pay it back, and can only live in straitened circumstances. Just as the two were talking, two people walked in outside the cafeteria. One of them had a bratty look and exuded an air of condescension all over his body. This person was none other than Wang Haiyang, the same person who had counted on Lin Feng during military training. Beside Wang Haiyang is his follower, with a fawning color on his face, walking one body position behind Wang Haiyang. "Mr. Wang, I'll go get you some food." After saying his words, that follower hurriedly ran to the food window and brought back 2 sumptuous breakfasts in no time. Wang Haiyang, who had walked in, also happened to see Lin Feng as he was looking for a seat, and couldn't help but have a cold smile flash across his face, but it only appeared for a split second, and was then well hidden, and was then replaced with a gentle and elegant demeanor. Wang Haiyang took a step to Lin Feng's side and said with feigned surprise, "Ha, you're Lin Feng?" Lin Feng sniffed and looked over, and after seeing Wang Haiyang, a flash of light flashed under his eyes. Wang Haiyang he naturally recognized. After the last time things passed, after knowing that it was Wang Haiyang who was behind the trouble, he remembered this person. Wang Haiyang was also a famous figure in the school, and even his identity as the youngest master of the imperial capital Wang family was even more recognizable than Lu He. The University of Finance and Economics has 3 males, Wang Haiyang one of them. The 3 dukes were all extremely honorable people, and the other 2 were not much worse than Wang Haiyang. Wang Haiyang's identity background is an existence that is noticed wherever he goes. Seeing that Wang Haiyang had met up with Lin Feng, the crowd all got excited. The school's #1 man of the hour and young Wang were pitted against each other. and there was no telling what sparks could come out of them. Of course, many people were not aware that Wang Haiyang had once counted on Lin Feng. Both thought that the two were meeting for the first time and might just greet each other to get to know each other without any conflict. Wang Haiyang thought that the thing he did was very secretive and wouldn't be known by Lin Feng, so he didn't think much about it, but said with a smile, "Hello Lin Feng, I'm Wang Haiyang, I'm glad to meet you." At this moment, Wang Haiyang behaved humbly and courteously, and everyone who saw it couldn't help but be mesmerized by his demeanor. Men admire and women are enamored. Xiao Weiwei couldn't help but be surprised when she saw that it was Wang Haiyang. Wang Haiyang is a big man, not to mention that her family is now in decline. Even if her family's heyday, there is no way to compare with Wang Haiyang. Just by virtue of the first-class families of the imperial capital, 10 Xia families can't compare. Even one word from people could make her Xia family disappear. Lin Feng didn't look different, but smiled as he stood up and extended his hand to shake Wang Haiyang. Lin Feng, smiling while talking. However, as the two hands grasped together, Lin Feng's palm suddenly increased in strength. Crunch! Those close by all heard what sounded like the cracking of bones. This was followed by the screams of Wang Haiyang. Only after crushing Wang Haiyang's hand bone did Lin Feng say nonchalantly, "This is just a little bit of interest to your hand. Don't worry, our affairs will be cleared soon." Chapter 85. Beat him, don't beat us up. The sudden turn of events startled everyone. Just now the two were respectful and modest. Why did they suddenly flip out? The others didn't hear what Lin Feng said towards Wang Haiyang, but Xiao Weiwei, who was by the side of the two, heard it very clearly. Although Xiao Weiwei didn't know what Lin Feng meant by these words, she guessed something after thinking carefully for a while. When Lin Feng clashed with those instructors on the military training, it could be said that it was a very big deal, and there was no one in the entire University of Finance and Economics who didn't know about it. Yesterday, news came out that all those instructors who had clashed with Lin Feng had been dismissed from the military, and the reason for the dismissal was that they were a bad character and affected the military appearance. With the spread of this news, everyone knew that Lin Feng was in existence that couldn't be messed with. Xiao Weiwei had thought that the conflict with Lin Feng's military training instructor was just an accident, but now that she thought about it, I'm afraid that things aren't that simple, and it should be that there's still Wang Haiyang's shadow in it. It was just that what Xiao Weiwei hadn't expected was that Lin Feng would be so violent, not needing to hide at all, and laying his hands on Wang Haiyang in public. Looking at Wang Haiyang's palms that had changed shape, Xiao Weiwei couldn't help but grin a little. The palms had turned like this. How much must it hurt? The Wang Haiyang followers who came over with the food saw Wang Haiyang trembling in pain, and hurriedly put down the tray in their hands and ran over to hold Wang Haiyang up. "Mr. Wang, are you okay?" As he spoke, he also stared at Lin Feng unkindly, but before that follower could come back to his senses, he heard Wang Haiyang cursing as he sucked in cold air. "Do you think I'm alright? Don't rush to send me to the hospital." The follower hadn't waited to take back his angry gaze at Lin Feng. He was scolded enough by Wang Haiyang. Then that follower didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation, and hurriedly assisted Wang Haiyang to go to the infirmary. A top 211 institution like the University of Finance and Economics has a very good infirmary right on campus, but with Wang Haiyang's injuries, the infirmary estimated that they could only do simple treatment, or they had to be sent to the hospital. As he was leaving, Wang Haiyang looked at Lin Feng with an unbelievably hateful gaze. It was estimated that he had already held a grudge against Lin Feng. What's going on? Why did Lin Feng suddenly make a move on Wang Haiyang? Have the two of them feuded before? This Lin Feng can't be mentally ill, right? With violent tendencies. It seems like I have to stay away from him in the future, so I don't end up like Wang Haiyang and have me suffer too. Yeah, don't hit them after you hit Wang Haiyang. Staying away is the main thing. You guys, do you think Lin Feng beat up Wang Haiyang because of Gu Baiyu? I seem to remember that Lin Feng had a scandal with Gu Baiwei on the first day he came here. The two of them wouldn't have gotten into such a mess because they were jealous of each other, would they? That can't be said. Gu Baiwei is a moonlight goddess. I have a feeling of falling in love when I take a look at Gu Baiwei. It's possible for the two to clash because of this. It hadn't taken long for Lin Feng and Wang Haiyang's incident to happen, and posts appeared on the school's forums about the duo getting jealous over Gu Baiyu. As soon as this post appeared, it was instantly topped, and the heat was off the charts, to say the least. And underneath this post, it was all about Lin Feng. From his first day of school when he reported to work in a helicopter, all the way up to today when he crushed Wang Haiyang's palm, it could be said that the entire campus forum was dominated by Lin Feng. Lin Feng, will you get in trouble for being so impulsive? I heard that Wang Haiyang's family is a big family in the imperial capital, and there are elders in the family who are in high positions, so what will you do if they find you in trouble? Xavier said worriedly. Lin Feng shook his head a bit with a light smile. Just look for it, I dare to beat him up, so I'm not afraid of his family looking for it. Even if his family doesn't come after me, I'll clear it with them sooner or later. This Wang Haiyang is a villain. I guess you have guessed something. The last military training thing, it is him behind the ghost. I have been a bit busy lately. I haven't had the time to look for him to settle the score. Today he is also considered to be on his own, bumping into the muzzle of the gun. Hearing Lin Feng's confident words, Xiao Weiwei gave him a deep look. This man was so domineering, facing the big families of the imperial capital without even a hint of fear, a feeling that made Xiao Weiwei feel a momentary thumping of her heart. Originally, the two of them were about to finish their meal. Coupled with the matter of Wang Haiyang, the two of them did not have the idea of continuing to eat, and then took a step to leave the cafeteria. Are you going back to your dorm or to class? After leaving the cafeteria, Lin Feng smiled and asked Xiao Weiwei. Xiao Weiwei shook her head. I don't have any classes today. I want to go out for a walk. Lin Feng, you go and get busy. I'll walk by myself, Lin Feng said. Then coincidentally, I don't have anything to do, so let's take a walk together. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Weiwei gave him a surprised look. A strange emotion rose in his heart. This Lin Feng couldn't be deliberately trying to accompany himself, could he? However, Xiao Weiwei didn't resent it at all, but instead had a little snicker. Although her contact with Lin Feng was short, Xiao Weiwei always had an urge to understand Lin Feng. The more time she spent in contact with Lin Feng, the more she had a feeling that she wanted to get closer. The moment this thought appeared, Xiao Weiwei couldn't help but startle herself. When did she become like this? Why doesn't she know how to be reserved at all? She had never felt this way about a member of the opposite sex in all her life. It was only when Lu He pursued her for a whole year, changing his style every day, that she felt so little. But until she broke up with Lu Ha, she hadn't elevated the little feelings she had in the beginning much. But she was now spending just over an hour with Lin Feng, making her feel better than she had in over 2 years with Lu He. I'll be fine. If you're busy, you can go ahead and get busy. I'll walk by myself. Xiao Weiwei was afraid that Lin Feng had chosen to stay with her because he was in a bad mood. When she had chatted with Lin Feng earlier, she did feel a bit down after talking about her family. Lin Feng should be able to tell. She didn't want to let Lin Feng hold up business because of herself. Lin Feng shook his head. It's fine. I'm not busy. Let's go. Where do you want to go? Xavier thought for a moment, but couldn't figure out where to go. She had never forgotten about the change in her family back then. All she wanted to do now was just wander around someplace random and put her unhappiness behind her. Seeing that Xiao Weiwei didn't have a place she wanted to go to, Lin Feng however spoke up and said, You don't have a place you want to go to? Then I'll take you there. Where to? Before Xiao Weiwei could react, Lin Feng directly grabbed Xiao Weiwei's hand and walked towards the parking lot. Feeling her hand being grasped by Lin Feng's big warm hand, Xiao Weiwei couldn't help but have a blush rise on her face. Being grabbed by Lin Feng's hand, Xiao Weiwei felt an inexplicable sense of security, which caused her to forget to break free and just let Lin Feng hold her hand to the parking lot. Chapter 86: Xiao Weiwei's psychological changes. Pulling Xiao Weiwei all the way to the parking lot, until she sat in the car, Xiao Weiwei still hadn't recovered from her disorientation. It wasn't until the engine roar of the Bugatti Black Sound sports car that Xavier came back to her senses. After seeing Lin Feng's sports car, Xiao Weiwei's eyes flashed with a flash of surprise. Is this the same Bugatti Blackout that was hyped up online? The story of Lin Feng owning a sports car with more than $100 million had long spread in the University of Finance and Economics. Xiao Weiwei had naturally heard about it, and although she wasn't a big fan of cars, she couldn't stop her curiosity about a multi-billion-dollar sports car. She remembered that before she broke up with Lu He, after the two of them ate after class, Lu He had also mentioned Lin Feng's sports car. Of course, Lu He had gloated because that time was when Lin Feng was arrested for assaulting the instructor. Now after seeing this sports car worth more than $100 million, Xiao Weiwei couldn't help but secretly nod her head. Indeed, expensive has its benefits. This car is worth a lot of money just looking at it. While starting the car, Lin Feng took out his cell phone and ordered up Disney tickets online. It's also almost time for Disney to open. The Disney tickets that Lin Feng booked were naturally not ordinary tickets, but the most expensive VIP, priced at $25,000 per day. This Disney ticket is in the most expensive bracket. When you go into an amusement park, not only do you not have to wait in line, but you also have a dedicated butler to serve you throughout the day. You don't have to do anything for yourself to enter the park. It's all handled by the housekeeper. So just play and don't worry about anything else. After buying the tickets, Lin Feng directly drove over with Xiao Weiwei. The car became an instant sight after it came to the road. Xiao Weiwei, who was sitting in the car, felt what it meant to have a chain of contempt. Wherever Lin Feng's car passed, no matter if it was a rich person or an ordinary person, anyone who could see his car couldn't help but look sideways. It was the president's boss sitting inside the Rolls-Royce. Those upper echelons of society, who would all look at Lin Feng's car after seeing it. It's true that you can't have a luxury car and an inferiority complex at the same time. The saying that having enough self-confidence is not as good as having enough wallet is still true. You don't have money, and even if your confidence is at full strength, it won't straighten your back, but you balance foot, even after how long you've been bent over. You can straighten up in an instant. Those rich people, even if they were rich, it didn't mean they could afford Lin Feng's car. They also have envy. And right now, Lin Feng was one of those envious people of theirs. As the roar of the engine exploded on the long street, countless gazes looking at the two men had a look of envy in them. Xia Weiwei, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, even instantly brought back the self-confidence that had been struck by the bankruptcy of her family. She had not been a vain woman, but now it made her like it. People change with their environment. Although Xia Weiwei had a strong character and a firm heart, she couldn't resist this temptation of living in a world of people. Although the traffic in Magic City was jammed, Lin Feng wasn't jammed at all. Whenever he came to a stoplight, the cars in front and behind him would leave him wide open. Even many car owners, after seeing Lin Feng's car in their rearview mirrors, would understandably get out of the way for him. The appearance of this scene made Xia Weiwei refresh her worldview and gain a new understanding of this world. It turns out that when you have money to a certain point, you can really do whatever you want, just by the act of being able to voluntarily make way for Lin Feng during rush hour. It wasn't something a poor person could do. The two drove all the way to the entrance of the Disney park. Because Lin Feng had purchased a premium VIP, he was qualified to enjoy this treatment. The Disney butler who had been waiting at the doorway for a long time had rushed to welcome Lin Feng and the two of them after seeing them. "Hello, it's Mr. Lin, isn't it?" Lin Feng nodded slightly. "Yes, I'm Lin Feng. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm your Disney personal butler. Are there any personal items I can get for you?" Lin Feng shook his head. "No." "Yes sir, you may follow me." While talking, the private butler led Lin Feng and Xia Weiwei towards the entrance of the park. At this time in the distance at the entrance to the common gates, a long line had already formed, with countless people visiting Disney every day. Although the park has not yet opened, the general admission entrance is already lined up as far as the eye can see. Those people were still waiting for the park to open, while he and Xia Weiwei had already entered inside the park. Along the way, the personal butler introduced Lin Feng and Xia Weiwei to the attractions and precautions within Disney. "Mr. Lin, shall we play from the beginning, or shall we start with the items you and Miss like?" Lin Feng grabbed his head and looked at Xia Weiwei. "Sister Weiwei, which program do you want to play first?" Xia Weiwei shook her head. After entering Disney and being infected by the joyful atmosphere inside, the unhappiness she had been feeling was forgotten. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xia Weiwei overflowed with a sweet smile and said, "Lin Feng, I'll listen to you." Seeing Xia Weiwei's nice smile, Lin Feng smiled lightly. "Alright, then let's start painting from the beginning." After negotiating, Lin Feng let the butler take the two of them to start painting from the beginning. The first is Thunder Mountain Rafting, which is also the closest program to the entrance. The personal butler brought the two men to the entrance of Thunder Mountain Rafting and handed them the VIP raincoats that had been prepared long ago. "Sir, miss, have a good time. I'll meet you at the exit." Since the two were honored members, they didn't have to take the ordinary passageway and directly took a shortcut to the drifting boat. At this time, there were also some people who, like Lin Feng, had come inside the park in advance. The service staff of the Thundering Mountain Project arranged Lin Feng and the others to sit on the rafting boat in an orderly manner, and after going over the safety precautions, the project began. The people sitting on the same drift boat as Lin Feng and Xia Weiwei were all young couples, and judging by their clothes, they were all rich. When you think about it that way, it's not likely that anyone without money would be down for VIP tickets. The average person usually buys a couple $100 in general admission tickets. With Lin Feng's heaven-defying face value, plus Xia Weiwei's stunning face, the two of them became the center of attention as soon as they arrived on the drifting boat. The men and women on the boat all couldn't help but secretly glance at Lin Feng and the two of them. However, it was good that the crowd were all people of some status and had seen a lot of the world since they grew up. Even if they were shocked at Lin Feng and Xia Weiwei's face, they didn't do too much to lose their manners. After the shock was over, the crowd gathered themselves to feel the thrill of rafting. At the beginning of the program, the crowd didn't feel anything, but as they entered the mid-range stage, after coming inside the Thunder Mountain Cave, the excitement finally rose. The turbulence of the water, coupled with the mystery inside the cave, and the lifelike, hissing and roaring 3D dragon. It was truly as if there was a true dragon roaring above their heads. The group of girls all couldn't help but scream in this tense atmosphere. Chapter 87. This Lin Feng has too much guts. Although Xia Weiwei's character was strong, she was also a woman, especially under the rendering of this atmosphere. She could not help but scream. feeling Xiao Weiwei's nervousness beside him. Lin Feng, who was sitting there, naturally reached out and wrapped Xiao Weiwei in his arms. And Xiao Weiwei, who was in the middle of the tension, didn't notice anything wrong, and even had some small sweetness. After being held in Lin Feng's arms, Xiao Weiwei inexplicably rose with a touch of security that she had never felt before. The originally tense and exciting feeling dissipated a lot with Lin Feng's hug. Just past the caves of Thunder Mountain is the cascading waterfall. With a loud scream, the crowd's drifting boat finally leveled off. As the drift boat came to a stop, the crowd was considered done with this project. Getting off the boat, the crowd took off their raincoats and got more or less drenched. After all, even the best raincoat can't possibly keep the water from soaking through. Not to mention it's not like it's wrapped with no seams at all. But no one cared about such trivialities. Those who came here to play were just trying to have a good time. If you're depressed because your clothes get a little wet, you're probably more or less mentally ill in some way. Seeing the Lin Feng duo walking out from the exit, the butler who had been waiting there hurriedly greeted them. Respectfully, he asked Lin Feng if the two of them were having a good time. The two expressed that they were very happy with Disney, and the butler began to lead the Lin Feng duo to the second program again, Pirates of the Caribbean. After walking through the priority lane, the two boarded a Pirates of the Caribbean ship and began their Caribbean journey. Pirates of the Caribbean project, but not as exciting as the Thunder Mountain rafting, but the Pirates of the Caribbean 3D production effect, but very people let a person shock. After the program started, those 3D images were really immersive. The pirates infighting and fighting over treasure and the various large creatures of the underwater world are all extremely mentally satisfying. After getting on the boat, Lin Feng naturally grabbed Xiao Weiwei's jade hand in his hand. Xiao Weiwei seemed like she didn't notice, and seemed like she didn't want to struggle. In short, she didn't react at all to being grabbed by Lin Feng's hand, and her expression was very natural, as if the two of them were supposed to be like this. Sensing this scene, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth couldn't help but curl. This Xiao Weiwei was indeed a good girl. When the two of them first met in the snack street, Lin Feng had a big crush on this Xiao Weiwei. Self-reliance and perseverance can be seen in Vivian Xia. Coupled with the subsequent understanding of Xiao Weiwei, he had an urge to pamper this girl forever. He was supposed to go sign the share transfer agreement with the Gu sisters, but there's no rush on that one, and no one should interfere with their own big search for a beautiful woman. Of course, Lin Feng had also informed the Gu sisters, telling them that he had something to do and that the signing would be a little later. Because of this matter, it made Gu Baiyue's teeth itch. Inside the club's office, Gu Baiyue sat there with an exasperated look on her face. "Sis, look at this Lin Feng. It's 80% that he's out with another woman. Even such a big deal as signing with us can be put down. Really shameless, underhanded man." Hearing Gu Baiyue's words, Gu Shiran said suspiciously, "How are you so sure that Lin Feng went out with another woman and wasn't delayed by something else important?" Gu Baiyue gritted her teeth and said, "That's because she heard someone else say it. Before I came to your place, someone at school saw Lin Feng driving away from the school with Xiao Weiwei. Xiao Weiwei only met him yesterday. What business could the two of them have? This Lin Feng even staged a hero-saving beauty. I guess he's got his eye on Xiao Weiwei." Gu Shiran frowned slightly. In that case, then Lin Feng did go a bit overboard. But although the two sisters were dissatisfied with Lin Feng, there was nothing they could do. Now it was the two of them begging Lin Feng, not Lin Feng begging them. But the two sisters had never received this kind of anger. Their Gu family had always been begged by others. When had they begged others so much? But they couldn't do anything about it. After all, if it wasn't for Lin Feng, Gu Shiran wouldn't be able to break away from the Du family's persecution. So even in their dissatisfaction, the two could only wait patiently. "Sis, I swear, one day if Lin Feng falls into my hands, I'll make him look good." Sitting on the sofa, Gu Baiyue said with a serious face. Gu Shiran looked at this sister of his and couldn't help but feel a little amused. Gu Baiyue saw the change in Gu Shiran's face and felt even more angry. "Sis, what's that look on your face? You don't believe me somehow." Gu Shiran was also fine right now, so it was a good time to fight with Gu Baiyue to pass the time. A large wave was casually draped over her shoulders, her arms peeked out and crossed, her delicate jaw resting on her hands as she spared. "Believe it? Can I not believe my lovely sister? But I'm more curious. If Lin Feng falls into your hands, how do you want to clean him up?" Hearing Gu Shiran's inquiry, Gu Baiyue first froze for a moment, but in order not to lose face, she still tried her best to brainstorm a picture of what it would be like when she cleaned up Lin Feng. "If that stinking man falls into my hands, I'm going to whip him, I'm going to bite him, I'm going to make him go without food for 3 days." Hearing Gu Baiyue's words, Gu Shiran couldn't help but smile. This sister of his, although her character was a bit naughty, she didn't have any bad intentions. At best, she likes to prank people a little bit, and is nothing like those vicious women. At this time, Gu Baiyue's cell phone suddenly rang, and when she read the message on her phone, she couldn't help but jump up from the sofa in shock. When Gu Shiran saw Gu Baiyue reacting so strongly, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What's wrong?" can you be a little more composed? You're the golden girl of our Gu family. If others see this, they shall not think that you have no qualities. Sister, it's not that I'm not stoic, but this news is too strong. Guess what happened? Gu Shiran sniffed and shook his head. Can I know what it is? Don't sell out. Hurry up and say it. Gu Baiwei took her cell phone and came to Gu Shiran, showing him the message her roommate had sent her. Sis, Wang Haiyang is hospitalized. Ha ha. After saying this, Gu Baiwei stood there and couldn't help but laugh happily, with no ladylike image left at all. Gu Shiran also looked carefully at the content of the message, and when she saw that it was Lin Feng who had pinched Wang Haiyang's hand off in full view of everyone, her entire body was shocked. After coming back to her senses, Gu Shiran sucked in cold air and said, "This Lin Feng's guts are also too big. How dare he make Wang Haiyang like this in public?" The Gu sisters were aware of Wang Haiyang's identity. After all, both sisters knew about Wang Haiyang's pursuit of Gu Baiyu. Wang Yang is a big family in the imperial capital. Although it is not the top, it is still a family that can be ranked in the country. Even the Du family couldn't compare to the Wang family. If the Wang family wanted to mess with the Du family, it was just a matter of words. But I didn't expect that Lin Feng didn't hide it at all and directly messed up Wang Haiyang in the hospital in public. This incident is definitely not smaller than the incident of beating up the instructor during military training. The Wang family would never let up after suffering such an insult. Chapter 88. Wang Duoyu explained the charm of money. Just when the Gu sisters were still there worrying over nothing, surprised at Lin Feng's boldness, and worried that Lin Feng would be found in trouble by the Wang family. On the other side, Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei were already having fun at Disneyland. The two got off the pirate ship and took a short break before heading to the next program. The two also go in and browse a bit as they pass by the little Disney store. Many Disney souvenirs are sold inside. A variety of backpacks of the animals of Mad Animal City, as well as hand-me-down dolls and more. Xiao Weiwei was in a much better mood now, happy as a butterfly. As the two wandered through the store, Xiao Weiwei would often look at this and that, and the whole of her could no longer be seen with a trace of sadness. The personal butler followed the two men, describing the origin of the souvenir. Xiao Weiwei tilted her head sideways and asked adorably towards Lin Feng, "Lin Feng, have you seen Crazy Animal City?" Lin Feng shook his head. For the category of cartoons, when he was small, he didn't like them, let alone this kind of cartoons that came out from overseas. Then he smiled and asked back, "Have you seen it?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Weiwei nodded her head and said with remembrance, "When I was little, my favorite thing to watch was Crazy Animal City. At that time my father would still accompany me to watch it occasionally when he had time, and my life was very happy at that time. Alas, if it hadn't been for that incident at home, I'm sure my father would be able to watch it with me now and then." Seeing Xiao Weiwei bring up the sad past again, Lin Feng couldn't help but gently lift Xiao Weiwei's hand and said gently, "Don't think so much. Maybe in the future your life will be better than before." Hearing Lin Feng's comforting words, Xiao Weiwei nodded. "Well, I'm sure the future will be better. My parents took care of me when I was small, so I'll take care of them in the future." Lin Feng said with a smile, "That's right, people can't always live in the past, they have to look forward. Yes, move on." Amidst Lin Feng's encouragement, a look of determination rose on Xiao Weiwei's face. "Load these up for me." After finishing talking with Xiao Weiwei, Lin Feng said to the shopper beside him, "Is that what you're talking about, sir?" The shopper didn't react, and after she did, she couldn't help but point at the shelves in front of her in surprise. Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, one of these things." The guide who came back to his senses hurriedly said, "Yes sir. In fact, it looks like Lin Feng bought a lot, but these Disney souvenirs are not very fast. The cheapest $100 or so, and the more expensive ones are only a few $100s. Even if you emptied the entire store, it wouldn't cost a few bucks." Xiao Weiwei knew Lin Feng's financial strength, so she didn't make any pretense, and all these things that Lin Feng had purchased for her were things that she really liked. She loved watching Zootopia when she was little, leading to her current love of Zootopia memorabilia. In fact, if Lin Feng had taken her directly to buy those luxury goods, perhaps Xiao Weiwei wouldn't have accepted it. But Lin Feng brought her to Disneyland, and it made her very happy. Looking at Lin Feng's handsome appearance as he paid the bill for himself, a touch of happiness rose in Xiao Weiwei's heart. Disneyland is every girl's dream. There are actually a lot of people who haven't seen Crazy Animal City and don't know where Disneyland came from, but having a beloved man bring them here will always raise a sense of happiness. It is, after all, an emotional value. Now this society, want to take a woman is actually not very difficult, as long as you have a little more wealth. Billion. In the pitch, even if the goddess is just a matter of minutes. And this kind of thing was well illustrated by Wang Duoyu back in the day. Xia Zhu does not like money, not gold worship, not materialistic, but every moment Wang Duoyu touched Xia Zhu. In fact, money is burning. If they were ordinary people, even if they had the idea, they would not be able to support it financially. and Lin Feng's tactic of picking up girls was actually based on having sufficient financial resources. Don't look at these Disney souvenirs, are not very expensive, but like Lin Feng, this kind of purchase, without a little bit of wealth, is not ordinary people can do. The value of a single one was low, but it couldn't hold up to Lin Feng's sentence of packing ah. The two walked out of every little Disney store spending tens of thousands of dollars. There aren't one or two small stores in the entire Disneyland resort, and this walk around would probably cost an average man his bride price for a wife. It is at times like these that the role of a personal butler comes into play. He only saw the private butler calling for staff to help Lin Feng transport the purchased items out. When Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei left, there would be someone to help with their distribution. Without realizing it, the time had come to noon. Always playing the program can also feel tiring, and the time is when the floats are open. The two had already had the best seats cleared for them by Disney staff because they were honored VIPs. A staff member was seen holding a barrier to isolate the best spots. When Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei arrived, they were directly placed in seats. There is no off-season at Disney, and there are plenty of people here every day. Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei were sitting in the VIP seats, seemingly relaxed and cozy, but outside their seats, they were packed with people. Those who purchased general admission tickets came early and waited before the float program even started in order to grab the best front row seats. Some of them had been here before. Some of them had done a walkthrough before they came. As the opening song of Animal City plays, a bunch of crew members playing Animal City characters come out. Of course, not all of the people playing in the float show are mad Animal City characters. Disneyland, which is just themed to Zootopia, actually has a lot of other anime elements mixed in. Those float crews, while twirling to the music, interacted with the visitors on either side of them. Those who were not VIP ticket holders stood on high ground with their feet cocked to watch, or huddled among the crowd, poking their cell phones forward to videotape. On the other hand, on the side of the two Lin Fengs, since they were the only two people in the entire viewing area, Xiao Weiwei directly left her seat and came to the isolation zone, a smile on her face as she waved and greeted the playwrights. Nick Fox Nick, standing in front of the barrier. Xiao Weiwei couldn't help but be rendered by the atmosphere and shouted at the top of her lungs towards her favorite character. Throughout the entire Crazy Animal City series, Xavier is most knocked out by the pair of CPs Nick Fox Nick and Judy. Throughout the movie, Nick Fox Nick shows his intelligence and Judy shows her resilience. Both are very popular characters. Seeing Xiao Weiwei's greeting, those staff members even made a slight stop when passing by her after realizing that she was an honored member. And Xiao Weiwei had long since taken out her cell phone to take pictures. Nick Fox Nick also took a picture with Xavier. Chapter 89, Gu Baiyu who broke the great defense. After the float show passed, Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei had a nice lunch inside Disney. In the morning, the two of them basically played all the programs, and there was nothing to do in the afternoon. Just as the Goose sisters were still waiting for them to sign the contract, Lin Feng then took Xiao Weiwei and left Disneyland. Of course, there will be fireworks at night, so the two of you can just come back and watch then. The personal butler took them all the way outside of paradise. Mr. Lin, you can let me know in advance if you're coming over in the evening. Lin Feng had applied for a premium membership, which was also the highest level of membership at Disney, and as a private butler, he naturally had to give the best reception. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Alright, I'll let you know when the time comes. Just send those things I bought to the University of Finance and Economics for me. Yes sir, take your time. With the roar of the sports car's engine, the morning of fun for the two was considered over. Go back to school and wait for me. I'll pick you up tonight. Until Lin Feng had business to attend to, Xiao Weiwei didn't say anything, but nodded her head obediently. Well, I'll wait for you. After saying this, Xiao Weiwei didn't think she would become like this one day. It was the first time she had been so well behaved and understanding to the opposite sex, other than her father, and even she couldn't believe she was turning out like this after she finished speaking. Then Xiao Weiwei's face flashed a blush. She didn't even dare to look at Lin Feng and shyly lowered her head. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curved as he started the car to go to the school. After arriving at the entrance of the school, Xiao Weiwei hadn't reacted from her shyness, and just after the car stopped, she hurriedly pushed open the door and got out, and after waving goodbye to Lin Feng, she ran into the school. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled, then started the car to go to Gu Shiran's luxury car club. Before going, Gu Shiran had already sent over the location. Following the navigation, Lin Feng drove to the club. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the club, he saw two silhouettes staring at the big sun standing there waiting for him. Crunch! The Bugatti Blackout stopped steadily in front of the two men. Hello, I've kept you two beauties waiting. Seeing Lin Feng with a smile on his face, Gu Baiyu couldn't help but want to go up and punch him hard on his handsome face. She was one of the four most powerful families in the Magic City, the daughter of the Gu family. How had she ever waited for someone like this? With such poisonous sunlight, she was afraid she would get a tan. Seeing Gu Baiyue's puffed up appearance, Lin Feng didn't care at all and directly pushed open the car door and walked down. Come on, it's a lot of sun standing here, let's go inside and talk. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Gu Baiyu couldn't help but grit her teeth and said, you still know do you know how long I've been waiting for you with my sister? You're good, you're still in the mood to take a beautiful woman out to play. Isn't it good to do the right thing first? Lin Feng smiled as he said, that won't do, my creed in life, beautiful women must come first. Of course, if it were you, Ms. Gu, I would have done that as well. I'm not, you big slag. Gu Baiyu shook her little head in disgust. Che, how many beautiful parties are waiting? If you don't want to, there are plenty who do. Lin Feng skimmed his lips and said, don't you brag, this lady doesn't believe it. Seeing Lin Feng and Gu Baiyu standing there in a war of words, Gu Shiran couldn't help but feel a headache. This Lin Feng obviously looked quite high and cold. How come his personality was also like that of a child? Well, let's hurry in and get down to business. Seeing that the two of them couldn't end it for a while, Gu Shiran couldn't help but stand out and interrupt. After Gu Shiran finished speaking, Lin Feng glanced at Gu Baiyu, who was furious with him, and nodded his head. Well, let's go then. There's no point in bothering with a little kid. Little kids? You, me. Gu Baiyu was directly exasperated and couldn't speak. She seems to be Lin Feng's schoolmate, right? She seemed to be older than Lin Feng too, right? What makes you a child? AI. Lin Feng, you stop. You tell me clearly, who is a child? Are you as big as me, you? Seeing that Lin Feng had followed Gu Shiran into the club, Gu Baiyu, who had reacted, hurriedly chased after him and questioned him. Lin Feng, tell me clearly, how did you get big? Seeing that Gu Baiyu was unforgiving, Lin Feng said as he walked, how come I'm not big? Why don't you see if I'm big? Then he swept a glance at the small hill on Gu Baiyue's chest. And you're really small, too. Lin Feng's gaze was not concealed, so Gu Baiyu clearly knew where Lin Feng had looked at her. In an instant, Gu Baiyue's face was covered in red, but she thought of the insults Lin Feng had inflicted on her. Gu Baiyu turned shy to angry and gritted her teeth. Lin Feng, you have the guts to tell me again. Lin Feng felt that it was fun to tease this Gu Baiyu, and after walking into the elevator and turning around, he said with a smile, saying it 1,000 times again is still the same. You're really small. But Gu Shiran, who was standing in the elevator with Lin Feng, couldn't hold it in and couldn't help but burst out laughing. At home, Gu Baiyu had always been called the little witch by them, clearly looking well-behaved and understanding, but it was very contrasting. Outside, Gu Baiyu had bewitched many people based on her innocent appearance. Only those who truly knew Gu Baiyu knew how mischievous her character was. Lin Feng, go to hell. Gu Baiyu was directly infuriated by Lin Feng until she broke her defense. The shrill voice startled all the people coming and going in the hall. It was a pity that Lin Feng and Gu Shiran had already taken the elevator upstairs a long time ago and couldn't even see her impotent rage. At this time, a passing young man, seeing Gu Baiyu who was standing there shivering with anger, couldn't help but straighten his clothes and walk up. Miss, may I ask if you need help? Get out. Get your ass in a cab and get out. Gu Baiyu was now in a state of anger, and when she heard the man's voice accosting her, she directly burst into a rage. The man froze at the scolding. He didn't realize that he had been so gentle and elegant. How could this beautiful woman not give any face at all? But being scolded like that in public, the man naturally couldn't stand it. Try cursing again, the man said with a cold face. Just because Gu Baiyu couldn't do anything about Lin Feng didn't mean she couldn't do anything about others. Hearing that the man wanted her to curse again and again, Gu Baiyu had never seen such a request before. Listen to me carefully, I said for you to get lost. If you don't get lost, believe it or not, Auntie, I will break your legs. When the man saw that Gu Baiyu even dared to scold him, he couldn't help but get angry and laugh. Do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I can make it impossible for you to mix in Magic City. The man is a second-generation rich man whose family assets are not bad, with tens of billions of dollars, and he's also a member who just joined today. Through a friend. His friend brought him in and went to check him in. He happened to see Gu Baiyu, who was in a bad mood, and thought of relying on his great financial power and excellent appearance to have a textbook pickup and carry Gu Baiyu to bed. It just didn't occur to me that Gu Baiyu hadn't given herself any face at all, and had even scolded herself in public. Chapter 90, I'll see if the police arrest me or you. Hearing the man's words, Gu Baiyu was even more pissed off to the point of madness, and coupled with the dirty words coming out of the man's mouth, Gu Baiyu directly exploded. Inside the empty hall, a crisp slap suddenly rang out. At this moment, only Gu Baiyu and the man were at the place where the two of them were, and there was a slap mark on the left side of the man's face. You keep your mouth clean. What are you, and do you know who I am? Let me tell you, today this young lady is going to make you kneel down and beg for forgiveness. After saying her words, Gu Baiyu directly greeted the receptionist to call security. Gu Baiyue was the boss's own sister, and the receptionist naturally knew that. Hearing Gu Baiyue's words, the receptionist didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly picked up the intercom to call up security. The man was a bit confused for a moment by Gu Baiyue's slap. He didn't expect Gu Baiyue to make a move, and by the time he came back to his senses and wanted to return fire, Gu Baiyue had long since retreated to a safe distance away. The man was so depressed that he barely managed to spray a mouthful of old blood. How can this woman be so shameless? You ran away after hitting someone? Although Gu Baiyue was in a state of rage, she still had a trace of sense, especially in a situation where she might face being beaten by someone else, and directly chose to play it safe. The man was trembling with anger, pointing at Gu Baiyue in the distance and unable to speak for a moment. Seeing the man's suffocating look, Gu Baiyue instantly felt a bit more comfortable. Her mood that had been ruined by Lin Feng was much better, but Gu Baiyue wasn't prepared to just let it go. How dare she scold herself? This slap was just a little tiny bit of interest. She was going to settle all the scores. No time passed before 5 security guards walked in outside the club. The person at the head was even more burly and exuded a ferocious aura. This man was the head of security, and was also hired by Gu Shiran at great expense. It was said that this security chief used to be a tough guy on the road and was later paid by Gu Shiran. Nowadays, this era is no longer appropriate to mix with the society, and some of the former ruthless people in the society have begun to do the right thing. Because of this, after seeing Gu Shiran give so much money, this security chief agreed without hesitation. The man's name was Li Yong, and as soon as he walked in, he saw Gu Baiyue standing in the distance. Then he hurriedly walked over and said, "Second miss, are you alright?" Seeing Li Yong, Gu Baiyue's vigilant color eased a little. "Li Yong, go and teach him a good lesson for me." Gu Baiyue pointed at the man in the distance and said in a stern voice. When the man saw so many security guards, some fear rose in his heart. He's rich, his family is somewhat powerful, but the problem is that he only has himself now. These security guards are not good people at first glance, and they will definitely suffer if they carry on hard. Then the man said loudly, "I'll see who of you dares. My father is the chairman of the Shangwei group. If you dare to move me, you're dead." Li Yong was aware of the identity of Gu Shiran's sisters. That was one of the 4 big families of Mordor. He had heard of the name of the 4 big families of Mordor when he was on the road. Although among the 4 great gentry families, the Du family was born from the underworld. The other 3 great gentry families were not very honorable in their fortunes either. There are rumors that the Gu family started out as smugglers. If the news was true, then I'm afraid the Gu family wasn't that simple. So no matter what the man across from him was, he would stand firmly on the side of the Gu family today. Coming close, Li Yong did not say a word of nonsense and punched the man in the face. It was a powerful punch, kind of like the Bear Country big swing. As a fist fell, the man only let out a muffled grunt, and then he saw 2 incisors directly knocked out. Seeing Li Yong's ferocious side, the man was scared pale. Before the man could open his mouth to beg for mercy, the security guards behind Li Yong swarmed up and directly punched and kicked the man. The man has no strength to resist, can only subconsciously protect the head, lying on the ground at the mercy of several security guards surrounded. Just then, the man's friend rushed back from a distance for his formalities, and was shocked to see his friend being beaten up like that. "Stop it! Stop it! What are you doing?" The man's friend rushes over and rushes to relieve his buddy. A group of security guards were quite aware of the importance of the situation and did not make things difficult for the man's friends. And only after the man's friends pulled the crowd away did they have time to check the man's injuries. "Wu Xin, are you okay?" Wu Xin took a moment to slow down before standing up with the help of his friend. "Wang Ming, quickly help me call the police. Today none of them will be able to escape. How dare they hit me? I will make them sit in jail." Wu Xin roared angrily when he spoke, because 2 of his incisors had fallen out and there was some leakage. After listening for half a day, Wang Ming heard what he said clearly. At that moment, a group of security guards parted and Gu Baiyue walked out. "Call the police? Fine, I'll wait for you to call the police and see if they arrest you or me." Wang Ming was an old man in the club and naturally recognized Gu Baiyue. After all, when the club had events, Gu Baiyue would come to participate, so the old men in the club all knew who Gu Baiyue was. This was the second daughter of the Gu family. How could this friend of his have been so ungrateful as to offend this lord? "Hello MS. Gu." Seeing Gu Baiyue, Wang Ming could only greet him stiffly. He really didn't know that the person who clashed with his best friend would be Gu Baiyue. If he knew, he definitely wouldn't have gotten involved. Is the Gu family something they can afford to offend? Not to mention Wu Xin. Even if you and Wu Xin's 2 families put together, you can't afford to offend the Gu family. Seeing that his best friend was so respectful to Gu Baiyue, a flash of bad feeling rose in the heart of Wu Xin, whose face was covered in blood. "Wang Ming, who is this woman?" Hearing Wu Xin's words, Wang Ming let out a bitter laugh. "Who do you think it is? This is the second miss of the Gu family. Don't you know the Gu family? One of the 4 powerful families in Magic City. Haven't you always said that you want to join Gu Shiran's club and want to get in touch with the Gu family? Look at the mess you've made with this. Let's see how you're going to end up this time. Wu Xian was so frightened that his legs went limp and he almost fell to his knees. How could he not have thought that a hitchhiker under his whim would be the second miss of the Gu family? Thinking of what he said earlier, Wu Xian really hated himself to come on 2 slaps. If he knew the identity of Gu Baiyue, is to give him 10 guts also dare not ah. What strength was the Gu family? If they wanted to clean up their family, it was just a matter of words. People's wealth and connections are not comparable to your own family. Even if we don't play tricks with you, we can forcefully buy you out just by virtue of our financial power. Thinking of this, Wu Xian became even more frightened and did not hesitate to apologize to Gu Baiyue. Miss Gu, I really don't know it's you. If I knew, even if I borrowed 10 guts I wouldn't dare offend you. Please forgive me this time. Gu Baiyue glanced faintly at Wu Xian. Her anger was almost gone, coupled with Wu Xian's miserable appearance. She was in no mood to bother with him anymore. Then he said in a cold voice, "All right, hurry up and go to the hospital. Don't let me see you again." When Wu Xian heard Gu Baiyue's words, he was as if he had been pardoned, and after making amends again, he left with the support of his friend Wang Ming. Chapter 91 Gu Shiran's Ambition. On the other hand, Lin Feng and Gu Shiran didn't know about what was happening downstairs. The two of them walked out of the elevator and came inside the office. Gu Shiran handed the share contract to Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, take a look. This is 10% of my Gu family shares, and half of the shares in my hand." Lin Feng took the contract and casually scanned the contents. If it was before, he naturally didn't have this ability, but after being strengthened by the system, the 1,000 or 800 words on the contract were not at all difficult for him. Lin Feng casually put down the contract and didn't rush to sign it, but said with a faint smile, "Ms. Gu, this is 10% of the Gu family shares. Don't you feel like blowing your losses when you just give it to me?" Gu Shiran was smart this time and didn't hide it, but told Lin Feng honestly what was in her heart. "Mr. Lin, I won't hide it from you. I'm giving you this share not only because I want you to help me get out of my marriage with the Du family, but I also want you to help me take control of the Gu family." Hearing Gu Shiran's words, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and nodded slightly. "As long as there are benefits, I have absolutely no problem. I'm definitely very supportive of you sitting as the Gu family's head of the family. It's just that I think you have a brother above you, right? How can you be a woman in charge with your brother around?" Lin Feng had also asked someone to inquire about the Gu family in the past 2 days. There were 3 children in the Gu family's generation, 1 boy and 2 girls. The male is the eldest son of the Gu family and the rightful heir of the Gu family. As for the 2 girls, they were naturally the Gu Shiran sisters. Gu Shiran nodded. "That's good. I do have a big brother above me. Just thought this kind of thing was a bit difficult to handle. That's why I wanted to ask Mr. Lin to give me a hand. If it was someone else, they might not be able to help me, but I believe Mr. Lin has the ability." After saying her words, Gu Shiran's eyes stared at Lin Feng. Although her surface was calm, in reality, her heart was extremely nervous. Lin Feng tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa and thought for a moment. "Helping you is of course no problem. It's just that you have to think about it. If I go out and help you, the Gu family will definitely have to have problems. Don't blame me if anything goes wrong then." Gu Shiran nodded. "I've prepared for this a long time ago. Trying to forcefully seize power is definitely going to be a problem. As long as the end result is what I want, I can accept it. I'm not afraid to laugh at you. Mr. Lin, if the Gu family is handed over to my elder brother, then I'm afraid the Gu family will be finished. My elder brother is ambitious and overambitious. If he takes over the Gu family, I'm afraid that even if my Gu family is large and powerful, it will be lost to him. So instead of letting the Gu family fall into his hands, it would be better for me to take over. Even though I'm a woman and it's a bit out of line, but I have to go through with it." Looking at Gu Shiran, Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly surprised. This woman wasn't simple. This kind of vigor was rare in men, and I didn't expect it to appear in a woman. Judging by Gu Shiran's vigor, if the Gu family was really handed over to her, it might really be able to make the Gu family even more brilliant. Lin Feng slowly said, "Then have you ever thought that you are a woman after all, and that the child you get in the future will not be destined to be a member of the Gu family, and that in the future the Gu family's industry will not be passed on to outsiders?" Gu Shiran shook his head. "It's fine. This matter I have long thought about. After I control the Gu family, will help me cultivate his children, and strive for the future of my Gu family can appear a capable person, or take over my class." Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. "All right, since you've made a good decision, then our deal is considered concluded. If there's something wrong, feel free to call me. Don't worry, I've taken the benefits. I'll naturally do things for you." 10% of the Gu family's shares, that's tens of billions of dollars. And after taking such a large benefit from Gu Shiran, how could he not do his job? When Gu Shiran heard Lin Feng's words, she couldn't help but feel happy in her heart, and at the same time, she was relieved that she was finally considered to have hugged Lin Feng's thigh. With Lin Feng's support, she didn't have to worry anymore about sitting as the head of the Gu family. Just as Lin Feng and Gu Shiran finished talking about business, the door to the office room was pushed open and Gu Baiyue stepped in. Gu Baiyue, who walked in, although in a better mood, still didn't give Lin Feng a good face, and came directly to Gu Shiran's side, sat down on her butt, and her eyes also glared fiercely at Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng smiled faintly and didn't pay any attention to Gu Baiyu. He just stood up and nodded to Gu Shiran, took the contract and turned to leave. Seeing Lin Feng's departing back, Gu Baiyue couldn't help but be infuriated again. Sis, look at him. I'm like this and he didn't even apologize. Gu Shiran guffawed. Why would someone else, Lin Feng, apologize to you? You didn't provoke them first. Sis, hearing these words, Gu Baiyue suddenly had a bad tone and swept up and down, giving Gu Shiran a suspicious look. Sis, I kind of suspected there was something wrong with you, but I couldn't tell you where it was, and how you suddenly went rogue. Gu Shiran didn't have the time to fight this meaningless battle of words with Gu Baiyue, but instead came to his desk and started to get busy with business. Every day she looks over to see if any new members have joined the club, and also to find out who those new members are in the meantime. She certainly didn't open this club just because she liked cars, but she wanted to use the platform of the club to build up her network. Don't look at the fact that now that the Gu family was one of the four most powerful families in the Magic City, there was no longer a need to deliberately make friends with people of lower status than the Gu family. But Gu Shiran thought otherwise. Her Gu family was certainly powerful, but she also needed to accumulate connections, especially to someone like her who was about to take over the Gu family. Nothing in this world is as important as profit. She had already planned her plans after she became the helmsman of the Gu family. The first thing to do is to get Gu's interest up year over year. As long as she could boost the Gu family's interests, then she would be able to let others see her strength and support her better. The Gu family's estate, naturally, was not just theirs. There were other directors as well. 40% of the Gu family estate is out there. Their Gu family only had 60% of the absolute controlling interest in their hands. In fact, on the board of directors, they, the Gu family, had to take care of the other directors as well. After all, people do have a voice, and the fight for the Gu family's head of the family also requires the votes of those directors. After Lin Feng left the club, he directly called Xiao Weiwei. The phone hadn't been ringing for long before Xiao Weiwei picked up on the other side. Hey, Lin Feng, are you done with your work? Since returning to the dormitory, Xiao Weiwei didn't know what was wrong with her. From time to time she would lose her concentration, and even the shadow of Lin Feng would always flash in her mind. Chapter 92. Accompanying Xiao Weiwei home. Xiao Weiwei never thought she would one day become like this, pining for a man. But when she thought of Lin Feng's handsome face, the charisma emanating from his body, and those eyes that looked at a dog with deep affection, Xiao Weiwei kept jumping in her heart as if a deer was colliding. Well, after I'm done, I'll pick you up from school later. Lin Feng's gentle voice came out from the phone. Xiao Weiwei said, okay, I'll wait for you. After saying this sentence, Xiao Weiwei couldn't help but feel a redness on her face. Why was it strange for her to say this sentence? After hanging up the phone, Xiao Weiwei's face was red as if she had a fever. Then, as if she thought of something, she hurriedly took out the cosmetics she hadn't used for a long time and began to draw on her delicate makeup. At this time, a roommate walked in, and after seeing Xiao Weiwei sitting in front of the table putting on makeup, she couldn't help but be surprised. Weiwei, what's wrong with you today? It seems like I have to be more than a year since I've seen you put on makeup so seriously. The roommate stood there pretending to be contemplative. Then with a meaningful grin on his face said, Vivi, you're not in love, are you? Hearing her roommate's words, Xiao Weiwei hurriedly denied. You didn't. I just want to put on makeup today. I can't. The roommate waved his hand. Yes, of course. What's not to like? The roommate even hid her mouth and laughed after she said the words. The look on his face was one that didn't believe what Xiao Weiwei said at all. An hour later, Xiao Weiwei's cell phone rang and saw that it was a message from Lin Feng. Xiao Weiwei also happened to finish her makeup tour, and after saying hello to her roommate, she headed towards the school entrance. At this time, the three roommates had already returned. Looking at the rapidly departing Xiao Weiwei, the three of them looked at each other. All of them could see the laughter in each other's eyes. Do you guys think that thing is real? A roommate spoke up. I don't think it's too far off. It's probably Lin Feng. Another roommate said, Lin Feng if Sister Weiwei and Lin Feng really get together, that would be a blessing for Sister Weiwei. Now that Lu He's in trouble, the only school bully in our school is Lin Feng, and Lin Feng is incomparable to Lu He. His financial power is unknown how many times more than Lu He, and his looks are even several times higher than Lu He. Even if Lu He doesn't have an accident, he still can't be compared to Lin Feng. Just as the three roommates were discussing, Xiao Weiwei had already arrived at the entrance of the school, and at a glance, she saw the parked Bugatti Voice of Darkness, a sports car like the Bugatti Blackout, which is a limited edition worldwide, is very easy to recognize, because there's nothing like this car in the whole world either. Lin Feng only felt a fragrant breeze coming from him, and then it was Xiao Weiwei, who was wearing exquisite makeup, a long black dress, black silk and black high heels, who appeared in the passenger seat. Today's Xiao Weiwei, dressed very temperament, this set of collocation down, very chopping men. Even Lin Feng, who had seen many beautiful women, couldn't help but feel the urge rise in his heart after seeing Xiao Weiwei. As if she had sensed Lin Feng's fiery gaze, Xiao Weiwei secretly felt happy in her heart and gathered her hair and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Feng shook his head and withdrew his gaze to start the car. "It's okay, I just feel like you're so pretty today, like a noble little princess." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Weiwei became even happier. A woman is as pleasing to herself as she is to herself. Lin Feng's such unstinting praise made Xiao Weiwei feel like she hadn't wasted an hour of her makeup. After a quick glance at the sky, it was about time for the two to re-enter Disney, where their personal butler was waiting. The two were taken to the best viewing spot at the Disney castle and even had snacks carefully prepared for them. As night falls, Disney's fireworks program begins. The fireworks over the Disney castle, with their constant explosions and 3D projections, were visually stunning, as if you were watching an animated movie. It took until 10 p.m. to finally break up. Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei also walked out of Disney with great interest. "Hungry?" Back in the car, Lin Feng asked in a warm voice. Xiao Weiwei nodded. "A little. Then we'll go eat." Just as the two were about to drive to the restaurant, Xiao Weiwei's cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID on her cell phone, Xiao Weiwei casually picked it up. "Hey, Mom, what's wrong? Calling so late?" Xiao Weiwei had just finished speaking when her mother's urgent voice came from the other side of the phone. "Vivi, come back here. Your father is hospitalized." "My dad was hospitalized?" Xiao Weiwei was startled and quickly asked, "Mom, what happened to my dad? Why was he suddenly hospitalized?" Her father's health wasn't very good, but none of it was a big problem. It just needed to be recuperated. So why was he suddenly hospitalized? Xiao's mother said with some anxiety, "It's still not that cousin of yours. Today he brought people to the house again, forcing your father to pay back the money, and even letting those who wanted the debt to vandalize the house. Your father got into an argument with your cousin and ended up spitting blood in anger, so I rushed him to the hospital." Hearing that it was her scummy cousin again, Xiao Weiwei gritted her teeth in hatred. This person had harmed his family so miserably, but he still didn't know enough, and even looked for trouble from his family. Now Xiao Weiwei had a desire to drink its blood and eat its flesh. "Mom, don't worry, I'll go back now. You must wait for me." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Weiwei couldn't hold on any longer and directly broke down and cried out. Lin Feng could clearly hear the conversation between Xiao Weiwei and her mother and couldn't help but reach out and hold Xiao Weiwei in his arms. "Well, don't worry about it. Where's your house? I'll take you back now and see if there's anything I can do to help on the way." Xiao Weiwei was in a better mood after Lin Feng's comfort, and with reddened eyes, she turned towards Lin Feng and said, "Thank you, Lin Feng. I don't know what I would have done if it weren't for you." Lin Feng nodded and softly comforted. "It's all right, you said you have me. What else is there to worry about? Let's go back now. Uncle will definitely be all right." Xiao Weiwei nodded. "Well, I'm also sure my dad will be fine." Xiao Weiwei then told Lin Feng about the location of her home. It turns out that Xiao Weiwei's family is from Hangzhou, which happens to be not very far from Magic City. With that, Lin Feng drove his car and directly drove Xiao Weiwei to Hangzhou. Hangzhou and Mordor were just over 2 hours away by car, but after Lin Feng got on the highway, he hadn't cared about any speed limits at all. Now he wouldn't even care what happens if he speeds, even if he knew. With his current status, no one could convict him even if he killed someone. That's his bottom line. So as long as you don't intentionally try to endanger someone's life and keep your conscience out of it, nothing else matters. Chapter 93, The Terrified Dean. Lin Feng drove his car, and as soon as he got on the highway, his speed reached over 200 per hour. As the throttle was increased, the speed was surprisingly close to 300 per hour. At this speed, Lin Feng did not continue to step on the gas. According to his calculations, if he continued to step on it, it would be easy to go up to more than 300. With his system-rewarded car proficiency and far superior reflexes, he wasn't at all worried about anything going wrong despite the speed of the car. With his current car skills, even if the world's car king was in front of him, he would not be a match for him. It was supposed to take more than 2 hours to drive, but under Lin Feng's fast driving, he arrived at the place in an hour. The two then rushed to Hangtown Hospital. The car had just stopped, and Xiao Weiwei flew out of the car and quickly walked into the hospital. Inside a ward. This ward was not a high-class ward, but an ordinary ward with a few people to a room. At this time, Xiao Weiwei's father, his face pale, was lying there, with all kinds of testing instruments beside him. Xia Weiwei's mother, although she was already in her 40s, was still incredibly beautiful, a mature version of Xia Weiwei. Despite the fact that there were some traces of age on her face, this kind of mature charm was not comparable to Xia Weiwei's. At that moment, Xavier's mother was talking to the doctor. Mr. Xia's body is not very good. He should have had similar things before, resulting in his body being in a weak state all the time, not properly recuperated. This time, the sudden rush of fire attacked his heart, leading to the outbreak of many years of hidden illnesses in his body altogether. He may have to stay in the hospital for a period of time. If he doesn't properly recuperate his body before, I'm afraid that Mr. Xia's life will be in danger. After hearing the doctor's words, Xia's mother was filled with worry. One is worried about Xia Changlin's health, and the other is also worried about money. Ever since his family had gone bankrupt, his family had been living on a tight budget, and now it was very nice to have a place to live and food to eat. After the bankruptcy, his family was insolvent and lost all the money they had earned over the years. The villa and the car were all seized. Even the bank card was frozen, and the deposits in it were forcibly transferred to pay off the debt. When the family walked out of the seized villa, they took only some clothes, leaving nothing of value with them. Fortunately, Xia Guanglin still has some contacts, those who see Xia Guanglin so miserable, to find him a job, in order to temporarily stabilize the family's life. Now, Xia Weiwei has grown up, and is still attending the 211 top school finance and economics university. The annual tuition fees and living expenses undoubtedly make the Xia family's life even worse up. Just as Xia mother was talking to the doctor, Xia Weiwei walked over. Mom, how's my dad? Seeing that it was Xia Weiwei, a touch of bitterness flashed across Xia mother's face. The doctor said that your father's health is very poor and he may be in the hospital for a long time. Xia Weiwei sniffed and couldn't help but say, then live. Some cure is better than anything else. My father for so many years has not been very good health. It is just to take this opportunity to recuperate. Xia mother bitterly smiled as she pulled Xia Weiwei aside. Vivi, it's not that I won't let your father be hospitalized, but we can't afford that much money for hospitalization. The house we live in at home is all rented. Even if we want to realize the ability is not there. Your tuition for the beginning of the school year, or your father's salary advance. Hearing Xia mother's words, Xia Weiwei hurriedly said, Mom, you don't have to worry. I'll think of a way for the money. I'm also working and studying. I have some savings in my hand. I'll pay some medical bills to go first, and then think of a way for the rest of the money. After speaking, Xia Weiwei took out her cell phone and glanced at the balance in her bank card, which happened to be $10,000, which should be enough for 2 days. At this time, only to see a group of doctors and nurses coming from the distance, heading straight to the ward where Xia Weiwei's father was. Hello, who is Xavier, please? Seeing that the doctor's badge had the word director written on it, Xia Weiwei couldn't help but respectfully say, Hello doctor, I'm Xia Weiwei. That director saw Xia Weiwei and said with a smile, Your father needs a quiet ward. We've already prepared it for him. Now let's change the ward first, then I'll check your father's condition properly. Change wards? Change what ward? Xia Weiwei inquired up with some bottomlessness. Her family can't even afford to stay in an ordinary ward now, and if they were to switch to a high-class ward, her family wouldn't be able to afford it anymore. Change to the intensive care unit, the best one in our hospital, with a quiet environment, which will be more helpful for your father's recovery. This general ward is not only bad for the environment, but also for the air, and it's not conducive to your father's physical conditioning if he's here. Xia Weiwei's entire body froze. Doctor, I'm afraid my family can't afford this intensive care unit. She might be able to come up with the money for the regular ward, but the intensive care ward that she heard the doctor talking about must be very expensive, and she really didn't have the ability to get that kind of money. The chief doctor heard Xia Weiwei's concern, and couldn't help but smile and say, This you don't have to worry about. Your father's matter has been arranged for you. You just worry about hospitalization to recuperate your body on the line. Other don't have to worry about. Hearing that someone had made arrangements for herself, Xia Weiwei's heart stirred, then her eyes swept around, and after not finding Lin Feng's figure, she hurriedly took out her cell phone and called. Inside the office of the director of Hangzhou City Hospital, Lin Feng sat leisurely on a chair, opposite to the dean whose hair was slightly gray. Director Lin is really young and promising. At such a young age he has actually gotten the reuse of the leaders of the State Security Administration. His future is unlimited. Even though this dean was in his 60s, there was no ambiguity when it came to kissing ass. Just as the two of them were talking, Lin Feng's cell phone rang, and when he saw that it was an incoming call from Xia Weiwei, Lin Feng pointed his cell phone towards the dean. The dean nodded his head in a hurry and said, Okay, Director Lin, you go ahead and get busy. We'll talk again when we have time. Hearing the dean's words, Lin Feng nodded slightly, then took his cell phone and walked out of the office. After the two of them arrived at the hospital, Lin Feng didn't go to the ward with Xia Weiwei, but directly found the dean. After revealing his identity, the dean was almost not scared to death, and in his mind he thought over all the things he had done in his life, making sure that he had not done anything to betray the country or the people, before his heart settled down a little. However, it was only after realizing that Lin Feng was asking him to help change the patient's room that he was finally relieved. He was really afraid that the moment Lin Feng opened his mouth, he would say that he had committed something, then his life would be over. After hearing Lin Feng's request, the dean didn't hesitate for a second and directly called the head of the department. Xiao Guanglin was in, directly arranging for an intensive care ward. Chapter 94, It's good to have people. Walking out of the dean's office, Lin Feng looked at the phone call from Xiao Weiwei and casually picked it up. The phone had just been connected when Xiao Weiwei's voice came through. Hey, Lin Feng, where are you? Lin Feng said with a smile as he walked towards the elevator. I'll just stroll around. I'll be there soon. Hearing that Lin Feng was loitering, Xiao Weiwei's complexion appeared skeptical. Could it be that she had guessed wrong? But if it wasn't for Lin Feng doing all this, she couldn't really think of anyone else to help her. Since her family's bankruptcy, her father's former friends and relatives have all drifted apart, and only a few of his close friends still have occasional contact with the family. But those close friends, while keeping good relations, shouldn't have helped his family so much. If he wanted to help, he would have done so a long time ago, and he wouldn't have to wait until now. So the first person Xiao Weiwei thought of, that was Lin Feng. That doctor who came by and said he was going to transfer my father to the intensive care unit. Was that your doing? Xiao Weiwei opened her mouth and inquired. Although she wasn't sure if it was Lin Feng now, she couldn't help but ask. You guess. Before walking into the elevator, Lin Feng casually said 2 words. I. Before Xiao Weiwei on the other side of the phone could finish her sentence, the phone had already hung up. Soon, the elevator Lin Feng took arrived at the floor where Xiao Weiwei's family was. After walking into the hospitalization department, Xiao Weiwei saw Lin Feng at a glance and then hurriedly greeted him. Lin Feng, you're finally here. Now my family doesn't know who helped us with all this, and we don't dare to decide whether or not to move to the intensive care unit. Hospitalization in the intensive care unit is so expensive that I'm afraid I won't be able to afford the medical bills when I move in. Looking at Xiao Weiwei's helpless appearance, Lin Feng rose a touch of pity. He couldn't help but reach out his hand and gently stroke Xiao Weiwei's face, and said in a warm voice, Move over, didn't you ask me if I got it? This matter is run by me. Hearing Lin Feng admitted himself, in an instant, all of Xiao Weiwei's touches all surged up. How many years had it been? She had never been cared for so much by anyone. All this time she had hidden the vulnerability in her heart and forced a strong personality on the outside. But what Lin Feng did today directly broke Xiao Weiwei's strength and turned her into an aggrieved little girl. Looking at Xiao Weiwei who was sobbing in her arms, Lin Feng gently stroked her hair and said comfortingly, All right, first settle things down with Uncle. Cry later if you want to. Don't delay Uncle's treatment. Hearing Lin Feng mention her father, Xiao Weiwei got a little better. Lifting her head and looking at Lin Feng's handsome face, she nodded and said, Well, then I'll be crying later, and then you'll have to give me your chest to use. Lin Feng guffawed. Of course there's no problem. After adjusting her mood, Xiao Weiwei was like a happy little princess, pulling Lin Feng's hand to its mother. From the moment Lin Feng came to the hospitalization department to the moment Xiao Weiwei ran over, every move between the two of them, Xiao's mother had seen it all. After Lin Feng approached, Xiao's mother couldn't help but be shocked by Lin Feng's incredibly handsome face. It was also the first time since she grew up that she had seen someone as handsome as Lin Feng. In the past, when her family was brilliant, she had followed Xiao Guanglin to attend receptions, and she had met some young talents from the big families and those high-caliber male celebrities, but those people couldn't even be compared to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's looks were simply perfect to the extreme, truly like a male protagonist who walked out of a comic. Mom, this is Lin Feng, my schoolmate. He heard that something was going on in our family, so he came with me. Lin Feng, this is my mother, Feng Hui. After Xiao Weiwei introduced the two, Lin Feng smiled and extended his hand. Hello, Auntie. Looking at Lin Feng's outstretched hand, Feng Hui also hurriedly extended her hand to gently shake it with Lin Feng. Then his eyes oddly swept over the bodies of both Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei. So it's Weiwei's schoolmate. I thought it was a boyfriend. The moment Feng Hui's words came out, it directly caused Xiao Weiwei's face to blush. Geez, Mom, what are you talking about? Seeing Xiao Weiwei's embarrassment, Lin Feng smiled faintly, then turned to the director standing by the side and said, Doctor, help us with the formalities for transferring to the ward. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the director nodded. Yes, sir. I'll start helping you with that now. If it were the old days, this director would not have waited here. If other patients' families had dragged their feet in front of him, he would have turned away long ago. but this time it was an order from the dean himself, and he who could be the head of the department was naturally a person with high emotional intelligence and understanding of the human condition. The fact that the dean had spoken personally was enough to show that the family had a great background. Even if this family didn't have a background, the background of the one who helped this family wasn't something one could easily mess with. So even though he was impatient in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. After the transfer was finalized, the procedure for the transfer was completed quickly with the personal assistance of the department head. If it were anyone else, this kind of procedure would take at least a morning, and might not even be completed by the end of the hospital shift. Hangzhou City Hospital, every day to see countless people hospitalized is a batch after batch, no matter what procedures have to queue. So to complete a procedure, you may have to wait for a long time. And now, with the personal arrangement of the department head, it didn't take half an hour for Xia Changlin to be admitted into the intensive care ward. The intensive care ward is the best ward in Hangzhou City Hospital, and the ward is very spacious and even has a family lounge. Just like some upscale apartments, it is very well equipped with all the amenities. Of course, with this kind of intensive care unit, the daily hospitalization fee is also very expensive. But all this money was nothing to Lin Feng. Lin Feng directly paid $1 million in hospital fees at once, enough for Xia Changlin to stay here for 2 months. After everything was arranged, Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei followed the director to his office. The director then began to describe Xia Changlin's condition. The patient's disease mainly comes from the perennial bad lifestyle, plus the pressure on the heart, only in the stimulation, resulting in fainting acute fire. This disease is mainly or rest and recuperation, cannot be stimulated again. If you can be well recuperated, perhaps there is a possibility of recovery. Hearing the director's words, Lin Feng asked, then what's going on with people being unconscious now? Although this director had said that the main thing was to carefully recuperate, but now that Xia Changlin was unconscious, it was always necessary to treat him first. This is not a big deal. It may be that the patient's heart and blood are more exhausted this time. We'll give him some medicine and he should be able to recover. As for the rest of the physical conditioning, it's up to you family members. During the time he is hospitalized, we will give him the medication his body needs to be able to effectively help him recover quickly. Chapter 95, Brothers Turn Their Backs on Each Other. Just as Xia Guanglin was admitted to the intensive care unit, inside a villa in Hangzhou, 2 men were talking. The 2 men were a middle-aged man in his 50s and a young man in his 30s. These 2 were no one else but Xiao Weiwei's cousin's family. The middle-aged man was Xiao Weiwei's eldest uncle, and the young man was Xiao Weiwei's cousin. The reason why Xiao Weiwei's family has become like this is all thanks to this family. Dad, today I brought people to Xia Changlin's house to make a mess again. That Xia Changlin was hospitalized from anger. I heard that the situation doesn't seem to be very good. I guess Xia Changlin doesn't have many more days to live. Hearing his son's words, Xia Changfeng smiled faintly. It's only good if he's dead. The day the Xia Changlin doesn't die, I won't be at ease in my heart. After all, back then, our tactics were too dishonorable, and him being alive has always been a disease in my heart. Dad, what else is there to worry about? He didn't even do anything to our family back then, so there's even less to fear from him now. If you're really worried about it, Dad, then I'll go for another tough one and just get it over with, Xia Wei said viciously. Xia Changfeng nodded his head slightly. Alright, and lest the night be long, then you will proceed to do it. Xia Wei smiled lightly. Dad, in fact, you don't need to worry. Do you know whose line I'm on now? Even back then when Xia Changlin was at his most honorable, facing our family now, he still has to give me an honest answer. Xia Changfeng said suspiciously. Who? Zhao Dajiang Zhao Gongzi. Xia Wei slowly uttered a few words. Zhao Dajian? Hearing this name, Xia Changfeng couldn't help but stand up from the sofa with an excited expression. Son, are you telling the truth? You really hooked up with Zhao Dajiang? This Zhao Dajiang was no ordinary person. He was the youngest son of the Zhao family, a powerful family in Hangzhou. The Zhao family's old man used to be the president of Hangzhou Huaxia Bank, and his 2 sons are now in power. One is the second in command of the tax bureau, and the other is the first hand of the personnel department. Both sons are big leaders in the establishment. Zhao's oldest son's name is Zhao Tian, the second in command of the tax bureau, in charge of grant approvals for townships. This power is very big. All the Hangzhou jurisdiction within the township funding applications, all by Zhao Tian said, in the tax bureau is definitely the real power faction. According to a message came, Zhao Tian next step may have to be transferred to a hand, really become a hand of the tax bureau. The Zhao family's second. Its ability than the older brother Zhao Tian is also strong. Early sat on the Ministry of Personnel of a hand, in charge of personnel mobilization, the issue of promotion of officials. There were only 2 government departments with real power, and the Zhao family alone accounted for 2 of them. So you can see how powerful the Zhao family was. And now that they were able to hook up with the Zhao family, this was the rise of their Xia family. Dad, this Zhao Dajiang's character I figured out. The most obsessed with female sex. When I could get on Zhao Dajiang's line, I don't know how long I carefully prepared for it, and even spent tens of millions of dollars on smashing down 2 stars before I could get Zhao Dajiang to recognize me. Father Xia Changfeng nodded slightly. Money isn't a problem. Our family isn't lacking money right now. What's lacking is connections like the Zhao family. If we can hug the leg of the Zhao family, doubling our assets in would be a breeze. Hangzhou is one of the economic centers of the Yangtze River Delta, and the Zhao family is a powerful family in Hangzhou. So wanting our family to rise is just a matter of people's words. Since you've taken on this relationship with Zhao Dajiang, you should maintain it well. Don't mess it up. Whether or not our family can create another glory depends on this time. Hearing his father's words, Xia Wei smiled faintly. Dad, don't worry, I've already planned it all out. Just now I received news that Xia Weiwei has returned from the Magic City. What level is this cousin of mine? I believe you know that. Dad, do you think if I send Xia Weiwei to Mr. Zhao, do you think Mr. Zhao will take better care of us? Xia Changfeng's eyes couldn't help but light up at his words. This niece of his own, that is definitely a beauty among beauties. That is, those actresses, there are not many than her in beautiful. And also a college student. They investigated and learned that Xia Weiwei was also clean in school, although she had a date, but it seems that she did not have any too intimate contact. Such a girl with a clean body and a face that was more resistant than a star. How could someone like Zhao Dajiang possibly resist? Father and son looked at each other and smiled, all wearing sinister expressions. All right, I'll take care of it now and I'll let you know when it's done. Okay, go ahead. And if you need any help just tell your dad I'm here. Okay, Dad. After walking out of the villa, Xia Wei waved his arm, and instantly 6 bodyguards wearing black suits with sturdy figures walked over. Have Xiao Chang call some people over and follow me to Hangzhou City Hospital. Xia Wei mouth Xiao Chang is a social loafer. Under the minions are also all small punks. And what Xia Wei wants to do this time is to go to the hospital to make a big mess. These punks are all professional, just suitable for this time. Xia Changlin had already been sick for a while, and when the time came, after such a mess by himself, his condition might become even more serious. In addition, Xia Changlin's family also has no money. When the time comes, he only needs to use a little tactics. Xia Weiwei will obediently give in order to get the money for his father to see the doctor, will agree to all of his conditions. This way after sending it to Zhao Dajiang, Xia Weiwei would be able to be honest and not make Zhao Dajiang lose interest. Xia Wei's plan cannot be described as poisonous. If it wasn't for Lin Feng's help, Xia Weiwei would really have been counted to death by Xia Wei. On one side is the life and death of his father, and on the other is his own innocence. With Xia Weiwei's character, she would definitely choose the former. She would not hesitate to lose her own innocence if it would save her father's life. After all, Xavier couldn't stand by and watch her father die. Sitting inside his Ferrari, Xia Wei rushed towards Hangzhou City Hospital with a few bodyguards. When he arrived at the entrance of the city hospital, the punks he had called were already waiting there. Seeing the leader, Xia Wei walked over and said, Chang Zi, this time you are still in the role of debtors. Remember, make a big fuss. You don't have to care about anything else. I'll smooth things over for you if anything goes wrong. Hearing Xia Wei's words, the leader of that punk nodded his head and said, Don't worry, Xia Dazhou, I'm a professional in this kind of thing. Having that sentence from you just now is enough. Just watch me perform when the time comes. Okay, let's go then. Xia Wei took the lead and came directly inside the hospital to inquire about the ward where Xia Changlin was staying. After hearing that Xia Changlin was in the intensive care unit, Xia Wei couldn't help but stare. This Xia Changlin can still afford to stay in the intensive care unit? What is the situation of Xia Changlin's family? He naturally knows well, and he has not broken the surveillance of Xia Changlin's family over the years. A day's hospitalization fee in the intensive care unit will reach 5 figures, not to mention Xia Changlin's family with an annual income of tens of thousands of dollars, or some small bosses with an annual income of millions of dollars. Do not dare to live in the intensive care unit. Chapter 96, Xia Wei, get out of here. Although Xia Changlin's family was admitted to the intensive care unit, Xia Wei did not think much about it, and could be admitted to the intensive care unit, which can only say that it is a bit of money, but it does not represent any strength. Moreover, he had Zhao Dajiang, the top son of Hangzhou, behind him, so if there was anything Zhao Dajiang could also solve it for himself. This was also Xia Wei's self-confidence, because this time, as long as he could send Xia Weiwei to Zhao Dajiang, it would be just around the corner for their family to soar in the future. Xia Wei led the people all the way to the intensive care ward area, and when a nurse saw the aggressive crowd, she couldn't help but go forward and ask, This is the intensive care ward. What are you guys doing? The people who can live in the intensive care ward are all non-rich or noble. They all want to have a quiet resting environment. This group of people are not good people at first glance. If they let them go in and make a mess, it would be a big deal. Seeing the little nurse who blocked the way of the crowd, Xia Wei said with a faint smile, Hello little sister. I'm Xia Chanlin's nephew. I'm here to visit my uncle. Hearing Xia Wei's words, the little nurse had some doubts. Her eyes scanned the people behind Xiao Wei again, and she couldn't help but say, "You or his nephew can go in. The people behind you should not go in. This is the intensive care ward area. All the patients inside need to rest and recuperate. So if so many of you go in, you're likely to make a commotion that will affect the rest of the other patients." Seeing that this little nurse was not into the oil and salt, Xiao Wei also had no more patience, and then said in a cold voice, "I'm telling you, these friends of mine, today, you have to enter, but also have to enter. So give me a flash to the side." After saying his words, Xiao Wei directly pushed the little nurse to the side and then led the way with large strides towards the room where Xia Changlin was. The little nurse saw this scene and knew something big was going to happen, so she went straight back to the nurse's station, picked up the phone and called, "Hey, Director Bai, you quickly come over. There's a group of people coming to look for Xia Changlin who was just admitted to the intensive care ward. I see that these people don't seem to be good people and I'm afraid that something is going to happen." The director Bai in the mouth of the young nurse was Xia Changlin's attending doctor and the director who had previously arranged for them to be admitted to the intensive care unit. Hearing the little nurse's words, Director Bai hurriedly said, "Okay, I'll go over there now. And you notify the hospital security department and have them come over immediately." Director White's office was on the same floor, so it was a quick trip to the ward area. Seeing the little nurse who greeted him, Director Bai said in a deep voice, "Have you notified the security department? Hangzhou City Hospital is the largest hospital in Hangzhou, and is also official. Not only has a security department, there is also the Public Security Bureau of the Resident Police." Director White, "Security has been notified. Should we call the police?" the little nurse asked worriedly. Director Bai shook his head. "Go over and take a look first. If these people are really here to see the patients, then it's fine. If they're here to cause trouble, then notify the police." After speaking, Director Bai rushed to the ward where Xia Changlin was with a small nurse. On the other hand, Xiao Wei had already arrived inside Xia Changlin's hospital room with his men. The door of the room was just pushed open. Xiao Wei said with a smile on his face, "Ego, my good uncle, what's wrong with you? How did you get hospitalized so accidentally?" TSK, uncle, is this developed again?" Surprisingly, he even stayed in the intensive care ward. "This one day's medical fee shall not be tens of thousands of dollars." Xiao Wei, who spoke, led a circle of people straight toward the hospital bed. At this time in front of the hospital bed, Xia Changlin's wife and his daughter Xiao Weiwei were sitting there. Seeing Xiao Wei who walked in, the mother and daughter couldn't help but change their complexion. Xiao Weiwei's face was even instantly blue. Thinking that her father's current situation was caused by Xiao Wei, she couldn't help but become even more angry. "Xavier, what are you doing here?" Seeing the beautiful and incomparable Xiao Weiwei who had fallen out, Xiao Wei couldn't help but light up in front of his eyes. This cousin of his own was really an absolute beauty, and it was him, his cousin, who was a little heartbroken. But thinking that it was to be given to Zhao Dazhang, Xiao Wei forced himself to endure it again. The current Xiao Wei, ever since he took over Xia Changlin's family fortune, the entire person had exposed the dark side of his heart. When he used to work under Xia Changlin, he behaved humbly and courteously, was progressive and studious, and was even more respectful to Xia Changlin. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have been able to get such attention from Xia Changlin, and wouldn't have handed over the company's most secretive scientific research to him to manage. But it is so. In the moment of scientific research success, Xiao Wei stole Xia Changlin's years of hard work, borrowed that scientific research success to leap into a tycoon, and also mercilessly kicked Xia Changlin's family into the bottomless abyss. Wei, don't get excited. I didn't hear that my uncle was hospitalized and came over to pay a visit. How is uncle doing? Xiao Wei pretended to walk forward with a concerned face and opened his mouth to inquire. Xiao Weiwei mother and daughter looked at Xiao Wei with cold eyes. They never even thought that Xiao Wei would come back to his senses and would be kind enough to visit Xia Changlin. This man is as good as a viper. How can he be so kind? What does it matter to you what happens to my father? I'm going to ask you to get out now and not disturb my father's rest. Xiao Wei glanced down at Xia Changlin, whose eyes were tightly closed, with an oxygen mask, and whose face was pale, and shook his head and sked twice. It seems that uncle's condition isn't very serious. Well, in that case let's get down to business. Hearing Xiao Wei's words, Xiao Weiwei's complexion changed and a bad premonition rose in her heart. What are you doing? Only Xiao Wei shouted at his back. Don't you guys want money? Xia Changlin is right here. Start. As Xiao Wei's voice fell, the people he brought in behind him walked up with wistful smiles attached to them. Xia Changlin, when will you pay back the money you owe us? Is it appropriate that you have money for intensive care and no money to pay us back? Right, Xia Changlin, don't crash and burn there. Hurry up and spend the money. If you don't pay it back, none of us will leave. We'll eat and stay here with you. With that said, someone actually took out the instant noodles and started to add boiling water to eat it. Seeing the chaos in the large intensive care ward caused by the people brought by Xiao Wei, Xiao Weiwei's mother was about to be infuriated. Just then, outside the ward, Director Bai walked in with a small nurse. "What are you doing? Do you know that the patient needs to recuperate? How can the patient recuperate if you make such a mess?" Director Bai, who walked in, saw Xiao Wei and the others and couldn't help but frown and chide. Xiao Wei lightly glanced at Director Bai. "I advise you to better not meddle. This person owes us money. Shouldn't we ask for it? Why don't you pay it back for him? You pay it back for him and we'll leave now." "Yeah, you pay back the money and we'll leave now." The people Xiao Wei brought along followed suit. Chapter 97, You don't need to be called Xia. On the other hand, at this moment, Lin Feng was outside on the phone with Gu Shiran, and only after settling that 3 days later would be the club's match did the two finally hang up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng walked towards the ward. Just after arriving outside the ward, he heard a lot of commotion inside. He couldn't help but frown and took a step inside. Just walked into the ward, just to see Xiao Wei with a group of people to the scene of Dr. By uproar, then face cold, directly a few open crowd toward the ward. Lin Feng's strength wasn't comparable to an ordinary person. Just by exerting a little force, those blocking the doorway were hit by Lin Feng and grimaced. Asterisk 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 asterisk, who the hell is that? So strong. Someone cursed under the pain. When he came to the ward and saw the helpless mother and daughter Xiao Weiwei, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. Outside the ward he had understood some of the situation inside the ward through his powerful hearing, and he also knew who Xiao Wei was. Then he stepped over and without saying anything, directly slapped a loud slap at Xiao Wei. Snap! The sound of a crisp slap instantly silenced the noisy hospital room. As for Xiao Wei, who was slapped, he only felt his eyes were starry and the sky was spinning. It was only after a while that Xiao Wei recovered some, but at this time he felt as if he had lost his hearing on the side of his ear that had been slapped. After seeing the culprit standing there, Lin Feng, Xiao Wei's entire body became enraged. Asterisk 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 mudhorse. You even dare to hit me? If I don't get you killed today, I won't be surnamed Xia. Xiao Wei shouted angrily, but no sooner had his words fallen than he was slapped again on the other side of his face. This time, Lin Feng used more power and struck harder, directly sending half of Xiao Wei's teeth flying out, and Xiao Wei was even more unable to stand and his entire body fell to the ground. Xiao Wei pointed at Lin Feng and said vaguely, although his group of minions didn't hear what he was saying clearly, they understood what he meant and without saying a word, they directly rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't bother to play with these people this time and directly laid down a heavy hand, only to see that with each strike, he would twist off a person's hand or foot. More than a dozen people, along with the bodyguards that Xiao Wei had brought with him, didn't have much time passed before they all collapsed in pain on the floor within the hospital room. Director Bai and the little nurse, as well as Xiao Weiwei's mother and daughter, who witnessed the whole thing, all had their mouths wide open and were dumbstruck. They hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so tough. That's more than a dozen adults, and looking at those in black suits, they seemed to be professional bodyguards. But that was it. Lin Feng had even solved it in 3 tries. This hand strength, even a practicing athlete can't do it, right? Lin Feng walked up and stomped on Xiao Wei's chest. You said it. If you say you can't get me killed you won't be surnamed Xia, why don't I give you a surname? How about Shang? As soon as Lin Feng's words left his mouth, Xiao Weiwei couldn't help but snort out a laugh. I thought Lin Feng was a high and cold male god, but I didn't expect that he had such a humorous side. Right after Lin Feng finished dealing with Xiao Wei and the others over here, the hospital's resident police and a group of security guards who received the call from the little nurse to call the police rushed over. When the police and security guards walked into the hospital room, they all sucked in a breath of cold air, only to see a bunch of people lying around in the huge ward living room. Those people's arms and legs were all broken. Finally, his eyes looked towards Lin Feng who had stepped on Xiao Wei's chest, plus Director Bai had introduced the situation at the scene, and everyone looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a monster. Seeing that the police had arrived, Lin Feng no longer cared about Xiao Wei, but retracted his feet and came to Xiao Weiwei's side. Seeing Lin Feng, Xiao Weiwei asked with concern, "Are you alright?" Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. "It's fine. It's just a bunch of small trash. It's easy to clean up." At this time, Xiao Weiwei also finally remembered Lin Feng's deeds when he was in school. One person fighting 9 military training instructors alone, and it seemed like it was also a scene of complete victory. Those 9 military training instructors were much better than these no-good punks, all well-trained. Lin Feng could easily clean up those military training instructors, so naturally he could also clean up these punks. A police officer came to Lin Feng's side and said with some awe, "Sir, although Dr. Bai told us about the scene, after all, you are also a participant and you also need to go back with us to take a statement." Hearing that police officer's words, Lin Feng said indifferently, "Wait a moment." The constable didn't dare to rush, but stood patiently waiting. No one can face a strong man without being in awe. Soon, Lin Feng called his cell phone to the dean. Lin Feng said the matter briefly, and the dean knew what he meant. Lin Feng's identity was very sensitive. It wasn't a big deal for someone at his level to know. It wasn't good for too many small people to know. With that, the dean assured Lin Feng that he would handle the matter. Soon, the squad leader of the resident police received a call from the dean, and without knowing what the dean said, that squad leader of the resident police left with Xiao Wei and the others alone. Of course, of all the people, Xiao Wei's injuries were the worst. Not only was half of his teeth knocked out, even his sternum was broken by Lin Feng stepping on two of them. If it wasn't for Lin Feng's control of his power, this kick alone would have stomped Xiao Wei to death. With so many people, it was naturally impossible for him to kill someone in plain sight. And although he was fine after killing someone, it was always a bad influence. If Xiao Wei dared to come looking for trouble again in the future, he didn't mind getting rid of it once and for all. After Xiao Wei and the others had been taken away and the entire ward had cleared up, Xiao Mother's gaze towards Lin Feng carried a color of endless satisfaction. It was rather like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. And the more she looked at her, the better she looked at her. Xiao Lin you also followed Wei Wei and worked all night. You should rest early. I'll just take care of Changlin here. Lin Feng didn't push back. It was okay to ask him to run some errands. Asking him to take care of people, he definitely wouldn't. Then he nodded and said, "Okay, auntie, call me if you need anything. I'm going to rest for a while." Seeing Lin Feng turn around and walk out, Xiao Mother hurriedly gave Xiao Wei Wei a wink. Xiao Wei Wei's face flushed. She naturally knew what her mother meant, but there wasn't too much hesitation. Instead, he rushed after them. "Lin Feng, let's go together. Just have my mother take care of it here. It's a bit embarrassing to have to trouble you to run around with me at this late hour." Lin Feng smiled lightly and said, "It's okay, what's wrong with this? You have something in your family I can still look on. Can help of course have to help? Well, thank you, Lin Feng." Although Lin Feng spoke lightly, Xiao Wei Wei had to accept this favor from Lin Feng. The two came outside the hospital and saw the biggest hotel in the distance. Lin Feng said, "Go to that hotel. It looks like it should be good." Chapter 98 Ambiguity in the Room. For a moment, when she heard Lin Feng say that he was going to a hotel, Xiao Wei Wei's face couldn't help but flash a touch of redness, lightly gathered her hair and said in a thin mosquito-like voice, "Aha." Because of the color of the sky, Lin Feng didn't notice Xiao Wei Wei's strange appearance. In fact, he didn't think much about it. He just wanted to find a place to rest. Plus he was now a godly man. He needed the best in clothing, food, housing and transportation. That's why he chose the best hotel he could see. Lin Feng's careless words had made Xiao Wei Wei think more. As the two of them walked towards the hotel, Xiao Wei Wei, who was following Lin Feng, had a mess in her heart. I don't know how much of a struggle the mind does. She was naturally a very clean woman, or else she wouldn't have been able to keep her virginity after being with Lu He for such a long time. But now, after being with Lin Feng, she in turn didn't know what she should do. Lin Feng and Lu He were different. Not only had Lin Feng saved her, he had also saved her father. If it wasn't for Lin Feng, not only would she have suffered from Lu He's persecution, her father wouldn't have been able to be admitted to the intensive care unit for treatment. And what happened to Xiao Wei today might have put his father in danger. It could be said that she owed Lin Feng a lot, and she might not be able to repay this favor in this lifetime. With that, Xiao Wei Wei's heart was firm. Since she couldn't repay Lin Feng's favor, she could only repay it with herself. She didn't know what else to repay but herself. Thinking of this, Xiao Wei Wei seemed to have figured everything out. Her face was no longer tangled, and instead became all relaxed. The hotel wasn't very far from the hospital, and the two of them walked for a few minutes. Coming inside the hotel lobby, the front desk barman smiled and said, "Hello sir and madam, may I ask if you are looking for accommodation?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Well, get us a presidential suite." The barman gave Lin Feng a surprised look, then said, "Hello sir, our hotel's presidential suite is $88,000 a day with all-day dining. Is this price okay?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "Fine, get a room." The barman didn't dare to slow down when he saw that Lin Feng was so rich and powerful, so he hurriedly started to check in for Lin Feng. "Sir, do you live alone?" the barman asked as she checked in. "Me and my friend," Lin Feng replied. "Yes sir. I'd like to see some ID for you and the lady, please." Lin Feng and Xiao Wei Wei took out their ID cards one after another. After registering Lin Feng and Xiao Wei Wei's identities, the barman handed the room card to Lin Feng. "Enjoy your stay, sir," the barman said with a smile. When he came to the elevator, there was already an attendant waiting. The elevator had also been called for the duo. After the three of them walked into the elevator, the attendant spoke. "Hello sir, ma'am, I am the butler of the presidential suite you are in. Feel free to inform me of anything." Although this presidential suite housekeeper was not as pretty as the Bulgari Hotel presidential suite housekeeper he had stayed at when the school year started, she was still quite attractive. Lin Feng smiled lightly as he said, "Okay." Soon, the three of them came to the top floor of the hotel. This floor was all presidential suites. There were 10 sets in total. Each set is very luxurious. The presidential suite has 5 rooms, a master bedroom and 4 secondary bedrooms. Inside the suite is the layout of a mansion, or it wouldn't sell for $88,000 a night. After sending the two into their room, the butler left. After walking into the room, Lin Feng scanned the room and couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction. The presidential suite wasn't a disappointment to him. Xiao Weiwei, who had followed Lin Feng into the room, was nervous again in her heart at this moment. Don't know how to deal with what happens next. After all, it was the first time she had experienced this kind of thing, and Xiao Weiwei had no idea what the process was like. However, Lin Feng didn't make any moves. Instead, he yawned while saying, "All right, take an early rest." After saying his words, Lin Feng ran straight to the master bedroom, and as the door to the room closed, Xiao Weiwei's entire body froze in place. She didn't know what was going on. Lin Feng had brought her to the hotel. Shouldn't he be doing something to himself? And this is the end of it? Is it really just a simple sleep? But since that was the case, she couldn't go throwing herself at the mercy of the others, and could only walk towards the second bedroom with a heart full of doubts. Coming within the room, Lin Feng directly stripped naked and walked into the bathroom to take a shower. After washing up, Lin Feng lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. In his sleep, Lin Feng felt someone walking around the room and couldn't help but sit up violently. Listening carefully to make sure he wasn't hallucinating, he frowned and stepped out of bed, quietly pulling open the door to his room and walking out. At the same time, a look of vigilance surfaced in Lin Feng's heart. It's a little after 4 in the morning, and that's when people are most sleepy. If someone was going to turn against him and Xiao Weiwei at a time like this, it would indeed be the best time to do so, because there were no lights on in the living room. Lin Feng vaguely saw a figure that was standing in front of the door of a second bedroom. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng didn't hesitate and instantly rushed out. Before that person could react, he was controlled by Lin Feng, and at the same time, a flash of alarm surfaced. Hearing this voice, Lin Feng couldn't help but be taken aback because he heard that the voice was actually Xiao Weiwei's. Xiao Weiwei only felt that she instantly lost her mobility and was pressed against the wall from behind, and because of her body's powerlessness, the bottle of water in her hand also slipped to the ground. Lin Feng quickly loosened his mouth after realizing it was Xiao Weiwei. "Vivi, are you okay?" After releasing his hand, Lin Feng asked with concern. Xiao Weiwei only felt that she had instantly lost all her strength just now, and she didn't know how Lin Feng did it. She could make herself instantly not even have the strength to struggle. After a moment's reprieve and regaining her strength, Xiao Weiwei shook her head. "It's fine. It scared me to death." Lin Feng was a bit embarrassed. "I thought it was someone trying to disadvantage you, so I didn't pay attention to who it was. Is there any injury? Let me show you." As he said that, Lin Feng directly picked up Xiao Weiwei horizontally and walked towards the distant sofa. Well, being held in Lin Feng's arms, coupled with the rich androgynous scent emanating from Lin Feng's body, Xiao Weiwei only felt sore and weak. After placing Xiao Weiwei on the sofa, the atmosphere between the two was subtle. Looking at Xiao Weiwei's hazy body in the darkness of the night, Lin Feng couldn't help but have fire rise in his belly. Coupled with the fact that Lin Feng didn't wear any clothes before he went to bed, and didn't look for clothes to cover his body when he came out because he was in a hurry. Even though the light in the room wasn't very good, Xiao Weiwei was still able to vaguely see the contours of Lin Feng's strong body. It made her heart beat faster. Her whole body was sore and weak, and her breathing was ragged. Chapter 99, Xiao Changfeng's Revenge. Looking at Xiao Weiwei, who had a shy face, Lin Feng didn't continue to insist, but slowly lowered his head. I don't know how long it took, but it wasn't until after 11 o'clock at noon that Lin Feng woke up from his sleep, and beside him, he saw Xiao Weiwei, who had a face of exhaustion and happiness, sleeping sweetly. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile faintly and get up from his messy bed. He came to the restroom to familiarize himself with the situation, put on his clothes and called the housekeeper to prepare lunch for him and Xiao Weiwei. "Yes, sir. I'll get it ready for you now." The butler heard Lin Feng's order and hurriedly ran to prepare. After taking care of everything, Lin Feng couldn't help but hear the system's voice ringing in his head. Ding! The hotel check-in was successful, and this reward is for Zunhuang Casino. Hearing the system's reward, Lin Feng couldn't help but have a flash of surprise on his face. I didn't expect the system's reward to be a casino this time. He still knows something about Zunhuang Casino. Zunhuang Casino is the largest entertainment venue in Magic City, as well as the largest casino in the whole of China, and even in the whole of Asia. It has the reputation of being the #1 high in Asia. Zun Emperor Casino is a diverse entertainment venue. It includes every known entertainment program on the market: bars, KTVs, baths, etc. And he had also heard that the Zunhuang Casino was not only the largest entertainment center, but also the largest casino operation in China. But it was all just a legend, and he didn't know if it was true or not. But one would think that such news would not be empty, and it's impossible for a place like Zunhuang Casino not to get into a little gray business. business, but now he would go and think about it more, and when he returned to Mordor, he would make a trip to find out if it was true or not. There is no way to estimate the market capitalization of Zunhuang Casino because Zunhuang Casino is not listed and it is impossible to list this gray industry, but it's definitely a money spinner. And the people who go in there don't really care anymore what the spending is, because all the people who go to the Zun Emperor Casino know what it is, and they go here to spend money for the same reason. Right after Lin Feng finished signing in, the movement of Xiao Weiwei waking up came from inside the master bedroom. Lin Feng stood up and went back to his room, and he saw Xiao Weiwei putting on her clothes. Seeing Lin Feng who walked in, Xiao Weiwei seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but have a red face, but she didn't say anything. She had been prepared for what happened last night. Awake? Lin Feng walked forward and embraced Xiao Weiwei in his arms, saying in a warm voice. Being held in Lin Feng's arms, Xiao Weiwei enjoyed herself very much, squinting her eyes and saying, "Aha, is the body all right?" Lin Feng clearly remembered his own craziness last night, from more than 4 o'clock in the morning until 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. In fact, the two only slept for only 3 or 4 hours. There was nothing wrong with his body, while Xiao Weiwei couldn't necessarily carry it off. When Xiao Weiwei heard Lin Feng's words, she was a little embarrassed again. "No, it's fine. Okay, it's good that it's okay. I'll have someone prepare a meal. We'll go to the hospital after we eat. If there's nothing wrong with Uncle, I might have to go back to Magic City," Lin Feng said slowly. Xiao Weiwei nodded. Okay." Soon after the two finished eating at the hotel, they headed toward the hospital. On the other side of the room, Xiao Wei, lying on the hospital bed, was wailing. His arms and legs had been broken by Lin Feng. Even if he was cured, he would be left with serious aftereffects that would affect his ability to walk and hold things in the future. Thinking that he would be disabled in the future, Xiao Wei could not help but feel sad. "Dad, the rest of my life is over." Looking at his father sitting on the edge of the bed, Xiao Wei cried his heart out. Seeing his son become like this, Xia Chongfeng's face was gloomy. "Xiao Wei, don't worry, I won't let your father go. They made you like this, I will only make them worse off than you." "Good one, Xia Changlin. I didn't expect you to have today. It seems I was too merciful to you in the past. This time I want your whole family to have a good death." After murmuring, Xia Changfeng walked out of the hospital room with a gloomy face. After coming outside, Xia Changfeng took a deep breath and took out his cell phone to make a call out. A lazy voice came from the other side of the phone. "Hello?" Hearing the voice, Xia Changfeng carefully said, "Hello, Mr. Zhao. I'm Xia Wei's father, the chairman of emerging technology." "Oh, so it's Xia Dong ah. How come Xia Dong has so much time today?" "Call me ah?" Zhao Dajiang asked with a faint smile. "Mr. Zhao, I agree with what you said last time." Xia Changfeng took a deep breath and slowly said, You agree?" Being inside a luxurious villa in Hangzhou City, a man with a lazy expression and a third-tier actress in his arms could not help but look shocked when he heard Xia Changfeng's words on the phone. "You know, emerging technology is a big company with a market capitalization of several $100 billion, especially that AI program of their company, which can be said to have eaten the dividends of the contemporary era. Emerging technology AI program, there is a lot of potential for development. If the operation is good, it is not impossible to become a trillion-dollar company in the future, to say the least." He had always been rather greedy for emerging technology, so after getting to know Xiao Wei, he had raised the idea of wanting to take a stake in emerging technology, but Xiao Wei didn't rush to agree. Instead, he went home and mentioned the matter with his father. Xia Changfeng naturally also has business vision and knows that his company still has room for development, so he did not agree to Zhao Dajiang's request. But today, he had to agree to this matter, because he wanted to take revenge, and he wanted to make Xia Changlin's family all suffer a bad death. The Zhao family was a powerful family in Hangzhou City. If the Zhao family made a move to help them, wanting to clean up Xia Changlin's family would be a breeze. Xia Changfeng slowly said, "Yes, Mr. Zhao, I promise. I'm willing to give you 10% of my company's shares." Zhao Dajiang, who was sitting on the villa's sofa, heard Xia Changfeng's words and faintly smiled. Then Dong Xia should have conditions, right? Although Zhao Dajiang was a playboy, he wasn't a cutie. He knew that if Xia Changfeng suddenly called at a time like this and agreed to his request, he must have encountered something. "Mr. Zhao, my request isn't very difficult. It's that I want to ask you to make a move and help me mess with Xia Changlin's family." "Mr. Zhao, I'm not just giving you 10% of my company's shares this time, but Xia Changlin has a daughter who is also very beautiful, definitely not inferior to any first-tier female star's posture. If Mr. Zhao can take care of Xia Changlin's family, he might even be able to hold a beautiful woman. Okay, I'll take this matter. It doesn't matter what kind of woman is not a woman. 10% of your company's shares are very tempting to me. I'll be there in a few minutes to help you with this. Get the contract ready." Chapter 100. Xiao Weiwei is missing. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Dajiang gently patted the ass of the third-tier actress beside him, and the actress stood up and went upstairs knowingly. After the actress left, Zhao Dajiang said loudly. Wang Chao. As Zhao Dajiang's words fell, a burly, middle-aged man in a black suit quickly walked in outside the villa. Wang Chao was a beloved member of the Zhao family, having followed the Zhao family for more than 20 years, and was also sent by the Zhao family's old master to protect Zhao Dajiang. Zhao Dajiang is the Zhao family's youngest son, is also the most indisputable heir. Zhao family old man although disliked Zhao Dajiang's style, but after all, it is his own son, more or less still have to take care of it. Although Zhao Dajiang wasn't as accomplished as his elder and second brothers and was able to hold a high position, but Zhao Dajiang took a different approach and made some name for himself in society. Many of the black industries in Hangzhou's underground world had Zhao Dajiang's shadow behind them. In knowing that he would finally be able to get the shares of the technology company in Xia Chongfeng's hands, Zhao Dajiang couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. As for what Lin Feng was, he no longer needed to care, because he hadn't even heard of the name, and he hadn't even heard of it, so that meant the person didn't have any background either. He is the top of the tower in Hangzhou City. There are only 2 people with a higher status than himself, and he knows all of them. There is no such person as Lin Feng, so helping Xia Chongfeng clean up Lin Feng wasn't difficult for him at all. There are 2 ways to clean up a person's act. One is by white-knuckle means and the other is by black-knuckle means. White way means he does not want to use now, because the use of white way means the old master's side will certainly be able to receive the news. After all, the people who do things for him will certainly ask for favors, want to let his family's old master know, then he will not be able to avoid being reprimanded. It's not as easy as using your strengths and using mob tactics. You go run an errand for me. Seeing Wang Chao who walked in, Zhao Dajiang slowly said, Young master, please, Wang Chao said with a calm expression. With that, Zhao Dajiang briefly talked about Lin Feng's matter. Wang Chao nodded his head after hearing this and said, All right young master, I'll take care of it right now, but to what extent I'll clean it up, I'll ask young master to show me. Zhao Dajiang thought for a moment and said, Let's just cripple him. With this kind of result, Xia Chongfeng should be able to be satisfied and willingly give me his shares. Yes young master. After saying his words, Wang Chao no longer hesitated and directly turned around to leave. The March fireworks in Jiangnan. There is heaven above and Suzhou and Hangzhou below. Hangzhou is definitely a scenic place with mountains, water and woods. After going to the hospital and seeing that Xia Changlin had recovered quite well, Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei traveled around Hangzhou. There were many tourist attractions in Hangzhou, and it was Lin Feng's first time in Hangzhou. Xiao Weiwei, as a local who grew up in Hangzhou, naturally shouldered the job of tour guide. Even though it was not yet the peak season for tourism, the attractions the two visited had quite a few tourists. After experiencing last night's events, Xiao Weiwei completely opened her heart, and with Lin Feng there is no longer any barrier. Every move is like a happy and joyful little princess. Xiao Weiwei is a beauty among beauties, and after her heart is open, she is like a dancing butterfly in the crowd. Although there are many ancient dresses in those scenic spots with traffic flow net reds, they all pale in comparison after meeting Xiao Weiwei. Even Xiao Weiwei hadn't carefully put on makeup. Just light makeup didn't know how many streets away from those net routes. Wherever Xiao Weiwei went, she herself turned into a bright landscape. Along the way, passing by the luxury store, the two will go in to shop for a while, and when they come out, their hands are all the bags of luxury goods. In the aspect of spending money on women, Lin Feng was never stingy. As long as his woman liked it, it didn't matter how much money he spent. If it was before, Xiao Weiwei might not have accepted Lin Feng spending so much money for her, but now that the two of them had established a relationship, there was no sense of indebtedness in her heart. Xiao Weiwei is the kind of woman who decides that one person is for life. If she gave herself to Lin Feng, that meant that she would be Lin Feng's person for the rest of her life. So when Lin Feng gave her money to spend, she accepted it openly. Just on her way to hang out, Xiao Weiwei had some internal urgency and ran towards the public restroom with a snort. Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry, but stood outside quietly waiting. A few minutes later, 3 figures came out of the bathroom, all 3 of them women. People came and went in the scenic area, and Lin Feng didn't pay attention, but as time passed, he sensed something was wrong. Xiao Weiwei had gone to the bathroom for almost 10 minutes and hadn't come out until now. Since it was the women's restroom, he couldn't just go in and look for it, so he took out his cell phone and dialed. The call went through, but no one ever picked up on the other side. At that moment, an older woman, who was cleaning up the bathroom, came out of it with a cell phone in her hand. Lin Feng noticed this scene and frowned slightly as he took a step and came directly in front of that big mom. Auntie, the cell phone you're holding seems to be my friend's. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the older woman hurriedly hid her cell phone behind her. What cell phone? Where's the cell phone? Lin Feng's face turned cold and he said lightly, Auntie, give me your cell phone. I'll give you some favors. Don't make it unpleasant. The aura on Lin Feng's body at this moment was very intimidating. The ama who cleaned up the hygiene was just an ordinary person. She couldn't withstand the pressure of Lin Feng's aura at all, and she had picked up this phone, so if it couldn't be unlocked, it wouldn't be of much use to him, and it would be nice to get something in exchange for it. Still, the older woman said with a stiff upper lip to hide her embarrassment, "If you say it's your friends, it's your friends. Do you have any proof?" Lin Feng didn't bother to talk too much, and directly took out $1,000 from his arms. "Is this enough?" Seeing $1,000, the big mom's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but say with a joyful smile, "Enough, enough, the cell phone is for you." After saying her words, the big mom hurriedly handed her cell phone to Lin Feng and took the money and left happily. After retrieving Xiao Weiwei's cell phone, Lin Feng's face froze. Things like cell phones have now become indispensable and are not easily discarded, and even if Xiao Weiwei had accidentally lost her cell phone, the person should have come out, but he didn't see Xiao Weiwei come out, which made Lin Feng's heart rise with a bad premonition. Thinking of this, Lin Feng picked up his cell phone and directly called the Hangzhou State Security Branch. The phone had just been connected, so Lin Feng brightened up his identity and quickly expressed his meaning. Hearing that it was a big leader from the general administration, the Hangzhou State Security Branch didn't dare to be slow in the slightest, and instantly the entire branch moved. Some people went to the traffic police to adjust the surveillance, and some people went to contact the public security system to investigate Xiao Weiwei's disappearance. Chapter 101, have you ever seen a real-life stick figure? With Lin Feng's one phone call, the entire Hangzhou police system was all in chaos. Some top police officials are scrambling to find out what went wrong. You know, anything like this that would alert the entire police system is not trivial. They can also respond better if they know what is happening in advance, and they can also calculate the gain or loss of benefits from among the events. Can sit in Hangzhou, such a first-tier city of the police system? Naturally, are all clear-minded, eight-sided people. The first time something happens, will make the most favorable choice. After a group of bigwigs inquired, after hearing that someone had actually kidnapped the girlfriend of a big leader of the State Security Bureau, everyone couldn't sit still. A group of white-shirt bigwigs held a meeting on the hoof, as if they were facing terrorists with high priority. After Xiao Weiwei was kidnapped, all major roads out of the city were blocked at the first opportunity. This is followed by stringent security checks at airports, train stations, bus stops, and other places. The heads of the departments received the notice and even went out of their way to come down personally at the first opportunity. No one wanted to make a mistake in their own jurisdiction. If this time the matter error appeared in their own hands, then the consequences do not need to be said. It is estimated that the entire department will have to be jerked from the top to the bottom. Lin Feng took Xiao Weiwei's cell phone and went directly to the monitoring room of the scenic spot. Not even waiting for the person in charge of the scenic spot to ask, directly to the top of the document to his head. "You guys don't say anything right now. I'm in a time crunch. You just need to cooperate with me completely. Do you hear me? But if you dare to delay me even a little bit, I will regard you as committing treason." As Lin Feng's words fell, the person in charge of the scenic spot nearly fell to his knees in fear. At Lin Feng's command, the person in charge of the scenic area hurriedly called up the surveillance of the various entrances and exits of the scenic area. Seeing this kind of workload, the person in charge of the scenic spot only felt a big head. The scenic spot where Lin Feng is located is the West Lake. The traffic flow here is very large. If you watch the video down one by one, I don't know how much manpower is needed to complete it, and it's not a short period of time to do it. Lin Feng said in a cold voice, "Add all the videos all to the fastest and play them at the same time." Add it to the fastest and play it at the same time? The person in charge of the scenic area was dumbfounded as a whole, glancing at the dozens of monitoring screens in the monitoring room, feeling that this was not a joke. I'm afraid, even if Neza came and used his 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to see it, would he? Seeing that the person in charge of the scenic spot was still standing there dumbfounded, Lin Feng's face went cold. "Didn't you hear what I said? Hurry up and do it if I told you to." The person in charge of the scenic spot who had come back to his senses was startled. He didn't dare to hesitate any longer and hurriedly carried out Lin Feng's order. As more than 10 electronic screens played together, Lin Feng stood in front of the screen and watched quietly. Although the playback speed on the electronic screen was so fast that ordinary people couldn't even see the silhouettes, in Lin Feng's eyes, it was no different from slow playback. Right at this moment, Lin Feng once again noticed 3 figures at the exit of a scenic spot. These 3 figures, he had the impression that they were the 3 women he had inadvertently seen earlier at the entrance of the public restroom. This time, Lin Feng wasn't letting his guard down, but looked over carefully. At that time, he only felt that one of the 3 women was light on her feet and thought that she had some kind of disease, but now that he looked at it, it wasn't that simple. A woman in the center was being held up. Her eyes were not open, Her hair was a bit disheveled, and her face showed signs of having been covered with makeup. Although the clothes worn and the face were very different from Xiao Weiwei's, the figure could not be changed. Last night Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei had exchanged in-depth information, and with his memory, he knew Xiao Weiwei's figure very well. Now after looking carefully for a while, it was determined that this woman in the center should be Xiao Weiwei. The person who kidnapped Xiao Weiwei should have made ample preparations beforehand, just waiting for the time when Xiao Weiwei and himself fell alone. It should be in a public restroom, where Xiao Weiwei was bewitched and then changed her makeup and dress to take her away under her own nose. Kind of interesting. That's a pretty professional approach. Glancing down at Xiao Weiwei's cell phone in his hand, Lin Feng also knew why the kidnappers had thrown away Xiao Weiwei's cell phone. It should be because they were afraid that Xiao Weiwei's cell phone would be tracked to determine their location. The parking lot outside the scenic area is also monitored. After noting down the kidnapper's license plate number, Lin Feng called and contacted someone from the Hangzhou State Security Branch and asked them to get the traffic police team to track the car along the way. Almost half an hour had passed, but I thought it should be too late. Sure enough, not more than a few minutes had passed, and under the tracking of the intelligent Sky Eyes, the car that had kidnapped Xiao Weiwei was found. At this time the car that kidnapped Xiao Weiwei was driving to a factory in the suburbs. After determining the location, Lin Feng sat inside his sports car and directly stepped on the gas, ejecting with a roar. On the way to catch up with the vehicle that kidnapped Xiao Weiwei, the traffic police team directly notified the traffic police at each intersection and asked them to reserve a place for Lin Feng to pass. Even when Lin Feng arrived at every intersection, the red light would turn green, not giving Lin Feng the slightest possibility of delay. Everyone on the street was shocked by this kind of battle. Even if the intersection turned green, those traffic police wouldn't let the vehicles pass, all waiting for Lin Feng's car to arrive. Traffic was restored only after a black lightning bolt drove through the intersection. Everyone looked at the sports car that was worth more than $100 million and were all secretly staggered. What kind of character is this? Making a big movie in the stick country? This kind of bridge is usually the stick country's blockbuster can only appear. I did not expect in China actually staged. This power shall not be big to the sky. The identity of this car's owner must be among the top 3 in China, not to mention the first. Without that kind of status, how could you possibly make such a big deal out of it? One needed to follow the rules and the other didn't. And comparing the two, it was easy for Lin Feng to catch up with the car that kidnapped Xiao Weiwei. On a highway that was about to reach the outskirts of the city, Lin Feng's car came speeding up from behind. While holding the steering wheel with one hand, Lin Feng took his cell phone and called someone from the Hangzhou State Security Bureau. You guys can come over now. These people, no matter who they are, they must be pried open. Whoever the mastermind behind them has to give me an explanation. If they can't give me a satisfactory explanation, I don't mind letting Hangzhou change a batch of people. Crunch! The sports car crossed directly in front of the vehicle that had kidnapped Xiao Weiwei's vehicle. As 2 sharp brakes sounded, Lin Feng stepped out of the car while holding his cell phone and walked towards the car that kidnapped Xiao Weiwei. Xiao Weiwei, who was in the back seat of the car at this time, had her hands and feet as well as her mouth controlled. Looking at Lin Feng who walked over, Xiao Weiwei's entire body was filled with tears of excitement. This kidnapping was about to scare her to death, so to speak. Coming close, Lin Feng, without saying a word, violently broke the glass of the driver's side of the car with a punch, and the driver in the driver's side of the car was even yanked out from it. The car keys were thrown directly to the side of the road by Lin Feng, and the gang of kidnappers had absolutely no chance of escaping. Chapter 102. I'll only give you 1 day. Seeing such a fierce Lin Feng, all the people in the car were startled. Although it wasn't true that no one had ever broken a car glass with a single punch, there were definitely not many people who could do it like Lin Feng, who lifted so much weight and was still able to drag a 170-80-pound man out of the car with one hand. And to know, was yanked out of the car that little brother? Is not a little resistance did not, but has done struggle. Despite this, or was Lin Feng easily a hand carry out? So you can know, Lin Feng's arm strength is how big, and someone with that kind of arm strength is definitely not a simple person. Chow, what should we do? The 2 minions sitting in the back row controlling Xiao Weiwei all looked at Wang Chao and the co-pilot. Although Lin Feng was acting very bravely, Wang Chao didn't have much of a reaction. Lin Feng wasn't simple. Of course he wasn't simple either. He was someone who had once won 32 consecutive victories in an underground black boxing match. Maybe the regular competition fighters have moisture, but this kind of fight underground black boxing tournament origin, absolutely not a little moisture. But where there is a little moisture, long ago let a person killed in the ring. You guys take her and leave first. I'll stop this guy. Hearing Wang Chao's words, the 2 juniors nodded their heads and dragged Xiao Weiwei out of the car door on the other side and ran towards the distance. Xiao Weiwei was about to be rescued, and now she was going to be captured again. Constantly struggling and shaking her head, Fear and hope filled her eyes, hoping that Lin Feng would save her. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed and a flash of killing intent flashed under his eyes. It's such a time. This group of kidnappers are not ready to release the people. Still thinking of resisting, it seems that they are too merciful. Just as Lin Feng was about to take a step to catch up, Wang Chao, the co-pilot, stepped out of the car and instantly rose up in the air, directly jumping over the roof of the car in a single leap and landing a swift and powerful flying kick on Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng punched out without the slightest intention of dodging. He even used his full strength. He was very angry in his heart right now, so he had no intention of keeping his hand. In the past, he would have left a few points of force. That is, he was afraid of killing people, but now he could not care less about those. These kidnappers he did not need to be treated as a human being. Killed also killed, as long as there is a survivor on the line. Bang! Fists and feet collide. Lin Feng's figure did not move, while Wang Chao, who came flying kicking in the air, was shaken by a huge force and flew out, turning 3 times in a row in the air before Lin Feng's power was removed. After landing on the ground, the only remaining bit of residual force still made Wang Chao retreat more than 10 steps one after another. The shock in his heart made Wang Chao's face ugly, and by the time he looked up, Lin Feng had already caught up with the Xiao Weiwei trio. One of them took out a dagger and was just about to threaten Lin Feng with Xiao Weiwei when he suddenly screamed miserably. His wrist that was holding the dagger was directly pinched and cracked by Lin Feng, and the moroseness of the bones pierced out of the skin. The scene was horrible. The other kidnapper hadn't even regained his senses before he was directly kicked out by Lin Feng, and by the time he landed on the ground, he hadn't moved in the slightest. Only after doing all this did Lin Feng feel relieved and couldn't help but lower his head and say in a warm voice, "Is everything alright?" After being rescued, Xiao Weiwei hadn't recovered from her earlier shock and had a pale face. "It's okay, not scared anymore." Oh. Lin Feng once again spoke out to comfort, and this time Xiao Weiwei came back to her senses a little. Despite her strong character, she had never encountered this kind of situation before, and she was more or less unable to adapt to it for the first time. Well, after Lin Feng comforted, soothed some of his feelings and directly jumped into Lin Feng's arms and cried. Lin Feng gently stroked Xiao Weiwei's back. "Don't cry. Isn't it safe now? Don't be afraid." Amidst Lin Feng's comfort, Xiao Weiwei slowly regained her composure. But at that moment, Xiao Weiwei saw Wang Chao come behind Lin Feng and wanted to make a sneak attack. She couldn't help but let out a cry of alarm, and without thinking, she turned around and wanted to help Lin Feng fend off Wang Chao's sneak attack. Lin Feng's reaction was very fast. Before Wang Chao's attack came, he kicked out. This time Wang Chao wasn't as lucky as before. He was directly stunned by Lin Feng's powerful kick. Lin Feng didn't kill. He felt that this person should be the leader of these people. Perhaps this person knew a bit more than those people. When the time came, it would be easier to investigate the mastermind behind the scenes from his mouth. Daring to hit on the woman beside him, this kind of person he would never keep. I don't know how long it has been. There are sirens ringing in the distance. The first to arrive here is the nearby police station officers, followed by the Public Security Bureau, and then the National Security Bureau and other leaders. As soon as those leaders of the public security system and the National Security Bureau arrived here, they hurriedly stepped out of their cars and walked quickly towards Lin Feng. "Meet the leader. Meet the chief." The one who called Lin Feng a leader is from the public security system. The one who called the chief is from the NSA. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Bring these people back. I'll only give you 1 day to investigate what's behind the scenes for me. If you can't investigate in 1 day's time, you can take off these clothes and resign." Hearing Lin Feng's words, no matter if it was the leaders of the State Security Bureau or the Public Security Bureau, all of their complexions changed and fear rose in their hearts. It's not easy to climb up to where they are now. If it was a small place, maybe it would be easier. But the place where they were now employed was a first-tier city in China like Hangzhou. Definitely a lot more gold than the smaller places. In a city like Hangzhou, in the future they will be able to enter the provincial party committee at the local level even if they are transferred flat. No one wants to lose their hard-won power just like that. And with that, a group of bigwigs gathered their breath. And even if this group was an Iron Man, they would have to snap 3 nails from these people. With the Zhao family's power in Hangzhou's officialdom, they naturally knew about the big moves in Hangzhou's judicial system. The Zhao family's oldest and second oldest had inquired about some news, and after hearing that a big shot had come to Hangzhou and that someone close to them had encountered a kidnapping, they couldn't help but marvel at the audacity of the kidnappers. Inside the Zhao family villa, the oldest and the second oldest were sitting on the sofa, and at their upper position sat the Zhao family's old man. The Zhao family's old man was 70 years old this year, and although he had retired, his connections and resources were still there. Without connections and resources, it is impossible to place his 2 sons as the first or second in command of a real power department. "Dad, you have a wider network than us. Have you heard what kind of big shot is coming to Hangzhou? If we have the chance, let's go pay our respects as well." we might be able to pull some strings and get acquainted, which will be beneficial to our Zhao family in the future. The Zhao family boss opened his mouth to inquire. The Zhao family's old man shook his head. I've asked people to inquire. For the time being, no news has been passed over. This time the Public Security Bureau's level of secrecy is very high. It is estimated that the only way to have news of that big shot is to wait for the person to be captured. Chapter 103, Your tactics are too childish. Just as the Zhao family was waiting, news finally came through. Passing the news over is a public security system with the Zhao family old man relationship as relatively good friends late. Grandpa Zhao, the kidnappers have all been captured, and that big leader's girlfriend has been safely rescued. Upon hearing this news, the Zhao family's old man's expression twitched. The big leader's girlfriend? How old is that big leader and why does he have a girlfriend? In the Zhao family's old man's consciousness, the big leaders are usually very old. After all, the Chinese official market is so. Want to be in a high position, you must have seniority, and want to have seniority, naturally, it takes time to boil up. So usually this kind of person is very old. But now the person who sent the message to himself even said that that big leader is only at the stage of being a boyfriend and girlfriend, which made the Zhao family's old man think that the person who sent the message was a slip of the tongue. Is it the wife of that big leader who was being described as a girlfriend by this messenger? It seems that the young officialdom experience is still insufficient. This kind of low-level mistakes can be made. However, after the Zhao family's old man finished asking about his doubts, the person who passed the news to him said with certainty, Grandpa Zhao, this news is not wrong. The person who was kidnapped is indeed the girlfriend of that big leader. And it seems that that big leader is still a freshman, which is what I understood when I listened to the leader's conversations. What? A freshman? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can a freshman be a big leader when he's not even qualified for the job, even if he has a powerful background? This kind of rule is impossible to break. You must have heard it wrong. Zhao family old man is 10,000 do not believe. How is it possible? Even if you want to take the public also have to graduate from university, and even with special recruitment or any special reasons, it is impossible to become a big leader at the age of 1 year. At best, they will exceptionally become civil servants early and then be placed in a department to build up seniority. If you want to become a big leader, it will have to be 20 years later. 3 years for a small promotion, 5 years for a big promotion, plus the family to create meritorious performance for it. It is not something that can be achieved in a few years. The person who passed on the message smiled bitterly. Grandpa Zhao, that's just the way it is. I was also very shocked at first when I heard the news, but the leaders have all verified the identity information of that great leader and confirmed that there is no mistake. Hearing the affirmative words of the person who had passed on the news, the Zhao family's old man took a deep breath, a look of shock and excitement in the bottom of his eyes. If this is really the case, then it can be said to have opened a precedent in the officialdom of China. And this kind of person who can break the rules definitely has a background that has reached the level of heaven. If the Zhao family could embrace this kind of thigh, then the Zhao family would definitely be able to move up a level in the future. Even if it became the number one powerful family in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, it was not impossible. Although the level of the Zhao family was not low now, and it was considered one of the top families within Jiangsu and Zhejiang, it was still far from wanting to be number one, and there were definitely more than 5 families that were more powerful than their Zhao family. There was no one who didn't want to progress. Even a retired person like the Zhao family's old man was always thinking about how to progress. Okay, I know. Thank you, Xiaodong. After the Zhao family's old man recognized the reality, he slowly opened his mouth. Grandpa Zhao, you're too polite. My father has always said that you took great care of him back in the day. Grandpa Zhao, so this little thing is nothing, Xiaodong said respectfully. Ha ha, okay, as long as it didn't make Xiaodong you go against the principle. In the future have time to come to Grandpa Zhao's house to drink tea, the Zhao family's old man said with a faint smile. Okay, Grandpa Zhao, I'll definitely pay you a visit when I have time. After the pleasantries though, both parties hung up. Just after hanging up the phone, the Zhao family's oldest and second oldest all couldn't help but inquire curiously. Dad, what's going on? I just heard you say that the big leader was young? The Zhao family boss opened his mouth to inquire. The Zhao family's old man nodded his head with a grave expression. This big leader is not simple. His background is definitely at the heavenly level. If our Zhao family can seize the opportunity, it will be a breeze for the family to move up to the next level in the future. That is, the two of you brothers will have the opportunity to try and impact the central layer of power in the imperial capital. This great leader's path will definitely not stop here. It will definitely be raised upwards, and if our Zhao family can become its vassal, that great leader will be able to promote us at that time. Hearing the words of the Zhao family's oldest son, the Zhao family's oldest and second oldest all nodded their heads in agreement. This kind of thing no one can dispute. That big leader definitely definitely has the ability to promote their Zhao family. Now in front of the problem is how to hold on to the legs of this big leader. Just as the 3 members of the Zhao family were studying their plan to hug Lin Feng's thighs, brought into the NSA, Wang Chao and his men are instead subjected to the care of the Great Memory Recovery Technique. After noon, Lin Feng moved inside the Hangzhou State Security Bureau after arranging the frightened Xiao Weiwei. Just after arriving here, a group of leaders within the National Security Bureau welcomed them out. "Chief, you're here." Looking at the group of State Security Bureau leaders in front of him, Lin Feng said indifferently, "How's the investigation going?" The head of Hangzhou State Security Bureau said, "Back to the chief. That person's mouth is a bit hard. He hasn't opened his mouth yet, but I believe he'll be able to open his mouth soon. Comrades are working hard to interrogate him." Lin Feng's expression was cold. "All right, I'll go over and take a look. Your progress is a bit slow." After saying his words, Lin Feng took a step towards the inside. A group of Hangzhou State Security Bureau leaders hurriedly led the way for Lin Feng. Soon, the crowd arrived outside the interrogation room. The interrogators inside were trying various interrogation techniques, but those were all carried off by Wang Chao. As for Wang Chao's 2 henchmen, they really didn't know anything at all. The henchman that Wang Chao had found only knew to follow Wang Chao and didn't realize that there was Zhao Dajiang, the son of the Zhao family, on top of Wang Chao. So even if those 2 men couldn't carry it, they couldn't say anything, but said that Wang Chao instructed them to do so, and the rest of them didn't know anything. Looking at the interrogation techniques of even the interrogators, Lin Feng said indifferently, "These interrogation techniques are too bad. It's better if I do it myself." After walking into the interrogation room, Lin Feng directly asked someone to bring a pair of pliers. Without saying anything, he pulled out the teeth in Wang Chao's mouth one by one. That cruelty made a group of national security personnel a bit unable to bear to watch. "Chief, this means of yours, there won't be any problems, right?" a national security leader cautiously reminded. Lin Feng said suspiciously, "What's the problem? Does he still have a chance to go out and complain about me?" Hearing these words, Wang Chao, who was strongly enduring the torture, could not help but be shaken. He kind of understood Lin Feng's words. This person didn't intend to let himself live at all. Lin Feng, who had finished speaking, turned his head to stare at Wang Chao and said, "You should have heard what I just said, right? You can choose to be recalcitrant to the end, but we have to see how hard your bones are. Go get me the coercive drugs." The forced confession drug that Lin Feng had mentioned was a drug that was specifically used against spies. With just 1 shot, even an iron willpower will have to be obediently accounted for. Chapter 104, I don't need to know what you are. Hearing that Lin Feng was going to use the same tactics against the agents on him, Wang Chao's eyes instantly changed. He knew his situation. If it came to physical strength, he might be able to compete with an agent, but if it came to willpower, 10 of him wouldn't be able to stand up to one well-trained agent. Thinking of this, Wang Chao knew that if he didn't give an account now, he would also give an account under torture in a while, and then he was finally ready to tell the Zhao Dajian behind the curtain. He had figured out his own situation now. This was the NSA, a department that the localities couldn't intervene in. When he first came here, he was thinking that Zhao Dajiang would use every means to get himself out after realizing that he had been captured. But now, he knew there was no chance. Zhao Dajiang and even the entire Zhao family, there was no one who had that power to save themselves from here. If he does not confess, waiting for him only endless torture. And look at the young man in front of him, but also a power on the sky, and his own kidnapping or his girlfriend. He wants to live out, or honestly confessed to the good. Confessed, at most the sentence and the possibility of going out. If not confessed, dead to the end. He absolutely no possibility of going out alive. Weighing the pros and cons, Wang Chao told Zhao Dajiang, who was behind him. When the NSA leaders in the interrogation room realized that it was Zhao Dajiang of the Zhao family, they all knew that the Zhao family was finished. Even though some people here had some friendship with the Zhao family, they had no intention of helping the Zhao family. This is not a joke. Lin Feng is what kind of person? That is a sentence can make the leadership of Hangzhou from top to bottom jerk to the end of the figure. Who can they protect the Zhao family? Hearing Wang Chao say Zhao Dajiang's name, Lin Feng put down the pliers in his hands and turned to the group of leaders of the National Security Bureau and asked, "Who is Zhao Dajiang? Do any of you here know him?" When they heard Lin Feng's inquiry, a few leaders of the State Security Bureau looked at each other and didn't know what to say to Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng said indifferently, "Is this all without anyone recognizing it?" Although Lin Feng spoke plainly, the crowd could see Lin Feng's dissatisfaction. With that, the director of the National Security Bureau stepped forward and said, "Chief, I've heard of this Zhao Dajiang. It seems like he's Zhao Chunlai's youngest son." "And who is Zhou Chunlai?" Lin Feng looked at the director of the National Security Bureau and asked. Back to the chief. Zhao Chunlai is a former governor of our Hangzhou city, now retired. The eldest son and the second son are all in the real power department as the first and second in command. The Zhao family's power in our Hangzhou city is not small. If you want to move Zhao Dajiang, you may encounter resistance from the Zhao family. Resistance? Hearing those two words, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. What is resistance? This is the first time I've heard of this kind of joke. His son is suspected of kidnapping. I dealt with it according to the law. And he still wants to harbor his son? Now you will send someone to bring that Zhao Dajiang back to me. Zhao Dajiang is suspected of collaborating with the enemy and selling out the country. Do you hear me? Understood, Chief. A group of leaders of the National Security Bureau said in respectful voices. The moment Lin Feng's charge of arresting Zhao Dajiang came out, a group of National Security Bureau leaders were all taken aback. This Lin Feng was going to leave no room for the Zhao family at all, collaborating with the enemy and selling out the country. This charge is more serious than any offense. Not to mention the Zhao family, even those powerful families in the imperial capital. If they were convicted of this charge, they would have to take off their skin even if they didn't die, not to mention a local power of a small Zhao family. Soon, the NSA was out in force. Trying to find Zhao Dajiang's location was very easy for the NSA. The people from the State Security Bureau came directly to Zhao Dajiang's detached villa. At this moment, Zhao Dajiang was still doing exercises with that third-tier starlet, but in his mind, he was fantasizing about Xiao Weiwei's voice and face. He had received information about Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei's profiles when he had asked Wang Chao to go on an errand. Especially after seeing Xiao Weiwei's stunning face, Zhao Dajiang couldn't forget it completely. Even if the third-line starlet beside her was not bad in face value, it was still a world away from Xiao Weiwei. This makes the preference for beauty Zhao Dajiang can no longer hold back. Want to quickly kiss, but he didn't wait for Xiao Weiwei, but waited for a group of uniformed State Security Bureau officers. Before Zhao Dajiang could react, his entire body was pressed onto the bed. Zhao Dajiang, right? A staff member of the National Security Bureau, holding a work permit, asked Zhao Dajiang, "Who are you? Do you know who I am? Let go of me, or I'll kill you." Although Zhao Dajiang didn't react, he wasn't afraid at all, and there wasn't a single person in the entire Hangzhou judiciary who dared to arrest him. This time, although he was a bit surprised that someone had come to arrest him, he didn't think much of it and instead issued a threatening remark. Hearing the clamoring Zhao Dajiang, the group of National Security Bureau staff who had arrested Zhao Dajiang all had cold smiles appearing on their faces. This Zhao Dajiang hasn't realized the seriousness of the matter until now, and still thinks that the Zhao family can protect you? Zhao Dajiang, this person, the people present naturally all heard of. The State Security Bureau is what place? Any bit of status of people are under their surveillance. Illegal and criminal activities naturally can also know. It's just that the NSA won't bother with such trivial matters. As long as they don't involve the security of the country, the NSA doesn't give a damn, and it's usually the local judiciary that handles them. But this time was different. Even if everyone knew that Zhao Dajiang hadn't really collaborated with the enemy and sold out the country, under Lin Feng's orders, they could only arrest Zhao Dajiang under the charge of collaborating with the enemy and selling out the country. We don't need to know what you are. We just need to know that your name is Zhao Dajiang. We have evidence that you are suspected of collaborating with the enemy and selling out the country. Now come with us. After that staff member finished speaking, he had someone bring a set of pajamas for Zhao Dajiang to put on before escorting him outside the villa and sending him into the car. Seeing that this group of State Security Bureau people moved really, Zhao Dajiang was also a little scared, and could not help but yell at the want to call. But the staff simply treated it directly as if they hadn't heard it, leaving Zhao Dajiang alone to yell and scream. It wasn't just Zhao Dajiang who was taken away this time, but also everyone in Zhao Dajiang's villa. Even that third-tier starlet wasn't spared. The NSA does its work in absolute secrecy, and will not give the target the slightest opportunity to reveal information. After Zhao Dajiang was brought into the interrogation room, he saw a young man sitting quietly in the interrogation room. Zhao Dajiang only felt that this young man looked very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. After thinking about it carefully, he couldn't help but change his expression. Wasn't this young man the one Xia Chanfeng had asked himself to clean up? Instantly, a flash of bad feeling rose in Zhao Dajiang's heart. This man was sitting in a place of interrogation, not unlike himself. Chapter 105, Lin Yor's Contrast. Looking at Zhao Dajiang who had been brought in, Lin Feng looked calm. It wasn't until after Zhao Dajiang was pressed into the chair that Lin Feng slowly spoke. "You're Zhao Dajiang? Did you have someone kidnap Xiao Weiwei?" As he spoke, Lin Feng waved his hand for the group of staff to retreat. When the group of staff retreated, Lin Feng stood up and came to the law enforcement recorder to turn it off. Seeing this scene, Zhao Dajiang was taken aback. The leaders of the State Security Bureau in the monitoring room outside saw the law enforcement recorder was turned off, was also startled, and then a group of leaders all knowingly left from the monitoring room, but also turned off the monitor by hand. After leaving the surveillance room, one of the leaders asked, "Director, isn't it a bit unorthodox for us to do this?" The director gave the leader a look. "Out of order, you go back and turn the monitor on." Hearing this, the leader smiled sarcastically and didn't dare to say anything more. Joking, how can he have the guts? Really, if so, do. Later on, what happened? Lin Feng has nothing to do, he does not know, but he will certainly have something. If it was him, he might still do that, and be able to get a little bit of Lin Feng's handle to use as a threat to Lin Feng. Now there are so many people here, he really went to do it, threatening Lin Feng's evidence, not to mention whether he can get it or not. Anyway, it is not used tomorrow, he will have to be laid off. After turning off the law enforcement recorder, Lin Feng didn't even say one more word to Zhao Dajiang and slapped his face twice. The strength of these 2 slaps was not light, directly hitting Zhao Dajiang's face red and swollen, and there were even 2 teeth that fell out of his mouth. After slapping her twice, Lin Feng returned to his seat and resumed his seat. Tell me, what grudge do you have against Xiao Weiwei? Why did you send people to arrest her? Since Zhao Dajiang entered the interrogation room, although he realized that it was not good, he was not too scared. Even though the power of the National Security Bureau was very great and their Zhao family could not necessarily be messed with, but thinking that he had not collaborated with the enemy and sold out his country, he was somewhat relieved. But Lin Feng didn't say anything and came up and directly gave him 2 slaps, which really dumbfounded him. He, Zhao Dajiang, had grown up since he was a child. How had he ever suffered this kind of shame? Then he stared at Lin Feng with a sinister gaze. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you better shoot me. Don't let me out. If I do, I'll get you killed. Seeing that Zhao Dajiang still dared to put words in his mouth, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Picking up the air conditioner remote control, he directly set the temperature to the lowest level, then took the mineral water on the table and directly poured it over Zhao Dajiang's head. That wasn't all. Lin Feng also uncuffed Zhao Dajiang's handcuffs and then leaned him against the pipe on the wall. The position of that pipe was not too high or too low. It was a very good position to handcuff a person there, so that the person could not stand up straight or crouch down, but could only make the person half crouch like a crouching horse stance. After doing this, Lin Feng picked up his cell phone and looked for someone to talk to. Looking at the chat box of a bunch of red faces around him on his cell phone, Lin Feng in turn didn't know who to look for. That's not a good thing to have a lot of women. In the chat box, there were a total of 7 or 8 women, each of whom had the appearance of a beautiful country. The Gu family sisters. Sister is mature and charming, the best imperial sister, the goddess of geeks and women. Sister pure and lovely, white moonlight both sense, pure love little man's true love. Lin Yar, a national goddess, a big star with both face value and traffic. Jiang Yan, a beautiful senior, innate charming body. Every knit of the brows and smile can tickle a man's most primitive desire. Xiao Weiwei, self-reliant, resolute character, dare to love and hate, and her looks are goddess-like, identifying a person for life. These women, it can be said that they each have their own specialties, and an ordinary man can be satisfied if he can have one. But now all of them are gathered around him, and they are still the kind of people who have the chance to take them down as long as they want to. Of course, 3 of them were already his women. Jiang Yan, Lin Yar, Xiao Weiwei. If it was in the past, he has certainly will not go in to provoke other women, will be with its life, support each other to old age. But now that he had this system, his life had been very different. As long as he could give himself time, he would become the richest and most powerful man in the world, and a woman naturally couldn't satisfy him. And he does this in a way that I believe 99.9% of the men in the world would do. If those men were like themselves, with money and status, there is absolutely no way they would be looking for just one woman. The only thing he could do was that any woman who followed him, he would give them everything they wanted to the fullest extent without treating them poorly. At this time, before Lin Feng could think of someone to chat with, he saw that Lin Yor had sent him a message. I opened it and looked at it, but it was a still of Lin Yor. Lin Yor, dressed in an ancient costume and wearing exquisite makeup, struck a cute pose and smiled like a flower. This photo is definitely comparable to Suda Ji, so people can't help but feel the primal desire in their hearts after looking at it. Was it good? After sending the photo, Lin Yor sent another message inquiring. Lin Feng smiled as he typed a reply to the message. It looks good. I like this costume. On the other hand, Lin Yor, who was in the middle of the crew, had just finished filming a scene and was sitting on a chair to rest. When she saw the message that Lin Feng had returned, she couldn't help but purse her lips and smile. If you like it, I'll wear it alone next time for you. After returning this message, it was followed by a sheepish emoji. After Lin Feng read the message, the small of his abdomen directly rose with nameless fire. When did this Lin Yao learn this kind of routine? He really didn't see it. You're hitting on me. Lin Feng typed a reply. Not allowed. Inside the crew, sitting on a chair, Lin Yor said teasingly, just you wait, there's going to be hell to pay. Lin Feng was teased by Lin Yor with a nameless fire. He couldn't wait to go to Lin Yor now. At this time, within the crew, a flow of fresh meat, looking at the temporary change of the script, could not help but frown and said, what does this mean? How come all the emotional scenes between Lin Yar and I in the play have been deleted? Then what is this male number one of mine? Looking at the new script that his assistant had just handed him, the freshman said with some dissatisfaction. The assistant said with a bitter smile, I don't know. This is a temporary decision by the director. Lin Yair and you have emotional scenes, but the scenes of intimate gestures have been cancelled. The final ending is that you and Lin Yair can't get together. It's kind of a sad drama. This show still gets ratings? That fresh meat said with a sneer after hearing the assistant's words. The assistant shook his head. We can't care if there are ratings or not. We can only shoot according to the director's wishes. Just kidding. No ratings will affect my flow. I'm not going to do this drama. I'm going to find a director now. Chapter 106, Zhao Family's Movements. Lin Feng didn't know about what happened on Lin Yair's side. As for the script revision, it was also personally instructed by Boss Yang. She had already guessed Lin Yair's relationship with Lin Feng, so naturally she wouldn't let Lin Yair take on scenes that were too intimate. As for any kissing scenes in bed scenes and so on, they were simply cancelled. Of course, if it's the kind of scene that has to be done, it's fine to have a stand-in actor. Anyway, Boss Yang wouldn't let Lin Yair do the kind of scene that might upset Lin Feng. Boss Yang was also very well connected in society, and ever since Lin Feng had taken over shadow music, Boss Yang had looked for people to inquire about Lin Feng. Coincidentally enough, the person Boss Yang knew worked on Nanking Commercial Street, and it's also a top executive at NJBP. After Boss Yang asked him about it, the man told her about Lin Feng's identity. The boss behind Nanjing Commercial Street. The whole commercial street is owned by Lin Feng. After knowing this news, Boss Yang directly sucked in a breath of cold air. What is Nanjing Commercial Street? That is, even the Bund is under its management. Being able to own New Jersey Commercial Street is no longer just about having money. The value of Nanjing Commercial Street is already immeasurable, and is definitely the location of the largest GDP in the Magic City. After knowing Lin Feng's background, Boss Yang decided to hug Lin Feng's thigh. So Lin Yair, Lin Feng's woman, she must take care of. On the other hand, that Flo Young Meat came straight to the director after knowing about the change in the script. Director Kim, why is the script still changed? Hearing the words of that Flo Fresh Meat, Director Jean frowned. It's only a revision of the script. It's not like your appearance fee has been revised. Why do you care about that? The traffic freshman said. With the revised script, it will most likely affect the ratings and indirectly affect my traffic and fame, so I definitely have to be concerned about it. I can't delete the emotional scenes with Lin Yair. Some ambiguous scenes should be filmed as well. Fans on the internet have commented that they are very knocked up about the two of us. Deleting the emotional scenes will disappoint those fans of mine. Jean Director's face is a little ugly. This flow of fresh meat is sick in the head. See what he means. The main purpose is not the ratings. Care about the emotional scene with Lin Yair. Bluntly speaking, should be ambiguous shots. Director Jean said in a deep voice, I'll give you a piece of advice. Shoot the movie properly. Don't think about that nonsense. Lin Yair not only this drama, but in the future, she may not even have ambiguous scenes with others. Do you understand me? If Lin Yair takes ambiguous shots, I'm going to go down with it. Hearing Director Jin's words in such a serious tone, the Flo youngster frowned. Director Jean, what exactly is Lin Yair's background? I remember it seems like she doesn't have much of a background, right? How come it feels as if she has a lot of status? Director Jean nodded slightly. I can't tell you much more than that. You just need to know that Lin Yair can't be messed with. Just go back to filming the movie properly. Any drama with Lin Yair in it should be very hot. At the very least, the advertisements before the release of the movie, the company will promote it vigorously. 90% of all the traffic from Shadow Music will be on Lin Yair. After Director Jean finished speaking, the Flo Fresh Meat couldn't help but be staggered. Who in the world is this Lin Yair? She's too powerful too. After having Director Jin's reminder, that Flo Fresh Meat didn't dare to have any other thoughts, but obediently went back to filming. According to Director Kim, the ads alone will be all over the internet before this drama is released. So what can't he do? Taking advantage of Lin Yair's east wind, he might even get hotter. On the other side, Lin Feng finished chatting with Lin Yair before he finally retracted his gaze and looked at Zhao Dazhang, who was handcuffed to the wall. At this time, Zhao Dazhang can be said to be very miserable. The whole person tired, legs trembling, but also cannot stand up squatting, suffered physical and mental torture, and all of his clothes were drenched. Plus the air conditioning was turned down to the lowest setting, freezing his lips white. Lin Feng put away his cell phone and came to Zhao Dazhang's side. He didn't say anything but directly kicked Zhao Dazhang's calf. Crunch! Zhao Dazhang's calf was instantly broken by Lin Feng's kick. Ah! Zhao Dazhang screamed out miserably. Tell me what's going on, Lin Feng said in diff. Rently as he walked back to his seat after cleaning up Zhao Dazhang. Kid, Just wait for me. I will definitely pay back 100-fold for what you did to me today. Zhao Dajiang, who had slowed down, said verbally threateningly while sucking in cold air from his mouth. Lin Feng sneered, "You'd better think about whether you can get out of here alive first." Seeing the cold smile on Lin Feng's face and the coldness in his eyes, Zhao Dajiang couldn't help but shiver in fear. He remembered that this was the most terrifying department in China, and not many people who came in here could get out easily. Thinking of this, Zhao Dajiang didn't dare to be tough, but told all about Xia Changfeng's search for him. Hearing that it was Zhao Dajiang who was instructed by Xia Changfeng, Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but go cold. With that, he did not continue the interrogation, but opened the door and walked out. Seeing Lin Feng walking out of the interrogation room, a group of leaders from the State Security Bureau all greeted him. "Chief, are you done with the interrogation?" Lin Feng nodded slightly. "Keep an eye on the people. If anything goes wrong, I'll find you all to settle the score." He also understood something about Zhao Dajiang's identity. The Zhao family was considered very powerful locally in Hangzhou, and it was hard to guarantee that the Zhao family would not have the means to fish for someone in the National Security Bureau. That was why Lin Feng had given the gang some warning. If anyone dared to set Zhao Dajiang free, he would definitely be held accountable. Right after Zhao Dajiang was arrested, the Zhao family received the news. The Zhao family had received the news despite the secrecy of the NSA. The Zhao family's old man and two sons were still thinking about how to flatter their relationship with that great leader when they received the news that Zhao Dajiang had been arrested by the National Security Bureau. After knowing this news, the Zhao family's father and son were directly unable to sit still. If Zhao Dajiang had been taken by the Public Security Bureau, perhaps they wouldn't have to be anxious, but now he was taken by the National Security Bureau. What is the National Security Bureau? That is equivalent to the Ming Dynasty's Jinhui. The person who enters there, not to die, also have to take off layers of skin. Dad, what to do? Why don't we find someone from the National Security Bureau and see if we can get Omi out first? The Zhao family boss opened his mouth. The Zhao family's old man shook his head. It's impossible. Dajiang was ordered to be arrested by that big leader, and still directly let the National Security Bureau move. Do you think we have that ability to fish Dajiang out? Even if we dare to go to the NSA to fish for people, do you think the NSA people will dare to release them? Unringing the bell. Nowadays, if you want to save Dajiang, the main thing is still that big leader. Use all the connections you have in your hands. Make sure you find out how Omi offended that big leader. I don't believe that Omi would send someone to kidnap that big leader's relatives for no reason. There must be some reason in between. Chapter 107, the Zhao family comes to make reparations. After leaving the National Security Bureau, Lin Feng drove directly to the hospital. At this time, Xia Weiwei was in the hospital, accompanying Xia Changlin. Xia Changlin has woken up, although his body is still very weak, but recuperating for a few days should not be too much of a problem. As long as you don't get too excited in the future, it still won't have too much of an effect. Xia Changlin also heard about what happened after his coma from Xia's mother. After hearing that Xia Weiwei had found a very capable boyfriend, Xia Changlin couldn't help but look relieved, only to see Xia Changlin grasping Xia Weiwei's hand. "Daughter, your father, I do not have too much wish in this life. Only rest assured that you can live well. I will be very gratified." Hearing her father's words, Xia Weiwei's eyes reddened and a touch rose in her heart. Her father had been very kind to her since she was a child, and had never refused her anything she wanted. When the company is busy, they also make time to come back to be with themselves and their mother. So ever since she was a little girl, Xavier was very much in her father's care, and at the same time she was very affectionate towards him. Now that she heard that her father was in such a situation and still cared about her, she couldn't help but be touched beyond words. With that, Xia Weiwei resisted the urge to shed tears and said, "Dad, don't worry, our family will get better and better in the future. Lin Feng is a very good person. I'm sure he won't treat me badly in the future." Just as Xia Weiwei's family was talking, the door to the hospital room was pushed open and Lin Feng walked in. The Xia family members who heard the commotion all looked up. He saw Lin Feng walk in carrying expensive gifts. Those gifts are all nourishing to the body. The market's ticker price is in the hundreds of thousands of dollars or more. Xia Changlin was once a rich man, so he naturally had knowledge of these expensive things. One of the supplements, which he had also purchased once, was then just worth more than $100,000, and now how could it reach $200,000 to $300,000? Seeing Lin Feng bring such an expensive gift, Xia Changlin couldn't help but struggle to sit up and say, "This is Shaolin, right? What are you buying such expensive things for? With my body, how wasteful to use such good things." Hearing Xia Changlin's words, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Uncle, this is nothing to waste. as long as it's good for your body. If it can cure you, uncle, it's fine even if you eat it every day. While speaking with Lin Feng, Xia Changlin was also observing him. The first impression given to Xia Changlin was that of a talented man. This face value was the first time he had seen it, even when he had grown up. This face, all do not need to have experience. That is, a person who is not deeply involved in the world can see the honor and dignity. One didn't need to know deliberately to know that Lin Feng was definitely either rich or noble. With that, Xia Changlin couldn't help but nod secretly in his heart. His daughter had indeed found a good boyfriend. He has always been concerned about this daughter of his, afraid of being cheated and suffering an unfortunate marriage in life. But now it seemed that all his worries were redundant. Seeing Lin Feng come back, Xia Weiwei asked curiously, "Lin Feng, is everything settled?" She didn't want to suffer that kind of shock once more. Lin Feng sniffed and couldn't help but nod slightly. "It's almost settled." After finishing his words, Lin Feng gazed at Xia Changlin and said with a smile, "Uncle, do you still have ambitions now?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xia Changlin looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Lin Feng slowly said, "Xia Changfeng's family took away your foundation. Now you have a chance to retake it. I just don't know if you still have the energy to manage the company." "Uncle." After Lin Feng said these words, Xia Changlin's eyes instantly lit up and a look of excitement appeared on his face. "You're telling me it's true? That I still have what it took to recapture what was there in the first place?" Lin Feng nodded. "Of course there is. Xia Changfeng is involved in the crime of just kidnapping someone else, and there is also the illegal activity of tax evasion. Now the judicial department has started investigating. If the crime is confirmed, he may have to spend the rest of his life in prison. As for his son, he is also an indirect participant and will also face jail time. I've also asked people to reopen the case of the leakage of your company's research and development results from Uncle back then, and I believe the prosecutor's office will give you a fair and impartial investigation result." In fact, Lin Feng said that all of this was because of him. If it wasn't for his energy, it would have been impossible for Xia Changlin to take back everything he had done in the first place. Even if Xia Changfeng and his father and son had committed a crime, their company would have been acquired by the state. It simply wouldn't be returned to Xia Changlin. After listening to Lin Feng's words, Xia Changlin nodded his head repeatedly. "My ambition has never worn off, and as long as I have the opportunity, I can still be energetic and confident." Lin Feng nodded. "Okay, but uncle, this time, even if the company can get it back, maybe you won't be able to hold all the shares. At most I can give you 10% of the shares, and this dry share is still under Weiwei's name." Although Lin Feng didn't say it explicitly, Xia Changlin understood what he meant. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't return all of Xia Changfeng's companies to Xia Changlin. The reason why he gave this 10% share was also because he wanted Xia Changlin to single-mindedly help him manage the company, and this 10% of dry shares placed under Xia Weiwei's name. I believe Xia Changlin can understand what it means. In fact, think of it as a reassurance he gave to Xia Weiwei. Xia Changlin was also someone who had come through the ranks and instantly understood what Lin Feng meant. Although Xia Changfeng's father and son were not good characters, they still had the ability. Relying on the results of his original research and development, he built the company to a market capitalization of hundreds of billions of dollars. Now his family could have 10% of the shares, and the yearly dividends were enough for their family to live a rich life. "Well, I understand what you mean. Our family isn't the greedy type. Even if you don't give Weiwei shares, I'll still be there to help you manage the company. After this ups and downs, I don't expect too much, as long as my family is no longer living a hard life with me." Lin Feng saw that Xia Changlin was a smart person and couldn't help but secretly nod in his heart. If this Xia Changlin didn't know how to be satisfied, then he might have to replace him with someone else. The fact that he could help the Xia family to such an extent was actually all because of Xia Weiwei's face. If Xia Weiwei hadn't followed him, he wouldn't have bothered with all this nonsense. Just as Lin Feng was talking to Xia Changlin's family, outside the city hospital, an Audi S6L sedan slowly drove up. The Audi still has government license plates. As the vehicle came to a stop, the two Zhao brothers stepped out of the car and then opened the door to the back seat. A white-haired old man of the Zhao family also stepped down from the car. The second Zhao family member took out the prepared gifts from the trunk, and the three of them walked together towards the inside of the city hospital. "Dad, the news is quite certain. That big leader's girlfriend is Xia Changlin's daughter." That big leader came to Hangzhou this time, also because Xia Changlin was hospitalized. Zhao Tian, the Zhao family's boss, spoke. The Zhao family's old man nodded, then couldn't help but scold. Da Jiang, this little brat really doesn't let people worry about him. Let him be honest, just doesn't listen. Do you really think that if our Zhao family has a bit of a position in Hangzhou, we don't have to be afraid of anyone? If he can't get that big leader off his back this time, he'll never get out of it in his life. People who had reached a position like the Zhao family's old man knew more about many things than they did. The Zhao family was only somewhat powerful in Hangzhou City. Looking at the whole of China, his Zhao family was nothing at all. If they offended a big shot, their Zhao family was just a matter of someone's word. Chapter 108, Formation of Forces. After the Zhao family father and son walked into the hospital, the Zhao family boss found a nurse and asked about the ward where Xia Changlin was. Dad, isn't that the big shot that third brother offended? Does it matter if we come to the Xia family? The Zhao family's second oldest son inquired towards the Zhao family's oldest son in a puzzled manner. The Zhao family's old man glanced at him lightly. You're not in a low position now. How can you still ask such words? I've investigated everything that happened this time, and it's all because of the Xia family. Back then, Xia Changfeng took away Xia Changlin's family fortune, and now Xia Changlin's woman has found a capable boyfriend, and this time she came back to take revenge according to my guess. Now that Lao San has stirred into this muddy water, implicating our entire Zhao family, the most important part of getting that great man's understanding is to get the Xia family. As long as we can satisfy the Xia family, when the time comes for Xia Weiwei to put in a good word for us, that big shot will be able to spare us, I believe. Hearing the old man's explanation, the second Zhao family member came to his senses. It seems that Ginger is still old and hot. Soon, the Zhao family boss who had walked over to inquire about the news from the wards walked back. Dad, in intensive care too. Hearing that Xia Changlin was staying in the intensive care unit, the elder Zhao family member felt more and more that his guess was right. It seemed that this big leader had a real fondness for Xia Weiwei. Soon, the Zhao family father and son made their way to the intensive care ward area. After finding ward number 2, the Zhao family boss walked up and knocked on the door. Inside the room, Lin Feng and the others who were chatting. When they heard the sound of the room door knocking, Xia Weiwei couldn't help but look puzzled as she walked over and opened the door. The door to the room had just opened, and a middle-aged man with a majestic demeanor was seen standing there. Behind that man stood a middle-aged man with the same aura of an old man with some majesty. Xia Weiwei asked suspiciously, "And you are?" Only to see the Zhao family boss smile and say, "Hello, may I ask if this is Xia Changlin's hospital room?" Xia Weiwei nodded. "Yes, this is my father's hospital room." Zhao Tian said politely, "My name is Zhao Tian. I'm Zhao Dajiang's older brother, and this is my father Zhao Qing and younger brother Zhao Di. Can we talk inside if it's convenient?" Xia Weiwei didn't slow down when she saw these three people's extraordinary temperament, but nodded her head and said, "Of course, please come in." Soon, the Zhao family's father and son followed Xia Weiwei in. After walking into the hospital room, after the father and son saw Lin Feng sitting there, all three of them changed in color. Although the three of them had acted politely when facing Xia Weiwei, it was only because they were now begging the Xia family. However, after seeing Lin Feng, the politeness of the three of them came from within. Although they hadn't met Lin Feng, they had seen Lin Feng's picture, so they naturally recognized at a glance that Lin Feng was the big leader they wanted to flatter. Lin Feng, who was sitting there, also looked at the Zhao family father and son with a playful gaze at this moment. He knew who these three were as soon as they came in. He didn't recognize the Zhao family's father and son, but judging from their temperament, these three should be longtime officials, and an official figure who came to the ward to pay a visit at a time like this could easily be guessed to be someone from the Zhao family. And he guessed the reason for the trio's visit, presumably to plead for mercy. Zhao Dajiang was arrested by the National Security Bureau, and although the Zhao family wasn't weak, they didn't have the strength to go to the National Security Bureau to get someone. The only way to get a chance to save Zhao Dajiang is to find the person in question and beg for forgiveness. The old man of the Zhao family didn't dare to put on airs at all. The moment he saw Lin Feng, he hurriedly walked up quickly, stretched out his hands respectfully and said, "Good day, leader. I'm Zhao Cheng. I've always heard that there's a big leader coming to our Hangzhou, but I didn't have the chance to see him. I didn't expect to see the leader here." For the Zhao family, Lin Feng didn't have much hatred. It was just a gun that was used by Xia Changfeng. Lin Feng lightly smiled and extended his hand to shake the Zhao family's old man. The Zhao family's old man clasped Lin Feng's hand with both hands and said excitedly, "Leader, it's really an honor to see you here. I don't know if the leader has time in the evening. I want to give you a reception. I also hope that the leader can give me this opportunity." Seeing their father's demeanor, the two Zhao brothers all felt that they still had a lot to learn. Just this hand of their father's in drawing close to the leaders was enough for them to learn from. Since the two brothers, to achieve a high position in the real power sector, they have been a little arrogant, and now in retrospect, they are indeed a little too complacent. This place in Huaxia, their little power is nothing at all. There are plenty of people who can clean them up. Hearing the words of the Zhao family's old man, Lin Feng didn't refuse. He really should form his own forces now. Although there are many industries, there are not really many official contacts. The power he has now is also all given to him by the Yi family. Even though his relationship with the Yi family wouldn't be a problem, he couldn't keep relying on the Yi family. Who knew that there wouldn't be accidents in the future? Only the forces that are in control of your own hands can be considered your own. I shouldn't have anything for the evening. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the Zhao family's old man looked happy. It seemed that this great leader wasn't targeting his Zhao family, which also made him secretly feel relieved in his heart. Okay, leader. Then at night in the drunken immortal pavilion, I will be the host and await the leader's presence. After finishing speaking with Lin Feng, the Zhao family's old man turned his head and gave a wink to his two sons who were frozen there. The two brothers of the Zhao family understood and hurriedly walked up with the things they had brought and said, "Hello, Mr. Xia. This is a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it." After the Zhao family boss put the things away, he couldn't help but open his mouth. Xia Changlin had naturally heard of the Zhao family, and seeing that such a powerful family as the Zhao family had personally come to visit him, he couldn't help but be shocked. The eyes that looked at Lin Feng all had a horrified look in them. His daughter's boyfriend. In the end, what kind of god the Zhao family personally door? This background I'm afraid to be big on the sky, right? Although borrowing Lin Feng's light made him vain, but he didn't dare to really accept it frankly, but relied on the bedside under Xia mother's support. "Zhao director, you're polite. My little illness won't be a problem. The doctor said to raise a few days will be able to be discharged, but also bother you to come over to visit personally. Really let me be flattered." The Zhao family boss smiled as he said, "I was too busy to receive the news. If I had received the news earlier, my father and I would have come over to visit a long time ago. Back then, Mr. Xia, you were a well-known entrepreneur in our Hangzhou city. You didn't do much to benefit the society. It's only right that I come to see you." Chapter 109. Zhao Dajiang becomes knowledgeable. After everyone had exchanged pleasantries for a while, the Zhao family's old man finally got to the point, only to see the Zhao family's old man say with some embarrassment, "Leader, I heard that my indisputable son has offended you. I don't know how big of a crime he has committed. If it can be remedied, my Zhao family is willing to bear it all." Hearing the words of the Zhao family's old man, Lin Feng already understood what he meant. When he said this, he actually wanted to negotiate. As long as Lin Feng was willing to release Zhao Dajiang, their Zhao family could make compensation. Lin Feng said indifferently, "The matter isn't much. It's just being abetted to kidnap. The person can be handed over from the State Security Bureau to the Public Security Bureau to deal with it." Seeing that Lin Feng was willing to give them a chance, the Zhao family's old man couldn't help but thank him in a hurry. "Thanks to the leader. As long as my son is not guilty of collaborating with the enemy and selling out the country, I am satisfied." The crowd then spoke for a while before the Zhao family father and son left. After the three members of the Zhao family left, the gaze that the Xia Chanlin couple looked at Lin Feng turned even more eager. This is really a wonderful son-in-law. Their family has this kind of son-in-law. How big the wind and waves do not need to be afraid of. And Lin Feng also notified the National Security Bureau of the news. And the National Security Bureau quickly handed Zhao Dajiang over to the Public Security Bureau. After Zhao Dajiang was handed over to the Public Security Bureau, the Zhao family would be better off. Although Zhao Dajiang committed a crime, but it is not very serious. Slightly used some means, it became not guilty. The charges are all by Wang Chao top. Zhao Dajiang's statement was that he asked Wang Chao to invite Xiao Weiwei, and that Wang Chao took it upon himself to kidnap Xiao Weiwei. In the end, Wang Chao was sentenced to 3 years in prison and Zhao Dajiang was acquitted. The instigators, Xiao Chanfeng and his father and son, however, were involved in tax evasion, abetting kidnapping and involvement in triad activities, and were sentenced to prison terms ranging from 15 and 10 years. And the prosecutor's office side also determined that Xiao Wei stole Xiao Changlin's trade secrets and sentenced Xiao Wei's company to return to Xiao Changlin. After Xiao Changlin took the company back, he gave it to Lin Feng without the slightest hesitation, without the slightest idea of keeping it for himself. On the other hand, Lin Feng had already arrived at the drunken immortal mansion, while the 4 members of the Zhao family, father and son, were waiting outside the drunken immortal mansion early. The extra person was none other than Zhao Dajiang, who had just been released from inside. At this time, Zhao Dajiang's entire body lowered his head, no longer having the brashness of the past days, but instead, his face had more colors of fear. After coming out of it, the Zhao family's old man told him about Lin Feng's identity. After hearing this, it almost didn't scare Zhao Dajiang to death. Originally, he was still thinking about coming out of it to take revenge on Lin Feng, but now after hearing the words of the Zhao family's old man, he didn't dare to have the slightest idea of revenge. And behind the 4, there were many executives of drunken immortal mansion standing there respectfully. The Zhao family might not be anything in front of Lin Feng, but it was a huge mountain in the eyes of others. Who has such great face that even Elder Zhao greeted him personally? A vice president of drunken immortal mansion asked in a low voice to the general manager beside him. When the general manager heard this, he couldn't help but frown and said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. A person who can let the Zhao family's old man personally greet him is not someone we can discuss. Just wait here at ease." Hearing the general manager's words, that vice president didn't dare to say anything else and took a step back to stand there quietly. Soon, a cool sports car came from far away, and the sound of the roaring engine came before the car arrived. Seeing the sports car that was only limited to one in the world, the four Zhao family fathers and sons knew that it was Lin Feng who had arrived. As the Bugatti Black Sound of Night slowly stopped at the entrance of Drunken Immortal House, the four members of the Zhao family, father and son, rushed to welcome them. Even Zhao Dajiang was very knowledgeable and walked up to pull open the car door for Lin Feng. Seeing Zhao Dajiang, who had lost his bratty color and changed into a humble and understanding person, Lin Feng said with a smile, "Out." Zhao Dajiang sniffed and respectfully said, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, it's because I don't know any better. I still hope that you, Mr. Lin, are a good person." Lin Feng smiled lightly. "Alright, this time it's also a lesson for you." After casually tapping on Zhao Dajiang's shoulder, Lin Feng smiled and greeted the Zhao family's old man. "Hello, Elder Zhao." Hearing Lin Feng call him Old Zhao, the Zhao family's old man hurriedly said, "Leader, you're welcome, just call me Little Zhao. I can't afford the name Old Zhao from you." "Leader." Lin Feng shook his head. "That's how I am. I've never been modest. You're so old. It would be uncomfortable for me to call you Xiao Zhao." The Zhao family's old man was about to be 70 years old, and it would indeed be a bit funny if Lin Feng called him Little Zhao. Then the four men from the Zhao family's father and son flocked Lin Feng towards the inside of the restaurant. On the way, the old man of the Zhao family introduced Lin Feng to the Drunken Immortal Mansion. Drunken Immortal House was a super 5-star restaurant, considered one of the largest in Hangzhou. The main focus is Chinese cuisine, a collection of Sichuan and Cantonese dishes and a host of other cuisines. Not only does the restaurant specialize in Chinese cuisine, but the decor is also all Chinese. The ancient decoration makes the guests who come here as if they have returned to the ancient times, giving them a feeling of dreaming back to the great Tang dynasty. After arriving in the restaurant, the owner of the restaurant hurriedly and personally led the crowd to the most honorable private room. After arriving at the private room, the four members of the Zhao family, father and son, invited Lin Feng to the C-seat, and the Zhao family's old man sat beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't have any problem at all with sitting in this C-seat. With his current strength, sitting in the C-seat was a matter of course. Soon, the owner of the restaurant brought up boxes of mutai, and even brought up a bottle of Lai Mao that was worth a lot of money. This bottle of Lai Mao, although not as high as the value of the Han Emperor Mao Tai, but in the market, it is also very rare. A bottle of Lai Mao, the cheapest, are more than $1 million. Even if you meet a collector, you can sell it for $2 million. This bottle of Lai Mao is a treasure that the owner of this restaurant has treasured for a long time and has never been willing to take it out. However, he was on good terms with the Zhao family's old man, and he had wanted to give this bottle of wine to the Zhao family's old man before, but the Zhao family's old man never asked for it, saying that he would put it in his hands first and let him take it out later when there was a need for it. And now that opportunity has come. After the Zhao family's old man arrived, he was the first to tell the owner of Drunken Immortal House about Lin Feng. Tell the owner of the restaurant that he can bring out the bottle of Lai Mao. If he could make that big leader happy, he was considered to have hugged a big tree. Although the bottle was expensive, the owner of the restaurant didn't hesitate at all. If a person of the Zhao family's status had said so, if he still couldn't figure out the gains and losses, then he wouldn't have been able to make his business so big. After seeing the boss of the Drunken Immortal Mansion putting down his wine and then going to leave, the old man of the Zhao family couldn't help but whisper towards Lin Feng, "Leader, this man is the boss of the Drunken Immortal House, also considered my close friend. This bottle of wine survival is very small. The boss of the Ming is really want to make friends with you. You see, if you do not let him sit down and eat some together." The Zhao family's old man didn't dare to take it upon himself to call out the Drunken Immortal House owner, but first opened his mouth to ask Lin Feng what he meant. Lin Feng nodded slightly. "Since Elder Zhao has spoken, let him sit down and eat something together. Today isn't an important drinking game, it's just a home-cooked meal." Chapter 110, Freshman School Flower Li Choya. Boss Ming couldn't help but look happy when he received Lin Feng's permission. Before, the old man of the Zhao family had told him about Lin Feng. This one was an absolute thigh, and if he could embrace it, his career would at least be taken to the next level. Having reached a level like Boss Ming's, it was natural for him to want to progress very much as well. He was very happy to have a thigh like Lin Feng to hug. Soon, the crowd was getting acquainted as time passed, and the Zhao family's old man also revealed his thoughts to Lin Feng in a subtle way. Lin Feng had had the idea of wanting to take in the Zhao family before he came. After the Zhao family's old man revealed that he wanted to follow him, Lin Feng didn't think much about it, but directly agreed to it. Seeing that Lin Feng was really willing for their Zhao family to follow, the Zhao family's old man couldn't help but look excited. Their Zhao family was just a local force. They still didn't have any doors in the imperial capital. Now, after having Lin Feng, they were considered to have a backer. However, Lin Feng had also explained the stakes to the Zhao family. He was in the Yi family's camp, and although the Yi family was the #1 family in Huaxia, it wasn't without its enemies. Since they followed him, There was also a possibility that they would be suppressed by other big families in the future. So let the Zhao family think about it before deciding. But the Zhao family's old man is a very courageous person, without the slightest hesitation, and said decisively that he wanted to follow Lin Feng. And now that the two sides have finished talking, the meal has become more cordial. After all, they are all their own people now, and there is nothing to be concerned about. With that, Lin Feng made an observation that it was possible for one of the two Zhao brothers to be transferred to work in the Magic City. Hearing that there was a chance to go to Magic City, the two Zhao brothers all brightened up. I didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly, and how could they not want to continue to climb up the ladder if they could reach their kind of status? People who are officials have a heart for advancement, and how could they not be willing to be promoted when they have the opportunity to do so? After deliberations were finalized, the crowd stayed until after 10 p.m. Before dispersing from the drinking game, Lin Feng also re-entered the hotel, while Xiao Weiwei had been waiting in the room. This night, Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei could be said to be very crazy. It was not until the morning that she fell into a deep sleep, and Xiao Weiwei didn't know how many times she begged for mercy in the middle of the day. And it was fortunate that Lin Feng knew that his physique was different from normal people, or else Xiao Weiwei might have been in danger of losing her life. At noon the next day, after Lin Feng got up, he said goodbye to Xiao Weiwei and drove directly back to the Magic City, because the company has just arrived. Xiao Weiwei has now reached the stage of internship, directly told the school, stayed in Hangzhou, and helped his father in the company. Xiao Weiwei was a smart woman, knowing that she couldn't just be a vase. An outstanding person like Lin Feng was destined to have no less women around him. If she didn't have the ability, sooner or later she would be marginalized. So she decided to work hard and become useful to Lin Feng. On the other hand, Lin Feng drove all the way back to Magic City. Just after returning to Magic City, he received a call from Zhang Ling, saying that the automobile dealership had been auctioned off. The splendid automobile company went through a seizure and auction and finally became Lin Feng's property. Hearing that the automobile line had filmed it, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile slightly. Okay, from now on you'll be the general manager of the car dealership. I hope you won't let me down. I'm a person who doesn't like useless people. Zhang Ling quickly patted his chest on the phone and assured him that he would be able to develop the car dealership for the better. And Zhang Ling really didn't let Lin Feng down. After talking to him on the phone, he directly organized a car show, utilizing the resources of Brilliant Auto Row in the international arena. Many limited edition models have been brought in, and incidentally, many new cars from car companies have begun their pre-sales at Brilliant Auto Row. The car models hired are the most beautiful in the whole of China. These include Su Yining, Zhang Ruier, Li Liangli and other famous car models in China. With the start of the car show, it attracted all the rich people in the Yangtze River Delta in a flash. Thousands of cars were even pre-sold directly on the day of the show. And because of this car show, it also made the reputation of Splendid Auto Row in the Yangtze River Delta thoroughly. In the past, Splendid Automobile Company was only somewhat famous in Magic City, but not too famous in the entire Yangtze River Delta. And after Zhang Ling's publicity, Brilliant Car Line, directly in the Yangtze River Delta has a tendency to vaguely become the first big car company. On the other hand, Lin Feng had returned to school. The three diehards in the dormitory couldn't help but all be very excited after seeing Lin Feng come back. Boss, I heard that you went to Hangzhou. Why don't you call me when you leave? My family is also from Hangzhou, so I can still be a guide for you when the time comes. Listening to Gao Li's words, Lin Feng said with a faint smile, things happened suddenly. I didn't have time to inform you. I went straight over. When I go to Hangzhou next time, I'll definitely call you. Gao Lu understood what Lin Feng meant and didn't say anything more. Instead, he talked to Lin Feng about the freshman party. Boss, the freshman party will start in 2 days. Our freshmen need to prepare a program. The guide asked us to prepare a program so that we can perform at the party then. Boss, do you have any good programs yet? Lin Feng shook his head. How can I have any programs? It's better for you guys to study them. Boss, in fact, I feel that we don't even need any program. Just based on your face value. Boss, go up to the stage and stand there. It is estimated that it can be used as a face-watching conference. Takara couldn't help but say in a flirtatious manner. Lin Feng's face value was indeed high. Gala had always thought that his face value was already very high, but after he met Lin Feng, he felt that he had suffered a blow, and at the same time his narcissism was cured. Men generally don't admit that they have poor facial features and think they are more handsome than the other person when they see them. But in the face of Lin Feng, they couldn't even admit it even if they wanted to. Lin Feng's face value had indeed reached the peak, and he simply didn't have any confidence that he could be compared to Lin Feng. By the way, boss, there's a big news for our freshmen. A freshman girl has been selected as the school flower of our financial university. Directly squeezing Wang Yuexin out, Gao Li suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but open his mouth. Who's so powerful that they've pushed the veteran schoolgirls down? Lin Feng's curiosity also rose and he couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. Li Qiuya. Gao Lu uttered a name, then opened the posting bar on the campus network. found the post with Li Qiuya's picture and opened it, handing it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took Gao Li's cell phone and took a closer look at Li Qiuya's picture and couldn't help but be a little surprised as well. This Li Qiuya's face value was indeed high, definitely comparable to Gu Baiyue. One doesn't even need to touch the person, just from the face, it's a gentle woman like water. Chapter 111, Goddess Instructor Nie Bingyan. After admiring the appearance of the newly promoted school beauty Li Qiuya, Lin Feng returned the phone to Gao Lu. Boss, let me tell you a good news. This Li Qiuya also has a program in our freshman party, but it seems to need a male partner, like a singing and dancing combo. We've got a lot of freshmen signed up, but we haven't decided on a male companion yet, so why don't you give it a try, boss? With your face value, boss, you're definitely a teenage girl killer. Li Qiuya probably won't even walk when she sees you. Hearing Gao Li's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but blank him. I have nothing to do. I'm not interested in the freshman party. I might as well get some more sleep if I have that time. Just as the crowd was talking, 8's voice came from the class group. The crowd opened their cell phones and saw a person named Class 5 Class Guide, eyeing everyone in the class. Holy, Goddess Guide. Gao Lu couldn't help but exclaim in shock when he saw the message in the class group. This guide, Lin Feng had some impression. Gao Lu had told him about it before. It said that the guide of their session was a goddess-level beauty, but he didn't care at that time because he had a lot of things to do. Now that he saw this class guide, Lin Feng became a bit curious about how beautiful this guide actually looked to make Gao Lu hold him in such high esteem, only to see that instructor in the class group said in the group, "Freshman party. Our class must have at least one program. Now all of you come to the class. I'll see about picking out a program in person for you." Hearing the guide's words, the 4 Gao Lu couldn't help but move to their class. Now that military training is also nearing its end, it's not as heavy as it was in the beginning, with all the daily training tasks. Usually go to training for a while in the morning and the rest of the day is free play. Soon, the 4 arrived at the class they were in. Lin Feng was going to his own class for the first time. He'd been busy lately, so his time at school had been short, and now that he was in class for the first time, he was a little curious. College is the absence of fixed seats and desks. It's all just sitting around. After Lin Feng came to the class, he casually found a back corner and sat down. But he had just appeared in the class and attracted countless sideways glances. Most of those stares had curiosity and scrutiny. Is this the number 1 man of the hour in our school? Lin Feng? TSK, that's a handsome look. Someone whispered softly. Of course, there is the envy and jealousy of men. And naturally, there is also the fascination and philandering of women. Lin Feng's face value was indeed too high, and his general lethality towards women had directly reached the nuclear bomb level. Just as the crowd was talking, a footstep sounded outside, and as the door to the classroom was pushed open, a cold woman dressed as a gunny walked in. As the woman walked in, the entire class instantly fell silent, followed by the sound of a bunch of young boys swallowing their saliva. The woman who walked in also did make Lin Feng stun for a moment, but he had seen too many beautiful women, and the astonishment was only for a moment before he recovered. But the sound of gulping beside him made him turn his head to look over, only to see that Gao Lu, who was not far away, had directly turned into a piggish look, causing this goddess guide to be mesmerized with her eyes, and the whole person seemed to have lost her soul. Lin Feng couldn't stand to watch and directly threw over a book to smash him. After being smashed by the book, Gao Lu finally came back to his senses, as if he had realized that he had lost his temper just now, and he couldn't help but smile sarcastically. But Lin Feng's actions didn't escape the attention of that goddess guide, only to see the tall, cold and noble woman standing on the podium say in a deep voice, "This student, don't you know that this is a classroom?" Hearing the goddess guide's words, Lin Feng said with an embarrassed apologetic smile, back to the guide, "I know. Since you know that, and you still dare to make small moves in front of me, do you think I don't dare to clean you up? Now you come and stand in my place for 10 minutes. Hearing this, Gao Lu in the distance couldn't help but die of envy. You know, the first time they met this goddess guide, they were mesmerized enough. The back of this goddess guide in particular was simply an existence that could attract thousands of lords. They didn't even have a chance to properly view the back of this goddess guide, but they didn't expect Lin Feng to do it so easily. Thinking of this, Gao Lu couldn't help but feel a bit remorseful. Such a good way, how come he didn't realize it? Lin Feng stood up breathlessly and gave Gao Lu a fierce glare. Feeling Lin Feng's eyes, Gao Lu couldn't help but shrink his neck. Lin Feng helplessly walked up to the podium and stood directly behind the goddess guide. This goddess guide is named Nie Bingyan. The name and her temperament go well together. Both give people a sense of high coldness. However, after standing behind Nie Bingyan, Lin Feng seemed to have discovered a new continent. Nie Bingyan has a really good body. This gunny's outfit is simply tailor-made for her. With this dimpled figure, it's not impossible for herself to be penalized this time. But when he was admiring this goddess guide, Lin Feng suddenly felt a coldness coming, and when he took back his gaze, he saw a group of male students sitting below the podium all looking at him with murderous gazes. After a moment's careful thought, he knew why this was the case, but he didn't care. Instead, he turned his gaze again and admired the goddess guide with relish. After dealing with Lin Feng, Nya Bingyan slowly spoke. Our class has a spot to perform a program at the freshman party. Do you have any good performance items you can say? Everyone enthusiastically speak up. Don't be afraid of a bad program. As long as it's a collection of everyone's ideas, maybe our class will be number one at this party. This kind of honor is very helpful to Nya Bingyan and grows his teacher selection. After Nya Bingyan's words fell, a group of students began to speak out the performances they had come up with. Some say they are acting in skits, some in comedy, some even in street dance, etc. Lin Feng didn't listen to any of those students' discussions. Instead, he had been standing there quietly admiring Nya Bingyan's perfect body. Right at this moment, Nya Bingyan violently turned her head and directly caught Lin Feng's dishonest gaze live. With a cold smile on her lips, Nya Bingyan said indifferently, "This student, I still don't know what your name is." Lin Feng touched his nose awkwardly and spoke. "My name is Lin Feng." Lin Feng? Nya Bingyan was slightly surprised for a moment. "You're that online legend of the number one person in the wind of our financial university?" Lin Feng smiled lightly. "It's all from other people. I didn't say it myself." "Ha!" Nya Bingyan sneered. "Then tell me, what program should our class perform?" Chapter 112, A Song That Shocked the Four. Ding! Successful school class check-in. Rewarded with full instrument proficiency and heavenly voice. Just when Lin Feng didn't know how to answer Nya Bingyan's question, the system's beep suddenly sounded. And when he heard the system's signing reward, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel confident. And seeing Lin Feng who was frozen there, Nya Bingyan couldn't help but have a cold smile appear at the corner of her mouth. Ever since she had let Lin Feng come to the stage to develop, Nya Bingyan realized that she had made the wrong decision. Because ever since Lin Feng came to the podium, she always felt like there was a pair of eyes staring at her from behind. And the place where those eyes were staring was still the place that made her most sensitive. Nya Bingyan naturally knew a lot about her own figure. I can't tell you how many times I used to stand in front of the mirror admiring my body when I was at home alone. Although Nya Bingyan is a teacher, to pay attention to the speech and behavior and dress, lest cause bad wind to be criticized, but she is also a woman. Love of beauty is a woman's nature. Nya Bingyan cannot escape this nature. While dressing conservatively, there is something sexy about it. And because of her fiery figure, slightly better looking clothes, that kills. Obviously other people wearing loose clothes, wearing on her body, but give people a tight feeling, as if deliberately show the body. At the same time will also bring a little temptation. It was also because of this reason that no matter where Nya Bingyan walked, she would attract countless men's sideways glances, and Lin Feng's close staring made her even more sensitive, and at the same time, her heart also rose with displeasure. And when there was no one in the class who could hold a show, Nya Bingyan directly aimed her spearhead at Lin Feng. If it was earlier, Lin Feng might not have been able to think of a good performance program, but after signing in the system, he was incredibly confident. What's wrong? Is there anything our school's number one man of the hour can't do? Looking at the disdain and cold smile rising from the corners of Nya Bingyan's mouth, Lin Feng, however, shook his head unconcernedly, rising to tease, "Guide, you're so active in wanting the class to put out a performance program, so I guess this freshman's gala has a lot to do with you as well? Let me guess, the guides are so active and enthusiastic about the freshman night. I'm guessing it has something to do with teacher selection. If our class program can get a place at the freshman's night, you might get extra points for your teacher selection. 2. Guide, and then you'll have a lot to gain by getting an outstanding teacher or something." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Nya Bingyan's eyes narrowed. This Lin Feng was meticulous in his heart, but she didn't care that Lin Feng could guess her mind. But she faintly said, "In the next 4 years of college, we might have to spend them together. So we're kind of a collective. It's not a secret that I'll be able to get a ranking in the freshman's gala. I'll have a benefit, and you'll all have a benefit as well. There's a collective honor in every class of students and faculty, and I don't feel like I'm doing anything wrong when you say things like that. When the time comes to graduate, your diplomas will need to be graded by me for excellence as well. So isn't that a win-win?" Lin Feng nodded. "Guide, I don't mean anything else by saying that. I just want to tell you that it's not that I don't have any programs that I can perform, but there are so many that I don't know which one to choose. Blow, keep blowing, as hard as you can." After Lin Feng finished speaking, disbelief rose in Nya Bingyan's heart. "Oh, okay, you said you have a lot of performance programs. Today the students are all here, so you'll give us a live performance. If you can really do what you said, then I'll serve you how?" Lin Feng smiled lightly. "Yeah, I'm actually being very modest when I say I know a lot. What program do you want me to perform? Name one. I'm a man of choice. Too many talents and I don't know which one to perform. You pick one." "Yeah, that's what you said. Don't let me tell you then that you can't do it." After saying the words, Nya Bingyan thought for a moment and said, "Every year's freshman party, the most common are musical instruments. Dancing, singing. I'm not going to make it difficult for you. Dancing for you a boy may be a little bit tough. After all, men's talent for dancing is more than the girls almost. Then choose one from the 2 programs of musical instruments and singing. You say you can do everything, so how about you give us a singing performance first? Lin Feng nodded. No problem. Do you choose the songs or do I? Nya Bingyan said. You choose it yourself. If I choose it, I'm afraid that you can't sing well and say that I'm making things difficult for you, so choose the one that you think you're the best at. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled. There's nothing I'm good at singing. Any song will do. After saying that, Lin Feng took out his cell phone and connected it to the speakers in the class, turned off the original song and played the backing track. Little Shenyang's song, The Storyteller, is honestly one of the hard songs to sing among the songs. Many people on the internet have covered this song, and while some of them have voices that can be compared to Xiao Shenyang's, there is no one who can truly express the kind of feelings contained in this song. Lin Feng didn't know if he could express himself lyrically, but he knew that his singing voice would never be worse than Xiao Shenyang's, because he has a heavenly voice that is rewarded by the system. He is definitely at the top of the cover world just by his vocal color. As the intro sounded, the main song part was slowly sung out of Lin Feng's mouth. Generally, the main song part tests the singer's vocals the most. The crowd had thought that Lin Feng must have been clowning around when he chose such a difficult song, but they didn't expect that the entire classroom would instantly fall silent as Lin Feng's first lyrics were sung. And no matter if it was the students sitting under the podium, or Nya Bingyan standing on the podium, all of them froze there, the whole of them mesmerized by Lin Feng's melodious voice. Naturally, they had heard many versions of both the original and the cover, but in the end, naturally, it was Little Shenyang's original that made the most sense. Everyone knows that it may be hard for anyone to be surpassing Little Shenyang as the original singer, but today Lin Feng had done it. Not to say that the super did not exceed the original singer, at least can be compared with the original singer of the small Shenyang incomparable. In terms of voice, Lin Feng was even better. It was really like heavenly music, which could purify one's mind and make all the disturbances in the heart dissipate, leaving only peace and tranquility. I don't know how long it took for Lin Feng to finish his song, but those listeners were still mesmerized and didn't come back to their senses for a long time. Lin Feng also didn't think that this heavenly voice rewarded by the system was so powerful that he had almost become a heavenly superstar after just a small try. And while Lin Feng was singing, naturally, someone took out their cell phone and filmed it. Those people's initial intention wasn't to record anything, but to record the scene where Lin Feng made a fool of himself, and then take it out and use it as a means of ridicule. As Lin Feng was the #1 man of the wind at the University of Finance, he didn't know how many pairs of eyes were staring at him, wanting to find a chance to mock him to satisfy his vanity. But now, that video had become a witness to the fact that Lin Feng was about to set the entire internet on fire. Chapter 113, You Can't Kidnap Me Without Morals. After singing one song, looking at the crowd's disoriented appearance, Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. The system produces a fine product. A random reward for signing up, just slightly out of the blue, reaches the level of skill. Sure enough, with the system, even a pig can take off. At that moment, Gao Lu, who had returned to his senses, couldn't help but applaud excitedly. With Gao Lu leading the way, the class followed suit and applauded along with him. Even though some of the many people applauding were reluctant, they were forced to send complimentary applause for Lin Feng. Even if they were 1,000 times unwilling and unhappy, Lin Feng's singing voice was impeccable, and they were afraid that their unhappiness would be seen. And when they were asked to sing a song on stage, it would be a real disgrace. The ones who were upset were simply looking at Lin Feng with displeasure. There was no reason for them to be picky about Lin Feng's song. It really was too perfect. Let's not talk about how Lin Feng was as a person, but this song, it really conquered everyone. Even Nya Bingyan had to give Lin Feng a round of applause. It's so good. Nya Bingyan, who was clapping, couldn't help but say in praise, Lin Feng, then at this year's Freshman's Gala, you'll perform a singing program. With your singing skills, there's absolutely no problem in taking the first place in this Freshman's Gala. Nya Bingyan has already fantasized about taking the award in the scene. This year's selection of outstanding teachers, she also has a great opportunity. Their future can be expected. Just when Nya Bingyan hadn't recovered from her fantasies, a voice was like cold water pouring down from her head, causing all her fantasies to be instantly shattered. I'm sorry, I only said I'd be performing a show. I didn't say I was going to be at the freshman party. Lin Feng's faint words resounded throughout the classroom. The crowd, which was in the midst of their joy, all froze there dumbfounded in an instant. What does this Lin Feng mean? It's amazing that you're so awesome that you passed up such a great opportunity for preferential spousal rights. What's wrong with you? Do you realize how many men dream of your ability? If they had Lin Feng's singing voice, they would not hesitate to go to the freshman party. And then that little beauty would not let them pick and choose. And Nya Bingyan was even more green in the face. Her dream of being an excellent teacher hadn't even begun yet, and it was just dashed. Lin Feng, what's wrong with you? Do you still have a sense of collective honor? We're a whole. All for one and one for all. Why are you giving up now when you could be helping the whole class get the honor? Right, Lin Feng? You're too uncommitted. If you can take the first place in the freshman gala, our whole class will be honored. You can't affect our whole class because of your personal preconceptions, right? The group of students were all in a hurry. The first place in the new student party is not only Nye Bingyan has the opportunity to obtain the excellent teacher, the class also has the opportunity to select the excellent class, which is an honor. A plus on the diploma. Can come to the University of Finance and Economics to attend school, who do not want to graduate smoothly. The diploma in hand at least our monthly income in 5 figures or more. In the face of the crowd's moral kidnapping, Lin Feng didn't care. He never had morals. So what was the point of kidnapping? I only saw Lin Feng looking at the crowd of exasperated people and said with a sneer, honor is useful to you guys. It's of no use to me. I'm not benefiting at all. Why am I doing this laborious and unappealing thing? It would be better to sleep for a while when I have the time to go on stage and sing. Lin Feng's words infuriated the crowd and they almost stormed off. It's only a few minutes to get on stage. You sing one song and you're done. What's the point of you sleeping those extra minutes? At this time, Nye Bingyan walked up from behind and said, Lin Feng, how is this useless to you? If you can take first place at the freshman party, not only will our class be honored, but you personally will be honored as well, and it'll do you a lot of good when you have to graduate later. The better grades you graduate with, the better job you'll get in the future, and the better job you have, the more money you'll make. So can you still have a problem with money? Nye Bingyan began to analyze the pros and cons for Lin Feng and took out money to tempt him. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Guide, are you asking me to work? I'm not going to be able to work part-time for the rest of my life, and you talk about being able to get a good job and make more money, but I'm actually not interested in money anymore. Lin Feng's words made the crowd not know what to say for a moment. Can you die without pretending? What do you mean you're not interested in money anymore? You think you're an old horse? People say this because they are really powerful and have more money than they can spend. That's why they say they are not interested in money. You have so much money that you can't spend it all. The old horse said this with real confidence. You say this like a little cutie. Well, looking at you guys, I can't help but confess. I'm actually very rich. One car is worth more than $100 million. I'm different from you guys. You need to worry about how to make money, while I worry about how to spend it. Some are born in Rome. Some are born as cattle and horses, and I happen to be the former. So why should I do what doesn't mean anything to me for someone else when I clearly don't need it? And who's in favor of it and who's against it when I'm done with my words? Mud horses. Lin Feng's words infuriated everyone. This pussy really angry. You see what this attitude? You do not need, do not we need it, for us to fight for some benefits you can die. Really a little pattern is not. Facing the gazes of the crowd that wanted to kill, Lin Feng raised his hand and glanced at his Patek Philippe watch that was worth more than $80 million and slowly spoke. The time is just right. The 10 minutes are up. I can go back to my seat. After saying his words, Lin Feng directly ignored the gazes of the crowd and returned to his seat to sit down. On the other hand, the 3 roommates of Gao Lu, who were on the side, all gave a thumbs up for Lin Feng. What Lin Feng had just done really relieved them. What a bunch of people these guys were. They clearly wanted Lin Feng's help, but one by one, they seemed to be giving it away, letting Lin Feng help them fight for their interests, but acting as if Lin Feng should be like that. In their place, they wouldn't have done it either. Pissed off at these guys. It's so much fun to show you guys what you can't touch. Looking at Lin Feng's bland look, Nye Bingyan didn't know what to say. Finally, he directly announced the end of the class, and when he wanted to leave the classroom, he said towards Lin Feng, come to my office. Outstanding teachers were important to her, and she still wanted to fight for them, so she wanted to hand Lin Feng over for a separate talk. Boss, what a great opportunity. The guide wants to meet with you alone. I've got my eye on you. In response to Gao Li's words, Lin Feng just gave him a blank stare and stood up to follow Nye Bingyan away. Chapter 114. It's a sad story. Coming outside the classroom again, Nye Bingyan walked directly towards her office. Along the way, neither of them spoke, while Lin Feng, who was following behind, was instead enjoying Nye Bingyan's exquisite figure. Don't say, Nye Bingyan, this set of gunny wear, or really a perfect match. The diminutive figure with the gunmetal outfit is a manchopper. After coming to the office again, Nye Bingyan took out the key and opened the door to the room, and the two of them walked in one after the other. Walking into the office, Nye Bingyan leaned over the chair and frowned at Lin Feng. Being stared at by Nye Bingyan, Lin Feng looked as normal. He even pulled a chair and sat opposite Nye Bingyan, lifted his wrist and looked at his watch and said, Instructor, I know I'm very handsome, but you can't keep staring at me like this. I still have a lot of things to take care of. I don't have the time to spend with you here. Listening to Lin Feng's words, Nye Bingyan took a deep breath. This was the first time she had seen a student like Lin Feng who wasn't under her control. Mr. Lin, I called you over here because I actually want to have a good talk with you. I know it's unfair for you to go to the freshers party because it doesn't really do you any favors, but you're always going to be in our class group for 4 years in the future, and you kind of have a fellowship no matter what. Before Nie Bingyan could finish her sentence, Lin Feng waved his hand and interrupted her. Guide, your kind of words won't work on me. What with the dawn of love and affection? I'm not feeling it at all. You also said that there's no benefit at all for me to attend the freshman party, so why would I do such a laborious thing? And even if I did, how many people would remember this favor of mine? So I might as well not do it at all. What Lin Feng said was very realistic. It is said that the love of fellow students is the most precious, but nowadays, in this society, how can there be any love of fellow students? If given the chance, the person who steps on you the hardest might be your classmate. Of course, there were exceptions to such things as classmates, and maybe some of them could help, but Lin Feng didn't need such exceptions because he was either fine, or if he wasn't fine, the average person couldn't help, unless a classmate's background could be as pivotal in China as the Yi families. So what Nie Bingyan said didn't mean anything to him at all. Seeing Lin Feng's lack of oil and salt, Nie Bingyan didn't know how to persuade him. Lin Feng had money if he wanted money, and he had the ability to do so she really didn't have anything she could pin down Lin Feng with. Taking a deep breath, Nie Bingyan slowly said, "Then tell me, what do you need to do to be willing to participate in the freshman party?" Lin Feng tapped his fingers on the desk. The silent office gave off a depressing atmosphere. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Feng finally spoke. It's actually easy to get me to go to the freshman night. When she heard that there was really a chance that she could make Lin Feng participate in the freshman party, Nie Bingyan's eyes couldn't help but light up. Okay, you name it, anything I can do is absolutely fine. Lin Feng nodded. Simple, if you can let me have a kiss. Guide, this matter is really nothing. Guide, think about this. There is only one chance. You claim to be doing it for the sake of the collective. Now that you have a chance to contribute to the collective, you are not going to turn it down, are you? After saying his words, Lin Feng looked at Nie Bingyan with a smile on his face, and there was an indescribable meaning in that smile. You, despicable. When Nie Bingyan heard Lin Feng's words, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and look at Lin Feng angrily. Lin Feng shrugged his shoulders with a disinterested expression. If that's your answer, guide, then I can go. After saying his words, Lin Feng stood up and wanted to leave. Wait a minute. Just as Lin Feng was about to open the door and leave, Nie Bingyan couldn't help but open her mouth and call out to him. Lin Feng, who had his back to Nie Bingyan, couldn't help but have a flash of surprise on his face. No way, she's going to agree to such a request from herself? Then he put away the strange color on his face and slowly turned around to look at Nie Bingyan. Are you agreeing to this, guide? Nie Bingyan's face was gloomy as she said, Lin Feng, do you really want to make things so desperate? I admit that I want to use this freshman party to get awards and select outstanding teachers. But your request is a bit too much. Except for this thing I can promise you. You know what? If I wanted to do that, I would have done it a long time ago, and I would have gotten my outstanding teacher status a long time ago, and I wouldn't have had to wait until today for you to threaten me. What I just want to tell you is that this outstanding teacher spot would be very useful to me because if I could get this outstanding teacher status, my benefits package would be better and I would be able to make a better living for my family. Maybe you feel that I have a very cold personality as a person and give off a sense of rejection all day long, but it's all self-preservation on my part. You can see my condition, living in the big die stuff of society. If I don't, I will only let those with ulterior motives take advantage of it. Just because I don't fall in line with them, I end up falling short of the Outstanding Teacher Award every year, and I really need that outstanding teacher spot. Can you help me this once? As she spoke, Nie Bingyan couldn't help but have a touch of redness emerge from her eyes, quite like she was about to go pear-shaped. After carefully glancing at Nie Bingyan, Lin Feng didn't see any suspicion of disguise and couldn't help but frown. Did he or she really go too far and be too insensitive? Obviously a casual gesture on your part could help a lot of people, but you have to refuse this little thing. Are you telling the truth? Lin Feng asked uncertainly. Of course it's true. My family is not well off, and since I was young my family told me that studying was the only way out for families like theirs, so I worked really hard as a kid, and heaven forbid, I got my teaching license right after college. Also as expected, I entered the University of Finance and Economics, an institution of higher learning, and thought that my family would have a good life because of my good fortune, but the reality is not what I imagined. From the first day I entered this school, I suffered from harassment from different people. When I didn't agree with them, they secretly made things difficult for me. Obviously I worked so hard, but at the end of the day, I didn't have the qualification of outstanding teacher for no year, and I'm not willing to do that. On what grounds? Why can't I resist my fate after so many years of hard study? I'm not convinced. Towards the end, Nya Bingyan already had tears sliding down her face. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel soft in his heart. A woman's tears were really not something that ordinary people could withstand. Like him, this kind of instrument looks more than Panin. Young, by billionaire people aspiring young people, really can not see women's tears. Okay, I promise. Can we put the tears away? You promise? Nya Bingyan, who was in a gloomy mood, heard Lin Feng's words and couldn't help but say with a happy expression. Chapter 115, Destroy if you can't get it? Promise, put away your divine powers. I'm convinced, Lin Feng said breathlessly. Then it's a deal. You can't go back on it. Nya Bingyan was afraid that Lin Feng would back out and couldn't help but make sure. A man is a man, a spit and a nail. How can he back out? Okay, then it's okay. You can go. After making sure that Lin Feng wouldn't back out, Nya Bingyan instantly changed her color and directly issued an expulsion order to Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw Nya Bingyan, who had changed so much before and after, his entire body froze. What's wrong with this woman? This face is changing too fast, isn't it? What are you still standing there for? Why don't you leave? I have things to do, so I won't keep you. You're not right. Why do I feel like I'm being set up? Lin Feng now sort of understood that he was being PUA'd. Good for you. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Nya Bingyan nodded slightly. I'll wait. After saying his words, Lin Feng, in no nonsense, directly came to open the office room door to leave. By the time he got out of the office, the calm had returned to his otherwise angry face. Kind of fun to set me up. I hope you don't regret it later. After murmuring, he directly stepped away. And after Lin Feng left, there was a figure walking in the distance. A middle-aged man, about 30 years old, dressed in oil, holding a bunch of flowers in his hands, walking straight toward Nya Bingyan's office. And in the office, after Lin Feng left, the corner of Nya Bingyan's mouth couldn't help but curve. That's really funny. You're still too young to fight me. When I'm selected as an outstanding teacher, let's see which of you still dares to look down on me. Nya Bingyan's mind recalled back to when she was in the family, when she placed a bet with its father. Nya Bingyan was no ordinary person, but the daughter of the president of the Yangtze River Delta Money Chamber of Commerce. It was only because her family wanted her to go to the marriage, and she disagreed, that she fell out with the family, and even made a bet with the family that if she could get an achievement that would impress the family within 3 years, she would not have to go to the marriage for the sake of the family. The reason why she had lassoed Lin Feng this time was because the time for the bet was almost up. If she didn't get the outstanding teacher's license, then she would lose, and then she would have to obediently go back to the union and marry someone she didn't like. Just as Nya Bingyan was getting complacent, there was a knock on the door from outside the office. Who? Nya Bingyan asked with a frown. She thought it was Lin Feng, who had gone and returned, who had come back. However, although she hadn't had much contact with Lin Feng, she had roughly understood some of Lin Feng's character. If it was really Lin Feng who had returned, with his character, there was absolutely no way he would knock on the door so honestly. Bingyan, it's me, Chu Jiansheng. Shu Qiansheng? Nya Bingyan's complexion sank as she said in a cold voice, Mr. Shu, what are you doing here? That Bingyan, can you let me in to talk first? Shu Jiansheng, who was standing outside the door, said with some embarrassment. Come in. Nya Bingyan, who was sitting there, said indifferently. The door to the room opened and Chu Jiansheng with a gentle face walked in. That Bingyan, Before Chu Jiansheng could finish his sentence, Nya Bingyan directly interrupted him because she had already seen the flowers in Chu Jiansheng's arms at that moment and understood his intentions. This Chu Jiansheng has been chasing her for 2 years. This person, how to say it, perseverance is still good, is a little confused about their own, do not know if they deserve her, on her pursuit. If you still come to me with the same purpose as before, I advise you to die and stop wasting your time on me. You're a good man. There's someone better waiting for you. It's not going to work out for the two of us. Hearing Nya Bingyan ruthlessly reject him once again, Chu Jiansheng instantly turned an ugly color. Bingyan, could it be that I've been pursuing you for 2 whole years and you still don't understand my feelings? I love you with all my heart, and I'll do anything for you. If you promise to marry me, you go. Looking at where Chu Jiansheng was chattering, Nya Bingyan said impatiently, Chu Jiansheng, don't bother me anymore. If you come to bother me, don't blame me for being rude to you. Chu Jiansheng this time did not like before, after the failure of the funeral leave. On the contrary, the whole persons have become gloomy. Nya Bingyan, what kind of thing are you? You don't even agree with me chasing you like this. You really think you're so noble, don't you? I told you I was going to get you today. After saying his words, Chu Jiansheng directly stepped forward, wanting to use force on Nya Bingyan. Seeing this scene, Nya Bingyan's entire body was startled. She didn't expect that Chu Jiansheng looked at an honest appearance, but in his heart he would be so twisted. In the past, after pursuing her and being rejected, they would leave in silence. Why are they so bold today? Nya Bingyan, facing the Chu Jiansheng, who rushed up with a crazy look on his face, was a little flustered for a moment. She never thought she would encounter such a thing. Chu Jiansheng, what are you doing? Do you know that you are breaking the law? Believe it or not, I'm calling someone. Nye Bingyan was scared and hurriedly started to hide, but the door of the room had already been blocked by Chu Jiansheng, so she didn't have a chance to escape even if she wanted to. Oh, breaking the law? Calling someone? Even if the King of Heaven comes today, he won't be able to save you. I'm going to get you today. Just when Nye Bingyan had no way to retreat and was about to be caught by Chu Jiansheng, a bulging sound came over. What a show! It looks like you're in a bit of trouble. Guide. At some point, Lin Feng, who had already left, unexpectedly appeared at the door again. Leaning on the edge of the door, Lin Feng watched the scene in front of him with interest. The sudden sound pulled back Chu Jiansheng, who had lost his mind. I only saw Chu Jiansheng, whose eyes were red, fiercely turned back to look at Lin Feng. Kid, you even dared to spoil my good deed. Today I'm going to kill you. Lin Feng shook his head. This teacher. You can continue. Just pretend I don't exist. See the cell phone? I can still help you record the wonderful moments. I'll send it to you when the time comes. It's okay to view it. Kid, you're really looking for death. As he said this, Chu Jiansheng unexpectedly pulled out a sharp knife from his arms and madly rushed towards Lin Feng. You're for real? Ha! Lin Feng, who was standing there lazily, couldn't help but say in surprise, while Nye Bingyan, who was in shock, hurriedly shouted loudly, Lin Feng, be careful. But before Nye Bingyan's words fell, he saw Chu Jiansheng, who had rushed up, fly directly backwards. With a boom, Chu Jiansheng's entire body crashed into the distant desk, directly knocking it backward and sucking in cold air, lying on the ground no matter how hard he tried to climb up. Chapter 116, You guys are too feudalistic. Solving Chu Jiansheng was nothing more than a breeze for Lin Feng. The reason he was able to come back so promptly naturally had something to do with his hearing after strengthening his body. In fact, he did not know that Chu Jiansheng would not be able to woo and do this kind of thing. After he left Nye Bingyan's office, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. And he always felt that this Nye Bingyan's earlier true feelings were like she was lying to herself. After noticing that Chu Jiansheng was courting Nye Bingyan in his office, he turned around and came back wanting to see if he could catch Nye Bingyan in the act and get his revenge as well. But I did not expect to see the courtship did not work. Instead of psychological distortion, one of force on Nye Bingyan scene, although he is not very cold to their goddess guide. But as a man cannot see someone to do beastly things and stand by. He can't save this sick society, but he can save the people who are suffering. This Chu Jiansheng should have some kind of psychological problem, and before he came to Nye Bingyan today, he chose to do something, and even prepared the murder weapon. Seeing that Chu Jiansheng was no longer in danger, Nye Bingyan didn't dare to stay in the corner for more time, and quickly ran over, coming to Lin Feng's side before she felt slightly more at ease. This time the incident had left her distraught and alert. In the future, when she met someone like Chu Jiansheng who was stalking her, she must be more careful. Call the police. What are you waiting for? Seeing Nye Bingyan who was hiding behind himself, Lin Feng opened his mouth. Only when she heard Lin Feng's words did Nye Bingyan react and hurriedly took out her cell phone to call the police. What happened here quickly spread throughout the school, and everyone knew that Chu Jiansheng was actually a psychopath. Chu Jiansheng has always existed as an honest person since he enrolled as a teacher until now. Even the students in his class feel that Chu Jiansheng is very affable as a good teacher, but I didn't realize it was such a psychopath. And as the police came to take Chu Jiansheng away to investigate, more powerful news came out. What Chu Jiansheng did to Nye Bingyan was not the first time, but he had done this kind of thing to more than 10 girls. Among them was one of the better-looking one of the female students in his class. Afterwards, Chu Jiansheng recorded the process of his beastly behavior. Used to threaten those who have been hurt by his girls. Those girls are afraid of being known, cannot see people. All chose to hold back. There was even a girl who lost her fertility as a result of Chu Jiansheng's beastly behavior. Everyone's jaws dropped when this story came to light. Chu Jiansheng this time. The impact on the University of Finance is very large. And then the principal did not hesitate to begin to organize a psychological examination of the entire school teachers. Fear that there will be another teacher like Chu Jiansheng to bring shame to the University of Finance and Economics. Thank you. Walking out of the door of the police station, Nye Bingyan said towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. There's no need to be so polite. Whoever sees this kind of thing wouldn't sit back and do nothing. It doesn't matter who cares. The main thing is that it's a fact that you saved me, and that's a favor I have to remember. Nye Bingyan said with a serious expression. Okay, you can remember if you want to. Lin Feng waited for a cab at the curb. Just then, a luxury caravan came in the distance. A multi-million-dollar Rolls-Royce Phantom led the way, followed by all the colorful Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Soon that caravan was on the road outside the police station. Seeing this luxurious convoy, Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly surprised. It's not a small row, it's comparable to your own. It looks like it's a big deal in the car. Just as Lin Feng was surprised, a group of people dressed in black suits that looked like security came down from the Mercedes-S sedan. A man with a briefcase in his hand, as if he were a secretary, came to the back door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom and opened it respectfully. As the car door opened, a man in his 30s with neatly combed hair and wearing a straight suit stepped out of the car. Seeing that man, Nia Bingyan, who was standing beside Lin Feng, couldn't help but look cold. After that man stepped out of the car, his eyes scanned the circle, and he couldn't help but step over after seeing Nia Bingyan. Bingyan, are you okay? Hearing the man's words, Nia Bingyan's complexion grew colder and colder. Does it matter to you whether I'm okay or not? Bingyan, why are you still so capricious? I've heard about you, how dangerous it is. Hurry up and come home with me. Seeing the still capricious Nia Bingyan, the man couldn't help but say with a frown of reproach, no going back. My bet with my father will be over soon, and if I win then, none of you will be able to control me anymore. Nia Bingyan directly rebuffed the man. You can't possibly win. Bingyan, you are too naive. Your personal power doesn't have the slightest chance of winning against the family. Do you know that? You have never succeeded in selecting outstanding teachers for so many years. It's not that your ability is not enough. It's that the family has been interfering with you. For you to come home willingly, I've already violated the rules by telling you this today. Stop being capricious and obediently go back with brother. Although letting you go to marry for the family is indeed an aggravation for you, but that marriage partner of yours is really important to the family, and you won't suffer any aggravation by marrying there. It's a good family. Hearing this, Lin Feng sort of understood. This Nia Bingyan, which is what cold family origin, which is what family conditions are not good. The reason why so much want to select the excellent teacher. It turns out to be a bet with the family. Want to resist the family's control. That let me interrupt. Guide, I heard this big brother as if you had really cheated me. Lin Feng's sudden opening of his mouth sort of eased the atmosphere between Nia Bingyan and the man. Nia Bingyan was silent. She didn't know how to explain to Lin Feng. After all, she was the one who had lied to Lin Feng, and the guilt in her heart made her not know how to face Lin Feng as the savior of her life. The man, however, looked at Lin Feng, and at the first sight of Lin Feng, he couldn't help but praise him in his heart for being so damn handsome. Then frowning, he said, "Who are you?" Lin Feng lightly glanced at the man and slowly spoke. I'm a student of the guide. I listened to your conversation and sort of understood some of it. Not that I'm talking about you. Isn't it a bit too futile to still engage in the whole arranged marriage at home thing? Nowadays, we are advocating free love. The guide is also your relative anyhow. This is too unfair to the guide. This if the guide marries you someone else as you want. Won't this life be ruined? No joy, no freedom. Look at you guys, you're also a big family. You shouldn't be short of money. Isn't the reason for making so much money to make the next generation's life better? Why do I feel that you're too focused on profit? And in turn, you're a little bit of the end of the world? Chapter 117, Scary Background. Unbridled. Do you know who is standing in front of you? How dare you talk to our young master like that? You don't want to live, do you? A pugnacious man who followed Nia Ziyuan's side couldn't help but open his mouth and said in a scolding manner. Hearing that big man's words, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing an icy color. I'm talking to your young master. You'd better keep your mouth shut, and if you dare to speak a word of nonsense, I'll break all your teeth. You. The big man heard Lin Feng's threat and wanted to say something. When two Mercedes S450 sedans drove up and the five Jinbian people walked out of the cars, they had been secretly protecting Lin Feng, and after seeing so many people here, they were afraid that Lin Feng was in danger and directly rushed over. With the arrival of the five people from Jinbian, the group of bodyguards behind Nia Ziyuan all felt a great sense of oppression. But anyone who has been professionally trained can sense the strengths and weaknesses of their opponents. The auras emanating from the five Jinbian people were all like tigers, making them a little breathless. It's masterful. The big man standing beside Nia Ziyuan couldn't help but think darkly in his heart after seeing the five people from Phnom Penh. Soon, the five Jinbian people arrived behind Lin Feng, and the five of them shouted in unison, "Boss!" Seeing this scene, Nia Ziyuan couldn't help but look surprised and couldn't help but re-examine Lin Feng. He hadn't thought that this student of his sister's was not an ordinary person either. Looking at the aura of the five henchmen behind him, it wasn't something you'd normally expect from someone with a bit of a background. With that, his attitude towards facing Lin Feng changed a bit. "Who the hell are you?" Nia Ziyuan asked with a grave expression. Lin Feng said indifferently, Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Nia Ziyuan turned his head to look at the assistant with the briefcase in his hand, and when he saw the assistant shaking his head slightly, Nia Ziyuan knew that he hadn't heard of this Lin Feng character either. And then he didn't scruple too much anymore. Their Nia family is the #1 family of the Money Chamber of Commerce, and they are also a top-notch existence in the entire Yangtze River Delta. Even the four great mansions of the Magic City were a little bit inferior compared to them, and since they hadn't heard of this Lin Lin Feng, it meant that Lin Feng wasn't too powerful of a character. Big brother, go away. This Lin Feng is not only my student, but also my savior. I hope you won't make things difficult for him. And he's right. You're all indeed too feudal. There's no way I'm going to agree to your arranged marriage. I just want to simply be free, and if you're really going to force me to do it, then I'll have no choice but to cut ties with you all completely. Severance? Hearing those 4 words, Nie Ziyuan couldn't help but change his complexion. A pair of cold and stern eyes staring dead on at Nie Bingyan. Bingyan, you'd better treat this sentence of yours as if you never said it, and I'll treat it as if I never heard it. If it reaches the old master's ears, it won't be such a good thing to talk about. At that time, you might not even have a chance to resist, and you'll directly send someone to grab you back to forcefully consummate your marriage with the Wang family. Nie Bingyan let out a cold laugh. You guys want me to marry the Wang family so much. You are still not looking at the Wang family's strength in the imperial capital. You want to find a big tree to rely on. I just won't let you guys have your way. I just won't go back even if I die. If you don't believe me, you guys try it and see if I dare. You, Nie Ziyuan's face turned green from Nie Bingyan's anger, but seeing Nie Bingyan's determined face, he knew that Nie Bingyan wasn't threatening him, but really dared to do so. As for Lin Feng, who was standing on the side, he couldn't help but look odd when he heard the name Wang family. If they were talking about the imperial capital Wang family, then this group of people's vision was really a bit of a problem. The Wang family was nothing more than a first-class family in the imperial capital, and they didn't think that they would even sacrifice their daughters in order to appease the Wang family. Thinking of the Wang family, Lin Feng remembered. From the last time he cleaned up that Wang Haiyang, it seems that quite a few days have passed. This Wang Haiyang ate such a big loss. How come there is still no action at all? Shouldn't be. With the strength of the Wang family, it will never be so willing to give up. The only explanation is that the Wang family is brewing something, and once they strike it is a fatal killing move. But no matter what it was, it didn't matter to him. With his power now, there really weren't many people in the whole of China who could move him. As long as the Wang family dared to come, he would let these people know how to write the word regret. Lin Feng, let's go. Nie Bingyan didn't want to continue talking nonsense with Nie Ziyuan and directly greeted Lin Feng as he left. Lin Feng nodded. Well, let's go. The two came to the curb and sat down in front of one of the Mercedes S450s that the 5 men from Phnom Penh were traveling in. Shuero volunteered to take on the role of chauffeur. Golden Shield's side had already arranged security for Lin Yor, so Shuero, who had gone to protect Lin Yor, returned. Boss, where are we going? Lin Feng spoke. Go back to school first. I'll go get the car. Okay, boss. Hearing Lin Feng's command, Shuero directly started the car and rushed towards the school. After Lin Feng and the others left, Nie Ziyuan said in a deep voice, investigate this Lin Feng. If he doesn't have any strength, give him a little warning. Okay, Grandmaster. After saying his words, the assistant took out his phone and called out. Then Nie Ziyuan and the others didn't stay here for much longer, but got into their cars and left. While on the road, the assistant sitting on the co-pilot of the Rolls-Royce received a phone call, and after listening to the report from the person on the other side of the phone, he couldn't help but change his complexion for a moment. After hanging up the phone, the assistant turned his head toward Nie Ziyuan, who was resting with his eyes closed in the back seat, and said, Young master, the results of the investigation are out. Nie Ziyuan faintly said, Speak, young master, that Lin Feng you asked me to investigate is very uncomplicated. I'm afraid we can't afford to offend him. Hearing these words, Nie Ziyuan finally opened his eyes and frowned. What background? Young master, according to the investigation, this Lin Feng once pinched off the palm of the Wang family's Wang Haiyang in the school cafeteria. He's also the boss behind the Nanjing Commercial Street in Mordor, and it seems like he's recently become the boss of the Zunhuang Casino, with an extremely large number of industries under his belt. Nanjing Commercial Street and Zunhuang Casino are just one of his properties. It's the Golden Shield security company that's all his, and there seems to be a deep relationship with the Yi family of the imperial capital. As for what kind of relationship, I can't investigate. Hiss. As the assistant's words fell, Nie Ziyuan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This identity background is as big as the sky. What is Nanjing Commercial Street? That is, even the Bund and other prosperous places are in the territory of others. The original owner of Zunhuang Casino is the fourth master, who can make the Yangtze River Delta earthquake with a stomp of his foot. That was it. That fourth master had also sold the Zunhuang Casino, which he had put his life's work into, to Lin Feng. From this, one could see how terrifying Lin Feng's power had to be. Stop the car. We're not going back to Sioux City. I'll call my father right now to inform him that this marriage between Bing Yan and the Wang family can be cancelled. Chapter 118, The Wise Nie Family. As the convoy came to a stop, Nia Ziyuan took out his cell phone and called. The phone rang for a moment before being answered. A middle-aged man's voice came out of the phone. Isn't Bing Yan ready to come back yet? There's already some discontent on the Wang family's side. If we don't hand Bing Yan over yet, I'm afraid our family is going to be in big trouble. Listening to the middle-aged man's voice on the phone, Nia Ziyuan smiled and opened his mouth. Dad, Bing Yan might really not need to marry the Wang family this time. Nia Weisheng's puzzled voice came. What do you mean? Nia Ziyuan said excitedly. Dad, didn't you ask me to come pick up Bing Yan and take her back? Guess what I saw today? Don't sell me short here. Just say what you have to say. Nia Weisheng said with dissatisfaction. Their Nia family was considered a powerful family in the Yangtze River Delta, and even in the whole of China, their Nia family was considered powerful, but compared to those great families in the imperial capital, they were nothing. Once again, by chance, the eldest son of the Wang family met Nia Bingyan, and at the first glance, he was charmed by Nia Bingyan's stunning face, and under investigation, he found out that he was the daughter of the Nia family. The Wang family then pressured the Nia family to marry off their daughter. At first Nia Weisheng did not want to agree, but after the Wang family cast a little means, Nia Weisheng can only reluctantly agree. Wang family power. The family master is a big leader of the ministry. Even if the Nia family in the Yangtze River Delta has not weak strength, but the Wang family want to pack them, but it is just a matter of words. But Nia Bingyan nature is strong. After knowing this news, directly chose to refuse, even after the family forced, even violently resisted up, but also in a fit of anger and left home. Even when the Nia family tried to use means to force Nia Bingyan away, Nia Bingyan even resorted to death. In the end, each side had to give in and make a bet that whoever won would listen to whoever won. It was just that it was very difficult for Nia Bingyan to win this bet. After all, she alone could not fight the entire Nia family. That's why this is happening today. Dad, Bingyan found a man. Nia Ziyuan slowly spoke. What? Outrageous. Doesn't she know what she's doing? This is going to kill people. If the Wang family learns that she's found another man outside, not only will she be in trouble, but our entire family will suffer extinction as well. You have seen, why don't you bring the person back to me? Also, the man Bingyan found, hurry up and deal with him for me, so that the Wang family doesn't know that something big has happened. Nia Weisheng's angry voice came out from the middle of the phone. Nia Ziyuan hurriedly said, Dad, just hold your horses for a moment. There might be a turnaround in this matter. If this man was an ordinary person, I naturally wouldn't need you to say anything, father. I would have dealt with him on the spot, but we can't afford to offend this person. Can't afford to be offended? Nia Weisheng couldn't help but be surprised. Tell me, what's going on? Could it be someone from the 4 great families of Magic City? But even if it's someone from the 4 great families, there's no way they can resist the Wang family, right? Even the Du family, which is the top of the 4 great powerful families, would have to be courteous when they encounter the Wang family. Other than the 4 great families, the rest of those with famous names in Mordor have even less strength to fight against the Wang family. Nia Ziyuan spoke. Dad, none of us have heard of this person, and if I hadn't encountered born curiosity to investigate today, I probably wouldn't have known that such a person would exist. This person, he said, is Bingyan's student, but I see, the relationship between these two is not that simple. Although the two didn't show any intimate behavior in front of me, I saw something different in the way Bingyan looked at that person. This person is the boss behind the Nanjing Commercial Street in Mordor, or the proprietor of the Peace Hotel. And what's more interesting is that this person crushed the palm of the youngest son of the Wang family, Wan Haiyang, at school. Right now Wan Haiyang is still in the hospital. It's also said that he beat up 9 instructors from the military during military training. But in the end, the military not only didn't hold him accountable, but also came out and apologized. Dad, think about it. If this kind of person is just a businessman, how can he have so much energy? Even the military has to bow down and apologize. Wang Haiyang was even beaten to the point of hospitalization, and the Wang family has not reacted until now. I feel that we can redo the choice. This Wang family is not a good thing. The young generation of the Wang family all have a bad reputation. Let Bingyan marry over can only be suffering. It's better for us to make a breakthrough and directly stand in line with this Lin Feng. Anyway, with Bingyan's relationship, it's easier for us to have a good relationship with this Lin Feng. Dad, you know well what the Wang family is. Even if Bingyan marries over, our family business may not be able to be preserved. It's time to make a trade-off. If you agree with my decision, Dad, I can go back and talk to that Lin Feng now. Lin Feng? Nia Weisheng on the other side of the phone frowned. You don't have to rush first. I'm looking for someone to investigate. Just wait for my news in Magic City. After saying his words, Nia Weisheng hung up the phone and then found a number to dial. Hello, Mayor Chu. As the president of the largest chamber of commerce in the Yangtze River Delta, the Nye family's status in terms of the business world was very high, coupled with the fact that the Nye family had done a lot of contributions to the city of Suzhou. It had long since become a guest of honor at the city government. That's why Nye Weisheng and the mayor of Suzhou City have a very good relationship in private. President Nye, why are you so free today? You don't have any more investment projects, do you? If President Nye has any investment projects, feel free to say. As long as it's beneficial to society and the people, I can open the door wide for you. Then thank you in advance for your trust, Mayor Chu. But today, looking for Mayor Chu you is not about any investment, but I want you to ask Mayor Chu to help me inquire about someone. His personal investigation was naturally not that comprehensive, but if this mayor of Sioux City were to help himself investigate someone, it would definitely be much more comprehensive. Investigating people? Alright, President Nye, say it. Who is this person? I'll have the people under my hand look into it, Mayor Chu asked curiously. The person who could make Nye Weisheng personally come out to find himself to investigate seemed to be not a simple character, and he was also a bit curious. This person is a freshman from the Magic City University of Finance and Economics named Lin Feng. Nye Weisheng slowly said Lin Feng's name. Mayor Chu slowly said, alright, I'll have the people under my hand look into it right now, and let President Nye know when there's news. That bothered Chu Mayor you. By the way, my company recently really have a project to vote. The initial investment should be more than 10 billion. If Chu Mayor is interested, I will be the host at night. We can talk in detail. Chapter 119, I want to feel the teacher-student romance. Alright, it just so happens that there's nothing to do tonight. Then President Nye will see you tonight. After both parties hung up the phone, Mayor Chu, who was in the city hall office, could not help but smile faintly. This Nye Weisheng is also a smart person, even know what they want. 10 billion investment, indeed can add a sum on their own performance. He came to Sioux City to serve as mayor is not a very long time, only 3 years. The first 2 years are in the maintenance of the relationship between the parties. The third year only began to start to grasp the political performance. If the Chu family's $10 billion project could be invested successfully this time, then his credit would really not be small. Being in the officialdom, those who don't want to be promoted are not good officials. Reaching the height of Mayor Chu, the person in charge of a large economic city, the ambition is naturally greater than others. He is also expected to go to the capital next, and he can't even do that without a fight. After thinking about it, he called his secretary to investigate Lin Feng's identity. The secretary came back very quickly. It didn't take half an hour for Lin Feng's identity information to be placed on Mayor Chu's desk. After reading Lin Feng's information, Mayor Chu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This guy is something. Mayor Chu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said in awe. With that, Mayor Chu began to ponder. Nye Weisheng let himself this Lin Feng, so he must have crossed paths with this Lin Feng. Thinking that the Nye family might be able to embrace this thigh, Mayor Chu couldn't help but place another point of importance on the Nye family. Mayor Chu, this Lin Feng seems to be very close to the Yi family of the imperial capital. A family like the Yi family, the average person who wants to befriend them may not be able to do so. If the information from the investigation is not wrong, it may be an opportunity. Mayor Chu nodded slightly. You're right. Nye Weisheng asked me to investigate this Lin Feng. That means he's already hitched a ride. It seems like I might have to change my mode of getting along with the Nye family. Thinking of this, Mayor Chu directly took out his phone and called Nye Weisheng. On the other hand, Nye Ziyuan, who was waiting for news from his father in Magic City, received a call from his father. Nye Weisheng, Dad, I know, I'll do it now. After hanging up the phone, Nye Ziyuan couldn't help but clench his fist and wave it around. The excited look on his face simply couldn't be held down. My good sister, you are a blessing to the family. After being happy, Nye Ziyuan directly told the driver to drive to the University of Finance. The entrance to the University of Finance, under the escort of Jin Bian and the others, Lin Feng and Nye Bingyan returned to the school. Guide, I've done you a great favor today. You'll have to take care of me at school from now on. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Nye Bingyan raised her eyes and said, Do you still need me to take care of you? But I've heard that you leave school when you want to and come when you want to. And with all this going on, how else do you want me to take care of you? Lin Feng smiled awkwardly. It's not that classes haven't officially started yet, and I'm a bit busy, that's why I haven't been staying at school much. When classes officially start, I'll definitely go to school properly. Okay, now that you say that, I'll give you a little bit of care if anything happens at school in the future. And you saved me today, so let me buy you a meal to show my appreciation. Nye Bingyan thought for a moment and opened her mouth. It's just a meal. I'd consider it a life-saving favor, wouldn't I? Isn't it a bit too light to just treat a meal? Lin Feng said jokingly. What you say is not bad. This kind of life-saving favor may only come once in a lifetime. So what do you want in return? Just say it, and I will promise you anything I can do. Teacher, are you telling the truth? Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes and say. Nia Bingyan didn't seem to notice anything wrong, but nodded her head and said, of course it's true. How can something like repaying a favor be fake? Say, what do you want? Whatever I can do, I promise you. Absolutely no regrets. Well, since you said so, teacher, I'll be polite, and my request is simple. Once you do it, go ahead. I'm listening. Teacher, I want to try a teacher-student relationship. What did you say? Originally, Nia Bingyan had been prepared to agree to whatever Lin Feng said, but after Lin Feng finished speaking, the whole person was bad. Lin Feng, are you sick? What kind of request is this? I'm going to beat you to death. Teacher, this is what you said. You said you could do it, all promise me. I just want to try it. I haven't tried it since I was a kid, so fulfill my little desire. While talking, Lin Feng ran towards the school grounds with a loud laugh. Soon the two were in the parking lot inside the school. After sitting in the car, Nia Bingyan's face still had a rosy shyness on it. Lin Feng was so bold to say such things. He wanted to have a teacher-student relationship with himself, and although this society didn't care about that anymore, it wouldn't be good if this got out. Okay, teacher, I'm kidding you. Didn't you say you were going to buy me dinner? Now where are we going? The two of them had been tossing and turning for a little while because of Chu Jianshang, and their stomachs were getting a little hungry. We're going to fondue? Nia Bingyan thought for a moment and couldn't help but open her mouth. Okay, which one to go to? Lin Feng said as he started the car. Go to the Nine Gables. Nia Bingyan said. Okay, walk. As the words fell, the sports car directly left the campus and rushed towards Nine Palace Hot Pot City. Nine Palace is considered great among hot pot restaurants. The two of them came all the way to Nine Palace Hot Pot City, and after parking the car, the two of them stepped inside. The two of them didn't choose a private room, but just found a seat by the window. Want a drink? Lin Feng took the menu and asked Nia Bingyan. I don't have class today. I can drink a little. Okay, 2 cases of beer first. We'll order more later if it's not enough. After the waiter left, Lin Feng began to study the program for the freshman party with Nia Bingyan. Why don't you just sing? I have a feeling you'll win first place in the freshman party program for singing. Lin Feng smiled lightly. Teacher, you probably don't know me very well. I don't just know how to sing. I'm also very good at musical instruments. You still play an instrument? What instruments do you play? Nia Bingyan asked in surprise. Lin Feng said, I know all the musical instruments. As long as you can take them out, I can play them for you. As he spoke, Lin Feng's eyes looked over to the restaurant's performance stage. This hot pot restaurant also had a resident singer performing, focusing on the fashionable atmosphere of listening to songs while eating hot pot. Give me a minute. After saying his words, Lin Feng left his seat and walked towards the resident stage. After coming to a man in manager's clothing, Lin Feng said a few words to him. The manager nodded. Yes sir, no problem. Chapter 120, it's all over the internet. After finishing speaking with Lin Feng, that manager stepped onto the stage and spoke directly to the resident singer, who then nodded and handed the microphone to the manager. The manager, who turned out to be the microphone, cleared his throat for a moment, and then slowly said, Hello everyone, I'm the lobby manager here, and just now a gentleman said that he wanted to dedicate a song to his girlfriend, so everyone welcome him. As the manager's words fell, some of the dinner guests clapped. In the midst of a crowd of applause, Lin Feng walked up from the stage. As Lin Feng came onto the stage, his unrivaled face and noble temperament drew a lot of shouts of surprise. Some of the girls in love, but also full of little stars, looks like already into the river of love. Mr. Lin, here. The manager smiled and handed the microphone to Lin Feng. After the resultant microphone, Lin Feng greeted the crowd with a smile. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Feng. I'm interrupting. Please bear with me if I don't sing well. It's okay, little brother. Whether you sing well or not, I'll support you. I like people who bravely pursue love the most. Right, little brother? Our sisters are all supporting you. Just don't know which one is little brother's girlfriend. So happy. Have such a handsome little brother to like. A group of girls who were loyal to Lin Feng's face value opened their mouths to cheer for him. I think I just saw little brother come in with that girl. Someone who had noticed Lin Feng earlier when he came in said. With that person's guidance, everyone turned their gazes in unison towards Nia Bingyan, who was sitting alone. After seeing Nia Bingyan's delicate face, they couldn't help but praise the man and the woman, a match made in heaven. Facing the gaze of the crowd, even the psychologically strong Nia Bingyan couldn't stand it a bit. What the hell is this Lin Feng doing? Who agreed to be his girlfriend? It's outrageous. See how I'll clean you up later. While his heart was dissatisfied with Lin Feng, the slightest ripple rose, and the scene when Lin Feng saved himself from danger kept appearing in his mind. Just as Nia Bingyan lowered her head and became entangled in her heart, the music on the stage had already sounded. As the intro of the song played, instantly the entire hot pot city all looked excited. The song Lin Feng sang this time was called Uncalled Man, a song that had exploded across the internet some time ago. It's a song with a very high jungle mood. Lin Feng directly took a guitar and a bamboo flute from the hands of the bandman behind him. As the bamboo flute is placed on his lips, the opening music plays instantly. The first sound of the bamboo flute sounded, letting the crowd feel a Jianghu atmosphere coming out. So handsome, the bamboo flute is really a must for cultivation. Yes, this little brother is so strong in the fundamentals of the instrument. Just playing the bamboo flute alone is at least something that an ordinary person practicing for 10 years may not be able to achieve. After the sound of the bamboo flute fell in one area, Lin Feng put down the bamboo flute and picked up the guitar to play the soundtrack, and his mouth began to sing. Pieces of evening sun on the lapel. Afterglow sent me to lead an old horse, just passing by the I village house. As Lin Feng's song rang out, coupled with the evocative guitar sound, the crowd was all mesmerized. I do not know when. Even the second and third floor rooms and the guests, after hearing the news, all have run out to stand in front of the railing on the corridor as if intoxicated listening to it. Some even couldn't help but hum along with Lin Feng's tune. As the main part of the song is sung, it finally comes to the climax of the chorus, and the guitar tone in Lin Feng's hands took a sharp turn and became high. That Jianghu style, as if directly pulling people into the real Jianghu world in general. All the people in front of the eyes of the emergence of a lone sword to the end of the world scene didn't get a hero's name. Weigh some old stories against the price of wine. Folded flowers to the south of the river, to springtime and red wax. Sentimentality is always like my flirtatious love of the world. And let's not talk about how Lin Feng's singing was. When he was playing the guitar, his tone was actually constantly cutting. This kind of advanced technique of playing the guitar was the first time the crowd had seen it. Other people cut the sound just a few times, but Lin Feng had been operating in such a way. And this kind of powerful playing technique was what the people in the professional band behind him were looking at in disbelief. As the song came to an end, instantly the entire hot pot city erupted in thunderous applause. Some even couldn't get enough of it and wanted Lin Feng to do another song. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. All right, I won't disturb you all for dinner. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Have a nice meal. After saying his words, Lin Feng returned the guitar and microphone in his hand to the band. The people in the band couldn't help but extend their thumbs toward Lin Feng, expressing their admiration from the bottom of their hearts. Brother, your performance today really opened our eyes. It seems we are still a long way from being real singers. Such resident bands have a dream of being singers, dreaming of stepping onto a bigger stage and becoming those star singers that thousands of fans love. Lin Feng said with a smile, if you believe in yourself, you can definitely do it. Thanks for your encouragement, brother. We'll work on it. After both sides finished speaking, Lin Feng stepped down from the singing stage, and wherever he passed, there were people cheering for Lin Feng. Little brother, I love you. I want to give you a monkey. Even more so, a little sister shouted in a frenzied voice. Lin Feng's singing of this song had actually surpassed the original, and could simply be compared to that internet celebrity Yu Chunyang, who was the first person to sing in Spring Tide. The two are two extremes. One sings of the lust of the human heart. One is really singing about the spontaneity and casualness of the jungle. And Lin Feng was naturally the second. With people who had the heart to post the video online, Lin Feng directly rushed to the #1 spot on the hot search list. And that's when people noticed that Lin Feng had even sung a song about a storyteller. This song was sung by Lin Feng earlier in class, and although it was also posted, it hadn't yet built up heat. But with this performance of Uncalled Man, the two songs soared together and soon occupied the first and second places on the Hot 100. Meanwhile, inside the Shadow Music Media Company, an assistant hurriedly came outside Yang Mi's office. Mr. Yang, our boss is on fire. Hearing the assistant's words, Yang Mi said with a slight frown, the boss is on fire? What boss is on fire? That assistant knew that he couldn't make sense of it and hurriedly handed his cell phone to Yang Mi. When Yang Mi finished looking at Lin Feng's traffic heat, she hurriedly said, now you go and start preparing the boss's work account. I'll contact the boss now and ask for his opinion. Okay, Mr. Yang. The assistant knew what Yang Mi wanted. Yang Mi is very good at seizing opportunities. Although Shadow Music had already become two of the giant companies in the entertainment industry, she naturally did not want to miss this kind of opportunity that could boost the company's fame. Chapter 121, Sanawang Casino. On the other hand, Lin Feng had just returned to his seat and sat down when he received a call from Yang Mi. Boss, you're on fire online. Yang Mi's words made Lin Feng froze. What fire? When you sang in Nine Palace Hot Pot City, someone posted your video online, and now the video of you singing has rushed to the first place on the hot search list. I'm thinking of creating a work number for you, boss, and you can just send me a video of your daily life on a regular basis, and the daily management of the work number can just be handed over to the company. Hearing Yang Mi's words, Lin Feng didn't hesitate. Alright, you see to it, Mr. Yang. Seeing that Lin Feng was so willing to cooperate, Yang Mi couldn't help but look happy. It's so comforting to be around this kind of boss. Okay, boss, you go ahead and take care of the job number. By the way, boss, Lin Yara's first scene might be finished shooting, and she might be coming back in the next few days. Okay, just let me know when you get back. The two hung up after they finished talking, while Nie Bingyan, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, had been staring at him coldly. Lin Feng, when did I agree to be your girlfriend? Don't you even need the consent of the person in question for this kind of thing? Hearing Nie Bingyan's words, Lin Feng said with a faint smile, then is it too late for me to say it now? What do you say? Nie Bingyan faintly said, I think it's too late. Get lost. The two talked and drank, and after an hour or so, several empty beer crates had appeared at their feet. Lin Feng did not expect Nie Bingyan really a bit of alcohol, drank more than 10 bottles of beer but did not have anything at all. The two had just left the restaurant when Lin Feng's cell phone rang, and seeing that it was an unfamiliar phone number, he couldn't help but pick it up in confusion. Hello there, is this Mr. Lin Feng Lin? A middle-aged woman's voice came from the other side of the phone. Lin Feng said suspiciously, yes, I'm Lin Feng, which one are you? Hello boss, I'm One Evening Chio, the general manager of Zun Huang Casino. Do you have time now boss? I have a handover procedure here that I need you to sign. Okay, I'm not busy right now, so I'll head over there in a bit. Hearing that it was the general manager of Zun Huang Casino, Lin Feng remembered that he had signed up for this industry when he was in Hangzhou. Okay boss, I'll be waiting for you at the casino. The two hung up after they finished talking. What's up? Something to do? Nie Bingyan, who was standing beside Lin Feng, opened her mouth and asked. Lin Feng smiled slightly. It's still early. Why don't I take you to a fun place? Teacher? What place? Nie Bingyan asked curiously. Come on, you'll see when we get there. After saying his words, Lin Feng directly pulled Nie Bingyan's hand and walked quickly towards the parking lot. Seeing this scene, Nie Bingyan couldn't help but frown, but after thinking for a moment she still didn't break free. At this moment, Nie Bingyan didn't know what was wrong with her. For the touch of the opposite sex, she was very averse to it. But after Lin Feng grabbed her hand, she had the idea of not being able to break away. And this kind of entangled idea appeared, making her not know what to do. Before she could figure out what was going on, the two were in the parking lot. Then the two of them got into the car and rushed toward the Zun Huang Casino. Drinking and driving is illegal. Drinking not driving, driving not drinking, civilized driving, safety for you and me. For others, drinking and driving was naturally a very dangerous and illegal behavior. But for Lin Feng, it was nothing, because he probably didn't have a bit of alcohol in his body right now. He was so strong that the alcohol in the beer probably wouldn't even survive for a minute in his body. If there was a traffic cop checking right now, there probably wouldn't even be a single alcohol test on his body. The Magic City at night is far more lively than during the day. With the lights on in Lujiazui, the bustle of the Magic City is on full display. More than half an hour later, Lin Feng drove his car to Zun Huang Casino. Seeing that Lin Feng had brought himself here unexpectedly, Nie Bingyan frowned. What brings you here? She had also lived in Magic City for 3 years, and she had still heard some of the great name of Zun Huang Casino. I heard that this is the biggest entertainment place in Asia nowadays, and it is known as Asia's No. 1 high, but a breeding ground for evil like Zun Huang is surprisingly well policed. I haven't heard of anyone daring to make trouble here. Everyone who comes here is all honest. This huge contrast makes many people feel the power of Zun Huang Casino. The car had just pulled into the parking lot of the Zun Huang Casino when the message was received inside the casino. A woman of about 40 years of age, after hearing the report from her men, hurriedly moved to the entrance of the casino. Before Lin Feng arrived, One Evening Chio knew a lot about Lin Feng, especially his expensive sports car that was limited to one in the world. No matter where it appeared in the Magic City, it was easily recognizable. The parking lot security guards, who had received the order long ago, rushed over to direct for Lin Feng to park in the exclusive parking space. This parking space was specifically reserved for Lin Feng. It is also the exclusive parking space of the former owner of the Zuni Casino. The parking space is large enough to stop 10 cars side by side. This is also a no parking area. Any car other than the owner of Zun Huang Casino is not allowed to park here. Lin Feng directly parked his car horizontally in the parking space after knowing that this was his exclusive parking space, and one car took up 3 parking spaces. The 2 security guards knowingly walked up and opened the car door for Lin Feng and Nie Bingyan. Hello boss. The security guard, who stepped forward, shouted loudly. Boss? Hearing this voice, Nie Bingyan couldn't help but look at Lin Feng with a shocked expression. This is your property? At this moment, a huge shock rose in Nie Bingyan's heart. How could she not have thought that the famous Zun Huang Casino would be Lin Feng's property? Zun Huang Casino has been valued by industry insiders, and the total assets are at least tens of billions of dollars. Granted, tens of billions of dollars in market capitalization is not considered top-notch in today's society, but you have to realize that the $10 billion value of Zuni Casino is not the same as those commercial companies companies, the money-sucking ability of Zun Emperor Casino has definitely reached a horrifying level. After all, Zun Huang Casino is the biggest gray industry in Magic City, and the water flow in one night is at least more than 1 billion. The reason why there is such a large flow of water is because Zun Huang Casino is not only the largest casino in China, but also the largest casino in the Yangtze River Delta region. The worst of the people who play in the Zuni King Casino are worth millions of dollars. It is some big bosses with billions and tens of billions of dollars who patronize this place from time to time. The owner is just an unusual customer in the casino, and the really big customers are a bunch of high-ranking leaders with real power in their hands. As for who those senior leaders playing in the casino were, not many people knew. Only the general manager and owner of Zun Huang Casino knew. The former owner of Zun Huang Casino was the fourth master, a mobster who resounded through the Yangtze River Delta. But the fourth master died violently at home 2 months ago. Zun Huang Casino is also run by his daughter. One evening, Chiu. No one knew yet that Lin Feng had become the new boss of Zun Huang Casino. Chapter 122. Beautiful Snake Wen Wanxiu. After Lin Feng parked his car and brought Nia Bingyan to the entrance of the casino, he saw a group of people standing at the entrance. Those people are all senior managers of the casino. 2 of them are the most eye-catching. The first person is a woman, more than 40 years old. Charm, temperament, high cold, charming and beautiful looks, but the body of the stranger do not approach. A powerful sense of oppression, but many people are deterred. This woman was none other than Zun Huang Casino's current top administrator, Wen Wanxiu. She is also a famous underground female boss in the Yangtze River Delta, nicknamed Bamboo Leaf Green, a beautiful snake that makes people scared. As the daughter of the fourth master of the Yangtze River Delta Triad, Wen Wanxiu is no simple person. 2 months ago, the fourth master's sudden and violent death, for the Wen family impact can be said to be very big. If not, Wen Wanxiu means ruthless, temporarily suppressed the fourth masters, those underlings. I'm afraid that now the Wen family has long lost the control of its industry. This time, when Lin Feng took over Zun Huang Casino, Wen Wanxiu attached great importance to it. After Lin Feng signed up to get Zun Emperor Casino, Wen Wanxiu had investigated all of Lin Feng's details. After knowing Lin Feng's terrifying background again, Wen Wanxiu knew that this was an opportunity for her. Don't look at her now, can still control the family's industry, but it's only temporary. If she can't find a bigger backer, sooner or later she is going to be hollowed out by her father's men, and even the whole family's industry will be taken away. And Lin Feng was her chance. So after learning that Lin Feng was coming, she had waited here early with her people and even made it very grand, afraid that people wouldn't know about it in general. And when Wanxiu's actions did meet her expectations, while there was movement on her side, news also flew to the ears of those under her father's hand. Her father under the hand of those people. Are the year with her father together with the people? A cunning mind means ruthless generation. So many years no action, because her father has been pressed. Now that her father had died suddenly and violently, these people would certainly not be honest in and would have their hearts set on her family's estate. If these people could investigate Lin Feng's background, it would naturally be good, and she would have the ability to continue controlling these people. If they couldn't, it would be even better. If these people offended Lin Feng, they wouldn't know how they would die. Zun Huang Casino has been able to exist for so many years because of her father's well-maintained relationships with the bigwigs. Now that her father had died, those relationships were definitely no longer solid, and there might be people who coveted Zun Huang Casino, thus making a move against it. And with Lin Feng taking over the Zun Huang Casino, the level of security was even higher than when her father was alive. Behind Wen Wanxiu was a scar-faced middle-aged man named Lone Wolf, who was a well-known double-flower red stick in the underground world of Magic City, and the most loyal subordinate of the Wen family. In the past, when Master Wen Si was alive, Zun Huang Casino was managed by Lone Wolf. After the death of the fourth Master Wen, the first time Wen Wanxiu took over the Zun Huang Casino is to want to use the Zun Huang Casino in exchange for the support of a big backer. And before Wen Wanxiu could identify which big backer to look for, she didn't expect Lin Feng to show up. When Wen Wanxiu and Lone Wolf saw Lin Feng and Nia Bingyan walking, they couldn't help but rush to welcome them. "Boss, you're here." Arriving close to the front, Wen Wanxiu and Lone Wolf as well as the casino management personnel behind them said in unison and respectfully. Seeing this scene, Nia Bingyan couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart. She had naturally heard of the name of Zun Huang Casino, and she had also heard of the Wen clan behind it. After all, her Nia family, in the Yangtze River Delta, was also a famous existence, so how could it be possible that she hadn't heard of the Wen family? The rise of the Moon family came in the 90s, when the four masters of Wen with a few brothers came to the Magic City to break through, at first in the dock to carry sacks, and then came into contact with the smuggling business, with a gang of brothers to fight the dock. It was said that the rise of the fourth Master Wen also had a lot to do with the Gu family. The Gu family made their fortune through smuggling. Master Wen sees boldness is known to the Gu family and they hire him as a fighter to protect the smuggling industry at the docks. With the first bucket of money from this line of smuggling, the power of the fourth Master Wen grew very quickly. By the time it was over, the Gu family's smuggling industry was nearly monopolized by the fourth Master Wen. In the end, the two sides negotiated that all of the Gu family's smuggling business would be given to the fourth Master Wen, and the fourth Master Wen would pay the Gu family a yearly dividend. Master Wen C's mind is also very powerful. After a few years of working in the smuggling industry, he found another business opportunity and went straight into the real estate industry. He didn't have a lot of money, though, so instead of development, he started a stone quarry and earth-moving business. All the construction materials, stones and earthworks for the project development in Magic City have to come to him. If he is not approached, he lets his men bring their minions to cause trouble and delay the work. With the use of Master Wen's domineering tactics, those developers in Mordor finally had no choice but to give him all of their stone business. With the rise of the fourth Master Wen, even the four great mansions of Magic City had suffered losses at his hands. Although the Wen family had not been able to advance to the ranks of the Magic City's powerful families, it had a strength that was not weaker than the four powerful families. But this is all based on the fact that the fourth Master Wen is still alive. Now that the fourth Master Wen is dead, there are not only external problems, but also internal problems. Now Wen Wancho's days can be said to be very bad. On the surface it seems that the status of her Wen family is still there, but as long as it is a smart person can see that this is just the calm before the storm. Maybe one day, Wen Wancho would lose all control over the Wen society. Seeing Wen Wancho who had come close, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This woman is, to say the least, an exceptional creature. Even though she was middle-aged, her figure was no worse than that of a young girl, especially with that mature flavor on her body. She definitely reached the royal ceiling. It's just that this kind of woman is often a dangerous being as well. After all, what should have been experienced had been experienced, and if one got up to this kind of woman, one might end up being eaten without even a bone left. Now Lin Feng is also considered to be a long time. What kind of women? He has a number in his heart. Mr. Man? Hearing Lin Feng's words, a smile surfaced on Wen Wancho's delicate face. Hello boss, I'm Wen Wancho, nice to meet you. The two men reached out and shook hands gently. Lin Feng nodded. Well, I have nothing to do today. I just happened to come over to take a look. They say that Zunhuang is the biggest casino in Asia, and I'm quite curious about what it's really like. Okay boss, I'll take you in for a little stroll. I'm sure I can please the boss. After the two of them finished talking, Wen Wancho led Lin Feng towards the inside of the casino. The time now is the peak of the casino season. If Wen Wancho hadn't prepared an exclusive passageway beforehand, I'm afraid that if he wanted to get inside, he would have to queue for a while. As he was heading inside the casino, Lin Feng saw that most of the people who came here to play were young people. On the contrary, there were fewer older people. Chapter 123, Lin Feng's Principles. Probably seeing Lin Feng's doubts, Wen Wancho explained, Boss, this isn't the only entrance into the casino. All these young people come to the casino bar to play. The really big clients go in through the exclusive VIP lane. Oh, there's an exclusive VIP lane? Lin Feng said in surprise. Wen Wancho nodded. Yes boss, our casino's VIP is divided into 5 levels. The most common is the bronze membership card. The top of the line is the supreme membership. Every membership card requires a capital check. You can only get the appropriate membership card if your status is achieved. Of course, the programs available with the membership card are different. You'll be able to learn about the programs that correspond to those members when you go in later. Boss. Hearing Wen Wancho's explanation, Lin Feng knew that in this kind of gray place, there must be some things that couldn't be said explicitly, but could only be understood privately. Okay, let's go. Lin Feng didn't say any more nonsense, but took a step towards the inside of the casino. After coming inside the casino, Lin Feng said to Wen Wancho, have someone take my friend to sit for a while. After saying his words, Lin Feng turned his head towards Nye Bingyan and said, Bingyan, you go play for a while first. I'll come find you when I'm done. Nye Bingyan knew that there must be a lot of things that Lin Feng couldn't let outsiders know about when he took over the Zunhuang casino. So she didn't say anything, but nodded and followed one of the casino's managers to leave. Boss, is this your girlfriend? So pretty. Wen Wancho couldn't help but open her mouth to say in praise after Nye Bingyan left. Lin Feng said with a faint smile, sort of. Although Nye Bingyan hadn't established a relationship with him yet, she basically couldn't escape him anymore. It was impossible for him to let go of a beauty like Nye Bingyan. Should he cheapen it for someone else? Sorry, he wasn't that generous. He now hated to take all the beautiful women in the world. How could he let Nye Bingyan go? Others may have the strength, and are physically incapable of belonging, but he was different. Not to mention that he only had a few women around him right now. Even if he had 100, his body would still be able to withstand it completely. The system's transformation of his body wasn't just a one-time thing. Rather, he will grow stronger as time passes. While other people's various bodily functions would decline when they reached a certain age, he was in better physical shape the older he got, and this powerful body made him stop restraining himself. Whenever he met a woman of his choice, he naturally wanted to take her down. After receiving Lin Feng, Wen Wanqiu waved away all those casino managers behind her. Then alone, he took Lin Feng in the elevator to the upper floors. In the elevator, Wen Wanqiu began to introduce Lin Feng to some of the great deals in the casino. After listening to Wen Wanqiu's introduction, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked beyond measure in his heart. Zuni Palace Casino is an absolute paradise. There's nothing you can't enjoy here as long as you have the money. Not to mention the casinos that are making money day in and day out. There is no telling how much revenue some of the yellow venues can bring in for Zunhuang Casino. At this time, Lin Feng said with a frown, in the area of drugs, the Zunhuang Casino can be cancelled. Any person or force that dares to sell drugs in the Zunhuang Casino, all of them will be cleaned up. And if you let me know that you're dealing drugs behind my back, don't blame me for not being polite. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Wen Wanqiu froze. Boss, the drugs are not in any way less than the other two business incomes. Are you sure you want to cancel this business? Lin Feng said in a cold voice. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Drugs can't be touched, and I'll cut off the hands of anyone who does, even you. If you can't manage it, I can give you a chance, but if you go ahead and do it even though you know it, then I won't show any mercy. Okay boss, I got it. We won't have any more drug business here starting tomorrow, Wen Wanqiu said with a nod. However, Wen Wanqiu, who lowered her head, had a flash of color on her face. There seemed to be something different about this new boss. The mere fact that he can resist the benefits of drugs makes this kind of person extraordinary. After all, not many people can resist the profits from drugs. Not to mention the big drug deals. Even some small-time, retail drug sellers can go from being a poor person to a rich person with a huge fortune in a short period of time. From this, we can see that this kind of huge profits, and how many people in general can resist. Also, those escort business, completely voluntary behavior. If there is forced behavior, also immediately give me cancel. We can give them more money, but we can't force them to be prostitutes and scourge good women. Lin Feng's second order made Wen Wanqiu have a renewed perception of Lin Feng. Someone so principled certainly can't be bad in character. And with this kind of person, one would certainly not have to worry too much about following her in the future. Yes boss, I will send this order as well. Please boss, is there anything else you want? Lin Feng shook his head. There's no more for now. We'll wait until we find out what we have to change later. Boss, let me show you the casino. After coming to the top floor, Wen Wanqiu opened her mouth. Okay, go. After getting Lin Feng's consent, Wen Wanqiu brought Lin Feng to a secret door. After entering the permission code, the secret door slowly opened and what came into his eyes was a long corridor. After stepping out of the corridor, there is the splendid hall, which is full of gambling equipment. There were even more people wandering back and forth to the various tables, carrying on their dreams of getting rich. Of course, there were also some big bosses with notable fortunes, playing cards with red faces, some getting rich overnight, and others losing all their money. In his office, Lone Wolf was checking the casino's runoff and revenue for the day. When Wanqiu directly pushed open the door of the office and led Lin Feng inside, seeing the duo that walked in, Lone Wolf hurriedly said, Missy, boss. When Wanqiu nodded slightly, have all the accounts in the casino been reconciled today? Lone Wolf nodded. Back to Missy, the accounts are all reconciled. The casino's revenue for the day today is 300 million, and the running water is at 3 billion. Hearing Lone Wolf's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly surprised. This casino is so profitable? $3 billion a day in water flow and $300 million in revenue. Sure enough, gambling is such a profitable thing. When Wanqiu brought the account book over and handed it to Lin Feng, boss, this is the casino's account book. Take a look. When Wanqiu's move was because she wanted Lin Feng to be completely assured that she and her people weren't doing anything to Lin Feng's interests behind his back. This is where Wen Wanqiu is smart. This kind of income, anyone else wouldn't be able to avoid greed, and she was trying to reassure Lin Feng that she definitely wouldn't touch the benefits that belong to him. Chapter 124, The Wang Family Small Moves. Lin Feng sniffed, but he only smiled faintly. Any assurances, he wouldn't believe. He only believed in time, and time proved everything. If Wen Wanqiu could really do what he said, then he naturally wouldn't say anything. But if he moved to greed, there were plenty of ways for him to get Wen Wanqiu killed, only to see Lin Feng slowly put down the ledger and lightly nodded his head. Okay, the income is not bad, just keep this income. If there's anything in the casino you guys can give me a notice. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Wen Wanqiu couldn't help but feel happy in her heart. What she wanted was Lin Feng's words. As long as Lin Feng could give her a guarantee, then she wouldn't have to worry. Now that her father had just passed away, The Wen family was in a state of turmoil and desperately needed someone like Lin Feng to act as a backer for her. Just as Lin Feng was inspecting the casino, Nia Bingyan, who was in the bar area, was sitting alone and drinking. Actually, he didn't really like places like bars, but Lin Feng suggested it, so she could only follow. For one thing, Lin Feng had saved her life, so she couldn't refuse, and for another, it was that indescribable feeling in her heart. Following Lin Feng around always gave her an inexplicable peace of mind, so she didn't want to refuse. She's been facing loneliness alone for the past 3 years, ever since she ran away from home after a falling out with her family. The time she spent with Lin Feng nowadays was short, but it made her not want to deal with that kind of loneliness, because she was now a little afraid of being alone. That loneliness of being alone scared her a little just thinking about it. Worth $70,000 of red wine. After a cup of down, Nia Bingyan seems to also want to open up, and then in the atmosphere of the bar rendering, her ice-cold delicate face, but also surfaced a faint smile. Just as Nia Bingyan was drinking alone and waiting for Lin Feng to return, more than a dozen people walked in outside the bar. A waiter saw the crowd walking in and hurriedly greeted them. "Hello sir, do you have a reservation?" Only the man in the lead had dyed white hair and a very hangdog look on his face. Directly pulling the waiter over and pinning him under his armpit, he arrogantly said, "What's the matter? You can't come without a reservation?" The waiter hurriedly compensated with a smile. "Brother, you are joking. Of course you can come to play without a reservation. It's just that the elegant seats are all booked out now. So if you and your brothers want to play, you can only play at the card table. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I Wang Chang go out to play. When did the card table? I don't care how you get. Must give us to arrange a elegant seat. If you can't arrange, believe it or not, I'll break your legs." Hearing these words, a touch of displeasure surfaced on the waiter's smiling face, and at the same time, his heart felt that something was wrong. Do these people really have no idea what this place is? Or are they deliberately looking for trouble? When did the people who come to play at Zunhuang Casino dare to be so bold? You have to know, it's not that no one has made trouble here before, but in the end, they were all cleaned up very badly, and over time, after the prestige of the Zunhuang Casino was spread out, no one dared to come and make trouble again. But today these people look like they are deliberately looking for trouble anyhow. How many of the people who could book the elegant seats were ordinary people? After all, the minimum consumption of the elegant seats had to be over 6 figures, and even flat out millions of dollars. So how could he possibly go and ask those people to give up their seats? Brother, don't kid yourself. It's impossible to change the elegant seats in our Zunhuang Casino after they're booked out, and the booked guests are not likely to agree. Or brother, you first condescend today. Now the card table will be a little. Tomorrow want to come to play. In advance with the old brother said a word. The old brother in advance to give you a booking. If you're still not satisfied, brother, I can give you a bottle of good wine, okay? Asterisk 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 you. What are you? I can't afford to spend money. What's the matter? I'm telling you, you have to arrange an elegant seat for me today. If you can't, not only will you break your legs, your Zunhuang Casino won't be open today. While he was talking, a junior ran over and said, "Brother Chang, there's a good deal." Hearing the junior brother's words, Wang Chang's eyes couldn't help but light up. Where is it? Only to see that little brother's finger pointing to the elegant seating area on the second floor. Django, it's up there. That goods is really beautiful. In this life I have never seen so beautiful. Is that those stars on TV are not as beautiful as her? When he said this, the junior seemed to be drooling. Come on, let's go over and take a look. If it's really as beautiful as you say, the brothers can all have a good time today. Hearing these words, the crowd of juniors all looked excited. At the same time, he thought in his heart that it was good to follow Brother Chang. Wang Chang was not an ordinary person. His brother was the manager of a street of bars in Magic City. That is, the boss who looked after the venue. The father of the two Wang Chang brothers was the same brother who had once come to Mordor to fight with Master Wen Si. When the brothers of the fourth Master Wen, when they fought together, their hearts were still quite united. It's just that later on, when they have status, they all have selfishness. When fourth master did not die, they have not dared to move. After all, when fourth master's ruthlessness, that is, followed by the brothers who were born and died together, are also a little afraid. But now that Master Wen Si is dead, they have no scruples and all want a piece of the pie. Wen's group predecessor was the Wen Society. Only later, after the country's strict crackdown, the fourth master of Wen washed his hands of the society in advance, changed the society into a group, and did serious business. That's why it's possible to be in the middle of a national crackdown and not suffer the repercussions. The old brothers who followed Master Wen Si to fight together have some shares in the group. However, we all come out to fight together. Are the knife-mouth licking blood to come over? When four masters to take the society's greatest interests, they are very unbalanced in their hearts. That's why after the death of the fourth Master Wen, They wanted the interests of the Wen clan to be redistributed. As for Wang Chang daring to come to Zunhuang Casino to be arrogant, he naturally had the authorization of his father Wang Mang. Zunhuang Casino this kind of day in and day out. Wang Mang, these old brothers who used to be the fourth master of Wen, how can they have no idea? Wang Chang came here today with the idea of testing the waters, wanted to test Wen Wanqiu's strengths and weaknesses. If something happened to the Zunhuang Casino and Wen Wanqiu didn't do anything too strong, then they wouldn't be in scruples and would start their plan to grab the Wen group. If Wen Wanqiu's tactics were strong and she had shown enough strength, then they would naturally replan and look for another opportunity. As for Wang Chang's safety, Wang Mang was not worried at all. Wen Wanqiu would not dare to do anything to his son even if he was angry after knowing that Wang Chang was his son. Wang Mang is the second largest shareholder of the Wen group. When Wanqiu wants to stabilize the situation of the group, he will not dare to offend him deeply. Instead, he still needs to pull him in. It was also because of this dependence that Wang Mang dared to be so reckless and let his son come to Zunhuang Casino to cause trouble. Chapter 125. My boyfriend says he's the boss here. After Wang Chang led a group of juniors upstairs, the waiter felt that something was not right and hurriedly ran to find the manager. Manager, it's bad. It seems like someone wants to cause trouble in our Zunhuang Casino. Hearing the waiter's report, the manager of the bar area couldn't help but look cold. Damn. Living out of patience, how dare you come to our Zunhuang Casino to cause trouble? Have you eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall? With that, the manager directly took out his walkie-talkie, called for the internal security, and led the people to Wang Chang and the others. On the other hand, Wang Chang had already arrived on the second floor with a group of juniors, and under the guidance of that junior, he saw Nia Bingyan sitting there alone. Although the bar's lights were a bit dim, it was still difficult to hide Nia Bingyan's stunning face. At the first sight of Nia Bingyan, Wang Chang couldn't help but straighten his eyes. He had played with more women than he could count, but it was the first time he had seen a peerless beauty like Nia Bingyan. This is more than being more beautiful than those actresses. It is not too much to call it a dumping ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Today is definitely picking up a treasure. If I can get this woman into my hands, today is worth it even if I die. Wang Chang couldn't help but think excitedly in his heart. Kung, am I right? This is definitely a beauty. The little brother said invitingly. Wang Chang nodded his head repeatedly. Too damn pretty. I tell you guys, there is absolutely no part for you guys today. I will play with this woman for at least a year. I will give you guys some money in a while. You guys go and find someone else by yourselves. Hearing that Wang Chang was not going to give them any soup, the group of minions were all a bit disappointed, but they did not dare to say anything. They wouldn't be willing to let this kind of woman go if it were them. This kind of woman, they can meet one in their life is considered the god's eyes. Who do not want to be used as a forbidden domain? After finishing his words, Wang Chang barely managed to squeeze out an affable smile on his face, making himself as approachable as possible. With that, he took a step towards Nia Bingyan. Nia Bingyan, who was figuring everything out and sipping her wine with an elegant demeanor, waiting for Lin Feng to come back, suddenly saw a silhouette appear in front of her. Wang Chang, who walked over, directly sat on the sofa beside Nia Bingyan in a self-conscious manner. Hello, beautiful. Alone? Nia Bingyan, who was originally in a good mood, couldn't help but look cold after seeing Wang Chang, who had accosted her. Who are you? Do we know each other? If you don't know each other, then please leave. You are not welcome here. Don't worry, pretty girl, it's no fun to drink alone. Why don't I have a drink with you? Wang Chang didn't care about Nia Bingyan's icy attitude at all. Women, all will pretend to be reserved, and generally like Nia Bingyan, this kind of character of high cold women, the contrast will also be very big. Previously, he had also met a woman with a personality like Nia Bingyan, but then after he got his hands on her, it could be said that she was playing very openly in private. That is, he almost didn't get used to it. After seeing Nia Bingyan's appearance up close, Wang Chang was even more shocked. When he looked at it from a distance, Nia Bingyan was gorgeous, mesmerizing him. Now after seeing it up close, that face is even more overwhelming. Just one look at it almost made him unable to resist that primal urge, and he even reacted at his belly. The more he looked at it, the more Wang Chang had the impulse to want to eagerly get the heart and press it on the bed to give it a good kneading. This woman, really a special thing. This if I can get my hands on it, I guess I never want to get out of bed in my life. While thinking in his heart, Wang Chang's gaze towards Nia Bingyan became even more burning. As if she had sensed Wang Chang's burning gaze, Nia Bingyan frowned as a touch of disgust surfaced in her heart, wanting to get rid of this person quickly. I'm sorry, I'm not alone. My boyfriend will be back soon. He's a bit of a bad-tempered guy, and if he sees you here there might be bad consequences. Ha ha. Hearing Nia Bingyan's words, Wang Chang couldn't help but laugh loudly, and the group of minions behind him laughed along with him. Brothers, what did you hear him say? He said that his boyfriend has a bad temper. That's a good feeling. Brother, I also have a very bad temper. This temper of your boyfriend is quite to my liking. I still want to make friends with such a person. maybe I can become a very good friend. Although Nia Bingyan has a boyfriend, she may not be a virgin anymore, which makes Wang Chang a little bit of a small disappointment in his heart. But he was getting even more excited. Not necessarily a virgin anymore, and a boyfriend, but wasn't that a plus? This would be exciting to think about if she were to have it on in front of her boyfriend. Seeing Wang Chang's rogue character, Nia Bingyan became even more uncomfortable, and then her eyes grew colder and colder. Are you sure you're really not afraid to die? Do you know who my boyfriend is? At this moment, Nia Bingyan suddenly had the idea of teasing this person again. This kind of person was the kind of social loiterer at a glance. Definitely someone who did not do good things but bad things. If Lin Feng was allowed to clean up a bit, he might be able to have one less scourge for the society. A bit interesting. Who is your boyfriend? Say it out for me to get to know. In the entire Magic City, I do know many people. It depends on whether your boyfriend has that strength. Wang Chang took a cigarette from the hands of his little brother, leaning on the sofa with an old spirit, swallowed clouds and smiled coldly and said. The corner of Nia Bingyan's mouth curved. His name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Wang Chang thought about it for half a day, but he didn't think that there was this number among the big shots in Magic City. With that, Wang Chang shook his head. I'm sorry, your boyfriend shouldn't be someone I haven't heard of. It can't be a little redneck, can it? Then I surely don't recognize it. I don't even bother to look at such a person more than once when I see him. Nia Bingyan picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Her posture was elegant, and her straight and slender thighs reshifted to an even more beautiful and touching position. Just this one small action made Wang Chang straighten his eyes once again, and he couldn't wait to put Nia Bingyan on the spot right now, only to see Nia Bingyan faintly say, "Oh, you haven't heard of my boyfriend's name, but he said he's the boss here. It can't be a lie to me, right? What? The owner of Zun Huang Casino?" Wang Chang was first surprised for a moment, then he snorted. Ha ha, beautiful girl, you might really let your boyfriend fool you. This Zun Huang Casino would be your boyfriend's? Also not afraid of the wind flashing his tongue. Let me tell you, this Zun Huang Casino used to belong to the fourth master one, but in the future it might be my family's. Your boyfriend is quite bold. How dare he pretend to be the owner of this place? And he's not afraid of being thrown into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. Okay, I've got to get on with business. As Wang Chang's words fell, those juniors under his command skillfully surrounded the elegant seat, preventing those outside from seeing the situation inside, while Wang Chang also stood up and walked towards Nia Bingyan. But before Wang Chang could do anything, he saw a red wine bottle smashed on his head. Chapter 125, If you don't come over, you may not see me again. Even though the red wine bottle did not shatter, blood was already flowing from Wang Chang's head, and the one who started it all was Nia Bingyan. At this time Nia Bingyan could no longer care so much. Everything was out of the premise of self-preservation. She wouldn't have hesitated to stab it if she had a knife at hand. This Wang Chang seems to be the kind of colorful and hungry ghost, not to mention what he does. Even if it is to touch her hand, she may have nightmares all her life, and how could she let him do anything to herself? Ouch! Wang Chang couldn't help but let out a cry of pain under the pain. Django! When the crowd of minions heard the voice, they turned around in unison, and were all startled at the sight of their own boss having his head blown off. Wang Chang, who had blood flowing from his head, couldn't help but wave his hand. All of you turn around, there's no business for you. Hearing that Wang Chang had said so, the group of juniors could only obediently turn around again. Instead, Wang Chang stretched out his fingers and touched the blood on the top of his head, then placed it in his mouth and gently licked it. Interesting, a little wild girl like you. I like it even more, huh? What I want to conquer is a woman like you. In a moment I will let you taste what it means to be comfortable. Wang Chang, whose head was covered in blood, laughed instead of being angry, and charged towards Nia Bingyan once again with a hideous face. Seeing this scene, Nia Bingyan couldn't help but be a little flustered. She had thought that her outburst would be exchanged for Wang Chang's scorn, but I didn't expect that I had in turn provoked Wang Chang's animalistic nature. Did this man have a masochistic tendency? Having beaten him himself, he was surprisingly more excited in turn, only to see Nia Bingyan directly dodging to the side, allowing Wang Chang to pounce on her. But there was no chance to escape because the surrounding area was already blocked by Wang Chang's minions, not giving her a chance to escape at all. Don't even think about it. You won't get away with it. Just behave. Although this is an elegant seat that can accommodate more than 10 or 20 people, and the space is also large enough, but Nia Bingyan is after all a woman. Even with enough space to dodge, in terms of speed is not a match for Wang Chang, a man. Just as Nia Bingyan was blocked in the corner, unable to avoid it, the bar manager walked over with a group of internal security guards. What's going on? Only to see the bar manager shouting. The internal security behind him took the lead and rushed up, directly confronting Wang Chang's men. The encounter between the two groups of people made the surrounding guests cast their gazes, but those people didn't return the hair and instead watched with interest. When Wang Chang heard the voice of the bar area manager outside, he couldn't help but have a touch of anger rise on his face. Although he was about to get his hands on Nie Bingyan, he couldn't continue. If you don't respond to that bar area manager outside, there is a good chance that both sides will come to blows. A conflict was not something he was very afraid of. After all, he had come here this time to look for trouble, but that would have disturbed his pleasure. Seeing that Wang Chang stopped moving, Nie Bingyan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment just now, she had risen to the point of death. If Wang Chang dared to touch her, she would rather die than give in. Only to see Wang Chang smiling towards Nie Bingyan. Little beauty, wait for brother for a while. When the business is done, brother will come back to pamper you properly. After saying his words, Wang Chang's face resumed its usual brash look as he stepped out from the crowd, looking at the bar area manager with a scornful expression. Who are you? How dare you make trouble in our Zun Huang casino? Don't you want to live? At this time, the manager of the bar area was very angry. If it was in the past, when this kind of thing happened, he would not be so angry. But the big boss came to inspect today. Isn't this an eye-opener for him? This is if the big bosses think they are not doing their job well and are not capable. They all have the possibility of losing their jobs. And at that moment, a waiter behind him whispered in his ear. After listening to that waiter's words, the bar area manager's entire face was pale with fear. This is the place where the big boss's girlfriend is. This Wang Chang won't do anything to the big boss's girlfriend, right? Thinking of this, the bar area manager was even more somewhat unable to sit still, and didn't talk nonsense with Wang Chang at all, directly greeting the internal security behind him and rushing towards the inside. Wang Chang did not expect the manager of this bar area to be so dry. The words did not even say a couple of sentences to himself, even started to move their hands. But he wasn't afraid. Since childhood he grew up fighting and brawling, and the one thing he wasn't afraid of was fighting. Asterisk 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 brothers him for me. Wang Chang shouted and took the lead in charging towards the bar area manager. For a while, 20 to 30 people from both sides were in a melee on the second floor. However, it was obvious that Wang Chang's men were somewhat behind Zun Huang Casino's internal security, but are not vegetarian. All of them are Lone Wolf's beloved little brother. In the aspect of fighting, is definitely a connoisseur. And Wang Chang's little brother, are he gathered in the community of some of the casualties, commonly known as punks, usually yells 5 and 6 as line. Really fight, but there is no rules and regulations of the fight a gas, and the quality of the body is not very good. With those physical quality are superior to the internal security hands, immediately high and low. The clash in the bar area over here soon had people spreading the news to Wenwancho's ears. After hearing the news, Wenwancho couldn't help but change her expression, and Lin Feng, who was about to leave at that moment, also heard the news and couldn't help but lightly glance at Wenwancho. Mr. What? You just told me that the Zun Huang Casino is well managed and that there won't be any trouble happening. Now this is a slap in the face? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Wenwancho couldn't help but look embarrassed. Don't worry boss, I'll definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. After speaking, Wenwancho said in a cold voice, Lone Wolf, take your brothers and guys and follow me to the bar area. After speaking, Wenwancho added to Lin Feng, sorry boss, it was my negligent management that made you laugh. Lin Feng waved his hand. Didn't I say? I'm a person who doesn't like to listen to those who are useless. I want people who can do practical things. You go and sort things out for me, and I can get away with not blaming you for this today. After speaking, Lin Feng picked up his cell phone and called Nie Bingyan. Binjian, where are you? In front of outsiders, Lin Feng didn't call out teacher. This kind of address was either in school or in private. In school, it's the rules. In private, it's probably just for the thrill of it. Receiving Lin Feng's phone call, Nie Bingyan said in a hurry, Lin Feng, come over quickly. If you don't come over you might not be able to see me anymore. What's going on? Hearing Nie Bingyan's chaotic voice on the phone, Lin Feng frowned and asked, I don't know where a bunch of punks came from, causing trouble in the bar area, and the leader of the punks wants to make a move on me. So you hurry over here and take care of it. Really, next time I'll never come to a place like this with you again. When he heard that someone was going to make a move on Nie Bingyan, Lin Feng's entire face clouded over. If he didn't chop off both of this man's hands and feet today, he wouldn't even be called Lin. He had long since internalized Nie Bingyan as his own woman. Not to mention that someone dared to move their hands. Even the usual polite handshake and greeting he would not agree. Chapter 126. Are you deaf? After talking to Nie Bingyan on the phone, Lin Feng glanced at Wenwancho with slightly narrowed eyes and directly spoke. Let's go. I'll go over with you guys. After saying his words, Lin Feng took a step in the direction of the elevator. The call between Lin Feng and Nie Bingyan just now was also heard by Wenwancho. She didn't even dare to breathe right now, and at the same time, she mourned for the person who had come looking for trouble. Who do you think you're offending? You have to offend the boss's girlfriend. Soon, Lin Feng and Wen Wanqiu, along with a group of minions led by Lone Wolf, came downstairs. When the crowd arrived at the bar area, it was closed for business, and the people who came to play were surrounded by 3 layers of people watching the fun. When Wen Wanqiu saw the scene, her complexion changed and she carefully glanced at Lin Feng. Seeing that his face became even more gloomy, she couldn't help but say to Lone Wolf, "Wolf, clear the scene." Lone Wolf nodded his head, directly let the little brother to turn the lights on, and then walked up to the DJ desk, said through the loudspeaker, "Everyone is sorry. Today we may have a little accident here, may not be in the continued business. Also hope that you can understand. Today all of you all consume, all by our Zun Huang Casino to pay the bill. Please also leave in an orderly manner so as not to cause congestion." After that staff member had finished speaking, some juniors opened all the safe passageways. Those who heard the sound of the guests, originally have not seen enough lively, reluctant to want to leave, but see the 2 sides of this situation, especially later appeared in this group of people. All have something in the waist, all become understanding. It seems that today Zun Huang Casino is going to move for real. They'd better leave first. The big deal is to find someone to inquire about what happened tomorrow. It would be bad if something happened if you insisted on staying here. Soon the bar area was evacuated. On the other hand, Lin Feng had long since gone up to the 2nd floor, and after finding where Nie Bingyan was, he took a step over. As he passed by one of the braver juniors under Wang Chang, Lin Feng's face turned cold. Without saying a word, he struck like electricity, directly choked the neck of that junior brother, and directly threw him down from the 2nd floor. The distance between the 2nd and 1st floors was not very high, but it was almost 5 meters high. In fact, this height also facilitates the viewing of customers on the 2nd floor. That junior brother who was thrown down by Lin Feng just screamed miserably and fell to the ground on the 1st floor. The whole person instantly lost his voice. Lin Feng's ruthless methods made all the people who saw it startled. They fought, but no one dared to go down on anyone to kill. After all, a death is not a small matter. There may be room for reprieve if you are injured or maimed, but if you die, it is a big deal. Lin Feng's ruthless tactics directly shocked all the 2 sides that were fighting. Everyone didn't know what kind of person Lin Feng was. How could he be so ruthless? For a moment they all stopped what they were doing, and when he saw that it was one of his own people who was in trouble, Wang Chang couldn't help but have an icy face, his eyes staring angrily at Lin Feng. In fact, Wang Chang's men and Zun Huang Casino's internal security were very distinguishable. The internal security guards of the casino were all uniformly dressed, while Wang Chang's men wore all kinds of clothes. The manager of the bar area naturally recognized Lin Feng. After all, he was also considered the management of the casino. Earlier when he followed Wen Wanqiu to the door to greet Lin Feng, he had seen a glance from afar. At that time, he was not qualified to speak up to Lin Feng. Now that he saw that the big boss had personally appeared, he hurriedly greeted him. "Boss, you're here." Hearing that this young man, Lin Feng, was the owner of Zun Huang Casino, Wang Chang couldn't help but change his expression. "Isn't this Imperial Casino owned by Master One? When did it become this young man's?" At the same time a bad feeling arose in his heart. Facing that manager's greeting, Lin Feng didn't say anything, but instead came directly to Nie Bingyan, who was still a bit flustered. Seeing that Nie Bingyan wasn't doing anything, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and said in a warm voice, "Is everything alright?" When Nie Bingyan saw Lin Feng coming, she completely let go of her heart and then said, "Look at you. What kind of place did you bring me to? It's about to scare me to death. If something happens here, I don't even want to live." Lin Feng knew that Nie Bingyan was truly frightened, so he couldn't help but reach out and hold Nie Bingyan in his arms. "Okay, it's okay, I'm here. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you an explanation for today." After comforting Nie Bingyan, Lin Feng turned towards the bar area manager and asked, "You tell me, what's going on here?" Lin Feng's icy words startled the manager of the bar area. He did not dare to hide anything at all and told everything he knew. And at that moment, Wen Wanqiu and Lone Wolf also brought people to the 2nd floor, just in time to hear the bar area manager tell what happened. Wang Chang? Hearing this name, Wen Wanqiu felt as if she had heard it somewhere before. Lin Feng's eyes turned and looked at Wang Chang in the distance. The moment he made contact with Lin Feng's gaze, Wang Chang couldn't help but shiver all over. This gaze that was like looking at a dead person caused an inexplicable fear to rise in him. "Do you know what this place is?" Lin Feng said with a calm expression after he lightly glanced at Wang Chang. After the fear, Wang Chang was somewhat annoyed at his cowardice, annoyed that he would be afraid of such a young man, even if this person was the new boss of Zun Huang Casino. So what? He wasn't the 4th master of one, so what was there to be afraid of? He also has the presence of his father behind him, who can take care of anything that goes wrong. and I've heard that his father and the Du family have hooked up, and the Du family is considered their backer. So if his father can't solve it, the Du family can step in and solve it for them. Not to mention that the fourth Master One is dead now. Even if the fourth Master One was still alive, he would have to be honest when facing the Du family. The four great families of the Magic City. The fourth Master One might not be afraid of the other three, but he was absolutely terrified of the Du family. After all, of the four big families in Magic City, only the Du family had the deepest background, the strongest strength, and the most ruthless methods. Now that their family had the support of the Du family, there really weren't many people in the entire Magic City who could touch them. He didn't believe that such a young Lin Feng could move him. The only thing that he somewhat regretted, though, was not being able to take the beautiful woman. If the manager of the bar area hadn't badgered himself, he would have gotten his way by now. Thinking of this, Wang Chang glared hatefully at the bar area manager again. When this day was over, he had to make this man look good. "I'm talking to you, are you deaf?" As he spoke, Lin Feng had already taken a step in front of Wang Chang. As Lin Feng approached, instantly a pressure so powerful that it took one's breath away surfaced. Obviously Lin Feng hadn't done anything, but it just gave off a lot of pressure. The kind of pressure that was comparable to a big mountain. Chapter 127. I'm no match for him. Lin Feng's aura was a little too much for Wang Chang to bear, so he couldn't help but only use his anger to ease his force pressure. He. Before Wang Chang could finish his sentence, he saw Lin Feng violently kick out, the powerful force directly kicking Wang Chang out 3 to 4 meters away. Bang! Wang Chang's 170+ pounds body directly flew backwards, even with the tables and chairs behind him have been knocked away. The sudden scene startled the crowd. When Wanqiu still wanted Lone Wolf to protect Lin Feng, fearing that Wang Chang would jump over the wall and hurt Lin Feng, but he didn't expect that before Lone Wolf could walk forward, Lin Feng had already taken the lead. By the time Wang Chang's body stopped, his entire face was distorted. The pain caused his face to turn into the color of pig's liver. He wanted to struggle to get up, but his internal organs were as if they were misplaced, so that he did not have the strength to stand up at all. Vomit. He only felt his body turning over, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. Seeing himself spit out a large mouthful of blood, Wang Chang's face, which was distorted by the pain, instantly turned pale and bloodless. Trying to say something, but he couldn't stop the blood from coming out of his mouth. And just as he said a word, another mouthful of blood spurted out. "Here, get him for me." Forcing himself to endure the pain, Wang Chang reluctantly finished a sentence. Those of his juniors, hearing Wang Chang's order, didn't hesitate and rushed towards Lin Feng. Only Lin Feng swept out with a whip leg, and instantly the three juniors flew out sideways, in the other direction, also followed by a few punks rushed up. At this moment Lin Feng can be said to be surrounded by enemies. This little punk wasn't very good, but he was pretty experienced in street fighting. After seeing that Lin Feng was a great fighter, he even chose to surround him and fight back and forth. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression didn't change, and after a side kick, his body didn't pull up from the ground through inertia. While when Wanqiu and the others were worried about Lin Feng suffering a loss and were about to step forward, they saw Lin Feng, who had jumped into mid-air, unexpectedly kick out 5 kicks one after another against common sense. This kind of stagnant ability, they had only seen it in movies, and it was still the kind of special effects done. Known action stars, at most, have 3 kicks, and that's all beyond the pale. Bang bang bang, 5 kicks in a row, and all of those minions who had closed in on them were kicked out. When Lin Feng landed on the ground, Wang Chang and his minions all fell to the ground in a heap. This time, Lin Feng didn't stay his hand. His heart was already furious to the extreme. Fortunately, Nie Bingyan was lucky and didn't suffer from Wang Chang's poisonous hand, which if something happened to Nie Bingyan, he might have to diaphragm for the rest of his life. After all, Nie Bingyan was already his internalized woman. No one could move. Lin Feng's ruthless strike instantly shook the arena into silence. The crowd subconsciously gulped at the miserable appearance of Wang Chang's minions in particular. They thought that Lin Feng's ability to take over Zunhuang Casino at such a young age was due to his strong family background. After all, Lin Feng was only a freshman. Even if he had been fighting since his mother's womb, he couldn't have gotten where he was today on his own. But today, it seemed that this freshman, as if he didn't just rely on his family, his own strength was also terrifying. One of the strongest hands in the field belonged to Lone Wolf. After all, he was the famous double flower red stick in the underground world of Magic City. From Lin Feng's simple few moves just now, he sensed that he wasn't Lin Feng's opponent either, although he could easily take care of these punks as well. If it was a fight with Lin Feng, he probably wouldn't end up any better than those punks. "Missy, this new boss is strong. I'm no match." When Wanqiu wasn't surprised when she heard Lone Wolf's words, even if the Lone Wolf didn't say it, She could see it. At this moment, when Wancho's respect for Lin Feng was no longer just about his background, but more about Lin Feng's own strength. After resolving the group of minions, Lin Feng walked up with an indifferent expression and directly picked up the 100-pound plus Wang Chang from the ground, took a step back to Nie Bingyan's side and casually threw it on the ground. Casually sitting on the sofa, he waved at Wancho and the others. When Wancho and the others saw and hurriedly walked over, saying in a respectful voice in unison, "Boss, give me the knife." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Lone Wolf didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly handed out the dagger in his arms. After Lin Feng received it, he struck like lightning and directly nailed Wang Chang's palm to the table. Ah! The pain that drilled through his heart made Wang Chang unable to stop himself from screaming out. "I told you, whoever you are, you're going to pay today. Tell me, who was so bold as to dare let you come to my Zunhuang casino to cause trouble?" Wang Chang sucked in cold air while looking at Lin Feng in fear. Seeing that Wang Chang didn't say anything, Lin Feng's hand holding the dagger slowly turned. The cruelty was such that even Wancho and the others couldn't help but tremble in their hearts when they saw it. "What's the matter? Not ready to talk about it? Or do you want to act tough and make me think highly of you, whether you say it or not? It's impossible for you to leave here alive today. It's better to take a gamble and call the person behind you. In case he's strong enough, he might even be able to save your life." Lin Feng's words made Wang Chang seem like he saw hope, and he couldn't help but inhale cold air as he said, "Okay, I'll talk." At this moment, Wang Chang was already scared out of his wits, but wherever there was a glimmer of hope to live, he didn't want to let it go. He was only in his 20s and hadn't enjoyed himself enough. He didn't want to die so early. After saying his words, he took out his cell phone from his pocket and found his big brother Wang Hu's phone number and dialed it. The phone had just been connected and a hoarse voice came from there. "Hey, Keiko, how did it go?" Before Wang Chang could speak, Lin Feng took the phone over. "I don't care who you are. If I don't see your people in 10 minutes, just wait to collect Wang Chang's corpse. You are." Before Wang Hu finished speaking, the busy sound of the phone hanging up came from the other side of the phone. After talking to Wang Hu on the phone, Lin Feng looked at Wancho with a faint gaze. "Mr. Man, is there anything you'd like to tell me now that it's come to this?" Wancho knew that Lin Feng had guessed something and didn't dare to hide it in the slightest, telling everything. She thought that Lin Feng was young and wouldn't think that much, but she didn't realize that Lin Feng had guessed it long ago. After hearing Wancho's words, Lin Feng nodded. "Still counts on you to be honest." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Wancho breathed a sigh of relief. She had gambled right. She hadn't chosen to hide it. Right now she was like a criminal waiting for judgment, waiting for Lin Feng to give him the final answer. "The man group." Lin Feng tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa and said slowly after a moment of contemplation, "I can help you get through the Wen family's crisis, but I'll take all the shares of those people from the Wen group. If you agree, I'll take care of this for you." Chapter 128, Wang Hu's arrival. It wasn't that Lin Feng wanted to be nosy, it was really just by the way. This Wang Chang is the son of Wang Mang, the patriarch of the Wen group. Wang Chang had offended him and was definitely going to be cleaned up, and he would also have a grudge against Wang Mang, and naturally, he would want to solve Wang Mang when the time came. And Wang Mang has the shares of Wen group in his hand. After he solves Wang Mang, the shares in Wang Mang's hand must belong to him of course. He won't give the benefits to others for nothing. That's why he said hello to Wancho. Wancho's performance was very satisfactory to him. If Wancho had the slightest hesitation, then he wouldn't even care about Wancho's death anymore. And he wouldn't keep this kind of person who wasn't loyal to him in Zunhuang Casino. Soon after, Wang Hu, who had received the news, brought his men to the outside of the Zunhuang Casino, only to see a series of 5 commercial vehicles stop at the entrance of the Zunhuang Casino. Numerous minions then stepped out of the car, and in a bedley at the head of the pack, a man in his 30s who looked a bit similar to Wang Chang stepped out of the car. The aura emanating from that man was quite a bit fierce, and the might on his body was not something Wang Chang could compare to. This person was none other than Wang Hu, who was also the manager of the current bar street in Magic City. Don't look at this society nowadays. There is no more triad societies on the surface, and there is no more talk of collecting protection money. But in fact, the triads have already transformed a long time ago, making use of legal means to collect protection money in disguise. Wang Hu created a property company in the bar street, with the purpose of serving the bar street, looking for the merchants of the bar street to collect management fees. Even though some of the bar owners called the police, the property companies were all legal and did not do anything with Wang Hu. But the bar owner who called the police couldn't open a bar street because of the incident. Because of the opening of the bar, invested into the millions of dollars, not yet open 2 months have all gone down the drain. Anyone who can open a bar naturally has some contacts on the road. But the man from the road that the bar owner had found left without saying a word when he heard that Wang Mang was a shareholder of the Wen Group. At this point, the bar owner no longer have no way but to transfer the store, and finally was low-cost cash down, losing a few million dusty departure, a bar street's 1 year's revenue, so that the Wang family can be said to be making a lot of money. A year's net profit is more than 10 million. This kind of one-book deal, Wang Mang clutched it firmly in his hands. After all, they just hang a shell company, get a few minions to act as property officers, and go collect some management fees when the time comes. Every month for those few little brothers to open a 10,000 head 8,000 salary. The rest of the money is all the Wang family's. Bar Street is not just 1 or 2 bars, but the whole street is full of bars, no less than dozens of hundreds. The bar street in Mordor is similar to that of Gongti in the imperial capital. All of them are the prosperous place of drunkenness and glamour. In the beginning, because of the bar street, the Wen Group had fought with the Du family, and in the end, the fourth master of the Wen family was more skillful and grabbed this piece of fertile land. However, the management rights were taken by the Wang family, and when the fourth master Wen didn't die, every year Wang Mang would hand over a portion of the profits to the group. But now that the fourth master Wen passed away, Wang Mang was no longer prepared to give away his interests, and was even ambitious enough to want to monopolize the entire Wen clan. The other shareholders of the Wen Group, who are much weaker than Wang Mang, have long been bought out by Wang Mang's coercion. If the Wen family wasn't the largest shareholder of the Wen Group, they would have been kicked out by Wang Mang at the board meeting. And this time, Wang Mang is reaching out to the Wen family's most lucrative industry, Zunhuang Casino. Wang Hu, who stepped out of the car at this time, had an ice-cold color on his face. With a wave of his palm, he directly led dozens of juniors inside the Zunhuang Casino. Inside the lobby of the bar, Wang Hu walked in with a group of minions. Seeing this scene, Wen Wanqiu's expression sank. This Wang family seems to have been prepared for a long time. Over here, Wang Chang had just finished talking to Wang Hu on the phone, and surprisingly, so many people had been found, indicating that Wang Hu had been waiting for news. Wang Hu, who walked inside the lobby of the bar, saw Wen Wanqiu and the others on the second floor at a glance. "Where's my brother?" Wang Hu stood there and said faintly. Lone Wolf stood at the railing on the second floor and said, "It's up there, come on up." Seeing the Lone Wolf, Wang Hu's eyes narrowed slightly. "Lone Wolf, if anything happens to my brother, none of you will have a good time today." After saying his words, Wang Hu led a group of people towards the second floor, and behind him, a group of minions followed closely. After arriving at the staircase, the minions behind Wang Hu were stopped by the internal security of Zunhuang Casino. "You're going up there by yourself. Your men can't go up there." Wang Hu naturally disagreed. Both sides were now putting their grudges out in the open. If he went up there by himself, if something happened, wouldn't he be at the mercy of the others? Only to see Wang Hu, without saying a word, violently slammed his fist towards that internal security guard. Although that internal guard had practiced, he still couldn't block that punch in the face of Wang Hu, and was directly punched on his chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and the entire internal guard directly fainted. Seeing this scene, Lone Wolf violently leapt down from the second floor and instantly jumped onto the stairs, his body's aura rising as he confronted Wang Hu. Before the two of them could do anything, they saw a silhouette being thrown down from the second floor. Wang Hu fixed his eyes and saw that the person who was thrown down was none other than Wang Chang. Bang! With a height of 5 or 6 meters, coupled with the lack of any preparation, Wang Chang, who fell to the ground, was directly cut off. Keiko, seeing that it was his younger brother Wang Chang, Wang Hu instantly had red eyes and directly jumped down on the stairs to Wang Chang's side. At this time, Wang Chang is no longer alive. Even if he is sent to the hospital now, it is estimated that there is no chance that he can be saved. Who is it? At this moment, Wang Hu hissed angrily, and his entire body went crazy. Lin Feng's figure appeared at the railing of the second floor at an unknown time. Looking down at Wang Hu, "It's me." Wang Hu snapped his head up and instantly became angry when he saw Lin Feng's young face. *******Q. With those words, Wang Hu violently pulled out his gun at his waist and was about to pull the trigger at Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, Wen Wanqiu and Lone Wolf and the others were taken aback. How could they not expect that Wang Hu would be so bold as to move his gun? You know, as soon as the shots are fired, this time it's going to be a big deal. They die personally all right, but if the gun, I'm afraid that the whole Magic City will have to come again on the black sweeping storm. Boss, watch out. Seeing this scene, Wen Wanqiu, who was standing beside Lin Feng, hurriedly spoke out to remind him, but the moment Wang Hu drew his gun, Lin Feng's entire body leapt down as if he were an eagle. Wang Hu didn't even have the chance to pull the trigger before his wrist was directly pinched off by Lin Feng. The pistol he relied on also fell to the ground. Chapter 129, I want $100 million in compensation. Ah. Wang Hu couldn't help but scream out in pain. What the hell are you? Wang Hu sucked in cold air and opened his mouth. Lin Feng said indifferently, I said, I'm the boss of Zunhuang Casino. If you two brothers dare to cause trouble in my territory, you have to be prepared to die. Seeing their boss being beaten up, Wang Hu's minions all rushed up angrily. Lone Wolf naturally would not just watch, and directly drew his throwing stick from his waist, greeting a group of men and rushing up. Wang Hu had brought quite a few people, but Lone Wolf and his men were all good. After the fight lasted half an hour, Wang Hu brought those juniors were all knocked down on the ground. Even if there are still some standing, all dare not go forward. Standing in the distance looking at this place in fear, Lin Feng had already pulled a chair and sat there a long time ago. Seeing that things were all settled, Lin Feng looked at the mess in the bar area and couldn't help but slowly say towards Wang Hu, you'll have to pay for the damage I did here today. Should I inform your father to bring the money, or should I go to your house and ask for it? Wang Hu, who was stepped on by Lin Feng, said with a grim expression, Kid, you've got guts. I'll make a phone call. When my father comes over, let's see if you can still be so arrogant. After speaking, at Lin Feng's nod, one of his men brought Wang Hu's cell phone. After receiving the cell phone, Wang Hu directly dialed his father's number. A voice of an old man in his 60s came from the phone. Hello, Dad. We're planted. My brother's dead, and they've got me now. There's a new boss at the Zunhuang Casino, and he's asking you to come over with the money to ransom me. Hearing Wang Hu's words, Wang Mang on the other side of the phone didn't have any different color, but said calmly, okay, let him wait for me. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hu said, my father said for you to wait for him. Lin Feng said indifferently, fine, but I'm a person with limited patience. I can't wait for him for too long. As for you, when the time comes and your father doesn't come, see what happened to your brother? You'll be just like him when the time comes. After saying his words, Lin Feng turned his head to look at Nia Bingyan. Bingyan, go back first. It's not appropriate for you to be here for what's coming next. Nia Bingyan knew what Lin Feng was going to do, and also knew that if she was here and saw too much, she might be in trouble later. She was a very smart woman, and now, although she hadn't established a relationship with Lin Feng, she was already in love with each other and understood that the less she knew, the better. Well, I'll be going back then, and by the way, don't forget about the freshers' evening. You can't turn me down now, can you? Lin Feng nodded. Well, when I'm done with this side of things, I'll go to the school to study the freshman party with you. Okay, I'll wait. After saying her words, Nia Bingyan took a step toward the outside. Lin Feng turned towards Wen Wanqiu and said, find someone to send Bingyan. Wen Wanqiu nodded. Okay, boss. Nia Bingyan, however, shook her head and refused. There's no need. I've already talked to my brother on the phone earlier. He should be arriving soon now. After saying her words, Nia Bingyan left the Zun Emperor Casino. After it arrived outside the Zunhuang Casino, Nia Ziyuan happened to arrive here with his men. Sister. Seeing Nia Bingyan standing at the entrance of Zunhuang Casino, Nia Ziyuan greeted and said, after greeting Nia Bingyan, Nia Ziyuan looked at the Zunhuang Casino behind him and couldn't help but say, is this the Zunhuang Casino? Lin Feng is in there, isn't he? Should I go in and say hello to him? The Nia family had already decided to embrace Lin Feng as their thigh, and now that they had the chance to set up a friendship with Lin Feng, Nia Ziyuan didn't want to miss this opportunity. He had sent a message to Nia Bingyan in the afternoon, wanting to get to know Lin Feng, but Nia Bingyan was having a two-person world with Lin Feng at that time, so she didn't let him disturb her. It would have been a chance to get to know Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was doing something inside, so naturally he couldn't let Nia Ziyuan go in and disturb him. Then Nia Bingyan shook her head. Some other days, it's not a good idea to disturb Lin Feng today as he has business inside. Nia Ziyuan guessed something, and his eyes glanced at the convoy of Wang Hu and his men parked in front of the Zunhuang Casino. Guessed something might be going on in there. Alright, then we'll meet with Mr. Lin some other day when we have time, and forget about today. Sister, where are you going? I'll take you back, Nia Bingyan said. School dormitory. Okay, go. Nia Ziyuan brought Nia Bingyan to the car, and then the convoy slowly left, just as Lin Feng was waiting for Wang Mang to arrive at the Zunhuang Casino. On the other hand, Wang Hu was not in a hurry to go to Zunhuang Casino. He had mixed with society for so many years. Naturally, he was not a reckless person, doing everything know how to plan and then move. After thinking for a while, took out his cell phone to find a phone number and dialed it. On the other side of the phone, the call was answered by a young man in his 20s. The man sat lazily on the couch and saw the caller ID and casually picked it up. Hello, is this Mr. Du? Wang Meng's voice came out from the phone. Du Jianxiang faintly said, Wang Dong ah, what is the matter so late to call over? The person Wang Mang called was none other than Du Jianxiang, the young master of the Du family, and the most favored junior of the Du family. Wang Mang defected to the Du family, which was through Du Jianxiang to build a line. Ever since the death of the fourth master Wen, Wang Mang had begun to plan for the Wen family's estate. However, he knew that it was simply impossible for him to swallow the entire Wen family just by himself. After some scheming, it was decided to find a force to join forces with, and the Wen family that could join forces with him to deal with it was naturally the four great mansions of the Magic City. After thinking about it, in the end, Wang Mang chose the most powerful Du family. Although the Du family was a fierce tiger, and he might end up sharing less benefits himself by joining forces with the Du family, the victory was steady. It can be said that Wang Mang is a very careful person. With the increase in age, his guts are also more small up. Do everything like to plan and then move? No longer like the young so impulsive. Want to do what is nothing to do without scruples. Xiao Du. It's like this. Today I asked Wang Hu and Wang Chang to go to Zunhuang Casino to test the Wen family. I just received news that the Zunhuang Casino is changed to a new boss, and both of their brothers are in trouble. And now that new boss of the Zunhuang Casino asked me to bring money over to ransom them. Money is not a problem. What I want to know now is what this new boss of Zunhuang Casino is. I wonder if Du Xiao has heard of this person. What's the name? Du Jianxiang asked with a frown. To be able to take over the Zunhuang Casino, that must not be an ordinary person. He, the Du family, still had some knowledge of the big names and powerful families in China. So if this man was one of those people, he might be able to know. Xiao Du. That person seems to be called Lin Feng. I wonder if Xiao Du has ever heard of him. Chapter 130, No More Martial Virtue. Lin Feng? Hearing Wang Mang's words, Du Jianxiang frowned slightly and recalled in his mind, making sure that he didn't recognize this number one character, and then spoke. I haven't heard of this person. He shouldn't have any strength. And as for how he got the Zunhuang Entertainment City, is it possible that it's a smokescreen put out by Wen Wanshou? In reality, the owner of this Zunhuang casino was arranged by Wen Wanshou to give you a false impression, so that you would mistakenly think that she had found a backer and threw in the towel? Du Jianxiang's guess still had a few points. First of all, Lin Feng was someone he hadn't heard of. If Lin Feng was really a person with a powerful background, it was impossible for him to have no impression at all. That's why it's so speculative. Young Du, then is it possible that Lin Feng isn't from the Magic City and is from outside, like the Imperial City? Du Jianxiang shook his head. Impossible. I've heard of all the powerful families in the Imperial capital, and there is no big family with the Lin surname. Yes or no? It's useless for us to just speculate here. We might as well try to find out the truth. How do you try? Wang Mang asked suspiciously. Simple. Didn't Zunhuang Casino arrest your son? This kind of thing has already violated the law. I'll give my sister a call. She'll bring people over there to have a way to mess with them. If that Lin Feng is really powerful, he'll naturally use the forces in his hands, and then we'll be able to know if it's the puppet Wen Wanshou found. Hearing Du Jianxiang's words, Wang Mang's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but praise. Still, Du Xiao is smart. Why didn't I think of this kind of thing and use official means to solve it? This way, it's clear whether that Lin Feng is real or fake. Then thank you, Du Xiao. If this matter comes to fruition, when the time comes, there will definitely be no shortage of benefits for Du Xiao. Du Jianxiang smiled lightly. Wang Dong, I'm done with this matter for you. If you get Zunhuang Casino, I want 50% of the profit. This, hearing Du Jianxiang open his mouth to ask for 50% of the profits of Zunhuang Casino, Wang Mang hesitated a little. That's too much of a lion's share. Zun Emperor Casino is the place to be. That's the famous gold-canceling grotto in the whole of China. The place where you can make money day in and day out. Whoever gets the management of Zunhuang Casino will have endless money to spend for the rest of their lives. His intention was to give Du Jianxiang only 1 or 2% of the profit, but he didn't expect Du Jianxiang to ask for 50% of the profit when he opened his mouth. Wang Dong, it looks like you're in a bit of a bind. Du Jianxiang on the other side of the phone, seeing Wang Mang hesitate, could not help but open his mouth with a sneer. Wang Mang couldn't help but clench his teeth. Okay, Xiao Du, it's settled then. If I can take Zunhuang Casino, 50% of the profit will be given with both hands. Hearing Wang Mang's agreement, Du Jianxiang couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction. Oh, it's still Wang Dong who knows what's right. Don't worry, Wang Dong, as long as you abide by the rules, my Du family will never treat you badly. As long as it's in Magic City, whatever you want to do, my Du family will absolutely support you. Hearing Du Jianxiang's assurance, Wang Mang could not help but look happy. With this guarantee from Du Jianxiang, then he could rest on his laurels in Mordor, and taking down the Wen family was just around the corner. After the two agreed, they hung up. Then Du Jianxiang found his sister Du Yanran's phone and called. Du Yanran, who was in the office of the captain of the criminal police team, saw the phone call from Du Jianxiang and casually picked it up, saying in a clear and cold voice, "What is it, sister? I'm reporting someone engaged in breaking the law. Du Yanran frowned. Du Jianxiang, what are you up to again? I can tell you. You'll be held responsible for reporting a false police report. Sister, I'm not joking with you. If someone really breaks the law and commits a crime, I can report it with my real name. Du Jianxiang said with a serious look. Okay, go ahead. Tell me who the people are who are engaged in illegal and criminal activities and where they are located. The Zun Emperor Casino, where there is an engineered kidnapping and illegal captivity, and possibly gambling and prostitution. Hearing that it was the Zun Emperor Casino, Du Yanran looked solemn. For Zun Huang Casino, she had long noticed. Even all the judicial departments of the Magic City are secretly investigating. Only in the past, when the fourth master Wen was alive, he took care of all the relationships very well, and every time in the raid, he was able to make Zun Huang Casino prepared. Now that the fourth master Wen is dead, those who are related to him are all cut off, and if a raid can be made at a time like this, there might be a chance to smash the Zun Huang Casino in one fell swoop. This was a great credit, and if she could obtain this credit, she would have a chance of being promoted to deputy director of the Public Security Bureau next time. She's only in her mid-20s, and now she's already achieved the position of the head of the criminal police force. If she was promoted to deputy director, she would definitely be the youngest director of public security by then. Of course, Du Yanran's ability to achieve this position at such a young age had a lot to do with the Du family as well. If it wasn't for the full support of the Du family, she wouldn't have been able to sit in such a position at such an age. However, Du Yanran was different from the Du family. She was not an umbrella for the Du family. Even if the Du family wanted to seek her help, it would have to be in a legal and compliant manner. Trying to get her to play favorites was simply impossible. For example, if Du Jianxiang, her own brother, asked for her help, it would have to be in a situation where someone was breaking the law. If Du Jianxiang had asked her to arrest someone who hadn't broken the law, she definitely wouldn't have agreed. But now Zun Huang Casino has long been on the list of investigations by the Judicial Department of Magic City. As soon as Du Jianxiang reported it, Du Yanran chose to believe it without the slightest hesitation. Soon, Du Yanyan gathered all the team members and drove the police car towards Zun Huang Casino, and in the Zun Emperor Casino, Lin Feng and the others were waiting for Wang Meng to arrive when he did, but suddenly he heard the sound of a police car coming from outside. Hearing this voice, when Wanqiu and the others all changed their complexion. How could they not expect that Wang Meng had come to this hand? Not only did he not come himself, but also reported to the police, thinking that there were still those unprepared illegal items in the casino. When Wanqiu couldn't help but get a little flustered, while Wang Hu, who was controlled on the side, heard the siren but his face appeared to be surprised. Mentally, he couldn't help but marvel at this operation of his father's. It seems that Ginger is not only saved when the police arrive, but he doesn't have to pay anything. When he thought of this, he saw his brother's corpse in the distance, and his heart couldn't help but burst with hatred. Now that someone's life was at stake, he must make this Lin Feng pay. Although this younger brother of his was uneducated and was considered a waste, but after all, he was his brother in arms. He had to make this Lin Feng look good. If the police find out something, when Wanqiu in a lawsuit, by then their own family want to take Zun Huang Casino will be even easier. Chapter 131, The Miserable Wang Hu. While Wang Hu Yang was offended and applauding his dad for this operation, outside, a female police officer wearing a police uniform with a cool temperament, short shoulder-length hair, and 1.7 m long legs, walked in with someone. Just came in. A group of police officers took out their officer's license, pressed their palms on their waists, and loudly scolded. All squat down, hands on your head, take out your ID card. Police check. Officer, help me. These guys are illegally detaining, killing, terrorizing, and extorting. When Wang Hu saw the police who walked in, he couldn't help but shout loudly. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but give Lin Feng a smug look. His eyes were full of provocation. The meaning is self-evident. Kid, you've been planted this time. Police, I'd also like to report that they are organizing prostitution here, running a casino, and maybe even dealing drugs. Wang Hu's words instantly caused those police officers who came to look agitated. This is a big credit. If they can really find out one of the three kinds of pornography, gambling and drugs, all of them will have unlimited benefits to their career. When Wanqiu's entire face turned green when she heard Wang Hu's words. As for Lone Wolf and his group of men, they were all a bit flustered as well. Today they were not at all prepared, and the two Wang Hu brothers came to make trouble out of the blue. When they came down to take care of things, they didn't make preparations in advance to hide all the illegal activities ahead of time, like they used to do when there was a police proctor. Now if this group of cops went to another project area, it would be a sure thing. Even in some projects, there are many identity-sensitive people in. If all caught in the current, I am afraid that the Magic City this officialdom have to have a big earthquake. Zuni Casino not only provides entertainment for those with sensitive identities, but also has a lot of evidence in hand. That's what makes their relationships with those with sensitive identities so strong. One side gives Zuni Casino protection and the other side provides them with money and all sorts of luxuries in life. Just as when Wancho and the others were panicking in their hearts, not knowing what to do, when he saw Lin Feng slap out Wang Hu, who was still bloating, instantly half of his face caved in, and even half of the teeth in his mouth flew out. The sudden slap silenced the otherwise noisy scene in an instant. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with shocked expressions. A thought also surfaced in their hearts. Is Lin Feng crazy? You hit Wang Hu in front of the police. Doesn't that make their excuse for arresting you a real one? Wang Hu, who was blinded, recovered only after a moment's reprieve, and could not help but roll and crawl toward the police, covering his face, which had been caved in, while slurring his words. Police, help, murder, this man is crazy, you guys arrest them. But before Wang Hu could run far, a whistling sound came from behind him, and he saw a bottle slammed on his head. As the bottle burst open, Wang Hu's eyes also rolled over and he completely fainted. After resolving Wang Hu, Lin Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, "All right, the world is clear." Lin Feng's series of maneuvers had left the crowd all dumbfounded. The police felt humiliated, and when Wancho and the others felt relieved. This Wang family had simply driven them into a corner. Even though they didn't have much of a chance of solving their immediate predicament this time, even if they died, they couldn't make the Wang family feel better. Immediately afterward, when Wancho and the others were all ready to go to jail, once the matter of the Zun Huang Casino came to light, none of them, the managers, could escape the law. I don't know if it will be the death penalty, but life imprisonment is a certainty. Lin Feng stepped over and kicked Wang Hu twice with his foot to make sure he wasn't pretending before his gaze looked at Du Yanran and the others. At this moment, Du Yanran's gaze also locked with Lin Feng's. You've got a lot of guts. How dare you commit murder in front of our police? I don't know whether to say you're fearless or stupid. Lin Feng said with a faint smile. You're wrong, since I'm not fearless or stupid, but I don't look down on you guys. My advice to you is to close up the team now and go back as if nothing has happened, and maybe we'll all be okay with each other today. If you're still bent on doing that, then I don't know how many of you here will be able to keep your public office. Lin Feng's arrogant words made the crowd of police officers all furious. The vice captain of the criminal police team, a man about the same age as Du Yanran, stepped out and pointed at Lin Feng. Kid, do you know what you're doing? You're provoking police officers like us, just for the way you just hit this guy in front of us. You're going in there for a minimum of 3 years. The man hasn't had his injuries evaluated yet, but from the looks of his injuries, they all have to be serious injuries. To say 3 years of rebellion against you is an understatement. This man named Su Hao. Family background is not simple. His grandfather is the Magic City once the Deputy Director of Public Security Bureau retired. His father, on the other hand, is a senior leader in the Political and Legal Committee Department. Being less than 30 years old and being able to sit in the position of vice captain of the criminal police force was already enough to show his strong family background. But he's also Du Yanran's loyal licking dog. And ever since Du Yanran came into the criminal police force to work, Su Hao fell in love with Du Yanran at first sight. After knowing Du Yanran's background, Su Hao's pursuit of Du Yanran intensified. After all, Du Yanyan was the pearl of the Du family. If he could marry Du Yanyan, it would definitely be a strong combination. Although their family was inferior to the Du family, his family was barely worthy of the Du family. Moreover, Su Hao's heart and soul is also very small. If he finds out that there is anyone in the department who is close to Du Yanyan, he will immediately use means to transfer him or make him lose his public office. Seeing such an arrogant Lin Feng, Su Hao felt that his chance to perform in front of Du Yanran had come. He had heard his family talk about the Zun Huang Casino before, but at that time, the fourth master Wen was still alive, and because of the fourth master Wen's connections, he had not been able to move this Zun Huang Casino. Sometimes at home, his grandfather would say from time to time, whoever can get the Zun Huang Casino, the career will be bright. It is really the fact that the illegal and criminal activities of the Zun Huang Casino have accumulated to a certain extent, and it is definitely a credit to the sky. Hearing Su Hao's words, Lin Feng glanced at him disdainfully and didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he returned his gaze to Du Yanran. Because of all the people here, Du Yanran had the highest official position and was worthy of him speaking with him. Only Lin Feng said indifferently, "Is there a search warrant?" Doyen nodded and took the search warrant out of her pocket. Lin Feng took the warrant and glanced at it, writing down the department that stamped the warrant and the name of the person who signed it. Chapter 132, Understanding is Heartbreaking. After reading the warrant, Lin Feng returned it to Du Yanran. After receiving the warrant, Du Yanran finally spoke, only to see her voice clear and cold. "Can we start working now?" Lin Feng shook his head. "No." Lin Feng's sentence made the crowd of police officers all disgruntled. Su Hao even said with a sneer, Kid, you're trying to obstruct official duties. Someone, cuff this kid first and go back for a proper interrogation. After finishing his words, a touch of ruthlessness appeared on Suhao's face. As long as he returned to the team, when the time came, he could make this kid round if he wanted to, and square if he wanted him to, and he could knead himself at will. As Suhao's order went out, 2 police officers came forward and took out handcuffs to handcuff Lin Feng. Looking at one of the police officers who reached over, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and without seeing any action on his part, the wrist of the police officer who reached over was pinched and deformed, and a miserable scream rang out. Ah ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Suhao's expression was cold. All the possibilities Lin Feng could make had been calculated by him. If Lin Feng didn't resist, then he had 100 ways to clean him up when he got back. If Lin Feng resisted, he'd have even more of an excuse to clean him up on the spot. He only saw Suhao directly pull out a pistol from his waist and directly aim it at Lin Feng. How dare you resist arrest? Believe it or not, I'll shoot you. The moment Suhao pulled out his pistol, Du Yanyan's complexion changed drastically, and she hurriedly raised her voice to stop it, but everything was already too late. Du Yanran had only said one thing from the beginning to the end since she came in, and that was when she showed Lin Feng the search warrant just now, because she had been secretly observing Lin Feng. Lin Feng's performance wasn't at all what an ordinary person should have. No matter what Lin Feng's status was, he wouldn't do anything unwise in the face of them. The police with all the formalities, but Lin Feng had been making practices that people couldn't see through. First, he beat them in front of them, then he provoked them with his words, and now he even made a move to resist arrest. If Lin Feng wasn't a cutie, then there was only one possibility, and that was that he was emboldened, and even had enough certainty that he could solve this time. According to normal circumstances, Lin Feng resisted arrest, and there was nothing wrong with what Suhao did. Even if they did shoot and caused Lin Feng to have casualties, when the report was handed in, they wouldn't necessarily receive any great punishment. But now there was just an uneasiness in Du Yanran's heart, especially after Suhao pulled out his gun. Her uneasiness increased, so without thinking, she hurriedly opened her mouth to stop Suhao, but everything was already too late. Suhao had already aimed his gun at Lin Feng. Looking at the black hole of the muzzle, everyone at the scene held their breath, not daring to breathe as they watched what was in front of them. Lin Feng slowly let go of the police officer's hand and a dangerous color appeared in his eyes. You've been jumping up and down since you came in, and if you didn't know better, you'd think you were the top leader here, and I don't know who you're trying to behave with when you're so aggressive. As he spoke, Lin Feng glanced at Du Yanran, whose face was a bit gloomy. The small action of Suhao wanting to perform in front of Du Yanran, Lin Feng couldn't have seen it more clearly. But this woman, Du Yanran, was indeed quite attractive. If he hadn't seen too many beautiful women and saw Du Yanran for the first time, he might have been as mesmerized by it as this Suhao was, wanting to show his presence in front of it again to attract its attention. It was only a pity that Suhao's heart, which wanted to show off, was used in the wrong place. It's bad luck for this Suhao to meet him today. You'd better put the gun away, because not only does it not give you security, it also puts you in great danger. What do you mean, kid? When Suhao saw Lin Feng's emboldened face, his heart grew even more jealous. There weren't many men who could see Lin Feng's looks and not be jealous. Simply awesome, reaching the pinnacle of what an Oriental man can achieve. Originally, the iron-faced Du Yanyan, after seeing Lin Feng, was perversely not as thunderous as in the past. Could it be that Du Yanyan had a crush on this man? Thinking about this, the careful Suhao's hatred for Lin Feng grew even greater. He now had the urge to just pull the trigger and shoot Lin Feng dead in one shot. Just as Suhao was hesitating, thinking about whether or not to take this opportunity to shoot and kill Lin Feng, he only felt a lightness in his hand, and the gun in his hand unexpectedly appeared in Lin Feng's hand. When the crowd of police officers saw this scene, they couldn't help but all pull out their pistols and aim them at Lin Feng. But this time Du Yanyan blocked in time, directly stopping the police officer who wanted to point his gun at Lin Feng. All of you put your guns down. Du Yanran's order was still very strong, and all those officers obeyed and put down their guns. After playing with the gun in his hand for a bit, Lin Feng skillfully disassembled the gun. Even the bullets in the magazine were withdrawn and thrown on the ground. Then Lin Feng said indifferently, "It's not much fun. I've had enough of teasing you guys and fighting. Hurry up and get rid of you guys so I can go back to sleep." After saying his words, Lin Feng directly took out his National Security Bureau documents. "Look for yourself, pretty officer, and give me back my papers when you're done." Looking at Lin Feng, who threw the documents over, Du Yanran secretly said in her heart that it was true. She knew that Lin Feng would definitely not be that simple. "I'm afraid this document can weigh them down." After receiving the document, Du Yanyan saw the majestic 5-pointed star pattern on it, and even her breathing became ragged. After turning over the document and seeing Lin Feng's official position on it, the entire group fell silent. After closing the document, Du Yanyan respectfully handed it to Lin Feng. "Leader, your credentials." Lin Feng nodded slightly and said after receiving the documents back, "You're a woman who understands things in a heartbreaking way. Why don't you choose to take a gamble and choose to forcefully search this place? If you can really find something and then make a big deal out of it. Even I can't keep this place. Du Yanran shook her head. I know. I'm sure I can find the evidence and I'm sure I can seize the place, but I know better than that. If I do, those who come with me here today will not only not get credit, but will also suffer punishment and have their careers cut short. And earlier, when you wanted to see my search warrant, I assume you also memorized the department on it and the person who approved it? You're not going to let them off the hook, and they're probably going to be taken away tomorrow for investigation on some charge or another. Lin Feng nodded. You're very smart and know what's right. Alright, take the people back. For your sake. I won't make things difficult for these men of yours. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Du Yanran sighed and directly beckoned to close the team. After walking out of the Zun Huang casino, Du Yanran glanced at the vice-captain Su Hao who was following her side with a gloomy face. Can't help but say in a serious tone, Su Hao, after going back, you discuss with your family to see if you resigned yourself, or find a job to guard the pond to transfer over. Don't be in the criminal police force. If you listen to me, you can end up better. If you don't, I can't say what kind of end you'll get. After saying her words, Du Yanran stopped talking and got into her car to leave directly. Chapter 133, Du Yanran's warning. After leaving the Zun Huang casino, Du Yanran directly rushed towards the residence where Du Jianxiang was. At this moment, Du Yanran had a gloomy look on her face. For Zun Huang Casino, she naturally wants to break off. After all, Zun Huang Casino is a famous illegal place in the Magic City, just because the network of relations behind it is too complicated, so it is not to move. Du Jianxiang's report gave her hope before she led the team to make the arrest. I thought that with the death of the fourth Master One, all the connections of Zun Huang Casino had been broken, but I didn't expect it to be taken over by Lin Feng. What made her lose sight of hope was that Lin Feng's background was even more powerful than when the fourth Master One was in power. As long as Lin Feng didn't fall, even if someone came from the capital, Zun Huang Casino wouldn't have any problems. Thinking about the information she saw on that document of Lin Feng's made Du Yanran's scalp tingle. Special agent of the State Security Bureau in the capital. It is at the level of a department, but at the local level it is at the same level as the mayor of a city. Even municipalities like Mordor have absolute power of speech. With Lin Feng's status, if anyone messed with him, whoever he wanted to mess with was just a matter of words. When she left the Zun Huang Casino, what she said to Su Hao was actually trying to show him a clear path, although she was not a big fan of Su Hao as a person. But after all, Su Hao was kind of defending her, so she could help a little. Driving along the way, Du Yanran arrived at the residence where Du Jianxiang was, Shishan Villa. As the son of the four most powerful families in Magic City, the Du family, it was normal for Du Jianxiang to be able to live in Shishan Villa. Shishan Villa in the Magic City is also an absolute mansion. All island villas, a villa is also worth several hundred million. Lord, but the owners of Shishan Villas are slightly worse off compared to Sandalwood Palace. Tang Palace may not have the highest house prices in the Magic City, but the people who live inside Tang Palace can make Tang Palace the highest house prices with a single sentence. This is the position of the Sandalwood Palace among the mansions of the Magic City. After parking the car, Du Yanran directly stepped inside the villa. At this time in the villa, Du Jianxiang was shaking his red wine glass and enjoying himself with a third-tier star in his arms. Du Jianxiang was still thinking about how to show off to his family after obtaining the shares of Zun Huang Casino. However, after seeing Du Yanran who walked in with a gloomy face, Du Jianxiang stood up instantly in fear, then hurriedly compensated with a smile and said, "Sister, are you done?" Du Yanran's eyes glanced at the third-tier starlet beside Du Jianxiang and faintly said, "You go out first." Hearing Du Yanran's order, the third-tier actress didn't even dare to say more, and hurriedly stood up to speak to Du Jianxiang before quickly leaving. Seeing this scene, Du Jianxiang knew that this old sister of his was coming from a bad place. "Sis." After the third-tier starlet left, Du Jianxiang walked up with a smile on his face. "Sister, have a seat. Who is this who dares to mess with my dear sister? My oldest brother will ask someone to break his legs right now." Du Yanran came to sit in front of the sofa with her 1.7 long legs and glanced at Du Jianxiang. "Do you know who you made me offend today?" Du Jianxiang looked puzzled. "Sis, I didn't ask you to offend anyone," Du Yanran faintly said. "Didn't you report it by name and ask me to check out Zun Huang Casino?" Du Jianxiang nodded. "Yeah, I let this one go." Snap! Du Yanran directly slammed the wine glass on the ground and said in a cold voice, "How many times has the old man instructed you to think twice before doing anything? Why don't you listen? Have you inquired as to who owns the Zun Emperor Casino now? Do you know the identity of the current owner of Zun Huang Casino? Let me tell you, if it wasn't for my quick reaction today, our Du family would have to offend someone we can't afford to offend. If this is really the result, our entire Du family's century-old foundation will be ruined. Our Du family does have some strength in Magic City and even the whole of China, There are many people who might step on us. You should not just think about causing trouble one day. If you really mess with someone you can't afford to mess with, you won't even be able to regret it. As Du Yanran's words fell, Du Jianxiang couldn't help but have a layer of cold sweat rising from his back. Then he carefully asked, "Sister, I remember that the Zunhuang Casino is the property of the Wen family." "Ah, the fourth master Wen just passed away. It's impossible for someone to take over so quickly. I really can't imagine who in the end has so much energy that the fourth master Wen just died and took over the Zunhuang Casino." Du Yanran said in a deep voice. "That's what makes that person so terrifying. The fourth master Wen just died and took over the Zunhuang Casino. You use your butt to think about it and also know how deep a background this kind of person has to have in the end. This person's name is Lin Feng. His ostensible identity is a special agent of the Imperial Capital's State Security Directorate, and he can intervene in local political affairs anywhere in China. I've only heard about it before, but now it's the first time I've seen this kind of character." "That good?" Du Jianxiang looked surprised. Du Yanyan nodded. "There is more to being powerful than that. His identity is not something that we can't afford to mess with, but his background, we definitely can't afford to mess with. The special agent of the State Security Bureau. It seems that there are only 3 quotas. Because of the excessive power of this position, it will not be easily authorized, and once the person is authorized, it's a testament to the horror of his or her background. To put it simply, the status of this NSA special agent is somewhat similar to that of an ancient admiral." Hiss. After Du Yanran finished her detailed introduction, Du Jianxiang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. "Don't spread these things I've told you. Lin Feng's identity can't be spread freely. If there are repercussions, the person who spreads the word will also suffer punishment. If the top really pursues this, our Du family can't protect you." "I know, sis. Don't worry. This matter is just rotting in my stomach. I won't dare to spread it," Du Jianxiang said with assurance. "Well, I've told you all I need to tell you, so watch yourself from now on and don't go around causing trouble. The Wen family's properties are certainly quite a lot, but it's not like we, the Du family, have to take them, and now that the Wen family has embraced Lin Feng's thighs, it's no longer something we can covet. Let those people in the Wen group play by themselves, we'll just watch the fun." Du Yanran stood up and prepared to leave after saying her words. "Okay, sis, don't worry. I promise to stay out of trouble." Seeing Du Jianxiang's assurance, Du Yanran nodded and directly left with her long legs. After Du Yanran left, Du Jianxiang breathed a sigh of relief. If it wasn't for Du Yanyan coming over to give him the science today, he wouldn't even know that the NSA still had a position like a special agent. It's comparable to the ancient Chinaman, and it makes you weak in the knees just thinking about it. This was a big person who could cut off a man before he could kill him. Their Du family was just a local powerhouse. Against a character like Lin Feng, it was just a matter of words to clean them up. Thinking of this, Du Jianxiang thought that if he had the chance, he would say anything to draw a relationship with this master. Chapter 134, You're blocking traffic. On the other hand, after Du Yanran left with her people, when Wanqiu and the others looked at Lin Feng with even more awe. At first, they just thought that Lin Feng's background was strong, but they didn't experience it too deeply. And today, when they saw that Lin Feng had solved a life and death crisis by just making a slight move, they truly realized how terrifying Lin Feng was. Seeing that things were all settled, Lin Feng wasn't going to stay here any longer. "Alright, I'll go back first if there's nothing else. Remember what I said. Selling drugs and forcing women into prostitution are not allowed. If I find out that someone dares to violate the rules, don't blame me for being impolite. Poison is something that should not be used on people in our own country. After all, one person on drugs can destroy a family. As for forcing women into prostitution, this is immoral, and we cannot do such immoral things even if we are in the gray business." When Wanqiu and the others nodded their heads repeatedly and promised that they would strictly manage the Zunhuang Casino and that the kind of situation Lin Feng said would not happen. In fact, among pornography, gambling and drugs, pornography is not very serious. When this criminal law provision was first set up, pornography was set up to protect women. If women had done all the work voluntarily, perhaps the state would not have criminalized pornography and gambling and drugs in the same serious criminal law. It's only when some people do things like force women into prostitution to make money that the state makes it a serious offense. After leaving the Zunhuang Casino, Lin Feng drove his car to the Tang Palace. He had only stayed at home once since signing on to the Tang Palace, and counting the days, he hadn't been back in a long time. A villa worth $1 billion. He had only stayed for 1 day. If others knew about this, they would probably say that he had wasted it. I don't know how many people's lifelong dream is to live inside the Tang Palace, and after he owned the Tang Palace, he left it empty, so I can only say that people are more angry than people. He had drunk some wine, but because of his strong physical fitness, the alcohol had long since been digested away by his body. There is a long distance from the Zun Emperor Casino to the Tang Palace. It's not that much traffic at night, but it's still an hour's drive. Following the navigation, Lin Feng went straight onto the ring road. It was driving leisurely while listening to a song to the Honolulu Palace. Behind his car came a motorcycle. The motorcycle's engine roared so loudly that you could tell just from the sound that it must have cost a fortune. Only when the motorcycle came behind his car did Lin Feng see what kind of car it was. It's a Kawasaki H2R. The price of the vehicle is only $1,800,000, but it is at the top of the list among locomotives. That Kawasaki H2R was so fast it was like a black lightning bolt. After catching up with Lin Feng's car, the person in the car wearing a helmet directly overtook it. Although it was just a glance, Lin Feng could tell that the person riding the bike was a woman. Still a very well-built woman, judging by the biker outfit on her. But it was just a hiccup, and he didn't care. There are plenty of rich people in places like Magic City, and a multi-million-dollar locomotive doesn't come as a big surprise. Soon, as the locomotive departed, two more Mercedes S-Class sedans drove quickly past his car. Seeing that someone kept overtaking him, Lin Feng also became interested. Then with a kick of the gas, the Bugatti Black Knight sound was like a black lightning, instantly overtaking the two Mercedes-Benz cars back. From a distance, he also saw the Kawasaki H2R that had overtaken his bike earlier. As Lin Feng was preparing to overtake this Kawasaki H2R as well in one fell swoop, he sensed something was wrong, only to see the two Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedans behind him, suddenly accelerating hard to overtake him, with one of them crashing straight into the Kawasaki in front of him. Probably the person on top of the Kawasaki H2R also felt something, but not a beautiful drift tail, narrowly avoided the Mercedes sedan's impact. Seeing that it had failed to hit the person in front of it, the Mercedes sedan that had rushed out came to a stop directly across the highway. The Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan behind them also blocked the middle of the road, not giving that Kawasaki H2R a chance to escape. Two Mercedes sedan down, four men wearing black suits. One of them even took out a pistol. The face of the black holes of the gun. The biker woman did not dare to have the slightest movement. "MS. Man, our boss has an invitation. Come with us," the biker woman said in a deep voice. "I have things to do today. Let's talk about it some other time." As she spoke, the woman twisted the throttle of her motorcycle, looking like she didn't want to sit around. MS. When is joking. Our boss just wants to invite you over to meet with us today. Another day is out of the question. I still hope that Miss Wen won't make things difficult for our brothers," the man in the suit with the gun said with a cold smile. Just as the atmosphere in the arena was dreary, a car horn sounded. The crowd gazed over and saw that it was a sports car making the noise. The car door pushed open and Lin Feng's figure appeared in front of the crowd. "Hey, your family's road? How can others walk when you park like this? Hurry up and get out of the way. I still want to go home and sleep." Lin Feng's incredibly handsome face shocked the crowd for a split second. After reacting, a black line appeared on the faces of those men in black suits. "This man is a cutie, is he? Can't you see the situation in front of you at all? They're kidnapping. You don't want to die, do you?" The first time I saw this kind of person, they had guns in their hands. This person even dared to get involved. I don't know if it's really stupid or not. Could it be that it was so dark that he didn't see the gun in his hand? No, get out of the way. I'm in a hurry to get home, and if you keep this up, I'm going to call the police and sue you for interfering with traffic. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Could you see clearly what is in the old man's hand? You again dare to compare than a never-ending. Believe it or not, I get you dead. The man in the suit with the gun couldn't help but have veins popping up on his forehead as he said in an angry voice, "What is it? I can't see what it is." With those words, Lin Feng unexpectedly took a step towards the field. "Kid, don't you move. I'll shoot if you do." The man with the gun couldn't help but roar loudly when he saw Lin Feng striding towards him. Just when he was 5 or 6 meters away, Lin Feng shot out violently. The speed simply made it impossible to see, and by the time the crowd reacted, Lin Feng had already come close, striking out like electricity, directly crushing the wrist of the man with the gun. The pistol fell on its way and was kicked out by Lin Feng, and the direction it flew was exactly the direction of the biker woman. Before the biker woman could react, she saw that she already had a gun in her hand. Lin Feng let go of the man in the suit who was in the middle of screaming miserably and said with a faint smile, "Now it seems like you guys can't move, right? Beauty, you can shoot anyone who tries to move." In an instant, the three remaining men in suits all had cold sweat running down their foreheads and stood there not daring to move a muscle. It was the real thing, and even though they guessed that the woman wouldn't necessarily shoot, they didn't dare gamble with their own little lives. Chapter 135, Are You of Age? Just when the atmosphere was frozen and everyone didn't dare to breathe, Lin Feng faintly spoke. "Alright, I won't tease you guys anymore. No matter who you are, you can't obstruct the traffic. Now take your ties off and tie them yourselves, and in a few moments an uncle policeman will come and take you home. Hearing that Lin Feng had called the police, the group of big men in suits changed their complexion. What they did, that's no small thing. Gun possession, kidnapping. If you get caught, you'll be sentenced to 10 years or more. Run! The four Hans rose in unison with the idea of escaping. Just as the four were about to make a move, Lin Feng's movements were a step faster than theirs. With a hand slash, all of them closed their eyes and fainted. After settling the four, Lin Feng clapped his hands and said easily, "Alright, things are settled. I have to hurry back to rest too." After saying his piece, he moved all four of the vehicles to the side of the road and headed for his own. Wait a minute. Just as Lin Feng was about to get into his car and leave, a nice and slightly childish voice rang out. Lin Feng gazed over and saw the woman on the locomotive slowly take her helmet off, her long black hair cascading down. After seeing the woman's face, Lin Feng couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This woman, who was very pretty, just should not be very old, and looked like she had just reached adulthood. Sweeping a glance at the woman's motorcycle, Lin Feng curiously opened his mouth and asked, "Are you an adult? If you're not of age, you'd better hurry up and leave. The police may have to question you when they come over later. It's against the law for you to ride a motorcycle on the road underage." Hearing Lin Feng ask if she was an adult, the woman couldn't help but nod. "I'm an adult. I just turned 18 last month. It's fine. Okay, it's good that you're an adult, so I'm off. Bye." After greeting the woman, Lin Feng was about to drive away. At this time, the woman once again spoke out and called out to Lin Feng, "Little brother, wait a minute." Lin Feng said suspiciously, "Anything else?" The woman came close to look grateful and said, "Little brother, thank you so much for today. If it wasn't for you, I might have to be captured by these evil people. Although I don't know what these people are going to do, I think it definitely won't be to invite me to dinner. So you've kind of saved my life. So let's leave a contact information, and when today's events are over, I'll treat you to dinner, little brother." To show my gratitude, Lin Feng shook his head and smiled. "There's no need, they're really in my way. Otherwise I wouldn't have bothered with this kind of nonsense." Although what Lin Feng said was a bit unkind, it was a fact that he had saved her. She wouldn't be ungrateful. "Okay, what you say, little brother, is what you say, whether you saved me on purpose or not. In short, this favor I have to remember. Just leave your contact information." Seeing the girl's pitiful appearance, Lin Feng couldn't help but nod his head and say, "Alright, then leave a contact information." After speaking, the two added WeChat friends with each other. Just as Lin Feng was about to start his car and leave, a siren sounded in the distance. Two police cars were then seen approaching quickly. Two police cars walked down four policemen. An older policeman at the head of the police opened his mouth and asked, "What's going on? Who called the police?" Hearing the police officer's inquiry, Lin Feng, who was sitting in the car, spoke, "I'm the one who called the police." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the policeman came over with a serious look and said, "You called the police? What happened?" Lin Feng said, "Just now, someone intended to kidnap and obstructed the traffic." Kidnapping? Hearing those two words, all four policemen's eyes lit up. Kidnapping is not a small charge, and if they can crack this case today, the credit will definitely not be small. "Where are the kidnappers?" The older policeman quickly spoke up and asked. Lin Feng pointed at the four unconscious Hans by the road ahead. "Over there. I've already taken care of the people. I'll leave the rest to you guys." The four policemen gazed over and saw that there were indeed four people lying neatly on the side of the road. The older policeman made a wink, and the three junior police officers behind him hurriedly walked over quickly and took out handcuffs to handcuff the four people. The three officers then set about waking up the four kidnappers. After the four men woke up, after seeing the three police officers surrounding them, they could not help but all look as if they were dead. They know they're finished, and what they've committed they naturally know. Kidnapping with a gun. Those two charges definitely start at 10 years. "You're all parties?" The older policeman, seeing that the four kidnappers were fine, couldn't help but turn his head towards Lin Feng and the girl. Lin Feng nodded. "I'm a passing witness. This girl is the victim. Well, she knows all about what happened, so ask her anything you want. I have things to do, so I won't be accompanying you." "Wait a minute. You're not just a witness, you're a participant. You need to come back with us to get a statement." When the older policeman saw that Lin Feng was going to leave, he couldn't help but open his mouth in a deep voice to stop him. Lin Feng didn't even pay attention to him. He directly stepped on the gas. The car was like an arrow out of the string, instantly shot out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Lin Feng was so uncooperative, the older policeman couldn't help but darken his face a little, and by the time he turned his gaze to the girl, she had already taken out her cell phone and dialed. "Mom, someone tried to kidnap me and now the police are here to take me back to the station. So come over here." On the other side of the phone, Wanchio, who was in the Zun Huang casino, heard that someone was trying to kidnap her daughter and couldn't help but change her expression. But after hearing that there was nothing more to be done, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Creak! wait for me. Mom will be there now. After hanging up the phone, Wen Wanqiu explained something to Lone Wolf and hurriedly drove to the police station. On the other hand, Lin Feng, who had driven away, returned to the Tang Palace villa more than 20 minutes later. Returning to his home after a long absence, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but be very relaxed. After washing up, undressing and laying down on the bed, he soon fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Feng had just woken up from his sleep when he saw many messages on his cell phone. Some of the people who sent messages were Jiang Yan, some were Xiao Weiwei, and one unfamiliar message was from the biker girl who had just friended her last night. The girl said her name in a message to her. Wen Xier. The name is pretty good. After replying to the messages to those women one by one, Lin Feng got up and went to wash up. By the time he came out of the restroom, there were many more messages on his phone. Ginger Yen asks when he's going to school and expresses some lovesickness. Instead, Xiao Weiwei reported to him about the company. On the contrary, it was Wen Xier who chattered a lot, either asking what her name was, or how old she was, what her job was, and in the end, she even wanted to ask her out for dinner. Chapter 136 Lin Feng is my son-in-law. After chatting briefly with Wen Xier, Lin Feng left the villa fully dressed. He still had to go to school today, but he was trying to be a good student and try not to miss classes if he could. Driving away from the villa, he had just arrived at the gate of the villa area when he saw a noise at the entrance. Trying to drive out was no longer possible because of the noise of all those people. Who are you to stop me? Let me tell you, my daughter is the property manager of your place, and my son-in-law is the owner of your place. If you dare to stop us and not let us in, believe it or not, I'll let my daughter fire you. Also, my son-in-law is not someone to be messed with. You know in your own hearts what kind of people you have living here, right? A casual word from my son-in-law can make it impossible for you to mix in Magic City. Only a woman, pointing at the two security guards who stopped her from entering, said arrogantly. Just because they knew who the owners were inside, the two security guards didn't dare to let the family in. This family looked like barbarians from some unknown countryside. If they were let in and offended the owners of the villa area, then they would have to follow them and have trouble. I'm sorry, Auntie, how are we supposed to know who it is if you don't say the name? Just your daughter and your son-in-law. And you also said that the owners living inside are all rich and noble. If we let you in and bump into those owners, we can't afford to take the responsibility. Anyone who can work as a security guard here at Tang Palace is very qualified. Despite being pointed at and reprimanded by the woman, there was not a single thing that was done wrong. Okay, kid, you said you wanted to know who my daughter and my son-in-law are, right? Okay, old lady, tell you today who my daughter and my son-in-law are. Listen to me carefully. My daughter is Chen Xingya, the general manager of your property here. My son-in-law is Lin Feng, the owner of your place. You wait for my daughter and my son-in-law to come in a while and see how I'll clean you up. The woman was heard saying that their manager, Chen Xingya, was her daughter. The two security guards all got a little worried. The two security guards were especially taken aback after hearing the woman say that Mr. Lin Fenglin, the owner of Villa 1, was her son-in-law. If this is true, then they are really screwed. One of the security guards gave a wink to another security guard, who immediately understood and took out his walkie-talkie to notify up the leaders. Leader, someone is making trouble at the entrance of the villa area, saying that it's the mother of our general manager, and also saying that Mr. Lin, the owner of Villa number 1, is her son-in-law. What should I do now? The manager of the security department was also taken aback when he heard the security guard's report. This security department manager knows more than the little security guard. When Lin Feng, the owner of Villa 1, came, it seemed like their general manager did stay at Villa 1 for a day, because the general manager Chen Xingya did not come to work that afternoon. The next morning was out of the first villa to work. Because of this, even the big boss of their property company personally called to talk about it. That is to tell them that Chen Xingya has something to do in the afternoon and may not come to work. So wait until tomorrow to say anything, and contact her if there is an urgent matter. At the time, this matter was not discussed privately in the property company. Of course, the discussion returned to the discussion, but no one dared to say anything unpleasant. All of them were admiring Chen Xingya. After all, the person who could live in Villa No. 1, that was definitely the top existence in Magic City. Chen Xingya could find that kind of backer and wouldn't have to worry in this life. The manager of the security department did not dare to slack off. No matter if it was true or not, he needed to talk to Chen Xingya. Chen Xingya, who was in the manager's office, couldn't help but change her expression after receiving the call from the manager of the security department. In fact, after learning the news, she didn't even have to guess whether it was true or not, because it definitely was. Her mother was the kind of person she knew best and was definitely capable of making a move to cause trouble at the front door. Okay, I know, I'll go over and take care of it now. After Chen Xingya put down the phone, she directly stood up and left the office, quickly walking towards the gate of the villa area. On the other hand, Lin Feng, who was being a gourd eater, couldn't help but freeze his entire body for a moment after hearing that woman's words. He didn't expect that this eating melon had reached him. Originally sitting in the car was still interested in watching the fun. I did not expect to turn around and involve myself in the process. Just as Lin Feng was about to get out of the car to ask what was going on and when he had become that woman's son-in-law. In the distance, Chen Xingya walked over quickly. Seeing Chen Xingya who walked over, the Chen family could not help but look excited. That woman, Chen Xingya's mother, was even more condescending. "See, that's my daughter, so get out of my way." When the security guards saw Chen Xingya coming, they couldn't afford to continue blocking them, so they could only move their bodies to get out of the way. "You dead girl, aren't you very capable of hiding? This time we come to your door to find you. Let's see if you can still hide." Seeing this family, Chen Xingya's entire heart was troubled. When she first woke up, she realized that she was lying on the bed in Lin Feng's house. After seeing that her clothes were intact and there were no traces of Lin Feng lying around her, Chen Xingya first breathed a sigh of relief, and then fell a little low. Is he so unattractive? Such a good opportunity, but Lin Feng didn't even have the slightest idea about her. In fact, before she drank with Lin Feng, she had already made all the preparations. No woman wanted to let go of someone like Lin Feng, that face value that made women want him more and more the more they looked at it. Not to mention Lin Feng's identity, this was definitely at the level of a crown prince. If he could develop some relationship with Lin Feng, I'm afraid that he would be able to live his whole life without having to worry. If Lin Feng wanted to support anyone, it was just a matter of a single sentence that could directly bring someone to the top. "Mom, what the hell are you doing? Didn't I tell you? I have no relationship with Mr. Lin, the money Mr. Lin transferred to you last time was also because I didn't have the time at that time. He advanced the money for me, and I still have to return the money to the person. You're making a scene here now, saying something about Mr. Lin being your son-in-law. Do you know how serious the consequences would be if Mr. Lin knew about this?" After she woke up last time, she had heard about Lin Feng transferring money to her mother. She was naturally aware of Lin Feng's kindness, but Lin Feng didn't know her family. Her family is simply a mess. Father is an absolute honest man. In the family have no say at all. The head of the family are all his mother, and the biased mother is still an extremely patriarchal personality. If it wasn't for my mother's preference for sons, I wouldn't have been able to even go to college and come to work in society at an early age. Chapter 137, You Can't Marry Me Without Giving Me Millions of Dollars in Dowry. When the security guards saw that this family was really the family of Chen Xingya, the general manager of their property, they couldn't help but make way. Chen Xingya didn't blame the security guards for blocking her family, but waved the two security guards back to work. Seeing this scene, Mother Chen couldn't help but feel even more glowing in her face. After coming in front of Chen Xingya again, the smile on Chen Mother's face gradually disappeared and was instead replaced with a stern attitude. "Chen Xingya, what's wrong with you? Had to make me come to Magic City to find you, didn't you? Last time I called you, didn't I tell you to call the family for $500,000 while you were at it? Why haven't you called yet? Your brother is just starting college now. It's a critical time. We can't stress your brother out in life anymore. We need to make sure he can focus on his studies. Your brother is the only college student in our family. If he can learn well and have a future, won't our whole family be honored?" Hearing his mother say that he was the only college student in the family, the young man who followed beside Chen's mother couldn't help but raise his head and looked at Chen Xingya with a lofty look. Lin Feng, who was in the distance, heard all the words of the Chen family in his ears and couldn't help but frown. This family is really something. They think it's the old 80s and 90s? Going to college will lead to a good career later? To put it mildly, college students, these days, suck. I don't know how many college students can't find the right job after graduation. 9 out of 10 college students don't make enough money to support their families. This woman didn't realize at all that the current Chen Xingya was the one who could make the most money in their family. For Chen Xingya to be the general manager of the Tang Palace Property Company, at the very least, her annual salary was over $1 million. Not properly hugging Chen Xingya's thighs, but still making things difficult at every turn, and not afraid of making Chen Xingya dissatisfied and not caring about them. Although Chen Xingya had been dissatisfied with her family since she grew up, that affection made her ruthless. Despite the fact that even her biological parents don't treat her well, she has to maintain that bond. After all, if she fell out with her family, she really wouldn't have a single family member left in this world. That's why they've been putting up with the exploitation of their families, though she hadn't put it away too often. That kinship was what had been able to sustain her up to this point. Without her real life, she didn't even know what was the point of living in this world. What are you thinking about? didn't you hear me talking to you? If it were before I would have asked you for so much money. I heard that you found a big spender. We all inquired before we came here. Any villa here would be worth hundreds of millions of dollars. It's not too much of a burden for us to ask you for $500,000, right? Even if you don't have it, you can go ask that boyfriend of yours for it. By the way, I now feel that $500,000 is a bit insufficient. Your brother goes to school and sometimes gets homesick, and the school is far away from home, so he also has to buy a car as a means of transportation. This $500,000 is your brother's living expenses for school, and you're buying your brother a car to use as a ride home from school. Mom, did you hear who I have a boyfriend? I've made a little money over the years, but I haven't saved much, so how am I going to live when I give you all the money? Mom, stop it. I'm getting you $20,000. It's considered living expenses for my brother's schooling, and my brother's tuition will be on me when the time comes, okay? How could she agree when their family came all the way to Mordor to take away $20,000? Well, you've got the big bucks and you're ready to get rid of your parents, aren't you? I told you no way. You were born to me in October. You owe me just about everything for the rest of your life. Don't haggle with me here. Just give me the money and we'll leave you absolutely alone. Now, if you don't take the money, Humph, we definitely can't let you have a good time today. Well, there's that boyfriend you've been looking for? Call him and hurry over. I'm going to talk to him about the dowry. Living in a place like this, he'll never marry you without giving me a couple million in dowry. Mom, I told you I don't have a boyfriend. Why don't you believe me? Besides, even if you have a boyfriend, what has it got to do with you if you want a dowry or not? And you even want a few $1,000,000 for the dowry. How is that possible? Chen Xingya was really about to be infuriated. How could she not have imagined that her mother's family would find their way here? What has nothing to do with me? I told you, you can't marry him if you pay the dowry. If you don't believe me, just try and see if you can make this marriage. Seeing that Chen Xingya was really going to fail to pay, in an instant, Chen's mother yelled and screamed, "Come and see, everyone. Look at this heartless daughter of mine. She doesn't care about her family when she's developed herself. What kind of sin did I do to give birth to such a white-eyed wolf as you?" At this time, there were Sandalwood Palace owners back, but also the security guards in the booth and some property staff who heard the news and came over to observe the situation. When Mother Chen made such a fuss, everyone was attracted to her. That returning Tang Palace owner, sitting inside a Rolls-Royce, seeing the noise in front of him, he couldn't help but frown and ask, "What's going on?" The driver of the car said, "Boss, I'll find someone to ask." After speaking, the driver stepped out of the car and waved at the security guard in the distance. The security guard saw the driver's actions and jogged over. "Hello, Jen." As a driver for the owner of Tang Palace, he often traveled back and forth to transport his boss, and the security guards were naturally familiar with him. "What's going on? What's all the racket here?" The security guard said with a bitter smile, "It's our general manager's family coming over, as if they're here to ask for money. This family is really a headache." "Mr. Chen's family?" the driver said in surprise. With that, he nodded that he knew, and then went back to the car to talk to his boss in the back seat, only to see that boss in the back seat frowning. "What's wrong with this Chen Xingya? How did she bring a family matter outside? Tell them to evacuate the people. Let's go home." "Okay, boss, I'll get on it now." At this time, Chen's mother's family was blocking the entrance, where they were making a lot of noise, and it was simply impossible for the vehicle to pass. After the driver stepped out of the car, he said to the security guard, "The boss told your property to hurry up and evacuate the people. The boss is in a hurry to go home and rest." The security guard hurriedly nodded after hearing this. "Okay, brother Yuan." Just as the security guard walked up stiffly, wanting to explain the situation to Chen Xingya, a shrill horn sounded. The sound of this car horn silenced the crowd altogether. The cool Bugatti sound of darkness came far away. Seeing this car, Chen Xingya couldn't help but look happy. She didn't know that Lin Feng had come back, and the last time she met with Lin Feng, more than half a month had passed, and she didn't expect to see Lin Feng again today. Chapter 138, Uncle Police. I want to call the police. He only saw Lin Feng driving his car and then crashed straight towards Chen's mother, who was sitting on the ground and splashing around. Seeing such a scene, everyone was scared pale, especially since Lin Feng didn't have the slightest intention of slowing down. It seemed like he really wanted to run over this woman. Chen's mother was also startled, rolling and crawling as she stood up from the ground and ducked to the side. Crunch! A sharp sound of brakes sounded and Lin Feng's car stopped at the place where Chen's mother was earlier. The Chen family all looked angry as they looked at Lin Feng's car. This is simply murder. If not for Chen's mother's quick hands and feet to hide, I'm afraid that now all have to be run over and killed, right? After the car stopped, the door opened and Lin Feng stepped down. After Lin Feng's handsome face appeared in front of the crowd, everyone was shocked beyond belief. At this moment here, no matter if it was a man or a woman, all of them were stunned by Lin Feng's handsome face. "Mr. Lin, you're back. Chen Xingya was the first to greet Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Then his eyes swept over the Chen family's crowd and slowly spoke. It seems like Mr. Chen has run into a bit of trouble. Hearing Lin Feng's words, a flash of embarrassment flashed across Chen Xingya's face. My own family is so bad that I'm afraid I'll have to be laughed at by others for a long time after today. The security guard, who had walked over to try to kick people out, also stopped in his tracks in a hurry. If it was someone else, he might have been able to say something, but Lin Feng was the owner of Building 1, the most honorable person inside the entire Tang Palace, and at this time blocking the road is this big brother's car. He cannot dare to go forward to drive away. And the driver sitting in the Rolls-Royce car, seeing the woman leaving and being blocked by others, could not help but look cold. Boss, this Tang Palace property doesn't know what to do for food, and the management is really no good. I'll go down and deal with it now. Hearing the driver's words, the boss sitting in the back seat was taken aback, joking, you don't look at who's blocking the road. For Lin Feng, he naturally did understand. It just so happened that he had a good relationship with one of the official bigwigs of the Magic City, and he had gotten some information about Lin Feng from there as well. This is the king of hell. You're going to drive him away. Don't you want to die? What a lack of insight. Don't you know that his car alone can buy you dozens of lives? Stop. What are you doing? The driver, who was just about to get out of the car, was chastised by his boss in the back seat. The driver was unsure, but still hurriedly replied, Boss, I'm going to ask these people to get out of the way so I can send you back to rest, only to see the face of the boss in the backseat grimacing. Are you blind? Can't you see what kind of car that is? That's the only Bugatti Blackout in the world, with a market price of $120 million, not to mention the price of the car, but just how powerful the background of the person who can have the strength to get this car must be. Aren't you getting me in trouble by going over there and driving people away so directly? You've been with me for so many years. Why don't you have this kind of eyesight? Just calm down and sit in the car. We'll leave when that person finishes his business. Hearing the boss's words, that driver was scared blue. How could he have imagined that such a car would be worth $120 million? That's real money. How many publicly traded companies don't necessarily have the liquidity to take out $100 million, let alone people who casually take out more than $100 million to buy a car for fun? If his boss hadn't called out to him, he really didn't know how much trouble he would have gotten into. This big man may have to throw himself in the river to feed the fish if he has a bad day. On the other side, Lin Feng didn't know what was happening in the Rolls-Royce. Instead, he came close to Chen Xingya and greeted her, and then he looked over at Chen's mother and the others. Seeing Lin Feng look at his family, a flash of embarrassment flashed across Chen Xingya's face. She thought about what her mother had said earlier about her being in a relationship with Lin Feng. I don't know if this Mr. Lin heard it. If he didn't hear it, it's fine. If he heard it, he won't have the face to see Lin Feng in the future. Kid, do you realize you just almost hit my mother? At this moment, Chen Xingya's younger brother, Chen Jiahao, angrily asked in a loud voice. Lin Feng nodded. I know. Lin Feng's reply made the crowd almost burst out laughing, especially with that serious look on his face. It's just so much fun. Lin Feng's reply also made Chen Jiahao not know how to reply. How can he go on when people say they know? At that moment, Chen's mother spoke up. You know it and you still hit it. You're practically killing people on purpose. Don't forget about the fact that you didn't hit me. If you don't pay me compensation, I'll call the police to arrest you right now. Lin Feng said with a faint smile. How much does it cost? 1 million. Mother Chen saw that Lin Feng had come out from inside the Sandalwood Palace Villa area and must be a resident here as well. And since the cheapest houses here were in the hundreds of millions, she decided to ask for more money. $1 million? Okay, I'll transfer it to you now. Hearing that Lin Feng really wanted to give it, Chen Xingya was anxious. Mr. Lin, you can't give it. Before Lin Feng could say anything, Chen's mother directly broke into tears. You white-eyed wolf, get out of my way. You don't pay even if you don't. Now someone wants to pay your mother. You even stop. Say one more word. Believe it or not, I'll slap you. After speaking, Chen mother let Chen Jiahao tell Lin Feng the bank card number. Lin Feng transferred the money painfully. The people all didn't understand how Lin Feng could be so nice and give people money when they asked for it. The crowd couldn't help but have small thoughts rising in their hearts. If they didn't try it some other day, maybe getting rich was about to be realized in Lin Feng's body. After transferring the money, Lin Feng smiled even more evilly. He didn't say anything either, but took out his cell phone and called it. Hey, Uncle Policeman, I want to call the police. I'm being blackmailed. Yes, it's at the Tang Palace, so you guys should hurry up and send someone over to take a look at it. Hearing what Lin Feng said on the phone, Mother Chen's family's faces turned green with fear. I only saw Lin Feng hanging up the phone and then saying, the person who blackmailed me was you. Your son provided the bank account. So you two mothers are accomplices in this matter. Do you know what the crime of extortion, in a large amount, is? At your age going in, I'm afraid you won't get out in this lifetime. As for your son, there might be a chance to get out if he goes in, but he'll be 40 or 50 when he comes out anyhow. And by the way, I heard your son just went to college, right? TSK, college students what a good future if you can find a good job after graduation. In the future is to become a company's executives. The annual income of millions are not a dream. Just like this is gone, it is really regrettable As he spoke, Lin Feng scat out. Chapter 139 Evil men still need to be ground by evil men. Hearing that she might not be able to get out even if she went in, and that her son's life would be ruined if he went in, Chen's mother's entire body was scared and her legs went weak. Who blackmailed you? Isn't this the compensation you gave me? You almost ran me over just now. Everyone here saw it. After saying her words, Chen's mother directly shouted toward the surrounding people. All of you, tell me, is it that he almost ran me over just now? You are all witnesses. How did I blackmail him? At this time, Chen Jiahao also shouted loudly. Right, there are not only witnesses here, there are also cameras. What you did, the camera can certainly capture everything. My mother is looking for you to ask for moral damages. How is it blackmailing you? Really think that we do not know the law? Chen's mother and Chen Jiahao shouted at the people around them to testify for the two of them, but all the people around them lowered their heads, not knowing how to take the subject. Just now Lin Feng driving is indeed almost hit Chen mother, but they do not want to go to testify. Go to testify certainly offended Lin Feng. Then they also have to suffer. In order to Lin Feng's identity, want to clean up there, but it is just a word of yes. There were even people who wanted to curry favor with Lin Feng, and they wanted to go to the surveillance room and delete the surveillance. Hearing the words of the Chen family's mother and son, Lin Feng smiled faintly. Well, you're not wrong. I did almost hit you just now, but I didn't do it on purpose I just drove for a moment and got distracted, and as it turned out it didn't hit you either. And even if it did, it was negligence. The person didn't hit. Even if he was convicted of dangerous driving, he didn't go in for much longer. On the contrary, it's you mother and son. This blackmail charge is definitely set. The people here can testify not only for you, but for me as well. I'll go in there and talk for another year. You guys? Well, that's hard to say, and there are times when this society is not so completely fair, whether you hire a lawyer or look for connections. Anyway, your extortion charge is definitely fixed, and I believe the court will give us a fair and just judgment. Lin Feng guffawed and said with a faint smile as he looked at the Chen family's mother and son. Lin Feng's words directly silenced the Chen family's mother and son. They are a bit of a jerk, but not a cutie. What Lin Feng said was indeed the truth. People can't be found guilty of intentional homicide. It's still true that they are at most a dangerous driver. As Lin Feng said, it seems like the benign standard for dangerous driving offenses is no more than a year, 1 to 6 months, and they definitely have a 10-year start going in if they are found guilty of extortion, and it's a huge amount. You, what do you want? Who blackmailed you? If you don't agree with our private settlement, then I'll just give you your money back. With those words, Mother Chen was about to ask Chen Jiahao to return the money to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, however, smiled and shook his head. It's too late. It's still impossible for you guys to think about it. Let's wait for the police to come and talk about everything. Seeing that Lin Feng unexpectedly had no intention of letting them go, Chen mother sat on the ground again with a wow and cried again. My goodness, is there any justice in heaven? What have I done to deserve this? Son, Mom is sorry. Looking at Chen's mother who was bawling, Lin Feng turned his head and gave Chen Xingya a wink. Chen Xingya nodded, then took a step forward and said, Mom, don't cry. Lin Feng is my friend. If you apologize and I talk to Lin Feng, he should be able to forgive you. Upon hearing Chen Xingya's words, Chen mother immediately stopped and said excitedly, Xingya, can you really make him not hold us responsible? Chen Xingya nodded. Mom, it should be able to, it's just that you can't make any more trouble, and you have to give Mr. Lin a proper apology. Mr. Lin is a very good talker, so it should be fine, Chen's mother said repeatedly. Okay, Xingya, you talk to Mr. Lin, we're willing to apologize, and we're definitely not going to make any more trouble here. Chen Xingya sighed in her heart. It seemed that it was still the wicked who needed to be worn down by the wicked. They didn't know any good or bad at all when they were coaxed so much by themselves, whereas Lin Feng was able to keep them honest with just a little bit of tactics. Lin Feng and Chen Xingya played a double act, easily taking the Chen family down. Saya, then this money. Chen mother looked at the hand has just arrived and the hand has not yet covered the heat of $1 million. Cannot afford to say. Chen Xingya sighed and said, Mom, you don't have to pay this money back. I'll pay it back for you. You guys go back and live your lives. I hope this lesson will make you sober. don't come to my place in the future. When Mother Chen heard that she didn't have to pay back the $1 million, she didn't even care about the deeper meaning of Chen Xingya's words, but left with her husband and son in high spirits. Seeing that it was over, the crowd all dispersed. After everyone left, Chen Xingya said towards Lin Feng, "Mr. Lin, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I don't know how I would have solved it." Lin Feng shook his head. "You're just too much of a fool. Your family is like this and you don't know how to be tough. You're always submissive and they'll only get an inch." Although it is said that 100 good deeds and filial piety come first, if a person is unfilial, then no amount of good deeds will help. But filial piety depends on the situation. Your mother came here, obviously asking for money for her son. You can't just give it to them. If the family has no money to live on, it's okay for you to subsidize the family. Such a blatant pit of money. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't agree to it. Chen Xingya nodded. "You're right, Mr. Lin. I did spoil them too much in the past. I definitely won't be like this in the future." "Okay, it's good that you understand. So tell me if you need anything in the future." After saying his words, Lin Feng was about to drive away. Chen Xingya hurriedly called Lin Feng to a halt and said, "Mr. Lin, there's something I want to talk to you about, and there's money that has to be paid back to you as well." Hearing that Chen Xingya had something to do, Lin Feng said, "All right, get in the car. Let's go back and talk." After speaking, Lin Feng drove Chen Xingya back to the villa. Came to the villa hall. Chen Xingya first 1 million to Lin Feng transferred over, and then slowly said, "Mr. Lin, our boss intends to want to the entire magic all the property integration and unified management. But this kind of business, Mr. Lin, you know, not ordinary people can do. Each property company's background is with black and white in the support. Although my boss is not bad in Magic City, he can't do it if he wants to consolidate the entire property companies in Magic City." Lin Feng said, "Then what do you mean, Mr. Chen Xingya said, "During this period of time, I have studied with the boss. The boss's idea is that she wants to join forces with you, Mr. Lin. The company's shares can be given to you, Mr. Lin, 70% of the company's shares. During the company's startup period, Mr. Lin doesn't have to take care of anything. He only needs to step in and help the boss when she encounters resistance." Chapter 140, I Don't Like Your Boss. Hearing Chen Xingya's words, Lin Feng directly walked over with 2 cups of red wine and said with a light smile on his face, "Mr. Chen, your boss is playing quite a calculating game?" Chen Xingya sniffed and also felt that the boss did take things a bit for granted. In fact, she had spoken out to discourage her boss when he had this idea, but the directors of the company all agreed with the boss's opinion, and she was too small to refute it. These people really treat Lin Feng like a little cutie. It sounded good to say that they were going to give Lin Feng the most shares, but in reality, without Lin Feng, they didn't even have the slightest possibility. As long as Lin Feng wasn't a cutie pie, it would be able to understand the reasoning. This situation was not as if Lin Feng had done it himself. Why would he still want to share the benefits with them? Seeing Chen Xingya take the glass, Lin Feng said with a smile, "Of course, actually, this project is still very good. Nowadays, in this society, what is the most profitable thing to engage in? Of course, is monopolization. While monopolizing something like this and doing it personally is illegal behavior. It's nothing to me, it's just a matter of who I want to let do it. Mr. Chen, I feel pretty good about you, and as for your yet-to-be-met boss, I'm not the least bit interested. From what you told me today about this, I kind of don't like this guy." Me, Chen Xingya, who took a sip of wine, froze slightly. How could she not expect that Lin Feng would think so highly of her and feel so good about her? "But I don't have the capital or the background, and if I start this business on my own, I'll offend my boss and those shareholders, and I'm afraid I'm not up to the task." Lin Feng shook his head. "There's no such thing as doing it or not anymore. There's only the question of whether you want to do it or not. I'm very optimistic about this business. The property company, this business is still very violent. It's just a matter of hiring someone to do the job and manage the area they are in. And as long as the hygiene and environment is maintained, there won't be any problems. In fact, the property's biggest profit is on top of siphoning off the maintenance fund. You should have no problem knowing these things, but I don't know how to face the boss. She knows me well. When I first came to Mordor, if I didn't have my boss to take care of me, I wouldn't be where I am today." Before Chen Xingya could finish her sentence, Lin Feng said indifferently, "A favor is a favor, but it's not like you keep working for her to repay the favor. It's just a matter of repaying her in the future when she's in trouble. Do you think you'll be able to pay back this kind of favor by working for her for the rest of your life? I hope you'll think about it, Mr. Chen. Opportunities don't come to everyone. and a person may not even have one in their lifetime. After listening to Lin Feng's words, Chen Xingya fell into deep thought, and I don't know how long it took, but Chen Xingya's eyes gradually became firm. What do people live for in life? And naturally she has ambitions. If she had been an ordinary person, then naturally she wouldn't have thought that way. But she had her chance now, and no one else would want to miss it. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll do it. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. It's okay, Mr. Chen didn't let me down. If you were being indecisive, that's what really let me down. Just plan a program when you have time and send it to me. As for the initial startup capital, I'll give it to you, and if there's any resistance you can talk to me, I can smooth things out for you. After saying his words, Lin Feng directly drank the red wine in his cup, and his hand had appeared on Chen Xingya's leg at some point. Noticing this scene, Chen Xingya couldn't help but blush on her face, but she didn't resist, instead letting Lin Feng do whatever he wanted. An hour later, Lin Feng walked out of the villa refreshed and drove directly to the school. Originally he was thinking of going to school properly, being a good student, and definitely not missing classes without any major events. But I didn't realize I was still over an hour late today. I had just arrived at school and walked into the class when I noticed that there was something strange about the atmosphere in the class, only to see that the gazes of the many boys in the class were all looking to one place consciously or unconsciously. Even the three Gao men were no exception. Following their gaze, they saw a girl sitting in the corner. That girl was very pretty looking, definitely comparable to a school flower like Gu Baiyu. And even if this girl was not inferior to Gu Baiyu in terms of face value, her body was even hotter. The two mountains in front of that chest were breathtaking, and the straight legs were surprisingly fluorescent under the light. A student JK outfit that gave all the boys in the class the urge to have a nosebleed about to flow. And the daughter looked particularly familiar. Surprisingly, the biker girl from last night. Why are you here? Lin Feng, who walked into the class, couldn't help but ask in surprise after recognizing the girl. Seeing that it was Lin Feng, when Sierra looked happy and waved her hand in greeting. Lin Feng, you're here. The girl's enthusiastic greeting made all the wolves in the class all look lost. What? This beauty knows Lin Feng? At this moment, everyone knew they had no chance. A group of wolves had gotten to know Wenxier on all sides from the moment she arrived in class. Body and face notwithstanding, absolutely top-notch presence. What they observed the most was still what Wenxiel was wearing. Van Cleef and Arpels necklace, Hermes limited edition backpack, all in one. It's at least $1 million or more. That's pure rich white trash. Lin Feng didn't care about the gazes of the crowd and came straight to sit beside Wenxier. Are you done with your business? Wenxier nodded and very skillfully followed Lin Feng as he organized his books. Seeing this scene, a group of wolves even pounded their feet. Lin Feng, I don't share the same fate as you. Is it true that you're going to snatch up every good-looking beauty? But while the crowd was dissatisfied in their hearts, no one dared to say anything. Lin Feng was definitely an existence not to be messed with in school now. The four dukes of Kaida, two of them had already been cleaned up by Lin Feng. They didn't have the strength of the four dukes to mess with Lin Feng. As for the four males they were talking about, they were naturally Wang Haiyang and Xia Weiwei's ex-boyfriend who was the student council president. It's all been resolved, and my mother has investigated it, saying it was someone from the company who did it, and now my mother is working on it. Lin Feng nodded at his words. It's good that it's okay. When he finished speaking, he swept his gaze up and down at Wenxier, feeling that this woman was really quite interesting. Surprisingly, there are two personalities, pure and valiant. Last night when he rode the motorcycle, he gave Lin Feng the impression of a little too young girl. Valiant. And this JK outfit today is purely overwhelming. That front and back plus the looming peaks really answered the call. Child what giant what? Chapter 141 Nya Bingyan is jealous. Feeling Lin Feng's gaze, Wenxier even straightened her chest without being shy at all. That lofty mountain peak didn't do anything to Lin Feng, but instead, it almost didn't mesmerize those wolf friends who had been keeping their eyes fixed on this place. Boss, you know her? At that moment, Gao Lu, who had returned to his senses and was sitting in the back, couldn't help but ask curiously. Lin Feng nodded. There was a meeting last night. Last night? The word last night floored Takara straight away. Then he barred his mouth and sincerely admired Lin Feng, and even stretched out his thumb. Boss, admire, admire, admire. How come all the beautiful women are so attached to you? Seeing the strangeness in Gao Li's eyes, Lin Feng knew that this kid must have thought wrong again, but he was too lazy to explain it. This kid's mind itself had problems. He might not be able to explain it even if he explained it. Instead, Wenxier looked at Gao Lu with interest. Hey, are you Lin Feng's little brother? Last night she had learned some information about Lin Feng from her mother when Wanqiu's mouth. After realizing that Lin Feng was the new boss of Zunhuan Casino, he couldn't help but become more interested in Lin Feng. With that, she also told her mother, Wanqiu, about Lin Feng saving her. after hearing that it was Lin Feng who had saved her daughter, when Wanqiu became even more grateful to Lin Feng. Originally, Lin Feng's taking over the Zunhuang casino as if he were a divine warrior had solved the biggest crisis for her Wen family. Before she could think of how to thank Lin Feng, she didn't expect Lin Feng to save her daughter again. This favor, she just couldn't repay it in a lifetime. The only way to repay him was to properly manage the industry for Lin Feng. And when Xier had her mother transfer her here after she realized that Lin Feng was a freshman at the University of Finance, when Xier was the same age as Lin Feng, also a freshman, originally she was attending Magic City University. In order to want to get a little closer to Lin Feng, directly let her mother find a relationship to transfer her here. I thought I would see Lin Feng as soon as I came to school today, but I didn't expect Lin Feng to come to school until the first class was over. But fortunately it didn't disappoint her too much. Lin Feng at least came. If he didn't, she would have been really disappointed. As for her asking if Gaolo was Lin Feng's little brother, it was only because she knew Lin Feng's background. A big brother figure like Lin Feng, with his powerful personality, would definitely have minions following him wherever he went. Gaolo didn't deny it because his relationship with Lin Feng was also really like what Wen Xier said. That was Lin Feng's little brother. In the past, he could only say that it was the brotherly love of a fellow student, but now he thoroughly wanted to recognize Lin Feng as his big brother, only because he got a message from his family. That was Lin Feng's exploits in Hangzhou 2 days ago. Gao Li's family could only be said to be rich, but it couldn't be called top-notch, not to mention comparing it to the Zhao family, a powerful family in Hangzhou, or the Xia family in the beginning. Their family couldn't even compare. His family has more than $100 million in assets, while the Xia family was already a $100 billion group, the absolute unicorn level. It could throw his family off for 800 blocks. After knowing about this matter again, Cao made up his mind that he must hold on to Lin Feng's thigh. In itself, he was the first to get the moon near the water. With the timing of being in the same school, class, and dormitory as Lin Feng, if he still couldn't hold on to Lin Feng's thighs, then he was considered a waste. Just as Lin Feng and the three of them were talking, a sound of high heels hitting the ground rang out. Then he saw Nie Bingyan walk in wearing a long black dress with red-soled high heels. Today's Nie Bingyan no longer had light makeup, but exquisite makeup. Originally, Nie Bingyan was already a top-notch beauty, and under the backdrop of exquisite makeup, she was even more breathtakingly beautiful. Nie Bingyan, who walked into the classroom, looked directly at Lin Feng. At first, Nie Bingyan still had a look of stealing joy in her eyes, but after seeing Wen Xier sitting beside Lin Feng, her eyes couldn't help but rise with a flash of anger. So far Nie Bingyan heavily placed the lecture material on the podium. Instantly the disorganized classroom turned silent. Although today's Nie Bingyan was beautiful, the crowd of students didn't dare to look at her much at all. The discerning can see that today this guy seems to be in a bad mood. If one accidentally offends the other party, the future graduation may even be flunked. Don't think that you're free to go to college and study good or bad enough to get a diploma. It's really all in the minds of people who don't know any better. In fact, going to college may be a little easier academically, but the psychological pressure is still high. 10 years of hard study for this final sprint. If because of too much indulgence, and thus led to not get a diploma, then there is no place to cry. It was rumored that there was a student who failed his course when receiving his diploma because he was too indulgent, and at that moment, that student almost did not cry to death. It was only because on the eve of graduation, in his last class, he got so carried away that he caused a teacher, who had always been the image of a good old boy, to joke about him during roll call. Got flunked right out by that good old teacher. Didn't collect my diploma, and in the end, lost my job. The roll call will now begin, and those whose names are called will oblige, and whoever fails to show up, do not blame me for being unsympathetic. After speaking, Nie Bingyan directly flipped open the roster and named them one by one. As each name was called out, the crowd of students responded loudly, all afraid of messing with this goddess guide. Lin Feng, in. Hearing Nie Bingyan call his name, Lin Feng spoke. Lin Feng, in. Lin Feng, in. When calling Lin Feng's name, Nie Bingyan kept calling it 3 times. Although he didn't know what was wrong with Nie Bingyan today, Lin Feng still responded 3 times. Seeing Lin Feng respond so nicely, some of the anger in his heart got a little better. Well, the students did a great job today. All of them are here. I'd like to introduce you to a new student today. Is Wen Xier here yet? Hearing Nie Bingyan's words, Wen Xier stood up and said, "Teacher, I'm here." Seeing that it was indeed the girl sitting next to Lin Feng, Nie Bingyan said with a cold face, "Student Wen Xier, I don't know what made you transfer here, but I hope you'll be disciplined in class, study hard, and not waste your parents' hard work." Hearing Nie Bingyan's inexplicable words, although Wen Xier didn't know what was going on, she still nodded her head understandingly and agreed. "Okay teacher, I will study hard." Nie Bingyan nodded. "Well, sit down." With that, Nya Bingyan gazed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I heard you were late today? Chapter 142, Take Advantage and Leave. Lin Feng stood up and spoke. Yes, teacher, because there was a bit of a delay. I don't want to hear any reason. Late is late. After school at noon you come to my office to stand in punishment. Come back when you've cognized your mistake. Nya Bingyan said in a cold voice. Teacher, I was really delayed because of something. I didn't mean to be late. And if I never recognize my mistake, am I not going to have class in the afternoon? 2. Lin Feng was really a bit speechless about Nya Bingyan's attitude today. Who on earth had provoked her? This resentment was too big. Nya Bingyan frowned slightly. I'll let you come back to class in the afternoon, but you'll continue to be punished after school. You can't cognize your mistakes, so you'll keep punishing yourself. What kind of operation is this? The crowd of students felt that Nya Bingyan was targeting Lin Feng too much, but everyone was a little snickering again. All of them felt that Lin Feng deserved it, and they all appeared to gloat. Lin Feng was too popular at school. Many people looked at him very unfavorably, and they were very happy to see Lin Feng suffer defeat. Lin Feng also feels that today's Nya Bingyan is a bit excessive, but now is not the time. Wait for noon after school and a good clean up this Nya Bingyan. The morning passed quickly, and after school ended at noon. Lin Feng walked directly towards Nya Bingyan's office. After Lin Feng left, Wen Xie hooked her finger and asked Gao Lo, "Hey, little brother, this guide of yours isn't having an affair with Lin Feng, is he?" Gao Lo frowned and thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I haven't heard that the boss has anything to do with the guide." Although Gao Lo said that there was nothing going on, Wen Xie guessed that Lin Feng and Nya Bingyan must be up to something with her sixth sense as a woman. However, she had just arrived here and everything was just a guess, so she could only investigate in secret first to see if it was really what she thought it was. Arriving in front of Nya Bingyan's office door, Lin Feng didn't knock on the door and directly pushed it open and walked in. At this moment, Nya Bingyan was lowering her head and organizing her books. Seeing Lin Feng, who walked straight in without knocking on the door, his face couldn't help but turn cold. "Don't you know you have to knock before entering someone's room, especially a woman's?" Lin Feng smiled faintly and casually closed the door, even locking it directly before taking a step towards Nya Bingyan. Seeing this scene, Nya Bingyan was taken aback. The shadow that was cast by Chu Jianxing last time hadn't dissipated, and now that she saw Lin Feng's appearance, Nya Bingyan couldn't help but get nervous. "Lin Feng, what are you doing?" With those words, Nya Bingyan nervously stood up and retreated towards the back. Lin Feng, on the other hand, had an evil smile on his face as he came to Nya Bingyan step by step. "Lin Feng, you, don't come over." It wasn't until she was unable to retreat and came to the corner of the wall that Nya Bingyan stopped and looked at Lin Feng in awe. He only saw Lin Feng stretch out a hand to brace himself on the wall behind Nya Bingyan and look down at Nya Bingyan wistfully. "My dear goddess guide, this is something you deliberately provoked me with. Don't blame me for any consequences. Lin Feng, you stay away from me. I'm telling you, if you..." "Oh, is that to say you're going to yell if I don't get away from you? No one will come today even if you scream your head off." "Lin Feng, what are you doing?" When Nya Bingyan saw Lin Feng's handsome hairy evil face, a bad premonition rose in her heart. "What am I going to do? Teacher, don't you know?" Just as the words fell, he saw Lin Feng directly print on it. Well, the French wet kiss was staged in the office, and at this moment, Nya Bingyan's entire body was as if she had suffered a lightning strike, and her entire body froze on the spot. A look of disbelief filled his eyes. How could she not have thought that Lin Feng would be so bold, daring to make such a rogue move on her in the school's office? He didn't know how long it had been until Nya Bingyan felt like she was about to suffocate. Then Lin Feng raised his head in satisfaction. That wonderful feeling from earlier made Lin Feng very reminiscent. Under the sun's rays, there were surprisingly crystalline threads between their lips. After doing everything, Lin Feng directly turned to the chair and sat down. "Teacher, I recognize my mistake. May I leave now?" "Lin Feng, get lost." Seeing Lin Feng's smug look, Nya Bingyan couldn't help but roar loudly. The sudden roar startled Lin Feng, knowing that Nya Bingyan was probably really angry. Then he didn't dare to stay for a moment and quickly stood up and opened the door to leave. It wasn't until Lin Feng had left for a long time that Nya Bingyan's face recovered a bit. Then she gritted her teeth and said, "Lin Feng, you wait for me. I'm definitely not going to let you go." After leaving Nya Bingyan's office, Lin Feng went to the school cafeteria to find Gao Lu and the others. After arriving at the cafeteria, it made Lin Feng see a surprised scene, only to see that his three roommates were circling around Wen Xie's side as if they were little brothers. "Sister-in-law, last night was so thrilling. Our boss is also too powerful. Other people are holding guns and he was able to take care of that gang of kidnappers so easily." "Awesome," Gao said, patting himself on the back. After speaking, Gao asked towards Sun Hao beside him. "Sun Hao, I remember that your family is a martial arts family, right? You evaluate the boss's strength. Have you ever seen someone with a body like the boss's? If it were you, could you be like the boss?" Hearing Gao Li's culture, Sun Hao couldn't help but say, "How could I? Our family has only inherited some of our ancestors' martial arts. We are just a bit stronger physically than others, and we are not gods. When I encounter a bandit with a gun, I definitely won't go up to die. What martial art can be more powerful than a gun? If I see someone with a gun, I will definitely hide as far away as possible." Hearing Sun Hao's words, the three Gaola people all had a new realization. It turns out that martial arts is not as the legend says, what with the empty hand into the white blade. So when you think about it, their boss's strength is too terrifying. Sister-in-law, tell us in detail how the boss took the gun. Sun Hao's curiosity also rose and inquired. When Xie recalled last night's events, then said, Lin Feng just walked over and did this and that, and the gun in that kidnapper's hand was snatched off by him and then he also threw the gun into my hand with precision. I was scared to death to get a gun at the time, even though the gun was in my hand. I just felt pretty intimidated by this thing. As she spoke, Wen Xier also compared how Lin Feng grabbed the gun last night. After seeing Wen Xier's gesticulation, Sun Hao said with a gloomy expression, "This should be a grappling stance. It seems that the boss's strength is much stronger than I thought." Chapter 143, The Wang family's visit. Just as the crowd was talking, Lin Feng had already walked over. Chatting about what? Talking so happily, just so I can listen. Lin Feng, who had a smile on his face, directly leaned down and sat beside Wen Xier. Seeing Lin Feng arrive, Wen Xier first tensed up for a moment, then hurriedly pushed a meal in front of Lin Feng. "Here's a meal for you to order." Seeing the meal that Wen Xier pushed over, Lin Feng said, "Quite sumptuous." In order to change the topic, Wen Ziel directly interrupted. "Lin Feng, you admit your mistake?" Lin Feng shook his head. "I didn't do anything wrong. I admit to any mistakes. I told the guide before that I have a lot of things going on and occasionally I might have to come in a little late or take a leave of absence. Who knows what kind of madness she's having today." "Oh," Wen Xier deliberately pulled a long voice, then said, "Lin Feng, do you think the guide will be a bit mean to you?" Wen Xier's words directly caused everyone's movements to stop. The Gaolu trio was looking surprised. After Wen Xier said that, they felt as if the guide was a little different from Lin Feng. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was surprised by Wen Xier's amazing sixth sense. This Wen Xier had just come on her first day, or even just a few hours at full count, and was actually able to see that he had an unusual relationship with Nie Bingyan. Seeing Lin Feng's expression, Wen Xier became even more certain of her suspicions, and then felt that Nie Bingyan would be a strong enemy for her. But she didn't say anything more than, "How was it? Was the food good?" Lin Feng nodded. "Not bad, quite tasty, as long as it's delicious, then eat more," Wen Xier said with a smile. After saying his words, he directly leaned on the table with both hands, resting his head with a sweet smile on his face as he watched Lin Feng eat. Seeing this scene, Gao Li's three people couldn't help but all grin a little. Did Lin Feng save the galaxy in his last life? It takes a lifetime to get this kind of treatment. Even if they have money, they are still so handsome. Even if they are handsome, they are still very attractive to women. Even if they are attractive to women, they are still top-notch beauties. It was very hard for them to find a top-notch beauty, but Lin Feng made it easy. And a top-notch beauty like Wen Xier threw herself at him. It's a real people-pleaser. Just as Lin Feng was living a nourishing little life. Magic City Hospital, inside Wang Haiyang's hospital room. At this time, Wang Haiyang's hand is still in a cast. His hand was crushed by Lin Feng's bones, and although he was saved in time, even after he was cured, he would leave indelible roots of his illness. After hearing what the doctor had told him, Wang Haiyang could say that his hatred for Lin Feng had reached the extreme. It even reached the level of wanting to thwart Lin Feng. Just as Wang Haiyang had a face of hatred, thinking about how to get back at Lin Feng. The door to the wardroom was pushed open and a man who bore a slight resemblance to Wang Haiyang walked in. The man was about 34 or 35 years old and exuded a faint aura of superiority. Seeing that man, Wang Haiyang couldn't help but look happy. "Big brother, what brings you here?" Wang Haichao frowned and said, "I heard that you were hospitalized, so I came over from the imperial capital to see you." When he heard Wang Haichao talk about his injury, Wang Haiyang was in a bad mood. "Big brother, you have to help me take revenge. The doctor said that even if my hand is well, it will leave behind the root of the disease. In the future, it may be worse compared to a normal person. I am now becoming an invalid." As he spoke, Wang Haiyang looked downcast. Wang Haichao said, "Don't worry, big brother, I came over this time to help you take revenge. Father has applied for a special case team position for me, and this time I've come over to be in charge of the special operation to fight blacks and evils in Mordor. With your injury this time, I could have just taken the guy straight up for blackmail." Hearing that his elder brother had been awarded the position of task force leader, Wang Haiyang couldn't help but have his eyes light up. "Big brother, are you telling the truth? The old master was so powerful that he directly arranged such a position for you." Wang Haichao shook his head. "It's not all about the old man's ability, but also has the help of others." "Whose help?" Wang Haiyang asked suspiciously. Wang Haichao shook his head. I won't say who it is, just go to school in peace. When the time is ripe, I will naturally tell you. Hearing his big brother speak so seriously, Wang Haiyang knew that the person helping their Wang family must be someone even more powerful than their family. Thinking about this, Wang Haiyang also guessed something. There were only a few people in the imperial capital who were stronger than their Wang family. His family's old man was at the level of a full ministry, but the person who made his big brother so jealous must be a state-level bigwig, deputy or full state, regardless of which one of these two it was. Their Wang family was considered to have hugged the big leg. Having reached the level of their Wang family, it was impossible to go any further. The bigwigs above them have ancestors who were basically original shareholders to get to where they are today. Without the original shares of their ancestors, even if they were capable, they could not have reached that status. Big brother, then go and arrest Lin Feng. I can be a witness, and many people in the school saw it at the time. It's just a matter of making a call that you send someone to investigate, and those people will be able to provide testimony. Wang Haichao nodded. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements before coming, but just based on this matter of yours, you can't completely take that Lin Feng down. You still have to collect more evidence. Either you don't do it, or if you do it, you have to make sure that he can never turn over. This Lin Feng's identity has been investigated as well. This person's background is not simple. Magic Capital has basically become his territory. If you want to move Lin Feng here, you have to have enough evidence to report it. Directly let the Imperial Capital side cooperate with me. If I look for the Magic Capital's judiciary to cooperate with me, I might scare the snakes. Ha! Hearing his big brother's words, Wang Haiyang's entire body was shocked. He didn't expect that Lin Feng's background was so strong that the entire magic was his territory. What is the Magic City? That is second only to the Imperial Capital of the super big city. A person can make the Magic City into their own territory. This power must be how huge. No wonder even the military had to put the matter to rest in the first place, even going so far as to step in and make an apology to Lin Feng. This background does reach that level, so what do you want to do, big brother? Wang Haiyang was now very desperate to get revenge on Lin Feng and couldn't help but ask anxiously. According to the information from the investigation, Lin Feng is the owner of Zunhuang Casino. As early as many years ago, some illegal and criminal activities within the Zunhuang Casino had already been investigated, just that there were too many people involved and they never moved. Now is a good opportunity. If we can find conclusive evidence within the Zunhuang Casino, then Lin Feng won't be able to help even if he has a strong background. You can even use public opinion to expand your influence. Even with Lin Feng's background, there won't be anyone who dares to bail him out at a time like this. Chapter 144, Wang Haichao's Spiritedness. Big brother, what a good plan. I've heard of this Zunhuang Casino. I've heard that it involves pornography, gambling and drugs. Whichever of these three crimes can be proven, it's enough for Lin Feng to drink a pot. Thinking of the day of revenge, Wang Haiyang could not help but look excited. However, with the excitement, his palm tugged once again, and it couldn't help but make him grimace in pain. Well, you have a good rest. Although I am the leader of the task force, but it is not a secret down. Now the group members are waiting for me in the Public Security Bureau. I have to go over to take a look. Okay, big brother, take your time, Wang Yang said happily. Wang Haichao nodded, and seeing that Wang Haiyang had nothing to do, he stood up and left. Soon, Wang Haichao drove his car to the Magic City Public Security Bureau. With the arrival of Wang Haichao, a number of big and small leaders of the Public Security Bureau came out to greet them. In terms of rank, Wang Haichao naturally didn't have this treatment, needing to have both the first and second in command of the Public Security Bureau come out to greet him. However, in terms of rights, a group of leaders of the Magic City Public Security Bureau need to be taken seriously. After all, this was a commissioner sent by the imperial capital, equivalent to a minister of Qin in ancient times, and they, the local officials, needed to be treated with courtesy and respect. Hello Group Leader Wang, I'm Ma Mingwei, the director of the Magic City Public Security Bureau. Welcome Group Leader Wang to come and inspect the work. If there's anything we need to cooperate with, Group Leader Wang just say it. Among the people who greeted Wang Haichao, naturally, there was also Du Yanyan, who was the captain of the criminal police force. This time, Wang Haichao led the team down. After the Magic City side got the news, they knew that Wang Haichao came to the Magic City, certainly not for show, is bound to make a little noise. As for who will be so unlucky to be cleaned up, that is not known. When Wang Haichao heard Ma Mingwei's words, he couldn't help but smile and say, "Then thank you, Director Ma, for your cooperation at work. When the mission is complete, I'll buy everyone dinner." As the people spoke, they linked arms and headed toward the Public Security Bureau building. The crowd made their way to the conference room that had already been prepared. The two of them, Wang Haichao and Ma Mingwei, sat at the top position. On both sides of the conference table, Seated on one side were the members of the task force brought in by Wang Haichao. Sitting on one side were the leaders of the various departments of the Magic City Public Security Bureau. Only after the meeting started, Wang Haichao cleared his throat and then slowly said, "Gentlemen, this time, the above sent me down to deal with the work of fighting blackness and eliminating evils in Mordor. It's a very arduous task. I hope that everyone can cooperate with each other, and everyone can rest assured that the credit goes to all the people who participated in this special operation to fight the blacks and eliminate the evils. And I will definitely not covet a share of the credit from any one of you." Only to see Ma Mingwei said with a faint smile, "Captain Wang is courteous. We are all serving the people. What credit or no credit, as long as it is beneficial to the people, we naturally have no complaints. For this special event, do whatever Group Leader Wang says, and all of us in the Magic City Judicial Department will absolutely cooperate with Group Leader Wang." When Wang Haichao heard Ma Mingwei's words, he couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction. "Good, with Director Ma's words, then I'll take the plunge." The crowd then discussed the specific plans for the special event and adjourned for the day. And during the meeting, Wang Haichao directly transferred Du Yanyan, who is the Brigadier General of the Criminal Police, to assist him. Hearing that it was she who was chosen by Wang Haichao, Du Yanyan couldn't help but frown slightly. During the meeting, Wang Haichao highlighted the Zunhuang Casino, which made Du Yanran know that Wang Haichao came to Mordor this time, just for the Zunhuang Casino. Thinking deeper, it was easy to think that the object Wang Haichao was targeting was Lin Feng. Thinking about this, Du Yanyan was a little less optimistic about this Wang Haichao, because she had seen Lin Feng's documents with her own eyes. With Lin Feng's status, even if the Wang family's old man came in person, he wouldn't be a threat to Lin Feng. First of all, you imagine the difficulty of obtaining this identity of Lin Feng. Even the Wang family's old man didn't have the power to get this status for his family's junior. From this, one could tell how terrifying the background behind Lin Feng was, at least according to Lin Feng's current situation. With the background behind Lin Feng, it wouldn't be difficult at all to bring down the Wang family, but she didn't have to be reminded of that. She just had to contribute to the work herself, though she's been pretty ironclad since she got into the judiciary. However, she chose to make an exception when it came to Lin Feng. She was straight-laced, but not stupid. This kind of behavior, which she knew was a death sentence, was not something she would do. As for why Wang Haichao will choose Du Yanran to work with him, in fact, also has the reason of love at first sight for Du Yanran. After arriving at the conference room, Wang Haichao took a glance at Du Yanran. Of course, he had some understanding of Du Yanran's identity background. Although the Du family in Magic City was considered not a small family, it was still inferior when compared to their Wang family, despite the fact that the Du family has a 100-year history of inheritance. But it's not the case that the longer the family has been passed down, the more powerful it is. It's always good to see what both sides have accomplished. Huaxia inherited more than 100 years of family, is an ordinary person, going back up. Most people have 100 years of history, but in the end is not an ordinary person. All day long for 3 meals a day to go to work as a cowhorse, or into the factory to play the screws. The place where Wang Haichao and the others were located was the special task force office that the Magic City Public Security Bureau had specially cleaned out for them. After coming to the office, Wang Haichao turned to Du Yanran and said, "Captain Du, before the end of the special activity, it's going to be you, Captain Du, who will have to suffer some exhaustion." Du Yanran shook her head. "There's no such thing as being tired. Assisting Captain Wang is my duty." Hearing Du Yanran's words, Wang Haichao smiled and nodded. "Captain Du, I just came to Magic City. I don't know much about many things. I wonder if Captain Du can introduce me." Du Yanyan slowly said, "Of course, what does Team Leader Wang want to know? Let's start with what evidence of the mob gangs you have in your hands. Captain Du, if you have any you can pass it on to me, and if there is any resistance you can tell me about it. I can help you deal with it." Du Yanyan nodded her head and slowly said, "There is actually nothing left of the mob forces in Mordor, and what there is just a bunch of young people who are new to society and don't know the severity of the law, and make some small fights to get things done. I can go back and bring you the information now if Team Leader Wang wants it." Hearing Du Yanran's words, Wang Haichao smiled meaningfully. "Captain Du is being a bit dishonest. Before I came here, but I heard something. It seems that the triads and other outlaws in Mordor still exist, and even many of the outlaws have already washed their hands of doing legitimate business. But even if they are washed in the white, there are still traces of the illegal things that they once did. Let's take Captain Du's your family, the Du family, for example. Chapter 145, you try to hide as far away as possible." Hearing Wang Haichao's words, Du Yanran couldn't help but change her complexion, and a touch of coldness surfaced in her gaze towards Wang Haichao. "Team Leader Wang, what do you mean by that?" Wang Haichao shook his head. "It doesn't mean anything, I just want to tell you, Captain Du, to cooperate with me. Du Yanran took a deep breath and her voice became even more clear and cold. Okay, Team Leader Wang, I'll cooperate with you. After the two finished speaking, Du Yanran directly stood up and left. After leaving the office area of the task force, Du Yanran's face became gloomy. This Wang Haichao came to Mordor this time. It looks like he is going to make a real move. After returning to her office, Du Yanran was silent for a while, then she took out her cell phone and called home. Soon the phone was answered and an elderly man's voice rang out. Hey, Yan, why are you free to call home today? The person who spoke was none other than the Du family's old master, and the existence that had led the family to its current peak. Grandpa, there might be trouble. Hearing Du Yanran's words, Du Lao couldn't help but frown. What do you mean? Du Yanran spoke about Wang Haichao and the task force, and Du Lao was silent for a moment as he sniffed. Your guess is correct. This Wang Haichao came to Magic City looking like he's coming from a bad place, but you don't have to worry. Since this person can say such words in front of you, it means that he isn't trying to target our Du family. Otherwise he wouldn't have revealed this information to you. As long as we don't offend him, he won't move us. I know that, Grandpa. I just want you to prepare early so that when the time comes, our family won't be unprepared if something goes wrong. Actually, I've already guessed Wang Haichao's true intentions for coming to Magic City. Du Lao asked suspiciously, what is the real intention? Du Yanran slowly spat out two words, Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Who is Lin Feng? Du Lao was unfamiliar with this name and wondered what it was that could make the Wang family take it so seriously, even going so far as to set up a task force to come to Mordor. With that, Du Yanran spoke the information about Lin Feng that she had investigated. After listening to Du Yanran, Du Lao could not help but look surprised. This Lin Feng's background is so deep. If what you say is true, then we may need to make a choice. Du Yanran said slowly, yes, Grandpa. That's what I mean. Now it's all about taking sides. We're either going to side with the Wang family and the people behind him, or we're going to side with Lin Feng and offend the Wang family and the people behind him. Grandpa, do you have any knowledge of the situation in the imperial capital? Do you know who is behind the Wang family? We need to know our enemy now to work out our next steps. We always need to find out who's behind both the Wang family and Lin Feng. Alright, your grandfather, I still have some acquaintances in the imperial capital. I'll go and ask around now and let you know when I have news. After the two hung up, the Du family's old man found a phone number to call. Soon, an old man's voice came from there as well. Ah, old Du, why do you have time to call today? The old man on the other side of the phone had a smile in his voice. Du Ruffing said respectfully, Elder Chi, of course I have nothing to do here. There's a bit of a problem in Mordor right now, so I wanted to ask Elder Chi about something. Oh, what happened in Mordor? The old man over there asked suspiciously. It's like this, Elder Chi. My granddaughter just called me over, saying that a young man from the Wang family has led a team and set up a task force to come to Mordor to execute some kind of anti-blackness and anti-evil activity. My granddaughter is now the first captain of the Mordor criminal police force, and that young man from the Wang family said something to her, and I have a feeling that this time the task force came to Mordor. Things don't seem to be that simple. The people you want to deal with aren't simple people either. My family's situation, as you know, Elder Chi, is actually just wanting stability and doesn't have much ambition. But now that we're forced to stir into the muddy waters, there has to be a preparation. When Shi Lao heard Du Rufing's words, he understood what he meant. This matter, I've heard about it. That task force was applied for by the Lu family from above. The Lu family? Hearing this name, Du Ruffing couldn't help but be shocked for a moment. The Lu family, one of the four great families of the imperial capital. That was the top magnate in China. The Lu family's old man was a vice state-level bigwig, a ceiling-like existence in the whole of China. So it's the Lu family. Thanks, Elder Chi. I know. Hearing Du Rufing's words, Shi Lao couldn't help but say, in fact, you don't need to be nervous. If it's the Lu family that wants to clean you up, then there's no need to go through so much trouble at all. I reckon that this time the Lu family took the trouble to send the Wang family to the Magic City, and the person that they want to deal with should also be a little bit of a scaring factor to them. That's why they're going to go through the normal procedures, trying to hit opponents with hard evidence. If it's an ordinary family or person, there's no need to go to such great lengths. What I'm more curious about right now is what kind of person this Lu family is trying to deal with. I've thought about it for half a day and I haven't been able to come up with who in your Magic City has such qualifications to make the Lu family so vocal. Hearing Elder Chi's words, Du Ruffing remembered the name that Du Yanran had told him about, and then spoke. Elder Chi, I don't know who it is, but my granddaughter told me the name of a person, and it just so happens that I also want to ask Elder Chi if he recognizes this person. Who? Elder Chi opened his mouth to inquire. My granddaughter Du Yanran said that the person the Wang family is targeting this time is called Lin Feng. Du Ruffing said slowly, Lin Feng? There's something familiar about that name, but I can't remember who it is right now. Wait a moment, I'll find someone to ask around. After speaking, Shi Lao put the phone aside, picked up the landline beside him, and made a call out. Hey, Go investigate someone named Lin Feng for me, and hurry to notify me when you have news. This side, Qi Lao had just finished his orders when news came back from over there. Elder Qi, the investigation has come out. Lin Feng is a special agent of our Imperial Capital's State Security Bureau. Hearing this news, a flash of light flashed through Qi Lao's mind as he finally remembered who this Lin Feng was. After realizing that the person that the Wang and Lu families had teamed up to deal with was actually Lin Feng, his expression couldn't help but turn strange. Interesting, really interesting. This Lu family and Wang family are crazy. Even want to deal with Lin Feng, especially this Wang family. Really live enough ah. Qi Lao then picked up the phone again to talk to Du Ruffing. Ha ha, Ruffing ah. This is going to be a good show. The one piece of advice I'll give you is if you can hide as far away as you can. If you really can't hide, then stand up to Lin Feng. The Wang family and the Lu family are definitely going to fall head over heels this time. Chapter 146, When Shear's Deep Hidden Secrets. Hearing Elder Qi's words, Du Ruffing was taken aback. How could he not have thought that the Lu and Wang families would still fall head over heels when they joined forces? So who exactly was the person they were dealing with? And who was this Lin Feng? At this moment, Du Ruffing especially wanted to know Lin Feng's identity. Then he opened his mouth and asked, Elder Qi, can you make it more clear? Who exactly is this Lin Feng? Hearing Du Ruffing's inquiry, Elder Qi couldn't help but smile faintly. I knew that you would definitely be unable to hold back your curiosity inquiries. Actually, I don't know this person Lin Feng very well. The small portion I learned from the information I investigated was enough to shock me. I don't know who this Lin Feng is, but I know who the person behind Lin Feng is. Who is it? Du Ruffing, who was already over 80 years old, had turned out to be like a child, and was surprisingly so curious about a matter. Have you heard of the Yi family? Upon hearing the name Yi, Du Ruffing's entire body was frozen in place with shock. He had naturally heard of the Yi family. This Yi family pure and simple Chinese original shares, and is still the major shareholder, although not when the chairman of the board of directors, but the Yi family is definitely the whole of China to sit firmly in the second chair of the people. It wasn't that the Yi family didn't have the strength to sit as chairman, but the Yi family simply didn't want to. Let's not talk about the Yi family's main family, just a branch family. It has made it to the legend of Huaxia. One page covers two lights. Have you ever heard of it? Not bad. That Nan Yi is the Yi family's branch, and the Yi family in the imperial capital was the main family. Other people had only heard of the name of the lower house, but they had never heard of the terror of the Lord's house. Only when one's strength reached a certain level could one know the true terror of the Yi family, and how it had never occurred to him that Lin Feng's background was actually the Yi family. This Lu family and Wang family together are not enough to beat a Yi family. This kind of top pinnacle match, his Du family really has no qualification to participate, only on the sidelines of the flag waving and shouting, and also have to stand in line to succeed. Once the wrong station right, it is estimated that there is only one way to die. In retrospect, Du Ruffing felt that the Wang family had really lost some of their wits. Surprisingly, he chose to side with the Lu family. If not against the Yi family, the Lu family is indeed a good backer. But compared to the Yi family, it is really not a little bit different. Thank you, Elder Qi. Without your guidance, my Du family might really have to make a wrong move this time and be doomed. Qi Lao said with a faint smile. There's no need to be so polite. We've been old friends for many years as well. If it wasn't for this relationship, I wouldn't have said so much to you at all. Okay, Elder Qi, I'll visit you in the imperial capital when I have time. I'll hang up first. Well, go get busy. After the two hung up, Du Ruffing didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and hurriedly called Du Yanran. Hey, Yan ah. Things have all been inquired about. This time the Wang family, you don't care, just go through the motions. We fully support Lin Feng. As for the Wang family, as long as they dare to take a shot at Lin Feng, then it's not far from extinction. Hearing her grandfather's words, Du Yanran looked shocked. Grandpa, this Lin Feng is so powerful? Du Yanran only knew that Lin Feng wasn't simple, but she hadn't thought that it would be uncomplicated to this extent. Just do what I tell you to do. Okay, Grandpa, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Du Yanran thought for a moment and directly picked up her spare cell phone and sent a message to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's phone number wasn't a secret, and it was still someone of Du Yanran's level. Trying to research a person's phone number is a breeze. An ordinary person had no secrets at all in her eyes if he wanted them. Lin Feng, who was eating in the cafeteria of the University of Finance and Economics, couldn't help but take out his cell phone and look at it after hearing it vibrate. After seeing the content on the text message on his cell phone, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect the Wang family to send someone to Mordor to find him in trouble. Although he wasn't afraid of this Wang family, this person who kindly sent him a message, it was necessary for him to thank him. Thanks a lot. I'll buy you dinner sometime. "Okay, Mr. Lin, see you sometime." After casually saving that cell phone number, Lin Feng led Gao Lu and the others towards the school building. The afternoon flew by, and after the class was over, Nia Bingyan walked in and called the crowd to a halt to start arranging for the freshman party. Lin Feng is naturally the lead vocalist. Although Lin Feng was also very strong above the musical instruments, she needed Lin Feng to stand in the front to give her support. After inquiring around, Wen Xier couldn't help but enthusiastically participate in the freshman party after realizing that it was going to be held. Seeing that Wen Xier wanted to participate, Nia Bingyan couldn't help but ask, "Wen Xier, do you have any talents?" Wen Ziel nodded. "I can play the piano." "You play the piano?" Something like the piano is a gentleman's sport. It's generally not possible to learn well at all without having a privileged family. "Okay, since you said you can play the piano, let's show us all how." Soon the crowd arrived at the school's instrument room. The crowd had just arrived and it was already packed. All of them are freshman classes. Other class guides are also preparing for the freshers' evening. After waiting for a while, it was finally Nia Bingyan's class's turn. After giving Wen Xier a wink, Wen Xier stepped forward and sat directly in front of the piano. "Find a sheet of music and start playing it." As the first notes of the piano sounded, the crowd couldn't help but light up. Whether or not you can play the piano, you can tell by playing the first piano key. And with Wen Xier's first piano key press, the crowd knew that Wen Xier definitely knew how to play the piano. Soon after Wen Xier's song finished, the entire people in the musical instrument room stopped their hands and looked in the direction of Wen Xier with shocked gazes. Wen Xier's piano skills are so high that even though it's just an ordinary tune, it's mesmerizing to listen to. It can't be compared to those top pianists in the world, but it's definitely not worse than some piano masters. At the very least, those ordinary piano teachers on the market couldn't compare to Wen Ziel. Seeing that it was someone from Nia Bingyan's class, the group of guides all looked a bit ugly. Now that Nia Bingyan had a Lin Feng under her command, that was enough for them to drink a pot of water. And then there was another Wen Xier. How else were they going to have fun at this freshman's party? Just as the crowd was shocked by Wen Xier's piano skills, a coughing sound rang out, pulling the crowd back from their disorientation. "I just saw one of the guides say, 'Are you guys done using them? My class hasn't used it yet.'" Hearing that guide's words, the crowd stepped aside and turned their gazes over as well. As the crowd looked over, they saw a female guide leading a girl who seemed to be carrying an immortal aura over. Chapter 147, A Glance of 10,000 Years. Li Chouya. After that woman came in, everyone froze in amazement by her unrivaled face. Of course, if it was based on face value alone, it was naturally impossible for this girl to overwhelm Nia Bingyan and Wen Xier. However, the immortal aura on this girl's body is very attractive, and the boys who see it can't help but seem to have found their first love, and even think in their heads about where to bury themselves with this girl in the future. "Who is this? This is too pretty. I feel like I'm in love." "Not only do you think so, I also think so. It's really too beautiful. If I can marry this girl as my wife, even if I have to live 10 years less, I would be willing to do so." Think beautifully, you still have 10 years less to live. I want to live 20 years less now, but don't dream. This girl is the new freshman Li Chouya of our finance university. Li Chouya? Upon hearing this name, the crowd all froze. They had naturally heard of Li Chouya's name. Li Chouya's hotness was second only to that stormy figure Lin Feng. In the campus bar, besides Lin Feng's post, it was Li Chouya's post that had the most heat. On one of the posts, just by someone taking a picture of Li Chouya's side face, it made countless wolf friends worship her as a goddess. Li Chouya's overwhelming face value already had the tendency to overpower the 4 school flowers of the University of Finance. Feeling the gazes of the crowd looking over, Li Chouya was a little embarrassed and lowered her head with a blush. This action added to the impulse of a group of men to itch and want to hold it in their arms and knead it properly. Lin Feng also glanced at Li Chouya in surprise. He had heard of this girl. Gao Lu, the campus by Xiao Shang, was on his radar after Li Chouya appeared. "Boss, Li Chouya." The thoughts in Lin Feng's mind had just fallen, when Gao Lu, who was behind him, hurriedly opened his mouth. Li Chouya, Wen Xier and Nia Bingyan, who had finished the song, all looked at Li Chouya in surprise, although confident that his own face value was not weaker than this Li Chouya's. However, when the two women looked at Li Chouya, a flash of jealousy could not help but flash under their eyes. This jealousy, not with any bad intentions, but with an inexplicable sense of crisis. It was as if Li Chouya's appearance made them feel threatened. And when Lin Feng looked at Li Chouya, surprisingly, the idea of wanting to stay with her for a long time also surfaced in a ghostly way. The moment this thought appeared, it made the surprise in Lin Feng's heart grow even more. It was the first time he had ever appeared to feel so much for a woman. To say that he's seen too many beautiful women, Yi Xian, Lin Yar, Nia Bingyan, Zhang Yan, Xia Weiwei, Gu Baiwei, Gu Shiran, one Wanqiu, and one Shi'er. Each of these women's face value was a top-notch existence, and even if there were some highs and lows in the face value of all the women, there was definitely not a lot of difference, and the types of the women are all different. There is the imperial sister type, there is the pure type, there is also the young woman type. But now, compared to Li Qiuya, it all feels a little bit worse. Among the women, the only one who could compete with Li Qiuya in terms of temperament was Yi Xian. But although Yi Xian was beautiful and had a noble temperament that made one's desire for conquest intense, she didn't give Lin Feng the idea of desperately wanting to be with him for a long time. And this Li Qiuya gave him that feeling. This woman, it's remarkable. It's really true what they say, one look at a million years. Just as the crowd was shocked by Li Qiuya, they only saw their class guide open his mouth and slowly say, "Please give way." It was only after that guide spoke that the crowd came back to their senses and moved out of the way. What instrument would you like to play? The guide turned her head toward Li Qiuya and asked. Li Qiuya looked up and thought for a moment and said, "Double-keyed electric piano, I think." Hearing that Li Qiuyan actually wanted to challenge the double-keyed electronic piano, the crowd was shocked again. Among the many instruments, the double-keyed electric piano is definitely a difficult one. It's simply not possible to get good at the double-keyed electric piano without absolute talent and years of work. I didn't realize that Li Qiuya chose the double-keyed electric piano right out of the gate. Hearing that it was this musical instrument, Li Qiuya's guide asked uneasily, "Qiuya, it's just a simple talent show today. There's no need to choose something so difficult. Just pick a musical instrument a little bit and perform." Li Qiuya shook her head. "I'm not very good at other instruments, and I'm slightly more proficient at double-stacked keys." Seeing Li Qiuya's firm reply, the guide didn't try to persuade her more, but brought her to where the double-keyed electronic piano was. As Li Qiuya walked towards the double row of keys, Lin Feng was secretly observing all the way. This Li Qiuya didn't look like a rich family from what she was wearing. A suit is no more than $500 at the most. The white sneakers under his feet, which cost just over $100 and seemed to have been worn for not very short periods of time, despite being cleanly brushed, could still show some signs of age and were already a bit worn. At this moment, Lin Feng wasn't the only one observing Li Qiuya's every move. Many people were also secretly observing Li Qiuya. There are students as well as guides for each class. The reason why they paid so much attention to Li Qiuya was actually because they were attracted by Li Qiuya's unrivaled face value. Just as the crowd was having different thoughts, Li Qiuyan, who was sitting in front of the double-row-keyed electronic piano, had already begun to play. As the first note sounded, the crowd was all drawn in. The double-keyed electric piano can be described as a combination instrument, typically capable of playing any music with it. Obviously, she's a post-zero, but Li Qiuya chose an old song, Iron-Blooded Heart, the tune that made people's blood boil, and some of them even wanted to find a bow and arrow and go to the grassland to bend their bows and shoot big eagles. Although Lin Feng was very picky about music, he had to say that the song Iron Blood Dan Xian played by Li Qiuya made his heart fluctuate. After Li Qiuya finished her song, the crowd all subconsciously applauded for her. "Mr. Chen, you've picked up a treasure." This time, the freshman party, the top prize goes to Mr. Chen. The group of guides all walked forward and congratulated Li Qiuya's class guide. The guide known as Mr. Chen waved his hand and said humbly, "You're welcome, teachers. I don't have any feeling that I can take first place in the gala. If I were to say that someone really has that possibility, I feel that it's still Mr. Nia's class that has a chance." As he spoke, that teacher Chen's gaze looked towards Nia Bingyan and Lin Feng. Lin Feng's last singing in class had exploded on the internet. Anyone who played the internet regularly swiped the video of Lin Feng singing in class before Li Qiuya had appeared. This teacher Chen also felt that the first place winner of the freshman gala would be Nia Bingyan's class, but now after Li Qiuya appeared, he felt that there was hope for his class as well. Chapter 148. After Li Qiuya finished her performance, the crowd dispersed, but Li Qiuya's performance was in the minds of the crowd for a long time. After Lin Feng and the others left the instrument room, Gao Lu was still slurping back. This Li Qiuyan played really great. Unfortunately, and want to hear this kind of music that is like heavenly music. Can only wait for the freshman party? This if I can hear it every day. How happy I should be. Just as Gao Lu was reminiscing, he suddenly felt a dangerous aura. Only when Gao Lu looked in the direction where the dangerous aura was coming from, he saw Wen Shier's eyes that emanated danger staring at him. Sensing this scene, Gao Lu couldn't help but shrink his neck in shock. Then he quickly said with a compensatory smile, "Sister-in-law, in fact, I feel that your piano playing is not at all worse than that Li Qiuya. These people have eyes that do not recognize the pearl, and have not experienced your greatness." Sister-in-law, sister-in-law? Hearing Gao Li's words, the crowd all looked over with surprised gazes. I don't know why Gao Li called Wen Xier sister-in-law. Wen Ziel has a boyfriend? This has brought many people down. They were still thinking of pursuing Wen Xier, but they didn't realize that Wen Xier already had a boyfriend. Lin Feng also looked over with a puzzled gaze. This caused a blush to appear on the face of Wen Xier, who felt Lin Feng's gaze. "Shut up, don't talk nonsense. Who's your sister-in-law now? I don't have a boyfriend yet." After saying her words, Wen Xier directly left with quick steps. She was really embarrassed to stay here. At the same time, he cursed Gao Lu in his heart. "Why don't you have any eyesight? Didn't we agree that this is a private name? Why do you still call it out in public?" Luckily, Lin Feng didn't get to the bottom of this. If this was known by Lin Feng, he himself would probably have to find a crack in the ground in shame. After Wen Xier left, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards Gao Lu. The meaning of that inquiry was already obvious. Takara scratched his head awkwardly. Instead, Sun Hao and Ding Xiaola hurriedly stayed away. "Looking like I don't know him." Takaku also knew that he was fast-talking and said what he shouldn't have said, but now he couldn't find an excuse to pass it off even if he wanted to. One could only say helplessly, "Boss, it was Wen Xier who told us to call her that, saying that she's already internalized as your girlfriend, and that you can call her that in private." After hearing Gao Li's words, Lin Feng had black lines on his head. "What kind of brain are you, boy? What she says goes. Am I your boss or is she your boss? It's just breathless enough." After saying his words, Lin Feng didn't bother to talk nonsense with them here, but turned around and left. He had just left the school when he saw Gu Shiran's call to him. Casually picking up the phone, Lin Feng drove with one hand and said, "Hello, MS. Gu, Mr. Lin, you won't have forgotten our agreement, will you?" Gu Shiran's nice voice came out over the phone. Lin Feng said with a faint smile, "Then how can I forget? I'm heading to the venue right now." "Okay, Mr. Lin, it's good that you haven't forgotten. I'll wait for you at the venue." After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng directly stepped on the gas and rushed to the direction of the meeting place he had agreed with Gu Shiran. Today was the time for the match between Gu Shiran and Du Jianxian's clubs. Because the bet had racing in it, the venue was set directly on a mountain road that they had chartered. This mountain road is a perennial venue for underground racing in Magic City. At this time in the Magic City on a mountain highway, there are countless luxury cars gathered. The people who can attend this luxury car party are all from well-off families, with at least hundreds of millions of dollars in assets. All the cars that drove up were sports cars, too. At this moment, Du Jianxiang stepped down from a $70 million Aston Martin. With his appearance, he instantly became the center of attention. "Good day, young Master Du. Good day, young Master Du. Du." There was a flurry of greetings. In Magic City, Du Jianxiang is still very much in his element. With the exception of a few people, in the younger generation, he was the existence at the top of the tower. After all, the Du family was the first of the 4 great mansions of Magic City. Du Jianxiang was the center of attention wherever he went. And at that moment, Gu Shiran also drove a sports car and drove his sister, Gu Baiwei, to this place. The two stepped out of a McLaren P1. The McLaren P1 is still very much an eye-catcher. After all, it is one of the big 3. It's also not very common on the market. Seeing Gu Shiran who stepped down from the car, Du Jianxiang's eyes lit up and he walked over with a smile on his face. His eyes also swept behind Gu Shiran, taking in the group of club members he had brought with him. After scanning around and not seeing any better cars than his own, the confidence grew even more. "Miss Gu, are these all the squad members of your club? If that's all there is to it, then I'll take the win on this one." Gu Shiran smiled faintly. "What's the hurry for Grand Duke Du? Who says these are all that's left of my club? There are still people of mine who haven't come. They'll be here in a while. I just hope that when the time comes, Grand Duke Du won't have a face that looks too ugly. Ah, ha ha." After speaking, Gu Shiran directly pulled Gu Baiwei away. On her way out, Gu Baiwei even made a face with Du Jianxiang. This caused Du Jianxiang's face to rise a shade of iron. "Humph, I'll let you be complacent for a while. When I win all the matches, there'll be no place for you to cry then." With a cold snort, Du Jianxiang also directly turned around and left. Their game officially starts at 9 p.m. There are 3 competitions in total. The first is a limousine competition for both clubs. The second is the stature of both members. The third is racing. For these 3 competitions, Du Jianxiang was determined to win. Gu Shiran he had to marry home. This generation of the Gu family, with the exception of Gu Shiran, are all drunkards. As long as they get their hands on Gu Shiran, the Du family is confident that they will be able to annex all of the Gu family's properties. His first step had been planned to succeed. The younger generation of the Gu family, Gu Shiran's older brother, had been turned into a gambling addict by him. More than $3 billion have been exported privately. Even if the Gu family is big, sooner or later, they will be lost one day. By the time the Gu family reacted, Gu Shiran's big brother was estimated to have made a big hole in the family's estate. When the time comes, it's time for him, the Du family, to make an appearance. The Gu family wasn't weak, but the fault was that the next generation was too uncontested. But where the next generation had some ability, it wouldn't be so easy for him, the Du family, to annex the Gu family. The only difficult character now was this Gu Shiran. It's just a woman, but it's very capable. That's why he forced Gu Shiran to marry him, so that he himself could rightfully meddle in the Gu family business. Chapter 149, System's Awesome Reward. While Du Jianxiang was dreaming, on the other side, the Gu sisters came aside and Gu Baiwei worriedly opened her mouth to ask, "Sis, did you call Lin Feng?" Although Gu Baiwei usually always quarreled and bickered with Gu Shiran, she still cared about Gu Shiran when it mattered. In fact, in many cases, if one observed carefully, one could see that Gu Baiwei cared about this sister of hers. When Gu Baiwei first met Lin Feng in the parking lot, on the surface it looked like she sent Gu Shiran a picture of Lin Feng's car, really asking about the value of the car. In effect, it's sending a message to Gu Shiran that she's encountered a luxury car today, and whether or not that helps you. And it was because of this that Gu Shiran saw the hope of winning the bet with Du Jianxiang. Even when Gu Shiran and Lin Feng's talks had collapsed, it was her appearance that had facilitated the negotiations between the two. On the surface, Gu Baiwei seems to be young and unintelligent, but in reality, it's all premeditated calculations. Hearing Gu Baiwei's question, Gu Shiran nodded, called, "Mr. Lin is on his way here." Hearing her sister Gu Shiran's reply, Gu Baiwei lowered her heart. If Lin Feng could come, winning this bet would basically be 100%. At least the first two are 9 out of 10. Lin Feng's car, which was worth over $100 million, would have no problem taking the first bet. And how terrifying Lin Feng's fortune was, other people didn't know, but Gu Baiwei understood it very clearly. The owner of Zun Huang Casino, Nanjing Commercial Street, the owner of SHIELD Security Company, the Peace Hotel, and so on. Any one of these industries taken out could become one of the top bigwigs in Magic City, let alone so many of them together. If Lin Feng's identity was exposed, today's bet wouldn't even need to be a match. Du Jianxiang would have to run away in fear and ashes, not to mention winning or losing the bet. After knowing Lin Feng's identity, Du Jianxiang wouldn't dare to win even if he could, because the Du family was the difference between an ant and an elephant in front of Lin Feng. At best, the Dukes are considered a stronger ant. Just then, the team of appraisers they had hired had arrived. After those appraisers arrived, Du Jianxiang was impatient to start the match. Only Du Jianxiang stepped forward and looked at Gu Shiran and said with a smile, "Miss Gu, can our match begin?" As he spoke, Du Jianxiang's gaze was also secretly observing Gu Baiwei. In the entire Magic City, the name of the Gu family sisters was very loud. Although the two girls were not twins, they were both very beautiful. Whenever he thought of Gu Shiran's voice and smile, Du Jianxiang's shadow of Gu Baiwei would appear in his mind. He sometimes thought that after taking down Gu Shiran and getting the Gu family's estate, he would find a way to take down this Gu Baiwei as well. It would be a wonderful feeling when the sisters served him together. Although Du Jianxiang's eyes were subtle, the sensitive Gu Baiwei still detected his gaze, only to see a flash of displeasure on Gu Baiwei's face. She said without any good humor, "What's your hurry? What time is it now?" "A night's time. There's no need to rush this bit of time. My sister and I are here, and we can't run away. We'll naturally notify you when we can start the race." When Du Jianxiang heard Gu Baiwei's words, he nodded with a faint smile. "Yes, it's a long night, so it's true that there's no hurry for this little bit of time. Fine, then I'll wait for you guys for a while. You're all set to lose today anyway, so I'll just let you enjoy a little bit of this remaining free time." After saying his words, Du Jianxiang left with a big smile. Today's game was a must for him. He had done his research on Gu Shiran's club before the match started. The members of Gu Shiran's club, although they were all considered rich, were much worse compared to the members of his own club. Consolidating the membership assets of both sides, his side would have to double all the membership assets of Gu Shiran's club. Asset-wise, Gu Shiran's side is still inferior to his own, not to mention the luxury cars on both sides. So the first two competitions, he could directly take them with a tenfold chance. Just as everyone who had come to participate in the match was waiting quietly for it to begin, an engine roared to life. As the crowd gazed over, they saw an extremely fast sports car speeding down the mountain toward the top. Under the gaze of the crowd, a sports car was like a black lightning that cut through the night sky, and soon arrived at the top of the mountain. Crunch! With a sharp sound of brakes, Lin Feng's Bugatti Blackout stopped in front of the crowd. This is the moment when the name Bugatti Blackout is perfectly interpreted. Truly a god of that dark night. As soon as Lin Feng's car arrived, it became the center of attention. Many people couldn't help but exclaim their praise. "Holy, this car is awesome. Bugatti Blackout. The market price is $120 million. Money may not even be able to buy it. This person's identity background is unimaginably large. Yeah, there's only one of this car in the world. How can you buy it without an awesome background?" Just as the crowd marveled at Lin Feng's strength and background, Lin Feng, who who had just stopped the car, hadn't even waited to get out of the car when a long-lost system beep sounded in his head. Ding! The host signed in successfully, and this reward is for the world's top 10 limited edition sports cars. As the system's beep sounded, Lin Feng directly checked out the rewards for signing in this time within the system. The names of the 10 sports cars surfaced one by one, and after reading them, Lin Feng's entire body was shocked there. These 10 sports cars are definitely the most expensive and best performing sports cars in the world. None of them are vases, all of them are performance beasts. If an ordinary person can own one of these, I'm afraid his life is not in vain. Each sports car starts at over $50 million. There are several sports cars that even approach hundreds of millions of dollars of driving. This sign-in reward had sort of given Lin Feng a whole new perception of the world's sports cars. The price of each sports car is something that an ordinary person struggling for 10 lifetimes may not be able to get. Thinking of this, Lin Feng directly took out his cell phone and called Wancho. "Hey, boss." As soon as the phone was connected, Wancho's respectful voice came through. "Mr. What? Find someone to do something for me." "Yes, boss, at your service. 10 of you go to my villa and drive all the cars in my garage to the location I sent you." The 10 sports cars rewarded by the system this time were all dropped into his villa, so he needs to have those cars brought in. Just by virtue of his own Bugatti Black Knight sound, he might not be able to help Gu Shiran win this bet with 9 out of 10 certainties. If these 10 sports cars drove over, then the first race would be absolutely 10 out of 10. Chapter 150, You're a bit arrogant. Just as Lin Feng was on the phone with Wancho on his side, on the other side, Du Jianxiang in the distance also heard the report from the people under his hand. When he heard that the car that came was worth more than $100 million in the market, his face couldn't help but be gloomy. Although the arrival of Lin Feng's car didn't have much of an impact on the betting game at hand, Lin Feng alone still couldn't help Gu Shiran win the match, but it did put Du Jianxiang in a bad mood. Even in the dark, he had a bad feeling. This sudden sense of foreboding, he didn't know where it came from, but it just didn't feel right. Go investigate and find out who's driving this car. Okay. After hearing Du Jianxiang's command, the henchman hurriedly left to find someone to investigate Lin Feng's identity. On the other side, after seeing Lin Feng arrive, the two Gu Shiran sisters walked over quickly. "Mr. Lin, you're here," Gu Shiran said with a smile as he extended his hand. Lin Feng, who stepped out of the car, also reached out his hand and gently shook Gu Shiran's. "Since I promised, I naturally won't go back on my word. Since you've already honored your promise, then I will naturally help you win this bet today as well. Don't start the race yet. I've got some cars on the way. I'll wait until they all arrive later." "You got another car?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, Gu Shiran's eyes lit up as she said. What was Lin Feng's status? Any car that could be found by him was definitely not ordinary. Before coming here, Gu Shiran had also made a private comparison with Du Jianxiang's club. Even with Lin Feng's Bugatti voice of the night joining in the first race, the statistics of luxury car prices, she didn't have the slightest chance of winning, can only put up a fight on the second third. The second item, Gu Shiran was very relieved because Lin Feng's personal assets were the sum of all the members of their two clubs. Taking the second game was a tenfold win. As for the eventual winner, that will have to be the third game. And the third, Gu Shiran is already ready to fight for her life. Racing a wide range of items, she is ready to personally on the field, either succeed or fail. In short, she will not marry Du Jianxiang even if she dies. The reason why she didn't want to marry Du Jianxiang was because Gu Shiran had guessed Du Jianxiang's schemes. It's just that the family still can't figure it out. Thinking that if she marries Du Jianxiang, it will allow the Gu family to join forces with the Du family in a strong marriage. I don't know that the Du family is a jackal, and once she marries Du Jianxiang, the Du family will have 10,000 reasons to put their hands on their Gu family. A bunch of people have gotten more and more confused with age. In fact, the Gu family had already gone downhill a long time ago. All of the capable members of the Gu family died early and prematurely from the strain of working day and night. The rest of the gang are all drunkards who only care about immediate benefits and whether they are good for themselves. And in fact, they do not think in the long-term direction at all. Of course, those people couldn't think that far ahead, only knowing that a marriage with the Du family would be beneficial to them, not thinking about whether the Gu family would be annexed by the Du family in the future. Recently, she even investigated that her waste of a brother, secretly even gambling, and even has lost a lot of money, secretly take money in the company, resulting in some of the company's projects are losing money. When she dispatched Du Jianxiang today, she was ready to start maneuvering things at home. She absolutely could not let this situation continue. At this point, Du Jianxiang, in noticing the inexplicable crisis that had appeared in his heart, was no longer allowed to wait any longer. It's better late than never, so hurry up and get the win of the day. Once you take the victory of the game, no matter what changes, Gu Shiran has to follow the agreement and marry herself. At that time, Gu Shiran has any means or I vain. Thinking of this, Du Jianxiang directly stepped in front of Gu Shiran and Lin Feng. "Well, it's about time. Can we get our match started?" Hearing Du Jianxian's words, Lin Feng glanced at him lightly. The match can't start yet. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Du Jianxian couldn't help but look cold and said in a gloomy voice, "Who are you? What qualifications do you have to speak here? Today is my appointment with Gu Shiran. Where is the place for you to interrupt?" As Du Jianxian's words fell, the Gu Shiran sisters all widened their eyes and looked at Du Jianxian with a look of disbelief. This Du Jianxian really didn't want to die. How dare he talk to Lin Feng like that? It seemed like he really didn't know Lin Feng's identity. Although the Gu sisters looked a bit strange, Du Jianxian didn't have time to think much about it. All he wanted now was to dust off the results of the match quickly for fear of complications. Although he had sent people to investigate Lin Feng's identity, he couldn't wait any longer. No matter what Lin Feng's status was, it wasn't as important as him taking down Gu Shiran. Although he was the first heir of the Du family, he wasn't that secure. Other heirs exist behind him as well. He desperately needed a chance to prove himself and stabilize his position. And this time, taking down the Gu family was the most important opportunity for him. If he could annex the Gu family, even if he created an opportunity for the family to annex the Gu family, his position could be stabilized and he could become the head of the Du family. Hearing Du Jianxian's words, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed and he said indifferently, "You know what? Ever since I came to Magic City, no one has ever dared to talk to me like this. You're the first, and I admire your courage. You're Du Jianxiang from the Du family, right?" Du Jianxiang sneered. "Kid, you don't need to bluff here either. I can also tell you that I have always been like this when I grew up and talked to others, and I don't care who you are. Here in Mordor, you're a dragon that has to be coiled for me and a tiger that has to be held." After saying his words, Du Jianxiang directly turned around and beckoned for those appraisers to come over and start the appraisal. Seeing such an arrogant Du Jianxiang, Lin Feng didn't get angry. Instead, he revealed a smile and stuck out a thumbs up. "I have to admire your courage. Well, since you're so anxious to find death, I'll fulfill you." Just as Lin Feng was talking, suddenly the roar of many more engines came from the foot of the mountain. Then a long line of cars was seen coming quickly up the hill. That convoy was well beyond 10 cars. It seemed that Wen Wanqiu had not only had someone send Lin Feng's car, but had also sent someone over to support the scene. In fact, Lin Feng didn't care at all about such things as platitudes, not to mention his own strength. The 5 people from Phnom Penh who were secretly protecting him were already enough to ensure his safety. But since it was Wen Wanqiu's kindness, then Lin Feng naturally wouldn't reject it. It just so happens that this Du Jianxiang is a bit arrogant, so it would be good to clean up a bit by the way. Chapter 151, Can't Afford to Lose? As the lights of that caravan approached, a rush of brakes sounded. When they entered their eyes, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. How have they ever seen such a luxurious lineup of sports cars? Even the 2 Gu sisters couldn't help but be dumbstruck. The first car at the head of the pack is a limited edition Pagani Windjammer, which has been hyped up to $100 million online. The second was the Koenigsegg 11, not a patch on the Pagani Windjammer that was the first. The third is a Porsche 911 GT1, which sells for over $1 billion online. The fourth Rolls-Royce floater, worth $180 million. As the crowd looked over one car at a time, the further back the crowd went the more breathless they became. Anyone who can come here is a car lover. They may not know much about anything else, but they are all jacks of all trades when it comes to cars. Although Lin Feng's 10 cars were all global limited editions, 10 cars have added up to over $1 billion. Behind the 10 sports cars, on a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a stunningly beautiful noblewoman walked down, covered in a straightened lady's suit, setting it off in a graceful and luxurious manner. This woman was none other than Wen Wanqiu. Wen Xier was able to grow so beautiful, naturally because she inherited her mother's genes. As for why Wen Xier had the same surname as Wen Wanqiu, it was also because Wen Wanqiu's husband was a member of the family. After giving birth to Lower Wanqiu with his wife, the 4th master Wen suffered an injury that rendered him infertile. That's why there is only one daughter, Wen Wanqiu, at her knee. In order not to let the family business become an outsider's, he found a son-in-law who joined the family, and after giving birth to Wen Xier, he let her take the family name of the Wen family. As for Wen Wanqiu's husband, after the 2nd year of their marriage, he was dispatched with money by the 4th master Wen. Behind Wen Wanqiu, another beautiful young girl walked down, and it was none other than Wen Xier. After seeing Wen Xier step out of the car, she couldn't help but have a bright smile on her face when she saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Wen Xier gave a greeting and came to Lin Feng with quick steps. "What brings you here?" Lin Feng was a bit surprised at Wen Xier's arrival. He didn't expect Wen Xier to follow Wen Wanqiu over. "I was by my mother's side when you called, and when I heard you had something on your side, I followed to see what was going on." After saying her words, Wen Xier's gaze scanned the circle, and she couldn't help but say in surprise, "What a bustling crowd! Fortunately I followed. just in time to make a scene today. Lin Feng didn't say anything about Wen Xier's naughtiness, but instead gazed at Wen Wanqiu. The garage is full of cars? Wen Wanqiu nodded. Boss, all the cars in your garage have been driven over. Hearing Wen Wanqiu's reply, Lin Feng nodded slightly. As for the sisters on the side, the Goose sisters, after seeing Lin Feng's platoon, they couldn't help but all be secretly staggered. Wen Wanqiu didn't come here by herself. In addition to the drivers who drove those 10 sports cars, behind Wen Wanqiu's Rolls-Royce, there were more than 10 Mercedes-Benz S-classes. Those cars were full of big men in black suits. As soon as those people got out of the car, they said in unison to Lin Feng, "Hello boss." It's a scene that's comparable to a movie set. And at this moment, Gu Baiwei couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable in her heart when she saw Wen Xier, who was close to Lin Feng. Then he took a step over and directly separated Lin Feng and Wen Xier, frowning as he said, "This young lady, this is a large crowd, please pay attention. By the way, this young lady doesn't know what to call her?" Seeing Gu Baiwei's demeanor, Wen Xier raised her eyebrows and the corners of her mouth curved slightly. "Hello beautiful, my name is Wen Xier, who are you?" Only when facing Lin Feng would Wen Xier reveal her mischievous and eccentric character, but when facing others, Wen Xier was still very noble. Gu Baiwei looked at the beautiful girl in front of her and sensed a hint of danger. "My name is Gu Baiwei, the second young miss of the Gu family, the 4 most powerful families in Magic City." Oh, hearing Gu Baiwei's introduction, Wen Xier couldn't help but be slightly surprised. "You're Gu Baiwei?" Seeing Wen Xier's appearance, Gu Baiwei tilted her head condescendingly. Then Wen Xier said, "It's that stupid white sweet second young lady of the Gu family, but once I saw it today, it's not like the legend. You're the one who's stupid and sweet. Your whole family is stupid and sweet." Gu Baiwei was infuriated enough by Wen Xier's words. Since when did she have a silly white title out there? If she knew who had spread the word, she'd have to rip that person's mouth off. Wen Xier smiled wryly and extended her hand in a generous manner. "How are you, sister? I'm also a student of the University of Finance. I'm in the same class as Lin Feng. Please teach me more in the future." "You're in the same class as Lin Feng?" Hearing that Wen Xier was in the same class as Lin Feng, Gu Baiyu felt even more of a huge crisis. Then his eyes looked at Lin Feng with a look of displeasure. "Lin Feng, you're really attracting women. This beautiful women are rushing to your side. Good fortune." Although the words spoken were complimentary, everyone could hear how much jealousy Gu Baiyu's words contained. "Sister, Lin Feng and I aren't just classmates, we're also at the same table. Kill and kill." At this moment, Wen Xier could be said to have expressed killing and killing to the fullest. "Hello, you guys." After speaking, Gu Baiyu said for no reason, "Flowery carrot, I'll never care about you again." After saying her words, Gu Baiyu directly turned around and ran out. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng directly froze there. Finally 2 words were slowly said, "Sick," without bothering about Gu Baiyu, who didn't know what kind of nerves she was having. Lin Feng directly turned around to look at Du Jianxiang in the distance with a smile on his face. "This Mr. Du, I heard that the first competition between you and MS Gu was a luxury car between both clubs, right? I wonder if I'll have enough for these cars." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Du Jianxiang, the man's face was horribly gloomy. Then he said in a cold voice, "Is this your car? Let me tell you, for this race I'm having with Gu Shiran, all the cars involved must belong to the owners themselves. Borrowed ones don't count." Lin Feng nodded slightly. "Understood. I know you're a bit of a sore loser right now, but just to make sure you lose, let's play nice with you." With a wave of Lin Feng's hand, Wen Wanqiu directly brought over the paperwork for those 4 cars. "Boss." Coming closer, Wen Wanqiu said respectfully, "Check it out. Here's my proof of paperwork for these vehicles. That should prove these cars are mine, right?" Seeing the vehicle formalities handed over by Lin Feng, at this moment, Du Jianxiang's face had turned a little green. "Humph, Gu Shiran, you're lucky. This counts as a win for you. There is no longer a need to compare. Continuing to dwell on it will only humiliate him further. The only way to do that now is to win the next 2 bouts." But the person who had gone to investigate Lin Feng's identity hadn't returned yet. He wasn't in a good position to determine the winner or loser of the second match, and with that, he was ready to advance the 3rd match and place the original second match at the end. Chapter 152, I'm going to settle a score with him. Thinking of this, Du Jianxiang couldn't help but narrow his eyes and reach out his hand towards the one behind him. "Come here." The man heard Du Jianxiang's words and quickly walked over. "Young master," Du Jianxiang said in a deep voice, "let Ah Cho take the field. We lost the first bet. This one definitely can't have any accidents." Hearing Du Jianxiang's words, the man nodded with a grave expression. "Don't worry, young master. The person we invited this time is the 3rd-ranked existence in the global underground racing. There are no more than 2 people in the world who can win against Chui, and there are absolutely no surprises in this bet." Hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Du Jianxiang's face. A smile hadn't appeared on Lin Feng's face since he arrived here. On the other side, Gu Shiran received the news from Du Jianxiang's side and couldn't help but come to Lin Feng's side with a gloomy expression. Mr. Lin, Du Jianxiang changed the order of the races and switched the third race car to this one. Lin Feng said with a calm expression, just change it, sooner or later there's going to be this one anyway, so if we start earlier we can finish earlier. Gu Shiran shook his head. It won't be that simple. Du Jianxiang just lost a game and suddenly changed the order of the game? There must be a conspiracy. He must have confidence in this game. Otherwise he wouldn't have switched something he wasn't sure of to the second game after he just lost one. If he loses this one, he won't have a chance at all. After listening to Gu Shiran's words, Lin Feng, however, did not worry about it, but opened his mouth curiously and asked, by the way, for underground tournaments like yours, don't you have handicaps on the periphery? Gu Shiran was still worried about her bet, and when she heard Lin Feng suddenly ask about it, she opened her mouth, although she was unsure. Yes, this match, even if I didn't have a bet with Du Jianxiang, would have been held today. There are 1 or 2 of these underground races every month. Usually when I have nothing else to do, I come here to watch the games and place a small bet. There are a total of 10 racers in each race. We just need to place our bets on those 10 racers, and when the racer who placed the bet wins the race, we will also win the corresponding reward. What about the odds? Lin Feng opened his mouth again and asked. Gu Shiran introduced 2 people, all of whom were the favorite riders of the race. Lin Feng nodded. For this race, don't you and Du Jianxiang's racers have to be on the field as well? You back off your racer and I'll run this race myself. Ha! Hearing Lin Feng's words, Gu Shiran couldn't help but freeze, then looked at him with a suspicious gaze. Mr. Lin, you're not kidding. The racers here aren't those professional racers, but they're all top-notch drivers. Can you go up to? Gu Shiran stayed skeptical about Lin Feng going on. If it wasn't for the fact that she and Lin Feng had already signed a contract, she would have had reason to wonder if Lin Feng was on Du Jianxiang's side. If a rich male like Lin Feng said that he was more than money and power, she could still be more trusting. But if she said race cars, she didn't believe it for a second. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. Don't worry. In fact, winning or losing this one isn't very important anymore. As long as the third bout isn't cancelled, you're basically a lock to win. This one won't affect you much even if you lose. But since I said I'm going to play, naturally I'm confident that I'll take this match. Don't worry. After saying his words, Lin Feng directly took out a bank card. It's $1 billion in there, and you're putting it all on me. By the way, what are the odds on your side? If you inquire by the way, the better the odds, the more we win. Just now you said that the person who opened the gambling board was Wang Meng's man, right? It just so happens that this Wang Meng has a bit of a beef with my friend, so I'll take this opportunity to ask him for some interest first. Seeing that Lin Feng had directly taken out $1 billion as a bet, Gu Shiran knew that Lin Feng must have had plenty of confidence in himself. Who else could have a problem with money? Even if Lin Feng was rich, there was no way he could take $1 billion and give it to someone else to play with. After instructing Gu Shiran, Lin Feng turned around and came in front of Wen Wanqiu and Wen Xier. Looking at Wen Xier in front of him, Lin Feng said with a smile, the person who captured you last time should have been sent by Wang Meng, right? Wen Wanqiu nodded her head and said, boss, it is indeed someone sent by Wang Meng. Wang Meng did a double take that night. The first move was to have his son come to Zunhuang to cause trouble. Firstly, to find out my strengths and weaknesses, and secondly, to find an excuse to put his hand into the Zunhuang casino. A second-hand preparation is a precaution for a first-hand preparation. If his son's side doesn't work out, he'll capture Sierra as a bargaining chip to threaten me, forcing me to hand over my shares in Zunhuang casino. It's just that Wang Meng's luck wasn't very good, and when he met you, boss, none of his plans succeeded. Lin Feng nodded, then revealed a fox-like smile. Just in time. Now is your chance for revenge. The handicap for the race here is Wang Meng's. I'll be personally going in this race. I'm a newcomer and I don't have any fame. Plus there's no famous racer on Gu Shiran's side. My odds will definitely be high. If you guys believe me, put up your maximum liquidity and bet it all on me to win. I believe that this one bet can make Wang Meng go bankrupt straight away. I bet myself 10 billion. If the odds can reach 10 times, I won directly is 10 billion into the account. You guys also follow the more bets. I believe it will not be less profitable. Hearing Lin Feng's words, before Wen Wanqiu could say anything, Wen Xier directly jumped up in joy. I've got money. My pocket money and year-end money from all these years. A total of 200 million. All bet on you to win. Lin Feng. Wen Wanqiu frowned slightly. Boss, it's not that I don't trust you, but I kind of don't trust Wang Meng. Although Wang Meng has a bit of wealth, he definitely can't afford to pay out this much money. Even if we bet more, won't we get nothing if he can't afford to pay out in the end? Wen Xier, who was rubbing her fists and preparing to make a fortune, also lost her enthusiasm. Yeah, Lin Feng, my mother is right. Wang Meng can't afford to lose so much money even if he's rich. If he doesn't pay, won't we just be throwing away the basket? Lin Feng smiled icily. Not paying? That's simply too good to be true. It just so happens that I haven't had an excuse to clean him up yet. And isn't this a good opportunity? Don't worry, whether he pays or not this time, his life is considered ruined. If he obediently loses the money, then all the glory and wealth he has worked for all his life will be reduced to nothing. If he doesn't pay up, I don't just want his money, I want his life. As Lin Feng's words fell, when Wancho's mother and daughter only felt a touch of coldness rise at their backs. When Sierra even looked at Lin Feng with fearful eyes, she didn't expect that the usually easygoing Lin Feng would be so scary once he became ruthless. Last time Wang Mang had his son cause trouble at Zun Emperor, Lin Feng hadn't yet settled the score with him, so it was a good time to take this opportunity to clean him up. Chapter 153, I'm betting $1 billion. Hearing Lin Feng's words, when Wancho couldn't help but let her eyes light up. Wang Mang's matter had been weighing on her mind, making it difficult for her to sleep and eat lately. Wang Mang now for his Wen family's industry has begun to be a little unscrupulous, and even kidnapping threats can be done. I really do not know what else will be done in the future. Now hearing that Lin Feng was going to make a move on Wang Mang could be said to have relieved a piece of her heart. Alright Mr. Lin, in that case, I'll bet 300 million as well. After speaking, when Wancho took out a bank card and handed it to Wen Sierra, you can also help your mother bet this money. And at that moment on the other side, in front of the betting handicapper, there was a stout man with a cigarette ring, half-smiling eyes, bare-chested, covered with tattoos and carved dragons and phoenixes, who was directing his minions to receive the betting funds. I just saw the man shouting loudly, come on, place your bets, bet more to win more. You can buy a small car at home. As the man yelled, a bunch of people surged forward and started betting. The people who came here, besides a bunch of rich kids, naturally there were also many ordinary people who came to see the world. Some are here to see the world after hearing about it from a friend of a friend. Others are here to take a break and seek excitement, and so on. At this moment, among the crowd, there were two figures standing among them. Big brother, let's go back. Just watch the action. Don't gamble. Only a very beautiful looking girl with a slight immortal aura spoke up and advised. Sister, don't worry, I'm sure I can win tonight. You don't know. I've heard gossip from Tiny Tai that if you bet on the Duke's youngest driver, you'll win 100% of the time tonight. The immortal girl who spoke was none other than Li Choya, who had had a meeting with Lin Feng during the day. Li Choya was really just a girl from an ordinary family. The reason why she could play her double-road keys instrument so well was because she had been very talented at this instrument since she was a child, and perhaps her family didn't have enough financial resources to support her to learn it in a systematic way. But as she grew up, searching for tutorials on her phone and having a bit of spare cash during the week to rent a music room for a few hours to practice on her own got her somewhere. Originally, she wanted to go to music school, but after thinking about it, it was realistic to attend the University of Finance. Her family simply would not allow her to choose the path of music. Getting a stable job after graduation and quickly improving your home environment is the main thing. But although her family is not in good condition, her brother is very unintelligent, and her parents at home work hard to pay for their two siblings to go to college. But her big brother is not good at school. All day long net think of fishing for partial wealth, with a group of non-professional or social loafers to mix, resulting in her brother now being hooked on gambling, not just going to casinos, but participating in these underground tournaments. Seeing that her persuasion was fruitless, Li Choya didn't know what to do. Then big brother, this is the last time, okay? As she spoke, Li Choya had used a pleading tone. Li Yun nodded. Oops, got it. I'll just do it one last time. I'm betting $20,000 on the Duke's rider. I only saw Li Yun holding $20,000 and coming to the plate, saying loudly. Upon hearing Li Yun bet on Du Jianxiang, the bare-chested big man smiled and said, your kid has quite the vision. Tonight, the winning percentage of young Du is very high. Li Yun's expression became even more excited, knowing that he had chosen the right one. Right after Li Yun finished betting, Gu Shiran strolled over in the distance. Although Gu Shiran couldn't compare to Lin Feng's status, he had a great aura in front of others, only to see Gu Shiran walk all the way here. But all those who recognized her all involuntarily made way. Li Yun, who had come back from betting, turned around and saw Gu Shiran walking towards him, and on top of all those scenes giving way to Gu Shiran, Li Yun could not help but say in surprise, who is this? What a strong aura. Looking at the powerful and queenly Gu Shiran, Li Yun looked shocked. At that moment, a man beside him said, you don't even recognize Miss Gu? Miss Gu is the first lady of the Gu family, one of the 4 great mansions of our magic city, and if it wasn't for her daughter's body, she might even become the head of the Gu family in the future. But don't look at the fact that Miss Gu is a daughter, but her voice in the Gu family isn't small. I really don't know who can have the good fortune to marry Miss Gu. After listening to the introduction of the man beside him, Li Yun could not help but be secretly staggered, not realizing that this queenly woman was actually the $1,000 young lady of the 4 great mansions of Magic City. Thinking of this, Li Yun could not help but raise a touch of fantasy in his heart. How good it would be if he could marry this woman. Li Qiuya, who was beside him, only had envy in her eyes, but didn't have the fantasies that Li Yun had, instead treating Gu Shiran as the object she was chasing after. Only Gu Shiran stepped in front of the disc and threw a bank card in his hand. Here's $1 billion, bet on myself. When they heard that Gu Shiran's first move was $1 billion, everyone was shocked beyond words. After coming back to their senses, they have exclaimed that they are worthy of being the golden young lady of the 4 great mansions of Magic City. And this shot is $1 billion. People's billions are just like the $10 in their hands, and they can spend them when they say they will. $1 billion bet can be a lot. The amount of bets they received from the handicapper in one night might not amount to $1 billion. Faced with this situation, the bare-chested man didn't dare to take matters into his own hands, but instead spoke up and said, "Miss Gu, you'll have to wait a moment. Your bet is too huge. I need to ask my boss for instructions." Gu Shiran nodded slightly. Whatever. After saying his words, the man took his cell phone and walked towards the distance, calling Wang Mang. On the other hand, inside a villa, a middle-aged man with a cigar in his mouth was talking to his son. "Wang Hu, Dad, Ono can't just die. We must have justice in this matter." Hearing Wang Hu's words, Wang Mang said with an ugly expression, "Ah Hu, Xiaodio is my son. How can I possibly stand by and watch him die in vain? It's just that we can't afford to offend the man who killed Ono." That night, Mr. Du scolded me to death, and also told me that it's fine to deal with Wen Wanqiu, but definitely not to start a head-on conflict with Lin Feng. This person can't be offended even by his Du family. If we want to avenge Ono, we can only count on Wen Wanqiu. Today is Du Xiao's big day. If you want to move Wen Wanqiu, it can only be tomorrow. Young Du promised me that once we go there today, he'll help us take down the Wen family's estate tomorrow. Hearing this, Wang Hu's eyes lit up. Dad, but now that Wen Wanqiu has embraced her thighs, even if the Du family wants to help us, would that Lin Feng just ignore Wen Wanqiu? Only the corner of Wang Meng's mouth curved slightly. Du Xiao naturally has his calculations. Just because Du Xiao can't afford to offend that person doesn't mean other people can't. Chapter 154, It's amazing to see your own taillights. Hearing his father's words, Wang Hu's expression moved. Father, could it be that Du Xiao has found someone who can fight against that Lin Feng? Wang Meng smiled slightly. It's not that Du Xiao has found someone who can deal with Lin Feng, but that Lin Feng has offended someone who can fight against him. Who is it? Wang Hu was very curious and wondered what kind of person dared to go against Lin Feng. You have to know that Lin Feng has the imperial sword in his hand, a pure Chinaman. Usually those who can fight against such figures have to be absolutely powerful people as well. The imperial capital Lu family. The Lu family? Hearing this name, Wang Hu violently sucked in a breath of cool air. Not to mention what the Lu family was, just the word imperial capital. An average person would have to be taken aback when they heard it. And this Lu family, Wang Hu naturally knew better. That's a big family that's second to none in the imperial capital. The Lu family was also among the top of the imperial capital families, with a vice-state-level bigwig in the family. Other than the other 3 great families, no one in the entire China dared to offend the Lu family. Although the Lu family is not counted as the original shares of the root, but it is also the second batch of the existence of the shares. Huaxia to today, the real original stock is actually not much, even if there are some descendants of the original stock around. The family has fallen out of favor for various reasons, and the fact that the Lu family has been able to grow in popularity until now speaks volumes about its strength. When he thought of this, a look of ruthlessness appeared on Wang Hu's face. Father, that Lu family can fight Lin Feng. Right, if Lin Feng falls one day, I must avenge Xiao Yi. See if I don't whip him into shape. Wang Mang nodded. I hope there will be that day, but we should try to stay away from this kind of fight between big powers. It's naturally good if we have the chance, but we shouldn't go looking for this trouble if we don't. Once we accidentally get involved, I'm afraid we won't even have the chance to beg for mercy. The 2 fathers and sons were conferring. Wang Meng's cell phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Wang Mang casually picked it up. Hey, Kung, what's up? On the other side of the phone came the voice of the person in charge of the disc, the big, bare-chested man. Boss, Gu Shiran, the eldest miss of the Gu family, wants to bet $1 billion. Should we take it? Who's he betting on? Wang Mang asked with a frown. The bet is on herself. Hearing that Gu Shiran was betting on himself, Wang Mang raised his eyebrows and a smirk appeared on his face. Ha ha, this kind of free gift of money, how can we not accept it? As long as he is not betting on Du Deshao, we all accept it. You don't know. Tonight Du Deshao, in order to win the bet with Gu Shiran, invited the world's top 3 underground racing driver, not to mention in places like our Magic City, even in the world those large underground racetracks. This driver also has a chance to win the championship. Du Xiao should be this race is 100% of the matter. Since this Gu Shiran wants to send us money, there's naturally no reason to refuse. Upon hearing Wang Meng's words, the man named Ah Chang respectfully said, Okay boss, then I'll go do it now. After Wang Mang hung up the phone, Wang Hu, who was sitting beside Wang Mang, however, frowned and said, "Father, with such a big bet, it wouldn't be good if there was an accident. You'd better communicate with Mr. Du." Wang Mang nodded. "Xiao Hu, you're right, it's indeed necessary to communicate with Dasha Du. On the other side, after talking to me, Wang Mang, on the phone, Ah Chang stepped back and said to Gu Shiran, "Ms. Gu, our boss said there's no problem." Gu Shiran nodded and directly turned away after placing Lin Feng's 1 billion bets. After Gu Shiran left, Wen Xier also walked over with her and her mother's bet. "I bet 500 million on Ms. Gu." Seeing another person make such a big deal, they couldn't help but have the crowd shaken up again. Holy, are there so many rich women now? This woman isn't much worse than Ms. Gu, whether it's in terms of face value or wealth. Do any of you recognize this woman? Just as the crowd was talking, Ah Chang's expression changed. As Wang Mang's beloved henchman, he naturally knew Wen Wanqiu's daughter, Ms. Creek. "You," Wen Xier's eyes glared. "What's the matter? Can I place a bet?" Seeing Wen Xier's appearance, Ah Chang remembered that the current Wen family was no longer the former Wen family. If the fourth master Wen was still alive, he would naturally have to be more polite to Wen Xier, but now that the fourth master Wen is dead, the Wen family is no longer the Wen family of old. There's simply no need for him to be treated as respectfully as he used to be. Only to see Ah Chang smiling skinlessly, he said, "All right, Miss Sierra can be as happy as she wants." With that, Ah Chang directly scratched away the $500 million that Wen Xier had bet on, and Li Chioya, who was in the distance, couldn't help but have a flash of surprise appear on her face after seeing Wen Xier. She naturally had an impression of Wen Xier. After all, she was present at the school today during the day when Wen Xier played the piano. "I just didn't expect that Wen Xier would be so rich as well. I drop a good boy. These rich women are too fierce. Now all a few small goals to play. If only I were so rich," Li Yun said enviously. Li Chioya slowly said, "Big brother, don't be envious here. I'm sure my family will be rich in the future as well." After saying her words, Li Chioya pulled Li Yun towards the distance. After all, the siblings had pressed for a semester's worth of living expenses, and if they lost, the siblings would really have to drink the northwest wind. On the other hand, Du Jianxiang, after receiving Wang Mang's phone call, couldn't help but say confidently, "Don't worry, Wang Dong, I don't dare to guarantee anything else, but in the racing program, I can guarantee that I will win 100%. Hearing Du Jianxian's words, Wang Mang put down his heart. "Okay, young Master Du, then I wish you success in holding a beautiful woman." Wang Mang had naturally heard of Du Jianxiang's bet with Gu Shiran. After all, the two were now considered allies, and they had talked to each other about some of the less important things, and that's when the underground racing officially began. A total of 12 sports cars slowly came to the starting line, and the engines of those sports cars were all roaring. Every car is not under $10 million. 10 of them are the regular number of underground racing cars here, regardless of whether or not the replacement came to the event. It was a fixed 10 cars, but today an exception was made with the addition of cars from two clubs, Du Jianxiang and Gu Shiran, only to see Lin Feng slowly arrive at the arena in his Bugatti Blackout, one hand on the window leaning on his head, one hand holding the steering wheel with one hand, not the least bit nervous. The reason he was so confident was because the system gave awesome driving skills when he had just gotten it, plus his unbeatable physicality, not to mention a third person in the world of underground racers. Even if it was the number one, or the legendary god of cars, he didn't have to put it in his eyes, and it was considered impressive to see his own car's taillights. Chapter 155 Amazing Car Skills, shocking the entire arena. Right at the preparation stage, Lin Feng saw through the car window a cold-looking man sitting in the car of a sports car in front of him on the side. That man had a pair of eagle eyes, and the light in his eyes flickered, so he was not a good person at first glance. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression moved slightly and he guessed something. The man was no other than the writer of Du Jianxiang's club. If it was someone else, they might not be able to tell that this man was different, but Lin Feng could tell that this man was definitely a very skilled racer. If Gu Shiran hadn't found himself, I'm afraid that this bet with Du Jianxiang wouldn't have any hope of winning. Just as Lin Feng was observing the man also seemed to feel something and looked behind him through the reversing mirror. The two of them looked at each other, and a look of gravity appeared on the man's face. Whether it is a master or not, one look will tell you whether it is there or not. Although the man hadn't fought with Lin Feng, he felt the oppressive feeling of Lin Feng. As a top racer in the underground world, even though Lin Feng was acting very casually, he could detect something. As for Lin Feng's side, since the man's car window didn't fall down, Lin Feng didn't see the look on his face, but even if he had seen it, he wouldn't have cared, and after sweeping a glance at the man, he looked away. The other 10 racers, Lin Feng all looked once. In no one can give Lin Feng is that man like not simple, because there are races here all year round. The race props are well prepared. Soon, an electronic traffic light slowly came on, followed by a countdown session before the race began. As the last second ended, the red light turned green. Buzz! A burst of engine roar sounded, and the 12 racing cars were like arrows flying out of the string. However, Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he stepped on the gas without slowing down and followed those people with a relaxed expression. The one who had the same operation as Lin Feng was also the racer that Du Jianxiang had found. Both of them were not in a hurry, just not far behind those cars. Seeing through the reversing mirror that Lin Feng was also following behind as fast as he was, the man's face was once again grave. Earlier, when he realized that Lin Feng was not simple, it was just his sixth sense. But now that he saw Lin Feng's operation, he could already be sure that Lin Feng was also a very strong rider like himself. Well, in that case, it's Devil's Bend all the way. The thought fell. The man no longer hesitated. Directly a foot throttle vigorously stepped on. The roar of the engine is like a roaring beast, instantly caught up with the car in front. The driver in the car in front of him, seeing the man rise to the occasion, was not willing to show weakness, also slammed on the gas, and on a curve ahead, the two were side by side, drifting through the corner together. The sound of tires scraping against the ground rang through the night. The crowd at the bottom of the hill watched the hotly contested game on the big screen. Some of the car lovers who came to watch the scene of the man drifting through the corner with the racer all screamed in shock. Among the crowd, however, there were a few who looked grave. These people were none other than the Gu sisters and Wen Wanqiu's mother and daughter. They didn't care about anyone else. They only cared about Lin Feng's situation. They are not well off, but they are betting heavily. While he was concerned about winning or losing his bets, he was also worried about Lin Feng's safety. After all, Lin Feng's identity was too noble, so if anything happened during the competition, it would be troublesome. I'm afraid the entire Magic City is about to have a major earthquake as well. Moreover, Lin Feng's participation in the competition this time had something to do with them, and if something happened, the people behind Lin Feng wouldn't let them off easily. Through the large electronic screen, seeing Lin Feng's car still dangling behind, the four women frowned in unison, especially when Lin Feng drove his car through the curve where the man and the driver had been earlier. He became even more worried. Lin Feng didn't have as flashy a drift as others, just a very simple turn, although not very slow in terms of speed, but in this case, it wasn't very likely that he wanted to win the race. However, as time passed, the crowd realized something. Lin Feng, who had been unnoticeable, hadn't been left behind by much, and was still biting the caravan in front of him dead on. Just as the second curve came, Lin Feng, who was driving with one hand, looked slightly more serious, but it was only slightly more serious, and there was still a bit of levity in the seriousness, and it was clear that he didn't have any concerns about his current situation. At the second corner, the cars ahead of us are still doing their best to get through the corner as fast as possible. Just then, a lightning in the darkness of the night flew in rapid pursuit from the rear. Along with the headlights came the roar of the engine that followed as if it were a beast. The angle of this bend is much greater than the first one. When a group of drivers passed this corner, they all slightly controlled their speed, not daring to drift as fast as in the first corner. But the car that was catching up behind him didn't look like it was slowing down at all, and was even speeding up. Seeing this scene, a group of riders all secretly thought to themselves, does this person not want to live? You know, the outside of the fence can be a cliff. Once the operation is not appropriate, the car rushed out of the guardrail. That is the end of the car destroyed. Want to rescue too late. He only saw Lin Feng turn the steering wheel violently with one hand, and the body directly drifted out against the mountain wall on the inside. Even the front wheel was pressing against the edge of the drain. The drivers didn't notice Lin Feng's awesome maneuver because they had to concentrate on driving. The drivers only saw Lin Feng's drifting at a tricky angle, which they couldn't necessarily do. But the crowd at the foot of the mountain, standing in front of the big electronic screen and watching the fun, could see it very clearly on the electronic screen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is this person? Also too damn powerful. This if a little bit of improper operation, the car has to be cut with the mountain wall too. When I get it wrong, have to let the car out of control. Life-threatening. The four women who had been paying attention to Lin Feng's situation, when they saw the scene, they all covered their mouths in shock. They didn't even dare to breathe substantially for fear of affecting Lin Feng. Buzz! Lin Feng's car was like a bolt of lightning in the night, very dashingly pressing against the edge of the drainage canal and drifting through the corner. By the time he finished the corner, Lin Feng's car had surged into the top three. The driver from Du Jianxiang's club couldn't help but raise his battle spirit when he saw how powerful Lin Feng was. The steering wheel in his hand slammed, directly throwing the two cars that were at about the same speed as him behind him. coming straight behind Lin Feng's vehicle. Seeing that it was indeed the rider who had caught his attention who had caught up with him, Lin Feng couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth, drop the window halfway down, and stretch out his finger to hook it. The teasing was obvious to all. The rider who was following Lin Feng couldn't help but stare when he saw Lin Feng's move. There was an angry color flashing in his eyes. Chapter 156, he's going to renege on his debt. And at the foot of the mountain, the crowd in front of the big electronic screen instantly sounded a whistle when they saw Lin Feng's teasing gesture. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's so cool. Who is this guy? I like this arrogant character. Isn't this a bit too unqualified? Provoking your opponent during a match is not good for your character. Che, that's something. It's underground racing. Same as underground black boxing. It's not an honorable thing in itself. Teasing your opponent is a character problem? The crowd was in a heated discussion. Lin Feng and the man had already started to soar. The car in front of the two of them, even though it had been trying very hard not to let Lin Feng and the man pass, was still very powerlessly left behind after 2 consecutive curves. At this moment, the focus of the entire room all fell on Lin Feng and the man. The two rode ahead of the large group by an unknown distance, divided into 2 echelons along the entire ring road. One was Lin Feng and the man 2 cars far ahead. The other is the team of 10 riders in the back. The two had come to the back half of the field, and in a short distance was the Devil's Curve that would decide the winner. Just at this moment, being in front of Lin Feng, dropped the window to pop out a cigarette butt. Then the window rose the moment. Bugatti Black Knight sound is like an arrow off the string, transformed into an electric light and shot out. Boom! The roaring engine sounded and took the lead into the Devil's Curve. This Devil's Curve is a continuous sharp curve. Not to mention drifting. Even if you drive slowly, there is a danger of cutting. But after entering the Devil's Corner, Lin Feng did not even slow down. Foot throttle to the end. The speed of the car directly soared to 300, and then the hands of the steering wheel constantly rotating left and right. The car is like a toy car in general, was in the random placement. There was no sense of contradiction at all when cornering, like a fish out of water. 6 consecutive corners. It didn't take long to pass easily. The man who had been following Lin Feng, on the other hand, hadn't even passed half of Devil's Bend. Boom! The man was in a hurry and had a poor sense of maneuvering, and crashed directly into the wall of the hill next to the drainage canal. The vehicle was essentially scrapped, and the man stepped out of the car and stood at the fence for a long time, staring at the light of the car that had reached the bottom of the hill. This time he can say he failed miserably. Since his debut, he had lost, but he had never lost so completely. He had run this ring road many times before and was very familiar with the road. Also know the horrors of Devil's Bend. He thought he had overachieved today and even had a touch he had never seen before. But that's what happened. And in the end, I can't believe I didn't even see the guy's taillights. This time, the man's self-confidence was completely shattered. Maybe when he's done with this race, he won't be racing for the rest of his life. A racing driver. Excellent skills is only one aspect. The most important thing is confidence. Now that his confidence is completely gone and his form will be in tatters, he won't be at the top of his game when he competes. In that case, it would be better to just retire and never race again, so as not to be the laughingstock of others. Seeing that the driver he spent a lot of money on didn't even finish the race, the angry Du Jianxian directly cursed. As for Ah Chang, who had been following the competition, after seeing Lin Feng get first place, his entire face turned green. You have to know that the bet Gu Shiran put on it, that's $1.5 billion. And the odds are still tenfold on Gu Hiran's club. That's over $10 billion. What kind of person could afford to lose that kind of money? Even the richest man in China would have to be hurt to lose that much money, right? Although Wang Mang has a little money, he also took out more than 10 billion in cash, unless he sells his assets. But if you sell your assets, you will become a pauper, and all your life's work will go down the drain. Ah Chang didn't dare to hesitate and directly took out his phone to call Wang Mang. Hey boss, something's wrong. Wang Mang, who was relaxing at home, thinking about how to be dashing after annexing the Wen family's industry, directly picked up the phone after seeing the call from Ah Chang. Before Wang Mang could speak, Ah Chang's voice came over. Hearing that something happened, Wang Mang couldn't sit still, couldn't help but sit up straight and asked in a deep voice, "What happened, boss?" Gu Shiran of the Gu family won the race, and the driver that Du Xiao invited lost, and didn't even finish the race. We've lost a lot of money this time, not much else, but the person who bet on Gu Shiran to win had 2 heavy bets. Gu Shiran bet 10 billion, Wen Sierra bet 5 billion, that's a total of 15 billion. If we pay out, we might have to come up with 15 billion. Hearing this, Wang Mang only felt a bit of blackness in front of his eyes, and the whole person almost fainted. "Dad, are you okay?" When Wang Hu saw the scene, he couldn't help but ask with concern in a hurry. Wang Mang waved his hand, took a deep breath, and after calming his mind, he directly exploded into foul language. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what is this Du Jianxian up to? Didn't he say the driver he hired to win the race was a sure thing? Now that he's ing lost, he hasn't even finished the race, so what am I supposed to pay for it? Hearing Wang Mang's rant on the phone, Chang on the other side of the phone didn't dare to squeak. After ranting, Wang Mang said, "Those who bet on Gu Shiran's club to win, tell them to wait first. If it gets too big, you don't have to be polite. I definitely won't give this money. It just so happens that we can eat Gu Shiran's 1.5 billion. As for the Wen family's money, that's even more unnecessary. Forgive them for not being able to do anything to me." Hearing Wang Mang's words, Chang said, "Okay boss, I know what to do." Right after Chang returned from his phone call, Gu Shiran and Wen Xier had already arrived in front of the disc. Seeing Chang who walked back, Gu Shiran said indifferently, "Give me the money we won." Looking at Chang, Gu Shiran actually had a number in her heart. She and Wen Xier had bet $15 billion, and according to the 10 times odds at that time, they would have to pay them $15 billion. This money, Wang Mang is certainly not out. These people either give them back the principal, in a little less compensation, both sides of the big things to trivialize the small things. Either Wang Mang directly swallowed even their principal without giving a single cent. However, if Wang Mang really does this, then this Wang Mang is considered to be at the end of his rope in Magic City. Only to see Chang looking at Gu Shiran and grinning. "MS. Gu, I just got off the phone with the boss and he said that there might be some problems with the bet this time and that he needs to finish his investigation before he can pay out." Hearing Chang say so, Gu Shiran nodded. "Well, I know." After saying his words, Gu Shiran didn't say anything more, but directly led Wen Xier away. On her way out, Wen Ziel gave Chang a meaningful smile. Seeing the smile, a bad feeling suddenly and inexplicably rose in Chang. Chapter 157, Du Jianxiong who dares to admit his mistake. Just as a bad feeling rose in Chang's heart, on the other side, Gu Shiran and Wen Xier had already walked back. Seeing the two women who had returned, Lin Feng, who was leaning against the car, smiled slightly. Seeing Lin Feng smile, Wen Xier most arise, "Lin Feng, you still have the mood to laugh, but I listened to you, took out all my pocket money over the years, and now not only the blood money is gone, even my mother is hitchhiking 300 million. And Gu Shiran beside him slowly spoke, "Mr. Lin, it's true that, as you expected, Wang Mang isn't prepared to compensate for the money." Lin Feng nodded slightly. "I've expected it. At the odds at the time, it's a wonder he could have lost that money. If he loses this money, he won't make enough money in all these years. Alright, since it's all going according to my plan, go over to Wang Mang in a while, and I'll make him spit it out for me with interest." Just as Lin Feng was talking with Gu Shiran and the others, on the other side, Du Jianxiong's entire face could drip with gloom. "I didn't realize that he would lose so badly in his most confident round. It was important to know that before the bet with Gu Shiran had begun, he was most certain of this race. After all, he had hired the third-ranked underground racer in the world. Even if Gu Shiran had invited the top 2 ranked racers, Du Jianxiong felt that he wouldn't necessarily lose, but he hadn't expected that Gu Shiran would defeat him in his most confident area. At that moment, the henchman he had sent out to inquire about the news came back with quick steps. "Eldest young master is not well. The person you asked me to investigate is named Lin Feng, the one Nissy told you about last time." Hearing that the person who made him lose face was the same person that Big Sister had warned him about last time, Du Jianxiong was so shocked that he almost fell to his knees. "What did you say? You said that person was Lin Feng?" Du Jianxiong said in a shocked voice. Some of the rich kids who were around Du Jianxiong looked puzzled when they saw Du Jianxiong suddenly lose his temper like that. "I don't know who Lin Feng is." Du Jianxiong didn't dare to hesitate at this moment and directly walked quickly towards Lin Feng's side. This is no joke. If that person was really the one that Big Sister had told him about last time, then he had to think of a remedy now. If he couldn't make up with Lin Feng now, then if Lin Feng came after his family in the future, he would be a sinner. They can even be killed by the family. While Lin Feng was talking to Gu Shiran, Du Jianxiong walked over quickly in the distance. Some of the onlookers, after noticing Du Jianxiong, all of them looked puzzled. "I guess Du Xiao is angry and wants to come looking for trouble. Let's hide far away and not get dragged into it." Among the crowd, the disoriented Li Yun also stood among them. The $20,000 he bet was a semester's worth of living expenses for him and his sister, or their parents saved up for it. Now that he had lost everything in one night, Li Yun didn't know how he was going to survive the coming semester with Li Qiuya. Li Qiuya wasn't too pessimistic. If she could make her brother change his ways because of this incident, it was actually worth it. "Brother, you don't have to beat yourself up. Big deal. We'll work hard. We'll go out and do odd jobs when we're not doing anything, and we'll be fine for the semester." Seeing his sister being so understanding, Li Yun said in shame, "Sister, I'm sorry, it's my brother's fault. My brother will definitely not gamble in the future. Li Qiuya nodded her head well. Brother, you can know your mistakes and change them. It's the return of the prodigal son. We have to believe in ourselves. We will definitely be better off in the future. Just as the two siblings Li Qiuya were talking, Du Jianxiang had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. Everyone thought that Du Jianxiang was here to look for trouble. Even the two daughters, Gu Shiran and Wen Xie, thought the same thing. Wen Wanqiu in the distance was even ready to let her men make their move. But I did not expect that Du Jianxiang, who came close, raised his hand and directly gave himself a slap. That resounding slap stunned the crowd all in place. Some even rubbed their eyes a bit to make sure they hadn't misread it. And Gu Shiran was even more shocked with her small mouth open, looking at the scene in front of her with disbelief. Earlier, when Du Jianxiang raised his hand, she thought for a moment that Du Jianxiang was going to take a shot at Lin Feng. However, he did not expect that Du Jianxiang would directly hit his face. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, this slap is to make amends for my earlier ignorance in offending you. I also ask Mr. Lin to please forgive me this time. Seeing Du Jianxiang's attitude, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth curved. Looks like Du Yanran has told you about me. Du Jianxiang nodded with a bitter smile. Mr. Lin, I really didn't know it was you earlier. I still hope that you can be an adult. Lin Feng slowly said, your admission of fault is quite sincere. It seems that the Du family is still a bit established in their ability to cultivate their sons and daughters, although you are a bit of a playboy. But knowing your faults and being able to change them is also considered a character. What kind of character? It's just that he can't afford to mess with your status, Mr. Lin, so he came over to apologize for fear of you settling scores in the fall. If it were an ordinary person, how could he possibly admit his mistake? Gu Shiran, who was standing by the side, skimmed his lips. Seeing that Gu Shiran was so close to Lin Feng, Du Jianxiang knew that he would never be able to get Gu Shiran in his life. Unless Lin Feng lost his power, maybe he could still have that little chance. But even if someone like Lin Feng lost his power, he wasn't necessarily someone he could mess with. His Du family was only a little strong in Mordor, and when they stepped out of Mordor, they were nothing at all in the whole of China. Local powerhouses are nothing outside of their own territory. Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng's power was no longer limited to the local area. Instead, wherever he was, that was his territory. The two are simply not comparable. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Du Jianxiang was like a kitten, very obedient. Mr. Lin is joking. What kind of character am I in front of you? At best I'm just a junior. Lin Feng also had no interest in continuing with Du Jianxiang's nonsense here, and then said indifferently, today you should be willing to gamble and lose, right? Du Jianxiang nodded his head quickly. Yes, Mr. Lin, I'm convinced of my loss, and I promise not to harass Ms. Gu in the future. Lin Feng slowly said, alright, in that case, we'll go. After saying his words, Lin Feng directly greeted him, and Wen Wanqiu and the others got into their cars and left with him. While on the road, all of Lin Feng's expensive sports cars were driven back to the villa. Instead, he led Wen Wanqiu and the people under his hand toward the place where Wang Mang was. In the Rolls-Royce car in the back, Wen Xie said with an excited expression, Mom, Wang Mang, this wolfish person. Finally someone is going to clean him up. Let's see if he dares to find trouble with us in the future. Chapter 158, this money belongs to someone else. Hearing Wen Xie's words, a touch of relief surfaced on Wen Wanqiu's face. Yeah, this Wang Meng finally has someone to clean him up. When your maternal grandfather was alive, he was still able to suppress this Wang Meng. Now as soon as your grandpa passed away, this Wang Meng was the first one to jump out and trouble us. Thanks to the fact that your grandpa saved his life back then. I didn't expect this person to be so thin-skinned and unsympathetic, not at all remembering the kindness he showed back then, bullying us orphans and widows like this. He's kind of doing more than his fair share this day. Mother, you said that Brother Lin has such a deep background at such a young age. What kind of power is behind him? Hearing her daughter's words, Wen Wanqiu shook her head. I don't know, but it should be the background of the imperial capital side. In the whole of China, only the imperial capital has the most unfathomable power and wealth. It doesn't matter what Lin Feng's status is. I'll just make a good relationship with him. As long as we hug Lin Feng's thigh, we mother and daughter won't have to worry in this lifetime. Well, what mother says is true, and so do I. Grandpa left us such a large piece of family business. If there is no one to back us up, I'm afraid that sooner or later, it will be obtained by someone with a heart of gold. It would be better to give it directly to Big Brother Lin, and we will be able to end up in a good place. Hearing Wen Xie's words, Wen Wanqiu couldn't help but have a flash of surprise on her face. Creak, is this your own idea? Wen Xie nodded. Yes, mother, is there anything wrong with what I said? Wen Wanqiu shook her head. You're not wrong. In fact, I thought about this at first. I can't believe you said it yourself before I found the time to talk to you properly about it. But to say that it's all going to Lin Feng, that naturally won't work. Mother, I have to leave you some security anyways. If you get married in the future and your mother's family doesn't have some strength, you'll be looked down upon by your in-laws. At the very least, I must prepare more dowry for you, so that you can pass through the door in style. Mom, what are you talking about? Daughter, I have decided that I will not marry for life, and will always accompany you, mother. Hearing Wen Xier's words, Wen Wanqiu raised her eyes and glanced at her, then suddenly said, then what if I let you marry Lin Feng? I'll marry anyone. Halfway through her sentence, Wen Xier suddenly reacted and opened her mouth to ask, Mom, who did you just say you wanted me to marry? Wen Wanqiu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Alright, don't daydream. People with Lin Feng's kind of status, we can't reach them. We were just teasing you just now. I want to see if my daughter is that dutiful or not. And looking at it this way, this daughter of mine is also a girl. Mom, what are you talking about? What a woman is no longer a woman. I'm not joking with you too. Just as when Wanqiu mother and daughter were talking in the car, the convoy arrived in front of Wang Mang's villa. Although Wang Mang had some status in Magic City and had made a lot of money over the years, compared to the kind of centuries-old heritage of the Du family, the difference was not half a star. Although Wang Mang's villa also has a value of hundreds of millions of dollars, but in the Magic City this kind of $100 million villa, it can only be considered very ordinary. It's actually normal. Although Wen's group was doing great business, it had a thin base after all. Some of the businesses that make money are dependent on their mob influence to get so much business, but after all, it is not very on the stage. So while doing business, but also at the same time careful money laundering, just afraid of what happened by the police to find out. Moreover, the Wen Group is not owned by Master Wen Si alone, nor is it owned by Wang Mang alone, but it is owned by the brothers who were born and died together when they first came to Mordor. At best, Wen Si and Wang Mang's annual dividend is 1 year more than others. The fourth Master Wen occupies 27% of the shares of the Wen Group. Wang Mang occupies 15% of the shares of the Wen Group. The rest of those shares, too, were all divided up. Dad, any news from Kung? At this time in the villa, Wang, who had been worried about the casino side, Wang Mang shook his head. Just now Chang called me and said that Gu Shiran left without saying anything after he went to ask for money and didn't give it. Nothing? When Wang Hu heard these words, he couldn't help but let a flash of gravity appear on his complexion. Dad, don't you feel like there's something wrong with this whole thing? Behind Gu Shiran is the Gu family, one of the 4 great mansions of Magic City, betting directly into $1 billion, which is not a small amount, and now even the principal is not looking for us to ask for it. Is this possible? Will Gu Shiran have any other plans? Wang Mang sniffed and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. So what if there are other calculations? The Gu family is certainly a bit powerful, but they wouldn't dare to do anything to us. Dad, it's better to be careful. Why don't we return the principal to Gu Shiran and avoid getting into trouble? The current state of the country is not the same as before. Your old style of acting as a triad is no longer popular. Wang Hu said with a frown. Wang Mang nodded after thinking for a while. What you said is not unreasonable. So let's do it. After speaking, Wang Mang looked for Gu Shiran's phone. Both sides were after all people with some status in Magic City, and it was easy to find each other's phone numbers. After getting Gu Shiran's phone number, Wang Mang directly dialed it. There was a long gap on the other side of the phone before it was finally picked up, only to see Gu Shiran sitting at home in her pajamas, her delicate body hidden under the pajamas, holding a glass of red wine in her hand and gently shaking it, while holding her cell phone and Wang Mang on the phone. Hello? After winning Du Jianxian's bet, Gu Shiran returned home. As for Lin Feng's side, she didn't even need to think about it to know what she was going to do. Lin Feng's money was not so easy to swallow. Lin Feng was definitely going to find Wang Mang to settle the score. This kind of thing she didn't need to get involved. The thing that needed to be started at the moment was the matter in the family. After resolving Du Jianxian's crisis, she would have to study how to take control of the Gu family in a short period of time. She had already investigated that her big brother had lost a huge amount of assets outside. She absolutely could not continue. If she continued like this, the entire Gu family would have to be lost. Hello, is this MS Gu? I'm Wang Mang from the Wen Group. Hearing Wang Mang's name, Gu Shiran couldn't help but smile slightly. So it's Mr. Wang. I don't know what's the matter with calling me so late. MS Gu, I'm giving you this call because I want to discuss that gambling money of yours. I want to return this $1 billion of gambling money to you. And by the way, after giving you a little bit of compensation, how about we forget about this matter? Gu Shiran slowly said, this matter this money is not mine. It is someone else who asked me to place a bet for him. If you want your money back, go to the person who placed the bet. Chapter 159 Gu Shiran's Little Calculation. Wang Mang heard, tone a little anxious, Miss Gu. I also do not know who is the person who bet you will be good. Help me think of a way. I really have no way out. Recently the company's capital turnover difficulties. Really cannot get this billion. Gu Shiran's heart secretly rejoiced. This is exactly the situation she wanted, but her face still pretended to be very difficult. Mr. Wang, I also want to help you, but I am really just a middleman. However, seeing as we have also cooperated, I can help you inquire about the better. Wang Mang thanked him repeatedly. Then thank you so much MS. Gu, if you can help me solve this problem, I, Wen Clan, will be grateful. Gu Shiran hung up the phone, the corners of her mouth rising. She knew that there was a turnaround in the matter of her elder brother, and as long as she let Wang Mang think that the person placing the bet was her elder brother, and then let her elder brother not be able to pay back the money, then she would be able to make her elder brother withdraw from the center of power of the Gu family, and preserve the assets of the Gu family. Gu Shiran quickly began to take action, and she deliberately released the news so that Wang Mang would mistakenly think that it was Gu's big brother who placed the bet. When Wang Mang learned of this, he was furious and immediately went to find Gu's big brother to ask for punishment. Gu's big brother was confused and had no idea what was going on. Gu Shiran was secretly observing everything from the sidelines and was pleased in her heart. However, just when she thought the plan was seamless, an accident occurred. The person who really placed the bet was actually a mysterious financial predator who had been secretly laying out a plan to annex the Wen group and the Gu family. He discovers Gu Shiran's little trick and decides to take advantage of it. He finds Wang Mang, identifies himself, and informs Wang Mang that this is all a plot by Gu Shiran to make the Gu family fight internally. Wang Mang wakes up from his dream and teams up with the mysterious predator to teach Gu Shiran a lesson. Gu Shiran is still immersed in her dream, not realizing the danger that is approaching her step by step. On this day, Gu Shiran was sitting in her office calculating her next plan when her secretary hurriedly ran in. Miss Gu, General Manager Wang and a mysterious gentleman are here, saying they want to see you. Gu Shiran straightened her clothes and confidently got up to greet them, but when she saw the mysterious predator beside Wang Mang, her heart thumped. Wang Mang's face was filled with anger as he pointed at Gu Shiran and said, Miss Gu, you're so tactful. The mysterious predator sneered. Miss Gu, you're still a bit young to play tricks. I wanted to annex the Wen and Gu families, but I didn't expect you to try to engage in infighting. Now that I've changed my mind, I'll take you first. Gu Shiran's face turned white as she forced herself to calm down and said, Don't spit blood at me. Wang Mang took out the evidence and flung it in front of her, and Gu Shiran instantly sat paralyzed in her chair. The mysterious predator and Wang Mang pressed on step by step and began to expose her plot, causing her to lose face in front of the company's crowd. Gu Shiran knew that her plan had failed completely, and what awaited her next would be a difficult counterattack. Gu Shiran took a deep breath and stood up with strong support, looking at the mysterious predator and Wang Mang with a firm gaze. Even if my plan fails, you guys won't be able to get your way easily. I, Gu Shiran, am not that easily defeated. Mysterious predator smiled disdainfully. Humph. Still talking tough at the end of your life. Gu Shiran quickly calmed down and began to think of countermeasures in her mind. She thought of some of the Gu family's hidden resources, as well as some of the contacts she had made in the mall. She decided to stabilize the situation before looking for an opportunity to strike back. She pretended to be calm and said, Both of you, even if you expose my plot, it's not that simple to annex the Gu family. The Gu family has been operating in the mall for many years, and the relationships behind them are intricate and complicated. If you guys act rashly, you'll also get into a lot of trouble. Mysterious predator and Wang Mang's faces changed slightly after hearing this. Gu Shiran took the opportunity to propose. Why don't we sit down and talk about it? And maybe we can even find a win-win solution for all three parties. The mysterious predator and Wang Mang glanced at each other, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. A new game was opened. The mysterious predator snorted coldly. Fine, then let's hear your proposal. Gu Shiran was delighted in his heart and began to analyze it in an organized manner. The Wen Group has channel resources, the Gu family has funds and connections, and you have powerful financial means. We can work together in a three-way partnership to open up new market areas, such as the emerging science and technology financial sector. This will avoid internal conflict and maximize benefits. Wang Mang was somewhat moved and looked at the mysterious big crocodile. The mysterious big crocodile's eyes flickered, and suddenly his words changed. What you said makes sense, but how do I know that you're not slowing down? Gu Shiran was prepared. I can first take out a portion of the Gu family's funds as goodwill money and put it into the cooperation program. Just then, Gu Shiran's cell phone received a mysterious text message that read, Watch your back. She was startled in her heart, but remained calm on the surface, continuing to maneuver with them, while secretly being vigilant, pondering whether there were other hidden agendas behind the scenes, and whether this cooperation negotiation would really work out as she wished. Gu Shiran didn't move to talk to the mysterious predator and Wang Mang while scanning her surroundings with her afterimage. Suddenly, the remaining light from the corner of her eye caught the door of the conference room slowly opening a crack, and a dark shadow flickered past. Her heart tightened, but on the surface, she pretended as if nothing had happened and continued to elaborate on the details of the cooperation. The mysterious predator and Wang Mang didn't seem to notice anything strange, and were still haggling over the terms of cooperation. Gu Shiran had a bright idea and proposed to arrange for the transfer of the earnest money first, taking the opportunity to leave the conference room. Just as she walked out of the conference room, she was stopped by a few men in black. Just when she thought she was going to be in a desperate situation, a familiar figure appeared and fought off the men in black in a couple of moves. It turns out to be a mysterious ally she made at the mall, who tells Gu Shiran that the mysterious predator actually has other plots, and this text message was also sent by him as a reminder. Gu Shiran is grateful, and her ally quickly formulated a new strategy. Ready to go back to the mysterious predator and Wang Mang a surprise, Gu Shiran and his allies re-entered the conference room with confident smiles on their faces. When mysterious predator and Wang Mang saw them return, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. Gu Shiran sat down and said calmly, "I've just gone to take care of the earnest money, so let's continue talking now. However, I have a new proposal." The mysterious predator frowned. "Speak." Gu Shiran spoke unhurriedly about their newly formulated strategy, and it turned out that they planned to utilize the mysterious big crocodile's conspiracy to turn the tables on them. Gu Shiran points out that three-way cooperation is fine, but she must be the one to lead the flow of funds and the advancement of the project to ensure that the interests of all parties are not jeopardized. The mysterious predator and Wang Mang hesitated. They didn't expect Gu Shiran to be so assertive. Just as they hesitated, Gu Shiran's allies produced a piece of evidence that proved that mysterious big croc was still secretly manipulating the market. The mysterious crocodile's face changed drastically, and Wang Mang also began to waver. In the end, the mysterious predator and Wang Mang had to compromise and agreed to Gu Shiran's plan. A crisis is resolved, and Gu Shiran successfully protects the interests of the Gu family and proves his ability in the shopping mall again. Chapter 160 Follow-up Plan. After the agreement was signed, Gu Shiran stood up and extended her hand to shake the mysterious predator and Wang Mang one by one. She smiled and said, "Happy cooperation. I hope we can all reap the rewards of this project." Although mysterious big crocodile was upset, he could only squeeze out a smile in response. After the meeting was adjourned, the ally said excitedly to Gu Shiran, "Your move to counterattack an army is too perfect. The mysterious predator is considered to be planted in our hands this time." Gu Shiran, however, did not slacken off. She calmly said, "Do not be careless, they will not rest easily. We must be careful to deal with the next." As expected, within a few days, the project encountered some obstacles in the process of advancing. It turned out that the mysterious predator secretly instructed some partners to deliberately make things difficult. Gu Shiran had expected. She quickly convened the team, developed a response program, with excellent business acumen and human resources, one by one to resolve the crisis. Under her leadership, the project is gradually on track, and all parties see the prospect of lucrative benefits, while Gu Shiran has also established a stronger prestige in this business game. Just when Gu Shiran thought the project would go on smoothly, an even bigger trouble crept in. The mysterious predator had bribed a core member of the project team, allowing him to steal the project's key data and leak it to his competitors. For a while, the project was in an unprecedented crisis, and all partners began to waver. When Gu Shiran learned the news, she didn't panic. She first stabilized the team's military heart, and then began to secretly investigate the traitor. With keen insight and meticulous investigation, she quickly locked the traitor. Gu Shiran did not move and used the traitor to deliver false news to the mysterious predator, making him mistakenly think that the plan was successful. At the same time, she quickly adjusted the project program and strengthened data security protection. When the mysterious predator realizes that he has been tricked, it is too late. Gu Shiran once again relies on wisdom and decisiveness to pull the project back from the edge of the cliff, and the mysterious predator has no power to fight back, and can only watch Gu Shiran continue to be brilliant on the business battlefield. Just when Gu Shiran thought she could breathe a sigh of relief, an anonymous email broke the peace. The email turned out to be an old news photo of a charity event in which she had once made a poor decision that led to an unaccounted-for fund, and it was accompanied by a threatening video claiming that if she didn't voluntarily withdraw from the project, she would make the matter public. Gu Shiran instantly realized that this was another plot by the mysterious predator. Instead of being intimidated by the threats, she delves into the real flow of funds for the charity event. It turned out that a staff member from that year had misappropriated the funds privately, and she quickly collected evidence and contacted the police to bring him to justice. At the same time, she held a press conference, confessed her mistake and announced the results of the investigation. The public was impressed by her sincerity and commitment and expressed their understanding. The mysterious predator's plot went bankrupt again, and Gu Shiran not only successfully guarded the project, but also established a more positive image in the public's mind, and her business legend continues to be written. As the project progresses smoothly, Gu Shiran is fully engaged in the follow-up planning when she suddenly receives a notice from the hospital that her mother has been hospitalized for an accidental injury. Rushing to the hospital, Gu Shiran found that her mother's injury seems to be no accident, and all the signs indicate that it has something to do with the mysterious predator. Gu Shiran holds back her anger and arranges for someone to take care of her mother while secretly investigating the mysterious predator's new moves. She knew that this was the last madness of the mysterious predator. Instead of rushing to counterattack, Gu Shiran pressed on, letting the mysterious predator think that it had been disrupted. At the same time, she joined forces with her allies to collect evidence of the mysterious predator's criminal offenses. When the evidence was conclusive, Gu Shiran decisively called the police. The police acted swiftly and wiped out the mysterious predator and his minions. Thus, the long-drawn-out business struggle finally came to an end. Gu Shiran not only guarded the project and her family, but also allowed justice to be done. She stood in front of the company's floor-to-ceiling windows, looking into the distance. A new business journey will start again. However, just when Gu Shiran is ready to devote himself to his new journey, there is an internal turmoil in the company. A self-possessed executive joined forces with some of the employees in an attempt to override Gu Shiran's power and seize control of the company. They spread rumors within the company that Gu Shiran was no longer able to lead the company due to too much energy spent on previous struggles. Gu Shiran did not panic when she learned of this. She first appeased the employees who were compelled by the rumors, and then collected evidence that the executive was using his power for personal gain. At an important board meeting, Gu Shiran exposed the executive's evil deeds in public, rendering him speechless. Those employees who originally followed the executive also turned against him, and the executive was expelled from the company. After this storm, the company became more united, and Gu Shiran became more determined to lead the company to glory. She formulated a series of new strategic plans and actively expanded overseas markets. Under her efforts, the company's business flourished and became a leading company in the industry. Just when the company is doing well, Gu Shiran receives a mysterious invitation to attend a top business summit. Upon arriving at the summit, Gu Shiran realizes that the summit seems to have a hidden agenda. Just as she enters the venue, she is surrounded by a group of strangers who claim to be from a mysterious business organization and ask Gu to join them or else they will put her company in a desperate situation. Gu Shiran decisively refused, knowing full well that there must be an untold secret behind this organization. Seeing that their threats failed, the group began to spread negative news about Gu Shiran's company at the summit, trying to destroy the company's reputation. Gu Shiran was calm and collected. She utilized the resources at the summit and quickly contacted the media to clarify the facts while showcasing the company's strength and achievements. With her efforts, the negative news was not broken, and her company gained more attention and cooperation opportunities as a result. When the mysterious business organization saw that one plan had failed, they came up with another one. They went so far as to arrange for a top hacker to invade Gu Shiran's company's system in an attempt to steal core secrets. Upon learning of this, Gu Shiran quickly contacted the company's technical team and the police's network security experts. All of them worked together and not only successfully resisted the hacker's attack, but also tracked down the mastermind behind the hacker through technical means, which was the mysterious business organization. Gu Shiran decided to take the initiative, and she united with some righteous business partners at the summit to expose all the evil deeds of the mysterious business organization, including illegal trading and monopolizing the market. For a time, public opinion was outraged, and the mysterious business organization was condemned and investigated by all parties. And Gu Shiran's company in this storm, with her wisdom and decisiveness, not only did not damage, but won the trust and support of more business partners. After the summit, Gu Shiran returned to the company with a full harvest and continued to lead the team towards higher goals. Chapter 161, Pay Up or I'll Kill You. After arriving in front of Wang Mang's villa, Lin Feng directly stopped the car and walked in. After all, Wang Mang is also a big shot, and the villa is still guarded by minions. Seeing so many people outside the villa, they were all like enemies. What man? Know where this place is? Lin Feng, who stepped out of the car, said indifferently, "Of course I know, but I'm here to demand a debt." Demanding a debt. The crowd of Wang Mang's minions all froze. They used to follow Wang Mang to ask for debts. When did someone dare to come to them for debts? The leader of the little brother reacted, sneered, "Kid, you are afraid to find the wrong place. Brother Wang Mang cannot owe others debt. Sensible, hurry up and get out, otherwise you have a good time." The corner of Lin Feng's mouth rose, revealing a confident smile. "I didn't make a mistake. It's only natural to repay a debt. If you guys don't let me see Wang Mang, this won't end today." The minions looked at each other and felt that Lin Feng was too arrogant. They surrounded each other and wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Just when they were about to make a move, a voice came from the villa. "Stop it all." Wang Mang walked out from the villa. He looked at Lin Feng. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "You're the one who's here to ask for a debt? I'm curious, when did I owe you money?" Lin Feng walked up and said unhurriedly, "Wang Mang, there are some accounts you know in your own heart. I'll give you a chance to return the money painfully. Otherwise, I'll tear down this villa today. Wang Meng's face changed. His eyes revealed a hint of ferocity. He waved his hand and his minions surrounded Lin Feng and the others once again. Kid, I think you're tired of living. Do you know who I am? Don't say I don't know when I owe you money. And even if I did, you'd have to hold out for me. Ha! Lin Feng gave a thumbs up and said to Wang Mang, you're so courageous. You're the first one who dares to talk to me like this. As Lin Feng's words fell, he saw Wen Evening Chiu behind him walk out of the car with a group of men. Uncle Wang is really forgetful. Earlier on the racing handicap, the boss and I bet 5 billion. So a while Uncle Wang forgot? Wang Mang's face instantly turned white. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be that boss of Wen Evening Chiu, and he didn't expect them to come up with a racing handicap. The henchmen behind Wen Evening Autumn each had sharp eyes and a powerful aura, and Wang Mang's minions unconsciously shrank back when they saw this. Wang Mang, 15 billion, not a single cent less, Lin Feng said coldly, his eyes revealing unquestionable firmness. Wang Mang gritted his teeth and hated his carelessness in his heart, but he was not willing to hand over the money just like that. Humph. So what if there is a handicap thing? I have no money now. What can I pay back? Lin Feng sneered. No money? This villa and luxury car of yours are all real. If you don't pay back the money today, I'll take all of these to offset the debt. With that, he signaled his men to prepare for action. Wang Meng panicked. He knew that Lin Feng was not joking. Once these properties were taken away, his years of accumulation would all be gone. Don, be impulsive. I'll pay back, okay, Wang Mang said helplessly, his eyes full of unwillingness and anger, but with a twinkle in his eye, he added, but I won't be able to realize these assets for a while. Give me 3 days, I'll make sure to get the money together. Lin Feng's gaze was like a torch. He saw through Wang Meng's procrastination. 3 days is too long. 1 day, not even 1 second more. Wang Meng's heart tightened, gritted his teeth and said, okay, just 1 day. Lin Feng asked his men to closely monitor Wang Meng's movements to prevent him from playing tricks. Wang Meng agreed on the surface, but secretly he contacted a few of his inner circle and prepared to transfer some of his assets in this 1 day. However, what he didn't know was that when Evening Autumn's men had already laid a dragnet around the villa, and his every move was under Lin Feng's control. A day passed quickly. Wang Mang failed to get the money together and tried to weasel his way out of it. Lin Feng sneered and waved his hand. His men quickly took control of Wang Mang and his minions and started to inventory the property in the villa. Wang Mang looked at everything he was about to lose and collapsed to the ground in remorse. Just as his men were inventorying their property, Wang Mang suddenly laughed maniacally. You guys think this will leave me with nothing? I still have secret accounts overseas. There's enough money in there to rise again. Lin Feng frowned but quickly regained his composure. He told Wen Evening Chiu to contact the overseas investigative agencies while he continued to direct his men to clear up the investigation. Not long after, Wen Evening Chiu brought news that the so-called overseas secret account had actually been frozen by a mysterious force long after Wang Mang's plan to transfer his assets had been exposed. When Wang Mang heard this news, he was struck by lightning and paralyzed on the ground. It turned out that Lin Feng had long expected Wang Mang to have a backhand, and had secretly joined forces with some righteous forces to cut off his back in advance. In the end, all the properties in the villa were liquidated, and Wang Mang completely lost everything. Lin Feng left the villa with his people. Just after returning to the company, Wen Evening Chiu hurriedly came to report, Boss, there seems to be a mysterious organization behind Wang Mang that is supporting him, and they've released news that they want to take revenge on you. Lin Feng's eyes flinched. He knew that the trouble had just begun. He quickly gathered his core team and formulated a strategy to deal with it. On the one hand, they strengthened the company's security, and on the other hand, they started investigating the details of this mysterious organization. During the investigation, they found that this organization was involved in multiple illegal activities and had a huge power. But Lin Feng didn't back down. He used his connections and wisdom to gradually dismantle the peripheral forces of this organization. At the same time, he was waiting for a suitable time to deal a fatal blow to this organization. As the days passed by, Lin Feng and his team continued to collect evidence, preparing to uproot this organization. And that mysterious organization also sensed Lin Feng's threat and started to plan even more crazy retaliation actions. A more intense battle was about to start in this prosperous city. One night, the mysterious organization took advantage of the gap between the company's security changes and sent a group of skilled killers to infiltrate the company. Alarms instantly rang throughout the building, and Lin Feng quickly organized his team to counterattack. In the fierce exchanges, Lin Feng realized that these killers were well trained and were by no means idle. When the situation was at a stalemate, Lin Feng suddenly remembered a secret stronghold of the organization that he had investigated earlier. He made an immediate decision and left some of his men to hold on to the company, while he led his elite squad straight into the Yellow Dragon. When they arrived at the stronghold, they found that it was heavily guarded, but with wisdom and courage, Lin Feng led the squad to successfully break through the defenses. Deep in the stronghold, they found the core documents of the organization and grasped the key evidence. Meanwhile, the battle in the company was nearing its end, and the team managed to repel the killers. The mysterious organization was in disarray when they learned that the stronghold had been terminated and the core evidence had been leaked. Lin Feng took advantage of the situation and joined forces with the police to wipe out this evil mysterious organization, and the city finally regained its usual calm. Chapter 162: Mysterious Forces. Calm. However, just when the crowd thought that everything was over, a mysterious call came to Lin Feng's cell phone. An icy voice came from the other end of the phone. "You think you've won? This is just the beginning." Lin Feng's heart flinched, and before he could follow up, the call hung up. Immediately after that, the company's system was suddenly hacked and a large amount of confidential data began to be lost. Lin Feng realized that there seemed to be a bigger conspiracy behind this. He quickly gathered his team and re-engaged in an intense investigation. After a bit of extraction and analysis, they found that there was a deeper hidden force manipulating all of this. This force seems to be inextricably linked to the international crime syndicate. Lin Feng knew that the next challenge would be even more difficult, but he didn't flinch. He led the team to embark on the journey of pursuing the truth once again, determined to uncover the black hand behind this completely, so that the city could truly restore peace. Lin Feng and the team followed the clues, but found that the force acted extremely secretively, and every clue broke off at the critical point. When they were at a loss, team member Xiao Yang brought a message. He found that an employee in the company had been behaving abnormally recently, and seemed to be in frequent contact with a mysterious account. Lin Feng immediately arranged to monitor this employee. As expected, the employee left the company secretly at night and went to an abandoned factory. Lin Feng followed quietly with his team, and after entering the factory, they realized that it was actually a secret base, filled with all kinds of high-tech equipment. Suddenly, the lights shone brightly and a group of people with weapons surrounded them. One of them, a leader-like person, stood out and sneered. "Lin Feng, you thought you could check this place out, but it's just that we deliberately lured you here." It turned out that this was all a trap set by the other party, just waiting for Lin Feng to take the bait. But Lin Feng didn't panic. His eyes were firm and he was quickly thinking of a way to deal with it. A fierce duel was about to start. Lin Feng quickly observed the situation around him and realized that although there were a lot of enemies, there was a break in their standing position. He whispered to his teammates, "Wait for my signal and break out together." Just then, he glimpsed a console in the corner that might be able to destroy the enemy's defense system. The leader approached smugly, and just as he reached out to grab Lin Feng dodged while shouting, "Do it!" The team members immediately took action, engaging the enemy in close combat. Lin Feng, on the other hand, rushed towards the console, constantly dodging the enemy's attacks on the way. Finally, he made his way to the console and quickly tapped on the keyboard, trying to find a hole in the system. Just as he was about to crack it, the ringleader realized his intentions and pounced frantically with a few of his men. Lin Feng fended off the attacks while continuing to operate. It worked. As the system was destroyed, the lights flickered and the enemy's weapon system malfunctioned. Lin Feng and the team took advantage of the chaos to counterattack and beat the enemy back. The leader saw the situation and tried to escape, but he was kicked to the ground by Lin Feng. "Say, who is the black hand behind this?" Lin Feng glared angrily. The ringleader hesitated and finally opened his mouth. The leader trembled and said, "It is the Shadow of the Night organization. They have a huge force. You cannot fight." The words just finished, a dart suddenly shot from the shadows, directly hit the head of the throat, the head of the instant death. At the same time, more heavily armed mysterious people surged out from all around, surrounding them again. These people were well trained and had more advanced weaponry. Lin Feng realized that this was the real power of the Shadow of the Night organization. He quickly asked his team members to gather back to back, preparing to make a last stand. Just when the situation was critical, the roar of helicopters came from the sky, and a group of people in special uniforms descended from the sky and joined the battle. It turned out that it was the police who had been secretly following the series of cases and rushed to support them at the critical moment. Under the combined blows of the police and Lin Feng's team, the mysterious people fell down. The plot of the Shadow of the Night organization was successfully thwarted, but Lin Feng knew that the real challenge had just begun, and together with his team, he would continue to fight against this evil force to the end. After the battle, the police began to clean up the scene, while Lin Feng and the team sat around to review the disc. Suddenly, Xiao Yang exclaimed, "No good. The console just now seems to have been destroyed by a mysterious person. We didn't get the key evidence." The hearts of the crowd instantly sank. At this moment, a police officer hurriedly came and handed Lin Feng a flash drive, saying, "This was found on a mysterious person. It might be useful. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he hurriedly looked at it. Inside was part of the plan of action and the list of members of the Shadow of the Night organization. Lin Feng decided to strike while the iron was hot and launched a new round of investigation based on the list. They found that the core of the organization seemed to be hidden in a luxury hotel. Lin Feng and his team disguised themselves and sneaked into the hotel. Just as they entered, they felt that the atmosphere was abnormal, as if there were countless pairs of eyes staring at them in the dark. Just as they are ready to probe deeper, a group of mysterious people in black came from all directions. A new battle has begun, and this time, whether they can once again turn danger into safety and uncover the shadow of the night of the Black Hand behind the scenes, the men in black attacked ferociously, and Lin Feng's team was momentarily caught in a bitter battle. Just as they were gradually losing strength, the hotel's elevator suddenly opened and a group of people also dressed in black came out. Lin Feng's heart tightened, thinking that it was another enemy support. Who knows that this group of people quickly joined the fray and attacked the original black-clothed people. Turns out, this is the police planted in the Shadow of the Night internal undercover agents. With the support, the situation was instantly reversed, and the men in black fell down one after another. Lin Feng could not catch his breath, and led the crowd to continue deeper into the hotel. In the luxury suite on the top floor, they finally met the core figure of the Shadow of the Night. This person was sitting calmly on the sofa, a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. "Do you guys think this will be the end?" He spoke slowly, and just then, the large screen in the room suddenly lit up, displaying images of bombs being planted in various parts of the city. "If you don't want the city to be reduced to rubble, you will obediently bind your hands." An even more severe test lay before Lin Feng and the team. Lin Feng's brows were locked and his brain was racing. He calmly said, "You think you can threaten us with bombs? You wouldn't dare to detonate these bombs easily, otherwise you wouldn't be able to escape the law." The sneer at the corner of the core person's mouth grew even more. "Then you guys try it out and see if you can defuse the bombs in a short period of time, or if I press the detonation button first." Just when the atmosphere was tense to the extreme, Xiao Li, the technical expert of the team, quietly approached the wall, trying to find the control lines of the bomb. Lin Feng, on the other hand, continued to circle the core character and distract him. Suddenly, Xiao Li's eyes lit up as he found the key line and quickly started cracking it. At the same time, the police undercover agent was outside the room ready for a strong attack at any time. With Xiao Li's operation, the countdown of the bomb on the screen stopped and started flashing immediately afterward. The core character's face changed and he was just about to make a move when the police undercover agent broke into the room and subdued him. A crisis was finally lifted and the city regained its peace. And Lin Feng and his team will embark on a new journey to fight against those evil forces hiding in the shadows. Chapter 163 Mechanical Technology. Lin Feng and his team members had just gotten a reprieve from the tense atmosphere of this mission when they received new information. Intelligence revealed that an even more mysterious evil force was hatching an even bigger plot. It was rumored that this force was in possession of a new type of weapon that could plunge cities into chaos. Lin Feng gathered his team members and quickly formulated a new battle plan. They gathered intelligence through various channels and found that the base of this force was hidden in an abandoned factory at the edge of the city. Thus, Lin Feng led his team to secretly sneak into the factory. Shortly after entering, the enemy's alarm was triggered. Instantly, a group of armed men came from all directions. Lin Feng and his team quickly counterattacked, and in the fierce firefight, they gradually figured out the enemy's deployment. Just as they were about to go deeper into the core area, they realized that the new weapon actually had a self-protection mechanism, and it wasn't easy to destroy it. But Lin Feng didn't back down. He thought calmly and commanded his team to look for cracks. Suddenly, one of the team members shouted, "Captain, this protection mechanism seems to be connected to the surrounding energy source." Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he immediately ordered, "Cut off the energy source first." The team members acted quickly and started a battle with the enemy for the control of the energy source. During the fierce confrontation, there were constantly injured team members, but they didn't retreat in the slightest. Just as he was about to successfully cut off the energy source, the enemy activated the backup protection system and a powerful energy barrier shielded the weapon tightly. Lin Feng frowned. At this moment he realized that there were some strange runes flashing on the barrier. He was struck by an idea. He remembered that similar runes had been mentioned in the intelligence he had gathered earlier. Perhaps the way to break it was in there. Lin Feng quickly analyzed the laws of the runes and found the cracking point in the nick of time. He commanded his team members to focus their firepower on that location, and cracks appeared in the barrier instantly. The team pursued the attack and finally managed to break through the barrier. Lin Feng rushed up with an arrow step and installed the blasting device he was carrying on the new weapon. With a loud bang, the weapon was successfully destroyed and the crisis was resolved. Just when the crowd thought that the job was done, the ground suddenly shook violently. A huge mechanical monster slowly rose from the ground, its body flashing with a strange light. Clearly this was the ultimate trump card of the evil forces. As soon as it appeared, the mechanical monster released a powerful energy wave that shook the team members to the ground. Lin Feng quickly stabilized himself and shouted, Don't panic everyone, reorganize the battle. The team members quickly adjusted their state and attacked the mechanical monster. However, the monster's shell was incredibly hard. The bullets only splashed sparks when they hit it. They couldn't cause any substantial damage at all. Lin Feng observed the monster's movement pattern and realized that its eyes seemed to be the weak point. He made an immediate decision and commanded the sniper to aim at the monster's eye and shoot. The sniper hit accurately and the protective layer of the monster's eye cracked. Lin Feng seized the moment and led his team members to rush forward, using the weapons in their hands to attack the cracks. Just as the team fought to attack, the mechanical monster suddenly let out a roar and spewed a fiery flame from its mouth, forcing the team back. Wherever the flame went, the ground melted. Lin Feng shouted, "Spread out for cover." The team members quickly dispersed. At this time, the monster stretched out its huge mechanical arm again and swept it towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng agilely dodged and the mechanical arm smashed into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Just when everyone was a bit panicked, one of the team members shouted, "Captain, it seems to have weak points in its leg joints as well." Lin Feng immediately commanded some of the team members to attack the leg joints. The team members focused their firepower, and smoke began to rise from the monster's leg joints. However, the monster sensed the danger and frantically twisted its body, shaking the team members attacking the legs away. At this critical moment, Lin Feng realized that the monster's energy supply pipe was connected to its back. He made a split-second decision and asked the sniper to cover. While he climbed up the monster's back with the help of a rope, he took out his dagger and cut into the energy supply pipe. The pipe ruptured, the energy leaked out, and the monster's movements gradually slowed down. Just when Lin Feng thought that he would be able to solve the monster without any problems, the monster suddenly activated its self-destruct program. The alarm sounded loudly and the countdown began to flash. Lin Feng was shocked and quickly slid down the rope. He shouted, "Everyone retreat! This monster is going to self-destruct." The team members didn't dare to hesitate and ran wildly outside the factory. But at this time, the factory's exit was blocked by a mysterious energy, and it was impossible to get out. The countdown numbers were getting smaller and smaller. The shadow of death loomed over everyone. Lin Feng's heart was burning with anxiety. Suddenly he remembered the rune that cracked the barrier earlier. He looked around and realized that there were actually similar runes on the walls. Lin Feng analyzed it quickly and found a way to crack it. He quickly operated it and the energy blockade was dissolved. The team had just rushed out when the monster exploded with a loud bang, and a huge wave of air toppled them over. Everyone climbed up in a sorry state, looking at the factory that was reduced to rubble, their hearts palpitating. Just as everyone was celebrating their escape from death, an anxious voice from the headquarters came over the communicator. "It's not good. According to the monitoring, the energy wave from the monster explosion activated an unknown device underneath the city. The city is about to face a new round of crisis." Lin Feng's brows furrowed. He couldn't catch his breath and immediately gathered his team members. "Everyone pull yourself together. We still have a tough battle to fight." They quickly rushed to the source of the energy fluctuation and discovered that it was actually a huge space-time vortex. The evil forces seemed to be trying to summon a more powerful existence through the vortex. Lin Feng knew that time was running out and led his team to set up defenses around the vortex. Just then, several huge tentacles stretched out from the vortex and attacked the team. Lin Feng shouted, "Fire!" The fierce battle started again. The team members resisted the tentacle attacks while looking for a way to close the vortex. Suddenly, Lin Feng noticed a mysterious rune flashing in the center of the vortex, similar to the rune he had cracked before. Lin Feng was delighted in his heart and immediately concentrated on his research. He dodged the attacks of the tentacles while comparing the details of the runes rapidly in his mind. Time passed by. The attacks of the tentacles became more and more violent, and already members of the team were injured. Just when everyone was about to lose their support, Lin Feng finally cracked the secret of the runes. He commanded the team members to shoot the key nodes of the rune in a specific order. As a ray of light flashed by, the rune began to tremble violently and the suction of the vortex gradually weakened. However, just when everyone thought victory was in sight, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the vortex. It let out a low growl. Its tentacles became thicker and more powerful, and it madly lunged at the team members. Lin Feng shouted, "Hold on, we can't lose the battle." The team members clenched their teeth and resisted with all their might. In the nick of time, Lin Feng once again noticed a rune flashing on the black shadow, echoing the rune in the center of the vortex. He decisively ordered to focus his firepower on this place. With a loud bang, the black shadow was repelled and the vortex began to slowly close. Chapter 164, Fighting Hard. Just as the team members took a moment to catch their breath, the black shadow wasn't completely annihilated after all. It turned into a black mist, recoalesced and rushed towards Lin Feng and the others at a faster speed. the team members were once again in a bitter battle. The effects of the energy weapon attacks on it were getting weaker and weaker. Suddenly, the tech expert on the team had a bright idea and shouted, "I can utilize the energy left over from the vortex to create an energy confinement field." With that, he quickly operated the equipment in his hands. Between flashes of light, a transparent energy shield trapped the black shadow within it. But the black shadow was not willing to be imprisoned. It kept hitting the energy shield and cracks started to appear. Lin Feng looked at the energy shield that was about to collapse. His eyes were firm. He realized that the black shadow would briefly reveal its core weakness when it crashed. Lin Feng saw the right moment. Holding a special sharp blade, he leapt forward and stabbed straight into the core of the black shadow. The sharp blade penetrated the black shadow. It let out a miserable scream and dissolved into countless fragments. The team had just breathed a sigh of relief when the fragments actually began to slowly coalesce again, and an even more powerful black shadow that emanated an evil aura reappeared in front of the crowd. Black lightning surrounded its body, and wherever it went, the ground was scorched. At this point, the equipment of the energy confinement field was smoking from overconsumption and could not be activated again. The team's weapons were also nearly exhausted of energy. At this critical moment, Lin Feng suddenly sensed a mysterious force lurking within his body. He closed his eyes and focused his mind, directing this power to his entire body. In an instant, Lin Feng's body radiated a dazzling light, and the special sharp blade in his hand was also wrapped in light. He shouted and charged at the black shadow once again. This time, he and the black shadow engaged in a close combat, each attack carrying a powerful force. During the fierce exchange, Lin Feng found the right opportunity and ruthlessly stabbed his sharp blade deep into the core of the black shadow. However, the black shadow didn't fall down. It shook violently and actually sent Lin Feng flying out. The black shadow's wounds rapidly healed and it let out a wild laugh, the sound like muffled thunder exploding in everyone's ears. Lin Feng stabilized his stance and gathered his strength again. Just then, the medical member of the team shouted, "I found out that the black shadow's regeneration ability stems from the negative energy it absorbs. We can counter it with positive energy." With that, the team members turned on the positive energy intensifiers on their own equipment. In an instant, a warm glow converged and rushed towards the black shadow. The black shadow was enveloped by the light and its figure began to shake. Lin Feng took the opportunity to charge forward again. This time, he poured his entire body's mystical power into the sharp blade. The sharp blade shone with an eye-catching light and with an unrivaled momentum. It pierced into the core of the black shadow once again. The black shadow let out one last miserable scream as its body gradually dissipated, turning into bits of light that merged into the air. The team cheered. This difficult battle was finally over. Lin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that the mysterious power within him might have more secrets waiting to be explored. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of victory, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. A huge black hole appeared underneath their feet, from which an evil aura even more powerful than the previous black shadow surged out. A monster with a gigantic figure and a ghostly green glow slowly crawled out of the black hole. Its eyes were like burning flames, and every step it took caused the ground to crack. The team instantly tensed up, having just consumed a large amount of energy. Their hearts were filled with worry as they faced this new enemy. Lin Feng took a deep breath and once again mobilized the mysterious power in his body. He realized that this power seemed to have become even stronger after fighting the black shadow. He signaled his teammates to stand behind him, and he met the monster alone. Just as he was about to come into contact with the monster, the mysterious power within his body suddenly took on a new dimension, turning into a golden shield that wrapped around him. He rushed towards the monster with the shield and had a thrilling duel with the monster. The team members are also looking for the weakness of the monster, ready to give support at any time, and a new vicious battle has begun. In the fierce duel, although Lin Feng was protected by a golden shield, the monster was so powerful that every attack shook his arm. The team members observed from the sidelines for a long time, and finally realized that the monster's abdomen had a place with a slightly weaker ghostly green glow, which seemed to be where the weak point was. The tech masters quickly adjusted their energy weapons, focusing the remaining energy and shooting it towards the monster's abdomen. The monster roared in pain and its attack became even more violent. Lin Feng saw the gap between the monster's attacks and condensed his shield energy into his fist, striking hard at the monster's abdomen. At the same time, the team members also used their remaining equipment to assist in the attack. The monster's body began to shake as it was attacked by the combined efforts of everyone. Just when everyone thought that victory was in sight, another wave of energy surged out of the black hole and injected into the monster's body. It instantly regained its strength and became even more frantic. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and once again stimulated the mysterious power in his body. The golden shield glowed greatly. With the determination to break through, he rushed towards the monster, and together with his teammates, he launched a final general attack. Just as they were attacking with all their might, the monster suddenly opened its bloody mouth and spewed out a ghostly green wave of energy. Lin Feng reacted quickly and hurriedly expanded his shield to protect his team members. The energy wave impacted on the shield and made a loud roar. The shield flickered and shook. At this moment, the medical team members suddenly shouted, "I have an idea. We can connect everyone's frontal energy intensifiers and inject them into Lin Feng's shield." The team members heard this and quickly acted. The frontal energy continued to pour into the shield, and the golden shield glow became even more dazzling. Lin Feng felt the shield's power increase and roared, charging at the monster with the shield. The monster attacked again but was steadily blocked by the shield. Lin Feng took the opportunity to get close to the monster and concentrated all the shield energy in his fist, smashing it hard into the weak point of the monster's abdomen. This blow was so powerful that the monster's body trembled violently and the ghostly green light began to dim. The black hole also stopped gushing out energy, seemingly losing its support for the monster. Eventually, the monster let out a hiss of despair, and its body collapsed to the ground, dissipating into a cloud of smoke. The crowd sat paralyzed on the ground. This difficult battle was finally over, but they knew that unknown dangers might still be waiting for them ahead. This series of emergencies had kept Lin Feng busy. How could he not expect that he had thought that joining the country would allow him to enjoy the convenience? But he didn't expect that it would in turn make him even busier. Now it is considered that the crisis is all over. He can finally take a good rest. After relaxing, he feels that the world is still very wonderful. Beautiful women, money, power, none of them will not let a person be mesmerized. 165. Emergency missions. Lin Feng was lying on the big luxurious bed, enjoying this long-lost coziness. Just as he was about to get a good night's sleep, his cell phone suddenly vibrated like crazy. He impatiently picked up his phone and saw that it was a call from his superiors. "Lin Feng, there's another urgent mission." A serious voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Feng instantly sobered up. His heart was filled with helplessness. He just wanted to relax and this mission came. It turned out that a mysterious organization had recently appeared. They were carrying out illegal activities in the city, seriously disrupting the social order. The higher-ups asked Lin Feng to start an investigation immediately. Lin Feng sighed, sat up from his bed and quickly changed into his clothes. He knew that he would have to go back to his busy work. All those wonderful feelings brought about by beautiful women, money and power were all thrown out of the window at the moment. He organized his equipment and walked out of the house with determined eyes, once again throwing himself into the challenge. Lin Feng had just stepped out of the neighborhood when a black sedan suddenly stopped in front of him. The window slowly lowered, and inside sat a mysterious man. The mysterious man said coldly, "Come with me." Lin Feng was on guard. His hand unconsciously touched the weapon at his waist. The mysterious man seemed to see his defenses. "Don't be nervous. I'm here to help you investigate that mysterious organization. Their back isn't that simple." Lin Feng hesitated for a moment and finally got into the car. The car sped along and arrived at an abandoned factory. The mysterious man led Lin Feng into the factory, which was full of advanced equipment and information. The mysterious man pointed to the information on the screen and said, "This organization is related to alien forces. They're attempting to use the resources on Earth to open a spacetime channel." Lin Feng's eyes widened. He didn't expect things to be so complicated. The mysterious man continued, "We need to work together. You have a wealth of practical experience, and I have this information." Lin Feng thought for a moment and nodded. He knew that he could only work together to solve this crisis. The two of them then began to formulate a plan of action against the mysterious organization. Just as they were in full swing with their discussion, the factory's alarm suddenly went off. Mystic's face changed. "No good. We've been discovered." As soon as the words fell, a group of people dressed in black and wearing strange masks rushed into the factory. They moved with agility, and the weapons in their hands flashed with a bizarre light. Lin Feng and the mysterious man immediately entered combat. With his rich combat experience, Lin Feng quickly dodged the enemy's attacks while looking for a chance to counterattack. Mystic, on the other hand, utilized the equipment in the factory to release a wave of energy, temporarily suppressing the enemy. However, there were more and more enemies, and they gradually became a bit overwhelmed. Just then, the mysterious man suddenly pressed a button, and part of the factory's wall began to move, revealing a dark passage. "Hurry!" the mysterious man shouted. The two took advantage of the chaos and drilled into the dark passage. The dark passage was filled with a mysterious aura, and they didn't know where it would lead them. But at this moment, they could only take a gamble, expecting to get rid of the enemies behind them and continue to look for a way to fight against the mysterious organization and the alien forces. The light in the dark tunnel was dim, and they groped their way forward with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Suddenly, a huge stone door appeared in front of them, which was tightly closed without any sign of opening. And behind them, the footsteps of the enemy were getting closer and closer. The mystic hurriedly searched for organs around the stone door, while Lin Feng stared vigilantly at the rear. Just as the enemy was about to catch up, the mysterious man finally found the mechanism and the stone door slowly opened. They had just entered the space behind the stone door when it automatically closed. It was a room full of technology, with a mysterious sphere suspended in the center, emitting a ghostly blue light. Mystic's eyes lit up. This could be the key to unlocking the secrets of the time channel. Just as they approached the sphere, it suddenly emitted a strong glow that enveloped them. When the light dissipated, they were surprised to find themselves in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by strange buildings and unidentified flying objects floating in the sky. It turned out that the sphere had activated the teleportation function and sent them to the base of an alien force, but it also means that they are one step closer to uncovering the conspiracy behind the mysterious organization. And a new challenge is on the horizon. Before they could recover from their shock, a group of strange-looking alien creatures surrounded them. These alien creatures were tall, their skin glistened with a metallic luster, and their eyes flashed with an icy cold light. The mysterious man whispered to Lin Feng, "Don't be impulsive, let's see what their intentions are first." The alien creature at the head of the group let out a shrill sound that seemed to communicate with them. The mystic frowned as he struggled to try and decipher the meaning behind the sound. After a while, the mystic's face changed and he said, "They think we are intruders and want to imprison us." Lin Feng clenched his fists and was about to resist when the mysterious man pulled him back. "Don't rush, we can use this opportunity to gain insight into their plans." Thus, they were escorted by the alien creatures through a strange corridor to a huge room. The room was filled with all sorts of complicated instruments, and mysterious runes flashed on the walls. Here, they discovered more clues about the spacetime passage and realized that the conspiracy of the alien forces and mysterious organizations was far more frightening than they had imagined. They secretly resolved to find a chance to stop this crisis. Just as they were scrutinizing everything in the room, an alarm suddenly blared. The alien creatures panicked and ran towards the outside of the room. Mystic's eyes lit up. "Here's your chance." The two took advantage of the chaos and quickly hid behind an instrument. It turned out that it was Earth's special forces that had tracked their location and launched an attack on the alien base. The battle raged outside the base, and the alien creatures were distracted. Lin Feng and Mystic took the opportunity to search the room for the key device that could stop the time channel from opening. Soon, they found a huge console with all sorts of dangerous lights flashing on it. Mystic quickly began to crack the code, while Lin Feng vigilantly guarded the side. Just as the code was about to be successfully cracked, an alien general spotted them and rushed over with a group of his men. Lin Feng didn't hesitate to meet them and fought to the death with the alien creature. The mystic fought for time and finally cracked the code and pressed the button to close the spacetime channel. With a violent vibration, the light of the spacetime channel gradually dimmed, and the conspiracy of the alien forces was successfully stopped. In the end, they returned to Earth successfully under the cover of the special forces. The moment he returned to Earth, Lin Feng had a feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. 166. Monitoring stations. After returning to Earth, Lin Feng and the others became heroes. All the major media outlets had reported on their deeds, and the praises were endless. However, Lin Feng didn't revel in this honor. He knew deep down that the alien forces wouldn't let this go. The mysterious man found Lin Feng and said with a grave expression, "Although we managed to close the spacetime channel this time, the technology of the alien forces is far beyond our imagination, and they will most likely follow up." Lin Feng nodded, his eyes firm. "We must be prepared." Thus, Lin Feng and Mystic began to work on forming a stronger team to deal with the alien threat. They went around recruiting people with special abilities and expertise and trained day and night. At the same time, scientists are studying samples taken from the alien creatures to try to figure out ways to combat them. With everyone's joint efforts, the Earth's defense system was gradually improved. As for Lin Feng, he was always on guard, waiting for the next possible invasion by alien forces, and he was determined to guard the Earth and the home of mankind. One day, Earth's monitoring system suddenly issued an alarm, and Lin Feng's heart instantly lifted. It turned out that the alien forces had actually bypassed the previous spacetime channel this time, tearing a gap from the Earth's dark matter dimension, and a group of alien vanguard troops with strange forms had appeared in the depths of the Earth's oceans. Lin Feng quickly gathered his team and launched into action according to the battle plan he had previously formulated. He led the special ability people to rush towards the ocean and engage in a fierce battle with the alien creatures. The scientists were also urgently analyzing the alien creatures' attack pattern this time at the back. During the battle, Lin Feng found that the body structure of these alien creatures was different from the previous samples. Their attacks were swifter and their defense was stronger. Just when the situation was a bit stalemated, the scientists came with good news. They had found a weakness of the alien creatures. Lin Feng made an instant decision and adjusted his tactics, leading his team to focus on attacking the weaknesses of the alien creatures. After a hard battle, they finally repelled the alien vanguard force, but Lin Feng knew that this was just the beginning. the alien forces would still have more powerful attacks, and the battle to guard Earth was far from over. As expected, it wasn't long before the alien forces launched a massive attack. This time, what appeared was a huge and incomparable alien mothership, which released a dense number of small fighters and attacked Earth in an all-encompassing manner. Earth's defense system counterattacked with all its might, but the alien fighters were unusually flexible and kept breaking through the defense line. Lin Feng once again led the team to ascend to meet the enemy. The battle was exceptionally grueling, and the team members were injured, but they didn't back down. Just when the situation was critical, the scientists developed a new type of weapon by utilizing the results obtained from the previous research samples. Lin Feng made an instant decision and rushed straight towards the alien mothership with his fighter jet equipped with a new type of weapon. In the process of approaching the mothership, he was besieged by countless alien fighters, but with his superior piloting skills and firm beliefs, he was able to turn danger into safety time and time again. Finally, Lin Feng arrived near the mothership. He pressed the launch button and the new weapon accurately hit the core of the mothership. The alien mothership instantly exploded, debris scattering in all directions. The alarms on Earth gradually subsided, and the crisis was temporarily lifted. However, Lin Feng understood that there would be more challenges waiting for them in the future. Just when everyone thought they could breathe a sigh of relief, a mysterious energy wave was released from the debris generated by the explosion of the alien mothership. This energy wave spread rapidly, and wherever it went, electronic equipment all failed, and the Earth's defense system was paralyzed again. The alien forces seemed to have planned this, taking advantage of the blank period in the Earth's defense. They opened up multiple channels from the dark matter level, and more alien creatures of different shapes and greater strength swarmed in. Lin Feng didn't have time to catch his breath and immediately reorganized his team. But this time, the alien creatures' attacks were even more frantic, and the team's weapons had little effect in front of them. The scientists urgently researched the effects of the energy waves on the equipment, while looking for ways to restrain the new batch of alien creatures. In the nick of time, Lin Feng suddenly thought of the weaknesses of the previous alien creatures. Perhaps he could make a breakthrough in this direction. He led the team to adjust their tactics again, fending off the alien creatures while waiting for the scientists' research results. And true to form, scientists quickly found a way to deal with it. With the concerted efforts of all, Earth once again saw the dawn of victory over the alien forces. Scientists had discovered that using the energy of a special ore on Earth could neutralize mysterious energy waves and restore the operation of electronic equipment, as well as enhance the lethality of weapons against new alien creatures. Lin Feng immediately arranged for manpower to collect this ore. The team members risked the danger of being attacked by the alien creatures and scrambled to collect the ore. Meanwhile, Lin Feng led the remaining team members to fight to the death, and the defense line faltered. When the ore was collected back, the scientists scrambled to incorporate its energy into the weapons and defense systems. As the electronic equipment gradually recovered, the Earth's defense system was reactivated. The upgraded weapons inflicted great damage on those alien creatures, and the alien creatures' attack began to weaken. After a fierce battle, the Earth army gradually gained the upper hand and forced the alien creatures back. Seeing that the situation was over, the alien forces could only make a hasty withdrawal through the dark matter channel. The Earth had once again survived the crisis, but Lin Feng knew that it wouldn't be the last time, and he and his teammates still had to be ready at all times to guard the peace and tranquility of the Earth. Just when the crowd thought they could take a short break, the mysterious man found Lin Feng in a hurry. It's bad. Abnormal fluctuations have been detected in the dark matter level. It seems like alien forces are gathering a stronger force. Lin Feng frowned and immediately summoned his team members and scientists to discuss countermeasures. Everyone decided to take the initiative and go deeper into the dark matter level to find the gathering point of the alien force and preempt it. Lin Feng led the elite squad and entered that mysterious realm through the special dark matter shuttle device. It was dimly lit, and a bizarre aura permeated everywhere. Soon, they discovered the staging ground of the alien forces, where there was a huge energy core that was constantly radiating a terrifying power outwards. The alien creatures sensed their arrival and immediately attacked. The fierce battle started again, and the team fought bravely with their upgraded weapons. Lin Feng saw the right moment and rushed towards the energy core, ready to destroy it. Just as he was about to get close, a powerful energy shield bounced him off. It turned out that the alien forces had prepared for this, but Lin Feng didn't give up. He observed the pattern of the shield and finally found a break. He focused his strength and broke through the shield, successfully destroying the energy core. The alien forces were instantly disorganized, and Lin Feng led his team to take advantage of the situation and crush them completely. This time, Earth seemed to have ushered in true peace. Chapter 167. However, this peace did not last long. In the midst of the celebratory revelry of victory, a mysterious signal came from the depths of the universe. Immediately afterward, an alien fleet several times more powerful than before appeared in the sky. It turned out that the previous alien forces were just the vanguard, and the real army had only arrived at this moment. The team's nerves that had just relaxed were once again tensed up. Although they had upgraded weapons, their hearts were lost in the face of such a powerful enemy. Lin Feng quickly calmed down as he analyzed the characteristics of the new enemy and formulated a battle plan. He found that the weakness of this fleet was its command center. So, he led the elite squad to break through the heavy defenses and advance towards the command center. Along the way, they encountered countless dangers, but with their tenacious will and excellent combat skills, they finally approached their goal. At the last moment, Lin Feng erupted with all his strength and destroyed the command center in one fell swoop. The alien fleet was instantly out of control, and the Earth was once again saved from danger. And this time, they also knew deep down that there were more unknown challenges waiting for them in the universe. After this big battle, the United Earth Defense Force decided to increase its investment in scientific research to further upgrade its weaponry and defense system. Lin Feng didn't stop exploring either. He began to study the technological remains of alien civilizations, hoping to find ways to deal with future threats. Just then, some strange phenomena suddenly appeared on Earth. Some ancient relics began to emit a mysterious light, as if they were transmitting some kind of message. Lin Feng realized that this might be related to the unknown forces in the universe. He led a team to these ruins to investigate. In one of the ancient caves, they find a tablet inscribed with strange symbols, deciphered by experts. It turns out to be a distress signal from a distant galaxy where civilization is threatened by a terrifying presence. Lin Feng was in deep thought. He knew that the challenge this time might be even more tricky than the previous alien fleet, but for the sake of the peace and tranquility of the universe, he and his team decided to embark on a journey once again to unravel the mystery of that unknown terrifying existence. Lin Feng and the team rode in the upgraded and modified spaceship and sped towards the galaxy that had sent out the distress signal. Along the way, they encountered all sorts of strange cosmic phenomena and attacks from small alien creatures, but all of them were saved by their advanced technology and tenacious fighting spirit. Finally, they arrived at that distant galaxy. What presented itself to them was a devastated landscape, with broken planets and traces of civilization almost completely erased. Just as they were about to investigate deeper, a huge black shadow emerged from the depths of the universe. The black shadow was shaped like an octopus, but it had huge mechanical tentacles, and wherever it went, everything was destroyed. Lin Feng quickly commanded his team members to attack, but their weapons seemed to have little effect on this terrifying existence. Just when the situation was critical, Lin Feng suddenly remembered an energy resonance technology in the alien technology wreckage. He decisively ordered to adjust the frequency of his weapon to resonate with the energy field of the terrifying being. With a violent vibration, there was a break in the terrorist being's defense, and the team members took the opportunity to launch a general attack, finally repelling it. And they knew that this was just another challenge in the exploration of the universe, and more unknowns awaited them in the future. After repelling the terrifying existence, Lin Feng and the others didn't dare to slack off and continue to explore the source of the distress signal in this galaxy. They found that there was a hidden base on a planet that was about to be destroyed. After entering the base, they met a mysterious survivor of an alien race. The alien race possesses telepathic abilities, and through communication, they learn that the horrible being is an evil force known as the Annihilator, which feeds on galactic energies and destroys everything in its path. Moreover, the Annihilator does not act alone, and there is a huge evil organization behind it. The alien survivors also revealed that there is an ancient artifact that may be able to fight the Annihilator, but it is hidden in a dangerous rift in spacetime. In order to stop the Annihilators from continuing their evil deeds, Lin Feng and his teammates decided to go to the spacetime rift to look for the artifact despite the danger. They flew their spaceship towards the unknown and dangerous spacetime rift, and a new challenge was about to come. The airship had just approached the spacetime rift when it was pulled by a powerful gravitational force and shook violently. Alarms sounded piercingly in the cabin, and Lin Feng gripped the joystick tightly in an effort to stabilize the airship. Suddenly, a group of strange energy creatures emerged from the cracks. They haunted the ship like ghosts and interfered with the system operation. The crew quickly activated the defense system. Laser beams kept shooting at those energy creatures, but they were like ghosts. The attack was ineffective. Just as everyone was getting anxious, the alien survivors telepathically sent a message. These energy creatures were the guardians of the spacetime rift, and they would only let them go if they showed their determination to fight against the Annihilator. Lin Feng made an immediate decision and led the team to hold a short but firm oath in the spaceship, expressing their belief in guarding the peace of the universe. A miracle happened. those energy creatures gradually retreated, and the passage of the rift slowly opened. Lin Feng took a deep breath and drove the ship slowly into the unknown spacetime rift. To meet them, more unimaginable challenges, but in order to fight against the Annihilator, they were fearless. After entering the spacetime rift, the airship seemed to be in a distorted world of light and shadow, with all sorts of strange energy flows weaving around. Suddenly, a huge energy vortex appeared in front of them, like a beast with a bloody mouth, trying to devour the airship. Lin Feng maneuvered the airship flexibly to avoid it, while the team members nervously monitored the data. Just when they thought they had dodged a bullet, the rear of the airship was grazed by an energy vortex, and the power system was instantly damaged. The ship began to fall uncontrollably towards the depths of the rift. Lin Feng's heart raced. He quickly calmed down and commanded the crew to activate the backup power system. With everyone's concerted efforts, the backup power system started with difficulty and the ship gradually stabilized. Continuing deeper, they finally found the legendary artifact, which emitted a soft yet powerful light. However, just as they were about to approach to acquire the artifact, an even more powerful energy barrier appeared, guarding the artifact firmly. The team was in a new dilemma, but in order to fight against the Annihilator, they did not give up and began to research ways to break the energy barrier. Chapter 168. Lin Feng carefully observed the energy barrier and realized that it seemed to have some sort of regular fluctuation. He speculated that it might be an energy code, and only by cracking the code could he get through the barrier. The team members took action, using their respective expertise to analyze and calculate the energy fluctuations. Time passed by, and beads of sweat broke out on everyone's foreheads. Just when everyone was feeling desperate, team member Xiaoli suddenly shouted, "I seem to have found a pattern." After some verification, it really worked. Lin Feng maneuvered the spaceship, adjusting the energy frequency according to the cracked code, and slowly approached the energy barrier. The moment the ship was about to touch the barrier suddenly flickered and then slowly opened a gap. The team was so excited that Lin Feng seized the moment and piloted the ship through the gap. They managed to get close to the artifact, and just as the team members reached out for it, the artifact suddenly emitted a burst of intense light, and an illusory figure appeared, which warned the team members that if they took the artifact, it would trigger a huge catastrophe in space and time. The team looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what to choose. Lin Feng took a deep breath, stepped forward and said, "We came here to save the world in crisis. If we take this artifact it will cause a disaster, but if we don't take it our world will also be destroyed. What should we do?" The illusory figure was silent for a moment and slowly said, "This divine artifact is originally the key to balancing spacetime. If it is taken away by force, the spacetime order will collapse. But if you guys can put its power to your use in this spacetime, there might be a turnaround." Upon hearing this, the team members quickly gathered to confer. In the end, they decided to listen to the illusory divine shadow's advice and utilize the artifact's power locally. Everyone divided up the work. Lin Feng was in charge of coordination, and Xiaoli, with his previous ability to crack the code, studied how to channel the artifact power. After a lot of effort, the power of the artifact was successfully channeled and turned into a powerful energy transmitted to the ship. With this energy, they piloted the spaceship back, ready to use it to save their world, while the artifact remained where it was, guarding the balance of spacetime. The ship sped through the universe, but before they could breathe a sigh of relief, alarms suddenly blared. It turned out that their move to take away the power of the artifacts had triggered spatial and temporal fluctuations, attracting a group of mysterious spatial and temporal guardians. These guardians were tall and surrounded by an eerie blue light. They surrounded the ship and demanded that the crew hand over the stolen energy. Lin Feng calmly communicated with them, explaining that they were doing this to save their world. After some deliberation, the Time Guardians put forward a condition: they had to use the energy to solve the crisis in their world within a certain period of time, or else the energy would be withdrawn and they would be punished. The team didn't dare to slack off, and accelerated their speed to rush back to the world. When they arrived, the world was already in danger. Lin Feng led everyone to quickly inject energy into the world's core energy system, and a miracle happened. The world's crisis was gradually lifted, and it regained its former vitality. And the Time and Space Guardians also kept their promise, no longer pursuing their responsibility, and quietly left. Just when the team thought that all the dust had settled, the ship's detection system suddenly issued another sharp alarm. Lin Feng frowned and quickly checked the data, his face instantly becoming very ugly. It turned out that although that artifact power had saved the world, it had also left behind an unstable source of fluctuation in the world's energy core, and as time went by, this source of fluctuation would trigger an even greater catastrophe, even worse than the previous crisis. The team's hearts hung in their throats once again, and the nerves that had just relaxed were tightened up again. Lin Feng made a snap decision and decided to travel to that time and space again to find a solution to the fluctuation source. They piloted the ship again and traveled through the vast universe. When they were once again close to where the artifact was located, the illusory figure appeared again, and it seemed to have anticipated it, informing the team that the only way to completely eliminate the hidden danger was to fuse the remaining sliver of the artifact's power with the world's core. The team members once again worked together and completed the fusion of power under the guidance of the illusory figure. In the end, the world was completely restored to stability, and the team members became true heroes. Just as the crowd was cheering and celebrating, the ship suddenly shook violently. The illusory figure's face changed, and he said urgently, "Not good. The fusion of forces has triggered a spacetime disorder. This spacetime is about to collapse." The team instantly panicked, but Lin Feng quickly calmed down and shouted, "Activate the emergency leap program, get out of here." However, the disordered spacetime interfered with the ship's systems, and the leap program couldn't be activated properly. The spacetime cracks continued to spread, devouring everything around them. The illusory figure exerted its last ounce of strength to coalesce a spacetime channel, shouting, "This is the only channel I can open. Get in." The team couldn't think too long and piloted the airship to rush into the passageway. When the airship pulled out of the passage, the crowd realized that they had actually returned to the point in time before the initial crisis broke out. Lin Feng looked at the familiar scene outside the window and had an idea in his mind. He decided to take advantage of this time regression to lay out a plan in advance to avoid the crisis from the root, so that the world would no longer suffer so much tribulation. And the team members responded, and a new rescue operation was about to begin. Lin Feng gathered the team and told them in detail everything that had happened in the future, and they were both shocked and determined to hear it. They began to fully investigate the source of the crisis, and discovered that it was an experiment at an ancient scientific research base that had gone out of control and was about to trigger an energy explosion that would affect the entire world. Lin Feng leads the team to the base quickly, only to find that the base is surrounded by advanced defense systems. With the experience they had accumulated before, the team members divided their work to crack the defenses. Just as they were about to succeed, a group of mechanical guards suddenly emerged from inside the base and attacked them. The team members resisted while continuing to crack. Finally, the defense system was cracked and they rushed into the base. Lin Feng found the experimental core and realized that only a few key parameters needed to be adjusted to avoid the explosion. However, the parameter adjustments required specific access codes. Team member Shaoli played his expertise and found the password in the huge amount of data and successfully adjusted the parameters. The crisis was defused in advance, and the world was restored to peace. Looking at the world that was no longer shrouded in crisis, the team members smiled with relief, knowing that this advanced layout made all the difference. However, just when everyone thought they could rest in peace, Lin Feng's personal terminal suddenly received a mysterious message. The message revealed that there seemed to be a bigger conspiracy hidden behind this crisis, and that the runaway experiment at that ancient scientific research base might just be a front. The team's newly relaxed hearts lifted again, and they decided to follow this clue to continue their investigation. After some tracking, they found that the source of the information pointed to a mysterious underground organization. This organization seemed to have been manipulating everything from the shadows, trying to achieve ulterior motives by triggering crises. Lin Feng leads the team to infiltrate the headquarters of the underground organization and starts a fierce battle with the enemy. During the battle, they gradually unveil the organization's conspiracy. It turns out that they want to take advantage of the chaos triggered by the crisis to seize control of the world. After a tough battle, the team successfully destroyed the core facilities of the organization and foiled their plot. The world once again restored real peace, and Lin Feng and the team also became the legendary heroes in people's hearts, and their stories spread in the world, inspiring more people to bravely face the unknown challenges. Chapter 169. The team members had also become well-deserved heroes, but just as they were celebrating, Lin Feng's personal terminal received another mysterious message. The message was only a short sentence. "This is just the beginning." Lin Feng's face instantly became grave, and his heart, which had just been put down, hung in the air again. He realized that behind this so-called destroyed underground organization, there might be even more powerful and mysterious forces manipulating everything. The team members also quieted down as they looked at Lin Feng's serious expression. Everyone understood that peace might only be temporary, and a new crisis might have quietly descended. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said to the team members, "It seems like our battle isn't over yet. Everyone pack up and get ready for a new challenge." The team members nodded their heads, their eyes revealing determination and fearlessness. They knew that the mission of guarding world peace would continue. Right at this moment, the lights of the restaurant suddenly flickered, followed by the entire room being enveloped by a bizarre blue light. An illusory figure appeared in front of the crowd out of nowhere, his entire body emitting a ghostly light, his eyes as cold as a chilly pool. "You guys think you can rest easy after destroying that small organization? Too naive," the figure said coldly. Lin Feng stood up vigilantly, gripping the weapons in his hands, and his team members quickly gathered around, standing in a tight stance. Who are you? What exactly are the forces behind this? Lin Feng questioned loudly. It's not important who I am. What's important is that what you're about to face is an existence that even the gods would tremble. After the mysterious figure finished speaking, he waved his hands and countless blue lights shot towards the crowd. Lin Feng shouted, "Defense!" The team members quickly formed a defense formation, fending off the attacks of blue light. But the power of the blue light was far beyond imagination, and the defense formation began to falter. Seeing this, the mysterious figure let out a sinister laugh. "This is just a small warning for you. Next time, it won't be so simple." After saying that, the figure gradually dissipated, and the lights of the restaurant returned to normal. But the mood of the crowd became heavier and heavier. A new battle seemed to have really loomed. Lin Feng looked at the place where the mysterious figure had disappeared and frowned. He knew that since the other party dared to show up and warn him, they must be emboldened. "Don't panic, everyone. We have to figure out the details of the force behind this as soon as possible," Lin Feng said calmly. Although the team members had palpitations, they quickly adjusted their state and listened to Lin Feng's arrangements. After returning to the base, Lin Feng immediately organized the team to analyze all the clues from the appearance of the mysterious figure. Just as everyone was at a loss, the technician shouted excitedly, "Captain, I detected a special energy fluctuation in the blue light, similar to the energy of that small organization from before, but more advanced." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. "It seems that the force behind this is connected to the previous organization. Continue analyzing it in depth and make sure to find out their lair." At the same time, the mysterious forces were also keeping a close eye on their every move from the shadows, and a more intense and brutal battle was quietly drawing to a close. Just as the technicians were doing their best to analyze the energy fluctuations, the base's alarm suddenly blared. Lin Feng's heart tightened and he hurriedly asked, "What's going on, Captain?" "A large number of unknown energy reactions have appeared around the base and are rapidly approaching us," a team member reported nervously. Lin Feng made an immediate decision. "All gather, prepare for battle." The team members quickly armed themselves and stood by. Soon, a group of people wearing black robes and emitting weird blue light appeared outside the base. Their eyes were empty and their movements were stiff, as if they were being manipulated by some kind of power. The battle started instantly, and the team fought bravely, but the enemies were numerous and of extraordinary strength. The mysterious force seems to be trying to take them by surprise while they are analyzing the clues. Just when the situation was critical, Lin Feng suddenly realized that the rhythm of the enemy's attacks seemed to be regular. He shouted, "Everyone pay attention to the rhythm of their attacks and look for breaks." The team members heard this and began to adjust their tactics. After a fierce battle, they gradually gained the upper hand and repelled the wave of enemies. However, Lin Feng knew that the real challenge was still ahead. The mysterious forces wouldn't stop there. They had to speed up the pace of finding out their lair. Just as the team was clearing the battlefield, the base's communication system was suddenly jammed, followed by a low voice ringing in everyone's ears. "Do you think you've won by repelling this little minion? It's too childish." Lin Feng looked around vigilantly and asked loudly, "Who the hell are you? Show yourself if you're capable." The voice sneered, "I'm right beside you. Your every move is under my control." As soon as the words fell, the ground suddenly cracked, and several thick vines drilled out of the ground, wrapping the team members tightly. It turned out that the mysterious forces could actually manipulate the power of nature. Lin Feng struggled to break free from the vines and shouted, "Everyone focus your firepower and attack the roots of the vines." The team members acted accordingly and finally got rid of the bindings. At this moment, the sky was covered in dark clouds. A huge black shadow slowly fell down. It was actually a giant monster with a weird blue light. Lin Feng gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes determined. "No matter what you are, we won't back down today." The team members shouted in unison, once again fighting the enemy to the death. The giant monster opened its bloody mouth and sprayed a blazing blue flame towards the team members. Lin Feng dodged sideways while commanding his team members to scatter and dodge. Wherever the flame reached, the ground was instantly melted. The monster landed on the ground and its huge body shook the ground. It stretched out its thick claws and grabbed towards one of the team members, who nimbly rolled to avoid it. Lin Feng saw the right moment and leapt onto the monster's back, swinging his weapon and slashing fiercely. The monster ate the pain and frantically flung its body, trying to throw Lin Feng off. At the same time, the other team members shot the monster's eyes, joints and other weak parts. The monster was being beaten up and wailed. Suddenly the blue light on its body became more intense, and it even released a powerful shockwave, which shook the team members out. Just as everyone was in a bit of a mess, Lin Feng realized that the monster's energy seemed to fluctuate. He shouted, "It's over-releasing its energy. Now is a good time to attack." The team quickly pulled themselves together and focused their firepower. Finally, after a fierce attack, the monster fell to the ground with a loud bang, but the low voice rang out again. This is just the beginning. The real test is yet to come. The crowd stood at attention, ready for the next round of unknown challenges. Right at this moment, the ground suddenly shook again, and countless black mists gushed out from where the monster had fallen. The mist quickly coalesced and formed a huge human face, which let out a maniacal laugh. You guys think you've won by defeating this puppet monster? Too naive. Lin Feng's heart sank as he looked at this bizarre scene. He knew that this was the real tactic of the mysterious force. The human face continued. Next, you will face an illusion that I have carefully prepared for you, where you will sink forever. As soon as the words fell, the team members only felt a heavenly rotation in front of them. The scene around them instantly changed, and they entered a seemingly familiar yet bizarre world. Lin Feng tried to stay awake. He knew that he had to find out the break in the illusion as soon as possible. He observed his surroundings and realized that some of the details were different from reality. Just then, he saw his most cherished family members appearing not far away, and they were waving towards him. Lin Feng's heart tightened, but he quickly realized that this could be a trap for the illusion. He took a deep breath and firmly shouted to his teammates, "Everyone, don't be mesmerized by the scene in front of you. This is an illusion." Upon hearing this, the team members tried to wake themselves up and began to work together to find a way to break the illusion. Chapter 170, Victory. For a moment, he was shaken, but quickly calmed down again, knowing full well that this was most likely a false impression created by the illusion. Just as he hesitated to approach, his teammates around him were already running towards their respective cherished ones, their faces filled with joy and eagerness. Lin Feng just wanted to speak out to stop, but realized that his voice seemed to be swallowed by this strange space, and could not be conveyed. And those teammates in the touch of the family moment, as if the soul has been taken away. Frozen in place, eyes empty, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and forced himself to hold back his inner emotions as he continued to look for a break in the illusionary realm. Suddenly, he noticed that the originally static clouds in the sky were actually vaguely showing signs of flow, which was out of place with the entire static illusion. He quickly ran towards the direction where the clouds were flowing, each step filled with determination. As he approached the area, a powerful force came over him, and he focused his mind, using the weapon in his hand to viciously stab at the source of the force. In an instant, the illusion began to collapse, and the light re-illuminated their world. While those trapped teammates gradually regained their consciousness, the teammates looked around in a daze for a while before reacting to the terrible illusion they had just experienced. They looked at Lin Feng with guilty faces. Thanks to him identifying the cracks, everyone was able to get out of it. Lin Feng patted their shoulders and comforted them. "It's fine. It's good that everyone is fine. You have to be steady when you encounter this kind of situation in the future." Just as the crowd took a moment to catch their breath, the ground suddenly shook violently, and a huge figure slowly rose from the ground. It was actually a mechanical monster with the shape of a mountain. Its eyes flashed with icy red light, and its mechanical arms brought up gusts of strong winds as it waved. Lin Feng shouted, "Everyone be careful. Prepare to fight." The team members quickly came back to their senses, each picking up their weapons and taking battle formation around the mechanical monster. A new vicious battle was about to begin, and it was still unknown whether they could once again overcome this sudden crisis. The mechanical monster was the first to attack, a thick mechanical arm sweeping towards the team members. The team members spread out nimbly and attacked the monster from different directions. Bullets and energy beams were fired at the monster, but only left a shallow mark on its hard shell. Lin Feng observed the monster's movement pattern and realized that its leg joints seemed to be the weak point. He shouted, "Attack its leg joints." The team members sniffed and adjusted the direction of their attack. However, the monster sensed their intentions and stomped its feet so hard that the ground cracked open and the team members almost fell. Just then, the monster opened its mouth and spat out a blazing laser beam. Lin Feng's eyes were quick and pulled his teammates around him to dodge. The laser beam grazed the corners of their clothes, leaving a scorch mark behind them. At the moment of crisis, Lin Feng had a plan. He asked his team members to attract the monster's attention, while he quietly went around to the back of the monster, activated the magnetic device on his weapon, absorbed it on the monster's shell, and then found the right moment to stab his weapon into the joints of the monster's legs. The monster ate pain. The body shook for a while. The team took advantage of the situation to increase the intensity of the attack, and finally, the mechanical monster fell to the ground. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This battle, they won. Just as the team members were cheering for victory, the fallen mechanical monster suddenly moved again, and its body began to deform and reorganize, splitting into 3 small mechanical monsters. These 3 small monsters were even more agile and pounced at the team from different directions. The team couldn't catch their breath and went back to the intense battle. Lin Feng quickly calmed down. He analyzed the attack patterns of the little monsters and found that there seemed to be some sort of signaling link between them. He shouted, "Everyone, First, focus your firepower on destroying their signaling devices, so that they lose the ability to make coordinated attacks. The team did as they were told, and after a fierce battle, they managed to destroy the signaling device of one of the little monsters. The little monster suddenly became slow in its movements, and the team members took the opportunity to destroy it. However, the other two little monsters became even more frantic and attacked more and more fiercely. When the situation became critical again, there was a sudden roar from the distance, and it turned out to be the arrival of the support unit. With the firepower support from the support unit, the team members and the support unit worked together and finally eliminated the remaining two little monsters. They finally achieved a comprehensive victory in this difficult battle. Just when the team thought the battle was over and were ready to cheer, a large number of mechanical insects suddenly emerged from the ruins. Although these mechanical insects were small in size, they were extremely numerous, densely crawling towards the crowd. The team members just relaxed their nerves and instantly tensed, have picked up weapons to start a new round of fighting. Lin Feng was shooting while observing the actions of the mechanical worms. He realized that these mechanical worms seemed to be attracted by some kind of energy, and the source of this energy seemed to be at the core of the mechanical monster's wreckage. Lin Feng made a split-second decision and shouted, "Everyone cover me, I'm going to destroy the core." Saying that, he quickly rushed towards the wreckage against the attacks of the mechanical bugs. The team was on fire, buying time for Lin Feng. In the nick of time, Lin Feng finally reached the core. He pulled out his dagger and stabbed the core hard. With the core destroyed, the mechanical bugs instantly lost their ability to move and fell to the ground. The battle was finally over, and the team members smiled at each other in exhaustion but relief. This battle that had taken many twists and turns, they had won in the end with their wisdom and courage. Just as the team was preparing to clean up the battlefield, a low growl suddenly came from the depths of the ruins, and the sound grew louder and louder, as if a demon from hell was about to awaken. Immediately afterward, an even bigger and more terrifying mechanical beast slowly stood up from the ruins. Its entire body emitted a ghostly blue light, and the mechanical lines on its body flashed with mysterious runes, causing the earth to tremble with every step. The faces of the team members instantly turned white. They had just experienced a vicious battle. They had long been exhausted, and now they had to face such a powerful enemy. Their hearts were filled with despair. Lin Feng took a deep breath and forced himself to endure the exhaustion of his body, shouting, "Don't panic everyone, we still have a chance." He quickly analyzed the weaknesses of the giant beast and looked for ways to break the enemy. The giant beast opened its bloody mouth and spewed out a huge wave of energy that came towards the team members. Lin Feng shouted, "Spread out and dodge." The team members quickly dispersed. The energy wave whistled past their bodies, leaving a deep, bottomless gully on the ground. The battle started again. This time, whether they could create a miracle again and defeat this horrible mechanical beast, everything was unknown. Chapter 171 Evil Power Base. Lin Feng dodged while observing the behemoth's action pattern. Suddenly, he realized that the behemoth's eyes would flash red before it launched each energy wave attack. "Everyone pay attention. Look at its eyes. Dodge immediately when the red light flashes," he loudly reminded the team members. The team followed his words and successfully avoided several attacks. At this moment, team member Xiao Li shouted, "Lin Feng, I found that it's weakly protected at its leg joints." Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he made an immediate decision. "Alright, everyone focus your fire on its leg joints." The team members quickly adjusted their strategy. Their guns fired, launching a fierce attack on the behemoth's leg joints. The behemoth suffered pain and its body shook. Just when everyone thought they saw the light of victory, the behemoth suddenly extended its mechanical tentacles and rolled up team member Xiao Zhang. "Let go of him!" Lin Feng shouted angrily and rushed up to the tentacles and beat them up. The other team members also rushed to support and finally saved Xiao Zhang. After a hard fight, the behemoth's leg joints were deformed and it fell to the ground with a loud thud. The team cheered. This vicious battle, they had created a miracle after all. However, the cheering didn't last long. The fallen beast actually trembled again. The surface of its body began to flash with a bizarre blue light, and immediately afterward, a powerful energy fluctuation erupted from within its body. "Not good, it's not dead through," Lin Feng shouted, only to see the behemoth violently stand up. This time its attacks became even more frantic and disorganized. Waves of energy shot everywhere, and its mechanical tentacles waved crazily. The team was once again caught in a bitter battle. Everyone fought hard to resist. Just as the situation was getting more and more critical, Lin Feng suddenly noticed a core emitting a faint glow in the behemoth's chest. He made an instant decision and shouted, "Concentrate your firepower on its chest core." The team members quickly responded, and all their guns were aimed at the core. After some intense attacks, the core was finally broken, and the behemoth let out a roar as its body gradually lost its light and slowly collapsed. This time, it never got up again. The team looked at each other with tired but relieved smiles. This difficult battle, they finally won. Just as the team was about to celebrate their victory, the ground suddenly began to vibrate violently, and from the place where the giant beast had fallen, a huge portal actually slowly rose up. with a mysterious purple light flickering in it. What is this? The team members were on alert. Before the crowd could react, a group of strange-looking creatures with an evil aura swarmed out of the portal. It turned out that the giant beast was just a vanguard, and its death triggered the summoning mechanism, drawing in more powerful enemies. Lin Feng took a deep breath and shouted, "Don't panic everyone, we just defeated even this behemoth. Are we still afraid of these little minions? Reorganize and prepare for battle." The team members quickly adjusted their state and once again plunged into a new battle. With the experience and tacit understanding they had accumulated from previous battles, they engaged in a fierce exchange with these monstrous creatures. Despite the large number of enemies, the team members were undaunted and fought hard with the weapons in their hands, vowing to guard this hard-won victory. And this new battle had only just begun. The battle became more and more intense. The monstrous creatures attacked ferociously, and the team members gradually became a bit overwhelmed. Suddenly, a huge leader with a terrifying aura came out of the portal, and with a wave of its hand, the attacks of the weird creatures became even more frantic. Lin Feng's heart tightened, knowing that this was a formidable enemy. Just then, a golden light suddenly appeared in the sky and a mysterious airship descended. From the airship came out a group of mysterious people in silver armor. They quickly joined the battle and their powerful fighting force made the monstrous creatures retreat. Lin Feng was surprised and was busy asking the mysterious people at the head of the group. It turned out that these mysterious people had been secretly observing the battle. They came from another dimension and knew about the conspiracy of the evil forces behind the behemoths, and had come this time to help the humans fight against their enemies. With the assistance of the mystics, the team's morale was boosted. They worked closely with the mystics and launched a fierce counterattack against the monstrous creatures. The monstrous creatures gradually couldn't hold back, and the leader saw the situation and tried to escape back to the portal. Lin Feng and the leader of the Mysterons glanced at each other and attacked at the same time, intercepting the leader. In the end, under the combined attack of the crowd, the leader was eliminated. The weird creatures also dispersed, the portal slowly closed, and the crisis was temporarily lifted. The team members cheered and hugged each other with the mysterious man to celebrate. The leader of the mystics walked up to Lin Feng and said with a serious expression, "Although the crisis is lifted this time, this evil force won't let up. There are even more powerful existences behind them." Lin Feng frowned and asked, "Then what should we do next?" The chief said, "We can pass on some of your skills and knowledge to fight against the evil forces, and at the same time, we'll work together to find the lair of the evil forces and eradicate them completely." Upon hearing this, the team members expressed their willingness to follow the mysterious man and fight together. Thus, in the following days, the team members trained hard under the mystic's guidance, and their strength was greatly improved. At the same time, they were also trying to find traces of the evil forces. Finally, through some clues, they found where the lair of the evil forces was located. A more intense and difficult final battle was about to begin, and Lin Feng and the team were ready to meet the challenge. When Lin Feng's group arrived at the evil forces' lair, in front of them was a huge fortress shrouded in dark energy. The fortress was surrounded by all sorts of organs and powerful guards, each of which exuded a chilling aura. The battle started instantly, and the team members and Mystic worked well together, quickly breaking through the outer defenses. However, after entering the interior of the fortress, they realized that it was full of organs and traps everywhere. Just as they were advancing cautiously, a group of cyborg monsters suddenly emerged from all directions. These monsters had infinite strength and attacked swiftly. The team was caught in a bitter battle, and people were constantly injured. When the situation was critical, Lin Feng realized that the mechanical parts of the monsters had energy weaknesses. He commanded the team to focus on attacking these parts, and sure enough, the monsters fell down one after another. Continuing to go deeper, they finally met the ultimate boss of the evil forces, a terrifying existence that fused dark magic and high technology. As soon as it appeared, it released a powerful dark energy that enveloped the crowd. Lin Feng shouted, "Don't give up, everyone, we can definitely defeat it." The team members and the mysterious man encouraged each other and regrouped, and a final showdown to decide their fate officially began. Chapter 172, Bilocation? Being enveloped in it, the crowd only felt that it was difficult to breathe, and it was as if their strength was being constantly drained away. The mystic was the first to react and cast a light shield, temporarily resisting the erosion of the dark energy. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly thought about a way to break the enemy. He realized that although the boss was powerful, there would be a short pause after each release of dark energy. Thus, he and his teammates formulated a new tactic. Taking advantage of the pause when the boss released its energy again, the team members spread out and attacked from different directions to attract the boss's attention. Lin Feng, on the other hand, concentrated all his strength and rushed towards the core of the boss. At the moment of approach, the boss sensed the danger and tried to counterattack, but Lin Feng was extremely fast and accurately struck its core. the boss let out a roar and the dark energy began to disorganize. The mystic seized the moment and cast powerful light magic, complementing Lin Feng's attacks. Eventually, the boss collapsed under the combined attacks of the two, and the dark fortress began to crumble. The crowd rushed to evacuate, successfully escaping the danger, and the battle with the evil forces ended in victory. Back at the base, the crowd cheered and celebrated the hard-won victory. However, Lin Feng felt vaguely uneasy. He always felt that things weren't that simple. Sure enough, just as everyone was immersed in joy, the mysterious dark fluctuations reappeared. An even more powerful figure slowly rose from the ruins of the collapsed fortress. It was actually the boss's dark doppelganger. This doppelganger exuded an even more terrifying aura than before, and it coldly scanned the crowd, as if announcing that a new battle was about to begin. The mysterious man's face changed and he said, "This is what its true body power is made of. The previous one was just a test." Lin Feng took a deep breath. He knew that the next battle would be even tougher. The team members also quickly adjusted their state and regathered their fighting spirit. Lin Feng and the mystic looked at each other and once again formulated tactics. They decided that the mystic would use light magic to hold the doppelganger in check, while Lin Feng would look for its weakness to strike a fatal blow. A new vicious battle began. As soon as the battle began, the mystic quickly formed seals with both hands, and a bright ray of light was shot towards the dark doppelganger. The doppelganger easily dodged it, and then released a large area of dark tentacles that swept towards the crowd. The players each cast their skills to resist, and the scene was chaotic for a while. Lin Feng took advantage of the split's attention being attracted and quickly circled around behind it. Just as he was about to launch his attack, the doppelganger suddenly turned around and a beam of darkness pushed straight at Lin Feng. In the nick of time, the mystic performed an instantaneous shift and pulled Lin Feng away. This doppelganger was actually able to prejudge our actions, Lin Feng said under his breath. The mysterious man frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "Although it's powerful, its main body was injured before. This doppelganger should have flaws as well. Let's focus on attacking its right arm, where the light flickers. Perhaps it is the weak point." Thus, the crowd once again adjusted their tactics. The mystic increased his light magic output, holding the doppelganger back for most of its energy. Lin Feng and the team members then attacked its right arm with all their might. Under the crowd's fierce attack, cracks finally appeared on the doppelganger's right arm and dark energy began to leak. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng gathered his entire body's strength and delivered a fatal blow, completely crushing the darkness doppelganger. This difficult battle once again ended in victory. Before the crowd could catch their breath, another low laughter came from the ruins. An even more gigantic, black as ink figure slowly emerged. It was actually the superform of the darkness split that had fused and reborn after being shattered. It exuded a chilling aura around it, and every step it took caused the ground to shake violently. Mystic's face turned pale. This is its most deeply hidden ultimate form. The superform raised his hand and a huge dark storm swept over the crowd. The crowd had no time to dodge it. Just as the storm was about to engulf the crowd, Lin Feng suddenly sensed a mysterious power awakening within his body. The light around him was so bright that he actually condensed a long sword that shone with a strange light. Holding the long sword, Lin Feng charged up against the storm and engaged in a fierce exchange with the superform. The mystic and the team members also pulled themselves together and assisted from the side. Under the combined attacks of the crowd, the superform gradually showed its fatigue. Eventually, Lin Feng seized the opportunity and pierced through its core with a sword. The dark energy instantly dissipated, and the evil forces were finally wiped out completely. The crowd cheered, and Lin Feng also understood that his ability would face more unknown challenges in the future. Just when everyone thought that the dust had settled, the core of the annihilated superform actually flickered with a strange ghostly light, and then slowly reorganized itself, from which an illusory figure emerged. This was actually the body of consciousness of the evil forces, which sneered and said, "You guys think you can destroy me just like that? Too naive." The mysterious man looked grave and said, "If this body of consciousness isn't destroyed, evil will make a comeback." At this moment, the mysterious power in Lin Feng's body surged once again and the long sword glowed even more. He realized that this power might be the key to fighting the body of consciousness. The body of consciousness waved its hands and countless dark runes attacked. Lin Feng danced his longsword and the runes were chopped up. The mystic and the team members also each performed their strongest skills to match Lin Feng. Under the siege of the crowd, the body of consciousness gradually weakened. Lin Feng saw the right moment and stabbed the core of the body of consciousness with his sword. After a flash of light, the body of consciousness completely dissipated. At this point, the evil forces were truly annihilated. The base held a grand celebration, and Lin Feng also understood that there might be new evils in the future, but he was ready to take on the challenge. The celebration was in full swing when the base's alarm suddenly pierced. The surveillance showed that a group of mysterious energy fluctuations had appeared in the distance and were speeding towards the base. Mystic's face suddenly changed. Could it be that the evil forces still have a backhand? The crowd quickly put away their celebratory joy and entered into battle. When those energies approached, the crowd realized that they were actually a group of strange-looking mechanical monsters. Their bodies emitted a cold metallic luster, and their attack methods were diverse and severe. Lin Feng and his team immediately greeted them, while the mysterious man provided support from the back. During the battle, Lin Feng realized that these mechanical monsters seemed to be able to absorb the energy of their attacks and then counterattack. He had an idea and told his team members to change their attacks to consume the monster's energy. With everyone's cooperation, they gradually took the initiative of the battle. After a fierce battle, the mechanical monsters were broken down one after another. However, just when the crowd thought they had another victory, a huge battleship appeared in the sky, and from above came an icy voice, "This is just an appetizer. The real challenge is yet to come." Immediately afterward, the hatch of the battleship opened and a mysterious figure shrouded in black robes stepped out. With a wave of his hands, countless laser beams shot out from the battleship, instantly blasting the ground into a large crater. The team members quickly dispersed to take cover, while Lin Feng gazed at the mysterious person's movements, trying to find his weaknesses. The mystic cast magic at the back and constructed a huge protective barrier, temporarily resisting the laser attack. At this moment, the black-robed man coldly grunted and released a swarm of small flying mechanical beasts from the battleship, which swooped towards the crowd like locusts. Lin Feng shouted, "Don't panic everyone, focus your fire on the flying beast's energy core." The team members obeyed the order and adjusted the direction of their attacks. During the fierce battle, a team member was accidentally scratched by the mechanical beast and was in critical condition. Lin Feng's heart raced, and suddenly the mysterious power within him stirred again. He was holding a long sword and the light around him skyrocketed as he rushed towards the black-robed man. When the black-robed man saw this, he revealed a disdainful smile and prepared to meet the battle. An even more thrilling battle was fought once again. Chapter 173, Monsters. Lin Feng rushed towards the black-robed man like a bolt of lightning. His long sword chopped towards the other party with a strong wind. The black-robed man didn't panic. He raised his hand and waved it. A black wave of energy met Lin Feng. The two collided and a blinding light erupted. Just as Lin Feng and the black-robed man were fiercely exchanging blows, the small flying mechanical beasts were attacking the team members more and more fiercely. The mystic maintained the protective barrier while dividing his energy to assist the team members against the mechanical beasts. Suddenly, the corners of the black-robed man's mouth rose, and he recited words under his breath, only to see that those injured mechanical beasts actually began to repair themselves, and their fighting strength increased greatly. The pressure on the team members increased steeply, and a few more team members were injured. Lin Feng sensed that the situation was not good. He took a deep breath. The mysterious power in his body completely exploded and the light on his long sword became even more dazzling. He shouted and performed a powerful sword skill, directly breaking through the black-robed man's defense, cutting a bloody scar on his body. The black-robed man suffered pain, and the disdain on his face disappeared, replaced by a hint of panic. At this time, the mysterious man also found the key to the mechanical beast's self-repair, guiding the team to focus their firepower to destroy it, and the situation gradually turned around. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, a hint of viciousness flashed in the black-robed man's eyes, and he even ignored the injuries on his body and quickly formed seals with his hands. Instantly, the surrounding space distorted, and a large number of tougher mechanical beasts surged out from the distorted space, once again forcing the team members into a desperate situation. When Lin Feng saw this, his heart was burning. He just wanted to attack the black-robed man again, but he realized that the black-robed man had performed the art of instantaneous transfer and came behind the mysterious man. The black-robed man stretched out his hand and choked the mysterious man's neck as he laughed triumphantly. "You all have to die." The team members were stunned by this sudden turn of events and were at a loss as to what to do. Just as the black-robed man was about to strike, Lin Feng's eyes widened in anger and an unprecedented power erupted from within him. He turned into a stream of light and instantly appeared in front of the black-robed man, chopping his arm with a sword. The black-robed man let go in pain and the mysterious man took advantage of the opportunity to escape. Lin Feng took advantage of the situation and surrounded the black-robed man with his team members. Under the combined attacks of the crowd, the black-robed man gradually lost strength. In the end, Lin Feng stabbed through the black-robed man's heart, and the black-robed man dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. The crisis was lifted and the team members collapsed to the ground. The vicious battle had left them exhausted, but they knew that this was probably just the beginning. Lin Feng walked over to the mystic and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" The mysterious man waved his hand, his face slightly pale. "I'm not in any serious trouble. It's just that there must be a powerful force behind this black-robed man. Although he was solved this time, I'm afraid that there will be trouble in the future." The words just fell. The the ground dissipated. Black smoke actually coalesced again. An illusory black-robed silhouette emerged. Coldly laughed. "Kill my body, so what? I have passed the consciousness out. Your end is not far away." After saying this, he completely disappeared. The faces of the team members instantly became grave. Lin Feng gripped the sword in his hand tightly and said, "No matter what challenges are behind us, we won't back down." The mysterious man nodded. "Next, we need to raise our strength as soon as possible while investigating the information of the forces behind this." With that, the crowd gathered themselves and dragged their tired bodies on a new journey. Knowing that a bigger storm was approaching, when they returned to the base, they immediately devoted themselves to improving their strength and investigating. While Lin Feng was practicing, a vague image suddenly flashed in his mind. Like some ancient place, when Mystic learned about it, he speculated that it might be a clue brought by the remnants of the black-robed man's consciousness. The people decided to follow this clue to explore a bit. After some searching, they found the place in the picture, a deserted ancient castle. The old castle was eerie and filled with a bizarre atmosphere. Just as they stepped into the old castle, there were countless black shadows attacking, precisely the black shadow form of the mechanical beast from before. The team quickly met the battle, and the battle was exceptionally fierce. In the depths of the ancient fortress, they discovered a huge energy core, which seemed to be the key to the forces behind the black-robed man. But just as they were about to explore further, the core suddenly activated, releasing powerful energy fluctuations, trapping them in a mysterious space, where black tentacles constantly reached out and attacked them, and a new crisis was placed in front of all of them. The crowd reacted quickly, each exerting their abilities against those black tentacles. Lin Feng was holding a long sword and each swing could cut off several tentacles. The mysterious man released a mysterious light that repelled the approaching tentacles. However, the tentacles were surging more and more, as if they were endless. Just when everyone was a bit overwhelmed, Mystic suddenly shouted, "This energy fluctuation seems to have a pattern. Let's try to find its rhythm." The team members sniffed and observed while fighting. After some groping, they realized that there was a certain pattern to the tentacles' attack intervals. Thus, the crowd began to act according to this pattern, looking for opportunities to get closer to the energy core in the gaps between the tentacles' attacks. Finally, Lin Feng saw the right moment and rushed forward with an arrow step, thrusting his long sword into the gap in the energy core. In an instant, the energy fluctuations of the core became disorganized and the black tentacles became less regular. As the power of the energy core gradually weakened, the bonds of the mysterious space slowly loosened. With a concerted effort and a final strike, the group completely broke the confinement of the space and successfully escaped from the mysterious space. They knew that this was only the first step in uncovering the truth about the forces behind them, and that more challenges awaited them in the future. The crowd had just breathed a sigh of relief when a low growl suddenly came from within the ancient castle, followed by the ground beginning to shake violently. A huge mechanical beast broke out from the ground. Its body exuded a metallic cold light, and its eyes flashed with a bizarre red light. The strength of this mechanical monster was clearly far superior to the previous mechanical beasts, and with a casual wave of its claws, it shook the team back several meters. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and charged up with his sword once again. Mystic, on the other hand, started analyzing the mechanical monster's weaknesses and commanded his team members to cooperate with Lin Feng's attack. Under the siege of the crowd, the mechanical monster gradually revealed its weaknesses. Seeing the right moment, Lin Feng jumped up high, gathered his whole body's strength on his sword and ruthlessly stabbed at the core of the mechanical monster. Boom! With a loud bang, the mechanical monster collapsed into a pile of scrap metal. But before the crowd had time to celebrate, another eerie laughter came from the depths of the ancient castle, and an even more mysterious and powerful figure slowly emerged, his body exuding an even more terrifying aura than the black-robed man. The hearts of the crowd instantly sank to the bottom. A new battle has just begun. Chapter 174, The Mysterious Castle. A more powerful aura. The mysterious person's face suddenly changed and whispered, "This aura is trickier than the enemies encountered before." The mysterious figure stepped out of the darkness, and was actually a person whose entire body was wrapped in silver armor, and the runes on the armor flickered, emitting a bizarre light. He held a huge scythe in his hand, and with a flick of his hand, a black energy chopped at the crowd. The team members dodged, but the energy chop was extremely powerful. The ground was cut with deep grooves wherever it passed. Lin Feng stood at the front. He bellowed and put his sword across his body, barely blocking the strike, but the huge impact still made him retreat back and forth. The mysterious man quickly observed his opponent, trying to find his weakness. Just then, the silver-armored man suddenly disappeared, appearing behind one of the team members in the next second, his scythe falling hard. In the nick of time, Lin Feng flew in and blocked the fatal blow with his sword. The crowd understood that the next battle would be even tougher. They gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes firmly staring at the mysterious and powerful opponent in front of them, ready to meet a new round of challenges. Seeing that one strike missed, the silver-armored man let out a roar. his body's runic light flourished, and his entire body transformed into a silver stream of light, shuttling back and forth between the people to attack. For a time, the players were tired to deal with. The scene was very critical. Mystic had a bright idea and shouted, "His movement will leave behind a faint runic track." Everyone follow the track to prejudge his position. The team members sniffed and strengthened their spirits, trying to capture that fleeting trajectory. Lin Feng was even more concentrated, taking advantage of the moment when the silver-armored man reappeared. He shouted and poured all the power in his body into his sword, chopping hard towards the other party. This strike was so powerful that the silver-armored man couldn't dodge in time and was chopped in the shoulder, letting out a muffled grunt of pain. Just when the crowd thought they had the upper hand, an even more powerful aura suddenly erupted from the silver-armored man, who violently thrust his scythe into the ground, black energy spreading crazily with him as the center. The ground under the team's feet instantly collapsed, and everyone fell into a space filled with black energy vortexes, and a new round of even more brutal battles had just begun. The crowd fell into this weird space, and the black energy vortex around them kept tearing at their bodies, as if their strength was being drained away little by little. The silver-armored man, however, was like a fish out of water, weaving in and out of the vortex freely, wielding his scythe once again to attack. The mystic shouted, "Everyone back to back. Focus on defense." The team members quickly leaned in and formed a defensive circle. Lin Feng knew that going on like this wasn't a solution. He observed his surroundings and realized that the black energy vortex seemed to be turning regularly. He had an idea and said to the crowd, "Let's move in the direction of the vortex and look for its core." Everyone did as they were told, constantly dodging attacks as they moved. Finally, they found a place where the energy was relatively weak, suspected to be the core. Lin Feng took the lead and rushed there as hard as he could, the sword in his hand shining brightly. Just as they were approaching the core, the silver-armored man sensed the danger and frantically blocked them. But Lin Feng didn't retreat. He exploded all his power and stabbed his sword into the core. In an instant, the black energy began to dissipate and space gradually returned to normal. The silver-armored man lost his power to support him and collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. The crowd breathed a long sigh of relief. They had finally won this difficult battle. The crowd was about to cheer and celebrate when suddenly, the body of the fallen silver-armored man actually began to rapidly reorganize, and a transparent soul body floated out of the armor as it let out a shrill laugh. "You guys think you can destroy me just like that? Too naive." The soul body turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Lin Feng and the others. The mystic shouted, "Everyone be careful. This soul body attacks the human spirit." The team members rushed to run their spiritual power to resist. At this moment, Lin Feng realized that there was a spot where the soul body's light was flickering abnormally, and he guessed that this might be the weak point. He concentrated his spiritual energy and condensed a spiritual sharp blade, stabbing it towards that spot. The soul body was struck and twisted in pain. Just as it was about to dissipate, a mysterious force suddenly appeared and wrapped it away. The mysterious man's face was grave. It seems that there is a bigger force behind it. The crowd understood that this victory was only temporary, and a tougher challenge was yet to come. They packed up their state and continued on with vigilance, stepping into unknown dangers. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his eyes full of resentment. "Just let it escape." The mysterious man patted his shoulder. "Don't be discouraged. Being able to injure it is already a great achievement. Now we have to figure out the situation of the forces behind it as soon as possible." The crowd began to carefully examine the wreckage left behind by the silver-armored man, hoping to find clues from it. Suddenly, an inconspicuous rune on the armor flickered and emitted a faint glow. The mysterious man's eyes lit up. "This rune might be able to guide us to the person behind the scenes." Saying so, he cast a spell, causing the rune's light to magnify, and a blurry image appeared in front of everyone's eyes. An eerie castle surrounded by a dark aura. The mysterious man's expression was austere. "It seems that the enemy is in this castle. Everyone get ready. This is going to be a much tougher battle." Lin Feng and his team looked at each other with determination in their eyes. Just as the group was about to set off for the castle, the image suddenly distorted and an eerie voice came out of the rune. "Did you think you could find this place and defeat me easily? Too naive." The mysterious man's face changed and he drank. "Who the hell are you?" The voice laughed coldly. "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you guys will have no return." After saying that, the image disappeared and the runes dimmed. The mystic took a deep breath. "It seems that the enemy already knows about our actions, and this battle will be even more treacherous, but we don't have a way back." Lin Feng gripped the weapon in his hand tightly. "No matter how dangerous it is, I'm going to do justice to the previous defeat." The team members nodded their heads, their morale unabated. They quickly organized their equipment and headed in the direction of the castle in the image. Along the way, the darkness intensified, as if there were countless pairs of eyes peering at them from the shadows. However, Lin Feng and the team didn't retreat in the slightest. Their pace was firm and they were determined to uncover the conspiracy behind this and have a life and death duel with the enemy. When they finally arrived in front of the castle, The thick iron gate slowly opened as if welcoming them to step into the trap. As soon as they entered, a group of strange-shaped dark creatures sprang out from all around, pouncing on the crowd with their teeth and claws open. Lin Feng took the lead and rushed up, waving the weapon in his hand, instantly hacking over a few of them. The team members weren't willing to be weak and joined the fight. The mystic, on the other hand, was on the sidelines looking for a break in the castle. While the battle was intense, a low growl suddenly came from the depths of the castle, and a huge black shadow slowly emerged. It was actually an upgraded version of the previous silver-armored man, and its strength seemed to be even stronger. As soon as it appeared, those dark creatures retreated to the side. The mysterious man's face was grave. Is this the ace of the black hand behind the curtain? Everyone be careful. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, regripped his weapon and took up a stance with his team members, preparing for this even tougher challenge. There was only one conviction in their hearts, and that was to uncover the conspiracy behind it no matter what. The upgraded silver-armored man roared angrily and charged towards the crowd, its huge fist smashing towards Lin Feng with a strong wind. Lin Feng nimbly dodged while swinging his sword at its arm, but it only left a shallow mark on the armor. The team members surrounded it from all sides, but the armored man had amazing defenses and it was difficult for the attacks to be effective. The mystic took advantage of its entanglement with the crowd to quickly recite a spell, and a huge magic beam was shot at the armored man, but it was easily blocked by its raised hand. Just when the crowd was a bit overwhelmed, Lin Feng suddenly noticed a gap at the armored man's neck, which seemed to be where the weak point was. He shouted, "Everyone attract its attention. I'll attack its neck." The team members heard this and attacked even more valiantly, drawing all the attention of the armored man. Lin Feng found the right moment and rushed forward with an arrow step. Leaping up high, the weapon in his hand viciously stabbed at the gap. Only heard a click. The armored man's body stiffened, and then collapsed to the ground. The crowd has not yet breathed a sigh of relief. The depths of the castle came from a burst of eerie laughter. A more powerful figure slowly walked out. The real mastermind behind the scene finally appeared. Chapter 175. The figure was surrounded by a dense dark aura, and every step he took caused the ground to tremble. The mysterious man's face suddenly changed as he exclaimed, "This is the ultimate in dark magic. I'm afraid we're no match for him." That black hand behind the curtain sneered and waved his hands. Countless black lightning bolts came towards the crowd. The players dodged, but the lightning was extremely fast. Many people were still hit and fell to the ground in pain. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure the fear in his heart as he charged up again. He waved his weapon and tried to get close to the black hand, but he was bounced back by a powerful force. Just when the situation was critical, the mystic suddenly shouted, "I'll use magic to temporarily seal his movements. You guys take the opportunity to find his weakness." After saying that, the mystic quickly made a seal with both hands and mouthed the words as a golden light enveloped the black hand. The black hand's movements instantly slowed down a lot. Lin Feng and his team seized the opportunity and attacked again, carefully searching for a break in the black hand as a much tougher battle kicked off. In the middle of the battle, Lin Feng keenly realized that the darkness seemed to be slightly fainter in the black hand's left chest. He was just about to remind his team members when suddenly the light of the mystic seal began to flicker, and the black hand shook so violently that the seal actually loosened. "Not good. The seal won't last long," the mysterious man shouted. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and rushed towards the left side of his chest at an extremely fast speed before the black hand could fully break free. The black hand sensed Lin Feng's intentions and stretched out a hand to try and block. Just as the black hand's hand was about to grab Lin Feng, the team members stepped forward and blocked the black hand's attack with their bodies, buying time for Lin Feng. Lin Feng exerted all his strength and stabbed his weapon hard into the black hand's left chest. The black hand let out a roar. The dark aura on his body instantly disorganized. Taking this opportunity, the mystic concentrated and strengthened the seal, and the team members powered up together, launching a final attack on the black hand. Under the combined efforts of everyone, the black hand finally couldn't support itself and its body gradually dissipated. With the crisis lifted, everyone collapsed to the ground and looked at each other, revealing smiles of relief. Just when everyone thought that everything was over, the dissipated black hands suddenly coalesced again, and their aura was even stronger than before. The smiles of the crowd instantly froze and were replaced by faces full of panic. How is this possible? Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene in front of him. The mystic's face turned pale and trembled. He absorbed the energy we just emitted when we attacked him and became even harder to deal with. The black hand let out a burst of open-mouthed laughter. "You guys are too naive to think that you can destroy me like this?" With that, he condensed a huge black energy ball with both hands and smashed it towards the crowd. Just as the energy ball was about to hit the crowd, Lin Feng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly felt a mysterious power awaken in his body. A dazzling light emanated from his body and he actually caught the energy ball with his bare hands. The crowd looked looked at Lin Feng with surprise, only to see him shouting and pushing the ball of energy back, hitting the black hand squarely. The black hand once again let out a roar and his body shook. Lin Feng took advantage of the situation and rushed up. A light flashed and the black hand completely disappeared. This time, everyone was sure that the real crisis was lifted. The crowd cheered and gathered around Lin Feng, their eyes full of admiration and gratitude. The mysterious man walked forward and patted Lin Feng's shoulder, saying, "I didn't realize that you had such a strong power hidden within you. It seems like you have an extraordinary life." Lin Feng shook his head. He wasn't sure where this power of his came from. Right at this moment, the sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds and a huge black shadow emerged from the clouds. The black shadow exuded an even more terrifying aura than the black hand from before. It coldly spoke, "A bunch of ants. How dare you destroy my doppelganger?" The faces of the crowd instantly turned white. Having just lifted a crisis, they didn't expect to usher in an even more powerful enemy. The mysterious man said nervously, "This is the real mastermind behind this. I'm afraid we're in for a rough ride this time." Lin Feng took a deep breath. The mysterious power in his body surged once again. He clenched his fists tightly. His eyes firmly looked at the black shadow and said, "No matter how powerful you are, we won't give up easily." A new vicious battle was about to start again. The black shadows instantly transformed into several black streams of light and shot towards the crowd. In the blink of an eye, the team members were rushed to the ground. Lin Feng was just about to pick up the injured team members around him when a black shadow had already arrived in front of him. He dodged sideways and at the same time swung his fist back, but it was like hitting a ball of cotton, without any point of impact. Seeing this, the mystic hastily cast magic and built a protective barrier around the crowd. But the black shadow easily penetrated the barrier and shattered it. Just when everyone was in despair, the mysterious power inside Lin Feng's body suddenly surged wildly and his body was wrapped in a layer of golden light. He bellowed and charged at the black shadow. Each punch carried a powerful wave of energy, and the black shadow began to struggle a bit. Mystic took the opportunity to shout, "Everyone together, focus on attacking its core." The team regrouped and joined Lin Feng in surrounding the black shadow. Under the combined attacks of the crowd, the black shadow's figure gradually became blurred. Eventually, with a roar, the black shadow completely dissipated. The sky returned to clear, and the crowd smiled at each other, exhausted but filled with the joy of victory in their hearts. However, just when everyone thought it was truly over, the ground suddenly shook violently. A huge hole in the ground cracked open, from which countless black tentacles surged out, trapping the team once again. Mystic's face changed drastically as he shouted, "This is the backhand left behind by the black shadow." Although the mysterious power in Lin Feng's body was still there, he was also a bit overwhelmed by the overwhelming tentacles. Just then, he realized that the tentacles all seemed to be connected to a core underground. Lin Feng made a split-second decision and once again exploded his power, breaking through the tentacles and rushing towards the core. The team members were also under the mysterious man's command, focusing their firepower on the tentacles to create an opportunity for Lin Feng. Lin Feng arrived in front of the core. His hands condensed golden light and ruthlessly smashed into the core. The core let out an ear-piercing scream. The tentacles instantly stopped moving and dissipated. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but before they could fully relax, a group of figures emitting a strange aura appeared in the distance and were slowly approaching them. The mysterious man said helplessly, "It seems that this battle is far from over." The crowd gripped the weapons in their hands tightly, their eyes firm as they prepared for a new challenge. Chapter 176. It seems that the Black Shadow's backhand is not just this wave. These bizarre figures, I'm afraid they're even harder to deal with. When the team members heard this, their faces instantly became grave. They had just expended a lot of physical strength and energy, and now they had to face a new enemy. No one had a clue in their hearts. Lin Feng took a deep breath and adjusted his state. He knew that he couldn't panic at this moment. He observed the figures and realized that although they moved slowly, the aura on their bodies was exceptionally powerful. The mystic commanded his team members to reposition themselves and form a defense circle. Just as those figures were about to approach, Lin Feng suddenly felt a new fluctuation in the mysterious power within his body, which seemed to be responding to the bizarre auras. He closed his eyes and concentrated on directing the power, and golden light once again emanated from him, and it was even more dazzling than before. The light shot towards the figures and actually forced them back a few steps. Seeing this, the team members' morale was boosted and they attacked one after another. The mystic also joined the battle. A long sword with flashing blue light appeared in his hand, and he swung it out with sword chi. Under the combined attacks of the crowd, those weird figures were gradually eliminated and the crisis seemed to be temporarily lifted. But no one knew what even more terrifying things awaited them next. Just as everyone took a moment to catch their breath, the ground suddenly shook violently, and a huge black shadow broke out from the ground. This black shadow was as tall as a two-story building, exuding a chilling aura. Every step it took caused the ground to crack open. The faces of the team members instantly turned white. They had just expended a lot of physical strength, and facing such a powerful new enemy, their hearts were filled with fear. The mysterious power in Lin Feng's body was once again agitated. The light became hotter and hotter. He gritted his teeth, gathered his power into his palm and blasted towards the huge black shadow. The mysterious man also shouted, waving his blue light long sword, and rushed forward. However, this black shadow was exceptionally tough. Lin Feng's attack only made it sway slightly, and the mystic's sword chi only left shallow traces on it. Just as the crowd was in trouble, a low chanting sound suddenly came from the corner that had been silent. An old man in black robes slowly stepped out. The staff in his hand shone with a strange light, and as he chanted under his breath, a huge rune appeared above the black shadow's head and slammed down hard. The black shadow let out a roar. The breath on his body even instantly weakened by a few points. When the team members saw this, they immediately got their hopes up again and took the opportunity to attack again. Lin Feng also gathered his strength once again. This time, he combined the mysterious power in his body with his previous attack, and a more powerful golden beam shot towards the black shadow. The mystic then borrowed the black-robed old man's rune suppression and waved his long sword, slashing towards the black shadow's vital parts. Under the crowd's siege, the black shadow began to lose ground, the wounds on its body increasing. However, just when everyone thought they were about to defeat it, the black shadow suddenly let out a shrill cry and a powerful shockwave erupted around its body, sending the crowd flying out. The black-robed elder frowned, knowing that this was the last struggle of the black shadow. He sped up his chanting and the light on his staff became even brighter. Another rune was generated and pressed towards the black shadow. At the same time, Lin Feng and the mysterious man also endured their injuries and charged up again. Under the combined strength of the three parties, the black shadow finally couldn't support itself and collapsed to the ground, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. The crowd collapsed on the ground. Although they had defeated the enemy, they knew that this might just be the beginning of this crisis. Just as the crowd took a short break and prepared to get up and organize their equipment, the black smoke actually coalesced once again and formed a human figure. This person's face was blurred, and his body exuded an even more powerful evil aura than before. He spoke coldly, "You guys think you can destroy me just like that? Too naive." After saying that, he waved his hands, and countless black tentacles sprang out from the ground, tightly entangling the team members. The mysterious power in Lin Feng's body surged crazily, but it was difficult to break free for a moment. The mystic fought to cut off a few tentacles, but more wrapped around. The black-robed old man kept chanting runes in an attempt to suppress them, but it had little effect. Just as everyone was despairing, Lin Feng suddenly felt a marvelous resonance between the mysterious power in his body and his surroundings. He closed his eyes and channeled this power with all his might, only to see golden light gushing out like a tidal wave, melting the black tentacles one after another. The crowd took the opportunity to break free from their bonds and regrouped again. This time, they had a more tacit understanding. Lin Feng's golden beam of light, the mysterious man's blue light sword chi and the black-robed old man's runes cooperated with each other and attacked fiercely towards that mysterious humanoid. Although the mysterious humanoid was trying his best to resist, in the end, he flew away under this powerful attack and could no longer coalesce. The crowd breathed a long sigh of relief, knowing that the next path might be even more difficult, but they were ready to fight. Just when the crowd thought it was truly over, the ground beneath their feet suddenly cracked and a huge space-time vortex appeared. In the vortex, a group of alien creatures in various forms and emitting a strange light came out. Their eyes were cold and full of hostility towards humans. The team instantly tensed up, having just experienced a vicious battle. Their physical strength had not yet fully recovered, and they had to face a new enemy. Lin Feng took a deep breath and once again mobilized the mystical power in his body. Golden light flowed through him. The mystic gripped his blue light longsword and the black-robed old man also held his staff, chanting under his breath. The extraterrestrials were the first to attack, and a stream of colored light shot towards the crowd. The team members quickly dodged while launching counterattacks. Lin Feng's golden beam of light, the mystic's blue light sword chi and the black-robed old man's runes intertwined together, colliding with the alien creatures' attacks to create brilliant sparks. The battle was exceptionally fierce. The alien creatures were numerous and strong. However, the team members gradually stabilized their position by virtue of their tenacity and tacit cooperation. Just when both sides were at a standstill, the leader of the alien creatures suddenly let out a sharp chirp, seemingly giving a new order. Just then, a huge alien chief rushed out from the back, its body exuding an aura that was more powerful than the other creatures. The Alpha opened its mouth and spat out a huge wave of black energy, instantly engulfing a large area of space. The team members couldn't dodge and were hit by the energy wave. Lin Feng and the others were shaken back by the powerful impact and were injured to varying degrees. Just as the alien leader was about to launch a second round of attacks, the mysterious power that had been hidden to the side suddenly erupted. A mysterious figure appeared from the edge of the vortex, and the weapon in his hand flashed with a strange light, instantly releasing a powerful energy that rebounded the alien leader's attack back. The alien leader was struck by his own attack and let out a pained roar. Mystic took the opportunity to shout, "Everyone, This is our chance. The team regrouped and joined Mystic in a final charge at the alien creatures. Under the combined attacks of the crowd, the alien creatures gradually couldn't resist, and were eventually wiped out completely. The space-time vortex also slowly closed, and this thrilling battle finally came to an end. Chapter 177, Battleships. Although the alien leader was wounded, it was still unwilling to fail. It let out a shrill cry and summoned a group of even more powerful alien guards. These guards were like steel behemoths, rushing towards the crowd with a bloodthirsty aura. The battle became more intense as the team members clenched their teeth and fought hard. The Mystic showed amazing fighting skills. His weapon drew a brilliant arc in the night sky, each attack hitting the alien guard's vitals with precision. Lin Feng also endured the injuries on his body and worked closely with his teammates, constantly breaking through the alien guard's defenses. In the midst of the intense exchanges, the crowd noticed that the alien leader's energy core began to flicker, as if it was about to launch a devastating attack. Mystic made a snap decision and shouted, "Concentrate your firepower on the core." The team quickly adjusted their tactics, converging all their power on the alien leader's core. With a loud bang, the core was successfully destroyed. The alien leader fell to the ground with a loud bang, and the alien creatures dissipated. The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. This crisis was temporarily lifted, and that mysterious person, after the battle ended, quietly disappeared into the night. Lin Feng looked at the direction where the mysterious person disappeared. His heart was full of doubts. At this time, his teammates gathered around and someone said, "Who the hell is that mysterious person? He's so strong." Lin Feng shook his head. He wasn't sure. Suddenly, the ground started to shake violently and a huge portal appeared in front of the crowd. Out of the door stepped a tall alien overlord that emitted a terrifying aura. It coldly scanned the crowd and said in a low voice, "You all destroyed my vanguard, and you all must die today." The faces of the crowd instantly turned white. Having just gone through a great battle, everyone was exhausted, and the chances of winning against this even stronger enemy were slim. Just as the crowd was despairing, the mysterious man actually appeared again. He stood in front of the crowd and said, "I'm here. Don't be afraid." Then, he took out a mysterious device from his pocket, and after activating it, the device released powerful energy fluctuations and confronted the alien overlords. A new vicious battle was about to start again. The alien overlord let out a furious roar that shook the ground, and it stretched out its huge claws, grabbing fiercely towards Mystic. The Mystic nimbly dodged, and at the same time manipulated the Mystic device to shoot out a beam of energy, hitting the alien overlord, but it only stirred up a spark, and did not cause substantial damage. The alien overlord became enraged and spewed out a blazing flame from its mouth, forcing the crowd to retreat back and forth. Just as the flame was about to engulf the crowd, the mysterious man suddenly made a seal with both hands, and the mysterious device glowed brightly, forming a transparent shield that blocked the flame. However, the alien overlord's attacks were getting more and more violent, and cracks began to appear in the Mystic's shield. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly realized that there was a spot on the alien overlord's leg that was flickering with a faint light. He shouted, "Mystic, attack its leg." Mystic immediately understood and focused the energy of his device to shoot there. The alien overlord's leg suffered pain and its body swayed. The crowd seized the opportunity and attacked together, combining with Mystic inside and out. In the end, the alien overlord collapsed under the combined attack of the crowd, and the portal slowly closed. This time, the mysterious man didn't disappear. He turned around and smiled at Lin Feng and the others. The crowd gathered around with gratitude. Lin Feng was the first to speak. "Thank you so much. Mystic, what exactly is your identity?" The mysterious man smiled and said, "I'm originally a member of the Cosmic Peacekeeping Alliance, and I rushed here to help after noticing that there was an alien invasion on this planet." The crowd realized after hearing this. At this time, Mystic's communicator suddenly rang, and his face changed as he said, "News has come from the Alliance that there is an even stronger alien force coming towards Earth. I need to go back to the Alliance to get help." The faces of the crowd became grave again. The mysterious man patted Lin Feng's shoulder. "We'll rely on you to guard Earth next. I'll be back with support as soon as possible." After saying that, he started his flying machine and disappeared into the sky. Lin Feng took a deep breath and turned to his teammates. "Everyone cheer up. We've been through so many battles. We'll definitely be able to hold out until the Mystic returns." The team members nodded their heads. Fighting spirit rekindled in their eyes. They began to clean up the battlefield and collect the remains of the alien creatures for research, preparing themselves for the tougher challenges to come. In the process of studying the wreckage, Lin Feng and the others accidentally discovered a mysterious crystal left behind by the alien creatures, which seemed to contain a huge amount of energy. Lin Feng's heart stirred. He might be able to use this crystal to enhance his side's weapons. So, the team began to drill day and night, trying to incorporate the energy of the crystal into their weapons. At the same time, the Earth's defense system was being urgently upgraded, and everyone was scrambling to make preparations. Time passed day by day. the mysterious man had yet to return, and a new alien force was already approaching Earth. Dense alien warships appeared in the distant sky. They were pressing in like dark clouds. Lin Feng gripped the modified weapon in his hand and shouted, "Brothers, let's fight side by side and guard the Earth." The team responded in unison, their morale high. Just as the alien battleships were about to launch their attacks, countless rays of light suddenly appeared in the sky, and the Mystic arrived with the Alliance's support forces. An even more intense cosmic war began, and the fate of the Earth hung in the balance. But the people firmly believed that they would be able to repel the incoming enemy and guard this beautiful planet. The alien warships were on fire, and countless laser beams rained down on the Earth's defense camp. The Alliance support troops led by the Mystic quickly launched a counterattack, their energy shields shining brightly as they fended off the enemy's attacks. Lin Feng and his team members weren't willing to show weakness either, maneuvering the weapons that were infused with mystic crystal energy and firing fiercely towards the alien warships. For a while, the sky was filled with cannon fire and smoke. Suddenly, a huge alien mothership slowly sailed out from the back of the fleet, and it released powerful interference waves, causing some of the weapons of Earth's defense systems and the Alliance's support forces to temporarily malfunction. At this critical moment, Lin Feng realized that the mysterious crystals had produced a special reaction under the interference wave, and their light became more and more dazzling. He had an idea and commanded his team members to focus their weapon energy on the crystal. Instantly, a powerful anti-interference beam shot out and broke through the interference wave. Both sides once again fell into a fierce battle, and under the tenacious resistance of the crowd, the alien warships were shot down one by one. In the end, the alien forces' attack gradually weakened and began to retreat. The people cheered as the battle for the defense of Earth was won, while Lin Feng and the others understood that there might be more challenges waiting for them in the future. Chapter 178. The Return. A huge column of energy was suddenly shot out from the mothership, aiming at the very command center of Earth's defense camp. Seeing this, Mystic immediately led some of the Alliance's support troops to block it, using their shields to temporarily withstand the fatal blow. However, Mystic's troops also suffered heavy damage as a result. Just as the alien mothership was about to launch another attack, Lin Feng noticed a weak point in the mothership's energy core. He made an instant decision and piloted his fighter jet, braving the rain of bullets to rush towards the mothership. His teammates followed suit, providing him with cover. Lin Feng found the right moment and stabbed his weapon filled with mysterious crystal energy into the energy core of the mothership. With a loud bang, the alien mothership exploded violently, and debris flew in all directions. The rest of the alien warships saw the destruction of the mothership and fled in a hurry. The Earth's defense camp and the Alliance's support forces cheered. They had finally won this fierce battle. Just as the crowd was immersed in the joy of victory, Lin Feng's warplane suddenly let out a sharp alarm. It turned out that the debris from the explosion had hit a key part of the fighter jet, and it began to fall uncontrollably. Lin Feng struggled to maneuver the fighter plane, trying to find a safe landing spot. Seeing this, the team members gathered around, wanting to offer help. Just at the moment when the fighter was about to crash to the ground, a mysterious light flashed and Lin Feng's fighter miraculously stabilized. Immediately afterward, a huge figure appeared in front of the crowd. It was the mysterious man who had led the Alliance's support force earlier. The mysterious man slowly spoke. "Young man, your courage and wisdom are worthy of admiration. This is my gift to you. I hope it can help you continue to guard the Earth." Saying that, a crystal with a shining light appeared in the mysterious man's hand, and he injected it into Lin Feng's war machine. Lin Feng felt a powerful force surging into his body and his war machine was refreshed. He looked at the mysterious man gratefully and said, "Thank you for your help. I'll continue to work hard and guard Earth." The mysterious man smiled and nodded, then disappeared as a ray of light. Lin Feng piloted the fighter jet and returned to the Earth defense camp with his team. They knew that this victory was only temporary, and more challenges awaited them in the future. But they firmly believed that as long as they were united, they would be able to overcome all difficulties and guard the peace and tranquility of Earth. After returning to the Earth defense camp, Lin Feng and his teammates received a hero's welcome. However, before they could properly celebrate, new abnormal signals appeared on the radar. It turned out that the fleeing alien battleships hadn't gone far away. They had regrouped, and had attracted more powerful alien reinforcements. This time, the scale of the enemy was several times larger than before, and the firepower of the battleships was even more ferocious. Lin Feng didn't retreat in the slightest. He piloted the mysterious crystal-infused fighter jet and once again led his team members to rush into the battlefield. The battle was exceptionally fierce. The alien warships' guns rained down, and the Earth's warplanes were constantly being hit and falling. But Lin Feng's fighter plane, with the mystic crystal's enhancement, nimbly traveled through the rain of guns and bullets. He found the enemy command ship and concentrated his firepower to launch an attack. Just as he was about to successfully destroy the command ship, a super battleship suddenly appeared. releasing a powerful energy shield and blocking the attack. At this time, Lin Feng felt a new power fluctuation coming from the mysterious crystal, which seemed to be guiding him to a new way of fighting. Lin Feng followed the guidance of this power fluctuation and maneuvered the warplane around the super battleship. He realized that this power actually caused the warplane to emit a special kind of fluctuation that resonated subtly with the super battleship's shield. As the resonance intensified, the super battleship's shield began to flicker. Lin Feng was overjoyed and commanded his team members to focus their firepower on the shield flickers. Just as the shield was about to shatter, the alien reinforcements actually activated a merging mechanism, and multiple warships fused into a giant battle fortress, instantly increasing their firepower by several times. The Earth's warplanes suffered heavy losses, and many of their members were forced to parachute to escape. But Lin Feng didn't give up. The power of the mysterious crystals continued to grow, and a strange light surrounded his fighter jet. In a desperate attempt, he piloted his fighter jet into the interior of the giant battle fortress, utilizing the crystal power to trigger the energy disorder inside the fortress. Boom! The battle fortress exploded and disintegrated, and the alien battleship was once again thrown into chaos. Lin Feng led the remaining team members to pursue the attack, and eventually managed to repel the alien reinforcements and defend Earth once again. However, just as the Earth's defense camp was once again cheering for victory, a huge space-time vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. Countless alien creatures of various forms and emitting strange light swarmed out of the vortex, their auras several times more powerful than the previous enemies. It turned out that the alien warships that had fled earlier had attracted the most evil dark legions in the universe. Lin Feng knew that the situation was critical this time. Although the power of the mystic crystal was strong, it was a bit out of reach against such a huge and powerful enemy. Just then, the mysterious man reappeared. He told Lin Feng that only by fusing all the guardian powers of the earth with the mysterious crystal could he exert enough power to fight against the dark legions. Lin Feng quickly called on the Earth Defense Camp and the Alliance support forces. All of them worked together and converged their respective forces into the mysterious crystal. In an instant, the crystal erupted with 10,000 lights, and Lin Feng piloted his fighter jet, rushing towards the dark legions with this fusion of powerful forces. Wherever the light went, the dark creatures dissipated. After a thrilling battle, the dark legions were successfully repelled and the space-time vortex slowly closed. The Earth had once again regained its calmness, and Lin Feng understood that there was still a long road of guardianship ahead. Just when everyone thought that the crisis was completely lifted, the mysterious crystal suddenly flashed with an unstable light, followed by a sharp alarm sound. Lin Feng's heart was startled. Before he could react, the crystal actually began to crazily absorb the surrounding energy, including the guardian power that the Earth Defense Camp and the Alliance support forces had just converged in. The crowd watched this scene in horror, but they couldn't do anything about it. The mysterious man appeared again and said with a grave face, "This crystal was originally a trap for the Dark Legion, and it will trigger an even greater disaster after absorbing enough energy." At this moment, the crystal glowed greatly and was about to go out of control. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and made a bold decision. He piloted his fighter plane and rushed to the depths of the universe with the crystal, preparing to make it explode there to avoid the Earth being affected. The team members watched him go away with tears in their eyes and prayed silently in their hearts. In the depths of the universe, the crystals reached a critical state, and with a loud bang, the light illuminated the entire universe, and Lin Feng also disappeared in this light. Chapter 179 Upgrading. However, just as everyone was immersed in grief, a mysterious spacetime rift suddenly appeared near Earth. In the rift, a strange spaceship slowly sailed out, and in the cockpit of the spaceship was the unharmed Lin Feng. The team was shocked and delighted, and rushed to welcome them. It turned out that at the moment of the crystal explosion, a mysterious force had swept Lin Feng into a spacetime rift, in which he found the airship, and also learned that it was a secret weapon left behind by an ancient civilization to fight the Dark Legion. Lin Feng maneuvered the ship and returned to Earth through the rift. Mystics said in surprise, "With this spaceship, we're more certain against the Dark Legion." At this moment, the Dark Legion seemed to have sensed the changeover here, and a large number of warships were rushing towards Earth. Lin Feng's eyes were firm. He led his team members to board the ship, ready to pilot it to start a final showdown with the Dark Legion and guard the peace of Earth. The airship quickly lifted off and sped towards the Dark Legion's group of warships. Lin Feng was fully focused on maneuvering the airship. The mysterious ancient technology made the airship explode with powerful energy. When approaching the Dark Legion battleships, the energy cannons at the front of the airship instantly fired. A dazzling beam of light pierced through the void, accurately hitting a few battleships and triggering violent explosions. The Dark Legion wasn't willing to be weak either. Their warships began to counterattack, and intense artillery fire came towards the airship. The airship dodged nimbly while releasing interference waves to disrupt the rhythm of the enemy's attacks. Just as the battle was stalemated, Lin Feng discovered the weakness of the Dark Legion's command ship. He decisively ordered to focus his fire on the command ship. After a fierce exchange, the ship's energy cannon finally pierced through the command ship's protective layer. The command ship instantly lost control, triggering a chain of explosions, and the Dark Legion's battleships were suddenly in chaos. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and led his team to pursue the attack, eliminating the remnants of the Dark Legion one by one. The Earth's sky was once again quiet. People cheered and celebrated this hard-won victory. However, just when the crowd thought that all the dust had settled, a huge black hole appeared in the depths of the universe. Countless even larger and more advanced Dark Legion super warships swarmed out of the black hole. It turned out that the previous Dark Legion was only the vanguard, and the real main force only appeared at this moment. Lin Feng's brows were tightly knit. He knew deep down that this was going to be a vicious battle like no other. The airship's alarm sounded sharply, and the enemy's firepower came like rain. Lin Feng calmly commanded and maneuvered the airship to utilize the special abilities of the ancient technology to create an energy shield, temporarily resisting the attack. He quickly analyzed the enemy's new tactics and found that although these super warships were powerful, there was a subtle point of correlation in their energy supply with each other. Lin Feng made an instant decision and ordered the ships to concentrate all their energy and launch a fatal strike on that correlation point. Under the tense gaze of the crowd, the ship's energy cannons fired at full power, and a beam powerful enough to tear through space was shot at the target. The correlation point was hit and the energy system of the super battleship group instantly collapsed into chaos. Lin Feng led his crew to strike again, completely destroying the Dark Legion's main force as well. Earth, at last, had come to true peace. Just when everyone thought victory was in sight, the Dark Legion actually activated its last card, a giant mothership. It exuded a terrifying aura around it, instantly releasing a powerful counter-energy that shook Lin Feng and their ship violently. The energy shield was precarious, and the alarms grew sharper. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and quickly thought about countermeasures. He suddenly realized that the energy core of the mothership had some sort of mysterious connection with the black hole. It turned out that the black hole was the source from which the Dark Legion drew its energy. Lin Feng made an instant decision and maneuvered the ship to avoid the mothership's attack and headed towards the black hole. He intended to cut off the connection between the mothership and the black hole. In the process of approaching the black hole, the ship endured a huge gravitational pull, but Lin Feng stabilized the situation with his superior skills. Finally, the ship managed to get close to the connection point, and Lin Feng activated the ship's cutting device, severing the connection between the two. The mothership instantly lost its energy supply and became unstoppable. The team cheered and focused their firepower once again, completely destroying the mothership. The Dark Legion was completely wiped out. The Earth ushered in true and lasting peace, and Lin Feng became an eternal hero in people's hearts. Earth was immersed in the joy of victory, and people held a grand celebration for Lin Feng. However, behind this jubilation, Lin Feng felt vaguely uneasy. During a chance interstellar probe, a mysterious fluctuation was discovered in the depths of the universe, which seemed to portend a new crisis. Lin Feng decided to lead the team to investigate. They piloted the ancient ship and traveled through the vast universe. On an abandoned planet, they found some strange symbols and devices. After studying them, they learned that there was a more powerful behind-the-scenes force behind the Dark Legion, and that the previous battle was just a test run. This power possessed even more terrifying technology and power, and their goal was to rule the entire universe. Lin Feng knew deep down that peace on Earth was only temporary, and a much tougher challenge was coming. Instead of retreating, he and his team members began to use the clues they found on the abandoned planet to upgrade the ship's weapons and defense systems in preparation for the coming Great War. They firmly believe that if they are united, they will be able to guard the Earth and the peace of the universe once again. Just as they were fully upgrading the ship, the mysterious fluctuation suddenly intensified and a powerful wave of energy came towards the abandoned planet they were on. The ship's alarm sounded loudly. Lin Feng shouted, "Activate the newly upgraded defense system." The energy wave hit the defense shield hard. The shield shimmered and flickered but barely resisted the attack. At this moment, the mysterious forces seemed to have sensed their actions, and a strangely shaped battleship surged out of the spatial rift and surrounded them. These battleships exuded an icy aura, and their weapon systems flashed with a dangerous light. Lin Feng calmly commanded, "Turn on the weapon systems, prepare to counterattack." The team members went about their duties, and the ship's energy cannons fired once again, engaging the enemy in a fierce firefight. However, the battleships of the mysterious forces were very difficult to deal with. Their attacks were unpredictable. Just as the battle was stalemated, Lin Feng suddenly realized that there was a tiny break in the enemy battleship's energy core. He decisively ordered to focus his firepower on that crack. As an intense beam shot out, the energy core of an enemy ship was hit, triggering a chain explosion, and the surrounding enemy ships were also affected. The situation began to develop in a favorable direction. Could they use this discovery to turn the tide of battle and successfully defend themselves against the mysterious forces' attack? Chapter 180. The team members quickly adjusted their firepower. and a beam of energy was accurately fired at the energy cores of the enemy warships. After a few rounds of attacks, the energy core of an enemy ship was finally broken and instantly exploded, generating shockwaves that affected the surrounding enemy ships as well. This success boosted the crew's morale, and they rode the wave of victory, constantly attacking the energy cores of other enemy ships. Confusion began to arise among the ships of the mysterious forces, and the rhythm of the attacks of some of the ships was disrupted. However, just when they thought the situation was gradually improving, a huge flagship slowly sailed out from the spatial rift. The flagship exuded even stronger energy fluctuations than before, and as soon as it appeared, it released a powerful energy beam that directly broke through part of their ship's shields. Lin Feng knew that he couldn't just sit back and wait for death. He quickly thought about countermeasures and suddenly remembered that the newly upgraded ship had a secret weapon, a space distortion device. He decisively ordered it to be activated, and instantly, the space around them distorted, and the enemy ship's movements were greatly restricted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they once again concentrated their firepower and launched a fierce attack on the flagship, and cracks gradually appeared in the flagship's energy shield. Just as the flagship's shield was about to be broken, the mysterious force seemed to have sensed the crisis, and the flagship suddenly released a layer of strange anti-twisting force field, forcibly counteracting the effect of the spatial distortion device. After the enemy ship resumed action, it immediately launched a frantic counterattack, a beam of energy raining down on it, and the ship's shields once again went critical. Lin Feng's heart raced as his eyes swept across the operation panel, suddenly noticing a forgotten function, the energy resonance increaser. He made an instant decision and ordered the activation of the device. In an instant, the ship's energy fluctuations resonated with the flagship's energy fluctuations, and the flagship's energy system was briefly disorganized. The team seized this fleeting opportunity and focused all their firepower on the last protective layer of the flagship's energy core. With a violent roar, the flagship's energy core was finally completely destroyed, and the huge flagship exploded into countless fragments in the universe. The fleet of the mysterious force lost its command and was instantly routed. Lin Feng and his crew managed to defuse the crisis and drove the ship towards a new journey. Just when everyone thought victory was in sight and cheered, the alarm sounded piercingly again. It turned out that the debris from the flagship's explosion had been regrouped by a mysterious force, and a more massive and bizarre battleship was reorganized not far away. It was surrounded by a ghostly blue light, and its energy fluctuations far exceeded that of the previous flagship. As soon as the new battleship was formed, it emitted an unprecedented dark matter ray, which directly penetrated the ship's recently repaired shields and hit the engine system. The ship shook violently and lost power, slowly coming to a standstill in the universe. Lin Feng quickly calmed down. After checking the damage, he realized that the ship's emergency energy could still activate the space jump device. He decisively ordered the crew to work together to activate the device. Just at the moment when the dark matter rays struck again, the ship successfully performed a space jump and disappeared into this dangerous starfield. When the spaceship was restabilized, Lin Feng looked at the unknown front and understood in his heart that this battle with the mysterious forces was far from over. The ship jumps to an unfamiliar starfield, surrounded by strange and mysterious sights. Suddenly, the radar showed a powerful and friendly energy signal nearby. Lin Feng decided to go and explore and found that it was actually the remains of an ancient interstellar civilization. Here, they met a wise old man who told them that the mysterious forces had been searching for an ultimate weapon that could destroy the universe, and that what they had encountered was just a test run by the mysterious forces. The old man also gifted them an ancient artifact, the energy repair crystal, which could quickly repair the ship's damaged systems and enhance the shields. Lin Feng and the others were overjoyed and quickly utilized the crystal to repair the airship. Just as they were about to leave the ruins, the tracking signal from the mysterious force reappeared. It turned out that they had left a trace behind when they jumped that was captured. Lin Feng ordered the activation of all the airship's defense systems, while using the power of the artifacts to prepare for a more intense showdown with the mysterious forces. This time, they had a new hope and weapon, vowing to completely defeat the mysterious forces. The fleet of mysterious forces quickly surrounded them, a warship like a black beast, emitting an icy killing intent. Lin Feng commanded calmly. The energy repair crystals made the ship's shield shine brightly, withstanding the first few waves of attacks. The team members maneuvered their weapons and opened fire, engaging in a fierce firefight with the enemy ships. While the battle was in full swing, the mysterious force actually made a surprise attack, and several small warships broke through the defense line and rushed towards the key part of the ship. In the nick of time, the energy repair crystal suddenly released a mysterious power, forming a barrier that bounced back the small warships. At the same time, Lin Feng realized that the energy supply of the fleet of mysterious forces seemed to come from a special battleship in the center. He made an immediate decision and commanded his ship to focus its firepower on that battleship. After a fierce battle, the special battleship was broken, and the attack of the mysterious forces fleet was suddenly weaker. Lin Feng seized the moment and ordered the airship to launch a general attack. Enhanced by the energy repair crystal, the airship was like a sharp blade, charging into the enemy line and smashing the fleet of mysterious forces to pieces. In the end, the fleet of mysterious forces fled in a sorry state, and Lin Feng and his crew were victorious once again, and with new confidence, they continued to explore the unknown in the universe. Just when they thought they could take a short break, the ship's detectors caught an extremely powerful and unfamiliar energy fluctuation rapidly approaching. Soon, a huge, unidentified object shaped like a twisted space-time vortex appeared in view. Wherever it passed, space underwent strange folds. Before Lin Feng and the others could react, the object released a twisting light that struck the airship. The ship's systems were instantly disorganized, and the light of the energy repair crystal dimmed by a few points. The team members were on their hands and knees trying to repair the systems. Lin Feng calmly analyzed it and found that the energy seemed to be related to the ultimate weapon that the mysterious forces were looking for before. He guessed that it might be some sort of test form of the ultimate weapon. So, he commanded the team to adjust the frequency of the energy repair crystal in an attempt to fend off the attack of the distorted light. After a difficult confrontation, the crystal regained its light and the ship's systems gradually recovered. At this moment, the unknown object seemed to have sensed the threat and began to slowly retreat, eventually disappearing into the depths of the universe. Lin Feng knew deep down that this was just a prelude to a more severe challenge. They had to speed up their search for a way to fight the ultimate weapon and continue to move forward in this universe full of unknowns. Chapter 181, Relics. The airship restabilized its flight, and Lin Feng called a meeting with the team. Although we got rid of the unknown object temporarily this time, we can't take it lightly, he said with a serious expression. The team members nodded their heads, their eyes revealing determination. In the following days, they conducted a thorough inspection and upgrade of the ship while scrutinizing the ancient documents collected from various planets in an attempt to find clues to combat the ultimate weapon. However, the progress was very slow. Just when everyone was a bit frustrated, the ship's detectors suddenly sounded an alarm, showing that a mysterious area of energy fluctuations had appeared ahead. Lin Feng decisively ordered a probe, and when the airship approached, they realized that it was actually a hidden ancient relic. The relics were flickering with a strange light, as if they were telling unknown secrets. Lin Feng led the team to carefully enter it, hoping to find the key information to fight the ultimate weapon here. Stepping into the ruins, an old and mysterious atmosphere came to the surface. The stone walls on both sides of the passage were carved with strange symbols and patterns, and the team members took out their instruments to scan and analyze them. Suddenly, the ground began to vibrate and a spike rose from the ground, almost injuring the team members. Lin Feng shouted, "Be careful, stay alert." They struggled to avoid the traps and continued to go deeper. Deep within the ruins, they found a huge room with a crystal ball emitting blue light suspended in the center. Just as the team approached, the crystal ball suddenly shot out a ray of light, forming a virtual image in which an ancient wise man appeared. The wise man slowly spoke, "This relic is a key place to fight against the forces of evil. If you are righteous in your hearts, I will grant the method to fight against the ultimate weapon." Lin Feng and the others looked at each other and firmly stated their determination. The wise man nodded and began to teach the method of confrontation. The team members recorded with full attention. They knew that this might be the hope they had been looking for. Just as the team members were recording to a critical point, the relic suddenly shook violently, and the stone walls around them began to crumble. The image of the ancient wise one flickered and wavered as he said urgently, "Evil forces have detected my impartation. You must leave immediately with the method of counteracting it." Lin Feng made an instant decision and shouted, "Everyone follow me closely." The team members quickly put away their recording devices and rushed towards the outside of the ruins under Lin Feng's leadership. Along the way, more traps were triggered. Flames spewed out from the walls, boulders smashed down from the top of their heads, and with their agility and teamwork, they were able to turn dangers into opportunities time and time again. Finally, they rushed out of the ruins. Looking back, the ruins completely collapsed in a loud crash. Outside the airship, the evil force seemed to be gathering. Lin Feng looked at the method of confrontation recorded in his hands. His eyes were firm as he said to the team, "We have hope. Now, let's pilot the airship. Go and fight against that ultimate weapon and guard the peace of the universe." The team members shouted in unison and returned to the spaceship full of fighting spirit, preparing for the upcoming vicious battle. The ship quickly headed towards where the ultimate weapon was located, but just as it entered the war zone, the airship was hit by a powerful energy wave and shook violently as alarms sounded. Lin Feng commanded calmly, "Activate the defense system and adjust the flight attitude." The team members went about their duties and responded nervously. When they got close to the ultimate weapon, they realized that its power was far beyond their imagination. A destructive ray shot out continuously. Lin Feng decisively ordered to fire the counter weapon, but the effect was minimal. Just when everyone was feeling desperate, the ship's energy monitoring system suddenly showed that the energy source of that evil force was actually a huge black hole. Lin Feng had an idea. We can use the black hole's powerful gravity to suck the ultimate weapon into it. The team quickly adjusted their strategy, maneuvering the ship to attract the ultimate weapon's firepower, slowly drawing it towards the black hole. After a thrilling battle, the ultimate weapon was finally swallowed by the black hole and the evil power dissipated. Outside the ship, the universe was restored to its usual tranquility, and the crew cheered as they successfully guarded the peace of the universe. However, this tranquility did not last long. The ship's monitoring system suddenly issued another urgent alarm, showing that an even more powerful and bizarre energy fluctuation was rapidly approaching. Lin Feng's brows tightened as an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Soon, a giant battleship with a peculiar shape and emitting a ghostly light appeared in view. The energy fluctuations released from the battleship caused the crowd to feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. This power, it far exceeds the previous ultimate weapon, a member of the team said in horror. Lin Feng took a deep breath and commanded with forced composure, "Activate all defense systems, prepare to meet the battle." The team members quickly took their positions, staring nervously at the unknown enemy in front of them. The giant battleship slowly approached, and a thick purple beam suddenly shot out, ruthlessly hitting the ship's shield. The shield shook violently, and its energy value dropped drastically. "This won't work, we must find a way to counterattack." Lin Feng's heart was burning with anxiety, his brain was racing, thinking of a way to deal with it. Just at this moment, a flash of light flashed in his mind. He recalled that the ancient wise man in the relics had mentioned that there was a mysterious energy conversion formation that could bounce back the energy of enemy attacks. Although the records were incomplete at that time, it might be possible to give it a try. Lin Feng immediately asked the team to construct a simple conversion formation at the ship's energy core based on the existing records. The team members scrambled to operate it, and the second round of the giant battleship's attack arrived again. The purple beam hit the ship's shield. Just as the shield was about to collapse, the conversion formation was activated. Part of the attacking energy was successfully converted, and a dazzling ray of light shot towards the giant battleship. The giant battleship was disrupted by this sudden counterattack and its hull swayed slightly. Seeing this, Lin Feng pursued the attack and commanded the crew to increase their firepower output. The weapons on the airship fired in unison, the cannons rushing towards the battleship like meteors. The giant battleship began to counterattack and both sides were caught in a fierce firefight. During the back-and-forth battle, Lin Feng constantly adjusted his tactics, utilizing the flexibility of the airship to dodge attacks. Finally, after a precise strike, the giant battleship's energy system malfunctioned. Its light gradually dimmed and it slowly stopped attacking. The universe once again regained a short period of calm, while Lin Feng and the team knew that there might be more challenges waiting for them in the future. Chapter 182. In the midst of the fierce battle, one of the giant battleship's energy supply compartments was blown up, and there was a burst of fire. However, the battleship's defense system was extremely powerful as it quickly activated its backup energy and adjusted its attack mode. Countless green laser beams shot out from the battleship, forming a dense firepower net that tightly enveloped the ship. Just in the nick of time, Lin Feng suddenly realized that there was a short loophole in the giant battleship's firepower network. He made an instant decision and maneuvered the airship to pass through the loophole at an extremely fast speed, while ordering the crew to focus their firepower on the battleship's command center. The ship approached like a bolt of lightning, and the powerful cannon fire instantly blasted at the target. With the command center struck, the rhythm of the giant battleship's attack was once again disrupted, and various systems began to experience disorders. At this time, the crew on the ship was greatly demoralized, and they took advantage of the situation to launch a final general attack. Under the fierce gunfire, the giant battleship finally couldn't support itself and exploded violently, turning into countless fragments and dissipating into the universe. Lin Feng and his team successfully resolved the crisis and drove the ship to continue their journey into the unknown. However, before they could relax for long, the ship's alarm suddenly sounded, reporting to the captain, "A powerful energy fluctuation has been detected rapidly approaching." A team member shouted anxiously. Lin Feng was immediately alert as he looked at the screen, only to see a huge black sphere rushing towards them at an alarming speed. As the sphere got closer and closer, the crowd got a good look at it. It was actually a super battleship that was several times more massive than the giant battleship from before. It was surrounded by a bizarre black light, as if it could devour everything. The super battleship quickly locked onto their ship and countless black energy beams shot in like rain. Lin Feng quickly maneuvered the ship to dodge it while thinking of a way to deal with it. He was well aware of the power of this super battleship, and he was afraid that his previous tactics would be difficult to work. "Crew, adjust the weapon systems and prepare to start a brand new attack mode," Lin Feng ordered loudly. A much tougher battle was coming, and it was still unknown whether they could turn danger into success again. The crew acted quickly and adjusted their weapon systems, but the super battleship's attack was too fierce, and the ship was constantly being rubbed by energy beams, shaking violently. Just then, a team member shouted, "Captain, the super battleship seems to be absorbing the energy from our attacks." Lin Feng's heart tightened. It seemed like regular attacks would only make the other side stronger. Suddenly, Lin Feng's mind flashed as he remembered that there was a special device on the airship that hadn't been activated yet, the energy reverser. Activate the energy reverser and bounce back the energy from the opponent's attack, Lin Feng decisively ordered. The team members immediately operated it, and when the black energy beam attacked again, the energy reverser was successfully activated, shooting the energy back at the super battleship. The super battleship didn't expect to be attacked by its own energy, and there was a brief hole in its defense. Lin Feng seized the moment and maneuvered the ship closer, focusing all his firepower on the core of the super battleship. Under the fierce attack, the core of the super battleship started to become unstable and eventually exploded, dissipating into a huge cloud of black smoke. The team cheered. Lin Feng breathed a long sigh of relief and piloted the ship to continue towards the unknown depths of the universe. But just then, the alarm shrilled again. "Captain, there are still energy fluctuations in that black smoke," a team member shouted in alarm, only to see a mini battleship slowly coalesce out of the black smoke, rushing towards the airship at an extremely fast speed. Although this mini battleship was small, it was permeated with an evil aura, and its attack frequency was incredibly high. The airship couldn't avoid it and was hit in many places. The system started to alarm. Lin Feng thought quickly and suddenly thought that the energy reverser had just consumed too much and couldn't be activated again for a short period of time. He swept his gaze across the operation panel and realized that the airship still had a hidden pulse jammer. "Activate the pulse jammer and disrupt its attack rhythm," Lin Feng shouted. The team members immediately operated it and the pulse jammer sent out powerful interference waves. The mini battleship's attacks were indeed in disarray. Lin Feng took the opportunity to command the ship to get closer and attack with close-range weapons. After a fierce exchange, the mini battleship was finally destroyed and dissipated into countless points of light. The crew cheered again. This time they understood that the unknown dangers of the universe were much more than that, but they had the confidence to face all the challenges ahead, and the ship continued to navigate firmly through the universe. Just when everyone thought the crisis was over, the ship's dashboard suddenly flashed frantically, and the alarm sounded sharply once again. "Captain, the ship's power system has suffered from unknown energy erosion and is falling rapidly," the technical team member shouted in alarm. Lin Feng frowned tightly. Before he could give an order, a group of strange creatures suddenly appeared outside the window. They were shaped like snakes, with a ghostly green glow around them, swimming rapidly around the ship, constantly bumping into the ship's shell. It turned out that the wreckage of the mini battleship had attracted these cosmic parasitic beasts, which relied on devouring energy for a living. Lin Feng quickly calmed down. "Activate the electromagnetic shield and stop them from approaching. At the same time, analyze their weaknesses and prepare a counterattack." The team members immediately took action. The electromagnetic shield opened, temporarily blocking the attacks of the parasitic beasts. After some analysis, the team members found that the parasite beasts were extremely sensitive to high-temperature energy. "Activate the laser weapon and fire a high-temperature laser beam," Lin Feng decisively ordered. A blazing laser beam shot towards the parasitic beasts. They were scorched by the high temperature and fled. The spaceship's power system also gradually returned to normal. The crowd finally turned the danger into a safe haven once again, and the spaceship continued to head towards the mysterious depths of the universe. But just as everyone had just breathed a sigh of relief, a cacophony of voices suddenly came from the ship's communication system, followed by an icy mechanical voice. "Stupid humans, do you think you're safe after you've taken care of these parasitic beasts? This is all just a test for us," Lin Feng asked vigilantly. "Who are you guys? What do you want?" The mechanical voice responded coldly. "We are the cosmic order maintainers. You have randomly fought in the universe and destroyed the balance here. Now, you will receive our judgment." As soon as the words fell, the space around them distorted, and a huge judgment ship emitting a silvery glow appeared out of thin air. It released a wave of energy confinement that locked the ship firmly in place. Lin Feng and his team members resisted with all their might and tried to break the confinement, but the power of the judgment ship was too strong. Just when they were in a desperate situation, the ship's ancient system suddenly activated automatically, releasing a mysterious energy that resonated marvelously with the judgment ship's energy, and the confinement slowly dissipated. The mechanical voice of the judgment ship sounded again. "You have passed the judgment. Continue your journey." the ship once again regained its freedom and headed towards the more distant depths of the universe. Just when the crowd thought the trial was over, the controller behind the mechanical voice of the trial ship suddenly appeared on the ship's screen, an alien intelligent creature with an octopus-like appearance and multiple flashing blue tentacles. It said, "Although you have passed the initial trial, there is still the final test. In the Death Star belt ahead, an evil force is gathering, and if you can destroy it, you will truly have passed the test." Lin Feng and the team didn't flinch and drove the ship towards the Death Star belt. Inside the Death Star belt, meteorites flew across the sky and evil forces filled the area like black mists. Shortly after entering, the spaceship was attacked by a group of hideous dark mechanical beasts. Lin Feng calmly commanded the team, and the team members closely cooperated, utilizing the ship's weapons to fight with the mechanical beasts. During the fierce battle, they gradually figured out the weakness of the mechanical beasts and focused their firepower on attacking their core energy devices. After a difficult battle, they successfully eliminated the dark mechanical beast, and continued to go deeper into the star belt to face the unknown evil power. Chapter 183 Rune. The ship continued to travel through the Death Star belt, yet the danger did not end there. A huge energy barrier suddenly appeared in front of them, emitting a strange light and blocking their way. Lin Feng made an immediate decision and ordered the team to analyze the composition of the energy barrier. Just as the team members were nervously analyzing it, the meteorites around them started to move differently, and actually combined into a huge mechanical fortress, from which a powerful laser beam shot out, hitting the ship's shield. The shield flickered, its energy depleting. Lin Feng quickly adjusted his strategy, making the airship dodge the attacks while searching for weak points in the energy barrier. The team operated their instruments with full concentration and finally found an area with less energy fluctuations. Lin Feng piloted the airship and stormed over, successfully breaking through the energy barrier. But they didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief. A more powerful evil force was quietly waiting for them ahead. An even more serious challenge was coming. The airship had just broken through the barrier when the alarm sounded shrilly once again. The void in front of them twisted, and a huge vortex made of dark matter appeared, with countless black tentacles reaching out from the vortex and wrapping around the airship. Wherever the tentacles went, space was corroded with a crack. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and turned on the highest defense mode of the airship, while maneuvering the airship to flexibly dodge the tentacle attacks. The team members weren't idle either. They activated their weapon systems and shot at the tentacles, but with little effect. Just as the situation was getting more and more critical, the ship's energy monitoring system suddenly issued an alert. It turned out that there was a huge energy source in the center of the vortex, which seemed to be the core of the evil force. Lin Feng made a snap decision and decided to pilot the airship into the vortex and attack the dragon. He precisely avoided the tentacles and drove the airship like an arrow towards the center of the vortex. As the airship continued to go deeper and deeper, the team members stared nervously at the data, while Lin Feng's eyes were incredibly determined, knowing that only by going for broke would he have a chance of survival. Just as the airship was about to reach the center of the vortex, a powerful counter-thrust hit it, and the airship shook violently, almost being ejected from the vortex. Lin Feng gripped the joystick with both hands. Veins rippled on his forehead as he desperately tried to stabilize the airship. At the same time, the black tentacles became even more frantic. They intertwined with each other and formed a huge net, trapping the airship to death. The faces of the team members turned white, and cold sweat kept breaking out. "Captain, the energy is about to run out. We won't last much longer," a team member shouted anxiously. Lin Feng took a deep breath and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He suddenly turned on the ship's self-destruct program, concentrating all of his energy at one point, preparing to make a final desperate strike. Just as the self-destruct countdown was about to end, a miracle happened. The energy source at the center of the vortex suddenly resonated, and a dazzling light shot out from the center, instantly cutting off all the black tentacles. The light wrapped around the ship and carried it out of the vortex. It turned out that the core of this evil force was actually looking for a righteous energy that could resonate with it, and the airship's desperate attempt to fight for its life had triggered this righteous force and resolved the crisis. The ship continues to head towards the unknown, and new challenges await them. The airship had just left the vortex shortly after. Another group of mysterious flying objects appeared on the radar. They were extremely fast and approached towards the airship in a triangular formation. The team immediately entered combat mode. Lin Feng calmly analyzed and found that these flying objects were not entities, but rather energy bodies transformed into warplanes. As the distance drew closer, the mysterious fighters launched a wave of ghostly blue energy, which heavily impacted on the airship's shield. The shield didn't rupture, but the energy was rapidly depleted. Lin Feng decisively ordered the activation of the jamming system in an attempt to disrupt the rhythm of the other party's attack. Just as the jamming system came into play, the mysterious fighters suddenly changed formation and attacked from multiple directions at the same time. The airship couldn't avoid it and one of its wings was hit by an energy wave, sending up a thick cloud of smoke. The situation was critical. Lin Feng suddenly remembered the righteous energy he had obtained from the center of the vortex, and he tried to channel it to the weapon system. In an instant, the ship's weapons emitted a golden glow. A powerful beam shot out and the mysterious fighter was instantly disintegrated. The crisis was temporarily lifted, but there seemed to be an even more mysterious and unpredictable force waiting for them in the depths of the universe ahead. The ship continued to sail, and suddenly, the entire cosmic space seemed to be distorted by an invisible hand, and a huge, circular channel made up of countless strange runes appeared in front of it. The radar showed that there was a powerful and unstable energy fluctuation inside the channel. The team members looked at each other, not knowing whether this passage was an opportunity or a trap. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and decided to risk entering. Perhaps the other end of the passage hid the key to solving this series of mysteries. The airship slowly sailed into the passageway, the runes flickering as a storm of energy continued to pound the hull of the ship. Suddenly, a group of monsters condensed from runes emerged from the walls of the passageway and attacked the airship. Lin Feng quickly commanded his team members to counterattack, while utilizing righteous energy to reinforce the shields. Just as they were struggling to resist, a low growl came from the depths of the passage. A huge runic beast appeared, each of its attacks triggering a violent tremor of energy within the passage. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and raised his righteous energy to the extreme, guiding the weapon system to deliver a fatal blow. The runic behemoth collapsed in a golden light, and the passageway stabilized. The airship sailed out of the passage smoothly. In front of him was a bright and mysterious nebula, and in the center of the nebula, there seemed to be an object that emitted endless light. A new adventure? Another one was about to begin. Lin Feng ordered the ship to head towards the center of the nebula. The closer they got to the object that emitted endless light, the stronger the gravitational force on the ship became. The crew operated nervously, trying to stabilize their flight. As they approached the object, they realized it was a huge energy core surrounded by mysterious runes. Suddenly, the core glowed intensely, and a wave of consciousness flooded into the ship, ringing in the crew's minds. Are you here to find out the truth? If you wish to know everything, you need to pass my test. As soon as the words left his mouth, the space around him distorted and various strange sights and powerful energy attacks appeared. Lin Feng led the team members to fight back with their righteous energy and the ship's advanced systems. During the test, they continued to break through their limits, and their righteous energy continued to sublimate during the battle. Finally, the last wave of attacks was repelled, and the glow of the energy core became soft. The consciousness waves sounded again. You have passed the test, and now, I will inform you of the truth of the universe. And just then, the nebula outside the ship began to stir, as if a greater crisis was creeping in. Chapter 184 Experiences. The team members were waiting nervously, only to see the energy core flickering with light, and a section of the image emerged in front of their eyes like a movie. Originally, the universe had experienced a catastrophe, the evil forces rampant. In order to fight against the evil, many advanced civilizations have joined forces to create this energy core, which contains the universe's most original power of justice. However, the evil forces have been trying to seize the core, so a test was set up. Only the team with a true heart of justice and strong strength can pass. In order to guard the core from being used by the evil, the wave of consciousness added. Now that evil is showing signs of revival, since you have passed the test, you will become the guardians of the core. After saying that, a ray of light merged into Lin Feng's body, and he felt a huge increase in power, as if his righteous energy had taken a qualitative leap. The members of the team had also been strengthened to varying degrees. The energy core then transmitted the method of use and the method of guarding it into their minds. Lin Feng said firmly, "We will definitely guard the core, so that justice will last forever in the universe." The team members responded, and the ship took their mission and headed towards the depths of the universe, ready to meet the coming challenge of evil. However, not long after the ship had sailed, the alarm suddenly blared. The screen showed that a group of strange-looking creatures that emitted an evil aura were rapidly approaching. It turned out that the evil forces had long sensed that they had passed the test and had set up an ambush in advance. Lin Feng quickly calmed down and commanded his team members to meet the battle according to the methods taught by the energy core. He took the lead in releasing powerful righteous energy, forming a shield to protect the ship. The team members also unleashed their enhanced abilities, and for a while, all kinds of light intertwined, engaging the evil creatures in a fierce battle. The battle was exceptionally fierce. Although the team members' strength had increased, the evil creatures were numerous and very cunning. Just when they were a bit overwhelmed, the energy core suddenly shone brightly, and a mysterious power was injected into each of the team members, allowing them to instantly regain their strength. With this power, the crew fought back and eventually succeeded in repelling the evil creatures. The ship continued to sail deeper into the universe, knowing that more challenges awaited them ahead, but the determination to guard justice never wavered. Suddenly, the ship's radar system let out a sharp screech, showing that a huge energy fluctuation had appeared ahead. Lin Feng frowned and ordered, "Attention all, prepare for unknown energy fluctuations." As the airship approached, they realized that it was a mysterious energy vortex that gave off a bizarre aura. Just as the crowd hesitated to cross it, a warning came from the energy core, Behind the vortex was hidden an important stronghold of evil forces. Crossing it would be a life and death test. Lin Feng didn't flinch and said firmly, "In order to guard justice, we must advance." He maneuvered the airship slowly into the vortex. Inside the vortex, the powerful gravitational force and chaotic energy made the airship shake violently, and the team members did their best to maintain the stability of the airship. Suddenly, a group of even more powerful evil creatures emerged from the depths of the vortex, and their attacks were even more violent than before. The crew gritted their teeth and used their abilities again to fight the evil creatures to the death. The energy core continues to release power to support them. In this moment of life and death, the team's belief in justice becomes stronger and stronger. Can they break through all the difficulties and reach the stronghold of the evil forces? Just as the team was about to lose support, Lin Feng suddenly felt a special guidance coming from the energy core. He followed the guidance and realized that there was an energy weak spot in the vortex. Lin Feng made an immediate decision and commanded his team members to focus their firepower on the weak point. Under the onslaught of righteous energy, the weak point was torn open by a gap. The team members took the opportunity to maneuver the ship and rushed through, getting rid of some of the evil creatures. However, just outside the gap, they came face to face with the stronghold of the evil forces. The stronghold was surrounded by powerful defensive energy shields, which flickered with strange light and constantly released interference energy, causing the ship's systems to briefly become disorganized. Lin Feng quickly adjusted his strategy and had his team members focus their energy to one point in an attempt to break through the energy shield. Just as they were trying, more evil creatures surged out of the stronghold and surrounded them from all sides. With their backs to the wall, the team members turned their belief in guarding justice into a powerful force and engaged in a final showdown with the evil creatures and the energy shield. The energy core is also in full operation, and its light illuminates the entire battlefield. As the battle to determine the fate of justice in the universe enters a white-hot stage, just as the team members were gradually feeling exhausted, Lin Feng suddenly had an idea. He had the team members disperse the power of the energy core into the various attack systems of the airship, forming a unique energy resonance. In an instant, the airship emitted a dazzling composite energy beam that precisely hit a key node of the energy shield. The light on the energy shield instantly flickered and wavered, and a crack appeared. At the same time, the attacks of those evil creatures became chaotic. Lin Feng seized this fleeting opportunity and shouted, "All of you, listen to the order. Attack the crack with all your might." The team members worked together, gathered all their strength together and attacked again. With a loud bang, the energy shield was finally breached. They rushed into the stronghold with the ship. Inside the stronghold, the leader of the evil forces was waiting for them with a grim smile. A more intense final confrontation is about to start in this evil lair, and the team's belief in guarding justice has become even more indestructible under the baptism of this great battle. The leader of the evil forces was tall and had a chilling black aura around him. He waved his hands and countless evil energies shot towards the airship like arrows. Lin Feng shouted, "Activate the protective barrier." The team members quickly operated it, but the leader's attack was too powerful and the barrier shook. Right at this moment, the energy core suddenly released a layer of golden shield on its own, firmly protecting the ship. Seeing this, the chief let out a strange laugh. "Just with you guys, you want to stop me?" After saying that, his figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of the airship, smashing his fist into the hull. Lin Feng shouted angrily and took the lead, charging out to fight the leader in close combat. The team members followed suit, each exercising their enhanced abilities. For a while, the entire stronghold was filled with light and the shouting and killing sounds were deafening. The leader's strength was really strong. Although Lin Feng and the others were supported by the energy core, they still gradually fell into a disadvantage. Just as the leader was about to launch a fatal blow, the energy core suddenly emitted a dazzling light that enveloped the crowd. The crowd only felt that their strength had increased again and their morale was greatly boosted. They reorganized their attack and surrounded the chief. Under the fierce attack of the righteous energy, the chief finally could not support himself and collapsed to the ground. The team successfully guarded the justice of the universe, and with the joy of victory, they set off on a new journey in their spaceship. However, just when everyone thought that they had accomplished their goal, the fallen leader slowly stood up again, and his body underwent a strange change. His body continued to expand, and his black aura became more and more intense, fusing with the residual evil energy around him, becoming several times more powerful than before. The leader laughed maniacally and condensed a huge ball of evil energy with both hands, smashing it towards the airship and the team members. Wherever the energy ball passed, space was distorted. Lin Feng shouted, "Dodge!" The team members quickly maneuvered the airship to dodge while focusing their firepower to attack the chief again. But the chief's defense was amazing at this time, and the attack had little effect. At this critical moment, the energy core suddenly emitted a stirring sound, and a more powerful light of justice was injected into the bodies of all the people. The crowd felt another leap in power, and they looked at each other with determined eyes. They looked at each other with determination in their eyes, and once again, they launched a fierce attack, with righteous and evil energies clashing fiercely in the stronghold, and the light illuminating the entire dark space. In the end, under the concerted attack, the leader let out a miserable scream and dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. The difficult battle was finally over, and the team cheered, knowing that their mission to protect the universe for justice would continue. Chapter 185. The crowd breathed a long sigh of relief, their taut nerves finally relaxing. Lin Feng looked at the space that was gradually calming down and had mixed feelings in his heart. Although they had won this battle, it had also made them realize how powerful and cunning the evil forces were. Just as everyone was preparing to return, the energy core suddenly flashed with a strange light, and a mysterious voice sounded in everyone's mind. Warriors, your mission is not yet over. Although evil has been repelled for the time being, a greater crisis is brewing in the shadows. The faces of the crowd changed. Lin Feng stepped forward and asked, "Mysterious divine voice, can you tell us what this greater crisis is?" The voice, however, stopped responding and the energy core glow dimmed. The team looked at each other in disbelief. Lin Feng clenched his fists and said, "No matter what other crisis is coming next, we won't back down. Everyone pack up and go back to summarize this battle and improve our strength to meet new challenges." The team members nodded their heads and with a firm belief, maneuvered the ship into the distance, knowing that a new battle was coming. After returning to the base, the team members quickly plunged into summarizing and training. However, just as they were working hard to improve, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly sounded from the base. Lin Feng frowned and rushed to the command room. Through the surveillance, they realized that a group of mysterious creatures had appeared around the base. These creatures had strange shapes and exuded a bizarre aura around them. At the same time, the base's defense system was unexpectedly interfered with by a mysterious force, and some of its functions were disabled. Looks like this is the greater crisis the mysterious voice was talking about. Lin Feng calmly analyzed and quickly gave combat orders. The team members immediately stopped training, put on their combat gear and split into groups to attack. During the intense battle, the team members realized that these mysterious creatures not only possessed powerful attacks, they could also absorb their energy attacks. Just as the situation was at a stalemate, Lin Feng suddenly thought of the energy core's previous hints. Perhaps the key to cracking the crisis was hidden in it. He decided to return to where the energy core was with a few team members to find a way to deal with it. Lin Feng led his team members to the energy core at fire speed, where the light flickered as if it was hiding countless secrets. They carefully observed it, trying to find clues related to the crisis cracking. Suddenly, a strong light shot out from the energy core, enveloping them in it, and a strange picture appeared in front of everyone's eyes, like some kind of ancient memory. In the picture, the weaknesses of the mysterious creatures gradually became clear. It turned out that they were extremely sensitive to a special kind of fluctuating frequency which could be regulated and sent out through the energy core. Lin Feng was overjoyed and immediately commanded the team to operate the energy core according to the method in the picture. As the frequency was adjusted, the mysterious creatures outside the base began to stir, and their ability to absorb energy dropped dramatically. The team members seized the moment and launched a fierce attack, and the mysterious creatures fell to the ground. The crisis was temporarily lifted and the base returned to peace. However, Lin Feng knew that the evil forces wouldn't stop there, and they had to continue to improve their strength to deal with more unknown challenges in the future. Just when the crowd thought that the crisis had truly passed, the energy core suddenly shook violently, emitting a deafening roar. Immediately afterward, a huge black shadow emerged from the core, and it was actually the leader of those mysterious creatures from before. It was huge in size and exuded an even more powerful and bizarre aura around it than those creatures from before. The leader let out a roar, and more mysterious creatures instantly appeared around it, encircling the base. Lin Feng knew that his opponent was even stronger this time, but he didn't retreat in the slightest. He quickly organized his team members to rearrange their formation, using the experience he had gained from the energy core before to adjust his attack strategy. The team members worked together and started a more intense battle with the mysterious creature. At the critical moment of the battle, Lin Feng realized that the chief was also resistant to the fluctuating frequencies emitted by the energy core, but its eyes seemed to be a weak point. He made an immediate decision and commanded his team to focus their fire on the chief's eyes. After a bitter battle, the chief was finally defeated and the mysterious creatures fled. The base was once again calm. However, Lin Feng understood that this was just another test by the evil forces. The real challenge might still be ahead. Just as the crowd took a moment to catch their breath, the base's communication system suddenly resounded with a cacophony of electrical currents, followed by an icy and threatening voice. "Do you think that everything will be fine just because you defeated the chief? This is just a small lesson I'm giving you. The true evil has awakened, and your end is near." The voice ended abruptly, leaving the crowd stunned. Lin Feng realized that there must be a stronger, more mysterious force behind this that was manipulating everything. He called an urgent meeting with his team members to discuss ways to deal with it. It was unanimously decided that they would take the initiative to explore the lair of the evil forces and eradicate them completely. So, they set out on a journey full of unknowns and dangers once again. the spaceship sped through the universe. They did not know what awaited them ahead, but everyone's eyes revealed determination and fearlessness. They understood that only by going forward could they guard the base and the future of mankind. The ship had been flying through the universe for several days when it suddenly encountered a strong gravitational pull and fell uncontrollably towards a mysterious black vortex. Lin Feng shouted, "Activate the anti-gravity device." The crew operated it with their hands and feet, but the device seemed to have been interfered with by a mysterious force and couldn't function properly. Just as the ship was about to be swallowed by the vortex, a strange energy shield suddenly appeared and wrapped around the ship. Immediately afterward, a hologram appeared in front of the crowd, a white-haired old man. "Young people, you are too reckless. This vortex leads to the lair of the evil forces. With your current strength going in there will only lead to death," the old man said. Lin Feng asked eagerly, "Then what should we do?" The old man told them that on a nearby abandoned planet, there was an ancient artifact that could enhance their strength. The people followed the old man's guidance and went to the abandoned planet and found the divine artifact with great difficulty. As they moved towards the vortex again, the artifact emits a powerful light that helps them break through the interference and smoothly enter the lair of the evil forces. An ultimate showdown is about to begin. Chapter 186, Divine Weapon. As they picked up the artifacts with joy, a group of strange mechanical creatures suddenly surged out from all around them. These creatures emitted an icy aura and had a weird red light flashing in their eyes as they surrounded the crowd. Lin Feng gripped the weapon in his hand and shouted, "Everyone be careful." The team members quickly set up a defense formation. The battle started immediately. The mechanical creatures hissed and rushed over, and both sides instantly fell into a fierce battle. The artifact seemed to sense the danger and emitted a dazzling light as a powerful force surged into the body of the crowd. The crowd's fighting strength increased greatly, and they began to fight back, beating the mechanical creatures back in time. However, just when they thought victory was in sight, a huge mechanical leader appeared. It was huge, with a powerful energy fluctuation emanating from its body, and with a wave of its hand, it shook the team members away. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and concentrated, using the power of the artifact to condense a powerful energy beam and shot it towards the mechanical leader. The mechanical leader was hit and let out a pained roar, but didn't fall. Just in the nick of time, the artifact suddenly shone brightly and automatically released a mysterious energy, directly destroying the mechanical leader. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and took the artifact with them as they set off on their journey to the lair of the evil forces once again. However, before they could walk out much further, the sky suddenly became cloudy, and a huge space-time rift appeared out of nowhere. From the rift, countless more powerful mechanical creatures emerged, their bodies flickering with an even more bizarre light than those before. The evil forces seemed to have sensed that the artifact had been taken and sent out stronger forces to retrieve it. The team was once again in a bitter battle. Even though the artifacts were still providing a steady stream of power, these newly appeared mechanical creatures were too powerful, and the crowd was gradually getting a bit overwhelmed. Lin Feng looked at his teammates who were gradually getting into trouble. His heart was burning with anxiety. Just then, the artifact suddenly emitted a sharp buzzing sound, followed by a small mechanical elf separating from the artifact. The mechanical elf flew to Lin Feng's side and said, "I will grant you stronger abilities to fight against evil together." After saying that, a light enveloped the crowd and their strength was once again boosted. With the help of the mechanical elves, the team regroups and begins a new round of battles with the mechanical creatures, moving on towards the lair of the evil forces, with unknown challenges still waiting for them. The new round of battle with the mechanical creatures was exceptionally intense. With their enhanced strength, the team members skillfully dodged the attacks of the mechanical creatures while launching blazing counterattacks. Lin Feng was even more like a fish out of water. He wielded his weapon. Each attack carried a powerful energy, and wherever he went, the mechanical creatures fell to the ground. However, the evil forces seemed to have a backstroke. As the battle continued, another batch of even bigger and tougher mechanical behemoths emerged from the spacetime rift. These behemoths were so powerful that every time they trampled on the ground trembled. The team's attacks only left shallow traces on their bodies. Seeing this, the mechanical elf flew above the artifact and recited words under his breath. The light of the artifact surged once again, and an even more majestic power was injected into the bodies of all the people. The team members erupted with unprecedented combat power and began to fight the mechanical behemoth to the death. They cooperated with each other, searching for the behemoth's weaknesses and launching deadly attacks time and time again. With the efforts of all the people, the mechanical beast was gradually defeated and the road was opened again. The team continued to march towards the lair of the evil forces with strong beliefs. Just when they thought they were about to reach the lair, an invisible energy barrier suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking the crowd out. The barrier was incredibly hard, and the team's attacks only caused weak sparks. The mechanical elf flew to the front of the barrier and carefully probed it, and said with a grave expression, "This is the ultimate defense set up by the evil forces, and it needs to gather all the power of the artifacts in order to break it." But now that the power of the artifacts had been consumed by half in the battle, the crowd was momentarily in trouble. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly remembered that the artifact had absorbed the energy of the mechanical creatures during the previous battle, and he proposed that the artifact should once again absorb the mechanical energy left around. The crowd complied and the divine artifact flashed with light, slowly absorbing the energy. As the energy converged, the artifact's light flourished, and a powerful beam of light shot towards the barrier, only to hear a boom. The barrier appeared cracks. The crowd took the opportunity to launch another attack, and finally broke the barrier. Ahead, the door to the lair of the evil forces slowly opens, and a more sinister battle is coming. As the crowd stepped into the lair, a strong evil aura came over them. The dimly lit passageway flickered with eerie red light, and from time to time, the sound of machinery running and low growls came from all around. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, and countless mechanical tentacles reached out from the walls on both sides, trapping the team members. Lin Feng shouted, "Quickly use artifact power to break free." The team members concentrated and the divine artifact light flowed, breaking free of the tentacles. Continuing deeper, they came to a huge hall, in the center of which stood the leader of the evil forces, a half-human, half-machine monster. It was surrounded by terrifying energy and said coldly, "You think you can easily take away the artifacts? All of you will be buried here today." After saying that, it waved its hands and countless small mechanical warriors came from all directions. The team members quickly took up positions and once again engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy. The artifacts were constantly flickering during the battle, providing the crowd with strength, but the evil chief was so powerful that the crowd gradually fell into passivity. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, thinking of ways to break the enemy, and a more difficult duel began. Just as the crowd was struggling to hold on, the mechanical elf suddenly flew to the top of the artifact and shouted, "Quickly converge the artifact's power on me." The team members understood and transmitted their artifact power over. The mechanical elf's body glowed greatly, and actually fused with the artifact, transforming into a divine sword that shone with colorful light. Lin Feng's eyes were quick and he grabbed the Excalibur, and he felt a majestic power surging into his body. He shouted and waved the divine sword and rushed towards the evil leader. Wherever the divine sword passed, small mechanical warriors were chopped up. When the evil chief saw this, his eyes widened in anger and he released a black wave of energy. Lin Feng dodged nimbly, then used his stance to close in on the chief and slashed his sword down hard. The chief hurriedly resisted, but was shaken back by the power of the divine sword. Taking advantage of the chief's unsteady form, the team members also swarmed up, and various attacks fell on the chief like rain. The leader gradually lost his strength, and eventually collapsed under the combined attacks of the crowd. The evil aura in the hall also dissipated, and the group successfully defeated the evil leader and guarded the artifact. Before the crowd had time to cheer and celebrate, suddenly, the fallen evil leader actually turned into a ball of black smoke and quickly coalesced into a new form. This form was even more terrifying than before, emitting twisted energy all over its body, and it let out a strange laugh up to the sky. "You guys think you can destroy me just like that? Too naive." The leader of the new form raised his hand and waved, and the floor of the hall cracked open, pouring out more and more powerful mechanical monsters. The team had just gone through a vicious battle and their physical strength was depleted, but they did not retreat and once again took up their fighting stance. Lin Feng clutched his divine sword, his eyes firm. He shouted, "Don't panic everyone, we still have the divine weapon." After saying that, he took the lead and rushed towards the new chief. The divine sword shone brightly in his hands as he engaged in a fierce exchange with the new leader. The team members also utilized their respective strengths and fought the mechanical monsters to the death. The artifacts continued to provide them with power, and with the concerted efforts of all of them, they gradually suppressed the enemies. In the end, the new leader was annihilated by the deadly blow of Excalibur, and the mechanical monsters also dispersed one after another. At this point, the evil forces were completely eradicated, and all of them returned triumphantly with the artifacts, guarding the peace of the world. Chapter 187. Back at the base, the crowd was immersed in the joy of victory. However, just as the celebration was in full swing, an alarm suddenly sounded. The base's monitoring system showed that a more powerful and mysterious energy was approaching. The hearts of all the people were instantly in their throats. They had just defeated the evil forces. Could there be a new crisis coming? Lin Feng gripped his divine sword tightly, his eyes revealing a hint of vigilance. he led the team to quickly gather and prepare to meet the challenge again. As the mysterious energy approached, the crowd realized that it was actually a huge spaceship. The spaceship slowly opened its hatch and out stepped a group of aliens dressed in strange costumes. The aliens in the lead were saying something in a language they had never heard before. Luckily, the base's translation system worked. It turned out that these aliens had come to seek help. Their planet had also suffered an attack from a similar mechanical monster, and they hoped that Lin Feng and the others could bring their artifacts to support them. Lin Feng and his team looked at each other, although their fatigue had not yet subsided, but thinking that there were other planets whose lives needed to be saved, they resolutely nodded their heads and once again embarked on a journey full of unknowns. They follow the aliens aboard the spaceship, which starts up instantly and heads for a distant alien planet. Along the way, the team learned through communication that the mechanical monsters in the alien planet are more powerful and numerous. Upon arrival, the sight in front of them makes them take a breath of cold air. The whole planet is full of devastation, and mechanical monsters are rampant. The battle was imminent. Lin Feng wielded his divine sword, and the team members also displayed their abilities, but the enemy was too powerful. They gradually fell into a predicament. Right at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly realized that the attack pattern of these mechanical monsters had similarities with the ones on Earth before. He had an idea and commanded his team members to make use of the gaps in the monsters' attacks to find their weaknesses. After a fierce battle, they finally found the monster's energy core. Lin Feng saw the right moment and stabbed his sword. The core exploded and the monsters fell down. The aliens cheered and were grateful to them, and while Lin Feng and the crew knew deep down that there were more unknown dangers waiting for them in the universe, they were ready to continue guarding the peace of the universe. Just when everyone thought that the battle was over, a huge mechanical mother slowly rose from the ground. It released powerful energy fluctuations, and the small mechanical monsters around it actually began to reorganize rapidly. The new mechanical monsters were even tougher than the previous ones, and their attacks were even more fierce, and the team was once again in a bitter battle. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and kept waving his divine sword in an attempt to break through the monsters. Suddenly, he sensed that there seemed to be a deeper power hidden in the divine sword. At this critical moment, Lin Feng concentrated and established a deeper connection with the divine sword. In an instant, the divine sword shone brightly and a powerful force surged into Lin Feng's body. He leapt up high and threw the divine sword with all his might, and the divine sword pierced through the core of the mechanical mother body with a brilliant light. The matrix trembled violently, then exploded with a bang, and the surrounding mechanical monsters disintegrated. This difficult battle was finally over, and the aliens were overflowing with gratitude to Lin Feng and the others. And after Lin Feng and the team took a short break, they looked out into the vast universe again. They knew that there would be more challenges ahead, but they were fearless and would continue on the path of guarding the peace of the universe. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation came from the depths of the universe, and immediately afterward, a mysterious black hole appeared out of nowhere. The black hole exuded a terrifying suction, and the surrounding planets began to be devoured by it. The faces of the team members changed drastically. They realized that this would be an unprecedented crisis. Lin Feng clenched his fists. He felt that the power of the divine sword seemed to be vaguely responding to this mysterious fluctuation. Just as the suction of the black hole was about to rip the planet they were on to shreds, the divine sword suddenly detached itself from Lin Feng's hand and flew in front of the black hole, blossoming with 10,000 lights. The light formed a huge barrier that temporarily resisted the black hole's suction. However, it was only a stopgap measure, and the light of the divine sword began to gradually dim. Lin Feng made an immediate decision and led his team members around the Excalibur, injecting their power into it. Under the efforts of the crowd, the divine sword once again erupted with a powerful force and rushed towards the black hole. With a loud bang, the black hole was blown to smithereens by the divine sword and the universe returned to peace. And after this battle, Lin Feng and his team members became more determined. They knew that the road to guard the peace of the universe was long and arduous, but they would keep going. Just when everyone thought they could breathe a sigh of relief, the divine sword suddenly trembled violently, its light flickering erratically. Immediately afterward, a mysterious rune separated from the divine sword, which emitted a strange energy and slowly floated towards Lin Feng. The moment the rune touched Lin Feng's forehead, a large amount of unfamiliar memories and knowledge flooded into his mind. It turned out that the divine sword was an artifact left behind by the creator god of the universe, and the black hole that had just happened was a test run by a sealed evil force. The god of creation had a premonition that the universe would face a great crisis in the future that had never been seen before, so he had left clues and power in the Excalibur. Lin Feng informs the team of this information and they realize that the real challenge has just begun. They decided to use the Excalibur as a guide to find the other clues left behind by the god of creation and prepare for the crisis in advance. Thus, Lin Feng and the team set off on their journey once again, and they piloted the spaceship towards the unknown depths of the universe to uncover the truth that was hidden behind the mysterious runes. The voyage through the depths of the universe was not a peaceful one. the ship suddenly encountered a mysterious energy turbulence and shook violently. Alarms were raised and the crew was busy. Lin Feng tried to stabilize the airship with the power granted by the divine sword. It was hard to get out of the turbulence and they entered a strange star field again. The stars here shone with a strange light and were vaguely dangerous. Just then, a group of strangely shaped interstellar pirates appeared, coveting the power of Excalibur and attempting to seize it. The pirates piloted small warships and attacked the ship. Lin Feng commanded the team to counterattack, while activating part of the power of the Excalibur to form a shield to defend against the attack. After a fierce battle, they managed to repel the pirates. However, new troubles ensue. The mysterious runes suddenly glowed intensely, guiding them to a planet shrouded in mist. As the ship approached, they realized that the planet was filled with an ancient and evil aura, as if it was hiding a huge secret. Lin Feng took a deep breath and led the crew to prepare to land to explore the deeper truth behind the runes and meet the unknown challenges. Chapter 188, The Guardian. Lin Feng decided to lead the team to find out what was going on. They put on special protective suits and landed on the surface of the planet in a small craft. As soon as they landed, the ground began to shake, and a group of lizard-like monsters burrowed out of the ground, pouncing on them with teeth and claws. The team members immediately raised their guns to shoot, but the monsters had thick skin and the bullets weren't very effective. Lin Feng waved his Excalibur. The sword light flashed and the monsters fell to the ground, continuing to go deeper. They came to an ancient relic and the light of the mysterious runes became stronger. Just as they stepped into the ruins, the mechanism activated and countless sharp arrows shot in. Lin Feng used his divine sword to block the arrows, but a team member behind him was accidentally shot. Just as everyone was taking care of the injured team member, a low roar came from the depths of the ruins, and a huge black shadow slowly emerged. It was actually an ancient divine beast with powerful magical power. The beast's eyes widened in anger, and it sprayed a mouthful of flame at everyone. A more difficult battle was about to start. Lin Feng shouted, "Everyone spread out for cover." The team members acted quickly, each looking for cover. Lin Feng, on the other hand, held his divine sword and charged up against the flames. He revolved the spiritual energy in his body and the divine sword glowed greatly, hardening the flames. When the divine beast saw that it missed, it became even more furious. It stepped on its front paw, the ground cracked, and a stone thorn stabbed towards the team members. The team members cast their skills to dodge, while searching for the divine beast's weakness. Just then, one of the team members realized that the divine beast's eyes seemed to be the weak point, and he loudly reminded the crowd. Lin Feng understood and took advantage of the gap between the divine beast attacking again to dodge to the front of the divine beast, leaping forward and stabbing towards the eyes of the divine beast. The divine beast took the pain and let out a roar, its body shaking violently. The team members seized the opportunity to shoot, and the bullets rained down on the beast. Although the divine beast had thick skin, it couldn't withstand the repeated attacks of the crowd, and its movements gradually slowed down. Lin Feng saw the right moment and stabbed his sword into the beast's vitals. The beast fell to the ground with a bang. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief and continued walking towards the depths of the ruins, looking forward to uncovering the truth behind the mysterious runes. Deeper into the depths of the ruins, the light of the mysterious runes grew brighter and brighter, illuminating a huge hall. In the center of the hall, a crystal platform emitting strange energy stood, and the power of the runes seemed to originate from it. As they approached the crystal platform, the runes on the surface of the platform suddenly flickered, and a curtain of light enveloped them. At the same time, an illusory figure emerged from the crystal, actually the former guardian of this planet. The guardian spoke, "You broke into this place, and if you can pass the test, you will tell the secret of the runes." After saying that, the scene around them changed and they were in a sea of fire, the flames raging on. Lin Feng led the team to meet the battle once again, utilizing the divine sword and their respective skills to fight against the flames. After a hard battle, they managed to pass the test. The guardian nodded and slowly revealed that behind the runes was a hidden power that could revitalize the planet, but improper use would bring disaster. Lin Feng and the others fell into deep thought. They understood that this power had to be treated with caution, and next, they would face a dilemma regarding how to choose this power. Just as the crowd was pondering, someone among the team members suddenly proposed, "We can bring this power back to Earth, and it might be able to solve the many problems on Earth." Upon this proposal, the opinions of the crowd began to diverge. One part of the group was worried that it would trigger uncontrollable consequences, while the other part felt that it was a rare opportunity. Lin Feng watched everyone arguing, and his heart was also very torn. At this moment, the Guardian spoke again. "Once this force leaves this planet, it might trigger an imbalance of energy between universes." The crowd's faces changed drastically after hearing this. Lin Feng realized that he couldn't make a wrong decision due to momentary greed. He stepped forward and said, "We should let this force stay here and guard this planet." After some persuasion, the team members gradually reached a consensus. So, they told the Guardian that they would respect the rules of this planet. The Guardian revealed a pleased smile and the light screen dissipated. With awe, Lin Feng and the others left this relic and set off on their journey back to Earth, and this experience would become an unforgettable memory in their hearts. On the way back to Earth, the crew was still discussing the experience. Suddenly, the ship's alarms blared, and it turned out that they had been attacked by cosmic pirates. These pirates heard about their discovery in that planet and tried to seize the mysterious power. The pirates' firepower was fierce, and the spaceship was damaged in many places. Lin Feng made an instant decision and led some of his team members to put on battlesuits and boarded a small fighter to meet the enemy. He drove the fighter plane, nimbly weaving between the cannon fire. The light from the divine sword repelled the pirates' attacks again and again. After a fierce battle, they successfully repelled the pirates. However, the ship was severely damaged and had to be forced to land on a nearby unknown planet for repairs. This planet seems to be calm, but actually hidden crisis. As soon as they landed, they were targeted by a group of mysterious creatures. These creatures are agile and good at hiding. The team dealt with them carefully, and Lin Feng wielded his divine sword once again and started a thrilling battle with the mysterious creatures. The mysterious creatures were getting more and more numerous and surrounded the team. Lin Feng waved his divine sword to fend off the attacks while observing the weaknesses of these creatures. Suddenly, a creature sneaked up on one of the team members from the side. Lin Feng was quick on his feet and a sword light flashed, cutting it down. But at that moment, a huge-sized alpha creature appeared. It let out a roar and the other creatures instantly became more frantic. The alpha creature rushed towards Lin Feng at an extremely fast speed. Lin Feng dodged nimbly while looking for a chance to counterattack. When he saw the right moment, he leapt up and stabbed down hard at the chief creature's head. The alpha creature was in pain and frantically flung its body, throwing Lin Feng out. Seeing this, the team members gathered around to protect Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly adjusted his state and stood up again. He revolved his spiritual energy and the light of his divine sword skyrocketed. He shouted and rushed towards the alpha creature. This time, he accurately hit the alpha creature's vitals. The alpha creature fell to the ground with a loud bang, and the other creatures saw this and fled. The crew sighed in relief and continued to work on the ship, hoping to repair it soon and return safely to Earth. Just when the team thought that the danger was over and they were concentrating on repairing the ship, the ground suddenly cracked and a group of even more powerful mutant creatures emerged from the ground. These creatures exuded a bizarre aura and their eyes flashed with a ghostly light. They quickly resurrounded the team members. Lin Feng's brows were furrowed. He knew deep down that this was going to be an even tougher battle than before. He shouted, "Everyone be careful. Focus your firepower on the attack." The team members quickly adjusted their state and fought alongside Lin Feng. Just when the battle was at a stalemate, the airship suddenly emitted a strange glow. It turned out that the mysterious rune power that they had absorbed in the relics before had worked. The light enveloped the team members and their power was briefly boosted. Lin Feng took the opportunity to lead the team to launch a fierce attack, and wherever the Excalibur went, the mutated creatures fell to the ground. After a fight to the death, they finally repelled the mutant creatures. The airship was also repaired at this time, and the team boarded the airship, taking the experience of this adventure and the secret of the mysterious runes with them, and sped off in the direction of the Earth, knowing that there might be more unknown challenges waiting for them. Chapter 189 Wormholes. The ship was sailing at high speed through the universe when suddenly, alarms blared. It turned out that a group of more powerful alien marauders had discovered the energy fluctuations of the mysterious runes on their ship and were rushing in. The marauders' warships fired fiercely, and the ship was shaken to its core. The mysterious rune shone again, but this time it wasn't powerful enough to completely ward off the attack. Lin Feng made a split-second decision and activated the ship's cloaking device, while commanding the crew to convert some of the mysterious rune's energy into a shield. In the nick of time, the team members worked together and managed to avoid the predator's multiple attacks. However, the predator did not give up and continued to pursue them. Just as the ship was about to run out of energy, Lin Feng discovered an energy vein on a nearby abandoned planet. They took the risk of landing and harvesting energy. In the end, the ship was refilled with energy and managed to get rid of the marauders, continuing to fly towards the Earth, and the secret behind the mysterious runes was even more intriguing. After the airship had been flying smoothly in the universe for some time, the mysterious runes suddenly flashed with a strange light, followed by the airship's navigation system malfunctioning and automatically changing its course. Lin Feng and the team tensed up and tried to regain control of the heading, but to no avail. Just as they were fretting, a huge wormhole appeared in front of the airship. The light of the mysterious runes grew stronger and stronger, seemingly guiding the ship into the wormhole. With no other choice, Lin Feng could only order the airship to sail into it. When the ship pierced out from the other end of the wormhole, they found themselves in a strange galaxy. The planets here emitted strange colors, and there were many mysterious energy fluctuations around them. Before they could take a closer look, a group of strange-looking alien creatures surrounded the ship. These creatures seemed to be extremely interested in the mysterious runes and let out shrill cries as they attacked the spaceship. Lin Feng and the others quickly activated the defense system while thinking of ways to deal with it. A new crisis was in front of them. Lin Feng calmly analyzed the situation. He realized that he couldn't resist for a long time with defense alone. Suddenly, he realized that there seemed to be some sort of pattern to the alien creature's attacks, and that there would be a brief weakening of the energy fluctuations in between each attack. Lin Feng made an immediate decision and ordered the team to focus their firepower on counterattacking during this gap. The team members quickly executed the order, and after a few rounds of counterattacks, the alien creature's attack slowed down. Just then, the mysterious rune stirred again. It released a powerful wave of light, which temporarily repelled the alien creatures. However, the alien creatures quickly regrouped and attacked even harder. Lin Feng decided to take a risk. He commanded the ship towards a planet with the strongest energy fluctuations in the galaxy. He guessed that there might be the key to unlocking the secret of the mysterious runes hidden there, and it might also be a turnaround to get rid of the alien creatures. The ship trudged on through the gunfire and finally approached the planet. When the ship landed on the surface of the planet, they found that there were ancient and mysterious relics, and the light of the mysterious runes resonated with certain patterns in the relics, and a new exploration was about to begin. Lin Feng led the team into the ruins cautiously. As they went deeper, the light of the mysterious runes became more and more dazzling, and the patterns around them began to flash with a strange light. Suddenly, the ground cracked open and a group of mechanical guards emerged from the ground and attacked them. The team members quickly responded, utilizing the weapons in their hands to circle the mechanical guards. At the same time, Lin Feng found a huge stone disc in the center of the ruins, and the patterns on the disc were extremely similar to the mysterious runes. He guessed that the key to unlocking the secret was here. During the fierce battle, the mysterious rune came into play again. The energy wave it emitted temporarily suppressed the mechanical guards. Lin Feng took the opportunity to rush towards the stone disc and put the mysterious rune close to it. In an instant, the stone disc rotated and a strong light shot into the sky. The alien creatures were shocked by the power and stopped attacking. Immediately afterward, an ancient image emerged from the relics, revealing the origin of the mysterious rune and the great power it contained. It turned out that the power could help them repair the ship and also defend against the attacks of the alien creatures. Lin Feng and the others finally saw the hope of going home. Just as the crowd was drowning in hope, the image suddenly flickered, followed by an eerie laughter. Stupid humans, thinking that you can do whatever you want just because you obtained this power? An eerie voice rang out. Immediately afterward, a black crack appeared on the stone disc, from which a large amount of black mist gushed out, and the mist quickly coalesced into new monsters that were stronger than the mechanical guards and alien creatures from before. The team's newly relaxed nerves were once again tightened, and they re-engaged in the battle. Although the mysterious rune was still glowing, its effect seemed to be weakening in the face of this new enemy. Lin Feng was anxious. He carefully observed the stone disc and realized that there were some tiny symbols in the cracks that were slightly different from the mysterious runes. He boldly speculated that perhaps some hidden defense mechanism had been triggered. Thus, he focused his mind and tried to neutralize those symbols with the power of the mysterious runes. With his efforts, the mysterious runes glowed brightly and fought against the black mist. Eventually, the runes managed to suppress the black mist and the monster dissipated. The stone disc also returned to normal, and began to provide repair energy to the airship as the image had said. Soon after, the ship was repaired and Lin Feng led the team on the road home. The airship resumed its voyage and flew in the direction of Earth. But just as it was about to approach Earth, the mysterious rune suddenly dimmed, followed by a malfunction in the ship's power system, and it began to plummet uncontrollably. Alarms resounded throughout the ship once again, and the team members panicked. Lin Feng forced himself to stay calm and quickly checked the system data, realizing that the energy of the mysterious rune had gradually been lost on the way back, and the black mist he had just fought against had consumed a large amount of energy, causing the airship to lose its key power support. Just in the nick of time when the ship was about to crash to the ground, a mysterious energy barrier suddenly appeared over the Earth, steadily holding the falling ship. It turned out that the research team on Earth had monitored their abnormal signals and activated the newly developed energy shield in advance. After the spaceship landed safely, Lin Feng and the others received a hero's welcome, but they knew that the secret of the mysterious rune was much more than that. There might be more unknown challenges waiting for them in the future, and they were ready to embark on the journey of exploration again at any time. Chapter 190 Research. And they couldn't stop there. Lin Feng gathered his team members and decided to cooperate with the scientific research team on Earth to study the mysterious runes in depth. Inside the scientific research room, all sorts of instruments flashed with light, and the experts had a heated discussion around the rune. Just when everyone was clueless, Lin Feng accidentally realized that the patterns of the runes seemed to be somewhat similar to the ancient mysterious patterns on Earth. Following this clue, They consulted a large amount of ancient information and finally found a relevant record in a lost ancient book. It turned out that the mysterious runes were symbols of power left over from ancient civilizations, containing great energy capable of changing space and time, and the black mist was most likely the negative energy produced when the power of the runes was out of balance. In order to prevent similar dangers from happening again, Lin Feng and his teammates make a detailed research plan with the scientific research team, and they are determined to unlock all the secrets of the runes, utilize this power to guard the earth, and meet all the unknown challenges that may arise in the future, embarking on a new journey of exploration. In the course of their research, Lin Feng and the others realized that activating the power of the runes required the collection of 3 ancient divine artifacts, and the whereabouts of these artifacts was a mystery. Just as they were looking around for clues to the artifacts, a mysterious force also noticed the secret of the runes and began to secretly obstruct their actions. This force sent out experts to attack the research lab and snatched some of the research materials. Lin Feng and his team members were enraged. They quickly adjusted their plans, strengthening their own defenses while speeding up their search for the artifacts. In a chance encounter, they learned that one of the artifacts might be hidden in an ancient relic. Therefore, Lin Feng led the team to embark on an adventurous journey to the relic. The relics were full of mechanisms and dangers, but they solved them one by one with their wisdom and courage. When they finally found the first artifact, they found that it was sealed by a mysterious force, and it was not easy to unseal it, so a new challenge lay in front of them. Lin Feng scrutinized the seal around the artifact and found that it was engraved with strange symbols. The team members gathered around and tried to decipher the symbols, but they were all clueless. Just when everyone was at a loss, the member of the team who was proficient in ancient languages suddenly had a twinkle in his eye and said, "I seem to see something. These symbols seem to be an ancient code that requires a specific order to unlock." Upon hearing this, the crowd was energized and began to try to decipher it according to his speculation. However, just as they were about to find the correct order, a low growl came from the depths of the ruins, followed by a group of strange-looking creatures rushing out of the darkness. These creatures were infinitely powerful, and the team members were caught in a bitter battle. Lin Feng commanded the team to resist while continuing to try to unlock the seals. During the fierce battle, he finally found the key and managed to unlock the seal. With a flash of light, the first artifact was activated. A powerful force surged into the body of the group, instantly filling them with fighting spirit and quickly repelled the monster. With the activated artifact, they headed back towards finding the next artifact. They had learned from clues that the second artifact might be in a mysterious underwater relic. So, Lin Feng led the team to go there in a special submarine. After arriving at their destination, they had just entered the ruins when they were hit by a powerful current, and the team was almost washed away. It was hard to stabilize themselves, but a swarm of mechanical jellyfish appeared and fired energy beams to attack them. In the process of dodging the attacks, Lin Feng realized that these mechanical jellyfish seemed to be connected to a huge energy device. He made an immediate decision and commanded his team members to focus their fire on the energy device. After the device was destroyed, the mechanical jellyfish lost power and fell down. Continuing deeper, they finally found the second artifact, but it was protected by a transparent energy shield. The energy shield was flashing with a strange light that seemed to be warning them. Lin Feng scrutinized the patterns of the energy shield and suddenly remembered an energy resonance cracking method mentioned in his previous research materials. He told the team to adjust the energy frequency of their weapons to resonate with the energy cover. After a violent vibration, the energy shield finally shattered and the second artifact was in their pocket. Just as the crowd was rejoicing, the undersea ruins suddenly shook violently and a sharp stone spike rose from the bottom of the sea and came towards them. Lin Feng shouted, "Quickly dodge!" The team members quickly dispersed to dodge. It turned out that the destruction of the energy shield had triggered the relic's ultimate defense mechanism. At this moment, the mysterious force also tracked them down, and they maneuvered a more advanced submersible, killing from the side in an attempt to snatch the artifact. The experts of the mysterious force had ferocious firepower, and the team members were momentarily caught in a predicament where they were surrounded by enemies. Lin Feng calmly commanded and told the team to focus on fending off the mysterious force's attacks first, while utilizing some of the energy released from the artifact to create a protective barrier to temporarily ward off the stone spike's attacks. During the intense exchange, Lin Feng discovered that there was a break in the power core of the mysterious force's submersible, and he decisively ordered several team members to find the right moment to launch an attack, successfully destroying the power core. The mysterious force's submersible lost power and began to sink, and at this time, the shaking of the ruins gradually subsided. They took advantage of the chaos and took the 2 artifacts with them, and quickly took the submarine to leave this dangerous undersea ruins, and continued on towards their next target. Back at the base, the team took a short break and began to study the clues of the third artifact. The information showed that this last artifact was most likely hidden in a cursed ancient desert city. Lin Feng knew that this mission was even more dangerous, but in order to collect all 3 artifacts to unlock the secrets of the runes and guard the earth, he he resolutely led the team to set off again. When they stepped into the desert ancient city, a creepy aura came over them. Yellow sand filled the city, and creepy sounds came from time to time. Suddenly, the ground cracked open and a group of sandworms broke out and attacked them. The team quickly counterattacked. However, the sandworms were numerous and agile. Just when the battle was at a stalemate, Lin Feng realized that the sandworms seemed to be afraid of a specific frequency of sound waves. He immediately told the team to adjust their weapons and send out high-frequency sound waves, and the sandworms retreated. Continuing deeper into the ancient city, they finally found the third divine artifact, but the moment they reached out and touched it, the light around them blossomed and a mysterious phantom appeared, warning them not to take the artifact easily. Lin Feng firmly demonstrated his determination to protect the earth, and the mysterious phantom was impressed and lifted its guard on the artifact. Now, the three artifacts have been assembled, and a final test for the fate of the Earth is about to take place. Back at the base, Lin Feng and the others didn't dare to slack off in the slightest and immediately started preparing to activate the runes. They placed the three divine artifacts in a specific orientation, and as the light flowed, the runes slowly lit up and a powerful power fluctuation spread out. However, just as the runes were about to be fully activated, that mysterious force actually colluded with alien creatures and launched a large-scale attack. The base's alarms sounded loudly, and the enemy's artillery fire rained down on them. Lin Feng commanded his team members to defend against the foreign enemies while keeping an eye on the progress of the runes activation. The battle was exceptionally fierce. The team members suffered heavy casualties, but they didn't retreat. Just as the rune was about to be completely activated, the alien creatures broke through the defense line and rushed towards the artifact. In the nick of time, Lin Feng erupted with all his strength and repelled the alien creature. The rune was finally fully activated. A dazzling light shot up into the sky, and the rune power instantly disintegrated the enemy's attack. The mysterious forces and the alien creatures saw that the momentum was gone and fled in a hurry. The crisis on Earth was lifted, and Lin Feng and the team knew that there might be more unknown challenges in the future, but they were ready to guard this beautiful planet with the power of the three artifacts and the runes. Chapter 191, Energy Cannon. The Earth had temporarily returned to its usual calm, but Lin Feng had trouble settling down in his heart. He knew that this was just a short period of tranquility before the storm, and those mysterious forces and alien creatures would never rest easily. On this day, Lin Feng was studying the further use of rune power with his team members when suddenly the monitoring system issued an alarm. It turned out that a more powerful alien energy was approaching Earth. Everyone's complexion tightened and they quickly entered a state of readiness. Lin Feng led the team to the artifact storage place and tried to make a good defense in advance with the help of the rune power. However, this new alien energy was exceptionally strange, and the runic power actually had a repulsive reaction to it. Just as everyone was getting anxious, a mysterious old man suddenly appeared and told Lin Feng that in order to truly utilize the power of the three artifacts and the runes, he had to find the mysterious energy source hidden deep within the earth. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Feng and his team members immediately set off on their journey to find the mysterious energy source. They understood that the challenge would be even tougher this time around, but in order to guard the earth, they were fearless. They arrived at an ancient mountain range based on the vague clues provided by the old man. In the depths of the mountain range, they encountered heavy obstacles of organs and strange creatures. Every step forward required great effort. Just when they thought they were close to their goal, they realized that in front of them was a huge underground abyss, which emanated palpitating energy fluctuations. The team retreated a bit, but Lin Feng said firmly, "There's no turning back for us. For the sake of Earth, we must advance." They cautiously went deeper into the abyss with the power of the artifact. Suddenly, a powerful suction sucked them towards the bottom of the abyss, and when they stabilized themselves, they found themselves in a mysterious cave. In the center of the cavern, there was a massive energy that shone with a strange light, which was the mysterious energy source they had been searching for so hard. But just as they were about to approach, a group of extraterrestrial creatures suddenly emerged around the cave, and these creatures were obviously guarding the energy source. A fierce battle began. Whether Lin Feng and his team could successfully obtain the energy source and defend themselves against the upcoming alien energy impact, everything was still unknown. The alien creatures lunged with teeth and claws. Lin Feng shouted, "Everyone back to back. Focus your firepower." The team members quickly formed a circle. Their artifacts shone brightly, and they fought to the death with the alien creatures. For a while, energy overflowed in the cave, and the shouting and killing sounds were deafening. However, there were more and more alien creatures, and the team members were gradually losing their strength. At this moment, Lin Feng realized that the alien creatures' attacks seemed to follow a certain pattern. He had an idea and commanded the team to counterattack in the order of the runes. Miraculously, this worked and the alien creatures' attack was temporarily curbed. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Feng led several team members to rush towards the energy source. Just as they were about to touch the energy source, a huge huge-sized alien Alpha appeared, and it let out a roar that shook the cavern. The Alpha's attack was exceptionally fierce and Lin Feng and the others were in a desperate situation. But just in the nick of time, the mysterious old man appeared again. He waved a mysterious light in his hand and instantly knocked the alien leader back. The old man said, "Quickly absorb the energy source." Lin Feng and the others no longer hesitated. They went forward and managed to absorb the mysterious energy source. Their power was greatly increased. After absorbing the energy source, Lin Feng and the others felt their bodies filling up with unprecedented strength. The mysterious old man admonished, "Although this energy is strong, that alien energy close to Earth is even trickier. You still need to fuse this new power." After saying that, the old man disappeared. Lin Feng led his team members in the cave and began to fuse the energies, and between the flashes of light, their aura became more and more powerful. And at that moment, that powerful alien energy had arrived in the outer space of the Earth, and a horrible sense of oppression enveloped the globe. When the fusion was complete, Lin Feng gave an order, and the crowd exerted their newly gained power, breaking through the cave and flying into space. Facing the overwhelming alien fleet, they were unafraid. The light of the divine weapons intertwined with the power of the runes, and the alien fleet engaged in a battle that shocked the world. The shockwaves from the energy collision shook the Earth's atmosphere. In the midst of the fierce battle, Lin Feng kept searching for the core weaknesses of the alien fleet. Suddenly, he found a huge mothership in the center of the fleet that seemed to be in control of everything. So, he led his team to focus their firepower and charged towards the mothership. The mothership was surrounded by heavy protection, and intense energy cannon fire rained down on them. The team members fought hard to resist, but a lot of attacks still broke through the defense line, causing their figures to sway. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and exerted his runic power with all his might, forming an impenetrable shield in front of his body, opening up a channel for everyone. Just as they approached the mothership, it suddenly released a powerful spiritual force that impacted the consciousness of the crowd. Many members of the team clutched their heads in pain, their combat power sharply reduced. Lin Feng forced himself to endure the headache and mobilized the newly fused energy in his body to recoil back. The collision of spiritual energy caused space to distort. Finally, they broke through the many obstacles and arrived in front of the mothership. Lin Feng shouted and utilized the power of his artifact to the extreme, fiercely bombarding the mothership. The mothership shook violently, cracks appearing in the protective layer on its surface. The alien fleet sensed the crisis and frantically attacked them. But at this time, Lin Feng and the others were not what they used to be. They fought more and more bravely, continuously expanding the damage to the mothership. Seeing that the mothership was about to be destroyed, the alien fleet suddenly made a shocking move and started gathering energy. The alien fleet actually gathered the energy of all the battleships together to form an immense and incomparable energy beam that shot towards Lin Feng and the others. Wherever this beam passed, space was torn apart, terrifying to the extreme. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately gathered his team members and fused all of their respective artifact powers and runic powers to form a huge energy barrier. The energy beam hit the barrier hard. The huge impact caused everyone's bodies to fly backwards uncontrollably and the barrier shook. Just as the barrier was about to shatter, Lin Feng suddenly felt a new force erupt from the mysterious energy source in his body, and he guided this force into the barrier. A miracle happened. The barrier stabilized and started to fight back, bouncing the energy beam back. The alien fleet couldn't dodge in time and were hit hard by their own attack, their battleships exploding one after another. Lin Feng and the others took advantage of the situation and completely destroyed the mothership. As the mothership exploded, the alien fleet fell apart. The Earth had once again regained its peace, and Lin Feng and his crew had become the heroes of the Earth, having guarded their home and proved the unyielding and tenacious nature of mankind. Chapter 192 became the heroes of Earth. The governments of various countries jointly held a grand celebration for them, and countless honors and praises poured in. However, Lin Feng wasn't overwhelmed by the victory. He knew deep down that this was probably just a test run by the alien forces. At the celebration, Lin Feng noticed a mysterious person in the crowd, looking at him with deep eyes before disappearing into the sea of people. Lin Feng was shocked and decided to secretly investigate. At the same time, he began to study the reason why the mysterious energy source within his body erupted with new power, hoping to gain better control of this power to deal with unknown crises. The days seemed to pass calmly, but Lin Feng knew that underneath the calmness often hid bigger storms. He and his team members were enjoying being heroes while preparing for the next possible battle, and the appearance of that mysterious person was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, making Lin Feng foresee that a new challenge was coming. Lin Feng arranged for his team members to secretly investigate the identity of the mysterious man, while he himself plunged headlong into the research of the mysterious energy source. However, the investigation was clueless, and the mysterious person seemed to have evaporated. Just as he was agonizing over this, a series of bizarre events suddenly appeared in the city. Some electronic devices went out of control for no apparent reason, and people's memories were confused, as if they were being interfered with by some unknown force. Lin Feng realized that this might have something to do with mysterious people and alien forces. He gathered his team members and prepared to investigate these bizarre events in depth. During an investigation of the site of the electronic equipment that had gone out of control, Lin Feng accidentally discovered a mysterious symbol that was somewhat similar to the glowing pattern emanating from the mysterious energy source in his body. His heart stirred and he felt that he was getting closer to the truth. At the same time, the mysterious man appeared once again, but this time, he was no longer hiding, but appeared directly in front of Lin Feng, with a mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth as he slowly spoke. "Welcome to the real challenge." Lin Feng looked at the mysterious man warily and clenched his fists. "Who the hell are you? What's the relationship with the alien forces?" The mysterious man, however, said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is the challenge you're going to face. This is just the beginning. The alien forces are far more powerful than you can imagine." After saying that, a strange light suddenly appeared in the mysterious man's hand and shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly sidestepped and dodged. At the same time, the mysterious energy source in his body instantly operated. A ray of light shot out from his hand and collided with the mysterious man's ray of light, making a violent explosion. The mysterious person took advantage of the chaos and disappeared. Lin Feng knew that he couldn't wait passively any longer. He decided to speed up his research on the mysterious energy source. At the same time, he had his team members expand their investigation, not letting go of any clues related to the mysterious symbols. He understood that the real battle had just begun, and only by grasping more secrets about the mysterious energy source as soon as possible could he protect the Earth and the human race in the greater challenges to come. Just as Lin Feng was fully engaged in his research and investigation, news came from the team that more traces of the mysterious symbols had been discovered. It turned out that these symbols were actually hidden in the city's old buildings, as if they were telling a forgotten history. Lin Feng immediately rushed to the scene and carefully studied the symbols, trying to find a way to crack them. However, the alien forces seemed to have sensed Lin Feng's actions, and an even greater crisis quietly descended. Huge alien battleships suddenly appeared in the sky above the city, and powerful energy fluctuations sent the entire city into a panic. The alien battleship released a beam of energy, instantly destroying some of the city's buildings. Lin Feng knew deep down that this was an all-out attack by the alien forces. He quickly gathered his team members, activated the mysterious energy source and led them to meet the alien warship. During the fierce battle, Lin Feng gradually discovered the weaknesses of the alien battleships, and with his initial mastery of the mysterious energy source, he worked closely with his team members and started to counterattack. But the power of the alien forces is far beyond imagination. Whether Lin Feng can find a breakthrough in this crisis, completely unravel the secret of the mysterious energy source, and protect the Earth and mankind, everything is still unknown. Just as Lin Feng and the others were struggling to counterattack, the alien warship suddenly released a layer of mysterious shields that blocked back all of their attacks. The team's attacks had reached a stalemate, and the situation was getting more and more critical. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly remembered the mysterious symbols in the ancient building, and he guessed that these symbols might be the key to breaking the shield. So, while he commanded his team members to continue holding the alien warship, he quickly recalled the permutations of those symbols in his mind. Finally, he found inspiration and maneuvered the mysterious energy source to release a powerful energy wave according to the pattern of the symbols. This energy wave was like a sharp blade that instantly penetrated the alien warship's shield. Seeing this, the team's morale was boosted and they took advantage of the situation to launch a more violent attack. The alien battleship was hit hard and began to falter. Just when everyone thought that victory was in sight, the battleship suddenly split into countless small craft and flew towards all parts of the city. Lin Feng understood that this was a decentralized attack by the alien forces. He immediately assigned his team members to intercept these crafts, while he himself continued to chase after the main body of the alien battleship. An even tougher battle was about to start. Lin Feng piloted his craft and chased after the main body of the alien battleship, but just as he was about to launch another attack, the battleship suddenly released a swarm of mechanical bees that densely pounced towards him. These mechanical wasps were extremely fast and could cooperate with each other, constantly interfering with Lin Feng's actions. At the same time, the team members were having trouble intercepting the small craft. The laser beams shot out from the craft were incredibly powerful, and many of the team members' equipment was damaged. Lin Feng dodged the attacks of the mechanical wasps while thinking of countermeasures. Suddenly, he thought that the mysterious energy source might be able to generate a magnetic field to interfere with the mechanical wasps. He immediately tried to manipulate the energy source, and sure enough, a powerful magnetic field emanated out, and the mechanical bees instantly lost control and fell down. After getting rid of the mechanical wasps, Lin Feng once again attacked the battleship. Just then, the mysterious man appeared again. He stood on the battleship and looked at Lin Feng coldly. "This is just an appetizer. The real test is still to come." Saying that, the battleship erupted with even more powerful energy. An unprecedented vicious battle kicked off. That powerful energy turned into a huge energy barrier that rebounded all of Lin Feng's attacks. Lin Feng's flying machine shook violently and almost lost control. The mysterious man waved his hands and multiple energy vortices appeared around the battleship, constantly devouring the space around it. Lin Feng took a deep breath and concentrated on manipulating the mysterious energy source in an attempt to break through this predicament. He found that the center of the energy vortex seemed to have a pattern of energy fluctuations, so he adjusted the frequency of the energy source's output, allowing his own energy to resonate with it. Just as the resonance reached its strongest, there was a break in the energy vortex. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and piloted the craft to rush in. The mystic's face changed and he hurriedly strengthened the defense of the battleship. At this time, the team members had gradually found a way to deal with the battle of intercepting the small craft, and they rushed to support Lin Feng. All of them worked together and attacked the battleship once again. The mysterious man sneered, "You guys think you can defeat me like this? This is just making you guys struggle a little longer." But Lin Feng and his crew didn't back down. A final showdown that would decide the fate of Earth was officially underway. Chapter 193, Force Fields. The battle was exceptionally fierce. The Mysteron's battleships had ferocious firepower, and the team's flying machines were constantly being hit, sending up gouts of black smoke. But they didn't have the slightest fear, nimbly dodging the attacks while looking for a chance to counterattack. Lin Feng concentrated on maneuvering his craft, looking for the battleship's weak points. Suddenly, he realized that the energy core protection at the rear of the battleship was relatively weak. "Everyone follow me, attack the battleship's aft energy core," Lin Feng shouted. The team members quickly responded, adjusting their flight direction and rushing towards the rear of the battleship. The Mystic sensed their intentions and hurriedly mobilized their firepower to intercept them. However, the team members cooperated well and alternated cover, finally breaking through the defense line. Just as they were about to approach the energy core, the mysterious man activated the battleship's self-destruct program. For a moment, the energy inside the battleship surged wildly and was about to explode. Lin Feng made a snap decision and used a special weapon to destroy the self-destruct device. Afterwards, the people combined their efforts to attack the energy core, and with a loud bang, the core was destroyed and the battleship began to disintegrate. The Mystic, seeing that the tide had turned, was helplessly captured. Earth, at last, was saved in this duel. While the team members were cheering their victory, Lin Feng was frowning. He was keenly aware that there seemed to be a bigger conspiracy behind this mysterious person. As expected, during their search of the battleship's wreckage, they found an encrypted document. The contents of the file showed that this was just a prelude to a larger invasion, and the real enemy was still stirring in the depths of a distant galaxy. Lin Feng immediately reported this news to the Earth Defense Headquarters. The headquarters quickly held an emergency meeting and decided to increase the investment in scientific research to enhance Earth's defense capabilities, while sending an advance team to explore the lair of the mysterious enemy. Lin Feng volunteered to join the advance team. He knew deep down that peace on Earth hadn't really come, and new challenges awaited them. The team members also responded, and they set off on their journey once again, piloting their flying machines towards the unknown stars, determined to nip the threat in the bud before the enemy launched a full-scale invasion, and to guard the peace of the Earth. After flying for several days in the vast starry sky, the advance team finally approached the galaxy where the mysterious enemy was located. But as soon as they entered the galaxy, they encountered a powerful energy interference, and the vehicle's systems began to be disorganized. Lin Feng calmly commanded the team to activate the backup energy and manual control system, and barely managed to stabilize the vehicle. As they went deeper into the galaxy, they realized that the planets here were shrouded in a bizarre black substance. Suddenly, countless small combat robots flew out from the dark corners of the various planets, swooping towards the advance team like locusts. These robots were extremely fast and their firepower was fierce, and the team was caught in a bitter battle. Lin Feng commanded everyone to counterattack while pondering on a way to deal with them. He found that these robots seemed to be controlled by some kind of signal unification, so he ordered the team to focus their fire on attacking the signal transmitting device of one of the robots. After successfully destroying it, some of the robots were instantly incapacitated, and the advance team temporarily alleviated the crisis. However, they knew that the real challenge was far from coming, and there were more unknown dangers waiting for them ahead. Just as the advance team took a moment to catch their breath, the robots that had lost their ability to move suddenly reactivated, and their attack pattern became even more frantic. At the same time, the black matter on the planet began to surge, coalescing into huge tentacles that clawed towards the flying machine. Lin Feng shouted, "Spread out and dodge. Look for the black matter's weaknesses." the team quickly dispersed, weaving through the chaotic battlefield. Suddenly, a huge mothership slowly sailed out from behind a planet. It released powerful gravitational waves and tried to suck the advanced team's craft over. Lin Feng made an instant decision and ordered his team to turn on the anti-gravity device, barely stabilizing their shape. He understood in his heart that this mothership was the key. If he could destroy it, he might be able to turn the tide of the battle. So, he led his team members towards the mothership. Despite the crisis around them, they had firm eyes and were ready to start a thrilling duel with the enemy once again for the sake of Earth's future. Just as they closed in on the mothership, it suddenly shot out a huge laser beam across the entire battlefield. The team hurriedly scattered to avoid it. A few craft were still grazed by the laser and instantly lost control. Lin Feng's heart raced as he observed that there was a short gap in the mothership's laser firing. Everyone seized the moment and charged with me. He took advantage of the gap and led his team to break through again. After approaching the mothership, they realized that the mothership's shell was so hard that it was difficult for ordinary weapons to be effective. At this time, team member Xiao Li shouted, "I've discovered the mothership's energy delivery pipes. Attacking there might be useful." The crowd immediately focused their firepower on attacking the pipes. After the pipes were destroyed, the gravitational waves of the mothership weakened. But just when they thought there was a turnaround, the mothership released a group of small fighters and surrounded them. Lin Feng calmly analyzed and commanded his team members to form a defensive formation and cooperate with each other to attack the fighters. During the fierce battle, they gradually broke through the encirclement and rushed towards the core of the mothership again. At this moment, the mothership seemed to sense the danger and began to vibrate violently. A more violent counterattack was coming, but the team did not retreat, and firmly met the challenge. After the ship shook violently, a dense energy ray was shot out from the interior of the ship, interweaving into a large net and blocking the team's path. The team members navigated their vehicles through the rays, and were in a dangerous situation. At the same time, several hatches opened at the bottom of the mothership, and more small combat robots emerged to join the battle. Lin Feng quickly thought about countermeasures. He realized that there was a certain pattern to the frequency of the emission of these energy rays. Everyone pay attention to the pattern of the rays. Follow me and rush through this gap. He found the right moment to lead his team members to break through the network of rays. Just as it approached the core of the mothership, it suddenly released a mysterious force field that slowed the craft down dramatically. The crew pushed the engines with all their might, but with little success. At this moment, Xiao Zhang, a team member who had been silent, shouted, "I detect an energy source in the force field. Attacking it might be able to disarm the force field." The crowd immediately adjusted their direction and focused their firepower to attack the energy source. With a loud bang, the force field disappeared and the team members finally arrived at the core of the mothership. Without hesitation, they launched their attack, and the core began to flicker. The entire mothership shook, and the light of victory was just around the corner. Chapter 194 Programs. You was able to continue advancing towards the core of the mothership, but before they could breathe a sigh of relief, another solid energy barrier appeared in front of them. This barrier was emitting a strange light, and it was clearly not something that could be broken through easily. Lin Feng ordered the team to collect data and analyze the barrier's weaknesses. After some intense research, the team members realized that there was a gap in the barrier where energy fluctuated. Lin Feng made an immediate decision. Wait for the gap to appear. We'll focus our firepower on it and then quickly rush through. Everyone stood by. Finally, the gap appeared. All the weapons fired at the same time, and the barrier was torn open by an opening. The team piloted their flying machines and fishtailed in. Upon entering the core area, they instead realized that it was filled with organs and traps. Suddenly, the ground cracked and a group of mechanical tentacles reached out, trying to grab the craft. The team dodged flexibly while looking for a way to destroy the organs. Just in the nick of time, Lin Feng discovered the control center of the organs. He shot with precision and the organs instantly stopped functioning. The core of the mothership was not far away, and a final showdown was about to begin. Just as the team members were preparing to launch a final charge towards the core of the mothership, a large number of mechanical guards suddenly emerged around them. These guards had strange shapes and ferocious firepower, instantly forming an encirclement around the team members. Lin Feng shouted, "Spread out and fight individually. Look for opportunities to break through the defenses." The team members quickly responded, driving their flying machines through the attacks of the mechanical guards. In the middle of the fierce battle, a team member's flying machine was hit and lost control. Seeing this, Lin Feng rushed over without hesitation and used his own flying machine to protect that team member. Just then, the core of the mothership suddenly emitted a burst of intense light, and a huge mechanical head slowly rose up. It turned out that this was the true core controller of the mothership, and it let out a piercing sound that seemed to be warning the crowd. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and shouted, "Whatever it is, let's all go together. For the sake of the Earth." the team regrouped and focused their fire towards the mechanical head. Under the heavy fire, the mechanical head's defense was gradually disintegrated and eventually exploded. The mothership began to shake violently, and the team members took the opportunity to fly their craft to escape from the mothership that was about to collapse. A crisis was solved. The crew managed to escape the mothership, and watched the gradually exploding and disintegrating behemoth in space with a sigh of relief. However, before they could fully relax, a sharp alarm suddenly came over the communicator. It turned out that the energy fluctuations generated by the explosion of the mothership had activated the defense system on a nearby mysterious planet, and countless interstellar fighters rose up from the surface of the planet and raced towards them. The shapes of these fighters were more advanced than the previous mechanical guards, and their firepower was more powerful. Lin Feng quickly calmed down and shouted, "Don't panic everyone, reform, we still have a chance." The team members immediately adjusted their formation and prepared to meet the new challenge. Just as the two sides were about to engage, a mysterious spaceship suddenly appeared. It released a powerful energy shield and blocked the first wave of attacks from the starfighters for the team members. Immediately afterward, a mysterious light shot out from the ship, instantly destroying several starfighters. The appearance of the mysterious spaceship gave the team hope. They rekindled their fighting spirit, and fought side by side with the mysterious spaceship, launching counterattacks against the starfighters. In cooperation with the mysterious spaceship, the team members gradually gained the upper hand. But just then, the mysterious spaceship suddenly sent out a signal, signaling the team to board the ship. Although Lin Feng had doubts, but the situation was urgent, but still led the team on board. After boarding the ship, they met the owner of the ship, a group of strange-looking but friendly alien creatures. It turned out that these alien creatures have been concerned about the peace of this universe. The existence of the mothership threatens the safety of many planets. They have been looking for an opportunity to destroy it. The team's action gave them the opportunity to help. The alien creatures told the crew that the defense system of that mysterious planet was just a prelude and that there was a bigger plot behind it. They decided to join forces with the team to fight the bigger crisis that was coming. The team was both nervous and full of fighting spirit when they heard this. They knew that an even tougher battle was waiting for them, but with their alien companions on board, they had a little more confidence in the future. After communicating with the alien creatures, the team members were quickly put into intense preparation for the battle. The alien creatures demonstrated their advanced technological weapons and the team members shared their combat experience. Just then, the ship's alarm suddenly sounded, and the radar showed that a powerful unknown energy was rapidly approaching. The leader of the alien creatures looked grave and said, "This is the vanguard of a larger conspiracy behind it." As the battle raged, the alien ship and the cruise vehicles formed a joint battle group and headed towards the unknown energy source. As they approached the target, they realized that it was a group of giant mechanical monsters with horrible appearance. These monsters had ferocious firepower and thick skin, making it difficult for ordinary attacks to harm them. Lin Feng calmly commanded, and the team members worked closely with the alien creatures, finding the weaknesses of the monsters to attack. After a fierce battle, they gradually found a way to deal with it and began to launch counterattacks against the monsters. Under the powerful attack of the united warriors, the giant mechanical monsters fell one after another, and a bigger conspiracy seemed to be slowly surfacing. Just when the team thought victory was in sight, a huge mechanical lord suddenly appeared in the group of monsters. It was as big as a mountain, with an appalling aura surrounding it, and with a casual wave of its hand, it blocked the united warriors' attack. The mechanical lord spewed out an energy ray from its mouth, instantly injuring several flying machines. The situation was critical. Lin Feng quickly analyzed the situation and found that the mechanical lord's energy core was in the chest position. He commanded his team members to focus their firepower on that area, while having the alien creatures use special energy to interfere with the lord's actions. The team members and the alien creatures worked in unison and continuously launched attacks. During the fierce confrontation, cracks finally appeared in the energy core of the mechanical lord. At that moment, the mechanical lord actually activated the self-repair program and released a powerful magnetic field, causing the team to lose control of their craft. At the critical moment, the alien creature leader sacrificed himself and used his last energy to break the magnetic field. The crew seized the opportunity and attacked with all their might, finally destroying the core of the mechanical lord. The machine lord collapsed with a bang, but before they could celebrate, the radar showed that more unknown energies were coming towards them, and a bigger challenge was still ahead. Lin Feng looked at the densely packed unknown energy signals on the radar and frowned. He knew deep down that this time the enemy was perhaps stronger than any he had encountered before. Just as everyone was getting nervous, the alien creature's tech expert suddenly shouted, "I've discovered that there's an energy link between these unknown energy bodies. Perhaps we can break this link and make them kill each other." Lin Feng made an instant decision and commanded his team members to act according to the program given by the experts along with the remaining alien creatures. They split into multiple squads and headed towards different energy link points. In the process of approaching the target, there were constant attacks from the enemy, and the team members turned the danger into a safe haven time and time again by virtue of their superb piloting skills and tenacious will to fight. Finally, the squads managed to reach their designated positions and launched their attacks at the same time, and the energy links were successfully destroyed. Those unknown energy bodies instantly fell into chaos and began to attack each other. The united battle team seized this opportunity and rode the wave of victory to carry out a final purge of the enemies in the midst of the chaos. After a hard battle, the number of enemies gradually decreased. However, Lin Feng knew that this was probably just a hiccup in this long war. The real mastermind behind the scenes was probably still peering from the shadows, and an even bigger crisis was still waiting for them up ahead. Just when the united warriors thought that they could take a moment to catch their breath, a huge rift in spacetime suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield. Countless monsters of various shapes that emitted an evil aura swarmed out of the rift, and the energy fluctuations in their bodies were actually even more powerful than those of the previous enemies. The alien creature expert's face turned pale as he said in horror, "This is an interdimensional rift. The monsters inside are terrifying existences of the multiverse." Lin Feng gritted his teeth and shouted, "There's no time to be afraid. Everyone pull yourself together once again. We must hold the line of defense." The team members and the extra-dimensional creatures quickly adjusted their state and re-engaged in the battle. However, these interdimensional monsters were too powerful, and the united battle team gradually became somewhat unable to fight. Just when the situation was critical, a mysterious figure suddenly flew out of the crack. It was surrounded by a holy light, and with the lift of its hand, it wiped out a piece of interdimensional monsters. The mysterious figure flew towards Lin Feng and the others. It was actually a member of the team that had disappeared when the mothership exploded. He had somehow gained great power. With him joining them, the united battle team's morale was boosted and they started to turn the tide of the battle. However, there seemed to be an even more powerful existence stirring in the depths of the rift. Just as the crowd was feeling slightly energized, an even more powerful evil energy suddenly erupted from the depths of the rift, and a huge interdimensional beast slowly emerged. Its figure was like a mountain, and every step it took caused space to tremble, and wherever it passed, the power of the interdimensional monsters was actually increased. Although the mysterious team member had great power, he was gradually struggling to face this giant beast. Seeing this, Lin Feng shouted, "Don't panic everyone, let's think of something together." The team members and the alien creatures quickly calmed down and began to analyze the behemoth's weaknesses. Just then, the alien biotech expert realized that the behemoth's eyes were its energy weakness. Lin Feng made an immediate decision and commanded the team members and the mysterious team members to focus their firepower on attacking the behemoth's eyes. Under the full force of the crowd's attack, the behemoth's eyes were hit and it let out a pained roar. It frantically waved its tentacles in an attempt to counterattack. The united warriors flexibly dodged and continued to attack. In the end, under the unremitting efforts of the crowd, the behemoth was completely defeated, and the interdimensional rift began to slowly close. This crisis was temporarily lifted, but the crowd knew deep down that there were still more unknown dangers waiting for them in the universe. Chapter 195, The Phantom. Just as everyone was breathing a sigh of relief, a sudden change occurred. The originally gradually closing interdimensional rift suddenly trembled violently, and a blinding light shot out from it. After the light dissipated, a super beast that was even bigger and more hideous than before slowly appeared. A terrifying aura emanated from its body, and every breath it took seemed to be able to stir up a gale. Lin Feng's face instantly became grave as he quickly reorganized his team's stance, preparing for a new challenge. The mysterious player also took the initiative to stand beside Lin Feng and said, "The opponent this time is very powerful. We have to formulate new tactics." The crowd nodded their heads, their eyes revealing a firm determination. Just as they were nervously plotting, the super beast suddenly attacked and a huge wave of energy swept towards them. Lin Feng shouted, "Spread out for cover." The team members quickly dispersed. The energy wave brushed against their bodies and flew past, leaving a deep, bottomless gully on the ground. A much tougher battle was kicked off. During the battle, the team members showed their skills. Some shot the behemoth's eyes with their firearms in an attempt to interfere with its vision. Others released energy shields to provide cover for their teammates. The mysterious team members used their special abilities to create phantoms to confuse the behemoth. However, the super beast's skin was so thick that ordinary attacks had little effect on it. It roared angrily and slapped the ground with its thick claws, triggering an earthquake. A member of the team couldn't dodge and was sent flying out, falling to the ground. Lin Feng was anxious and suddenly had an idea. he found a lighter colored part of the behemoth's abdomen that seemed to be a weak point. He quickly commanded his team members to focus their fire on attacking there. Everyone worked together and kept launching attacks. When the beast was about to attack again, the mysterious team members saw the right time, rushed forward and stabbed into its weak point with their sharp blades. The beast let out a painful hiss and its body shook. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and led the team to launch a final onslaught. Finally, the super behemoth fell to the ground with a loud bang and the interdimensional rift closed completely. The crowd sat paralyzed on the ground, exhausted, but their eyes were filled with the joy of victory. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of victory, the fallen super beast suddenly disappeared and turned into a cloud of black mist that quickly burrowed into the mysterious team member. The mysterious team member's body shook, his eyes turned blood red, and his power exploded out uncontrollably, even attacking his teammates with his backhand. The crowd was caught off guard and were beaten back. Lin Feng dodged the attacks while shouting, "Mystic team member, come to your senses." But the mysterious team member didn't react, and his attack became more and more violent. At this time, Lin Feng realized that there were runes flickering vaguely in the black mist on the mysterious team member's body, as if some kind of evil seal had been lifted. He guessed that this was the evil power brought by the interdimensional rift at work. Lin Feng quickly calmed down and commanded his team members to defend first and look for a way to crack it. He thought of the previous method of attacking the behemoth's weakness and decided to look for a similar breakthrough from the mysterious team members. After some observation, he found a black spot emitting a strange light at the back of the mysterious team member's neck. Lin Feng made an instant decision, letting his team members attract the attention of the mysterious team member, while he himself found the right moment and quickly rushed over, stabbing the black spot with his dagger. As the black spot was pierced, the black fog gradually dissipated and the mysterious team member regained consciousness. Everyone smiled at each other, dragged the tired body, embarked on the road back. After returning to the base, the crowd had thought that the crisis was over, but unexpectedly, when Lin Feng was organizing the battle data, he found that the interdimensional rift had not closed completely, and there were still wisps of evil energy escaping. At the same time, the mysterious team members began to experience frequent headaches, and there seemed to be a remnant of evil power in their bodies. Lin Feng realized that the real crisis might have just begun. He gathered his team members and once again studied ways to deal with it. Just then, the base's alarm suddenly sounded, and the monitoring showed that there were new energy fluctuations at the interdimensional rift. When everyone arrived, the rift had actually opened up again, and a group of small monsters of various shapes and sizes emerged from it. Lin Feng shouted, "Don't panic everyone, follow the previous tactics and take care of these minions first." The team members quickly acted, and a new vicious battle started. And although the mysterious team members hadn't fully recovered, they also gritted their teeth and insisted on joining the battle. In the fierce exchanges, whether they could once again defeat this unknown evil force and completely close the terrifying interdimensional rift, everything was still unknown. The battle was in full swing when suddenly a small monster broke through the defense line and pounced on an injured team member. Just in the nick of time, the mysterious team member erupted a strange power, instantly repelling the small monster. However, this power seemed to stimulate the evil power in his body, and the mysterious team member once again covered his head in pain and his body trembled uncontrollably. Seeing this, Lin Feng shouted, "Everyone stabilize first, I'll help the mysterious team member." He quickly rushed towards the mysterious team member, trying to suppress the evil force with his own power. At the same time, the other team members also sped up the speed of clearing the small monsters, just as Lin Feng was trying to help the mysterious team members. There was another movement in the interdimensional rift. A huge black shadow slowly emerged. It was actually the phantom of the previous super beast. It carried an even more powerful evil aura and pressed towards the crowd. The faces of the team members instantly turned white. This time, the challenge they faced was even more severe than before. The evil power in the mysterious team members also became more and more rampant after the phantom appeared, and an ultimate duel of life and death was about to start. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and increased the suppression of the evil power in the mysterious team member's body. Beads of sweat rolled down on his forehead, but the phantom's power was too strong. The mysterious team member's body trembled more and more. The evil power in his body impacted Lin Feng's power like a raging tide. At this moment, the other team members rushed to support them after clearing the small monsters. Everyone held hands and gathered their strength together, forming a radiant barrier that temporarily resisted the super beast phantom's attack. Lin Feng was struck by an idea. He thought that the method he used to break the evil seal on the mysterious team members might work on the phantom as well. He told his team to concentrate on maintaining the barrier, while he himself risked being attacked by the phantom and rushed towards the phantom, looking for its weak point. In the phantom's abdomen, Lin Feng found a rune that flickered with a strange light. Without hesitation, he swung out his dagger and stabbed at the rune. The moment the rune shattered, the phantom let out a piercing roar and its power began to weaken. The mysterious team members also gradually suppressed the evil power in their bodies with the help of everyone. Everyone rode on the victory and completely eliminated the Phantom, and the interdimensional rift was finally closed completely. This thrilling battle ended with the victory of the crowd, and they also knew that there might be more unknown challenges waiting for them in the future. Chapter 196. The mysterious player also gradually regained his clarity under the combined efforts of the crowd. He looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes filled with gratitude and guilt. As for the super beast Phantom, although its power had weakened, it still hadn't dissipated, and it unwillingly attacked again. The team members clenched their teeth and maintained the radiant barrier with all their might, but the attack was so violent that a crack appeared in the barrier. Just in the nick of time, Lin Feng suddenly remembered that the evil power within the mysterious team member's body seemed to have some kind of connection with the Phantom. He made a snap decision and told the mysterious team member to channel the residual evil power in his body and collide with the Phantom's power. The mysterious team member forced himself to endure the pain and did as he was told. The two evil forces entangled and cancelled each other out, and the Phantom's figure became more and more illusory. In the end, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the super behemoth Phantom completely dissipated. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief and collapsed on the ground. And after this battle, the bond between the team members became even deeper, and they knew that there might be more challenges waiting for them in the future. But as long as they were united, there was no difficulty they couldn't overcome. Just as everyone was taking a short break, the ground suddenly began to shake violently, and a huge portal appeared in front of everyone. Out of the door emerged a group of strange creatures that exuded an evil aura even more powerful than the super behemoth Phantom. The team immediately stood up and took up combat positions. Lin Feng realized that this was an even tougher challenge than before. The mysterious team members stood firmly in line even though their bodies were still weak. Everyone exchanged a look with each other and understood their respective tasks without the need for words. They quickly formed a battle formation and attacked the new enemy. This time, the enemy they faced was even more cunning and powerful, with wave after wave of attacks. However, the team's tacit understanding and unity allowed them to resolve the crisis again and again. In the fierce battles, they continued to find out the enemy's weaknesses and gradually gained the upper hand. After a hard battle, this new group of enemies was finally repelled and the portal slowly closed. The team looked at the disappearing portal, knowing that there was still a long way to go, but they were ready for all challenges. Suddenly, the portal didn't completely disappear, but flashed with a strange light again, from which a purple ray shot out, straight towards Lin Feng. Before the crowd could react, the mysterious team member rushed forward with an arrow step and blocked the blow for Lin Feng. The mysterious team member let out a muffled grunt and fell down again. At the same time, there was a new movement vaguely in the portal. Lin Feng's eyes widened angrily as he shouted, "Everyone pull yourself together. There are still enemies." The team members quickly gathered around the mysterious team member, protecting him in the center. This time, what appeared was a group of extremely small but extremely fast creatures that were like black shadows, weaving between the team members and attacking. With the experience they had accumulated from previous battles, the team members skillfully dodged the attacks while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Lin Feng realized that these small creatures were afraid of strong light. He shouted, "Use strong light weapons." The team members took out the strong light equipment they were carrying. Instantly, the surrounding area was as bright as day. The small creatures were forced back by the strong light. Taking this opportunity, the team members concentrated their firepower and completely annihilated the small creatures. Only then did the portal actually close, and everyone once again breathed a sigh of relief and began to take care of the injured mystic team members. Just when everyone thought the battle was over, a strange fluctuation suddenly emanated from the mysterious player. His body levitated uncontrollably, his eyes were tightly closed, and his face was filled with pain. Immediately afterward, a black stream of air surged out of his body, forming a huge black vortex. The crowd watched this scene in horror, not knowing what to do. Lin Feng realized that this was probably a consequence of the evil power that hadn't been completely removed from the mysterious team member's body before. Just as the black vortex was about to engulf the crowd, Lin Feng noticed that there seemed to be a faint point of light in the center of the vortex. He made an instant decision and rushed over, trying to grab that point of light. The moment he touched the point of light, a powerful force surged into his body. It turned out that the point of light was the power of goodness and justice within the mysterious team member. With Lin Feng's help, this force began to fight against the forces of evil. After a fierce battle, the force of goodness gradually gained the upper hand. The black vortex slowly dissipated, and the mysterious team member slowly fell down. Everyone gathered around, looking at the mysterious team member who gradually returned to normal. Their hearts were full of relief. They also understood that there would be more unknown challenges in the future, but they were already fearless. Just when everyone thought that the mysterious team member was completely fine, he slowly opened his eyes, but his eyes became hollow and cold. A far cry from before, It turned out that the evil power had not been completely eliminated, but had hidden itself, and when the power of goodness had been consumed, it had once again counterattacked and taken over his consciousness. The mysterious team member raised his hand and waved it. A black energy shot towards Lin Feng, who hurriedly sidestepped to avoid it. Seeing this, the team members quickly surrounded the mysterious team member, but they didn't dare to attack rashly for fear of hurting him. At this moment, the ground shook again, and the portal actually appeared again. From inside, a tall demon with a terrifying aura came out, and he let out a low chuckle. You guys think you can get rid of me easily? This human will be the breakthrough for my invasion. It turned out that this was all a plot by the demon. He wanted to use the mysterious team member to open the door to the human world. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and shouted, "Everyone, let's go together. Subdue the mysterious team member first, then deal with this demon." The team members heard this and took out their weapons. A new vicious battle was about to begin. The team quickly spread out and approached the mysterious crew from different directions. The demon stood on the sidelines with his hands clasped on his chest, watching all this with a cold smile, seemingly certain that they couldn't succeed. The mysterious team member was manipulated by the evil power and his strength increased greatly. He nimbly dodged the attacks of the team members and also counterattacked from time to time, making it difficult for the team members to get close. Lin Feng saw the right moment and attacked from behind, trying to lock the mysterious team member out of action. Just as he was about to succeed, the demon suddenly struck, and a dark purple ray of light shot towards Lin Feng. In the nick of time, a team member flew in front of Lin Feng and took the blow for him. This scene galvanized the team members' fighting spirit and they fought even harder. During the intense exchanges, Lin Feng realized that although the mysterious team members' attacks were strong, a hint of struggle would occasionally flash in his eyes. He realized that the goodness within the mysterious team members hadn't completely died out. Thus, Lin Feng dodged the attacks while shouting loudly, trying to awaken his consciousness. Just when the battle was at a stalemate, the body of the mysterious team member suddenly trembled, and the glimmer of struggling eyes became more and more obvious, as if goodness was having a final showdown with evil. Chapter 197. Suddenly, the mysterious team member clasped his head with both hands and let out a hiss of pain as his entire body knelt down on one knee. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately stopped his attack, quickly stepped forward and said loudly, "My friend, the goodness inside you has been fighting. Don't be controlled by evil." The team members also gathered around and stopped fighting. The mysterious team member's body was trembling violently, and sweat soaked through his clothes. Finally, he slowly raised his head, and the evil in his eyes gradually faded and returned to clarity. He looked at the people around him with a bewildered expression. "What's wrong with me?" "Me?" Lin Feng patted his shoulder and said, "You were controlled by an evil force before, but your goodness overcame it." The mysterious team member's eyes were filled with gratitude. "Thank you guys. I only remember suddenly losing consciousness, and when I regained it I was fighting you guys." It turned out that the mysterious team member was secretly manipulated by a mysterious force. They decided to take him back to the base and help him recuperate while investigating the mysterious force and preparing for a new challenge. Upon returning to the base, the medical team immediately conducted a comprehensive examination of the mysterious team member. During the examination, the technicians found a never-before-seen energy fluctuation remaining in his body, which seemed to be related to some kind of ancient mysterious ritual. At the same time, the investigation team also made a new discovery that the mysterious force seemed to be collecting a special energy source that was related to the strange phenomena that had appeared frequently in the city recently. Lin Feng realized the seriousness of the matter. He called a meeting with his team members and made a detailed investigation plan. One part of the team was responsible for tracking down the clues of the mysterious forces, while the other part of the team stayed at the base, protecting the mysterious team member and delving into the energy fluctuations in his body. Just when everyone was busy, the alarm of the base suddenly rang. It turned out that the mysterious force had sensed their actions and sent stronger forces to attack the base. A fierce battle is about to break out. Can Lin Feng and his team members successfully resist the attack of the mysterious forces and uncover the truth behind it? Lin Feng quickly calmed down and commanded loudly, "Leave 2 people behind to protect the mysterious team members. The others will meet the enemy with me." The team members immediately took action and ran to their respective fighting positions in an orderly manner. The attackers sent out by the mysterious forces had strange figures, were agile and could also release strange energy beams. As soon as the battle began, the team members were caught in a bitter fight. However, with their years of training and tacit cooperation, they gradually stabilized their positions. At this moment, the mysterious team member joined the battle despite the obstruction. The residual energy fluctuations in his body were stimulated during the battle, and he even performed some mysterious moves that made even the attackers fearful. With the help of the mysterious team members, the team members gradually gained the upper hand. After some fierce exchanges, the attackers began to retreat. In the end, Lin Feng led the team to successfully repel this attack by the mysterious forces, but they knew that this was just the beginning and the truth behind it was far from being revealed. Next, with new clues, they will continue to investigate the mysterious forces and that special energy source in depth, and meet even tougher challenges. Just as the crowd took a moment to catch their breath, an ear-piercing noise suddenly came from the base's communication system, followed by an ice-cold voice. "You think you'll be fine after repelling this attack? This is just a small lesson for you. The real test is yet to come. The power of that special energy source is not something you guys can control." Lin Feng's eyes widened angrily as he roared into the communicator. "No matter who you are or what plot you have, we won't back down." As soon as the words fell, the technician ran in with a pale face and reported, "Captain, the mysterious force seems to have activated some kind of interference device. The base's energy system and defense system are malfunctioning." For a while, the lights of the base flickered and alarms sounded. Lin Feng made a snap decision and ordered, "Some of the people go to repair the systems. The others strengthen their guard to prevent them from raiding again." The team members acted quickly, and at this moment, the energy fluctuations within the mysterious team member intensified once again. He seemed to sense something and looked into the distance. His eyes were firm as he said to Lin Feng, "I think I can help you guys find the lair of the mysterious forces. We can't afford to be passive anymore." Lin Feng looked at him and nodded heavily. A new adventure was about to begin. Lin Feng made a snap decision and decided to split his troops into two. He had a part of his team follow the mysterious team members to explore the mysterious forces' lair, while he led the rest to stay at the base to repair the system and defend it. With a strong sense of energy in his body, the mysterious team member led the team through the ruins of the city. They advanced cautiously when suddenly, the ground cracked open and a group of strange-looking creatures emerged from the ground and surrounded them. These creatures exuded a bizarre aura and their attacks were very harsh. The team members quickly took up positions and fought the monsters to the death. The mysterious team members concentrated their minds and gathered the energy in their bodies, releasing a powerful light that temporarily repelled the monsters. And at the base, Lin Feng and his team members were scrambling to repair the system. Just as the defense system was about to return to normal, the mysterious forces attacked again, a beam of energy shooting towards the base. Lin Feng shouted, "Quick, hold on, it'll be fixed soon." Finally, the defense system recovered and blocked the attack. At this time, news also came from the mysterious crew side. They had found the entrance to the mysterious forces' lair. A final showdown was coming. After Lin Feng learned that the mysterious team members had found the entrance to the lair, he immediately arranged for the defense and subsequent maintenance of the base, and rushed to the rendezvous with a team of elite team members at high speed. When they arrived at the entrance to the lair, the mysterious team member was waiting with his team members. The entrance was filled with a thick dark aura, as if it hid endless dangers. The crowd took a deep breath and slowly stepped into it. The passageway was eerie, and the walls flickered with weird light. Suddenly, more strange creatures emerged from all directions, even more ferocious than the ones they had encountered before. The team members were not afraid and fought bravely. The mysterious team members kept releasing powerful energies to open up a path for everyone. Just as they were about to approach the core area, a huge black shadow emerged, and it was none other than the leader of the mysterious force. The leader let out a maniacal laugh and the powerful energy fluctuations made the crowd unsteady on their feet. Lin Feng shouted, "Everyone together, for the truth, for the Guardian." The team shouted in unison and engaged in a thrilling final showdown with the chief. Chapter 198 Core. The leader's figure flashed, instantly appearing in the middle of the team members. Raising his hand was a wave of black energy. A few team members couldn't avoid it and flew backwards after being hit. Seeing this, Lin Feng roared, waving the long sword in his hand and rushed up. The sword flashed with golden light, colliding with the leader's black energy, making a deafening sound. The mysterious team member was also not willing to show weakness. His hands condensed a huge ball of energy and smashed it fiercely towards the chief. The corners of the chief's mouth rose and he sneered disdainfully, easily dodging the attack. At this moment, one of the team members who had been hiding in the dark saw the right time to sneak attack the chief from the side. Sensing the danger, the chief swung his backhand, and a powerful blade of chi sent that team member flying. However, this also gave the other team members a chance, and the crowd swarmed around the leader. The chief was enraged. The energy around him surged wildly, and the space around him began to distort. The battle entered a white-hot stage. Although the team members were bruised and battered, they still gritted their teeth and insisted. They only had one belief in their hearts: to defeat the chief and reveal the truth. Suddenly, the chief shouted and released a powerful shockwave. The team members were shaken back. Just as the chief was about to capitalize on the attack, Lin Feng had an idea. He shouted, "Everyone listen to my command, distract him." The team members quickly comprehended and each attacked from different directions. The chieftain lost his attention for a while and was a bit overwhelmed. The mysterious team member saw a break in the leader and violently accelerated the energy ball in his hand. Lin Feng also took the opportunity to throw his long sword with all his might. The golden sword and the huge energy ball blasted towards the leader at the same time. The leader wanted to dodge, but realized that it was too late. Boom! With a loud bang, the chief was hit and his body staggered. Seeing this, the team members once again swarmed and subdued the chief. At this time, the distorted space around them gradually returned to normal. The crowd gasped for air and looked at the subdued chief, their hearts filled with anticipation. They knew that it wasn't far from revealing the truth. Lin Feng forced himself to endure the pain of the injuries on his body, stepped forward and forced himself to look at the chief. "Say, what's the plot behind you?" A weird smile spread across the chief's mouth. "You guys think this will be the end? Too naive." As soon as the words fell, the chief's body suddenly began to swell, black energy spreading around like a raging tide. It turned out that he had actually secretly stored up his power just now to prepare for self-destruction. The team's face changed greatly, want to escape but it was too late. Just in the nick of time, the mysterious team member shouted, "Everyone gather around me," only to see his hands quickly form a seal. A huge transparent shield enveloped the crowd. With a loud bang, the energy from the leader's self-destruct impacted on the shield, which shook violently, its light flickering on and off. Fortunately, the shield was able to withstand this fatal blow. When the energy dissipated, the crowd was shocked. At this time, they found that the chief blew himself up and left behind a crystal with a mysterious aura, which seems to be the key clue to unveil the truth. Lin Feng carefully walked forward and stretched out his hand to touch the crystal. Just at the moment when his fingers were about to touch the crystal, a blinding light flashed and an image appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In the image, a mysterious organization was conducting evil experiments, and they were trying to use powerful energy to control the human world. The chief, on the other hand, was just a pawn of this organization. After the image ended, the crystal's light faded and it fell into Lin Feng's hands. "It seems that the conspiracy behind this is more complicated than we thought," Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression. The team members gathered around, their eyes revealing determination. "No matter who's behind this, we're going to wipe them out." The mysterious team member clenched his fists. The crowd reached a consensus and set off on a new journey with the crystals. They knew that the next road would be even more difficult, but they were fearless in order to guard the peace of the world. More challenges awaited them ahead of the unknown, and they would use their fearless courage to uncover the shocking conspiracy hidden behind it. They followed the clues and tracked them to an abandoned factory. Just as they stepped into the factory, alarms sounded loudly and countless mechanical guards came from all directions. The team quickly took up positions and fought fiercely with the mechanical guards. Lin Feng waved his crystal, and the light emitted by the crystal could actually restrain the attacks of the mechanical guards. The mysterious team members used their own abilities to provide strong fire support for their teammates. After a hard battle, they finally broke through the mechanical guards' defense line. However, when they went deeper into the interior of the factory, they found that it was full of various traps and mechanisms. Just as the people were cautiously moving forward, suddenly the ground cracked and several people fell into a deep pit filled with spikes. Lin Feng did not panic in the face of danger and used the power of the crystals to condense a rope and pulled the team members up one by one. Continuing on, they finally met some of the members of the mysterious organization. The strength of these members was not to be underestimated, and both sides were once again in a vicious battle. However, the team members gradually gained the upper hand by virtue of their firm beliefs and tenacity. At this point, they knew that the real mastermind behind the scene had not yet appeared, and that even greater challenges were still ahead, but they did not retreat in the slightest, and were ready to meet whatever came next. Suddenly, a low chuckle came from the depths of the factory, and a figure shrouded in black robes slowly walked out. "You guys are quite capable, but this is just the beginning." The black-robed man's voice was eerie. The team members were instantly alert. Lin Feng gripped the crystals tightly, and the mysterious team members were ready to fight. The black-robed man raised his hand and waved. Countless black shadows sprang out from the ground and surrounded the team members. These black shadows were as if they were alive, constantly attacking the team members. The battle was exceptionally intense, and the team members gradually became a bit overwhelmed. Just then, the crystal in Lin Feng's hand suddenly glowed brightly and a powerful force surged into his body. With this power, he wielded a golden blade of light and chopped the black shadows to pieces. When the black-robed man saw this, his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. He made a seal with both hands and summoned a huge black vortex, wanting to swallow the team members whole. The mysterious team member shouted, "Everyone focus on attacking the center of the vortex." The team members worked in unison, bringing their respective attacks together and blasting them towards the center of the vortex. Boom! The vortex was broken, and the black-robed man was heavily injured. He glanced at his teammates unwillingly and disappeared into a black smoke. The team breathed a sigh of relief, but they knew that the real battle was far from over. Just when the team thought they were temporarily safe, the ground suddenly shook violently, and a giant mechanical monster drilled out from the ruins of the factory. It was surrounded by a cold metallic luster, and with a swing of its huge mechanical arm, it smashed the surrounding walls to pieces. The team tensed up again. The power of the crystals in Lin Feng's body hadn't completely dissipated yet. He took the lead and rushed up. The golden blade of light slashed at the mechanical monster, but only splashed some sparks. The mysterious team member on the other hand was looking for the monster's weaknesses. Suddenly he realized that the monster's eyes seemed to be a breakthrough. He shouted and reminded everyone. The team members adjusted their tactics and focused their firepower on attacking the monster's eyes. After a fierce battle, one of the monster's eyes was finally blown out. It roared in anger and its attacks became even more frantic. Just then, Lin Feng sensed another change in the power of the crystals. He once again erupted with powerful energy and rushed straight into the monster's interior, destroying its core device. With a violent explosion, the mechanical monster collapsed to the ground. The team looked at each other and smiled. They knew that although they had broken through another level, the conspiracy of the mysterious organization was far from over. There were more unknown dangers waiting for them ahead.